Longsheng University, Lecture Hall. The sunlight at 2 in the afternoon should have been somewhat blinding, yet today it was filtered through thick clouds, leaving only a dreary, uninspiring gray-white hue that streamed through the tall windows, casting a nostalgic film-like filter over everything in the classroom. At the podium, a gray-haired professor was analyzing the intricate logic behind the rise and fall of an ancient dynasty with his characteristic, rhythmic intonation reminiscent of a chant. His voice buzzed in the slightly empty classroom, becoming an excellent lullaby. Lin Fan sat in the back row by the window, propping his chin on one hand, his fingers unconsciously spinning a ballpoint pen, his gaze long since detached from the complex diagram. On the blackboard, drifting to a figure diagonally in front of him, Su Wanqing, the universally acknowledged beauty of Longsheng University, the ice goddess of the history department. At this moment, she slightly tilted her head, attentively listening to the lecture, her slender fingers gripping a pen, occasionally jotting down notes in her open notebook. The interwoven gray-white light from the window fell upon her perfectly contoured profile, a few rebellious strands of black hair cascading over her cheek, accentuating her jade-like skin, exuding an ethereal aura. TSK. Even the way she takes notes seems like she's creating a piece of art. Lin Fan silently remarked to himself. With that aura, she could freeze anyone within 3 meters into an ice pop. No wonder no one dares to sit beside her. He harbored no unrealistic fantasies, purely appreciating the beauty in the mundane, amidst a class on the rather tedious history of ancient political system changes, indulging in. The sight of a beautiful woman was a fundamental survival skill for a seasoned homebody and critic. So, the collapse of a system often stems from internal rigidity, and the old professor adjusted his glasses, his voice still steady. Lin Fan's thoughts began to wander again. Having stayed up all night strategizing for a newly released game DLC, the repercussions hit him hard, and his eyelids began to droop. He forced himself to concentrate, attempting to pull his attention back to the lecture, only to find it more challenging than battling an ultimate boss in a game. If only there were a skip button like in the game, he mused inwardly, to skip this boring class, skip the impending final exams, and jump straight to the holiday, cooped up in my dorm with soda and chips. That'll be life. He shifted his position, continuing to gaze blissfully in Su Wanqing's direction, indulging in his aesthetic appreciation time. Suddenly, without warning, the already dim light outside vanished. That IT was not the gradual dimming typical of a cloudy day, but rather like someone had abruptly pulled the plug on the entire world, plunging everything into an almost pure darkness. Huh? Lin Fan was taken aback, instinctively turning to look outside. A murmur of low gasps and commotion filled the classroom. What's happening? Why is it so dark? It's only 2 in the afternoon. Is it a solar eclipse? I didn't hear any announcements. Damn, I can't see my hand in front of my face. The old professor also paused, perplexed, adjusting his glasses as he moved toward the window to peer outside. What lay beyond was an impenetrable, absolute blackness. There was no moon, no stars, and even the distant lights of the city had completely vanished, as if all of Longsheng, no, the entire earth had been swallowed by a vast expanse of black velvet, silence. An unsettling, oppressive silence enveloped the room, erasing even the faintest sounds of cicadas and birds. Students, please remain calm. It may just be an extreme weather phenomenon. The old professor attempted to restore order, though a barely perceptible tremor crept into his voice. Panic spread like ripples on water, beginning to permeate the classroom. Someone pulled out their phone, hoping to illuminate the darkness or check for news, only to find the screen completely black, unresponsive to any button pressed. My phone is dead? Impossible, I just charged it. Mine too. It won't turn on. My watch has stopped too. All electronic devices had failed. A jolt of unease gripped Lin Fan's heart. This scene was too bizarre, far beyond the realm of normal natural phenomena, that he instinctively glanced back towards Su Wanqing. In the darkness, he could barely make out her blurred silhouette, yet she appeared to remain composed, sitting straight without the panic exhibited by other students. Suddenly, thud. A light sound struck the glass window. Then came a second, a third. Hud, hud, hud. The frantic, sticky tapping grew more urgent, soon merging into a cacophony, as if countless hands were simultaneously beating. Against the window IT was raining. Lin Fan strained to see through the window, aided by the faint green glow of a few emergency lights that had not failed. He could see dark raindrops, thick as ink, cascading down the glass. Black rain. This was no illusion. A piercing scream erupted from the front row of the classroom, shattering the brief stillness. A girl seated by the window, in terror, pointed outside. They beheld a figure soaked by the black rain, stumbling in the open space outside the teaching building, moving with an unsettling, uncoordinated gait, twisting at odd angles, emitting a guttural, beast-like sound. I asked that, old Zhang, the security guard? What happened to him? Someone recognized the figure. Gur, gur. More growls echoed from various corners of the campus, mingling with the intensifying sound of the black rain, weaving a spine-chilling background melody. The old professor's face turned pale. He opened his mouth, but was unable to utter a sound. A chill surged up Lin Fan's spine, instantly dispelling all remnants of drowsiness and boredom. He sprang to his feet, his heart pounding like a drum in his chest. The old professor swayed, then without warning, collapsed backward, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Professor Lee, what's wrong? Students near the podium gasped and rushed over. In the chaos, someone accidentally hit the multimedia control panel, causing the hanging projection screen to descend, revealing the last page of the lecture presentation that had yet to be closed. A bold black title, illuminated by the dim green light of the emergency lamps, appeared glaringly. The end of an era often begins with an apparently insignificant change. Lin Fan stared at that line, then glanced at the consuming black rain outside and the twisted, staggering figures within it, finally sweeping his gaze across the classroom filled with faces of sheer terror and bewilderment. Only one thought remained in his mind, accompanied by a strong urge to voice his frustration. Holy crap, the last class? Is this change really so insignificant? This script is all wrong. Where's the soda and chips in the dorm? Darkness, pure and unyielding darkness. It was as if the entire universe had been shrouded by an infinite black veil. The world outside vanished, the familiar campus landscape, the distant city skyline, even the sky itself succumbed to an oppressive inky hue. The dim green light of the emergency lamp became the sole beacon in this lecture hall, casting eerie reflections on the terrified, contorted faces of the attendees. What is happening? Is this the apocalypse? My phone. It's completely unresponsive. Call for help. Quickly, find a way to alert someone. Panic spread rapidly through the confined space like a plague, fermenting. The cacophony of screams, cries, the clattering of overturned desks and chairs, and the relentless, intensifying patter from outside merged into a chaotic symphony of despair. Lin Fan stood frozen, his heart gripped by a frigid hand, nearly unable to breathe. In his 20 years of life, he had witnessed countless science fiction disaster films, yet none had ever felt as real and terrifying as this scene before him. This was not special effects, nor a dream. It was an incomprehensible reality unfolding before his eyes. Eternal night? The word flickered in his mind, only to be dismissed as an inappropriate thought in such dire circumstances. At the podium, several students surrounded the unconscious Professor Lee, frantically attempting to render assistance. Yet their lack of expertise and equipment rendered their efforts futile and helpless. Step back. Clear the air. A cool, authoritative voice rang out. It was Su Wanqing. Unbeknownst to him, she had left her seat and swiftly approached the podium. Her expression remained stoic, yet her usually distant eyes now shone with sharp determination. She crouched down, swiftly checking Professor Lee's carotid pulse and breathing. There's a pulse and breathing. It may be a sudden fainting spell, she assessed calmly, then raised her head, her gaze sweeping over the bewildered students surrounding her. Two of you, help me move the professor to a better ventilated area, lying flat. Who has a jacket? Use it as a cushion. Her directives were clear and precise, imbued with a strange calming power that slightly quelled the chaos in the vicinity. Immediately, a boy removed his jacket, and together with her, they carefully relocated Professor Lee to a more spacious aisle. Lin Fan watched Su Wanqing's diligent figure, his emotions a tangle of complexity. This Ice Queen is surprisingly reliable in a crisis. Just then, a loud bang reverberated from the back of the classroom, accompanied by the jarring sound of shattering glass. The crowd erupted into more piercing screams, everyone turning in terror to see. A high window, originally intended for ventilation, had been shattered, and a thick, inky rain mixed with shards of glass poured in. Even more chilling was the sight of a pale, soiled arm, streaked with black, reaching through the broken opening, clawing wildly, accompanied by a low, persistent hissing. The arm's movements were stiff and unnatural, entirely devoid of the fluidity expected from a living being. What on earth is out there? A girl collapsed to the ground, incoherent with fear. It's old Zhang. The security guard, old Zhang. A male student, near the back door, illuminated by a green glow, discerned the visage trapped at the jagged opening. His countenance instantly pale with terror. His eyes were entirely white. Blood streamed from him. The face, referred to as Uncle Zhang, could indeed be faintly recognized as that of the doorman, yet at this moment, it was grotesquely distorted, the eyes rolled back, devoid of pupils, revealing only a murky expanse of sclera. The corners of his mouth were stretched wide, oozing a mixture of blackened saliva, while an inhuman howl emanated from his throat. It appeared as though his forehead had been lacerated by glass, the blood flowing forth an ominously dark red, almost blackened. A feeble, trembling voice, reminiscent of a zombie, echoed within the deathly silence of the classroom. This term struck like a stone cast upon a frozen lake, shattering the last remnants of hope for all present. No, it cannot be. How could the horrors of film manifest in reality? Look at his appearance. And that sound. It is over. We are doomed. Despair surged like a tidal wave, engulfing everyone. Lin Fan felt a chilling sensation ascend from his feet to the crown of his head. Zombies. Black rain. Eternal night. What the hell is this surreal development? He would rather be trapped in a bizarre nightmare. Block the door. Quickly. Seal the back entrance. The boy who had recognized Uncle Zhang still maintained some composure, shouting loudly while joining several other boys who had reacted, pushing against the back door with all their might to prevent that thing from bursting in completely. However, the hissing and banging from outside did not originate from a single source. Increasingly bizarre figures began to sway outside the window. They were drawn to the commotion and dim light within the classroom, gathering like moths to a flame. The sticky sound of black rain thudding against the surface, mingled with the muffled thuds of bodies colliding with doors and windows, and the agonizing scratching noises, echoed from all directions. The classroom felt as though it had become a solitary lighthouse amidst a dark ocean, on the brink of being swallowed by the impending tide. The emergency lights flickered erratically, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Light had become the most extravagant and perilous commodity within this eternal darkness. Lin Fan instinctively reached into his pocket, discovering only a set of keys, an empty wallet, and the pen that had just been spinning moments ago. He surveyed the faces around him, each etched with fear and despair, listened to the increasingly frantic banging and howling outside, and glanced once more at Su Wanqing, who, though calm, wore a similarly pale expression at the podium. A profound sense of helplessness seized him. Thus, Lin Fan licked his dry, cracked lips, silently shouting within. Has the world suddenly become apocalyptic? And I, a defenseless recluse who spent last night gaming, am now to engage in a life-or-death escape with what appear to be zombies? Is this opening difficulty not a tad excessive? Darkness, thick as if it were tangible, enveloped everything. Meanwhile, the lethal black rain continued its relentless assault upon this world, plunged into eternal night and madness. Chapter 3. The lethal black rain and the transformation of roommates. The chaos within the classroom reached its zenith amidst despair. The back door trembled precariously against the incessantly scratching arm at the gaping window, and the increasing cacophony of impacts and howls from outside. The few boys blocking the door appeared pale, straining with all their might against the relentless force. The vibrations reverberating through the door grew increasingly violent, as if it were on the brink of being completely breached. We can't hold on much longer. Their strength is overwhelming. The emergency lights flickered wildly, casting a green glow that mirrored the frantic heartbeat of desperation, slicing through the distorted fear etched on each face. The front door. A few of you. Go check the front door, someone shouted hoarsely. Several brave boys rushed toward the classroom's front entrance, eager to ascertain the situation outside. However, as they drew near, they were met with the same heart-stopping sounds of scratching and low growls emanating from beyond the door. We are surrounded. This lecture hall has become a cage of darkness. It's over. We're trapped. What should we do? Are we going to die here? The cries and desperate sobs could no longer be contained. Lin Fan leaned against the cold wall, his heart racing to the point of escape from his chest. He clutched tightly to the lone pen he considered a weapon, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. How could this trivial object fend off zombies? It would hardly suffice for even a mere tickle. His gaze swept over the chaotic crowd, landing on Su Wanqing, who remained steadfast beside the unconscious Professor Li. She pressed her lips tightly together, her complexion appearing increasingly pallid under the green light, yet her eyes strove to maintain a semblance of calm. Around her, a small, relatively organized area seemed to form, as a few girls instinctively gathered around her and the professor, attempting to offer whatever meager assistance they could. This girl possesses remarkable composure, Lin Fan mused silently, but was soon engulfed by a wave of greater anxiety. Admiration aside, the pressing question remained: how do we survive? The black rain outside showed no signs of abating. In fact, it intensified, the sound of its relentless downpour almost drowning out the roars beyond the door. Just then, a boy near the window suddenly screamed in terror, retracting his hand just before it brushed against the window ledge. This rain. There's something wrong with this rain, he exclaimed. To their horror, they noticed thin wisps of faint white smoke rising from the areas where the black rain had soaked the window ledge in glass, accompanied by a faint sizzling sound reminiscent of cold water meeting hot oil. Corrosive? Lin Fan's pupils constricted, although the corrosiveness seemed mild. Far from the ability to instantly dissolve steel, what would it do to flesh and blood? The mere thought sent chills down his spine. We cannot let this rain touch us. We must avoid the black rain at all costs. A girl's voice, trembling with fear, echoed the collective dread. Panic escalated once more. Now, they were not only trapped in the classroom with the unknown, dangerous zombies outside, but even the prospect of escaping the building had become a distant fantasy. The outside was fraught with lethal black rain. Is there still no signal on our phones? Someone, unwilling to accept despair, attempted once more, only to be met with the same disheartening black screen. All modern means of communication had failed them in the face of this eerie, eternal night and the black rain. They were completely cut off from the outside world. Time dragged painfully slowly amid the overwhelming fear and oppression, each second stretching out like a century. It was unclear how long they had been in this state, perhaps a few minutes, perhaps half an hour, but the sounds of banging and growling from outside seemed to gradually recede. The several young men blocking the door felt an abrupt reduction in pressure, exchanging glances, hesitant to relax. Had they departed? It seemed they had been lured away by other sounds. Faintly, more screams and the sounds of collisions echoed from afar, suggesting that chaos was spreading throughout other parts of the campus. An opportunity. This was the sole chance to escape this confined prison. Now was the moment. Hurry, someone shouted. The instinct for survival overwhelmed fear, and the crowd surged forward like a flood breaching a dam, intent on rushing towards the front door. At this moment, all notions of order and calm were cast aside, leaving only the frenzied desire to flee. Don't push. One at a time. Who stepped on me? Lin Fan was swept along by the tide of people, moving forward against his will. He instinctively glanced back and saw Su Wanqing and two other young men struggling to lift the unconscious Professor Li, but they were hindered by the chaotic throng. Damn it! Lin Fan cursed inwardly. He could barely save himself, let alone offer assistance. He was propelled out of the classroom door by the crowd. The corridor was equally dark, illuminated only by the faint glow of green exit signs in the distance. The air was thick with an indescribable scent, a blend of rust and decay. The echoes of screams, footsteps, and the sounds of collisions and roars from various classrooms reverberated through the empty hallway, weaving a tapestry of hellish imagery. Lin Fan dared not linger, following the majority towards the staircase he remembered. His mind was consumed by a singular thought: return to the dormitory. His roommates, Wang Fatty and Little Glasses, were still in their quarters. What was happening over there? Along the way, he encountered more horrifying sights: bodies lying motionless on the ground, dark red, nearly black blood pooling beneath them, terrifying stains of the same hue splattered across the walls, and a few figures, like the peculiar old guard, wandering the corridor with blank eyes. Fortunately, these entities appeared sluggish and were not overly numerous, allowing most panicked students to narrowly evade them. With every ounce of strength, Lin Fan nearly tumbled down the stairs, bursting through the doors of the teaching building. The scene outside took his breath away. A thick darkness enveloped everything, with only the sporadic flicker of emergency lights or candle flames from distant buildings illuminating the night, resembling ghostly flames dancing in the eternal gloom. The black rain fell relentlessly, creating a cacophony. Amidst this downpour, he glimpsed more swaying figures, unresponsive to the deadly rain, aimlessly drifting in the darkness or drawn to any sound, emitting ravenous howls. Lin Fan gasped in horror, unwilling to look further, diving into the black curtain of rain. The icy droplets, tinged with a slight sting, struck his head, face, and body, soaking his clothes, which clung to his skin uncomfortably. The faint hissing sound seemed to resonate in his ears, sending chills down his spine. Just don't let it corrode me. I haven't even had a girlfriend yet. As he mentally berated himself to muster courage, he sprinted toward the dormitory area at breakneck speed. Along the way, he made a concerted effort to avoid the main roads, opting instead for narrow paths shielded by eaves or trees, evading the terrifying silhouettes that lurked in the rain and darkness. Several times, he nearly brushed past those entities, distinctly sensing the nauseating stench they exuded. At last, the familiar outline of the dormitory loomed in the gloom. The building appeared to be in disarray. Several windows flickered with candlelight or the glow of flashlights, and muffled shouts echoed faintly. Lin Fan, disregarding everything else, burst through the dormitory entrance and raced up the stairs to the 4th floor, arriving breathlessly at his room, 408. The door was tightly closed. Gasping for air, his heart pounding, he trembled as he fumbled for his keys. The jingling of the keys rang out sharply in the relatively quiet corridor. Fatty, Little Glasses, open the door. It's me, Lin Fan, he called in a hushed tone, fearful of attracting unwanted attention. Inside, hurried footsteps approached, followed by the sound of the lock turning. The door cracked open, revealing his roommate Wang Fatty, whose round face was painted with shock. Upon seeing Lin Fan, he exhaled in relief before swiftly pulling him inside, then slamming the door shut, locking it, and hurriedly dragging a nearby desk to barricade it. Brother Fan, you finally made it back. You scared us to death. Wang Fatty gasped, his face glistening with a mixture of sweat and rain, or perhaps the ominous black rain. The only source of light in the room was a solitary white candle, seemingly scavenged from somewhere, its flickering flame casting shadows that illuminated another roommate, Little Glasses, who sat pale as a ghost at the edge of his bed, clutching a fruit knife tightly in his hand. What on earth is happening outside? Little Glasses' voice trembled, tinged with a whimper. It suddenly turned dark. My phone and computer are both broken, and then I heard so many people shouting, along with those monstrous sounds. Leaning against the door, Lin Fan inhaled deeply, drenched and chilled to the bone, fear gripping him. He glanced at his equally panicked roommates before surveying the endless darkness and the relentless rain beyond the window. A profound sense of survival mingled with an even greater dread washed over him. The apocalypse might truly have arrived, Lin Fan said hoarsely, his voice raspy from running and terror. There are zombies outside, in this perilous black rain. He recounted his experiences in the classroom and on the way back in a hurried manner. Upon hearing his account, Wong Fatty and Little Glasses turned even paler, their eyes filled with disbelief and despair. Zombies. What are we going to do? Wong Fatty's voice quivered. First, we need to secure the dormitory. It's relatively safe for now. Lin Fan urged himself to remain calm. Let us see if there's anything useful we can find. Before he could finish his sentence, Little Glasses suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing. Cough, cough, cough. The intensity of his coughs escalated, and his body began to tremble slightly. Little Glasses? What is wrong with you? Wong Fatty asked with concern. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, directing his attention towards Little Glasses. In the flickering candlelight, the expression on the bespectacled boy's face appeared rather unsettling, not merely pale, but imbued with an air of desolation. His eyes, when he lifted his head, were obscured by the reflection from his glasses, rendering his gaze indiscernible. Yet, the corners of his mouth seemed to twitch uncontrollably, a glistening droplet, no, a strand of viscous saliva tinged with dark threads, trickled down. I think I might have gotten caught in the rain. His voice emerged, raspy and strained, accompanied by a faint, phlegm-like rasp from his throat. The expressions of Lin Fan and Wong Fatty transformed instantaneously. They gazed in horror as the bespectacled boy's body began to convulse unnaturally, writhing as his fingers contorted into grotesque claws. The rasping from his throat grew clearer, increasingly reminiscent of the sounds they had heard outside. Little Glasses. Wong Fatty stumbled back in fright, colliding with the cabinet behind him, producing a resonant crash. Lin Fan's heart plummeted, a chilling dread surging from his feet to the crown of his head. Was the deadly black rain not merely corrosive? Could it also transform a person into a beast? The boy, or rather the thing that had once been Little Glasses, suddenly lifted his head, revealing eyes that were now a murky gray-white behind the lenses. It emitted an unearthly roar, a sound devoid of humanity, filled with a ravenous thirst for flesh, and lunged toward Wong Fatty with a rigid yet swift motion. Fatty, be careful. Lin Fan's eyes widened in horror as he screamed. Inside the dormitory, the candlelight flickered violently, casting shadows of 3 distorted faces, 2 filled with terror, and 1 consumed by insatiable hunger. The perilous threat was not confined to the outside world. Chapter 4. Survival in the Dormitory. The first roar in desperation time seemed to freeze in that moment. Under the candle's glow, the once familiar roommate, Little Glasses, now bore a ghastly visage, eyes rolled back, and emitting a beastly rasp, exuding an indescribable stench as he lunged toward Wong Fatty with unnatural speed. By heavens! Wong Fatty, paralyzed by fear, felt his already portly form grow weaker in the face of this sudden calamity, his limbs turning to jelly as he instinctively raised his arms to shield himself. With a thunderous crash, the transformed roommate collided forcefully with Wong Fatty, sending both of them tumbling backward, crashing against the metal cabinet with a deafening clang. A fruit knife slipped from Wong Fatty's grasp, clattering to the ground. With a ghastly opening of its mouth, the creature revealed teeth glistening with dark saliva, poised to bite down upon Wong Fatty's thick neck. Fatty! Lin Fan's vision blurred with rage, a surge of adrenaline propelling him forward. In that instant, fear was eclipsed by an overwhelming instinct for survival and the primal urge to protect his companion. He could not stand idly by as Wong Fatty faced death before him. With no time for contemplation or to seek a more effective weapon, Lin Fan acted on pure instinct, charging forward and colliding violently with the zombie from the side. Get away! He exerted all his strength, driving his shoulder hard into the creature's ribcage. The zombie's attempt to bite was abruptly interrupted, causing its body to stagger and tilt sideways. Yet, its fingers clung to Wong Pengzi's arm with a grip as unyielding as iron, its nails digging painfully into the flesh, leaving behind several crimson gashes. Ah, it hurts. Fangu, save me. Wong Pengzi screamed in agony, struggling desperately. But his strength alone was insufficient to break free from the monstrous creature, now imbued with a terrifying power post-transformation. Lin Fan, too, was jolted backward by the recoil. But he quickly regained his footing and spotted a fruit knife that had fallen at his feet. Without a moment's hesitation, he bent down to retrieve it, the cold touch of the blade offering a slight clarity amidst the chaos. "I'm sorry," he silently murmured in his heart, a mixture of fear, sorrow, and resolve coursing through him. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Lin Fan gripped the fruit knife tightly and drove it mercilessly into the arm of the zombie that was clutching Wang Pengzi. The sound of the blade piercing flesh was a sickening thud. Dark red, nearly black blood gushed forth instantly. However, the zombie merely trembled slightly and let out an even more frenzied howl, its grip remaining unyielding. It even turned its head, fixing its grayish-white gaze upon Lin Fan. Mouth agape, preparing to lunge. Ineffectual. This isn't how it's portrayed in the movies. A wave of dread washed over Lin Fan as he felt a chill envelop his body. Attacking its limbs had proven futile. Must he aim for the head? But he could not bring himself to do it. That was his roommate, his companion, even transformed into a monster. He could not bear to pierce the skull of that familiar face. In that moment of hesitation, the zombie seemed to discern that Lin Fan posed a greater threat. Releasing Wang Pengzi and lunging towards him instead. "Fan Go, be careful," Wang Pengzi yelled, scrambling backward in terror. The stench of decay rushed towards Lin Fan. He could even see the black filaments clinging to the creature's teeth. Instinctively, he raised the fruit knife to defend himself, but the zombie bit down on the blade, producing a grotesque, grinding sound. The immense force propelled Lin Fan backward until his back collided with the dormitory door, causing the desk behind it to scrape loudly as it was displaced. With no retreat left, the fruit knife groaned under the strain of the zombie's ravenous bites. Lin Fan's arm trembled violently from exertion, and he could almost smell the nauseating stench emanating from its mouth. His strength was waning. Was he destined to perish here? To die at the hands of his former roommate? No. He refused to succumb. A fierce surge of defiance and rage erupted within him like a volcano. He did not wish to become a mindless monster like those pitiful souls outside. He had not yet lived enough. "Get away from me." Lin Fan expended his last ounce of strength, letting out a primal roar, not of fear, but of a raw, instinctual desire to survive. At that very moment, as his desperate cry filled with the will to live erupted forth, something extraordinary occurred. The zombie, which had been frantically gnawing at the blade, abruptly froze. Its murky grayish-white eyes seemed to momentarily reflect confusion. Then, the force of its bites diminished, and it awkwardly recoiled by half a step, the guttural sounds from its throat subsiding into a low, meaningless gurgle. It no longer attacked. It merely tilted its head, gazing at Lin Fan with those vacant eyes, as if trying to discern something, or perhaps awaiting a command. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned, his arms still poised in a defensive stance, his heart racing as though it might leap from his throat. What was happening? Had it stopped? Wang Fatty, equally dumbfounded, stared at this bizarre scene. Forgetting the pain in his arm, mouth agape, unable to utter a sound. The dormitory was enveloped in an eerie silence, interrupted only by the faint crackle of the candle flames and the distant, chaotic sounds that belonged to this apocalyptic backdrop. Lin Fan observed the motionless figure before him, once known as Little Glasses, now a zombie. An absurd yet oddly fitting thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Could it be? Tentatively, he spoke to the zombie in a trembling voice, issuing a simple command: "Step back." The zombie emitted a vague gurgle from its throat, and then, with a somewhat stiff motion, it actually took a small step backward. Lin Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Fatty gasped sharply, pointing at the zombie, his finger trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's. It listens to you, Brother Fan." Lin Fan remained silent, his gaze fixated on the zombie, his heart pounding with excitement and incredulity. He took a deep breath, striving to quell the tumultuous emotions within him, and tried again. "Turn around." The zombie slowly complied, its joints creaking as it turned its back to Lin Fan. "Crouch down." The zombie obeyed, albeit awkwardly, but it indeed executed the command. "What the hell?" Lin Fan exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. The immense shock temporarily overshadowed his fear and sorrow. He could control zombies. In this world where despair and panic reigned, he, Lin Fan, an utterly ordinary university student, had somehow acquired the ability to command the undead, though it seemed, for now, he could only control this one. This zombie transformed from his roommate? What was this? A beginner's gift pack? Or perhaps a tribute to a fallen comrade, bestowing boundless powers? Lin Fan's emotions were a whirlwind, filled with the exhilaration of newfound abilities and a flicker of hidden hope, intertwined with the grief and absurdity of his roommate's fate. He gazed at the zombie's back, quietly crouched, momentarily at a loss whether to cry or laugh. Thus, Lin Fan licked his dry lips, feeling the relentless thumping of his heart, murmuring to himself, "Is this my golden finger?" In the depths of despair, the first cry for survival seemed to awaken something extraordinary. The immediate crisis in the dormitory was averted, yet the eternal night beyond the window remained profound, and the torrential dark rain continued to pour. This world had gone utterly mad, and Lin Fan's journey for survival in this apocalypse had quietly begun in a manner he had never anticipated. Chapter 5, A Dead End? I can bring the zombie to a halt. In the dormitory, the candlelight flickered. The air seemed to have solidified, leaving only the heavy breaths of Lin Fan. The gasping sounds of Wang Fatty, born from pain and fear, and the occasional meaningless low gurgles from the zombie quietly crouched in the corner, facing away from them. Absurd, eerie, and utterly unbelievable. Lin Fan gazed at his hands, then at the obediently squatting zombie, his mind a chaotic whirl. His racing heart had yet to fully settle, and a chilling mix of exhilaration and trepidation coursed through him, causing a slight tremor throughout his body. Brother Fan, Wang Fatty, clutching his bleeding arm, spoke in a trembling voice, his eyes fixed on the hunched figure, then darting nervously back to Lin Fan. What on earth is happening? Can you control him? Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan forced himself to regain composure. He approached Wang Fatty and examined the injury on his arm. Deep gashes marred his flesh, blood flowing profusely, a sight both shocking and distressing. Does it hurt? Lin Fan inquired, brow furrowed. Of course it hurts. Wang Fatty grimaced, yet it seemed to be merely a standard scratch. He hesitated, a deeper fear creeping into his expression. I'm not going to turn into that, am I? This was also Lin Fan's greatest concern. In countless literary works, wounds inflicted by zombies often heralded fatal infection. First, we must tend to the wound, Lin Fan declared decisively. There was no use pondering further. Fatty, the medical kit should still be in its usual place, right? On the top of the cabinet. Lin Fan instructed Wang Fatty to sit by the edge of the bed, while he cast a wary glance at the still crouching zombie. Then, he swiftly approached the cabinet, tiptoeing to retrieve the dust-covered plastic medical kit. Upon opening the box, he found only basic supplies, adhesive bandages, iodine swabs, and a small roll of gauze. With the apocalypse just beginning, these seemingly mundane items now appeared exceedingly precious. Lin Fan carefully disinfected Wang Fatty's wound with iodine, eliciting sharp gasps from him. He then awkwardly bandaged the injury, temporarily staunching the bleeding. Let us hope it's nothing, Lin Fan mused, gazing at the hastily wrapped wound, yet uncertainty lingered in his heart. For now, they could only take one step at a time. Once the wound was treated, their gazes once again converged on the entity in the corner. It remained in its squatting position, resembling a grotesque sculpture. The flickering candlelight cast unsettling shadows upon it, enhancing its sinister presence. Brother Fan, it really listens to you? Wang Fatty whispered, as if fearing to disturb the thing. Lin Fan nodded, his emotions a tangle. He attempted to issue another command, stand up. The zombie complied, slowly rising. Its movements still stiff, joints emitting faint clicks. Walk to the door. The zombie turned, shuffling awkwardly, and accurately positioned itself next to the tightly shut dormitory door, then halted, facing the entrance, utterly still. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Wang Fatty stared, momentarily forgetting his pain, wonder, and an indescribable glimmer in his eyes. Brother Fan, you've awakened some extraordinary ability. Like in the novels. Incredible. Yet Lin Fan did not share his optimism. He scrutinized the obedient zombie, his brow knitted in concern. Though the ability has manifested, its precise workings remain shrouded in mystery. Lin Fan methodically contemplated the extent of his control. How many could he command? What was the range of this influence? For how long could he maintain it? Moreover, he pointed toward the zombie by the door, pondering how much of its former instincts or memories lingered. What was its combat capability? These questions loomed unanswered. Most critically, for what purposes could this ability be harnessed? Was it merely to prevent a zombie from attacking him? At that moment, a resounding thud echoed from the corridor outside, accompanied by increasingly frantic shrieks. It was clear that the commotion from the dormitory, the anguished cries of Wang Pengzi, and the thunderous impacts against the door had attracted other lurking horrors nearby. Panic surged through Wang Pengzi's face, draining it of color as he disregarded his wounded arm, scrambling to hide behind Lin Fan. They've been drawn here. Bang, bang. The sounds of impact grew more intense and violent, causing the flimsy wooden door to shudder violently, with dust cascading from the frame. The desk braced against the door began to shift, emitting a grating noise. It won't hold much longer, Wang Pengzi cried, his voice tinged with desperation. Just as hope flickered into view, was it about to be extinguished once more? Lin Fan felt his heart leap into his throat. He gazed at the precarious door and then at his zombie roommate, who stood obediently by the entrance. A bold and reckless thought, like a flash of lightning in the dark, suddenly illuminated his mind. Could control extend beyond mere stasis? Could he compel it to perform other actions? Lin Fan's gaze sharpened, his focus intensifying as he directed a new, specific command at the zombie by the door. Block the door. Prevent the creatures outside from entering. In that instant, the zombie's body seemed to tremble slightly. Its hollow, grayish eyes turned toward the quaking door, emitting a deep growl that was unlike its previous roars, more akin to a threat. Then, to Lin Fan and Wang Pengzi's astonished gaze, it abruptly pivoted, forcefully pressing its somewhat frail frame against the door. Bang! Another fierce impact resonated from outside. But this time, The tremors of the door were markedly diminished. It truly was using its body to barricade the entrance. Though its strength did not appear significantly greater than the zombies battering against the door, it was indeed executing the command, resolutely resisting the onslaught from outside. It works. It's holding, Wang Pengzi exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement, pointing toward the door in a frenzy of words. Lin Fan exhaled a long, relieved breath, his taut nerves loosening slightly as a cold sweat drenched his back. It is indeed effective. His ability could not only halt the zombies, but also transform them into a tool. A zombie roommate turned into a barricade? The sensation was a tumult of emotions. Absurd beyond belief. Yet, regardless of the surreal nature of the situation, the immediate crisis seemed momentarily alleviated. The sounds of impact and growls outside persisted. Yet with the reinforcement of the zombie barricade, the dormitory door remained momentarily secure. Lin Fan slid down against the wall, feeling utterly drained. In less than an hour, he had experienced the cataclysmic collapse of his world, a life-and-death struggle, and inexplicably acquired a bizarre ability. The influx of information was overwhelming, and he required time to assimilate it. Wang, the portly companion, slumped on the floor, gazing at the zombie pressing its back firmly against the door. His expression a complex blend of fear, relief, and a tinge of sorrow. "Brother Fan, what shall we do next?" Wang croaked, his voice hoarse. Lin Fan lifted his gaze toward the all-consuming perpetual night outside, listening to the incessant patter of what seemed to be an endless black rain, then glanced at the few remaining candles in the corner. "Survive," Lin Fan uttered softly, yet his tone carried an unprecedented resolve. "Find a way, survive." His eyes once again fell upon the zombie straining against the door. In this dire predicament, this unfathomable ability might just serve as his first stepping stone to endure in this wretched apocalypse. However, this stone had come at the cost of his roommate's life. Lin Fan clenched his fists, silently adding, "Moreover, I must discern the true nature of this situation." Chapter 6. The Initial Test of Abilities. Go, Zombie Minion. The sounds of banging and growling outside continued for nearly 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. It seemed the creatures had realized this tough nut was temporarily unyielding and were distracted by commotion elsewhere, stumbling away. The dormitory returned to a fragile tranquility, punctuated only by the faint crackle of the burning candle and Wang's heavy breaths, laden with fear and pain from his wounds. The mutated zombie, once a bespectacled student, remained steadfastly pressed against the door, motionless, resembling a diligent guardian deity, if one could overlook its contorted posture and ashen eyes. Lin Fan slowly rose. Feeling his legs still somewhat unsteady, he approached the door, cautiously peering through the peephole. The corridor lay shrouded in dimness, with only vague silhouettes swaying in the distance and indistinct dark stains on the floor. For now, it was safe. He exhaled in relief, his gaze drifting to the zombie barricade before him, his emotions still in turmoil. Grief was temporarily subdued by the urgency of survival. This was not the time for mourning. "Wang, how are you feeling?" Lin Fan inquired, turning back. Wang's face was drawn, and he raised his bandaged arm. "It doesn't hurt too much now. Just a bit numb." "Brother Fan, do you think I won tea?" "Don't scare yourself," Lin Fan interrupted, though he too felt uncertain within. "Let us observe first. The immediate priority is to ascertain our current situation and understand the nature of my ability." His gaze again focused on the zombie that had once been his roommate. A preliminary plan began to form in his mind. "We need to conduct an experiment," Lin Fan declared, his eyes gleaming with the fervor of a seeker of knowledge. "We must discover the limits of this ability." "An experiment? How do we do that?" Wang inquired, drawing closer with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. Though he dared not come too near, Lin Fan did not respond immediately. Instead, he concentrated and issued a new command to the zombie: "Step away from the door and move to the center of the room." The zombie's body stiffened momentarily before it obediently turned around, moving with a rigid gait towards the central open area of the dormitory, where it halted, facing Lin Fan. It turned, raised its hand, squatted down, and stood up again. Lin Fan issued a series of straightforward commands, which the zombie executed with unwavering precision. Although its movements were slow and clumsy, there was no hint of hesitation or resistance. It appeared utterly obedient to his orders. As Lin Fan observed, he quietly assessed its actions, noting the stiffness and lack of flexibility. When it had previously collided with him, he sensed that its strength was slightly greater than that of an average adult male, though still limited. Wang Pengzi, witnessing this scene, gradually shed his fear and felt a surge of excitement. "Wow, this is just like controlling minions in an RTS game. Point and they act. That's essentially the idea." Lin Fan nodded, though his brow remained furrowed. However, the control panel was far less clear than in a game. He endeavored to sense more. When he concentrated on the zombie, a vague, almost imperceptible connection seemed to exist between them. It was faint, akin to a poorly tuned radio signal, yet undeniably present. Through this connection, he could issue commands and also vaguely perceive the entity's state. Hollow, lifeless, reduced to mere instinct and the impulse to obey commands. What about the control range? Lin Fan pondered aloud, then commanded the zombie, "Step back," all the way to the wall. The zombie began to shuffle backwards until its back pressed against the opposite wall. He could sense that his connection, as he carefully explored it, did not noticeably diminish with distance. At least within the confines of the dormitory, it seemed reliable. Next came the most critical test. Lin Fan drew a deep breath, pointing towards a fruit knife smeared with dark blood that lay near the door. He issued a more complex command: "Pick up that knife and hand it to me." This directive entailed multiple steps: identify the target, the knife, move towards it, execute the action, pick it up, return, and then perform another action, hand it over. The zombie paused briefly, its grayish eyes seemingly fixating on the knife on the floor. Then, it slowly bent down, its movements exceedingly uncoordinated, almost losing its balance, yet it managed to grasp the knife's handle with its stiff fingers. It straightened up, knife in hand, and cautiously made its way back to Lin Fan, then raised its arm, extending the hand that held the knife towards him. The entire process took nearly half a minute. Its clumsy actions were exasperating, yet it succeeded. Lin Fan accepted the fruit knife, now stained with dark red blood and black smudges, his emotions complex. The handle still bore the chilling touch of the zombie. "We did it. It can actually work," Wang Pengzi exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement, which aggravated his wound, causing him to grimace in pain, yet his exhilaration was unmistakable. "Brother Fan, this ability is incredible. It's like having free labor, and the kind that doesn't fear death or fatigue." Lin Fan weighed the fruit knife in his hand. Glancing at the motionless zombie before him, a thought becoming increasingly clear: the potential for labor might extend beyond mere tasks. His gaze sharpened. "Pengzi, our situation is dire. The door is temporarily blocked, but what about food and water?" Wang Pengzi was momentarily taken aback, the excitement on his face swiftly giving way to a palpable anxiety. He hurriedly rose to his feet and, alongside Lin Fan, began to rummage through the dormitory. The outcome was disheartening. The meager stockpile consisted of a few bags of potato chips and instant noodles, half a bag of biscuits from the small glasses cabinet, and a solitary bottle and a half of mineral water left by Lin Fan. This was the entirety of their provisions. Such a scanty supply, if rationed, would not last more than 2 days. Wang Pengzi's complexion turned ashen. Water was especially insufficient. The water tap in the dormitory building had long ceased to function, evidently a casualty of the infrastructure's collapse under the relentless night and torrential rain. "We must venture out in search of supplies," Lin Fan spoke gravely. "Being trapped here leads only to a dead end. Go out." Wang Pengzi trembled in fear, pointing towards the door. "Outside is swarming with those things. How can we possibly go out?" Lin Fan's gaze slowly settled on their quiet, zombified roommate. "Thus, we require a scout, a pathfinder," he continued, a trace of reluctant resolve curving his lips, or perhaps, a tool to utilize the undead. He approached the window, cautiously parting the curtain. Below, a few scattered zombies meandered through the ring. Although the corridor had fallen silent, danger still lingered nearby. It can draw attention, test the waters of peril, and when necessary, serve as a meat shield. "We can follow in relative safety," Lin Fan spoke with a calmness that bordered on ruthlessness. Wang Pengzi opened his mouth, contemplating a protest about the cruelty of using their former companion, but the sight of the empty food wrappers and the dull ache in his own wound silenced him. In this apocalyptic world, survival trumped the luxury of sentiment. "The first step is to clear our floor," Lin Fan outlined their initial objective, ensuring that the path to the staircase was relatively safe while also scouting for any remaining supplies in other dorms. He focused intently and issued commands to the zombie tool: "Approach the door and prepare yourself. Once I open the door, you will be the first to go out, attacking any moving targets that fall within your line of sight and have not received my command to refrain from attacking." A deep, guttural sound emanated from the zombie's throat in acknowledgement before it stepped forward to the door, adopting a primitive stance ready to pounce. Lin Fan took a deep breath and signaled for Wang Pengzi to wield another makeshift weapon, a drying pole, positioning himself behind Lin Fan. He grasped a fruit knife tightly, while his other hand slowly clutched the edge of the desk barricading the door. The tension escalated once more, not merely an amalgamation of fear and despair, but interwoven with a resolve to take the initiative in a tentative exploration of using this bizarre ability to carve out a path in the desolate world. "Are you ready?" Lin Fan whispered to Wang Pengzi, as though inquiring of himself as well. Wang Pengzi nodded vigorously. Though his complexion remained pale, a newfound fierceness flickered in his eyes. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened as he abruptly dragged the desk aside and swiftly unlocked the door. Click. The door creaked open slightly. "Go," Lin Fan silently urged. Upon receiving the command, the zombie tool, without the slightest hesitation, forcefully crashed through the door, emitting a hoarse roar as it charged into the dimly lit and perilous corridor. Lin Fan's abilities were now being put to the test in a true combat scenario for the very first time. Chapter 7. The Water Crisis and Absurd Solutions. The dormitory door slammed shut behind them with a resounding thud, as Wang, in a flurry of panic, hastily barricaded it with his desk, as if to shut out all the horrors lurking beyond. Leaning against the door, he gasped for breath. His face flushed from the earlier tension and brief sprint. Did we succeed? He asked Lin Fan, disbelief evident in his eyes. Lin Fan, also leaning against the door, strained to listen to the sounds outside. The cacophony of roars, impacts, and a nauseating tearing noise subsided within a minute, giving way to a sticky, dragging sound of footsteps, which paced back and forth outside. It was his zombie tool executing the follow-up directive to patrol the corridor. Yes, it has been temporarily cleared, Lin Fan sighed in relief, feeling the sweat pooling in his palms. The first time he had actively commanded a zombie to attack its kind. The faint sensation of its murderous instinct through their mental link sent an unsettling shiver down his spine. He peered through the peephole again. In the dim corridor, he could only see his loyal tool moving mechanically back and forth, seemingly stepping on something indistinct and dark. The two previously wandering figures had vanished into the distance. Water. Brother Shui, Wang exclaimed, licking his cracked lips, eagerly raising a half bottle of mineral water salvage from an empty dormitory next door, his eyes glinting with greed. This was their sole reward for the earlier risky endeavor. They had eliminated 3 stray zombies in the 4th floor corridor. The process could be characterized as Lin Fan's tactical maneuver of using numbers to their advantage. Albeit with just one on his side, rummaged through several vacant dormitories, and found only this half bottle of water and a few packs of damp biscuits. The food crisis had been alleviated somewhat, yet the threat of water scarcity loomed like a sword over their heads. How long could this half bottle sustain the two of them? Lin Fan, parched to the point of discomfort, calmly took the bottle, twisted off the cap, and cautiously sipped a tiny amount, moistening his lips and throat before handing it back to Wang. Make it last. You can only have a sip as well. Wang gazed at the remaining water, swallowed hard, and ultimately resisted the urge to gulp it down, mimicking Lin Fan's careful approach by taking just a small sip. The cool liquid coursed down his parched throat, offering a fleeting sense of relief that only intensified the agony of their thirst. This won't do, Lin Fan thought, observing the water level drop rapidly. His brow furrowed in concern. They needed to find a stable water source. But where could they find water? Wang lamented, his face drawn, as the building's water supply had long since been cut off. There was a river outside, but who would dare drink from it, tainted by the ominous black rain? The black rain, deadly, potentially corrosive and mutagenic. Who could guarantee that the river water, contaminated by the black rain, was safe to drink? The dormitory fell silent, save for the relentless sound of rain outside and the rhythmic, albeit chilling, patter of patrolling footsteps beyond the door. Lin Fan's gaze unconsciously swept across the dormitory, taking in the disheveled beds, scattered books, and empty instant noodle containers. Ultimately, his eyes settled in the direction of the balcony. Their dormitory boasted a small balcony, typically used for drying clothes and storing miscellaneous items. At this moment, the balcony was equally in disarray. Several garments flapped in the wind, entangled with one another, while a few flower pots lay toppled on the ground, soil strewn everywhere. Outside the balcony, a relentless curtain of black rain continued to fall. Suddenly, an absurd thought flitted through Lin Fan's mind. Fatty, he pointed at the cacophony of black rain outside. Do you think there's a way to handle this rain? Handle? Wang Fatty was taken aback, struggling to comprehend. How would we handle it? Filter it? Boil it? But it looks ominous. Who knows if boiling it would make it even more toxic? Not that kind of handling. Lin Fan's expression grew somewhat peculiar as he gazed outside. I mean, perhaps we could find a volunteer to help us collect some rainwater for research? Wang Fatty followed his gaze to the door and instantly grasped his implication, his eyes widening in disbelief. Brother Fan, you mean to let, he gestured towards the door, it go out in the rain? To collect it back? This idea is utterly insane. To let a zombie encounter that lethal black rain? Even though it is already a zombie, who knows if it would mutate again, or simply disintegrate? Then we would lose our only tool. It is no longer a living person. Lin Fan's voice was calm, imbued with a necessary coldness suitable for this apocalyptic world. The black rain is highly toxic to the living, but what about it? Look at those wandering outside. Aren't they all drenched in the rain? Are they suffering any consequences? Wang Fatty paused, realization dawning upon him. Indeed, the zombies outside were meandering in the black rain without any apparent issues. But would we dare use the rainwater that we collect? He still felt a chill in his heart. So it's merely for research. Lin Fan approached the balcony door, pulling it open a crack, allowing the damp, chilly air mixed with the sound of rain to rush in. He pointed to a dust-covered, empty plastic basin in the corner of the balcony. Use that to collect it. Let the tool go fetch it. We will observe from behind the door. The plan was rough, even bordering on fanciful. Yet, In a situation of extreme scarcity, any possibility was worth exploring. Lin Fan concentrated and issued new instructions to the patrolling zombie tool outside. A few minutes later, the dormitory door was cautiously opened once more. The zombie tool lumbered in, its body dripping with the black rain, covered in droplets, yet it exhibited no signs of discomfort or further mutation. In its hands, it cradled the empty plastic basin. Under Lin Fan's command, it staggered toward the balcony door. Lin Fan swiftly opened the balcony door, and the zombie tool stepped outside, placing the basin in the center of the balcony, right where the rain could directly pour into it. The black raindrops pattered down into the empty basin, quickly forming a thin layer of pitch-black liquid at the bottom. Lin Fan and Wang Fatty observed anxiously from behind the glass door. The black water accumulated more and more, appearing indistinguishable from ordinary rainwater apart from its color. There was no smoke, no corrosion at the bottom of the basin. It simply lay there in eerie silence. Did everything seem fine? Wang Fatty pressed his face against the glass, his eyes wide with uncertainty. Lin Fan remained cautious, unwilling to let his guard down. He commanded the zombie assistant to stand in the rain a little longer until the basin accumulated about half a pot of dark water before ordering it to bring the basin back. The zombie assistant, stiff and lifeless, returned to the dormitory, holding the half basin of murky water. Lin Fan promptly secured the balcony door. The basin of dark water was placed in the center of the room, emanating an indescribable, faint odor of blood. Under the candlelight, it appeared profoundly black, as if it could absorb all light. The two men exchanged glances, contemplating their next move. What now? Wang Fatty asked, instinctively taking a step back. Should we boil it? What if it explodes? Lin Fan scoffed, but quickly fell into deep thought. Drinking it outright was undoubtedly suicidal, but leaving it as is. His gaze swept across the dormitory, finally resting on a small, dusty portable water purifier beneath Wang Fatty's bed. It was a gadget Wang Fatty had impulsively purchased for a camping trip that he never ended up using. It seemed to operate on the principle of activated carbon and multiple filtration layers. Fatty, bring out your dusty purifier. What? Can that even work? This isn't ordinary dirty water. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Lin Fan sighed, knowing they had to try. They cautiously scooped some dark water from the basin with a cup and poured it into the purifier's inlet. The process was nerve-wracking. Fearing the water might possess corrosive properties or suddenly activate, the purifier emitted a faint buzzing sound, beginning its task. Minutes later, the first drop of water dripped from the outlet, still black. Useless, Wang Fatty exclaimed in disappointment. Yet Lin Fan stared at the droplet of black water, furrowing his brow. He took a clean cup and caught a few more drops. Then, he compared it with the half bottle of mineral water he had left. The color seemed slightly lighter. It was no longer pure black, but rather a murky dark gray. Perhaps it was having some effect? Lin Fan felt uncertain. Is there a difference? It still looks black to me. Wang Fatty leaned closer to scrutinize. Continue filtering. Lin Fan resolved to intensify their efforts. They poured the dark gray water back into the purifier for a second filtration. This time, the resulting water was lighter, transforming into a pale gray, resembling water from a long unmaintained fish tank. Can we drink this? Wang Fatty stared at the cup of pale gray water, his expression contorted. Lin Fan was equally unsure. He gazed at the cup, then at the loyal zombie assistant standing by. A more absurd idea sprang to mind. He pointed at the cup of pale gray water and issued a command to the zombie assistant. You, take a sip and see. Wang Fatty. Without hesitation, the zombie assistant moved stiffly forward, grasped the cup, and poured about a mouthful of the pale gray water into its gaping mouth, which dripped with dark saliva. It then set the cup down and stood motionless once more. Lin Fan and Wang Fatty held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on it. 1 second, 2 seconds. 3 seconds passed, yet the zombie automaton exhibited no changes. It neither melted, nor exploded, nor displayed any signs of madness. It seemed to merely allow the water to flow through its mouth and esophagus, as if nothing were amiss. Wang, the stout fellow, spoke with a tremor in his voice. Lin Fan felt a knot form in his throat. He issued another command. How do you feel? Instantly, he realized the absurdity of his question. What feelings could a zombie possibly possess? The automaton emitted a meaningless gurgle from its throat. Clearly, no answers would be forthcoming. Lin Fan gazed at the basin of black water, then at the filtered liquid that had lightened in color, and finally at the unscathed zombie automaton. A bold notion began to crystallize in his mind. Perhaps this simply filtered black rainwater posed no threat to the undead, and may not even be lethally toxic to the living? Or could its toxicity have diminished? Naturally, he would never dare to test it himself. Still, they had discovered a means of obtaining water. Although the source was peculiar and the process harrowing, what could be more crucial in this apocalyptic world than survival? Lin Fan regarded the basin of black water with an absurd calm, stating, Our water crisis has, for the time being, found a rather unconventional solution. Wang looked at the basin with an expression akin to having swallowed a fly. "I'd rather die of thirst," he muttered under his breath. Lin Fan shot him a glance. "When the time comes, you won't feel that way." Thus, through this bizarre experimentation and the zombies' toxic trial, an unorthodox method of acquiring water was established. Despite the uncertainties that loomed, they had at least glimpsed a sliver of hope. In this despairing, eternal night, even a hint of hope tinged with dark humor was enough to spur perseverance. Chapter 8. The Cry for Help from the Balcony. Iceberg School Belle Su Wanqing. Relying on the basin of eerily colored rainwater, which had undergone rudimentary filtration and been deemed non-toxic by the zombie automaton, at least to itself, Lin Fan and Wang managed to alleviate their immediate thirst. Each time they drank from the pale gray liquid, both had to undergo a rigorous mental exercise. Yet the instinct for survival ultimately triumphed over their psychological discomfort. Let us just think of it as a concoction of Banlangen. Wang pinched his nose and gulped down a mouthful, his expression contorted as he sought to self-soothe. Lin Fan remained silent, meticulously dividing the water into strict portions. He knew this was not a sustainable solution. The filtration efficiency was low, the water quality dubious, and relying on rainwater from the balcony was not always safe. Just yesterday, a mutated crow had attempted to crash into the balcony, only to be driven off by the loyal zombie automaton wielding a clothes pole, which Lin Fan had recently equipped it with as a long-range weapon. Their operational range remained confined to the fourth-floor corridor and a few vacant dormitories, thanks to the tireless patrols and cleansings conducted by the zombie automaton. This level had temporarily become a relative safe zone. Yet, their food reserves were still critically low, the scavenged biscuits and instant noodles were vanishing rapidly. They needed to devise a plan to venture downstairs, perhaps to the cafeteria or the convenience store. Lin Fan gazed out into the eternal darkness, speaking in a low voice. While the zombie automaton was undoubtedly useful, it seemed to possess limitations in control range and mental burden, and he dared not command it to venture too far. As Wang Pengzi was about to nod in agreement, suddenly, his ears perked up, and he dashed to the window, raising a finger to his lips. "Shoo, Fan Ge, listen." Lin Fan immediately held his breath and concentrated. Beyond the incessant patter of the black rain and the distant, muffled roars, a faint yet distinct voice pierced through the curtain of rain, intermittently drifting upwards. "Is anyone there? Help! Help!" It was a woman's voice, laced with tremors and despair. It bore a subtle hint of its original coldness. Lin Fan and Wang Pengzi exchanged a glance, both startled by the revelation. Was there another survivor in this male dormitory? And a female at that? The source of the voice seemed to be emanating from their very building. Cautiously, the two drew back a corner of the curtain and peered out, following the sound downwards. The voice originated from the third floor, directly opposite the balcony of the dormitory below them, with the faint glow of candlelight or flashlight seeping through the other windows. They could just make out a figure crouching behind the railing of the third-floor balcony, a silhouette clad in light-colored clothing, with long hair. She was desperately waving a strip of fabric that appeared to have been torn from a bedsheet towards them. "Indeed, someone is there," Wang Pengzi whispered excitedly. However, as Lin Fan discerned the face illuminated by the dim light, still radiant yet now etched with terror and pallor, his pupils constricted in shock. Su Wanqing, the very same Ice Queen he had secretly admired in class just moments before the apocalypse descended. What was she doing on the third floor of the boys' dormitory? Memories rushed back to that fateful classroom, where amidst chaos, Su Wanqing maintained her composure, directing aid to the fainted Professor Li. Eventually, as the crowd panicked and fled, he had been too preoccupied to notice her departure. To think that she had escaped to the boys' dormitory and was right below them. Indeed, it's the school goddess Su. Wang Pengzi recognized her too, his eyes wide with astonishment, his tone brimming with the exhilaration of a fan encountering their idol, despite the surreal nature of the scene. How could she possibly be here? At that moment, Su Wanqing was devoid of her usual coldness and aloofness. Her hair was disheveled, her complexion as pale as parchment, and her lips cracked from dehydration and fear. She waved the fabric vigorously, tilting her head upwards. Her eyes filled with a final glimmer of hope and the brink of despair. "Is anyone up there? Please, save me." Her voice trembled, fragmented. "They're about to break down the door. I can't hold on much longer." As if to corroborate her words, a more violent and relentless banging echoed from below, accompanied by the familiar, frenzied growls of zombies. Clearly, the door to her dormitory was on the verge of being breached. What should we do? Fan Ge. Wang Pengzi's panic was palpable as he turned to Lin Fan. Save her? How do we save her? The situation below is unclear. There might be more than just a couple of zombies. Not saving her. Are we really going to stand by and watch the school's acknowledged goddess perish? Lin Fan's heart raced. To rescue Su Wanqing would undeniably entail significant risk. His abilities had thus far only confirmed his capacity to control a single zombie, the one beside him, and the circumstances below remained unknown. Recklessly venturing down could very well jeopardize both himself and Wang Pengzi. However, as he gazed at the figure on the balcony below, desperately waving a piece of cloth, memories of her calmly directing in the classroom flooded his mind. A girl who, even in the face of despair, strived to maintain her reason and agency should not meet such a tragic end here. Moreover, an inexplicable instinctual desire to protect, perhaps intertwined with a faint, secret affection from before the apocalypse, propelled him forward. Prepare yourself. Lin Fan inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening as he reached a decision. We shall save her. Really? Are we going for it? Wang, the rotund companion, though initially excited, felt trepidation at the thought of embarking on such a risky endeavor. How do we save her? Do we attack? A direct confrontation is unfeasible. Lin Fan shook his head, his eyes sweeping the balcony. We shall use a rope to pull her up. Their dormitory had sturdy nylon rope typically used for drying bedding. This seemed the most viable and relatively controlled option. You, with your strength, will pull the rope from above. I will go down to assist her. Lin Fan swiftly assigned tasks. You're going down? That is far too dangerous. Wang protested. I must descend. Lin Fan pointed to the silent zombie aide standing nearby. It can protect me and, when necessary, draw fire. You stay above to ensure the rope and our escape route are secure. That is paramount. Wang glanced at the zombie aide, then at Lin Fan's resolute expression. Realizing he could not dissuade him, reluctantly, he nodded. All right. Be careful, Brother Fan. I will hold the rope tight. Without further delay, the duo sprang into action. Wang securely fastened one end of the nylon rope to the heavy iron bed frame in their dormitory and tossed the other end over the balcony. Lin Fan wrapped the rope around his waist several times, securing it with a robust knot, clutching a fruit knife in his hand. Though aware its effectiveness against zombies was limited, it offered him a modicum of psychological comfort. Focusing intently, he issued a clear command to the zombie aide. Follow me. Protect me, and attack any unmarked targets attempting to approach. My safety is the priority. The zombie aide emitted a low, guttural sound, its grayish eyes locking onto Lin Fan as it nodded stiffly. With preparations complete, Lin Fan cast one last glance at the nearly despairing Su Wanqing on the balcony below, took a deep breath, and swung over the railing, gripping the cold, slick rope firmly. Wang, release. Wang cautiously began to loosen the rope. Lin Fan, utilizing the friction against the wall, slowly descended. The zombie aide, in a manner incongruous with its rigid demeanor, clumsily yet resolutely scaled the railing, its claws gripping the crevices of the wall like a distorted gecko, closely trailing Lin Fan. The third-floor balcony loomed near. Lin Fan could distinctly see the expression on Su Wanqing's upturned face, a mixture of hope, fear, and disbelief. She evidently recognized Lin Fan and the grotesque form of the zombie clinging to the wall. Her mouth gaped in terror, on the verge of a scream. Do not be afraid, Lin Fan urgently whispered, stabilizing his stance as his feet landed on the railing of the third-floor balcony. It is here to help us. This explanation is feeble and lacking in substance, yet there is no time for hesitation. Lin Fan steadied himself and gazed into the dormitory where Su Wanqing was situated. Through the glass door, he witnessed the door being violently battered, splintering wood flying about, and cracks forming across the door panel. In just a minute or two, the door would surely break. Hurry, tie the rope around yourself. Lin Fan tossed the end of the rope to Su Wanqing. Reacting swiftly, she suppressed her fear of the nearby zombie, hurriedly wrapping the rope around her waist to secure it. Just then, a thunderous crash reverberated. The dormitory door could no longer withstand the onslaught and was forcefully flung open. Amidst the flying splinters, 3 or 4 grotesque, howling zombies surged in like a flood breaking through a dam. The small dormitory space was instantly filled, and they lunged towards the glass door of the balcony. Su Wanqing's face drained of color, the rope still not fully secured. There was no time left. Lin Fan's pupils constricted as he barked a command at the zombie tool below. Block them. Simultaneously, he shouted up to Wang Pengzi. Pull. The zombie tool let out a furious roar, crashing through the glass door from the balcony, charging into the dormitory, and blocking the entrance like a boulder. Swinging its stiff arms in a frenzied fight against the horde that poured in, Lin Fan swiftly embraced the trembling Su Wanqing, who had just secured the rope, and yelled hoarsely to the floor above. Pull. Pull quickly. Wang Pengzi exerted every ounce of strength he had, desperately tugging on the rope. Lin Fan held tightly to Su Wanqing's frail, quaking body, his feet braced against the wall. As they ascended amidst the torrential downpour and the frenzied roars of the zombies below, the rescue operation commenced at this dire moment. Chapter 9, Rescue. The first dual operation, the ascent, felt both brief and interminable. Lin Fan held Su Wanqing closely, acutely aware of her icy body and uncontrollable shivering. Their soaked garments clung to them, the rain coursing down their hair and cheeks, blurring their vision. The howling wind, the torrential rain, and the spine-chilling roars and crashes emanating from the dormitory below filled his ears. His zombie tool was down there, facing a multitude of its own kind. Through the faint mental connection, Lin Fan could vaguely sense the fury, chaos, and a stubborn determination to fulfill its orders until death. It was resolutely obeying the command to block them, using its body, its teeth, and every means available to staunchly hold the shattered balcony door. Hurry! Faster! Lin Fan shouted upwards, feeling the rope around his waist tighten painfully. Wang Pengzi's face turned crimson, veins bulging in his arms as he exerted every last ounce of strength. The rope scraped against the slick edge of the balcony, producing a grating sound. Su Wanqing shut her eyes tightly, her hands gripping Lin Fan's shirt with white-knuckled intensity. The sensation of weightlessness and the horrific sounds from below left her mind blank, consumed only by instinctual fear. Finally, they grasped it. With a powerful shout, Wang Pengzi grasped Lin Fan's arm with his strong hands and forcefully dragged both of them over the railing of the fourth-floor balcony. The three of them, along with a large pool of black rainwater, tumbled onto the cold, slick surface of the balcony, a picture of disarray. We did it. We succeeded. Wang Pengzi collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, his face alight with the euphoria of having escaped a dire fate. Lin Fan felt utterly exhausted, his arms slightly cramping from the exertion. His first instinct was to check on Su Wanqing, cradled in his arms. It's all right now, we're safe for the moment. He released her, his voice hoarse. Su Wanqing slowly opened her eyes, her gaze darting around in disbelief as she confirmed she had indeed escaped that despairing balcony. A hint of color returned to her pale face, though her body still trembled slightly. She looked at Lin Fan, her expression a complex blend of gratitude, fear, and a touch of awkwardness from their close encounter. Thank you, she whispered weakly, her tone laced with the fragility of survival. Don't thank me just yet. Lin Fan struggled to his feet and approached the balcony's edge, anxiously peering down. The battle below seemed to be nearing its conclusion. His zombie tool was covered in scratches and bite wounds, dark blood mingling with the rainwater cascading down. One of its arms bent at an unnatural angle, its movements becoming increasingly sluggish and stiff. Yet it remained stationed at the chaotic entrance of the balcony, standing over the lifeless remains of two fallen zombies. While the other two, seemingly distracted, wandered aimlessly within the dormitory. It was still alive, still obeying commands. Through their mental link, Lin Fan sensed its condition was dire. The hollow silence around it more pronounced, as if a candle flickering in the wind. He promptly issued the command, cease combat, hold position, conceal yourself. In response to the command, the tool stopped its futile menacing growls and slowly retreated, merging into the shadows of the balcony corner, becoming immobile, as if blending into the background. The two wandering zombies within the dormitory lost their purpose and soon quieted down, aimlessly meandering within the confined space. The crisis was temporarily averted. Lin Fan exhaled a long sigh of relief, feeling his back thoroughly soaked with cold sweat and rainwater. This rescue, though brief, was more perilous than any of his previous endeavors. Directing the zombie tool in real combat was a test of his mental focus. Is it still down there? Su Wanqing cautiously approached the balcony edge, peering at the shadowy, ominous figure below, her voice tinged with fear. Yes, for now, it will remain below as a sentry. Lin Fan offered a brief explanation, refraining from elaborating further. He had neither the inclination nor the necessity to detail his abilities to someone just rescued and still in shock. At that moment, Wang Pengzi also leaned in, observing the scene below with a click of his tongue. Wow, 1 against 4? It looks brutal, but that's impressive. Fan Ge, your little brother is quite remarkable. Upon hearing Wang Pengzi's words, Su Wanqing cast another uncertain glance at Lin Fan. Controlling zombies? How could that be possible? However, the undeniable reality before her, coupled with the moment when Lin Fan held her, made it impossible for her to doubt that the zombie was indeed exerting itself to protect them, obstructing their pursuers. This seemingly ordinary boy, who often appeared distracted in class, possessed such an extraordinary and formidable power? Lin Fan paid no heed to their varied gazes. His thoughts were consumed by pressing matters at hand. He turned and stepped into the dormitory, with Su Wanqing instinctively following behind. How are you? Are you injured? How much rain did you get caught in? He inquired while offering her the strange-colored filtered water he had remaining. Su Wanqing hesitated at the sight of the pale gray liquid, but her intense thirst ultimately triumphed over her doubts. She accepted the cup and sipped cautiously, shaking her head. I'm fine, not injured. I got a bit wet from the rain, but it doesn't seem to have affected me. She herself was somewhat uncertain. The terror of the black rain had long since seeped into their consciousness, yet apart from feeling cold, she exhibited no signs of the rumored corrosion or mutation. Lin Fan and Wang Pengzi exchanged glances, both harboring their own speculations. Perhaps the black rain does not inflict immediate harm on the living, or perhaps a certain dosage is required. Nevertheless, such inquiries could not be pursued at this moment. How did you end up on the 3rd floor of the boys' dormitory? Lin Fan voiced his curiosity. Su Wanqing paused her drinking, her expression dimming. That day in the classroom, Professor Lee collapsed, and the crowd went into chaos. I got separated and escaped with a few other girls. Outside, there were monsters everywhere, and the black rain fell. We fled in a panic and saw the door to this building ajar, so we rushed inside. Later, we found an unlocked dormitory on the 3rd floor to hide in. She recounted, her voice trailing off. The pallor of her face and the slight redness around her eyes spoke volumes. Clearly, her companions had not survived to this moment. A brief silence enveloped the dormitory. In this apocalyptic world, such tragedies unfolded every moment. Well, since we've survived, let's not dwell on it too much. Wang Pengzi attempted to lighten the somber atmosphere, patting his bandaged arm. Welcome to the 408 Survivor team. Although conditions are a bit harsh, at least we have Brother Fan here, ensuring our safety. He proudly gestured towards Lin Fan, as if claiming the extraordinary ability as his own. Su Wanqing turned her gaze towards Lin Fan, her eyes still filled with astonishment, yet gratitude prevailed. She gently nodded. Thank you, truly. I'm Su Wanqing. Lin Fan. He replied. Wang Hao, just call me Fatty. Following this brief introduction, the atmosphere lightened somewhat. However, Lin Fan was acutely aware that this respite was fleeting. They had successfully rescued one another, yet the challenges they faced remained unchanged. Food, water, safety, and now an additional mouth to feed. Moreover, after the recent skirmish, his zombie minion was severely compromised, raising questions about its continued efficiency. It seemed his abilities had reached some form of impasse. Controlling one was already a struggle. What if they encountered more zombies? He gazed out into the unending darkness, listening to the relentless sound of the black rain, feeling no sense of relief within. The initial success of their duo operation, if one counted the zombie minion, it would be akin to having 25, was merely a minuscule step taken in this desolate apocalypse. The path ahead will undoubtedly become increasingly arduous. Chapter 10. The school bell's disdain and inner shock. The atmosphere in dormitory 408 was subtly tense. The flickering candlelight cast shadows upon 3 youthful faces, each etched with weariness and trepidation. Su Wanqing cradled a cup of oddly colored filtered water, sipping cautiously, her gaze frequently darting towards the balcony, betraying an unmistakable blend of fear and doubt, as if she could pierce through the walls and glimpse the terrifying entity lurking below. After the initial relief of being rescued began to wane, a wave of bewilderment and an instinctive discomfort washed over her. Controlling zombies? Such a scenario, typically confined to the realms of absurd novels and B-grade films, was unfolding before her very eyes. And the one wielding this bizarre ability was none other than Lin Fan. A seemingly ordinary boy she had inadvertently caught stealing glances at her in the previous class. The sensation was profoundly disconcerting, akin to witnessing a docile rabbit suddenly devour a wolf. Thus, Su Wanqing set down her cup, her voice regaining a fraction of its former chill. Though a subtle tremor revealed her inner turmoil. Was that creature below truly obedient to his commands? Lin Fan was inspecting the wound on Wang Pengzi's arm, which had split from the strain of pulling the rope. Without looking up, he responded nonchalantly with a vague acknowledgement. Wang Pengzi, however, seemed invigorated, eagerly interjecting, absolutely. If you had seen it, Su, when Fan Ge pointed east, it wouldn't dare venture west. When told to fight, they wouldn't stand idle. They're even more obedient than trained police dogs. His tone brimmed with pride, as if this extraordinary ability were his own. Su Wanqing's beautifully arched brows furrowed slightly. Wang Pengzi's analogy made her even more uneasy. Police dogs? Those were monstrous beings that devoured humans. They were terrifying entities that had once been her classmates and roommates. To liken such creatures to loyal animals was, in itself, a sacrilege. She turned her piercing gaze toward Lin Fan, her eyes sharpening with the inquisitive scrutiny characteristic of a top student. How did you accomplish this? What is the principle behind it? Mental control? Pheromone interference? Or perhaps some virus specificity we have yet to comprehend? A barrage of technical terminology left Wang Pengzi momentarily stunned. Lin Fan paused in his actions, finally lifting his head to meet Su Wanqing's gaze. In the candlelight, her pallid face bore an earnest stubbornness, her once distant eyes now brimming with a thirst for knowledge and a hint of barely perceptible wariness. Was she questioning him? Or was it simply an inability to grasp the situation? Lin Fan sighed inwardly. How could he possibly know the underlying principles? This ability had manifested inexplicably, much like the chaos of this apocalyptic world. I do not know, he replied bluntly, infused with a candor that bordered on reckless abandon. It had simply come to him. Akin to how one might unexpectedly become more beautiful, he had intended to use this as an example, but felt it inappropriate in the current context. Swallowing the thought and instead stating, it's like how the sky suddenly darkens, without reason. This response evidently failed to satisfy the logic-seeking Su Wanqing. She pressed her lips together, her skepticism deepening in her gaze. What about safety? How can you assure us it won't spiral out of control? That it won't turn against us? The very existence of such a thing, could it not attract more of its kind? Her concerns were not unfounded. The ability to manipulate an incomprehensible monster hung over them like the sword of Damocles. Wang Pengzi expressed his discontent. Hey, Su, one cannot speak in such a manner. If it weren't for Fan Ge and Xiao Yi, along with that brother below who fought valiantly, we would likely have become snacks for those fellows downstairs. Su Wanqing fell silent. Wang Pengzi's words were indeed factual. Without Lin Fan's bizarre abilities, she would have long since met her demise. The debt of gratitude was tangible. However, her intrinsic rationality and reverence, perhaps even fear, of the unknown prevented her from readily accepting such malevolent power. Her gaze toward Lin Fan was complex and inscrutable, a mingling of gratitude and rejection, ultimately manifesting as a silence laced with distance. Lin Fan observed her reaction closely. He felt no disappointment, but rather a hint of amusement. This school goddess, true to her legend, was rational to the point of seeming unfeeling. Even in the apocalypse, she was entangled in the principles of power and moral risks. Yet, he could empathize. It is natural for one to feel repulsion and fear when confronted with phenomena that exceed comprehension. Had he not also taken considerable time to begrudgingly accept this reality? It will not attack us for the time being. I can assure you of that. Lin Fan offered calmly, providing little elaboration. As for whether it would attract other zombies, at present, it appeared no different from ordinary zombies, perhaps even quieter due to its obedience to commands. He rose and moved to the window, gazing out at the eternal darkness. Discussing this is futile. What matters is survival. Our remaining food is scarce, and the water supply will not last long. He turned to face Wang Pengzi and Su Wanqing. We must swiftly locate a stable food and water source. Our targets are the cafeteria or the campus supermarket. Mention of their dire situation momentarily quelled Su Wanqing's internal doubts. Her brow furrowed tightly. The cafeteria and supermarket are not close, and the situation along the way is entirely unknown. Thus, a plan was necessary. Lin Fan pointed downstairs. That, it is our best scout and meat shield. Upon hearing the term meat shield, Su Wanqing's body trembled imperceptibly. She looked again at Lin Fan. His calmness and a certain degree of coldness sent a chill down her spine. He seemed to have undergone a transformation from an ordinary student to a survivor in this new world within a remarkably short period. Was this transition a stroke of fortune, or something else? I concur. Su Wanqing took a deep breath, forcing herself to analyze the situation coolly. We need information. We can send it. She hesitated to use any anthropomorphic term, to scout ahead and ascertain the conditions from the dormitory to the cafeteria. Exactly. Wang Pengzi chimed in. With Fan Ge's remote scout, our safety is significantly enhanced. The preliminary plan took shape, utilizing the zombie as a tool for reconnaissance to ascertain the route and threats before determining their next course of action. Just then, the simple radio that had been quietly resting in the corner, a mundane object at present, though it would soon shine in the realm of Sun Xiaoming, suddenly emitted a piercing static noise. A sudden crackle emanated from the radio, startling the three individuals who turned to face it with alarm. Amidst the chaotic static, a faint, intermittent voice emerged. Seemingly from a distant shore, survivors are requested to gather at the gymnasium, which is under military protection. The message was indistinct and quickly drowned out by a more intense wave of electrical noise, leaving them unable to glean any further information. Silence enveloped the dormitory. A gymnasium? Military? Protection? This news fell into their hearts like a stone cast into darkness, instantly stirring profound ripples within them. Chapter 11. Target the Canteen, a battle against hunger. The garbled transmission from the radio stirred layers of unease in dormitory 408, only to be swiftly submerged by the cold reality. A gymnasium? Military? Could it be true? Wang Fatty was the first to leap up, his face lighting up as if he had glimpsed a savior. There's an army. Does this mean we are saved? Fan, Su, what are we waiting for? Let us head to the gymnasium. Though Su Wanqing maintained her composure, a flicker of hope ignited within her gaze. Organized protection implied order, safety, and a potential supply of resources, undoubtedly the most tantalizing promise in this apocalyptic world. However, Lin Fan doused their enthusiasm with a dose of cold reality. Don't celebrate too soon. He fixed his eyes on the now silent radio, brow furrowed, pondering the uncertain source of the message and its authenticity. Even if it were true, the gymnasium lay farther away than the canteen, necessitating a perilous trek across half the campus. He paused, glancing at the meager remnants of biscuit wrappers and the bottle of pale gray, filtered water on the table. Moreover, we want tea last until then. Hunger and dehydration will claim our lives first. The harshness of reality set in. The fragile bubble of hope was easily punctured, and Wang Fatty's excitement crumbled into despair. So what do we do? He mumbled. The plan remains unchanged, Lin Fan asserted with determination. Our objective is the canteen. He approached the balcony, focusing intently on the zombie automatons below. After a period of observation, the state of the automatons seemed to stabilize somewhat, though their movements remained sluggish due to their injuries. The pervasive sense of hollow silence no longer intensified. "We need more detailed intelligence," Lin Fan stated. "Merely knowing that there are zombies along the route is insufficient. We must ascertain their approximate numbers, distribution, any special individuals present, and the situation within the canteen itself." He turned to Su Wanqing and Wang Fadi. "In the areas I can observe, I will mark the safest routes and hazardous zones as clearly as possible. You two will be responsible for recording the information." Lin Fan closed his eyes, concentrating fully. That faint mental connection expanded, allowing his vision to share a distorted, hazy perspective with the zombie automatons below, akin to peering through thick frosted glass. The automatons received new, complex instructions to leave their hiding spots, move along the predetermined route, dormitory building tree-lined path canteen square, and document the position, quantity, and behavior patterns of all active targets along the way, while also attempting to glimpse through the doors and windows of the canteen. Having given the command, Lin Fan felt a throbbing sensation in his temples. This intricate form of remote manipulation demanded far more energy than mere attacks or movements. In the shadows below, a rigid figure stirred, staggering forward, disregarding the two similar beings meandering within the dormitory, and making its way directly toward the staircase. Through the distorted vision of the tool, Lin Fan observed the following. The dormitory exit appeared relatively calm, with only two zombies aimlessly wandering in the ring. The tree-lined path, however, presented a more complex scenario. Approximately 7 or 8 zombies were scattered across the roadway and the greenery on either side. One particular specimen stood out. Impressively tall and robust, having knocked over a small tree, perhaps a nascent version of a hefty zombie. Complying with instructions, the tool maintained a safe distance and circled around. In the small square, the density of the undead noticeably increased. At least 20 to 30 were congregated in the center, seemingly vying for something. Dark stains and tattered fabric littered the ground. The tool concealed itself behind a statue at the square's periphery, hesitant to approach. The cafeteria's entrance was sealed by heavy glass doors, yet one pane was shattered, creating a gap large enough for one to slip through. 4 or 5 zombies lingered at the threshold. Through the breach, the tool's gaze penetrated the dim, chaotic interior of the cafeteria. Tables and chairs lay overturned, with suspicious drag marks and filth strewn across the floor. The deeper recesses were shrouded in darkness, obscuring any clear view. As for the cafeteria's side windows, most remained intact, albeit obscured by curtains or posters, rendering them impenetrable to sight. Behind one window, a flickering shadow suggested movement, though it remained uncertain whether it was a zombie or something else entirely. The entire reconnaissance process consumed nearly an hour. With his eyes shut, beads of perspiration formed on Lin Fan's forehead, and his complexion paled. Sustaining this long distance, high-precision visual sharing and micro-adjustment of commands imposed a significant strain on his psyche. Meanwhile, Wang Pengzi and Su Wanqing anxiously stood by, meticulously drafting a rudimentary map on a piece of torn notebook paper, marking the distribution points of the zombies and potential danger zones based on Lin Fan's intermittent descriptions. When Lin Fan finally exhaled, wearily opening his eyes to conclude the reconnaissance, a route map fraught with peril, yet concealing a glimmer of hope, had begun to take shape before them. The situation was more intricate than anticipated. With a fatigued voice, Lin Fan pointed to the map, indicating that the tree-lined path and the small square posed significant challenges due to the high number of zombies, especially in the square, which certainly could not be breached head-on. The cafeteria entrance offered a breach for entry, yet the internal conditions remained unclear, and the flickering shadow beckoned caution. "How do we proceed?" Wang Pengzi asked, his scalp prickling at the dense markings on the map. "By circumventing," Su Wanqing replied, calmly analyzing the map. She proposed abandoning the main thoroughfare of the tree-lined path and opting for a smaller road behind the dormitory. Though this would lead them past the side of the experimental building, risking the unknown, it would allow them to avoid the horde in the small square. Upon reaching the cafeteria, they could approach from the side, using the tool to divert the attention of the few zombies at the entrance, seizing the opportunity to slip through the gap. Her analysis was coherent and decisive, prompting Lin Fan to regard her with newfound respect. This campus beauty possessed not only striking looks, but also a sharp intellect. The plan was viable. Lin Fan nodded, yet emphasized the need for the right moment. It is preferable to undertake this endeavor during daylight, though the distinction may seem trivial. At least our visibility will be somewhat enhanced. Furthermore, it is imperative for our auxiliary to create a considerable commotion, ensuring the guards at the entrance are effectively distracted. He closed his eyes once more, attuning himself to the presence of the auxiliary, which had stealthily returned to the vicinity of the dormitory as instructed. After this arduous journey and meticulous reconnaissance, the auxiliary appeared to be in a deteriorated state, its movements sluggish, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. Could it still be of use? Wang, the stout companion, discerned the fatigue in Lin Fan's demeanor as well as the auxiliary's listlessness, expressing his concern. This is the final attempt. Lin Fan inhaled deeply, suppressing the weariness that weighed on his spirit. This operation at the cafeteria would be the auxiliary's ultimate task. His tone was calm yet imbued with an undeniable resolution. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing cast a glance at Lin Fan, her eyes flickering momentarily, yet she remained silent. The auxiliary, after all, was merely a tool. In this apocalyptic world, emotions have become a luxury. With the target identified and the route meticulously planned, the preliminary action strategy was taking shape. Hunger, akin to the most primal of drives, propelled them into this perilous operation at the cafeteria, where their survival hinged upon the success of this mission. Chapter 12. The waltz amidst the tide of corpses. With the plan established, the only task that remained was execution. After a brief period of recuperation, primarily for Lin Fan to restore his depleted mental energy, and the final preparations, the trio comprising Lin Fan, Wang, and Su Wanqing, along with a remotely controlled decoy, were poised to launch their assault on the cafeteria. Wang poured the last remnants of biscuit crumbs into his mouth, licking the packaging with a fierce determination that conveyed a sense of desperation. Su Wanqing silently wrapped one end of a clothes pole with a strip of cloth, crafting a rudimentary spear, her movements somewhat clumsy, yet her focus unwavering. Lin Fan conducted a final inspection of the fruit knife at his waist, along with the crucial, intangible mental link connecting him to the zombie auxiliary. Action! Lin Fan commanded, pulling open the dormitory door. The corridor lay empty, echoing only with their footsteps and the perpetual sound of the black rain outside. According to the plan, they would not utilize the main staircase. Instead, they would navigate to the rear of the dormitory through the fire escape. This route was usually deserted, providing a measure of concealment. The zombie auxiliary had been dispatched in advance to clear this area, successfully eliminating 2 solitary zombies that had wandered into the passage. The trio descended the stairs cautiously, the air thick with the stench of mildew and a faint hint of blood. The fire escape was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the dim light of Wang's nearly depleted flashlight. Each corner turned, quickening their heartbeats. They reached the first floor without incident, pushing open the heavy fire door to reveal a narrow alley behind the dormitory, cluttered with discarded bicycles and various debris. The black rain had pooled here, creating small puddles that shimmered ominously. According to the map, traversing this alley and turning right, they would circumvent the side of the experimental building to arrive at the rear wall of the cafeteria. Su Wanqing lowered her voice, quickly reciting the route. Lin Fan nodded, concentrating as he issued the final command to the zombie auxiliary. Now concealed at the designated point behind the cafeteria, create chaos. Draw the attention of all targets at the cafeteria entrance. The greater the commotion, the better, until we safely enter the interior of the cafeteria. The moment the command was issued, through the blurred shared vision, Lin Fan beheld a battered and unsteady figure suddenly burst forth from its hiding place. Unlike an ordinary zombie that would charge at its target with a primal roar, it engaged in a series of exceedingly peculiar maneuvers. It first collided violently with an empty metal trash can at the side of the cafeteria, producing a resounding clang that successfully drew the attention of 4 or 5 zombies at the entrance. As those zombies staggered closer, instead of confronting them head-on, it began to circle around a thick stone pillar at the entrance with an exceedingly rigid gait, yet oddly rhythmic in its execution. It spun, and the zombies at the entrance instinctively followed suit. Initially, it was a chaotic chase, but gradually, under the subtle influence of Lin Fan's darkly whimsical subconscious, perhaps a deviation in control due to his overexerted mental energy, the pursuit took on a bizarre character. The tool zombie no longer merely circled. It began to make awkward sliding steps, more akin to stumbling on a slick surface or abrupt turns, nearly tripping over itself, its arms occasionally flailing about with no apparent purpose. The pursuing zombies seemed equally bewildered by this novel mode of movement, some attempting to imitate the sliding only to fall flat, others colliding with one another, while a few simply abandoned the chase, beginning to spin in place. From a distance, it appeared as though a clumsy, surreal, yet inexplicably rhythmic zombie waltz was unfolding at the entrance of the cafeteria. Lin Fan, witnessing this through the shared vision, nearly burst into laughter. What in the world was this? When did his tool zombie acquire the talent for dance, or perhaps performance art? Brother Fan, what's happening? Is there a change in the situation? Wang Fatty inquired anxiously, unable to discern the specifics, only hearing distant crashes and increasingly chaotic growls. No, it's nothing. Lin Fan forced himself to suppress his laughter, the corners of his mouth twitching. The plan is proceeding smoothly. The ones at the entrance are thoroughly distracted. Su Wanqing cast a puzzled glance at Lin Fan, sensing something odd in his expression, but now was not the time for inquiries. Now's our chance. Quickly, Lin Fan urged, and the 3 of them seized this rare and peculiarly entertaining opportunity. Crouching low in the shadows along the back wall of the cafeteria as they approached the shattered glass doorway, The air was thick with the stench of decaying food and an indescribable foul odor. The closer they got to the cafeteria, the more pungent the smell became. They successfully crept near the entrance. The shards of broken glass glinted ominously, revealing a dim and lifeless interior. Lin Fan took one last look at the waltzing spectacle at the entrance. His tool zombie continued its dutiful role as the lead dancer. Despite acquiring several new wounds and moving with increasing sluggishness, as though it were on the verge of falling apart, yet it persevered. "Thank you, brother," Lin Fan silently expressed in his heart, subsequently severing most of the mental connection while retaining only the most basic awareness. Taking a deep breath, he crouched down first, carefully avoiding the shards of glass, and slipped through the breach into the cafeteria's interior. Wang Fati and Su Wanqing followed closely behind. The interior of the cafeteria was shrouded in a darkness more profound than that outside, illuminated only by a few emergency lights casting a ghastly green glow. Before them lay a scene of utter chaos. Overturned tables and chairs, scattered plates, deep stains congealed upon the floor, and the sporadic remnants of lifeless zombies. The air was suffused with a nauseating blend of rotting food, the metallic scent of blood and decay, almost rendering it unbreathable. The corpulent Wang felt a wave of nausea and hastily covered his mouth. Su Wanqing's complexion turned pale as she fought to suppress her discomfort, her vigilant gaze surveying the surroundings. Lin Fan gripped a fruit knife tightly, his mind razor-focused. His senses were heightened to their maximum as a faint mental connection alerted him that the signal from his loyal assistant was rapidly fading. The absurd waltz at the entrance had exhausted its final reserves of energy. "Quick, find food. Head to the kitchen," Lin Fan urged in a hushed yet urgent tone. The trio wasted no time, scattering swiftly to search the disordered dining hall. Wang charged toward the food service window, hopeful of discovering some sealed provisions. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing stealthily navigated toward the kitchen. Lin Fan assumed the role of lookout, his sharp eyes scanning every shadowy corner. Suddenly, a deep, powerful growl erupted from the depths of the cafeteria, emanating from the direction of the kitchen. Following that, a brief, startled cry escaped from Su Wanqing's lips. Lin Fan's heart raced as he dashed toward the kitchen. Wang, having heard the commotion, hurriedly made his way from the food window. At the kitchen entrance, they beheld a zombie, grotesquely overweight and clad in a grease-stained chef's uniform, blocking their path. In its hand, it clutched a rusted cleaver. This was no ordinary zombie. It was a mutant, a corpulent abomination. It had spotted Su Wanqing and was approaching her with heavy, thundering steps, each movement causing the ground to tremble. Su Wanqing, armed with a makeshift spear, was ashen-faced, retreating repeatedly, her ice elemental powers seemingly dormant, rendering her no different from an ordinary person. Wang, distract its attention, Lin Fan shouted, concentrating all his mental energy. He intended to attempt to control this grotesque zombie. If successful, they would not only avert disaster, but also gain a formidable ally. However, as his mental strength brushed against the corpulent creature, he was met with a violent, chaotic will brimming with ravenous hunger, a far more arduous task than controlling an ordinary zombie. It felt akin to tethering a frenzied bull with a mere thread. No, I cannot control it. Lin Fan's forehead throbbed as pain lanced through his mind. Just then, at the cafeteria entrance, the absurd waltz seemed to finally draw to a close. Through the crumbling mental link, Lin Fan sensed clearly that his loyal assistant, after fulfilling its final dance duty, had been overwhelmed by a few zombies that had finally lost patience for the charade, torn apart and devoured. The tenuous connection severed abruptly. It had sacrificed itself. A wave of inexplicable emptiness and fury surged within Lin Fan. Before him, the corpulent zombie had raised the rusted cleaver high, preparing to strike down upon the retreating Su Wanqing with lethal force. Damn it! Lin Fan's gaze sharpened, relinquishing control and redirecting his focus towards the scattered metallic dining chairs at the kitchen entrance. With the meager reserves of his recently restored mental energy, he issued a direct and forceful command to the chairs: smash, bang, bang, bang. As if manipulated by an unseen hand, 3 or 4 heavy metal chairs abruptly leapt from the ground, hurtling towards the corpulent zombie with unyielding force. This unexpected assault interrupted the zombie's swing, causing it to stumble and emit a furious roar. Seizing the moment, Wang Fati snatched a broken table leg from the ground and charged forward, striking fiercely at the back of the zombie's knee. Roar! The zombie, wounded, lost its balance and collapsed onto the ground. Su Wanqing, gathering her courage, thrust her makeshift spear forward with fervor. Although she did not strike a fatal blow, the spear sank deep into the shoulder of the zombie. The trio combined their efforts, barely fending off this sudden crisis. Lin Fan gasped, feeling darkness encroach upon his vision as his mental energy waned once more. He gazed at the struggling zombie attempting to rise, recalling the sacrifice of their fallen comrade, his heart a tumultuous mix of emotions. The waltz within the tide of the undead had reached its conclusion, yet the battle in the cafeteria was just beginning. Their quest for sustenance was destined to be fraught with peril. Chapter 13. The formation of the zombie security team. The obese zombie knelt on the ground. Issuing a defiant and wrathful roar, the spear embedded in its shoulder swaying slightly with its thrashing. It endeavored to rise again, its massive form and tightly gripped cleaver radiating an unsettling threat. Lin Fan, battling against the dizziness and pain from his mental exhaustion, recognized the urgency of a swift resolution. The earlier burst of control over the chairs had depleted his last reserves. If he could not subdue this behemoth immediately, they risked being overwhelmed by the zombie-esque resurgence or attracting even more from the depths of the cafeteria. Fatty, Sawonking, keep it down. Don't let it rise. Lin Fan shouted hoarsely, plunging once more into the enigmatic and intricate web of mental connection. This time, he refrained from attempting to forcibly bind the raging will. Instead, he altered his strategy. His mental energy flowed not as restraining ropes, but as a gentle stream, imbued with an undeniable guidance and reassurance, permeating the chaotic consciousness of the zombie, rife with hunger and destruction. This was a more intricate and demanding endeavor. Lin Fan felt as if his brain were being seared upon a flame, each second stretching interminably. Obey. Follow my command. We are kindred. Protect, not destroy. Fuzzy notions accompanied his mental energy as they traversed towards the zombie. No longer did he seek to obliterate its ferocity. He endeavored to guide it, to instill a new, more paramount instinct. Wang Fatty exerted every ounce of strength, bracing the thick table leg firmly against the other leg of the zombie, preventing it from gaining leverage. Sawonking gritted her teeth, gripping the spear lodged in the zombie's shoulder, pressing down with all her might to restrict its movement. Both were straining with all their effort, veins standing out on their foreheads. Time seemed to freeze. At last, the struggling force of the corpulent zombie visibly waned. Its murky eyes, filled with rage and hunger, displayed a fleeting moment of bewilderment. The mindless howl ceased, replaced by a low, confused gurgle from its throat. It lifted its massive head, those hollow eyes fixating on the pale and faltering Lin Fan. A connection, clearer yet heavier than the one established with the small-eyed zombie, formed between Lin Fan and this overweight undead. Success. Elation surged within Lin Fan, swiftly followed by an overwhelming sense of fatigue, nearly causing him to topple. But he managed to steady himself against the nearby dining table. Cease the resistance. Through mental communion, Lin Fan issued his first directive of solidified connection. The corpulent zombie fell utterly silent, its gigantic form no longer thrashing, merely kneeling there like a silent mound of flesh. The spear embedded in its shoulder seemed to pose no further threat. Wang Pengzi and Su Wanqing sensed the pressure dissipate, both exhaling a sigh of relief as they slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, their eyes wide with uncertainty at this bizarre scene. Brother Fan, this behemoth, it listens to you too? Wang Pengzi stammered, swallowing hard as he regarded the oppressive bulk of the zombie. Su Wanqing turned her gaze to Lin Fan, her beautiful eyes brimming with incredulity. Controlling a standard zombie was already astonishing. Now he could command this evidently stronger variant? What were the true limits of Lin Fan's abilities? Lin Fan weakly nodded, nearly devoid of the strength to speak. He gestured towards the kitchen, indicating that the danger might not yet be entirely averted. Wang Pengzi understood immediately. Springing to his feet, seizing a table leg, and cautiously peering into the dimly lit kitchen, a more potent stench of decay wafted from within. Yet there seemed to be no further movement. Su Wanqing stood, withdrawing the spear lodged in the corpulent zombie's shoulder, which now ought to be referred to as new tool number 1. Dark red, viscous blood oozed from the wound, but it remained unresponsive. After a brief respite, Lin Fan felt a slight restoration of his strength. He endeavored to issue a command to new tool number 1, stand up. The corpulent zombie emitted a dull gurgle from its throat. Then, with its disproportionately thick arm bracing against the ground, it slowly rose, the floor trembling beneath its weight. It towered over Lin Fan by nearly 2 heads, casting a shadow that enveloped him completely, a striking visual impact. Pick up your knife, Lin Fan commanded further. The corpulent zombie bent down, using its uninjured, fan-like hand to retrieve a rusty cleaver that had fallen nearby. The enormous blade appeared weightless in its grasp. Observing this colossal figure standing loyally by his side, akin to the most devoted guardian, or perhaps enforcer, Lin Fan felt an ineffable sense of safety and a thrill of control surge within him. Sacrificing an agile scout for a power-oriented heavy warrior, was this not a worthwhile trade? All right, stop dawdling. Lin Fan suppressed his emotions and urged the still-dazed Wang Pengzi and Su Wanqing. We must hasten to gather supplies. In the depths of the kitchen, Fat Wang, along with Xian and the formidable De Zhuang, embarked on a quest to meticulously search for provisions, rice, flour, canned goods, and sealed condiments. Anything that could withstand the test of time. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing and Lin Fan scoured the dining hall's serving window and storage room, seeking packaged food and drinking water. De Zhuang, a name bestowed upon the new tool person with a touch of bluntness, served as a powerful guardian, significantly reducing the perils of their exploration. Observing the towering figure of the zombie De Zhuang beside him, Fat Wong felt emboldened. Giving a nod as he directed De Zhuang, primarily through Lin Fan's remote commands, deeper into the kitchen. With heavy steps akin to a tank clearing the path, De Zhuang effortlessly kicked aside any obstacles in his way. Su Wanqing, alongside Lin Fan, swiftly searched the hall, discovering scattered packs of bread, though somewhat damp, several unopened bottles of mineral water, a veritable boon from the heavens, along with vacuum-sealed marinated eggs and ham sausages. Their haul was bountiful. Before long, jubilant cries echoed from the kitchen as Fat Wong exclaimed, "Lin Ge, we've struck gold. Here lies several unopened bags of rice and flour, along with a few boxes of canned goods, luncheon meat, fermented black bean fish. Goodness gracious, an entire box of salt." Upon hearing this news, relief washed over both Lin Fan and Su Wanqing, their faces illuminated with smiles. The food crisis had been momentarily averted. They gathered all the supplies they could find and piled them into a relatively clean space at the dining hall entrance, forming a small mountain of precious resources. Gazing at these vital lifelines, a sense of security enveloped the trio. Lin Fan observed De Zhuang, standing like a guardian deity beside the supplies, wielding a cleaver, his expression as blank as any zombie's would be. A thought crystallized in his mind. The power of one is inherently limited, especially in this perilous apocalypse. He required allies. A force. His unique ability offered such potential. The notion of controlling zombies to assemble an utterly loyal, death-defying legion was audacious yet not unattainable. He glanced at the weary but bright-eyed Fat Wong and Su Wanqing, then turned to the imposing figure of De Zhuang. Perhaps, Lin Fan murmured to himself, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Our zombie security team has officially been established today. Captain, Lin Fan, the core of mental control. Team members, Fat Wong, human, the comedic powerhouse of physical strength. Su Wanqing, human, the intellectual force and future magical output. De Zhuang, zombie, the heavy-duty frontline supply transporter. Though their team remained in its infancy, and the dynamic was undeniably peculiar, a coalition of humans and zombies, it undoubtedly marked their first solid step toward survival in this desolate world. With food secured and nascent combat capabilities, their next challenge lay in safely transporting these provisions back to their base while contemplating more long-term strategies. The eternal night persisted. Yet the flicker of hope seemed to be rekindled within the confines of that modest dining hall, ignited by an unprecedented and peculiar alliance of humans and zombies. Chapter 14. The Survivors Gang in the Cafeteria. A pile of supplies amassed at the entrance of the cafeteria, resembling a small hill radiating a glimmer of hope. Vacuum-sealed food, bottled water, hefty bags of rice and flour, and even a few unopened candy packs and cigarettes unearthed by Fat Wong. These were invaluable commodities capable of boosting morale or serving as currency in this apocalyptic world. However, the atmosphere of joy was fleeting. As Lin Fan contemplated how to securely transport these precious resources back to the dormitory, a faint, deliberately subdued sound of footsteps and hushed whispers emanated from the corridor leading to the second-floor stairway. Someone was there. Su Wanqing was the first to sense the danger. Tightening her grip on the makeshift spear and lowering her stance, Fat Wong instantly wiped the smile off his face. Seizing a table leg and anxiously glancing towards the source of the noise, De Zhuang, without needing any command, instinctively shifted his massive frame to shield Lin Fan and Wu Zi, emitting a low, menacing growl from his throat. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened, although his mental energy remained depleted. His senses heightened to their utmost. He signaled for Fat Wong and Su Wanqing to remain silent, then slowly maneuvered behind a load-bearing pillar, focusing intently on the unfolding scene. From the shadows of the side corridor, several heads cautiously emerged, followed by their entire figures. Approximately 7 or 8 individuals, both male and female, appeared to be students. Yet each bore a pallid complexion, their eyes mingling vigilance, greed, and a hint of malice. They wielded an array of makeshift weapons, a broken mop handle, a fire axe, and even a male student tightly gripping a craft knife. Their gazes swiftly locked onto the pile of supplies, glistening with a predatory hunger. Evidently, they were also survivors. Concealed somewhere within the cafeteria, drawn by the commotion from the kitchen and the gathering of Lin Fan and his companions, along with the conspicuously large zombie. "Hey, which building are you from?" A robust young man with a buzz cut, wielding a fire axe, stepped forward to address them, his tone feigning a calm authority, suggesting he was the leader of this group. Lin Fan refrained from responding immediately, instead scanning the opposition. Despite their malnourished appearance, they held the numerical advantage and possessed formidable weapons like the fire axe. In a direct confrontation, although they had the mutated zombie De Zhuang on their side, Lin Fan was aware of his depleted mental energy, Fat Wong's injuries, and Su Wanqing's limited combat capability, making the outcome uncertain. More importantly, He did not wish to plunge into a conflict with fellow survivors immediately after acquiring such valuable supplies. We are survivors from Dormitory Building 4. Lin Fan stepped out from behind the pillar, his voice steady and composed. We came here seeking food. His emergence, coupled with the imposing figure of the dangerous-looking zombie behind him, caused a ripple of unease and visible fear among the opposing group, prompting them to retreat a step. Only the buzzcut boy stood his ground, though his eyes reflected an even deeper apprehension. From Building 4, the crew-cut young man scrutinized Lin Fan from head to toe, casting a glance at the vigilant Wang Pengzi and Su Wanqing behind him. Ultimately, his gaze returned to the pile of supplies, and he involuntarily swallowed hard. Did you find all of this? He inquired, the implication clear. Lin Fan replied with a calm demeanor, it is evident. The young man's eyes flickered, as if weighing the pros and cons of the situation. He glanced at Lin Fan and then at the terrifying zombie under his apparent control, and finally, it seemed that greed overshadowed his fear. Brother, as the saying goes, those who see should share. The crew-cut young man forced a smile, though his eyes lacked warmth. This cafeteria isn't your family's establishment. My friends and I have been holed up here for several days, with our supplies utterly depleted. Look at all this, surely. You can't consume it all. Why not share half with us? That is not unreasonable, is it? Half. Wang Pengzi erupted in indignation, unable to contain himself. We fought tooth and nail for these supplies, and you think you can just demand half? On what grounds? Su Wanqing furrowed her brows and coldly stated. These supplies were obtained through our risks. We are under no obligation to share with you. If you require resources, seek them elsewhere. The crew-cut young man's expression darkened, and those behind him began to stir restlessly. Changgu, why waste words on them? One shouted. It's just 3 of them. With that monster, it's only 4. Let us seize the supplies. The young man, referred to as Changgu, raised a fire axe to signal for silence among his companions. Fixing his gaze on Lin Fan, he spoke with a hint of menace. Brother, I see you possess some capability. But do not forget, we are numerous. If it comes to blows, can your zombie withstand us all? In the end, we would both suffer, and neither would emerge unscathed. He paused, softening his tone with a touch of persuasion. Share half with us, and we can coexist peacefully. Perhaps in this apocalyptic world, we could look out for one another. Lin Fan inwardly scoffed. Look out for one another? It seemed they were merely interested in his ability to control zombies, seeking to placate him or find an opportunity to overpower him. He had encountered such tactics in various narratives before. Maintaining his composure, he scanned the crowd before him. Aside from Changgu, most individuals exhibited evasive eyes and lacked conviction. Likely, few possessed any genuine fighting spirit. Moreover, while they were hungry, it appeared they had not entirely lost their rationality. The supplies are ours, Lin Fan stated slowly, his voice steady yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. How they are distributed will be determined by us. He took a step forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with De Zhuang. Sensing his master's intent, De Zhuang let out a deeper growl, raising the bone-chopping knife in his hand. The rusted blade glimmered ominously under the emergency lights, casting a ghostly glow. An overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped the room. The opposing crowd stirred again, with several faces betraying signs of fear. Lin Fan continued. In the spirit of solidarity among survivors, we can offer you a portion, enough to sustain you for several days. However, should you attempt to seize it by force. He paused, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over Changgu and every individual behind him. Then let us see whether my brother's blade is swifter or your lives more resilient. Silence fell. The cafeteria was filled only with heavy breaths and the relentless sound of the dark rain outside. Chang's expression shifted multiple times as he fixed his gaze on Lin Fan. Glancing at the imposing figure of De Zhuang, who gripped the fire axe tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain, he sensed that the seemingly fatigued young man before him was not merely posturing. The calmness and control exhibited were far beyond that of an ordinary student. Engaging in a direct confrontation would come at a steep cost. The terrifying mutated zombie on their side would ensure that even if they emerged victorious, it would be a Pyrrhic victory with an unknown number of casualties. It was not worth risking lives over a mere morsel of food. Ultimately, Chang clenched his teeth and forced a grim smile, saying, "Haha, brother, do not misunderstand. It was just a jest. We, too, are desperate with hunger. Since you are willing to share a bit, we would be immensely grateful." He chose to compromise. Lin Fan felt a slight sigh of relief. It was best to avoid violence. He signaled Wang, the overweight boy, to portion out enough food and water to sustain 7 or 8 of them for 2 or 3 days, pushing it forward. With these provisions in hand, they left the cafeteria. Lin Fan issued a final ultimatum. This place is now under our control. Chang gazed at the pile of supplies, clearly less than he had anticipated, yet undeniably life-saving. A flicker of resentment and bitterness crossed his eyes, but he ultimately dared not voice any further objections. Motioning for his subordinates to gather the items and retreat, dejectedly disappearing into the shadows of the side corridor, heading towards the second floor. The crisis had been momentarily averted. Wang spat in the direction of their retreat, exclaiming, "Bah, what a bunch of fools. They thought they could take advantage of us." Su Wanqing also exhaled in relief but remained troubled. They will not let this go easily. By taking over the cafeteria, we have effectively cut off a portion of their lifeline. I know, Lin Fan replied, his gaze fixed on the side door, deep in thought. We cannot linger here. We must swiftly transfer the main supplies back to the dormitory. The cafeteria can serve as a forward base, but it cannot be our primary stronghold. He turned to observe the remaining bountiful supplies and the loyal De Zhuang beside him. Let us make haste. Take as much as you can carry. Fatty, you and De Zhuang will handle the heavy items. Su Wanqing, we will take the lightweight, high-energy provisions. By the way, Lin Fan suddenly recalled. Search for some rope or sturdy cloth strips to fashion a basket for De Zhuang. His strength can be utilized as a makeshift zombie transport. Wang's eyes lit up. Excellent idea. I'll go find some right away. The inaugural large-scale transport mission of the zombie security team was about to commence. The latent threats within the cafeteria made Lin Fan acutely aware that in this apocalyptic world, danger did not solely arise from the undead, but also from the hearts of men. Chapter 15. The initial test of humanity. Food distribution returning laden with supplies. Lin Fan, Wang, Su Wanqing, and De Zhuang, who had been creatively rigged with a makeshift basket crafted from found canvas and rope, brimming with rice, flour, and canned goods, finally arrived back at Dorm 408. Having navigated the ordeal without incident, the three of them felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over them. As they unloaded the heavy supplies in the center of the dormitory, Wang collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, yet his face radiated the joy of a bountiful harvest. Su Wanqing leaned against the wall, breathing slightly heavily, gazing at the pile of provisions with a newfound sense of security glimmering in her eyes. Lin Fan promptly assessed the condition of the newly acquired heavy armored unit, De Zhuang. This impressive addition displayed remarkable endurance and strength during the transportation process, effortlessly handling hundreds of pounds of supplies as it quietly executed its directives. The wound on its shoulder remained grotesque, yet showed no signs of deterioration, as if such physical damage held no fatal consequence for the undead. Now, a pressing question arose. Lin Fan clapped his hands to capture the attention of Wang Pengzi and Su Wanqing, gesturing towards the pile of assorted supplies on the ground. This was the totality of their haul. How would they distribute it? A pragmatic issue indeed. Following the exhilaration of their acquisition came the necessity of resource allocation. This task transcended mere sustenance. It represented their inaugural endeavor to establish new rules in a world devoid of order. Wang Pengzi immediately raised his hand, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. What else is there to discuss? It should be distributed according to labor. There are 3 of us, not including the 2 employees you control. Fan Ge. Naturally, our team should have priority. Enough for everyone. We must eat our fill. He patted his somewhat sunken stomach, clearly tormented by hunger. However, Su Wanqing shook her head, approaching the matter with rational analysis. We cannot solely focus on the immediate. Food is finite, while consumption is ongoing. We must devise a rationing system to ensure these supplies can sustain us for as long as possible until we find a new stable source. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the provisions. It should be allocated based on need, but there must be standards. For instance, the caloric and hydration requirements for basic survival are fixed, allowing for daily per capita distribution. Those participating in high-risk tasks, such as searching or combat, could receive an increased quota as an incentive. Lin Fan nodded, recognizing that Su Wanqing's perspective aligned well with her character, rational and methodical. Yet, he pondered further. Both Wang Pengzi's labor-based distribution and Wanqing's need-based rationing held merit. He spoke, adopting a slightly more familiar address, causing Su Wanqing to momentarily pause, though she did not object. However, we must consider additional factors. He picked up a vacuum-sealed package of marinated eggs and a bottle of mineral water, weighing them in his hand. First, we must ensure our combat capability. De Zhuang and I represent our primary fighting force, particularly my abilities, which necessitate maintaining high energy levels. This may imply a need for greater nutritional replenishment. While uncertain, it warrants consideration. Pengzi and Wanqing, you 2 must preserve your strength to handle unforeseen circumstances. Secondly, we must regard the nature of the supplies. He set down the marinated eggs and lifted a bag of rice. Staple foods like this must be strictly controlled as strategic reserves. Conversely, items like candy and cigarettes, though not filling, can serve to boost morale or potentially function as currency in future exchanges with other survivors. Finally, Lin Fan's expression grew contemplative. We must also contemplate the possibility of new members joining us. Wang Pengzi scratched his head. New members? Fan Ge, do you intend to rescue more people? We are already in dire straits ourselves. It is not merely a matter of desire, Lin Fan interjected. In the apocalypse, one cannot go far alone. We need companions, diverse talents. However, accepting new members means sharing resources. We must make it clear from the outset that resources are not free. Contributions are necessary to earn survival provisions. He turned to Su Wanqing, stating that the quantitative allocation serves as the foundation to ensure that no one suffers from starvation. However, simultaneously, we must establish a system of contribution points. Those who complete tasks such as guarding, exploring, or engaging in combat, or possess specialized skills like maintenance or medical assistance, can earn additional contribution points to exchange for superior food, supplies, or even safer work arrangements. Wang Pengzi's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is splendid. It's akin to playing a game and earning coins through tasks. The more effort, the greater the reward. For someone like me, who charges into battle, wouldn't I be able to feast on canned food daily? Su Wanqing nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the contribution point system can motivate enthusiasm and more fairly reflect individual value. Yet, the basic allocation must be guaranteed. That is non-negotiable. Exactly, Lin Fan confirmed. Let us preliminarily establish the following. Basic allocation. Each person shall receive a fixed daily share of basic food, such as measured rice porridge and compressed biscuits, and drinking water to ensure survival. Contribution point system. A simple recording method, such as notches or bookkeeping, will be instituted, rewarding contribution points based on the difficulty of tasks and their completion. Contribution points can be exchanged for superior food, canned goods, meat, sweets, non-essential items like cigarettes, alcohol, if available, or the option to take on safer rotating positions. Strategic reserves. The majority of rice, flour, basic medicines, if found, tools, etc., will be regarded as communal property of the team, temporarily managed by the three of us, with a requirement to state reasons and keep records when in use. Combat capability priority, under equal conditions. The nutritional allocation for primary combat personnel and those with abilities, currently referring to Lin Fan, may be slightly increased to ensure the safety of the team's core. Dazhuang shall not require distribution. Lin Fan glanced at the silent, motionless zombie, which appeared to have no need for sustenance, or rather, its food differs from ours. He pointed towards the figures wandering outside. Wang Pengzi shivered and quickly nodded. All right, we shall not concern ourselves with it. Su Wanqing also expressed her agreement with this distribution plan. It balances fairness, efficiency, and the long-term development of the team. Though rudimentary, it is a commendable beginning. As the team's first formal distribution, Lin Fan picked up several packets of bread, a few bottles of water, and several marinated eggs, dividing them into 3 portions. He pushed one portion, noticeably larger with extra marinated eggs and water, towards Wang Pengzi, acknowledging that he had exerted the most effort today and had also sustained an injury, thus receiving an extra reward. I and Wanqing shall receive the basic allocation plus an additional half share as encouragement for our initial successful mission. No objections? Wang Pengzi gazed at his added marinated eggs, grinning widely. No objections. Absolutely none. Su Wanqing gently nodded, taking her portion, though smaller than Wang Pengzi's. It was a stark contrast to the previous state of hunger and thirst. The 3 of them, accompanied by filtered water for the time being, still hesitant to fully trust the safety of bottled water, began to enjoy their first decent meal since the apocalypse. The simple bread and marinated eggs tasted as exquisite as a gourmet feast at this moment. As Lin Fan chewed his food, he gazed out at the perpetual darkness beyond the window, feeling little relief. The distribution of food is merely the beginning of a test of humanity. As the team expands and resources become scarce, future conflicts will inevitably grow more frequent and complex. Yet he understood the necessity of establishing a set of rules. Without regulations, nothing could be achieved, particularly in this chaotic world where morality had collapsed and the strong preyed upon the weak. His zombie security team required guidelines, and his burgeoning influence demanded them even more. The initial distribution from the cafeteria represented the first cornerstone of these new regulations. Chapter 16. Discontent? Then let the zombies speak. The preliminary allocation plan was established, and the 3 individuals quietly finished their hard-earned feast. Although it consisted merely of bread, braised eggs, and cool water, it provided some solace to their empty stomachs and frayed nerves. However, the apocalypse never allowed for prolonged comfort. Just as Wang Fatty contentedly belched, contemplating whether to use his contribution points for a sweet treat, a commotion erupted outside their dormitory door. This time, it was not the roars and crashes of zombies, but rather a clearer cacophony, a human clamor punctuated by the deliberately raised voice of a buzzcut student named Chong. It's in there. Damn it, so many good things. And they only get a paltry share. Chong's words resonated with agreement. There are just 3 of them, and 1 girl. That kid controlling the zombies is peculiar, but he must be exhausted now. It's the perfect opportunity. Break down the door. Let us seize what's ours. The shouts grew nearer. accompanied by a cacophony of hurried footsteps, clearly indicating a larger group than the previous 7 or 8. Chang had evidently rallied other survivors from the second floor of the cafeteria, and their numbers had likely more than doubled. Damn, those bastards were relentless. Wang Fatty jolted upright, grabbing a table leg, his expression darkening. Su Wanqing also stood, tightening her grip on her spear, her gaze icy as she directed it toward the entrance. Lin Fan's heart sank as the scenario he most feared unfolded before him. Human greed, fueled by hunger and despair, had utterly eclipsed reason and fear. The adversaries had clearly identified their moment of vulnerability, having just endured a grueling battle and long transport, and now sought to take advantage of their exhaustion. Fangu, what should we do? There are too many of them. Wang Fatty exclaimed in a panic. If more than a dozen charged simultaneously, even with De Zhuang's presence, 2 fists could hardly contend against 4 hands, especially since the dormitory door was not as sturdy as that of the cafeteria. Lin Fan's gaze flickered as his mind raced. Engaging them directly was the worst option. His mental energy had only partially recovered. Enforcing control over multiple individuals or meticulously directing De Zhuang in combat could lead to his immediate collapse. He needed to intimidate them with minimal cost. His eyes swept over De Zhuang, standing resolute like a pillar of stone, and a simple yet effective plan quickly formed. Fatty, Wanqing, step back and position yourselves against the wall, Lin Fan commanded, his voice unnaturally calm, imbued with a hint of coldness. Let our rationale emerge. Though puzzled, Wang Fatty and Su Wanqing complied, retreating to press against the inner wall. Lin Fan took a deep breath, focusing the little remaining mental energy, not for delicate control, but to imbue De Zhuang with an immensely potent and intimidating directive: demonstrate strength. Obliterate all obstacles before the door, but do not kill. At the very moment the command was issued, De Zhuang's vacant gray eyes flickered with an unexpected brightness, or perhaps it was merely an illusion. A ferocious roar erupted from its throat, more violent than any preceding utterance, imbued with an unadulterated desire for destruction. The sound reverberated with such intensity that it seemed poised to lift the very roof off its hinges. The glass windows buzzed ominously. The commotion of those outside, who were preparing to crash through the door, abruptly ceased, clearly startled by this unexpected, terrifying bellow. Yet, before they could regain their composure, bang! A deafening explosion resonated. The entire dormitory door, along with the desk braced against it, shattered as if struck by a runaway truck, exploding into countless splinters that scattered inward. The cacophony of splintering wood and twisted metal merged into chaos. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, the colossal figure of De Zhuang emerged, as if stepping forth from the depths of hell, crossing the threshold of the shattered door frame with a single stride. With a casual sweep of his rusted cleaver, he cleaved through a nearby metal cabinet as though it were made of mere paper, its contents spilling chaotically onto the floor. He did not immediately attack anyone but stood there, surveying the group of survivors outside with his emotionless, ashen eyes. An overwhelming sense of dread washed over everyone like a tangible wave, crashing upon their hearts. Outside, a dozen individuals led by Chang Gu, who had previously appeared menacing, were frozen in expressions of sheer terror and disbelief. They stared at the violently destroyed door, at the monstrous figure of the overweight zombie, at the cleaver in his hand that seemed capable of slicing through anything, and at the torn metal cabinet lying on the ground. Many felt their legs give way, collapsing onto the floor, while others soiled themselves in fear, the foul odor permeating the air. Chang Gu himself turned pale, his hand trembling uncontrollably around the fire axe. The earlier bravado completely evaporated. Lin Fan emerged slowly from the shadows behind De Zhuang, his complexion still somewhat pallid, yet his gaze was sharp as that of a hawk, sweeping over the trembling crowd outside. His voice, though measured, resonated clearly in the eerie silence of the corridor. Earlier, we attempted to reason with you through the offering of food, but it appears you did not comprehend. He paused momentarily, raising his hand to indicate De Zhuang, who stood like a guardian deity beside him, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Now, I shall employ a different method of discourse. He surveyed the crowd, challenging, who among you dares to defy? Silence. An oppressive, deathly silence. The only sounds were the rain battering the windows and the chattering teeth of those paralyzed by fright. No one dared to utter a word, nor did anyone meet Lin Fan's gaze. In the face of absolute power, all greed and schemes appeared pitiful and fragile. Chang Gu swallowed hard several times before managing to squeeze out a choked, raspy plea. We yield. Brother, we yield. We were blind to the truth. We shall leave at once. He scrambled backward, using hands and feet, while the other survivors, as if awakening from a nightmare, hastily retreated, crying out in desperation as they fled the fourth-floor corridor, as though pursued by genuine demons. In an instant, the corridor was left in disarray, accompanied by the lingering stench of urine. Wang Pengzi spat disdainfully at the fleeing figures. Pah, cowards! Had I known this, I would not have given them even that little bit. Su Wanqing exhaled a sigh of relief, yet gazed at the utterly destroyed dormitory door. Her brow furrowing. The door is broken. This place is no longer safe. Lin Fan nodded, the dizziness from his mental exertion washing over him once more. He leaned against the wall, observing the shattered doorway and the corridor beyond, now an unobstructed passage for him. It matters not. He smiled, a weary yet composed smile. A semblance of control amidst chaos. From this moment forth, the entire building would be secure. He cast a glance at the imposing figure of De Zhuang, who stood at the doorway, his body firmly blocking the entrance. For, from today onward, my words, Lin Fan's words, shall be the law within these walls. And my law is typically conveyed by my friends. A meticulously planned heist concluded with the assailants fleeing in terror, their psychological scars immeasurable. Lin Fan established his absolute authority within this small group and the dormitory itself through the most direct, violent, yet effective means. Discontent? Then let the zombies present the argument. This is the essence of the apocalypse, and it is quintessentially Lin Fan. Chapter 17. Without bloodshed, the first step of recruitment, the corridor outside returned to a profound silence. Littered with shattered wood, twisted metal, and the faint scent of urine lingering in the air, recounting the brief yet impactful discourse that had just transpired. Wang Ponzi looked at the dormitory door, demolished by De Zhuang's shoulder, and smacked his lips. Brother Fan, the door is gone. How will we sleep tonight? With drafts coming in from all sides, Su Wanqing also regarded the dim corridor beyond the doorway with evident worry. Without a door to shield us, what if a zombie wanders in tonight? Lin Fan pressed his forehead, fatigue from mental exertion washing over him, yet his thoughts remained clear. He gestured toward the living barricade that was De Zhuang blocking the entrance. Tonight, he is our door. With him here, it is sturdier than any door could be. De Zhuang seemed to comprehend, or perhaps received Lin Fan's unconscious intent, emitting a low rumble from his throat, his massive frame sealing the doorway entirely, leaving only a narrow gap above for light to seep through. As for those individuals, Lin Fan's gaze drifted to the depths of the corridor. The direction the survivors had fled, his eyes grew profound, knowing they could not escape far, nor would they dare to. This building is now governed by us. After resting for a moment and feeling slightly rejuvenated, he addressed Wang Pongzi. Fatty, go find a larger piece of cloth or a poster to cover the top of the doorway. Do not let too much light escape, and block the wind as well. Right away, Wang Pongzi responded and set off in search of materials. Lin Fan then turned to Su Wanqing. Wanqing, please inventory our remaining supplies, marking and securing them, especially the rice, flour, and medicine, if they had found any beforehand. Su Wanqing nodded, beginning to proficiently organize the supplies. Once the internal matters were arranged, Lin Fan closed his eyes, extending his perception once more. This time, he did not limit his control to De Zhuang, but attempted to spread that faint mental sensation, like a web, throughout the entire 4 floors of the dormitory and even between the levels. This was a broader range of perception, albeit with significantly lower precision. He could not issue intricate commands as clearly as he did with Da Zhuang, nor could he visualize the specific scene before him. However, he could vaguely sense the presence of ordinary zombies wandering within the building, exuding an aura of hollow desolation. Their numbers were few and scattered, akin to rudimentary NPCs programmed to follow set routines. Simultaneously, he discerned several clusters of light, pulsating with complex emotions such as fear, hunger, and unease. These were the survivors hiding in various dormitories. Among them, the most chaotic and panicked cluster evidently belonged to Chang Ge and his group, who had seemingly retreated to a corner dormitory on the 3rd floor. A plan gradually took shape in Lin Fan's mind. It was unnecessary to eradicate all the zombies. Such an endeavor was neither realistic nor required. He simply needed to render the building relatively safe and make the survivors understand that obedience to him would ensure their security and access to resources for survival. He concentrated his mind, not to control, but to send a simple, far-reaching dispelling thought to the ordinary zombies wandering the halls. Stay away from the 4th floor. Away from the concentration of life. This was a rudimentary, field-like mental influence, less precise than direct control, but advantageous in its expansive reach and minimal energy consumption. Having completed this task, Lin Fan felt a sudden throb in his head. He realized he could not overexert his abilities any further that day. Fatty, Wanqing, follow me. He commanded, rising to his feet and heading toward the door. Da Zhuang sensed his intent and slowly shifted aside, creating a passage for them to exit. The 3 stepped out of room 408, entering a corridor strewn with debris. Lin Fan did not glance at the shattered doors and scattered items, but instead walked directly toward the stairwell, his pace measured and deliberate. Wang Fatty and Su Wanqing followed closely behind, one on either side. Wang Fatty gripped the leg of a table tightly, while Su Wanqing held a spear, her demeanor alert. However, upon reaching the stairwell, the anticipated zombies failed to appear. The occasional roars and scratching sounds from other floors had, inexplicably, ceased. The entire building had descended into an eerie silence, with only the echo of their footsteps resounding through the vast stairwell. Unable to contain himself, Wang Fatty whispered, "How strange. Where have those creatures gone? Did they flee from your earlier display, Brother Fan?" Lin Fan remained silent, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his lips. His dispelling command had taken effect. While it was impossible to completely clear the building, a temporary safe zone had been established in the core area, the 4th floor and adjacent levels. They descended to the 3rd floor. Upon stepping out of the stairwell, they noticed a dormitory door nearby, firmly shut, but the peephole had noticeably dimmed, indicating that someone inside was cautiously observing them. This was the hideout of Chong Ji's group. Lin Fan did not approach, but stopped in the center of the corridor, casting a calm gaze toward the door. His voice was soft yet clear as it reached them. "I know you are inside." A faint rustling and suppressed gasps echoed from behind the door. The events of earlier were now behind them. Lin Fan continued, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. "I now present you with 2 choices. First, remain hidden here, relying on your own efforts to seek out food that may or may not still exist, while facing the uncertainty of when the undead might return. Life and death are dictated by fate. Secondly, emerge and submit to my authority. I shall ensure the safety of this building and allocate food and water based on your labor and contributions." He paused, offering a final incentive. "Those who choose the second path may now step forward and join us on the 4th floor. Tonight, you shall enjoy warm rice porridge." Silence. A prolonged, suffocating silence. Behind the door, only heavy breaths and suppressed debates could be heard. Lin Fan remained unhurried, patiently awaiting the outcome. Wang Pengzi and Su Wanqing also held their breaths, gazing at the door that would determine their fate. At last, a soft click echoed. The door creaked open a fraction. The first to emerge was not Chong Guo, but a timid-looking boy wearing glasses. His complexion was pale, his eyes filled with fear and struggle, yet overshadowed by a yearning for warm porridge and safety. He glanced at the corridor, where only Lin Fan and the others stood, along with the imposing figure of De Zhuang in the distance, and then met Lin Fan's calm gaze. Finally, he steeled himself, lowered his head, and stepped out from the door, quietly taking his place in the corridor behind Lin Fan and the others. With the first step taken, others followed. 1, 2, 3, gradually, 5 or 6 more individuals emerged from the dormitory, both men and women, mostly gaunt and pale, their eyes evasive, yet they all chose to approach Lin Fan. The weapons they once clutched now hung limply at their sides, signaling their lack of hostility. In the end, only 3 or 4 individuals remained in the dormitory, including Chong Guo, still hesitating and struggling. Through the crack of the door, Chong Guo watched as more and more people opted to align themselves with Lin Fan. He observed Lin Fan's serene, yet commanding demeanor, and recalled the terrifying image of the monstrous zombie. His facial muscles twitched involuntarily. Ultimately, he sighed despondently, as if all strength had been drained from him, and, head lowered, he quietly stepped out. There was no bloodshed, without fighting or violence. Merely relying on a powerful display of deterrence and the promise of survival resources, Lin Fan successfully gathered the largest contingent of survivors from this dormitory. As he looked at the dozen or so men and women before him, their faces a mixture of trepidation and a glimmer of hope. Lin Fan understood that this was merely the first step. Managing these individuals, assigning tasks, establishing order, and addressing the myriad challenges they might present, this was the true test that lay ahead. However, the concept of his zombie security team seemed ripe for expansion. Perhaps it should be named the first survivor outpost of the City of Eternal Night, dormitory version. Lin Fan turned to the newly gathered, anxious survivors and offered a smile that, while not wholly warm, was sufficient to instill a sense of reassurance. "Welcome to the fold. Now, let us ascend the stairs. It is time to eat." Chapter 18. The Treasure of the Library, Girl Tang Xiaoro on the 4th floor. In front of dormitory 408, perhaps now it should be called the command center, the atmosphere was somewhat stagnant. The newly gathered survivors huddled together like startled quails, gazing eagerly at Lin Fan, Wang Fatty, and Su Wanqing. The air was fragrant with the aroma of rice porridge, which Wang Fatty was carefully simmering on a makeshift alcohol stove, using a small pot. For those who had gone days without food, it was an irresistible temptation. Lin Fan did not immediately distribute the food. Standing before the crowd, he calmly surveyed the faces marked by fear, numbness, or a hint of anticipation. Food would indeed be provided. Lin Fan spoke, his voice soft yet overpowering the subtle rustle of the crowd. Safety would also be ensured, but only if the rules here were followed and labor was contributed. He succinctly reiterated the contribution point system and basic quantitative principles agreed upon with Wang Fatty and Su Wanqing. No one dared to voice dissent at that moment. Hunger and fear compelled them to comply. Brother Chong, whose real name was Zhao Chong, along with his core followers, lowered their heads, their eyes flickering, lost in thought. Yet outwardly they appeared submissive. The first communal meal commenced in silence. Each person received a small bowl of thin rice porridge, so translucent it could reflect their shadows. Yet for those who had not eaten in a long time, it was a culinary delight. No one complained. Only the sound of slurping filled the air. After this momentous inaugural meal, Lin Fan began to assign tasks. Zhao Chong, he called. You and your original group are responsible for clearing all the vacant dormitories on the 4th floor, gathering any usable supplies, focusing on containers, fabrics, ropes, or anything that could serve as a weapon or tool. Once completed, work with Wang how to fortify the stairwell and main passage with obstacles. Zhao Chong paused, seemingly taken aback by Lin Fan's decision to include him. After a brief hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Understood, Brother Fan, his tone now lacking the earlier defiance, replaced by a sense of resignation. The others were divided into 2 groups. Lin Fan continued his arrangements. One group would follow Su Wanqing to learn how to filter black rainwater using a purifier, our primary water source that must not be compromised. The other group was tasked with vigilance, primarily listening for any disturbances from below and outside the windows, reporting any anomalies immediately. This simple division of labor began to form a rudimentary structure among the previously chaotic survivors, with someone to lead and tasks to undertake. A semblance of confusion and fear began to dissipate. Lin Fan himself prepared to embark on a short reconnaissance mission with De Zhuang, targeting the library not far from the dormitory. The library, once a sea of knowledge in the world before, could now hold maps, manuals, or even overlooked survival resources. More importantly, its complex structure might conceal unknown dangers or perhaps harbor other survivors. He needed to further familiarize himself with De Zhuang's combat abilities and control skills, while also seeking more resources and information for the team. Brother Fan, may I accompany you? Wang Fadi volunteered. No, you stay here and assist Wanqing. Keep an eye on the home front, Lin Fan declined. With De Zhuang alongside him, his mobility and safety were assured. Having more people would only become a burden. He issued simple commands to Da Zhuang to follow, remain vigilant, and eliminate threats, before stepping into the campus once more, shrouded in eternal night and torrential rain. Accompanied by a lifeless body, the path to the library was not far, yet it remained fraught with peril. With Da Zhuang clearing the way, Lin Fan effortlessly dispatched 3 solitary zombies. He was deeply impressed by Da Zhuang's strength and resilience. To ordinary zombies, he was akin to a toy, sending them flying with a single collision, effortlessly severing them in 2. The library's grand doors stood firmly shut, their glass marred by streaks of black rain and filth. Lin Fan attempted to push against them, but they would not budge, seemingly locked from within. Circling the library, he discovered a side window with shattered glass, creating an opening through which one could crawl. There were no signs of zombie activity around the breach. With a nod, Lin Fan signaled for Da Zhuang to proceed. Da Zhuang's massive form struggled slightly to squeeze through the gap, with Lin Fan closely following. Inside, the library was enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of emergency lights. The air was thick with the scent of moldy paper and dust, mingled with a faint trace of blood. Shelves lay toppled, books strewn across the floor as if a cataclysm had struck. Scattered bloodstains and drag marks could be discerned on the ground. Lin Fan steeled himself, gripping his fruit knife tightly as he carefully advanced behind Da Zhuang, who moved like a tank through the chaos. The thud of his heavy footsteps echoing in the vast emptiness of the library. They traversed the disordered foyer and entered the reading area, which was even more chaotic, with tables and chairs askew. Suddenly, Da Zhuang halted, emitting a low growl from his throat, fixated on a corner deep within the reading area. Following his gaze, Lin Fan beheld a cluster of tall bookshelves leaning precariously against one another, forming a narrow triangular space. Outside this enclosure lay scattered empty food wrappers and water bottles. Someone was hiding there. It appeared they had been concealed for quite some time. A flicker of realization crossed Lin Fan's mind, and he motioned for Da Zhuang to remain alert while he cautiously approached, lowering his voice to ask, "Is anyone there? We are survivors and mean no harm." Silence. After a few moments, a faint, trembling voice emerged from the crevice of the triangular space. Who are you? Have those monsters outside gone?" The voice was soft and laced with a natural vulnerability that invoked a protective instinct. For the moment, they were safe. Lin Fan endeavored to keep his tone calm. "You can come out now." After a brief pause, a rustling sound broke the stillness, as a petite figure cautiously emerged from the gap between the bookshelves. It was a girl, slightly smaller than Lin Fan and his companions, clad in a somewhat soiled dress, her hair in disarray, and her face dusted with grime. Yet her delicate features were still discernible. Most striking were her large eyes, resembling those of a startled fawn, brimming with fear and unease. Yet, upon seeing Lin Fan and the imposing guardian behind him, fear was tinged with a hint of curiosity. She clutched a thick, hardcover book tightly in her hands, as if it were a lifeline. The girl timidly spoke up, her voice barely above a whisper. I am Tang Xiaoro, a freshman from the School of Literature. The name resonated faintly in Lin Fan's mind, though he could not recall why. I am Lin Fan, from the history department. He introduced himself succinctly, his gaze drifting to the book she clutched tightly in her hands. Have you been hiding here all this time? He inquired, gesturing toward the scattered wrappers on the floor. Tang Xiaoro nodded, then shook her head, her voice soft as she confessed, at first, I was hiding with a few classmates, but eventually, I was left all alone. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. I survived for a few days with some snacks and water I found, but when those ran out, I tried the methods I read in this book. She lifted the thick volume, revealing the title, The Encyclopedia of Wilderness Survival and Emergency Medical Care. You understand medical procedures? Lin Fan felt a flicker of hope. A little, Tang Xiaoro replied, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. I learned some from the book and had attended training sessions with the Red Cross, but I have never actually applied it. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from deep within the library, followed by the sound of chaotic footsteps, more than one, and they were drawing near quickly. Tang Xiaoro's face turned pale, and instinctively, she moved toward the gaps between the shelves. Dazhuang, prepare for battle. Lin Fan commanded with a steely gaze. Dazhuang let out a fierce roar, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Fan and Tang Xiaoro, wielding his cleaver with determination. In that tense moment, Tang Xiaoro, glancing at Dazhuang's imposing figure, then at the torn and scattered books on the floor, noticed something peculiar in the depths of her large eyes. She suddenly grasped Lin Fan's sleeve, her voice trembling yet remarkably clear. Wait, Senior Lin Fan, I think I know why they are congregating there. She pointed toward the source of the noise, speaking rapidly. I observed them secretly. They seem to react to light and specific sound frequencies. That direction leads to the electronic reading room. There might be undamaged equipment intermittently discharging or emitting high-frequency noises, attracting them. Lin Fan paused, taken aback by this revelation. Zombies are sensitive to light and specific sounds? That was a detail he had overlooked. Are you certain? He pressed. I'm not sure, Tang Xiaoro stammered, her eyes brimming with anxiety. But the book states that many animals and those creatures have specific tendencies or stress responses. We could give it a try. Her suggestion carried immense risk. Yet it might also provide a breakthrough. If they could leverage this knowledge, perhaps they could evade or even redirect the zombies more effectively. Lin Fan glanced at his loyal companion, Dazhuang, then at the seemingly fragile girl before him, who, despite her dire circumstances, continued to observe and think critically. This Tang Xiaoro appeared to be more than just a vulnerable mascot. She might indeed be a treasure trove of potential. Dazhuang, change of orders. Lin Fan decisively commanded. Do not engage. Slowly retreat and create noise to draw them in the opposite direction. He took hold of Tang Xiaoro's hand, following Dazhuang as they began to withdraw toward the library's exit. As Dazhuang retreated, he struck the nearby metal bookshelf with a cleaver, producing a resounding clatter. Indeed, the roars and footsteps from the direction of the electronic reading room exhibited a noticeable hesitation and chaos, with some drawn towards the noise, altering their course. The trio, along with the lifeless body, managed to escape through the shattered window on the side of the library without incident. Standing in the pouring rain, Lin Fan observed the visibly shaken yet bright-eyed Tang Xiaoro, and a resolution formed within him. Tang Xiaoro, Lin Fan said, his tone earnest, are you willing to join us? We have food in a relatively safe place, and we need your knowledge and keen observation skills. Without much hesitation, Tang Xiaoro nodded vigorously, tears finally streaming down her cheeks. Yet her face broke into a relieved smile. Yes, I am willing. Thank you, Senior Lin Fan. The rewards of this journey extend beyond mere provisions and information. Occasionally, a member possessing unique knowledge and a composed mind proves to be far more valuable than a horde of zombies. Lin Fan's team welcomed an unexpected new member. The healing type, potential, observer, Tang Xiaoro. Chapter 19. The Light of Healing, a Hope in Darkness with their new member, Tang Xiaoro. And her vital information regarding the zombie sensitivity to light and specific sounds, Lin Fan and Dazhuang returned safely to their stronghold on the 4th floor. When Dazhuang stepped aside to reveal the timid Tang Xiaoro, the others in the stronghold were momentarily stunned. Wang Pengzi's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Fan, after your little outing, how did you come back with a girl? His tone held surprise, devoid of malice, more a reflection of curiosity. Su Wanqing furrowed her brow slightly, appraising the seemingly fragile girl, who appeared as if a mere gust could topple her. In a resource-scarce apocalypse, adding a seemingly non-combatant individual implied an increased burden. Tang Xiaoro, under the scrutiny of so many pairs of eyes, grew even more anxious, clutching the wilderness survival manual tightly, her gaze cast downward, avoiding contact. Lin Fan clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. Allow me to introduce Tang Xiaoro, a freshman from the College of Literature. She was hiding in the library and has made some unique observations regarding the zombies' behavior. Moreover, She possesses knowledge of first aid and medical practices. Medical knowledge? Su Wanqing's eyes brightened at the key phrase. In a world ravaged by chaos, a person knowledgeable in medicine is invaluable. Wang Pengzi also shifted from jesting to a more serious demeanor. You know medical skills? That's fantastic. My arm is still hurting. Lin Fan turned to Tang Xiaoro, encouraging her. Xiaoro, there's no need to be nervous. This place is safe for now. Since you understand first aid, could you please check on Wang Hao? This is our friend here. His arm was scratched by a zombie? Okay, sure. Tang Xiaoro quickly nodded and approached Wang Pengzi. Once she was in her familiar domain, her nervousness seemed to dissipate. She carefully unwrapped the makeshift bandage on Wang Pengzi's arm, which had become soaked with blood and sweat. The wound was laid bare, revealing deep claw marks with flesh protruding, the edges slightly red and swollen. Although there was no pus, the situation did not appear promising. Tang Xiaoro meticulously examined the situation, her delicate face taut with concentration. She retrieved a small cloth pouch she always carried, which surprisingly contained several relatively clean sewing needles. A small spool of thread, a few tiny bottles, and cotton swabs, treasures she had scavenged from the library. The wound needs to be cleaned and possibly stitched, otherwise it could easily become infected, she murmured, her tone surprisingly professional. I have some iodine I found earlier, but it may not be sufficient. Immediately, Su Wanqing produced a previously assembled first aid kit, which contained some leftover iodine and gauze. Just as Tang Xiaoro dipped a cotton swab into the iodine, preparing to cleanse Wang Pengzi's wound, an unexpected event occurred. Perhaps the iodine had irritated the injury. Wang Pengzi could not stifle a sharp intake of breath, instinctively retracting his arm. In that fleeting moment, perhaps driven by tension and the instinct to assist, the fingertips of Tang Xiaoro, holding the cotton swab, suddenly emanated a faint, almost imperceptible milky white glow. The light was akin to the softest glimmer of dawn, gentle and warm, appearing and vanishing so swiftly that one might think it a mere illusion. However, Wang Pengzi, positioned closest, widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "What the hell? What's wrong? Does it hurt?" Tang Xiaoro, startled, trembled, causing the cotton swab to fall. "No, it's not pain." Wang Pengzi stuttered, pointing at his wound, his face a mask of disbelief. "Just now, where your hand touched. It doesn't feel as fiery anymore. Just a bit. It's cool." Lin Fan and Su Wanqing immediately leaned in to observe. They noted that the evident redness and swelling around Wang Pengzi's wound seemed to have diminished slightly. Though the change was exceedingly subtle, it was discernible under the candlelight. "I think I saw a hint of light just now," Su Wanqing said uncertainly, her gaze toward Tang Xiaoro filled with astonishment. Tang Xiaoro, in turn, gazed at her fingers in bewilderment. "Light? What light? I didn't see anything." Lin Fan's heart raced. "Light? Healing?" Could it be that Tang Xiaoro had awakened an extraordinary ability, and an exceedingly rare and precious healing power at that? Suppressing his excitement, he said to Tang Xiaoro, "Xiaoro, don't be nervous, try again. Just like before, concentrate and think about alleviating his pain and healing the wound." Though perplexed, Tang Xiaoro obediently nodded. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and earnestly recalled the urgent desire to help others, gently pressing her fingertips once more near Wang Pengzi's injury. This time, everyone held their breath, intently focused on her fingertips. 1 second, 2 seconds. As Tang Xiaoro began to perspire slightly from the effort, that layer of milky white, warm light re-emerged from her fingertips. Though still faint, it was significantly clearer than before. The light flowed like a living stream, slowly seeping into Wang Pengzi's wound. This time, the effect was even more pronounced. The redness and swelling around the wound receded at a visibly observable rate. Although the deep gashes did not heal instantaneously, their color lightened considerably, becoming far less alarming. Wang Fatty let out a comfortable moan. This is the feeling. It's cool and painless. How wondrous." The light persisted for nearly a dozen seconds before gradually fading. Tang Xiaoro opened her eyes and gazed at Wang Fatty's noticeably improved wound, then glanced at her own fingers, which seemed unchanged, her mouth forming an O of astonishment. What has happened to me?" Lin Fan looked at her, and a genuine smile finally graced his face. He patted Tang Xiaoro's shoulder, his tone brimming with uncontainable excitement. "Xiaoro, congratulations. You have awakened your supernatural ability. It's a healing ability." "Healing ability?" Wang Fatty exclaimed, leaping to his feet. Staring at his arm, which now bore only faint traces of pain, his excitement rendering him incoherent. "Wow, a living healer. Fangu, we have a healer now. We'll never have to fear injury again." Su Wanqing also regarded Tang Xiaoro, her expression a blend of shock, relief, and perhaps a hint of barely perceptible envy. Her own ice-based powers appeared to remain dormant. Meanwhile, the survivors who had previously been skeptical or indifferent towards Tang Xiaoro's inclusion now looked at her with newfound eagerness and reverence. A healing ability. In this world ravaged by scarcity of medical resources, where injuries almost equate to death, this signified a second chance at life. This seemingly delicate girl suddenly surpassed everyone present in strategic value, perhaps aside from Lin Fan. Tang Xiaoro remained in a state of profound shock and confusion, staring at her hands and murmuring, supernatural abilities? Can I also learn like Senior Lin Fan? Indeed, Lin Fan affirmed, though still weak, this is hope. The most precious light in the darkness. He surveyed the invigorated crowd, raising his voice. You all have witnessed. The apocalypse, while terrifying, is not devoid of hope. Among us, some can control zombies, and some can heal wounds. In the future, perhaps even more will awaken their abilities. As long as we unite, each fulfilling our roles and utilizing our strengths, we can survive. Moreover, we shall thrive. These words acted as a potent elixir for the survivors. Their previously numb gazes ignited with brilliance, the dread of the future replaced by a burgeoning hope. Tang Xiaoro's presence, her faint yet genuine healing light, seemed to dispel some of the gloom that had shrouded their hearts. Lin Fan watched as Tang Xiaoro's eyes grew resolute, a surge of ambition swelling within him. The zombie security team was formed, logistical management, Su Wanqing, was in place, and now even the medics had arrived. His survival team in this post-apocalyptic world was coalescing at an unexpected pace. The oppressive darkness of eternal night appeared to have been torn open, revealing a glimmer of light. Chapter 20. The violent policewoman of the gym. Qin Yao. The awakening of Tang Xiaoro's healing powers stirred immense ripples in the stagnant waters of the survivor stronghold. Hope, that most luxurious of emotions in the apocalypse, for the first time resonated palpably in the hearts of all. Wang Ponzi became the most direct beneficiary. The scratch on his arm, which could have led to an infection, had scabbed over under Tang Xiaoro's increasingly adept application of the gentle light healing technique. Only a few faint pink marks remained. He busied himself around Tang Xiaoro, expressing concern for her well-being, treating her as a national treasure within the team. Su Wanqing temporarily set aside her worries regarding resource consumption and began to actively instruct Tang Xiaoro on how to allocate and utilize her feeble yet invaluable abilities more effectively. She meticulously recorded Tang Xiaoro's experiences and changes after each use, attempting to discern patterns. Lin Fan shared the information provided by Tang Xiaoro regarding zombie sensitivity to light and specific sounds with the group, and he started organizing manpower to construct simple reflective devices and sound emitters using the materials they had found for potential use as bait or distractions during future explorations. The entire fourth-floor stronghold radiated an unprecedented vigor and enthusiasm. However, Lin Fan remained grounded amidst this temporary success. He understood that with the increase in population at the stronghold, resource consumption would also escalate. The dormitory's resources were limited. They needed to expand outward, seeking more stable supply points and attempting to connect with additional survivors. He recalled the vague radio signal from the gymnasium. The authenticity of the military's protection was ambiguous, but the gymnasium, being a large indoor venue with sturdy structure and ample space, could serve as an ideal gathering place for survivors and likely housed a considerable amount of supplies, such as emergency items from the sports equipment storage or the convenience store. I plan to visit the gymnasium, he announced during a simple meeting the following morning. If one could still call it morning in this eternal night. That's too dangerous. Su Wanqing was the first to object. It's too far. The situation along the way is completely unknown, and that signal could be a trap. Indeed, Fangu, Wang Pongzi added, scratching his head. We've just started to make some progress here. Precisely because we've just begun to see some improvement, we need to prepare for the future, Lin Fan interjected firmly. The resources in the dormitory won't last long. The gymnasium represents a clear objective. We must confirm its status. He paused, gazing out the window. We cannot remain confined to this building forever. We must proactively seek to understand the world outside and the conditions of other survivors. He turned to Wang Pongzi and Su Wanqing. This time, I will go alone, accompanied by Dazhuang. Fewer people mean a smaller target and greater mobility. You two will stay behind to safeguard the stronghold, watch over Xiaoro and the others. We also need to keep an eye on Zhao Chang's group. Though worried, Wang Pongzi knew Lin Fan's decisions were rarely swayed and could only nod in a deep, resigned manner. Just be careful, Fangu. Su Wanqing remained silent for a moment, understanding the necessity of this risk, and finally spoke softly. Maintain radio silence, but if possible, send brief signals every hour to confirm your safety. If there's danger, retreat immediately. Tang Xiaoro timidly handed over a small cloth pouch. Senior Lin Fan, inside are some clean gauze and a bit of powder made from the herbs I found. The book said it might help with bleeding and inflammation. Please take it with you. Lin Fan accepted the small cloth bag, still warm from the girl's touch, feeling a warmth in his heart as he nodded in gratitude. Once prepared, he, alongside Dazhuang, once more ventured into the perilous campus. This time, His objective lay decidedly at the northwest corner, where the gymnasium stood. Following the intel provided by Tang Xiaoro, he endeavored to select a route with a lower density of zombies and ample cover. Employing a makeshift mirror to observe the distribution of the undead at key intersections from a distance, cleverly circumventing them, De Zhuang's presence spared him from numerous minor skirmishes. This heavily armored unit resembled a mobile fortress, impervious to the average zombie. However, as they approached the gymnasium, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. The number of zombies surrounding the gym was markedly higher. Unlike the aimless wandering observed elsewhere, they seemed to adopt a subtle encirclement, lingering around the main entrance and several side doors. Even more chilling was the sight of several corpses clad in camouflage, clutching broken weapons, scattered across the open ground before the gym, surrounded by remnants of more zombies. Clearly, a fierce battle had once transpired here. Had the military truly been present? Lin Fan's heart sank. He dared not approach the main entrance, instead opting to navigate to the rear of the gym, where he found a relatively concealed delivery door leading to the equipment storage area. The door was tightly shut, yet the doorknob bore no dust, indicating recent use. Signaling De Zhuang to remain vigilant, Lin Fan cautiously approached and attempted to push the door. It would not budge, it was locked from within. Pressing his ear against the door, he listened intently. There were sounds inside, not the mindless groans and dragging footsteps of zombies, but rather the distinct, urgent breaths of humans. Muffled sobs and the rhythmic thuds of heavy objects striking sandbags. Someone was inside, and they seemed to be training or perhaps venting frustration. Doubts swirled in Lin Fan's mind. After a moment's contemplation, he refrained from forcing the door open. Instead, he retreated a few steps and retrieved an empty tin can from his backpack, tossing it towards a nearby corner. The resounding clang shattered the silence. Instantly, the commotion within ceased. Moments later, a small observation hole in the door was thrust open, revealing a pair of sharp, vigilant, and even somewhat fierce eyes fixated on Lin Fan and De Zhuang outside. The gaze exuded an unmistakable sense of pressure, unmistakably not that of an ordinary person. Who? A cold voice emanated from behind the door, unmistakably carrying an air of undeniable authority, imbued with a military-like resolve. Lin Fan steadied his nerves, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Survivors, from Dormitory Building 4. We intercepted a radio signal from this location and came to assess the situation. The voice behind the door fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his words. The sharp eyes scanned Lin Fan before lingering longer on De Zhuang, whose imposing stature elicited a barely concealed flicker of shock and disdain. Controlling zombies? How peculiar. The voice dripped with undisguised scorn. How can you prove you are not allied with those monsters outside? Lin Fan furrowed his brow, taken aback by the woman's extraordinary vigilance and aggression. If I were aligned with them, I would not be standing here conversing with you. Instead, I would have instructed my companions to breach this door. His tone grew colder. What of the military protection mentioned in the radio signals? Are you truly alone here? At the mention of the army, the woman's expression dimmed momentarily, only to be quickly replaced by a heightened alertness. The military has withdrawn. I am in charge here now. I do not trust you, nor do I trust that creature behind you. Leave at once, or do not blame me for being ungracious. No sooner had she spoken than a small door was violently pulled open from within, revealing a lithe figure that shot out like a cheetah. It was a woman clad in a training suit stained with grime and blood, her hair tied back in a neat ponytail. Tall and well-proportioned, her movements were swift and precise, as she brandished a sharpened steel spear, its tip glinting ominously, aimed directly at Lin Fan. Her gaze was sharp as an eagle's, exuding a palpable aura of danger, honed by rigorous training, akin to a sword unsheathed. Her objective was clear, to seize control of Lin Fan, the master of the zombies. The sudden turn of events unfolded with remarkable speed, catching even De Zhuang off guard due to Lin Fan's lack of a combat command. Lin Fan himself was unprepared for such decisiveness and brutality from the opponent. Instinctively, he recoiled, but the woman was faster. The spear sliced through the air, aimed at his wrist, where his knife was held, with an angle that was both cunning and lethal. Qin Yao, stop. At that critical moment, a weak yet urgent male voice echoed from within the gymnasium. The woman, identified as Qin Yao, hesitated momentarily, halting the spear just inches from Lin Fan's wrist. Her brow furrowed as she turned to reprimand. Old Zhou, go back. It's dangerous here. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan finally commanded, De Zhuang, protect. With a low growl, De Zhuang's massive form shifted like a fortress, blocking Lin Fan's front. His cleaver, imbued with a menacing wind, swung towards Qin Yao in a devastating arc. Though Lin Fan had ordered against lethal force, the sheer might of the blow was enough to shatter stone. Qin Yao's eyes widened in surprise. Clearly unprepared for the astonishing speed and strength of this hefty zombie, she dared not confront it head-on. Instead, she executed a nimble backflip, narrowly evading the blade. and swiftly retreated several paces, maintaining her spear's unwavering point towards them, her eyes brimming with both caution and an intensified fighting spirit. Cease all hostilities. The weak voice rang out again, accompanied by the sound of faltering footsteps. A middle-aged man, clad in tattered military garb, pale and leaning on a stick, emerged from behind the door. Despite his evident injuries, he bore an air of steadiness. "Old Zhou, what are you doing out here?" Qin Yao exclaimed, her urgency palpable. The man, referred to as Old Zhou, waved his hand dismissively and turned his gaze towards Lin Fan, his eyes lingering on him and De Zhuang before settling on Lin Fan's face, his tone laced with complexity. "Young man, can you truly control these creatures?" Lin Fan nodded, remaining vigilant. "As you can see, we mean no harm. We merely wish to ascertain the situation and determine if assistance or collaboration is necessary." Old Zhou sighed, a bitter expression crossing his face. "Help may be too late. 3 days ago, the main force received orders to retreat, leaving only our small team behind to cover a portion of the survivors who hadn't managed to evacuate. Now, it is just me, Xiao Qin, and the dozens of students hiding in the warehouse." He glanced at the menacing horde of corpses surrounding us, and then at De Zhuang behind Lin Fan, a glimmer of resoluteness flashing in his eyes. "If you truly can control them, perhaps you are indeed our only hope." Upon hearing this, Qin Yao abruptly turned to Old Zhou, her gaze filled with disbelief. "Captain Zhou, we cannot trust such an unknown power. It is far too dangerous." Old Zhou looked at Qin Yao, then at Lin Fan, and finally, wearily closed his eyes before reopening them. "Xiao Qin, we have no choice left. We either take a gamble and trust this young man, or we wait to exhaust our resources or be overrun by those creatures outside." The atmosphere grew tense. Lin Fan observed the duo before him, a battle-scarred veteran, seemingly embodying reason and compromise, and a fierce, vigilant policewoman filled with hostility towards both him and De Zhuang. The situation in the gymnasium was more complicated than he had anticipated. Yet, opportunity seemed to lie within reach. He cleared his throat, breaking the silence. "So, shall we discuss matters now? Concerning cooperation and the future of those survivors inside." Chapter 21, Misunderstanding. A full confrontation with the policewoman. The tension was palpable. Qin Yao held her steel spear motionless, the tip glinting coldly in the dim light of the gymnasium's rear passage, directly aimed at Lin Fan. She resembled a taut bowstring, her gaze sharp as a knife, brimming with extreme distrust and animosity toward Lin Fan and De Zhuang behind him. De Zhuang steadfastly shielded Lin Fan, his massive form emanating an oppressive aura, a low, threatening growl rumbling from his throat, with the cleaver slightly raised, locking onto Qin Yao. At a mere thought from Lin Fan, he would not hesitate to shred this woman who dared to threaten his master. Old Zhou leaned on his staff, standing between them, his expression anxious and fatigued, attempting to ease the tense standoff. "Xiao Qin, lower your weapon. This young man did not initiate an attack. Let us hear what he has to say." "Captain Zhou, you are too naive." Qin Yao's voice was icy, her gaze fixated on Lin Fan. "Controlling zombies? This unheard of ability. How do you know he isn't one of the masterminds behind this? Perhaps this disaster is connected to him. He is now feigning cooperation. Who knows if he intends to conspire with the outside to turn us into those mindless creatures?" Her suspicions were not without merit. In the face of incomprehensible abilities, associating the possessor with the source of calamity is a primal instinct of human fear and doubt. Lin Fan listened to Qin Yao's accusations, feeling somewhat speechless and irritated. This woman, though quite beautiful and capable, seemed quite obstinate. He sighed, raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness and sarcasm. "So, you are Officer Qin, I presume? If I were the mastermind behind this cataclysm, would I exert such effort merely to engage you in a game of guessing whether I am a villain at the back door of your gymnasium? Am I truly so idle?" He gestured towards the distant, muffled roars of the undead outside. "My time is invaluable. You can either cooperate and strive for survival together, or I shall turn and leave, allowing you to remain here, watching whether your provisions deplete first or the onlookers outside can no longer resist the urge to break in for a feast." His words were blunt, striking at the heart of the matter. Old Zhou's expression darkened further. He recognized the truth in Lin Fan's assertions. The supplies of food and water within the gym had nearly run dry, the injured lacked medical attention, and morale was at an all-time low, barely sustained by Qin Yao's resilience and his own meager efforts. It was only a matter of time before they collapsed. Qin Yao was momentarily taken aback by Lin Fan's words, yet the wariness in her gaze did not wane. Rather, it intensified, fueled by Lin Fan's nonchalant demeanor. "Such eloquence. Who can discern if you are merely acting? What do you intend to achieve by earning our trust, and then what?" Lin Fan interrupted her, taking a step forward. Undeterred by De Zhuang's imposing presence, meeting Qin Yao's piercing stare with unwavering resolve. "And then turn you all into zombies? What purpose would that serve? Do I find the throngs outside insufficiently numerous or noisy? Or do I derive greater satisfaction from controlling a handful of starving individuals than from managing the thousands of undead outside? His reasoning was straightforward, yet left Qin Yao momentarily speechless. Officer Qin, I comprehend your caution. Lin Fan's tone softened slightly, though it still bore an edge. In this apocalyptic world, caution is certainly prudent. However, excessive suspicion may lead to missed opportunities for survival. I have come here today with sincerity, for our stronghold requires expansion, allies, and more survivors to confront this wretched world together. His gaze swept over old Zhou before returning to Qin Yao. My abilities are a product of this apocalypse, not a choice I made. I utilize them to survive and to protect those dear to me. As for whether they are righteous or nefarious, does it truly matter in the face of survival? Upon hearing this, old Zhou's eyes flickered with a mixture of complexity and understanding. He had endured much, knowing all too well that clinging to ideals in dire straits would hasten one's demise. Qin Yao pressed her lips tightly together, her grip on the spear tightening, the knuckles turning white from exertion. She found it difficult to fully counter Lin Fan's words. Rationality informed her that collaboration might be their sole path to survival, yet emotionally, particularly as a former SWAT officer, she instinctively recoiled from the idea of manipulating the dead and trampling upon the dignity of life. At that moment, a sudden, violent cacophony erupted from the direction of the gym's main entrance, followed by a series of increasingly forceful impacts. It seemed the horde had been provoked, embarking on a new frenzy of assault. Old Zhou's countenance paled. This is bad. The main entrance can barely hold. The previously fortified barriers are loosening. Qin Yao's eye sharpened. Abandoning her confrontation with Lin Fan, anxiously glancing towards the main entrance, it must be the noise from earlier that attracted them. We must provide support. The situation is dire. Lin Fan looked at the two, recognizing this as the moment to break the stalemate. De Zhuang, Lin Fan commanded, proceed to the main entrance. Assist in the defense. Clear the targets near the door. Upon receiving the directive, De Zhuang did not hesitate. He turned and strode forward with heavy steps, resembling a roaring heavy tank, charging towards the main entrance. The ground trembled slightly beneath his formidable advance. Qin Yao and old Zhou stood in stunned silence, taken aback by Lin Fan's decision to send forth that terrifying, corpulent zombie to assist. Qin Yao glanced at Lin Fan, her animosity somewhat diminished, yet her confusion deepened. Do not misconstrue my intentions, Lin Fan spoke calmly. If the gate is breached and everyone inside perishes, who shall I negotiate with for collaboration? I deem this investment worthwhile. His words, starkly pragmatic and cold, oddly reassured Qin Yao. Had Lin Fan proclaimed some heroic notion of aiding the distressed, she would have questioned his motives. Old Zhou, remain here and keep watch over the other entrances, Qin Yao instructed swiftly, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Fan, as if to convey, I am watching you. She then tightened her grip on her spear and rushed towards the main entrance. Lin Fan chose to stay behind, confident in De Zhuang's capabilities. He remained at the rear passage, standing alongside old Zhou. Silence enveloped the corridor, punctuated only by the distant sounds of fierce combat and anguished cries. Observing Lin Fan's youthful yet composed profile, old Zhou hesitated before speaking. Young brother, do not hold it against Xiaoqin. She is an excellent soldier and a fine young woman. However, during the calamity, our team suffered significant losses. Her closest companion perished before her eyes while attempting to save her, subsequently transforming into one of those creatures. Thus, she harbors a profound sensitivity and loathing towards these monsters and all that pertains to them. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan understood. It was a psychological scar, explaining her vehement reactions. Acknowledging this, he nodded. Survival was paramount to seek vengeance and uncover the truth. Death would render all pursuits futile. Old Zhou sighed, refraining from further commentary. Before long, the sounds of battle at the main entrance gradually subsided, the roars fading into sporadic echoes. Qin Yao and De Zhuang returned. The former stained with dark crimson splatters. Her breath slightly labored, yet her gaze remained sharp. It fought valiantly, she remarked, her tone layered with complexity. De Zhuang, appearing unperturbed aside from the bloodied remnants on his form and the viscous fluid dripping from his cleaver, quietly returned to stand behind Lin Fan. I have demonstrated the foundation for our collaboration, Lin Fan stated, addressing Qin Yao and old Zhou. Now, may we proceed inside to assess the situation and engage in a more substantive conversation? Qin Yao exchanged glances with old Zhou, who nodded slightly. Taking a deep breath, she seemed to arrive at a challenging resolution. She stepped aside, granting passage to the interior of the gymnasium, yet her eyes remained vigilant, conveying a warning. You may enter, but do not attempt any tricks. Otherwise, she brandished her steel spear ominously, her voice chilling. I assure you, my spear will pierce your throat before you can command that creature to eliminate me. Faced with this stark threat, Lin Fan merely smiled nonchalantly. Lead the way, Officer Qin. I hope our forthcoming dialogue proves more pleasant than the preceding welcome ceremony. Chapter 22. an alliance born from conflict as they traversed the narrow passage behind the gymnasium. The sight before them opened up dramatically, yet it was more harrowing than ever. The main arena, vast in its dimensions, now resembled a refugee camp. Scattered across the bleachers in the central arena were dozens of students, huddled together with pallid faces and vacant stares. The air was thick with the acrid sense of sweat, blood, and a faint undercurrent of despair. In one corner lay a meager collection of empty food wrappers and water bottles, a mere handful. Some injured individuals reclined on rudimentary bedding, emitting muffled groans of pain. The arrival of Qin Yao and Old Zhou, accompanied by a stranger and the grotesque, corpulent zombie, stirred a wave of anxiety among the survivors, who instinctively recoiled in fear at the sight of the hulking figure. "Fear not." Old Zhou quickly raised his voice to reassure them. "This is classmate Lin Fan, a survivor from another outpost, here to offer us assistance." He carefully chose his words, deliberately omitting details regarding Lin Fan's control over the zombies. Qin Yao maintained a stern expression, silent and vigilant, her spear firmly gripped in hand as she surveyed the room with a watchful eye. Lin Fan's gaze swept rapidly across the gymnasium. The situation was even more dire than he had anticipated. Resources were scarce, injuries were numerous, and morale was at an all-time low. The only silver lining was that the gymnasium's structural integrity remained largely intact. The entrance and primary access points were barricaded with tables, chairs, and sports equipment, providing a temporary sense of security. "Captain Zhou, Officer Qin," Lin Fan stated matter-of-factly, "I have assessed the situation here. A collaboration would be mutually beneficial. Our outpost has a relatively reliable, albeit rainwater-filtered, water source, some food reserves, and," he paused for emphasis, "a member skilled in medical care." "Medical care?" Old Zhou and Qin Yao exclaimed in unison, their eyes igniting with a spark of hope. In this moment, medical assistance was akin to a lifeline thrown amidst a storm. "Indeed," Lin Fan affirmed. "Thus, my proposal is this. You, along with all willing survivors here, should accompany us back to dormitory building number 4. It is more defensible, and we have established a preliminary order and resource distribution system. By merging our strengths, we can enhance our chances of survival." This proposal, while straightforward, implied that Qin Yao and Old Zhou would need to relinquish the stronghold they had fiercely defended for several days and partially cede command to Lin Fan. Old Zhou hesitated not for a moment. He glanced at the hopeful faces of the students around him, then at his own injuries and the dwindling supplies, before nodding heavily. "I agree. As long as it ensures everyone's survival, I will do whatever is necessary." The weight of decision now rested upon Qin Yao. All eyes turned to her. She was one of the de facto pillars of strength and morale in this beleaguered group. With pursed lips, Qin Yao surveyed the faces filled with longing and fear before finally resting her gaze on Lin Fan. She discerned the calm confidence in his eyes, as well as the quiet yet formidable presence of the imposing zombie behind him. Rationality dictated that this was the best course of action. Yet emotionally, the thought of leading those she had fought so fiercely to protect towards an alliance with a mysterious figure who commanded such monsters left her with a profound reluctance and an inability to fully trust. "How can I be certain that upon arriving at your location, we will not be treated as mere cannon fodder or become the reserve sustenance for your monstrous entities?" Qin Yao's voice remained icy, laced with skepticism. Lin Fan sighed, aware that without presenting substantial evidence, it would be challenging to alleviate the apprehensions of this highly vigilant police officer. "Firstly, our base has implemented a contribution point system, ensuring that effort is rewarded and resources are distributed equitably. Su Wanqing, the young woman who previously collaborated with me, oversees resource management and enforcement of this system. She is fair, and you are welcome to supervise her. Secondly, my abilities currently allow me to control only a limited number of zombies, and the energy expenditure is immense. Transforming living beings into zombies offers me no advantage. Rather, it would compound the burden of control and heighten the risks. Logically, it does not stand to reason. Thirdly," Lin Fan gestured towards De Zhuang. "This individual and another zombie I previously controlled primarily serve as scouts, defenders, and carriers. What we truly require are living individuals with diverse skills. For instance, you, Officer Qin, your combat experience and prowess are invaluable assets to us." His arguments were coherent, and the pros and cons clearly delineated. Qin Yao fell silent, internally wrestling with her thoughts. At that moment, a frail student struggled to sit up. His voice tinged with desperation as he exclaimed, "Qin, Senior, Uncle Zhou, let us follow this big brother. I'm so hungry," and Xiaoling. She's barely hanging on. He pointed towards a nearby girl, her breath faint and labored. These words were like the final straw that broke the camel's back. Qin Yao glanced at the dying girl, and then at the surrounding faces filled with hope and despair. Her grip on the spear tightened before slowly relaxing. Taking a deep breath, as if expending every ounce of her strength, she looked at Lin Fan and spoke deliberately. "All right, I agree to cooperate. However, Lin Fan, remember this. If I discover that you have deceived us or done anything to endanger these students. Her gaze sharpened, fierce and resolute like a drawn sword. I, Qin Yao, will ensure that you pay the price, even if it costs me my life. This was less an agreement than a solemn warning steeped in blood oath. Lin Fan nodded, his expression grave. I accept your terms. Welcome aboard. Thus, a fragile alliance, born from the throes of violent conflict yet forged in the crucible of survival, began to take shape. Without delay, preparations for the transfer commenced. The supplies they could salvage were scarce, consisting mainly of a few usable tools and a meager quantity of remaining medicines. The priority was the evacuation of personnel. Lin Fan assigned to Zhuang the task of leading the way and providing rear guard, while Qin Yao and Old Zhou organized the able-bodied students to assist the injured and prepare for departure. The evacuation route selected was relatively safe, with De Zhuang, a formidable heavy-duty pathfinder, and Qin Yao, an experienced scout. The journey proved smoother than Lin Fan's arrival. Occasional encounters with scattered zombies posed no significant threat. When this motley crew, though mostly emaciated, accompanied by a grotesque, corpulent zombie, finally reached the base of the fourth dormitory, the watchman, Fat Wang, nearly had his eyes pop out in astonishment. My goodness, Brother Fan, have you emptied the gymnasium? He gazed down at the throng of people below, particularly at Qin Yao and Old Zhou leading the crowd, his jaw nearly touching the ground. Upon receiving the news, Su Wanqing and Tang Xiao promptly rushed to the fourth-floor entrance. Faced with a multitude of unfamiliar faces, especially several injured individuals among them, Su Wanqing swiftly assumed command, orchestrating the personnel who had been prepped for assistance, organizing the space, and tallying the numbers. Her composure and efficiency provided a semblance of reassurance to the otherwise anxious newcomers. Meanwhile, Tang Xiao dashed towards the injured, and as a faint yet warming milky light emanated from her fingertips while she treated a young man suffering from a wound infection. Gasps of astonishment and elation erupted from the crowd of newcomers. Healing abilities. A miracle of healing. Oh my, we are saved. Thank you. Thank you. The corridor reverberated with cries of excitement and gratitude. Tang Xiao's presence acted as a potent balm, dispelling the last vestiges of doubt and unease among the newcomers, instilling in them a profound sense of belonging and hope within Lin Fan's stronghold. Qin Yao observed this scene unfold, her gaze shifting from the fragile yet radiant figure of Tang Xiao to the methodical Su Wanqing, who efficiently arranged accommodations and provisions, and finally resting on Lin Fan, who appeared calm and unassuming as if merely performing a trivial task. A slight relaxation emerged on her previously tense visage. The sharpness of her eagle-like gaze began to soften, as hostility and skepticism were gradually supplanted by an intricate, ineffable emotion. Perhaps this individual who commanded the zombies was indeed unrelated to the catastrophe? Perhaps this place could truly become a beacon of hope? Old Zhou, leaning on his cane, surveyed the vibrant scene before him, though fraught with challenges. It was undeniably alive, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears as he murmured, "This is wonderful, truly wonderful." Lin Fan, witnessing the successful convergence of the two factions, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Despite the misunderstandings and conflicts that had characterized their interactions, the outcome was favorable. His team had expanded significantly, bolstering their strength, particularly with the addition of the formidable Qin Yao and the seasoned veteran, Old Zhou. This alliance, born from adversity, had finally taken a resolute first step forward. The upcoming challenges would involve resource integration, calming the populace, and preparing for the myriad of unknown dangers that lay ahead. Yet, the vision of his eternal night city seemed to be taking on a vague yet promising shape. Chapter 23. Recapturing the Campus Supermarket. A bounty of supplies. The fourth dormitory building buzzed with unprecedented liveliness. The once relatively spacious fourth floor became cramped as nearly 30 survivors from the gym flooded in. The air was thick with the sense of sweat, medicine, and the palpable anxiety of newcomers in an unfamiliar environment. Su Wanqing exhibited remarkable organizational prowess. She swiftly dispersed the new and old members into new groups. Those physically robust and uninjured, led by Zhao Chong, continued to fortify the defenses and cleared some space on the fifth floor to establish a new living area. The lightly injured and those more fragile were tasked with logistics, such as assisting Tang Xiao in caring for the severely injured or learning to filter the black rainwater. Wang Fadi took on the role of supplies officer, meticulously distributing food and drinking water according to a system based on contribution points and basic rations. Although the distribution remains modest for each individual, at least it is equitable and imbued with hope. Qin Yao and Old Zhou were invited by Lin Fan to join the temporary decision-making committee. In the 408 dormitory, now resembling a command center, candlelight flickered as 5 individuals, Lin Fan, Su Wanqing, Wang Pengzi, Qin Yao, and Captain Zhou, whose full name is Zhou Weigua, gathered around a table. The atmosphere was somewhat delicate. Qin Yao remained taciturn, her arms crossed, her gaze occasionally scrutinizing Lin Fan. Zhou Weiguo appeared cooperative, having witnessed Lin Fan's capabilities and the potential of their stronghold. The number of people had increased, yet the strain on resources had intensified. Su Wanqing spoke candidly, pointing to the meager supply list. The food brought back from the cafeteria, combined with the paltry stock from the gymnasium, could sustain them for merely 4 or 5 more days, even with frugal consumption. As for water, the filtration process barely kept pace with consumption, placing them in a precarious situation. Wang Pengzi grimaced. Indeed, with so many people, relying solely on porridge won't suffice. We need some substantial provisions. Lin Fan nodded thoughtfully, his gaze fixed upon the hand-drawn campus map, continuously refined by Su Wanqing and Tang Xiaoro, particularly at a designated location, the campus education supermarket. His next objective was clear, this place. He pointed to the supermarket on the map, noting that its supplies should be more abundant than those of the cafeteria, particularly regarding sealed food items and daily necessities. Qin Yao finally spoke, her tone still frosty. The supermarket is not far, but its proximity to the main thoroughfare means a likely high density of zombies. Furthermore, the supermarket's entrance is typically glass, making it easily breachable, and the current situation inside is entirely unknown. Her analysis was astute, highlighting the inherent risks. Indeed, risks existed, but they had to be faced. Lin Fan's tone was resolute. This is currently our closest and most promising source of substantial supplies. He looked at Qin Yao and Zhou Weiguo. This operation requires elite members. I and De Zhuang will be the main force. Officer Qin, your combat experience is invaluable to us, and I hope you will participate. Captain Zhou, given your injuries, it would be best for you to remain at the stronghold to assist Wanqing in maintaining order. Qin Yao furrowed her brow, hesitating before responding. That hulking brute of yours makes too much noise. Won't he attract every zombie in the school? Thus, strategy was essential. Lin Fan had already devised a plan of distraction. He meticulously outlined his strategy. 1. Feign attack. Utilize the previously crafted rudimentary sound devices and reflective apparatus to create a cacophony and flashes of light at a building opposite the supermarket, for instance. The more distant administrative building, drawing the majority of zombies' attention away from the main road and the supermarket. 2. Elite infiltration. While the horde is distracted, Lin Fan and Qin Yao, leading a select few agile members, including Wang Pengzi, would make a rapid advance into the supermarket, with De Zhuang clearing the path. 3. Swift scavenging. Upon entering the supermarket, they would swiftly gather high-value, easily transportable supplies such as compressed biscuits, canned goods, bottled water, chocolate, medicines, batteries, and the like. 4. Zombie hauler. De Zhuang would not only be responsible for combat, but also tasked with the primary role of transport. Lin Fan had already instructed Wang Pengzi to prepare larger canvas cargo baskets. 5. Predefined escape route. A retreat plan would be established, along with arrangements for extraction. While the plan appeared feasible, each step was fraught with uncertainty. Qin Yao listened intently, her expression inscrutable as she finally nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall participate. She understood that this was an opportunity to affirm her worth and gain deeper insights into Lin Fan and the team. Zhou Weiguo also concurred. I will ensure this place remains secure. The operation was scheduled for the following dawn. That night, the entire stronghold buzzed with activity in preparation for the next day's endeavor, crafting additional noise-making devices, inspecting weapons, and assigning tasks. The newly joined survivors, though still apprehensive, found some solace in witnessing the orderly preparations of the leadership. Tang Xiaoro discreetly approached Lin Fan, handing him a small package containing a concoction of herbs she had gathered and a bit of iodine solution she had left over, which she claimed might have a revitalizing effect. Senior Lin Fan, please be careful, she urged softly, her large eyes filled with concern. The next day, the operation commenced. The team responsible for the feigned assault was led by Zhao Chong, accompanied by several daring young men, as they cautiously made their way toward the administration building. Half an hour later, a cacophony of sharp metallic clanging, shattering glass, and erratic beams of flashlights erupted from the direction of the administration building. Indeed, the horde of zombies wandering the main thoroughfare, like sharks sensing blood, erupted into a chorus of roars and surged toward the administration building. Now is our chance. Move. Lin Fan exclaimed. A stealth team composed of Lin Fan, Qin Yao, Wang Pengzi, and 2 other agile young men, under the protection of De Zhuang, darted toward the now eerily quiet campus supermarket like arrows released from a bow. The supermarket's glass doors lay shattered, revealing a scene of chaos within, shelves toppled, products strewn across the floor, and dried blood alongside scattered remnants of humanity. The air was thick with a complex amalgamation of scents. Stay vigilant. Pair up and search swiftly. Priority targets: food section, beverage section, and daily necessities. Look for medicine and batteries. Qin Yao commanded decisively, showcasing her tactical acumen. She gripped her steel spear tightly, scanning the dimly lit interior of the supermarket with utmost caution. Dazhuang bulldozed through the fallen shelves and debris, clearing a path for the team. The group immediately dispersed, resembling a swarm of locusts, frantically collecting any usable supplies into their backpacks and bags. Compressed biscuits, beef jerky, various canned meats, canned fruits, bottled water, and energy drinks, once mundane items, had transformed into treasures of incalculable worth. Wang Pengzi eagerly lunged toward a shelf laden with chocolates and candies, stuffing his bag while grinning foolishly. Lin Fan hastened to the daily necessities section, where he discovered a shelf stocked with essential medicines and batteries. Though it was in disarray, he managed to find some antibiotics, pain relievers, bandages, and a substantial quantity of Type 5 and Type 7 batteries. We've struck gold. This is a true windfall, Wang Pengzi exclaimed, his voice quivering with excitement. However, just as the looting reached a fervent pace, a low, guttural roar, distinct from that of ordinary zombies, emanated from the depths of the supermarket's storage area. Almost immediately, a towering zombie clad in a supermarket security uniform, with arms nearly reaching its knees, burst forth from the warehouse. Its speed was astonishingly swift, far exceeding that of ordinary zombies. Moreover, its fingernails had elongated and darkened, resembling claws. A mutated entity. Caution. Qin Yao's pupils constricted as she immediately issued a warning. The security zombie had a clear target, lunging directly at Wang Fatty, who was busy loading supplies into a basket on Dezhuang's back. Fatty dodged. Lin Fan reacted with remarkable speed, promptly instructing Dezhuang, intercept it. With a thunderous roar, Dezhuang's massive form shifted abruptly, his cleaver slicing through the air towards the security zombie. However, the security zombie exhibited exceptional agility, deftly sidestepping Dezhuang's strike, its claws carving deep, bone-revealing gashes into Dezhuang's robust arm. Dezhuang's movements faltered momentarily. Such speed. Lin Fan was taken aback. This security zombie appeared to be an agile variant. Observing the situation, Qin Yao wasted no time and thrust her spear forward. Her spear was both swift and lethal, aimed directly at the zombie's head. Yet, the security zombie reacted even more swiftly, tilting its head to evade the spear's tip, its claws reaching out towards Qin Yao with a vicious angle. Just as it seemed Qin Yao was about to be injured, duck. Lin Fan shouted, simultaneously unleashing his mental energy. He was not attempting to control the security zombie. Its will was too ferocious to be subdued in such a short time, but rather manipulating a nearby collapsed metal shelf laden with canned goods, hurling it violently towards the security zombie. Boom. The shelf, along with the cans, crashed down upon the security zombie. Though it did not inflict fatal damage, it successfully impeded its movement, granting Qin Yao precious moments to retreat. Qin Yao, still shaken, glanced at Lin Fan, her expression complex. Dezhuang, entangle it. Lin Fan commanded once more. Ignoring the injuries on his arm, Dezhuang charged forward with a roar, using his size to firmly grapple the agile security zombie. Though fresh scratches continued to mar his body, he effectively restricted its mobility. Hurry, time is of the essence. Gather the supplies. Prepare for withdrawal. Lin Fan shouted to the other members, who were still in a daze. The team snapped back to reality, desperately stuffing the salvaged supplies into Dezhuang's basket and their own backpacks. That's enough. Retreat. Seeing Dezhuang's basket brimming and everyone's backpacks bulging, Lin Fan decisively ordered. He cast one last glance at the security zombies still entangled with Dezhuang, knowing they could not linger. Dezhuang, shake it off. Retreat. With a furious roar, Dezhuang exerted all his strength to hurl the security zombie towards a pile of shelves, then turned and dashed towards the supermarket exit alongside his team members. The group burst out of the supermarket, rapidly retreating along their planned route towards the dormitory building. Behind them, the supermarket echoed with the agitated roars of the security zombie and the faint sounds of the returning horde. As the team, laden with their spoils, returned safely under Dezhuang's protection to the defenses of Dormitory 4, everyone collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, their faces illuminated with uncontainable joy and exhilaration. The massive basket on Dezhuang's back, akin to a small mountain, along with each member's bulging backpack, proclaimed the immense success of this mission. The supply crisis was thoroughly resolved. The reclamation of the campus supermarket resulted in a bountiful harvest. Lin Fan gazed at the jubilant crowd, his eyes resting on the steadfast figure of Dezhuang, who, despite his injuries, remained resolute, and on Qin Yao, who, though still wearing a stoic expression, exhibited a trace of diminished hostility in her gaze. A profound sense of accomplishment surged within him. His influence was expanding at a visible pace, solidifying the foundation of the Eternal Night City. Chapter 24. The Fortress of the Wealthy Young Lady. Emily, the elation from the supermarket's bountiful harvest surged through the entire stronghold like a potent elixir. Su Wanqing, accompanied by her team, swiftly sorted, classified, and recorded the precious supplies, compressed biscuits, assorted canned goods, bottled water, medicines, and batteries, before implementing an unprecedentedly generous distribution based on contribution points and basic quotas. Every individual, including the newly joined survivors from the gymnasium, received sufficient provisions to satiate their hunger and clean drinking water, along with a small piece of chocolate or a few fruit candies as an added incentive. The long-awaited sensation of fullness and sweetness ignited an unprecedented buoyancy in the atmosphere of the stronghold, reviving the once-numb faces with vigor and significantly enhancing their recognition of Lin Fan as their leader. Wang Pengzi savored his beef jerky with such delight that he nearly lost himself in bliss. Tang Xiaoro carefully unwrapped the candy, cherishing it as she let it dissolve in her mouth, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction reminiscent of a contented kitten. Even Qin Yao, typically composed, softened imperceptibly at the corners of her mouth upon receiving a can of luncheon meat. Witnessing this scene, Lin Fan felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Yet he was acutely aware that this relief was merely ephemeral. Relying solely on temporary measures would not suffice. They required a more stable source and a broader array of talents. While organizing the supplies, Su Wanqing raised a pressing concern. Although food and essential medications were temporarily sufficient, they were critically lacking in professional personnel to manage these resources. With the influx of items, the organization, classification, moisture, and pest control, and the implementation of a more refined distribution strategy had become chaotic. Xiaoro and I cannot manage it all. Her words struck a chord with Lin Fan. His team comprised combatants, himself, Qin Yao, and De Zhuang, logistics management, Su Wanqing, and a medic, Tang Xiaoro. Yet they were indeed missing a skilled warehouse manager or domestic officer. At that moment, a clever-looking young man from the gymnasium approached Lin Fan hesitantly, reporting, "Brother Fan, while I was hiding at school, I heard that there might still be survivors over at the International Exchange College." The mention of the International Exchange College piqued Lin Fan's interest. It boasted the best accommodation, primarily single apartments, and was home to numerous foreign exchange students and affluent individuals. "Do you know the precise location? Or any distinguishing features?" Lin Fan inquired eagerly. The young man strained to recall. "I believe I heard it was in some luxurious suite on the top floor. I heard that a wealthy girl had hoarded quite a bit of supplies during the disaster and locked herself inside. She even made brief contact with the outside world via radio, but then there was no further news." A wealthy girl? A luxurious suite on the top floor? Hoarding supplies? A radio? The combination of these keywords conjured a name in Lin Fan's mind: Emily Chun, the renowned scion of a multinational conglomerate at Dragon City University. A proud and acerbic heiress who refers to her fellow students as commoners, is rumored to possess exceptional business acumen and managerial skills. If she were still alive and indeed hoarding supplies, she would undoubtedly be the ideal candidate for the role of logistics chief. Preparing himself, Lin Fan swiftly made a decision, targeting the top floor of the International Exchange Institute. This time, he brought along only one companion, De Zhuang. The institute was somewhat distant and its internal structure intricate. Having too many people could lead to complications. Navigating through the increasingly perilous campus, where the horde seemed to have grown more active and sensitive in light of recent events, Lin Fan and De Zhuang cautiously arrived at the building of the International Exchange Institute. This structure was indeed distinct from others. Its doors were firmly shut, the glass intact, and even the windows on the ground floor were drawn with thick curtains, as if isolating the interior from the despairing world outside. Rather than forcibly breaching the entrance, Lin Fan scoured the exterior for a potential entry point. Eventually, he discovered a maintenance drainage pipe that led to the rooftop. It appeared he would need to climb. Taking a deep breath, he left De Zhuang on guard below and, utilizing his relatively agile physique, began his ascent along the slick pipe. The top floor housed a single unit, featuring a vast private terrace. As Lin Fan climbed onto the terrace, he found the doors similarly sealed. However, through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, he beheld a striking contrast to the disarray outside. The interior was immaculate, even luxurious: genuine leather sofas, a marble coffee table, and an exquisite liquor cabinet, though dust-laden, still hinted at its former elegance. More importantly, in the corner of the living room, there were numerous boxes of food and bottled water, a substantial quantity indeed. At the center of the living room, upon the sofa, sat a figure. It was a girl dressed in a somewhat wrinkled yet discernibly branded dress, possessing wavy chestnut hair and exquisite mixed-race features. Even in her pallid state, her innate superiority was hard to conceal. She clutched a tablet tightly in her hand, though it was long out of power, her vacant gaze fixed on the eternal darkness outside, embodying a sense of isolation and a deeply concealed unease. It was none other than Emily Chun. Lin Fan knocked gently on the glass door. Startled, Emily turned sharply as if a frightened rabbit, leaping from the sofa in alarm. In a panic, she retreated, seizing a nearby silver candlestick to point toward the entrance, her voice trembling yet attempting to maintain an air of haughtiness as she called out in English, "Who is there? Stay away. I'm warning you." Lin Fan, somewhat exasperated, noted her continued pretentiousness even in such dire circumstances. He responded in Chinese, "Emily. It's Lin Fan from the history department, a survivor. We mean no harm. We are here to ensure your safety and offer assistance." Upon hearing the familiar Chinese, Emily's demeanor softened slightly, though her vigilance remained unyielding. She retorted in Chinese, her tone laced with her usual skepticism and scrutiny, "Lin Fan? I haven't heard of you. How can you prove that you are not one of those monsters or marauding thugs?" Lin Fan sighed, gesturing towards the floor below. "If you doubt me, take a look downstairs." Emily approached the window with skepticism, carefully peering down. Upon witnessing the imposing figure of a corpulent zombie, surrounded by the remnants of several fallen corpses, her complexion drained, and she let out a stifled scream, retreating repeatedly. "Monster! There's a monster down there. Fear not, it obeys my commands." Lin Fan endeavored to imbue his voice with a sense of credibility. "Obeys you?" Emily regarded him as if he were a madman. "Control a monster? Do you fancy yourself a superhero? You commoners will stop at nothing to trick me into opening my door." Lin Fan's patience was wearing thin. He glanced at the sturdy glass door and then at the pile of supplies behind Emily, resolving to alter his approach. "Emily, I am not here to seize your possessions," he stated calmly, yet with an undeniable authority. "In truth, our stronghold currently lacks neither food nor water." He pointed towards her stash. "Your reserves may appear substantial, yet relying solely on them, how long can they sustain you? A month? 2? And then what?" Emily's gaze flickered, for Lin Fan's words struck a chord deep within her. Although she had hoarded a considerable amount, she was acutely aware that resources would eventually dwindle. "Our stronghold has dozens of individuals, and we have established a semblance of order." Lin Fan continued, laying his cards on the table. "We have combatants ensuring safety, medical personnel tending to the injured, and managers distributing supplies. What we seek is someone genuinely adept at efficient management, optimizing resource allocation, and even planning for long-term development." His eyes locked onto Emily's. "I believe you possess that capability. Your business acumen and managerial talent should not be squandered in this diminutive fortress, waiting for resources to deplete or for a more formidable force to breach your defenses." Emily bit her lip as Lin Fan's words hammered at her fragile heart. Loneliness, fear, and uncertainty about the future had long since eroded her initial arrogance. Though the creature outside was terrifying, the stronghold he described seemed to offer a glimmer of hope. "How can I know that what you say is true?" Her voice trembled with uncertainty. "You may accompany me to see for yourself," Lin Fan offered. "Witness our stronghold, our people. If you find it unsatisfactory or cannot place your trust in us, I can assure your safe departure, even providing you with a portion of supplies to continue guarding this fortress." Such a proposition was undeniably sincere. Emily remained silent for a long while, engaged in an intense internal struggle. Ultimately, her fear of solitary death, coupled with a yearning for order and opportunity, triumphed over the remnants of her pride and doubt. Taking a deep breath, as if reaching a momentous decision, she approached the door and unlocked the intricate electronic lock, though the power was long gone. The mechanical lock remained functional. The door swung open. She stood at the threshold, gazing at Lin Fan outside the door, still raising her chin, striving to maintain the last vestige of composure. Yet, the turmoil and anticipation flickering in her eyes betrayed her. "Let me make myself clear," she declared in her characteristic, slightly awkward tone. "My joining does not imply my endorsement of all the actions of you commoners. I am merely engaging in a temporary strategic alliance. Furthermore, the management of resources must be under my purview. Your crude distribution methods are nothing short of sacrilege against our resources." Hearing this familiar refrain, and noting her unwavering spirit even in her downfall, Lin Fan could not help but smile. He realized that this wealthy logistics minister had successfully been recruited. "Welcome aboard, Emily. Please, allow me to clear the path for you. As for management methods, we can deliberate on those at leisure. For now, let me show you our new home." Emily cast one last glance at the fortress she had managed for so long, now resembling a prison, gritted her teeth, and stepped forward into the unknown, yet potentially hopeful new world below. What transformations would her joining bring to Lin Fan's team? He anticipated it with eagerness. Chapter 25, Commoners. Let us strike a bargain. Bringing Emily back to the base in dormitory building number 4 was more eventful than Lin Fan had anticipated. When the massive figure of De Zhuang appeared at the bottom of the stairs, the sentinels nearly triggered an alarm, if they had one, that is. Upon seeing the unfamiliar mixed-race beauty following Lin Fan, dressed in a manner that seemed incongruous to the apocalypse yet radiated natural elegance despite her dusty appearance, they collectively fell into a stupor. "Who is this, Brother Fan?" Wang Pengzi asked, his eyes wide, instinctively adjusting his grimy collar. Su Wanqing furrowed her brow slightly, scrutinizing Emily with a discerning gaze. The aura surrounding this woman was distinctly different from anyone else in the vicinity. Tang Xiaoro timidly hid behind Su Wanqing, stealing curious glances. Emily stood at the entrance of the fourth-floor corridor, surveying the crowded and chaotic base, where the air was thick with the scent of sweat and medicine. Her finely arched brows knitted together in distaste, her face openly revealing her disdain and discomfort. "Is this what you call a safe haven?" she remarked, waving her hand in front of her nose, her tone tinged with unmistakable disappointment. "It smells worse than a zoo and is organized like a refugee camp." Upon hearing this, the expressions of many survivors around her soured. They had fought tooth and nail to find this refuge. And to hear it described so disparagingly by this unexpected woman was disheartening. Wang Pengzi couldn't help but mutter, "Hey, how can you speak like that, young lady?" Lin Fan raised his hand to silence Wang Pengzi and turned to Emily, his tone calm. "Emily, the conditions here are indeed rudimentary, but they are the result of our collective efforts and our only reliance at present. If you find it unacceptable, you are free to leave. My previous offer still stands." Emily bit her lip, observing the discontented faces of those around her, then looked into Lin Fan's steady yet unyielding eyes. She realized there was no turning back now. Returning to that luxurious cage to languish in solitude until death? She could not abide it. With a deep breath, as if making a significant concession, she lifted her chin and spoke in her distinctive, somewhat haughty tone. "I believe you have no choice in this matter. I shall remain, but on one condition." She extended her slender finger towards the somewhat disheveled supply area, which, despite Su Wanqing's efforts to organize it, still appeared chaotic. "The management of supplies, from inventory to allocation, must be entirely under my control. The current system you have, if it can even be called a system, is inefficient, wasteful, and exceedingly primitive." Su Wanqing's expression darkened instantly. Having been responsible for supply management herself, she was fully aware of her lack of expertise, yet she had invested considerable effort into it. Being completely dismissed by a newcomer was uncomfortable for anyone. "Emily," Su Wanqing replied coolly, "the management of supplies concerns everyone's survival. It is not a trivial matter. Our current system, though rudimentary, ensures basic fairness." "Fairness? Huh?" Emily interjected with a sharp laugh, interrupting Su Wanqing. "My dear, in these circumstances, fairness is the swiftest route to death for everyone." She strode confidently to the pile of supplies, disregarding the astonished gazes of those around her, and casually picked up a pack of compressed biscuits and a can of luncheon meat. "Look at this. Do these two items hold the same value? Absurd. Their energy density, nutritional value, shelf life, and the psychological comfort they provide are entirely different. Assigning them equal worth is akin to trading diamonds for glass." She pointed further at the bottled water and the dubious filtered rainwater. "And this, bottled water and that questionable filtered rainwater should never be regarded as equivalent. One is assuredly safe, while the other poses potential health risks. Treating them as equals is utterly irresponsible." Her speech flowed rapidly, interspersed with both English and Chinese. Yet her logic was crystal clear, incisively highlighting the numerous flaws in the existing allocation system. The previously discontented survivors began to exhibit thoughtful expressions as they listened to her analysis. Even Su Wanqing, though her face remained stern, displayed a slight reduction in her resistance and an increase in seriousness. Lin Fan silently admired her. She truly was a commercial prodigy with a keen eye. He turned to Emily. "So your condition is that you take full responsibility for reforming the supply management system?" "Precisely." Emily crossed her arms and tilted her head slightly. "Grant me the authority, and I shall establish a more refined, efficient, and sustainable system of allocation and contribution that truly incentivizes everyone. I will ensure that, based on the current supplies, everyone can live longer and with greater hope." She paused, her gaze sweeping over Lin Fan, Su Wanqing, and the others present before returning to Lin Fan, a sly and confident smile curving her lips. "What do you say, commoner? Shall we strike a deal? Exchange your crude management rights for the order, efficiency, and genuine survival assurance that I, Emily Chun, can provide. This transaction guarantees you profit without loss." Silence enveloped the room as all eyes turned to Lin Fan, awaiting his decision. Su Wanqing also gazed at him, her expression complex. Lin Fan hesitated not for a moment. He recognizes Emily's worth and believes in her capabilities. Professional matters should be entrusted to those with expertise. Su Wanqing's strengths lie primarily in macro organization and personnel coordination, whereas Emily is undoubtedly the optimal choice for micromanagement and resource optimization. The agreement was reached. Lin Fan nodded decisively. From this moment forth, all management, allocation of supplies, and optimization of the contribution point system would be under Emily Chen's complete authority. Su Wanqing would shift to a supportive role, overseeing overall personnel coordination and external exploration initiatives. He turned to Su Wanqing and inquired, "What do you think?" After a brief moment of contemplation, she glanced at the self-assured Emily and then at Lin Fan's trusting gaze. ultimately nodding slowly. I have no objections, as long as it benefits everyone. She demonstrated a broad-mindedness for the greater good. Emily appeared somewhat surprised by Lin Fan's decisiveness, but soon a satisfied expression graced her features, a wise decision. She promptly shifted into work mode, pointing at the pile of supplies and instructing Su Wanqing. Now, please provide me with the complete inventory list, personnel roster, and that ludicrous record of contribution points you had before. I need to reassess everything. She then addressed Wang Fatty and a few others responsible for transportation. You relocate these supplies to a more centralized and secure location. I need to conduct a comprehensive inventory immediately. Her commands were clear, swift, and imbued with an undeniable authority. Wang Fatty and the others instinctively began to follow her instructions. Lin Fan observed Emily as she swiftly assumed her role, efficiently reorganizing the internal affairs. A subtle smile playing on his lips. He understood that this proud heiress would bring transformative changes to his stronghold. In her own unique manner, Emily Chun had officially found her place and value in this apocalyptic world. Are the commoners ready to embrace true management? Emily murmured as she rapidly sifted through the records handed to her by Su Wanqing, her eyes glimmering with excitement and challenge. The era of Emily, the logistics queen, had officially commenced within the confines of this modest dormitory stronghold. Chapter 26. The core team takes shape. Emily Chun's arrival was akin to dropping a depth charge into a relatively calm lake, instantly altering the operational rhythm of the entire stronghold. She was relentless and nearly exacting. Upon receiving the inventory list and personnel roster, she immediately, with Su Wanqing's assistance, recounted, categorized, and labeled all supplies. No longer merely categorized as food and water, they were meticulously divided into high-energy compressed foods, protein cans, vitamin supplements, staple foods, safe drinking water, filtered risk water, emergency medical supplies, daily medications, and luxury incentive goods, among a dozen categories. Each item was marked with an estimated shelf life, caloric value, and assigned different contribution point exchange coefficients. She abolished the previous simplistic baseline system, replacing it with a tiered structure that fluctuated based on basic survival guarantees and special contribution rewards. Each individual was required to complete designated basic tasks daily, such as vigilance, cleaning, assisting with water filtration, etc., to secure the minimum sustenance necessary for survival. Those who exceed expectations, engage in perilous explorations, or possess unique skills that contribute significantly are rewarded with superior food and supplies. In contrast, luxuries such as candy and cigarettes require a substantial accumulation of contribution points for redemption. She has also instituted a rigorous inventory control system, mandating that every distribution must be documented with a signature and a stamp made from found ink, along with a detailed explanation of its intended use. The utilization of communal resources necessitates prior approval from both her and Su Wanqing. This series of measures initially provoked considerable backlash. Particularly, Zhao Chong and his loosely organized group expressed profound dissatisfaction at having to undertake menial tasks such as garbage collection or stone transportation merely to earn the most basic porridge. Damn it, when I was scavenging outside, this young lady was probably crying in some gilded cage. Now she dares to impose her will upon us. Zhao Chong lamented privately to a few of his followers. Exactly, Brother Chong. Why do they merely need to speak to enjoy canned goods while we are relegated to watery gruel? And that new foreign girl, her haughty demeanor is infuriating. The resentment continued to fester until one day, one of Zhao Chong's followers, while responsible for filtering black rainwater, shirked his duties and failed to adhere to the prescribed cleaning procedure for the filter. This negligence resulted in a batch of murky water. During a routine inspection, Emily discovered the issue and ruthlessly penalized the individual by docking 3 days' worth of performance rations, issuing a stern warning that further infractions would lead to a reduction in his basic survival provisions. The individual exploded in outrage, pointing an accusatory finger at Emily, and even attempted to seize the withheld food. Just as tensions escalated, a heavy thud resonated. Qin Yao had appeared at some point, her steel rebar spear striking the ground with force. Her icy gaze swept over the instigator, and though she spoke not a word, the palpable aura of menace extinguished the person's bravado, leaving him to retreat in shame. Emily, unfazed, did not even glance at the ruckus maker but calmly informed Su Wanqing, who had rushed over, document this. Proceed according to regulations. This incident served as a cold shower, awakening many who harbored complacency and discontent. They realized that this newly arrived heiress not only had Lin Fan's unwavering support, but was also backed by the formidable Qin Yao. Her rules were not to be trifled with. What gradually won over the crowd was the realization that while Emily's system was indeed stringent, it brought about visibly positive changes. The rate of resource consumption noticeably slowed, as the distribution became more judicious and waste diminished. Simultaneously, the workers' motivation surged. Diligent and effective labor yielded tangible, superior rewards. The hygiene and environment within the stronghold improved significantly due to clearly defined responsibilities. An unprecedented order, imbued with competition and hope, began to take root within the stronghold. Even Su Wanqing, who initially harbored some resistance, could not help but acknowledge the expertise of Emily upon witnessing her meticulous organization of a chaotic array of supplies and contribution records. Through her precise calculations, Emily projected that the existing resources could sustain them for an extended period. This realization compelled Su Wanqing to genuinely collaborate with Emily, channeling more energy into personnel management and external exploration planning. Although Wang Fadi occasionally grumbled about the multitude of regulations, feeling that even a piece of candy required scrutiny, his high performance in exploration and transport had rendered him one of the few individuals in the outpost who frequently indulged in canned goods and chocolate. Finding joy in his circumstances, Tang Xiaoro was filled with admiration for Emily, perceiving this beautiful and formidable sister as akin to an elite from a movie, often taking the initiative to assist her with manageable recording tasks. Lin Fan observed all of this with great satisfaction, as he required a team that operated efficiently with clearly defined roles. Now, the framework of his core team had taken shape. Lin Fan himself as the leader, the spiritual core and primary combat force, zombie control, Su Wanqing as the deputy, overseeing internal affairs, personnel coordination, and strategic planning, ice abilities awaiting awakening. Emily Chun as the logistics queen, responsible for resource management and system design. Qin Yao as the military supervisor, in charge of combat training and security. Tang Xiaoro as the medical supervisor, healer, and morale booster. Wang Hao, Wang Fadi, as the elder, primary combat force, human side, and exploration pioneer. Zhou Weiguo, Old Zhou, as the advisor, experienced and assisting in management, currently sidelined due to injury. And De Zhuang as the chief zombie employee, heavy frontline, and resource transporter. This team possessed intellect, strength, logistics, and medical capabilities, with a rational structure and clear functions. Standing at the window on the 4th floor, gazing down at De Zhuang, who dutifully patrolled in the drizzling rain, influenced by Lin Fan's subconscious dispersal command, and then looking back at the bustling yet orderly scene within the outpost, Lin Fan felt a surge of pride. In a mere span of days, from the initial trembling in a dormitory with only himself and Wang Fadi, they had evolved into a survivor outpost comprising dozens of individuals, now taking on a semblance of scale and operational efficiency. All of this began with the inexplicable abilities he had acquired and the countless life and death decisions and adventures he had undertaken. The core team had begun to take shape. Lin Fan murmured softly, his gaze directed towards the campus shrouded in eternal night, fraught with peril, and the distant ruins of an unknown city. It was now time to contemplate how to firmly establish and expand this team in the apocalypse, even to create an order of their own. His ambitions began to quietly flourish alongside the formation of the team. The dream of the city of eternal night no longer seemed so unattainable. Chapter 27. The first jealousy among the harem. Emily's new policies functioned like finely tuned gears, clicking into place to propel the entire outpost towards efficient operation. Resource consumption was effectively controlled, and the enthusiasm for labor reached unprecedented heights, as a brutal yet equitable order, characteristic of the apocalypse, gradually permeated the hearts of the people. In the realm where humanity thrives, particularly when it is graced by an individual of absolute authority, surrounded by a cadre of remarkable women, subtle chemical reactions begin to flourish. Lin Fan has recently found himself ensnared in a peculiar vexation. This disquiet is unlike the perils he faces amidst hordes of zombies or resource scarcities. Rather, it resembles a sweet burden, equally daunting in its own right. The catalyst for this predicament is a can of yellow peach preserves. Within the newly established contribution point system devised by Emily, fruit preserves are deemed a luxury, requiring an astonishingly high number of contribution points for redemption. Typically accessible only to core members engaged in the most perilous missions, such as the previous supermarket exploration. As a leader, Lin Fan, despite Emily's offers for special provisions, insists on leading by example and diligently accumulates contribution points. One day, he finally amasses enough points to redeem a coveted can of yellow peach preserves from Emily. His intention was to share this treasure, primarily to replenish the vitamins of Tang Xiaoro, who has been tirelessly tending to the injured and appears somewhat pallid. After dinner, Lin Fan presents the gleaming can, opens it, and the sweet aroma wafts through the air, eliciting the sounds of eager swallowing from those nearby. Xiaoro, you've worked hard lately. This is for you, Lin Fan smiles, scooping out the largest piece of peach and offering it to her. Taken aback, Tang Xiaoro's face flushes crimson as she hastily waves her hands. No, it's not necessary, Senior Lin Fan. I can manage with the basic rations. Yet her large, yearning eyes betray her true desire, fixated on the tempting peach. Take it. You deserve this, Lin Fan insists gently, just as Tang Xiao shyly prepares to accept. A cool voice interjects. According to my calculations, Xiao has recently overexerted her abilities and indeed requires additional sugar and vitamins. However, a single fruit preserve lacks balanced nutrition. It would be best to complement it with some protein. Su Wanqing, having approached unnoticed, places a small dish of luncheon meat, redeemed with her own contribution points, delicately before Tang Xiao. Her movements are impeccable, and her reasoning sound, yet the glance she casts at Lin Fan carries a subtle scrutiny. Lin Fan is momentarily taken aback, unable to respond before another voice chimes in. Oh, it appears our esteemed leader also concerns himself with the dietary health of his subordinates? Emily, arms crossed and leaning against the doorframe, her chestnut hair gently curled, wears a playful smile. However, using public resources for personal concern does raise questions of potential favoritism. As a manager, I generally do not endorse such behavior, but given that the recipient is an asset as charming as Xiao, perhaps an exception can be made. Though her words bear the guise of jest and managerial fairness, the phrase charming asset coupled with her slightly raised tone leaves an ambiguous aftertaste. Tang Xiao, bewildered by the sudden appearance of luncheon meat, glances between Lin Fan's yellow peach and the bemused expressions of Emily and the impassive Su Wanqing. Her mind spinning as she clutches her bowl, her cheeks deepening in color. Lin Fan held the can of yellow peaches, caught in a quandary of whether to pass it forward or pull it back, feeling it was a task far more challenging than what De Zhuang faced in dealing with the mutated zombies. At that moment, Qin Yao, who had been silently polishing her steel spear, suddenly let out a cold snort and rose to her feet. She did not glance at the can of yellow peaches or at anyone else. Instead, she approached Lin Fan and thrust an object into his hand. It was a compressed biscuit, still warm and wrapped in a clean cloth. Eat this. It will stave off hunger, Qin Yao asserted. Her tone as unyielding as her usual straightforwardness. When on a mission, no one will hand you canned goods. With that, she turned back to her spear, as if nothing had transpired. Lin Fan stared at the hard compressed biscuit in his hand, then at Su Wanqing, Emily, and the nearly curled-up Tang Xiao. Feeling utterly bewildered by the situation. What on earth was happening? Wang Fatty watched the scene with great interest, elbowing Zhou Weiguo beside him and whispering with a grin. Old Zhou, did you see that? Brother Fan's troubles of happiness, TSK. Zhou Weiguo chuckled helplessly and shook his head, opting not to comment. Eventually, in a rather strange atmosphere, the can of yellow peaches was shared. Tang Xiao received the largest piece along with Su Wanqing's luncheon meat, while Su Wanqing and Emily reluctantly sampled a small portion each. Qin Yao, however, ignored the yellow peaches Lin Fan offered, focusing intently on her own biscuit. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Similar minor frictions occurred frequently in the following days. For instance, when Lin Fan's clothes were torn by branches during reconnaissance, Su Wanqing would silently mend them with meticulous, even stitches upon his return. Emily would coincidentally produce a better-fitting, higher-quality training uniform, insisting he change into it under the guise of optimizing resource allocation. Meanwhile, Qin Yao would demand greater rigor in his tactical maneuvers during training, justifying it as a means to prevent future entanglements with branches. Moreover, during discussions regarding their next exploratory plan, Su Wanqing would propose a detailed and methodical approach, while Emily would suggest a more audacious plan that promised greater rewards from a resource risk perspective. Qin Yao, on the other hand, favored a direct and forceful method to eliminate threats. The trio often found themselves embroiled in heated debates, ultimately turning to Lin Fan to make the final decision. Lin Fan felt as though he had become a master of balancing competing factions. He needed to acknowledge Su Wanqing's meticulousness, incorporate Emily's risk assessments, and consider Qin Yao's practical demands. Each of these individuals was exceptionally capable and possessed a distinctive character. He could not afford to offend any of them, nor did he wish to. Tang Xiao, in contrast, appeared to be the darling of the group, receiving considerable care from her three elder sisters. Su Wanqing would instruct her on how to conserve her abilities. Emily would save her some tasty scraps as motivational resources. And even Qin Yao would rarely slow her teaching pace when Tang Xiao practiced using simple self-defense tools. This left Lin Fan, caught in the middle, feeling increasingly complex emotions. On that fateful night, Lin Fan stood by the window, gazing at the eternal darkness above, if one could still call it a sky, and could not help but voice his frustrations to Wang Fatty, who was keeping watch beside him. Fatty, do you think a woman's heart is even more difficult to comprehend than the zombies outside? Wang Fatty chuckled, chewing on the beef jerky he had exchanged for contribution points, and mumbled, Brother Fan, this is a case of a full man not knowing the hunger of the starving. I wouldn't mind having such troubles. What does this indicate? It showcases your immense charm. Sister Su, the Ice Queen. Emily, the Tsundere heiress. Officer Qin, the fierce policewoman. Junior sister Xiaoro, the healing cutie. Goodness, what a harem. Shut up. Lin Fan interrupted him irritably. What harem? Don't speak nonsense. This is the apocalypse. Survival is paramount. Yes, survival first, Wang Fatty readily agreed, though the mischievous grin on his face remained unchanged. But, Brother Fan, seriously, you need to perfect your skill in balancing these matters. I see some undercurrents brewing between Sister Sue and Miss Emily. As for Officer Qin, she probably hasn't caught on yet, or is preoccupied with other thoughts. Lin Fan let out a sigh and rubbed his temples. He was acutely aware of the dynamics at play. Su Wanqing and Emily were both exceptional women, one calm and reserved, the other proud and outspoken. Their subtle rivalry, though understated, was palpably real. As for Qin Yao, she seemed entirely focused on finding the most efficient way to eliminate zombies. Tang Xiaoro, on the other hand, was innocent, yet her reliance and admiration for him seemed to transcend ordinary camaraderie. Was this the price of gaining power? Lin Fan silently lamented, grappling not only with the monstrous threats outside, but also with the delicate affections within his circle. He shook his head, casting aside such distracting thoughts. Now was not the time for such musings. Survival and progress were the undeniable truths. Nonetheless, the initial stirrings of jealousy within this harem group, while somewhat vexing, also reflected the cohesion of the team and the solidity of his personal authority. However, he realized he needed to navigate this balance more deftly in the future. As Lin Fan peered into the boundless darkness outside, a faint, involuntary smile crept across his lips, a blend of helplessness and subtle pride. Ah, the joys of troubling happiness. Chapter 28. Lin Fan's art of balancing and joyful troubles. The canned peach incident rippled through Lin Fan's heart like a stone cast into a pond, creating waves that lingered. Refusing to settle, he found himself ensnared in an unprecedented situation, one that was both perplexing and secretly exhilarating. The calm concern of Su Wanqing, the proud teasing from Emily, the straightforward affection of Qin Yao, and the adoring gaze of Tang Xiaoro. All these intertwining female attentions added an indescribable layer of delightful troubles to Lin Fan's already immense pressure of surviving the apocalypse. He understood that he must master a new art, the art of balance. The essence of this art lay in fairness, justice, openness, and a touch of necessary feigning ignorance. Firstly, regarding the distribution of resources, he steadfastly supported the contribution point system devised by Emily, refusing to entertain any notion of favoritism. Did he want to eat canned food? Then he must diligently accumulate contribution points to exchange for it. In this manner, the suspicion of using power for personal gain was eradicated at its source, leaving Su Wanqing and Emily without grounds to exploit the situation. Furthermore, in the arrangement of tasks and decision-making, he attentively considered opinions from all sides. Was Su Wanqing's plan meticulous? He embraced its cautious aspects. Was Emily's proposal audacious? He evaluated its potential high returns. Did Qin Yao advocate for a vigorous assault? He weighed its efficiency advantages. Ultimately, he synthesized these perspectives, making a decisive judgment that allowed everyone to feel their opinions were valued while preventing any single individual from seizing excessive authority. Moreover, and perhaps most crucially, in daily interactions, he endeavored to ensure an equitable distribution of attention while maintaining an appropriate distance. For instance, when Su Wanqing mended his clothing, he expressed genuine gratitude and seized the opportunity to gift her a small box of needles and threads, items she might require in future explorations, acquired through contribution points. When Emily optimized the allocation of new garments for him, he donned them and took the chance to inquire about long-term resource planning for their stronghold, thereby satisfying her desire for recognition and her penchant for management. As for Qin Yao, when she offered him compressed biscuits, he accepted graciously and, during their next joint surveillance mission, shared half of a chocolate bar he had also procured with contribution points, justifying it as a means to replenish energy and maintain vigilance, thus preempting any extravagant remarks she might have made. For Tang Xiaoro, he maintained a brotherly concern, providing timely encouragement and praise when she successfully healed a wounded comrade or made progress in her abilities, occasionally rewarding her with a piece of candy exchanged for contribution points, while skillfully keeping the boundaries well-defined. This strategic approach yielded remarkable results. Although Su Wanqing remained aloof, her gaze toward Lin Fan softened, displaying a subtle warmth, and she would occasionally offer him a cup of warm water during his late-night planning sessions. Emily continued to tease him, occasionally referring to him as a commoner. Yet her deliberate provocations noticeably diminished, and she unwittingly allowed for some flexibility when formulating rules that pertained to Lin Fan's interests. Though Qin Yao appeared unchanged, focusing intently on training and combating zombies, Lin Fan noticed that, despite her verbal dismissal of the chocolate he offered, she silently accepted and consumed it. Moreover, during training bouts, her strikes seemed to have softened just a tad. Tang Xiaoro remained as obedient and understanding as ever, diligently honing her abilities and becoming the most beloved little angel of the team, inadvertently easing certain subtle tensions. Lin Fan felt akin to a tightrope performer, meticulously maintaining his balance. Though fatigued, witnessing the team thrive amidst this delicate interplay of competition and harmony filled him with an unexpected, albeit vexing, sense of accomplishment. Am I truly succumbing to madness in this apocalypse? Lin Fan occasionally pondered, astonished at his enjoyment of this intricate challenge. Wang Fatzi remarked, "Brother Fan, with your prowess, it would be a travesty not to pursue a career as a diplomat or a chief consort." To which Lin Fan could only roll his eyes. However, serene days are always fleeting, especially in the midst of an apocalypse. On that evening, Lin Fan was engaged in a discussion with Su Wanqing and Emily about whether they should attempt to repair a small generator to address the issues of lighting at their stronghold and providing power to a few essential devices, such as the handheld ultraviolet lamp occasionally needed by Tang Xiaoro for disinfection. Suddenly, a team member responsible for perimeter security rushed in, breathless, to report, "Brother Fan, Sister Su, this is bad. A massive horde of zombies is approaching from the west. There are so many, and it seems there are some unusual ones among them." The expressions of the group shifted immediately, and they hurried to the western window. As they peered into the dim light, they beheld a dark mass of zombies surging from the campus area towards the dormitory building, moving slowly yet resolutely. The number was likely in the hundreds, far exceeding any previous wave they had encountered. Even more alarming was the sight of several exceptionally tall figures, or those moving with an abnormal swiftness amidst the ordinary horde. They were mutants, more than one kind. Qin Yao's sharp gaze quickly discerned the presence of one with particularly long arms and another that crawled at an astonishing speed. Crisis struck suddenly. Just moments ago, Lin Fan had been preoccupied with mundane concerns, but now he cast aside all sentimental thoughts. His eyes sharpened with focus and calm. His mind raced. "Everyone, prepare for battle at level 1. Lin Fan's voice resonated with authority, echoing throughout the entire floor. "Qin Yao, immediately organize all capable personnel and allocate defensive positions. Utilize the obstacles we set up earlier. Wanqing, direct the non-combatants to the relatively safe area on the 5th floor and prepare emergency supplies and a medical point. Emily, promptly inventory weapons and throwable objects, such as chair legs and bricks, and distribute them to the combatants as needed. Xiaoro, ready your abilities. We may require them this time. Fatty, follow me. We need to utilize Dazhuang and the terrain to establish our first line of defense." A series of clear and decisive commands swiftly mobilized the entire stronghold. Su Wanqing, Emily, Qin Yao, and Tang Xiaoro responded almost in unison, without hesitation or lingering emotions, immediately immersing themselves in their respective battle stations. In that moment, they were steadfast comrades, companions bound by life and death. Observing their rapid movements, Lin Fan felt a surge of warmth and camaraderie. While securing water was vital, true cohesion arose from the trust and collaboration forged in the face of a common adversary. His once trivial concerns faded into insignificance in the wake of this genuine crisis. Now was the time for survival. "Come, let me see what new talents I can add to my zombie workforce this time." Lin Fan clenched his fists, a flicker of excitement and battle fervor igniting in his eyes. The master of water fetching was temporarily offline. The Lord of Zombies was ready to confront the enemy. Chapter 29. The initial test of abilities. The 10-person team and shared perception. The tide of zombies from the west surged like a black wave, laden with the scent of death, moving slowly yet inexorably toward the dormitory building. Their collective howls drowned out the relentless sound of the black rain in the eternal night, sending shivers down the spine. Within the stronghold, the battle alarm had been sounded, reverberating through the air with the clang of metal pots. Everyone sprang into action, tense yet composed, thanks to the system established by Emily and the iron-fisted training of Qin Yao. Qin Yao resembled a battlefield commander, swiftly allocating the limited combat personnel, including herself, Wang Pengzi, Zhao Chong, and a dozen relatively robust boys, along with a few intrepid girls, to various predetermined defensive positions, primarily at the 4th-floor stairwell, several key windows, and behind the reinforced doors. Su Wanqing, on the other hand, led the non-combatants and the injured, carrying emergency supplies, as they rapidly retreated to the simpler, more defensible 5th floor. Emily remained at the supply point, quickly distributing makeshift weapons such as table legs, fire axes, and collected bricks and glass bottles for throwing. Tang Xiaoro prepared her small medical station, ready with clean cloth strips and her faint healing light, her small face taut with concentration. Lin Fan, accompanied by Wang Pengzi and the steadfast Zhuang, arrived at a window facing the oncoming tide of corpses from the west. This was the main assault direction of the horde, where the pressure was greatest. "Can so many strong guys hold them off, Fangge?" Wang Pengzi asked, his voice slightly hoarse as he gazed down at the increasingly close, densely packed zombies. Although they had faced battles before, This scale of a zombie horde was unprecedented. Lin Fan did not respond. His entire focus was immersed in his mental connection with De Zhuang. Simultaneously, his perception extended like invisible tendrils toward the wave of corpses surging below. This time, he sought to transcend merely controlling De Zhuang as a singular heavy unit. Faced with such a multitude of enemies, he required more soldiers and a broader perspective. He endeavored to cast his mental control over the front ranks of dozens of ordinary zombies, akin to casting a net. This was a novel and bolder endeavor. Previously, he could issue simple dispersal commands to De Zhuang and a few ordinary zombies, but that had been a coarse, wide-ranging influence. Now, he aimed to control multiple targets simultaneously and with precision. A sudden, jarring pain struck his mind as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer. His mental energy surged forth like a torrent unleashed. There was too much, too chaotic. The fragmented, hollow will of dozens of zombies, driven by insatiable hunger, flooded into his mind like a tidal wave, nearly overwhelming his consciousness. He felt as if his head might explode. No, there are too many. I can't control them. Lin Fan groaned, his complexion paling instantaneously as his body swayed, almost toppling over. Fangu! Wang Pengzi exclaimed in alarm, quickly steadying him. Lin Fan forcefully steadied his mind, immediately narrowing the range of his mental energy, locking onto the 10 nearest ordinary zombies at the forefront of the horde. The pressure drastically lessened, though still laboring. His temples throbbed without the unbearable intensity of before. He sensed that he had extended 10 invisible threads, tenuously connecting with the chaotic consciousness of those 10 zombies. Stop! Lin Fan issued a commanding directive to the 10 zombies within his mind. What unfolded next was astonishing. The 10 initially ferocious zombies, charging at the forefront, abruptly halted as if a pause button had been pressed, their rigid forms starkly contrasting with the surging tide of the undead behind them. Their sudden immobility even caused them to be collided into by their advancing brethren, resulting in a brief chaos. Success! Wang Fatty stared in astonishment. Fangu, can you control 10 at once? Lin Fan had no time to revel in the triumph. He sensed his mental energy depleting rapidly. Simultaneously managing 10 zombies was already pushing the limits of his capabilities and could not be sustained for long. He had to seize this precious opportunity and time. He endeavored to share his vision with the 10 controlled zombies, a wondrous experience indeed. His primary vision remained fixed on the 4th floor window, yet simultaneously, his mind seemed to split into 10 small, distorted perspectives akin to aging camera feeds. Through these auxiliary views, he could perceive the first-person perspective of the zombies below, the swaying, grime-covered ground, the decaying backs of their companions ahead, and the intricate details of the dormitory walls further away. Though the imagery was blurred, distorted, and imbued with an inhuman hue, it undoubtedly served as an invaluable source of intelligence. He essentially possessed 10 fearless scouts infiltrating enemy lines. Through these 10 pairs of eyes, Lin Fan swiftly grasped critical information within the horde. A mutated entity with excessively long arms, akin to a gibbon, was deftly climbing and leaping through the mass of zombies. Its speed remarkable, targeting a relatively weak window on the side of the dormitory. Meanwhile, a lizard-like, agile mutant was stealthily inching along the ground, utilizing the legs of ordinary zombies for cover, silently approaching the building's entrance. Its glimmering claws posed a significant threat to the reinforced doorway. Behind the tide of corpses, there loomed a particularly corpulent zombie, moving sluggishly, distinct from the robust ones, seemingly secreting a viscous, dark green liquid from its body. Wherever it passed, the ground emitted a hissing corrosion sound. Qinyao, watch the side window at 3 o'clock. A long-armed mutant is approaching. Fatty, the building's entrance. There's an agile one crawling on the ground. Beware of its claws. Lin Fan's urgent and clear voice traversed the defensive line through Wang Fatty's bellowing, serving as a human megaphone. Upon hearing this, Qin Yao's expression sharpened as she immediately dispatched 2 team members armed with long-handled weapons to reinforce the side window. While she fixed her gaze intently on the entrance, Wang Fatty gripped his fire axe tightly, anxiously watching the scene below. With the precise intelligence provided by Lin Fan, their defense became markedly more targeted. As the long-armed mutant suddenly leaped from the horde, attempting to claw its way up to the side window, it was met with 2 sharply pointed table legs thrusting out, piercing it midair and sending it crashing back into the throng. Meanwhile, the agile one, having crept close to the entrance, was unable to strike with its claws before Qin Yao's sharpened steel spear, thrust through the door's gap, accurately pierced its skull, resulting in instantaneous demise. In the initial confrontation, the defensive side gained an advantage thanks to Lin Fan's vision and precise warnings provided by his 10-man team. However, beads of cold sweat began to form on Lin Fan's forehead as he felt a tremendous drain on his mental energy. Maintaining control over 10 units while sharing their vision proved far more arduous than he had anticipated. He sensed the tenuous threads of mental connection becoming increasingly unstable, as if they could snap at any moment. Meanwhile, the relentless tide of corpses continued to surge forward. The grotesque, bloated zombie at the rear also began to close in, its dark green ichor dripping onto the ground, corroding the surface and emitting a nauseating stench. The true test had only just begun. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, acutely aware that a decision loomed before him. Should he persist in maintaining the 10-man team for intelligence gathering, risking imminent mental exhaustion, or relinquish control to focus on the immediate crisis at hand? His gaze swept over the 10 zombies he had temporarily immobilized downstairs, then turned to his loyal companion, De Zhuang, as a thought flickered in his mind. Perhaps complete control was unnecessary? He altered his strategy, opting not to forcefully command the 10 zombies to halt, but instead issuing a simpler, less taxing directive. Chaos. Attack the nearest, unmarked target. Upon delivering the command, mental strain diminished significantly. The previously motionless zombies, their eyes flashing with an eerie red light, abruptly turned and unleashed a cacophony of roars as they lunged at their fellow undead. In an instant, they created a small zone of turmoil at the forefront of the corpse tide. Though quickly overwhelmed and torn apart by the relentless horde, they successfully delayed the ferocity of the initial assault, granting the defenders precious moments to breathe and regroup. "Well done, Brother Fan," Wang Fatty exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Lin Fan exhaled deeply, the sharp pain in his head receding slightly. Wiping the sweat from his brow, his eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. This attempt, though arduous, bore significant implications. He had validated yet another facet of his abilities: short-term, small-scale multi-target precise control and perception sharing, as well as a more flexible application of tactical disruption. The 10-man team had made a striking debut, yielding remarkable results. Though the prospect of commanding an actual zombie legion still loomed far ahead, this was undoubtedly a milestone achievement. He gazed down at the surging tide of corpses and the encroaching grotesque zombie, a faint smile of challenge curving his lips. "Come now. Let us see whether my water-holding artistry is more formidable than my zombie-commanding prowess." The battle intensified to a fever pitch. Chapter 30. The campus map unveiled. The Chaos Command fell like a splash of cold water into a boiling pot of oil, creating a brief moment of disarray and infighting at the forefront of the corpse tide. Although the 10 temporarily controlled zombies were swiftly engulfed and torn apart, they had secured nearly a minute of invaluable time for the defenders. It was this fleeting minute that allowed Qin Yao to readjust the defensive deployment, enabling the team members to catch their breath and replenish their throwing implements, while also granting Lin Fan a momentary respite from the dizziness caused by his overexertion. However, the crisis was far from over. The grotesque, corpulent zombie, incessantly secreting a corrosive liquid, has advanced to within a mere 20 meters of the dormitory. Its unwieldy physique resembles a mobile source of potent acid, leaving a trail of pockmarked cement, emitting acrid white vapors in its wake. Even the ordinary zombies seem to maintain a respectful distance, instinctively parting to create a pathway. It cannot be allowed to approach the building, especially the entrance and load-bearing walls. Su Wanqing's voice echoed from the 5th floor, tinged with urgency. Her calm analysis consistently highlights the crux of the matter. Damn it, how do we combat this monstrosity? It cannot be touched. Wang Ponzi felt a shiver run down his spine as he gazed at the creature below, dripping its corrosive fluid. Qin Yao's gaze was icy as she gripped her spear tightly, seemingly calculating the distance and angle for a throw, yet the risk was immense. A miscalculation could lead to disastrous consequences if the spear were to corrode. Lin Fan's mind raced. A direct confrontation was futile, cunning was essential. His gaze drifted once more to the surging horde below, and a bold plan swiftly crystallized in his mind. Though his mental energy was significantly depleted, a brief respite and the recent success in controlling 10 zombies had bestowed a sense of breakthrough, seemingly restoring some of his vigor and sharpening his focus. He ceased attempting to control multiple targets simultaneously. Instead, he expanded his mental perception like radar waves emanating from his core, reaching outwards around the dormitory, particularly towards the west where the horde was surging. This was a different application from mere control or visual sharing. He no longer sought to command or connect with a specific zombie. Rather, he passively received the unique, hollow signals of existence emitted by all zombies within the vicinity. In an instant, it was as if an invisible, dynamic map of the campus unfurled in his mind. This map was composed of countless faint, dim points of light, each representing a zombie. Areas dense with light signified the main force of the horde, while sparser regions indicated possible obstacles or safe pathways. Among these dim points, a few shone particularly bright or even blindingly so. One, right beside him, represented De Zhuang, a stable and formidable deep gray light. Several others were scattered within the horde. The point symbolizing the long-armed mutant, agile and swift, was skirting the edges of the mass, seeking new openings. The light of the agile variant recently dispatched by Qin Yao had completely dimmed, and the most striking was the point representing the corrosive fat zombie. emanating unsettling dark green ripples, akin to a source of filth, slowly advancing. Additionally, he could vaguely sense other scattered points of zombie presence in the distant corners of the campus, along with some faint yet life-signaling points, possibly indicating other survivors, though this perception remained exceedingly nebulous. The campus map was fully revealed, although it was merely a mental perception and did not provide concrete visuals. This instantaneous grasp of the overall situation held immeasurable strategic value. Fatty, 35 meters to the left, behind that gnarled tree. The density of the horde is at its lowest. Qingyao, 5 meters to the right of the corrosive behemoth. 3 ordinary zombies obstructed its primary trajectory of secretion. With his eyes closed, Lin Fan rapidly transformed the information he perceived into precise tactical commands. Though Wang Pengzi was initially perplexed, he held an unwavering trust in Lin Fan's orders and immediately hurled the bricks in the indicated direction. Indeed, a minor disturbance and gap emerged among the zombies near the point of impact. Upon hearing this, Qin Yao's eyes sharpened, instantly grasping Lin Fan's intention. Without hesitation, she inhaled deeply, her muscles tensing as she summoned all her strength into her arms. Whoosh! The sharpened steel spear transformed into a streak of black lightning, not aimed at the corrosive behemoth itself, but rather, it accurately struck the 3 ordinary zombies that were precisely blocking the splatter path. With a sickening thud, the spear pierced through the bodies of 2 zombies, the immense force sending them crashing backward into the 3rd zombie and the encroaching corrosive behemoth. Roar! The corrosive behemoth staggered from the impact, its dark green liquid uncontrollably splattering everywhere. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The nauseating sound of corrosion erupted instantaneously. The 3 fallen zombies, along with the spears embedded in them, dissolved at a visible rate, while the corrosive behemoth, too close to the chaos, was splattered by some of the liquid, resulting in several large, smoke-emitting holes appearing on its corpulent form, eliciting a painful howl. Its movements became sluggish and erratic. Opportunity. De Zhuang. Now is the time. Charge. Seizing the moment, Lin Fan issued the command to De Zhuang. Roar. De Zhuang unleashed a deafening roar, akin to a heavy tank revving up, and leapt from the 4th floor window. The dormitory was not very high, and there was a horde of zombies below to cushion the fall. Boom. Its enormous body crashed into the throng of corpses, instantly crushing several ordinary zombies beneath its weight. Ignoring the surrounding zombies clawing and biting, it strode forward, launching a frenzied charge at the disoriented behemoth, now weakened by its own corrosive fluid. Bang! Like a comet colliding with the earth, De Zhuang's shoulder, thick with fat and muscle, slammed into the side of the corrosive behemoth. Already injured and off balance, the behemoth was sent flying like a ragged sack, crashing into a denser cluster of zombies in the distance. The residual corrosive liquid splattered once more, instigating chaos and the hissing sound of corrosion throughout the tide of corpses. The greatest threat from the corrosive source was temporarily eliminated. Well done. From the 4th floor window, Wang Pengzi and the other defenders erupted in cheers. Qin Yao also exhaled in relief, glancing at Lin Fan, who remained with his eyes closed in concentration, a flicker of complex admiration flashing in her gaze. This fellow's abilities are truly inexhaustible, and his application of them is becoming ever more exquisite. Lin Fan did not indulge in the euphoria of victory. He maintained a comprehensive view of the battlefield, vigilantly monitoring the evolving situation. With the corrosive behemoth sent flying, the horde lost a formidable assault unit, and their offensive momentum faltered. The previous chaos caused by Lin Fan's erratic commands and internal strife had significantly depleted their resources, leading to a marked decline in both the scale and quality of the zombie tide. The momentum of the undead had waned. Everyone, intensify your output. Push them back. Lin Fan commanded loudly, his eyes sharp as an eagle, despite his pallid complexion. With his orders, the morale of the defensive team surged. Bricks, chair legs, and even boiling filtered water, though largely ineffective, rained down from the windows into the horde of zombies. Qin Yao retrieved an additional spear, collected from the stronghold, and expertly dispatched the approaching zombies with precision. De Zhuang charged through the throng, undeterred by his numerous injuries, targeting the stronger or more erratic zombies. The tide of battle began to shift in favor of humanity. After half an hour, the western horde was finally repelled. The open area below was littered with nearly 100 zombie corpses, including a long-armed mutant and a nearly decayed fat zombie. The stronghold had been secured. Cheers of survival echoed through the dormitory building. Leaning against the window, Lin Fan let out a long sigh, feeling utterly drained, as if his brain had been emptied. Yet, he was filled with a profound sense of accomplishment and enlightenment. The expansive situational awareness provided by the full campus map proved invaluable, possibly surpassing the ability to directly control the zombies in combat. This indicated that he possessed a nearly divine level of reconnaissance capability, allowing him to detect threats in advance, plan safe routes, and discern the weaknesses of his foes, an essential advantage in this apocalyptic world. It seemed the art of water fetching would have to be set aside for the time being. Lin Fan gazed at the holographic map in his mind, gradually fading yet still vaguely perceivable, and a smile crept across his lips. It was time to make good use of this comprehensive map to thoroughly cleanse their territory. His gaze shifted to the areas on the campus map still densely occupied by gray dots. Clearing the campus and expanding their territory no longer felt like an unattainable dream. The first step towards the city of eternal night would commence from the very land beneath his feet. Chapter 31. The enormous temptation of the generator. The victorious euphoria from repelling the zombie tide acted like a brief ray of sunshine, dissipating the gloom that had shrouded the stronghold for days. Although a few had sustained minor injuries, swiftly healed under Tang Xiaorou's radiant light, there were no fatalities. And they had garnered invaluable combat experience, particularly in validating Lin Fan's newfound abilities, which elevated the entire team's confidence to unprecedented heights. During the post-battle debriefing, the atmosphere was spirited. "Brother Fan, your move was extraordinary. It was like opening the eyes of heaven," Wang Fatty exclaimed animatedly, gesturing wildly. "When you said 35 meters to the front left, I threw a brick, and lo and behold, it created a clear opening." Though Qin Yao remained silent, her gaze towards Lin Fan was filled with increasing approval. She understood better than anyone the value of precise intelligence in battle. Su Wanqing, however, focused on Lin Fan's condition. "Lin Fan, how taxing is that extensive range of perception? How long can you maintain it?" Lin Fan gently massaged his still aching temples and candidly admitted, "The exertion is considerable. If I were to unleash my full potential, I could likely endure only 10 minutes before succumbing to a splitting headache. Moreover, the accuracy diminishes with distance and obstacles, allowing me to perceive only a vague presence and intensity, devoid of any concrete imagery. 10 minutes of strategic foresight is already remarkably extraordinary." Emily, carefully wiping her fingers with the luxurious wet wipes she had found, spoke in her distinctive tone laced with commercial appraisal. "This effectively grants us a 10-minute reprieve from the fog of war. It could determine the outcome of a minor skirmish or enable us to preemptively evade significant threats." She paused, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Lin Fan. "More importantly, this ability is invaluable for exploration and resource gathering. We can avoid hordes of the undead, seek safe pathways, and even locate treasures that may have been forgotten." "Treasure?" Wang Fatty perked up. "For instance," Emily tapped her slender finger on the table, "a generator." The mere mention of the word seemed to cast a spell, instantly silencing the meeting room. A generator. Electricity. In a world shrouded in perpetual darkness, where all modern electronic devices lay nearly incapacitated, what did electricity signify? It signified illumination, the dispelling of shadows, the uplifting of morale, and the potential operation of critical equipment. Consider, for example, the handheld ultraviolet sterilization tool that Tang Xiaorou requires, which previously relied on batteries, now in limited supply. Or the compact radio that Su Wanqing has long wished to repair, which, if powered consistently, might receive clearer and farther-reaching signals from the outside world. Or even a small refrigerator for Emily's managed supply depot that could store perishable medications, if one could be found. Even the simple provision of electric lighting could render nighttime vigilance and daily life significantly safer and more convenient. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with a fervent desire at the thought of the generator. It was indeed a monumental temptation. Where might it be found on campus? The experimental building certainly housed one, particularly within those laboratories requiring uninterrupted power for intricate instruments. Su Wanqing immediately chimed in. The administrative building's backup power room might also have one. And what about the emergency power system at the infirmary? The experimental building was the closest, but also posed the highest risk. Qin Yao calmly assessed, the structure is intricate, with numerous rooms. When the apocalypse struck, it likely retained a significant number of occupants, suggesting a substantial horde of zombies, and possibly even unknown mutations. Risk and reward coexist. Emily picked up her tablet, which had run out of power but remained a constant companion, instinctively attempting to activate it before reluctantly setting it down. A fully operational generator, particularly a fuel-powered one, would surpass the value of all the canned goods we have gathered combined. It represents the embers of civilization. The embers of civilization. The phrase resonated deeply with everyone present. "Brother Fan, let us do it," Wang Fatty exclaimed, rubbing his hands together. "With your comprehensive vision, we can circumvent most troubles and strike directly at the heart." Lin Fan did not make an immediate decision. He closed his eyes, attempting to extend his mental perception towards the experimental building. The distance rendered his awareness somewhat indistinct, akin to viewing through frosted glass. Yet he could distinctly sense that within the vicinity of the experimental building, the density of the dim light points, representing the zombies, was exceedingly high, far surpassing that of the dormitory area and the gymnasium. Moreover, several of these light points exhibited brightness and fluctuations that were markedly unusual emanating a disquieting aura. The danger was indisputable. However, amidst this concentration of perilous light points, he seemed to faintly discern a few stable, yet feeble energy responses that were not of the undead. They were exceedingly weak, intermittent, akin to the dying embers of a fire. Were they remnants of undamaged instruments? Or perhaps a generator? This perception was highly uncertain, resembling an instinctive intuition. Lin Fan opened his eyes and gazed at the expectant faces around him, speaking in a solemn tone. The experimental building is indeed perilous, yet it warrants exploration. I sense that there may be something we require within. He turned to Emily. We need a detailed structural blueprint of the experimental building, particularly regarding the functions of each laboratory and the potential locations of backup power sources. Emily raised an eyebrow. Leave it to me. I recall that the electronic reading room in the library had backup CAD drawings of the campus buildings. Although we cannot access them electronically now, perhaps we can locate printed versions. Alternatively, we might try our luck at the archives in the administrative building's infrastructure department. She immediately entered information gathering mode. Qin Yao. Select the 5 most elite personnel with the best psychological resilience, including yourself and Wang Pengzi, to form an exploration team. Conduct targeted training focused on indoor close-quarters battle and emergency response. Lin Fan continued to outline the plan. Understood, Qin Yao nodded decisively. Wan Qing, you will remain at the base to oversee the overall situation. Xiao Rou, prepare for emergency medical needs. Emily, in addition to searching for the blueprints, gather the tools we may require, such as wrenches, crowbars, and fuel barrels should we locate a generator. Once the tasks were assigned, the entire base resumed its operations with the precision of a finely tuned instrument. The team searching for the blueprints set out under Emily's remote guidance, as she held her position at the base, directing them through hand-drawn maps and her memory. Meanwhile, Qin Yao led the selected team members in a rigorous tactical training session, simulating indoor environments using tables and chairs in the cleared 5th floor area. Wang Pengzi, in particular, found himself thoroughly exhausted by Qin Yao's drills, yet his progress was evident. Lin Fan, for his part, seized every moment to rest and hone his newfound abilities. He repeatedly endeavored to expand his range of perception, enhance precision, and shorten cooldown times. He discovered that each time he depleted his mental energy and subsequently recovered, the range and clarity of his perception would experience a slight improvement, as if his mental fortitude was being tempered under extreme strain. 2 days later, the team searching for the blueprints returned with good news. They had located the architectural floor plans of the experimental building and some functional diagrams of the laboratories in an archive room of the administrative building that had not been completely destroyed. Meanwhile, Qin Yao's training proved fruitful, and the exploration team was now adequately prepared. The generator, a monumental temptation, loomed like a lighthouse in the darkness, guiding them toward their next adventure. Standing by the window, gazing at the slightly yellowing stack of blueprints in his hands, Lin Fan cast another glance at the treacherous gray area in his mind that represented the experimental building. He took a deep breath. Let us see, experiment building. What surprises and terrors you conceal. Our objective, the experiment building. For the sake of illumination. Chapter 32, The Adventure in the Experiment Building. In search of light, the outline of the experiment building loomed against the eternal night, resembling a slumbering behemoth, silent yet perilous. In stark contrast to other structures, it appeared more dilapidated, with numerous shattered windows and walls marred by suspicious stains. The air was thick with the acrid scent of mingled chemical reagents and decay, faintly detectable even from a distance. The exploration team gathered at the exit of the dormitory, fully prepared for their venture. The members included Lin Fan, the captain, possessing the ability to sense and control zombies; Qin Yao, the vice captain, a tactical commander with formidable combat prowess; Wang Fati, the heavy firepower demolitions expert, along with 3 other young men rigorously trained by Qin Yao, each exhibiting commendable psychological resilience and agility. Li Fan, a former athlete with quick reflexes; Zhang Hong, meticulous and responsible for documentation and support; and Zhao Gang, a subordinate of Zhao Chong, yet positively proactive, handpicked by Qin Yao. De Zhuang stood like a silent guardian beside Lin Fan, the scars from previous battles no longer bleeding, yet adding an air of ferocity to his presence. Final equipment check. Qin Yao's voice rang clear and cold. The team members reaffirmed their gear: primary weapons, fire axe, sharpened steel rod, sturdy wooden stick; secondary weapons, dagger, utility knife, backpacks, rope. Basic tools, a small supply of emergency food and water, and several gas masks that Lin Fan had specifically instructed Emily to procure, remnants from the chemistry lab, possibly invaluable in a critical moment. Lin Fan closed his eyes, his mental perception radiating like invisible ripples. In his mind, the campus map re-emerged. The experiment building area still densely populated by ominous gray dots, with several exceptionally bright danger points lingering. The density of zombies at the main entrance is too high. We will take the side route, traversing through that small garden, entering via the backup entrance of the biology lab. Lin Fan indicated a marked route on the map. According to the diagram, there were several ordinary chemistry labs nearby, with a low probability of a backup generator, but they could serve as a relatively safe starting point. Let us commence. The team glided out of the dormitory like phantoms, merging with the darkness, with De Zhuang as the heavy-duty path clearer and Lin Fan's comprehensive visual warnings. They deftly evaded several waves of sporadic patrolling zombies, swiftly crossing the overgrown garden to reach the side of the experiment building. The backup entrance of the biology lab was a heavy fire door, and fortunately, it had not been completely locked from the inside. Seemingly left ajar in haste by someone fleeing, Qin Yao signaled, and Wang Fatty and Li Fan approached, one on each side, carefully pushing open a gap. A more potent stench of formaldehyde mingled with decay assaulted their senses, inducing nausea. Put on your masks, Lin Fan commanded. The group hastily donned their gas masks. Although their vision was somewhat restricted, their breathing became significantly easier. Inside was a dimly lit corridor, with emergency lights long extinguished, leaving only the beams of their flashlights casting flickering spots upon the walls. The floor was littered with shattered glass vessels and scattered documents, while the walls bore dark, dried stains that had long since congealed. Maintain formation, alternate cover as we advance. Qin Yao issued the command, leading the charge with a spear in hand, vigilantly scanning the front and both sides for any doorways. Lin Fan, his eyes closed and obscured by a mask, exerted all his effort to maintain his mental perception. On his map, several faint life signals representing team members cautiously navigated through a sea of gray zombies. A few solitary zombies wandered the corridor, swiftly and silently dispatched by Qin Yao and Wang Pengzi. Following the blueprint, they meticulously inspected several nearby chemical laboratories. The scene within was chaotic: collapsed workbenches, shattered reagent bottles, and mixed liquids congealed into bizarre hues upon the floor. Occasionally, they encountered one or two zombies trapped inside the laboratories, yet they posed no real threat. However, there was no sign of a generator. We should check the physics laboratory and precision instrument room to the east. The demand for electricity is greater there. Increasing the likelihood of a backup power source, Su Wanqing's voice came through a rudimentary walkie-talkie carried by Wang Pengzi, providing remote support from their base. The team adjusted their course and moved eastward. As they ventured deeper, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The corridor became more complex, with branching paths multiplying and room identifiers rendered nearly unrecognizable due to damage. The number of zombies began to escalate, at times necessitating De Zhuang to step in and swiftly clear small clusters with brute force. Creak. As they rounded a corner, a sharp, piercing cry erupted from behind a slightly ajar door, a sound distinct from the usual zombie growls. In an instant, a shadow lunged forth like lightning, targeting Zhang Hong, who was responsible for documentation within the team. It was a mutated rat, its size comparable to that of a domestic cat, with crimson eyes, sharp teeth, and patches of fur missing, revealing festering skin. Be careful. Qin Yao reacted swiftly, thrusting her spear, but the rat was surprisingly agile. Twisting in midair and evading the spear's tip, its claws aimed at Zhang Heng's face. Paralyzed by fear, Zhang Heng stood frozen. In the nick of time, bang. A dull thud resounded. It was Wang Pengzi. With no time to swing his fire axe, he instinctively lifted his foot, clad in heavy work boots, delivering a powerful kick to the side of the mutated rat. The rat was sent flying, crashing into the wall with a painful squeak, but immediately flipped over, baring its teeth, ready to attack once more. Roar. Following Lin Fan's command, De Zhuang stepped forward, his enormous foot descending like a millstone. With a sickening crunch, the mutated rat was reduced to a puddle of flesh. Gasping for breath, Zhang Heng was pale with shock, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to Wang Pengzi. Are you all right? Lin Fan inquired, simultaneously sensing the surroundings. It appeared that this place held not only zombies but also mutated animals, prompting everyone to exercise greater caution. This brief encounter heightened the tension among the group. They continued onward, ultimately reaching the eastern region of the physics laboratory. The doors here were generally thicker, many tightly shut. According to the blueprint, the adjacent spectral analysis room and temperature-controlled sample storage were the most likely candidates to be equipped with an uninterrupted power supply. Lin Fan pointed toward the two closely situated rooms ahead. The door of the spectral analysis room was tightly shut, the electronic lock rendered inoperative. Wang, the hefty figure, and Li Fan attempted to pry it open with a crowbar, but to little avail. Let us try this temperature-controlled sample storage nearby. Its door operates with a mechanical lock and may yield more readily, Qin Yao suggested. Indeed, the door of the temperature-controlled storage was merely a conventional mechanical combination lock. Though secured, it was relatively easy to breach for someone equipped with tools, like Wang. After a few metallic clangs and the sound of deformation, the The door was forcefully pried open. A gust of cold air, mingled with more complex chemical scents, wafted out. The space within was modest, lined with numerous metal racks housing various sealed sample boxes. In the corner of the room stood a silver-gray metallic casing, about half a person's height, cloaked in dust, quietly looming. The side of the casing bore a cooling grill, alongside connected wires and oil pipes. A generator, and a fuel-powered one at that. "We found it," Wang whispered with excitement. Expressions of exhilaration spread across the faces of the group. Zhang Heng promptly approached to inspect it. Although the model was somewhat dated, the structure appeared intact. The fuel gauge was on empty, necessitating fuel to initiate operation. Zhang Heng swiftly reported. Possessing a generator without fuel equated to nothing. The hazardous materials warehouse or the logistics store in the fuel laboratory may contain it. Su Wanqing's voice crackled through the intercom. Yet those locations were typically more remote and perilous. As the group contemplated their next course of action, Lin Fan's expression abruptly shifted. In his mental perception, the room representing the spectral analysis chamber, which had been quiet, suddenly showcased an exceptionally bright light point that began to oscillate violently. Concurrently, a low, rustling sound, reminiscent of countless metallic fragments grinding against one another, faintly emanated from behind the door. "Retreat. Move away from that door. Something has awakened inside," Lin Fan warned sharply. The team members promptly withdrew, their gazes fixed anxiously on the door of the spectral analysis room. The rustling grew increasingly distinct and dense, as if innumerable feet were scuttling across the metal floor. Suddenly, bang! The heavy metal door of the spectral analysis room bulged outward violently from within, as if struck by an immense force. Bang! Bang! The relentless impacts continued, the door panel groaning under the strain, and screws securing the frame began to loosen. "Prepare for confrontation," Qin Yao declared, her spear poised forward, her gaze sharp as a blade. Wang gripped the fire axe tightly, and Li Fan and Zhang Heng raised their weapons. Dazhuang let out a low growl, positioning himself at the forefront. Lin Fan's heart raced. He could sense the presence behind the door, exuding an aura of extreme danger and chaos, far more bizarre than the previous corrosive figures or elongated mutated forms. Boom. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, the metal door of the spectral analysis room, along with part of the door frame, was forcefully burst open from within. A distorted figure gradually emerged from the swirling dust, its outline slowly revealing itself. The surprises within the laboratory seemed to far exceed their expectations. The pursuit of light is inevitably fraught with darkness and the terrors of the unknown. Chapter 33. The hideout of the tech-savvy girl. Sun Xiaoming dust filled the air. The acrid scent of metal scraping and formaldehyde intensified. Emerging from the wreckage of the spectral analysis chamber was a creature that defied description. It retained a vague semblance of humanity, yet its entire form was enveloped in a layer of irregularly proliferating, glimmering, metallic tumor-like growths, as if rusted iron slag had forcibly fused with flesh. Its right arm had completely transformed into a grotesque, spiked metallic maul, scraping against the ground with a piercing screech. The left arm, while relatively normal, bore fingers elongated into slender metallic spikes. Most of its face was obscured by these metallic tumors, revealing only a murky, constantly rotating eyeball and a mouth stretched grotesquely to the roots of its ears, oozing a viscous black liquid. It did not immediately attack. Instead, it fixed its single eye upon the intruders, emitting a disconcerting rasping sound from its throat, as though countless gears were grinding within its being. "What on earth is this abomination?" Wang, the hefty one, gasped, his palms slick with sweat around the fire axe. "Is this a metallic mutation or some form of mechanical infection?" Qin Yao's expression turned grave. Such an enemy had never been encountered before. Within Lin Fan's mental perception, the creature's light was exceptionally bright yet unstable, exuding chaos, ferocity, and a chilling metallic essence. He attempted to make contact with it mentally, only to feel as though he had collided with a wall of spikes, the recoil sending a jolt of pain through his head. "Be cautious. Its will is chaotic and possesses a repulsive force. I cannot influence it," Lin Fan warned immediately. At that moment, the metallic mutant sprang into action. Rather than charging forth with the typical roar of a zombie, it abruptly raised its maul-like right arm and brought it crashing down upon the large figure at the forefront of the team. The motion was swift, accompanied by a sound that sliced through the air. "Dezhuang, move aside," Lin Fan ordered urgently. Dezhuang was quick to respond, rolling his massive frame to the side. Boom. The metallic maul struck the spot where Dezhuang had just stood, instantly fracturing the concrete floor and sending shards flying. The force was astounding, failing to connect. The mutant's relatively normal left arm thrust forward violently, its 5 metallic fingers shooting out like bullets, aimed directly at Qin Yao and Wang. "Dodge!" Qin Yao shouted fiercely, executing a sideways roll to evade. Wang, however, was slightly slower. Despite his efforts to sidestep, a metallic spike grazed his shoulder, ripping through his protective clothing, a simple thick cloth jacket. and leaving a trail of blood. Wong. Lin Fan's heart tightened. I'm fine. Just a flesh wound. Wong grimaced, though it was evident his movements had been affected. After its initial strike, the mutant raised its maul again, while from the severed tips of its left fingers, new metallic spikes began to visibly wriggle and regrow. Regenerative ability. We cannot allow it to regenerate infinitely or attack from a distance. Close in. Target its joints, and that eye. Qin Yao made a swift decision, brandishing her spear and advancing like a cheetah. Li Fan and Zhang Heng summoned their courage, flanking from either side. Following Lin Fan's command, De Zhuang roared as he charged straight ahead, drawing the creature's fire. Lin Fan, meanwhile, focused intently, striving to anticipate the mutant's attack trajectory while his mind raced to formulate a strategy. Brute force is not a solution. The creature's defensive capabilities and regenerative prowess are formidable. His gaze swept across the disheveled laboratory, suddenly landing on the nearby temperature-controlled sample storage, where several overturned containers emblazoned with skull and crossbones symbols, hazardous chemicals, lay. A corrosive liquid oozed from them, eating away at the metal shelves with a hissing sound. Corrosive. Qin Yao. Lure it to the entrance of the sample storage. Fatty. Li Fan. Douse it with those spilled hazardous chemicals. Lin Fan exclaimed, his mind racing. Upon hearing this, Qin Yao immediately altered her strategy, opting for agility over brute confrontation. She danced around the metallic abomination, her spear occasionally thrusting toward its single eye and knee joints, provoking it and gradually guiding it toward the entrance of the temperature-controlled sample storage. Wang Fatty and Li Fan, understanding the plan, stifled their disgust and fear, picking up relatively intact sample boxes, wearing thick gloves, as they rushed toward the storage. The metallic entity, thoroughly enraged by Qin Yao's taunts, emitted a roar that was anything but human, lumbering after her to the entrance of the sample storage. Now is the moment. Douse it. Wang Fatty and Li Fan simultaneously hurled the sample boxes filled with the unknown corrosive liquid onto the creature's back and its regenerating left arm. Hiss. A violent reaction ensued as if a red-hot iron were plunged into ice water. The dark liquid made contact with the metal tumors and flesh, erupting into a cloud of white smoke and a noxious stench. Ack! The metallic abomination let out a piercing scream, its body convulsing violently. The tumors on its back dissolved at a visible rate, peeling away to reveal rotting, smoking flesh beneath. The regenerating left arm was corroded into a pitiful state. Its growth abruptly halted. An opening. Attack. Qin Yao's eyes narrowed, her spear striking like a viper, precisely targeting the now sluggish single eye of the metallic monstrosity. Thud. The murky eyeball exploded. Almost simultaneously, De Zhuang's cleaver and Wang Fatty's fire axe struck the weakened knee joint and the connection of its neck with brutal force. Crack. Thud. The sickening sounds of splintering bone and tearing flesh echoed. The massive form of the metallic entity collapsed with a resounding thud, twitching on the ground before finally lying still. Its bizarre metallic tumors lost their sheen, becoming akin to genuine scrap metal. The battle concluded. Everyone exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the floor, gasping for breath. Wang Fatty grimaced in pain, clutching his shoulder wound. Tang Xiaoro's voice crackled through the intercom, inquiring about the wounded. We managed to subdue it. But Fatty is injured and requires treatment, Lin Fan reported, moving toward the remains of the metallic entity, his brow furrowed in contemplation. This abomination is too peculiar. It seems distinct from the ordinary zombies transformed by the Black Rain. Brother Fan, come quick. Zhang Heng, who was inspecting the generator in the temperature-controlled storage, suddenly called out. Lin Fan entered the storage, where Zhang Heng pointed to an inconspicuous maintenance hatch, seemingly part of a ventilation duct, located behind the generator. The grate of the hatch had been removed from the inside, revealing a dark opening just wide enough for a person to crawl through. Fresh footprints had recently disturbed the dust, indicating that someone had indeed entered this place, Zhang Heng whispered. Someone. In the depths of this perilous experimental building, besides them. Could there be other survivors hidden away in such a location? A thought struck Lin Fan, and he signaled for everyone to remain vigilant. He leaned closer to the pipe entrance and called out softly, Is anyone inside? We are survivors and mean no harm. Silence. After a few seconds, a faint, cautious voice tinged with a quiver emerged from the depths of the pipe. Who are you? How can you prove it? The voice sounded youthful, even somewhat innocent. We are from the stronghold at dormitory building number 4, here to find a generator. The commotion outside was us battling a mutated creature. Lin Fan endeavored to keep his tone calm. If you need help, you can come out. We have food in a relatively safe place. Another pause ensued, followed by the sound of shuffling within the pipe. A petite girl, adorned with thick black-framed glasses, her hair a chaotic nest, and her face smudged with grime, cautiously crawled out from the pipe. She wore an ill-fitting, stained white lab coat and tightly clutched a notebook computer, bound with layers of tape, clearly out of power, along with what appeared to be a makeshift radio device. She regarded Lin Fan and the others warily, shrinking back at the sight of the robust Zhuang. Yet her fear diminished slightly as she scanned the living figures of Qin Yao, Wang Pengzi, and the supplies they had collected. Are you really not those monsters? Or members of the cult of the Mad God? The girl timidly inquired, her voice barely above a whisper. Cult of the Mad God. A new term stirred within Lin Fan's mind. He shook his head. We have not heard of such a cult. We are merely ordinary people striving to survive in this apocalypse. The girl seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, although her guard remained somewhat intact. She adjusted her glasses that had slipped down her nose and quietly introduced herself. I am Sun Xiaoming, from the computer science department. I have been hiding here. Computer science? You know about radios? Lin Fan's eyes brightened. Such a technical talent was indeed rare. Sun Xiaoming, this place is very unsafe. Please come back with us to our stronghold. We have dozens of survivors, food, and doctors, Lin Fan insisted, gesturing toward the laptop and radio she held tightly. We desperately need experts like you. Sun Xiaoming looked into Lin Fan's sincere, or at least seemingly sincere, eyes, glancing at the lurking remains of zombies and the terrifying metallic mutant surrounding them. Ultimately, the fear of solitude and danger overwhelmed her. She nodded vigorously, clutching her treasures tightly. All right, I will go with you. However, she suddenly added, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes, you must promise not to take my computer and radio. They can be repaired. I can make them work again. Observing this tech-savvy girl who remained steadfast in her passion even in dire circumstances, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. No problem, I promise. They belong to you. And we will endeavor to assist you in locating the necessary components and power sources. The technological core, Sun Xiaoming, has been successfully recruited. As we embark on a journey toward enlightenment, we encounter unexpectedly formidable adversaries, but also discover invaluable talents. With the generator we found, albeit lacking fuel, and our new member Sun Xiaoming, the exploration team cautiously begins to withdraw from this perilous experimental building. The name Cult of the Mad God embeds itself like a tiny wedge in Lin Fan's mind, foreshadowing future turmoil. Chapter 34. I can revitalize the entire campus. The process of evacuating the experimental building proves to be even more tense than the initial entry. Although the primary threat, the metallic mutant, has been dealt with, the commotion from the battle has evidently attracted the attention of zombies in other areas of the building. In Lin Fan's mental perception, gray dots representing zombies converge from all directions toward the area where they had just fought. Hurry, the horde is being drawn here, Lin Fan urged anxiously. The team members, not daring to hesitate, sprang into action. Qin Yao led the way, while Wang Pengzi and Li Fan assisted the injured Zhang Hong, who had twisted his ankle while evading the metallic spike. Zhao Gang took up the rear, and De Zhuang protected the center of the formation, where Lin Fan and the newly joined Sun Xiaoming, clutching a computer and a radio as if they were lifelines, were situated. Though Sun Xiaoming appeared slender, her movements were unexpectedly agile, likely honed through survival in the perilous ventilation ducts of the experimental building. She closely followed the team, occasionally glancing back nervously, fearful of something pursuing them from behind. Thanks to Lin Fan's comprehensive visual warnings and Qin Yao's precise route selection, the team skillfully retreated along their original path, leaving behind the increasingly dense cacophony of growls in the darkness. When the group, disheveled yet intact, finally burst back into the defenses of dormitory number 4, the remaining members breathed a sigh of relief. Su Wanqing promptly approached to arrange for the treatment of the injured, Wang Pengzi's abrasions, and Zhang Heng's sprain, with Tang Xiaoro. Meanwhile, Emily observed the generator, now dusty and stained, being carried back, her brow furrowing slightly. Though a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in her eyes as she immediately directed personnel to place it in the designated equipment area. Everyone's gaze ultimately settled on the unfamiliar girl hiding behind Lin Fan, wearing thick glasses and clutching a battered computer and radio. Who is she? Su Wanqing inquired, puzzled, looking at Lin Fan. Sun Xiaoming, a prodigy from the computer science department, someone we just extracted from the ventilation ducts of the experimental building. Lin Fan introduced with a smile. She understands radios and electronic devices. She is a technical expert. A technical expert? Emily raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Sun Xiaoming's ill-fitting lab coat and disheveled hair, her tone tinged with skepticism, hoping her abilities would justify such a title rather than merely possessing a penchant for hoarding scrap metal. Upon hearing Emily's words, Sun Xiaoming reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, abruptly lifting her head, a glimmer of defiance flashing behind her thick lenses. Though her voice remained somewhat soft, it carried the stubbornness of a technician. They are not scrap metal. This laptop only has a burnt battery and power module. The core chip might still be functional. The radio merely suffered from a few blown capacitors, and the frequency adjustment knob was stuck. With the right tools and components, I can repair them. Her excitement grew as she spoke, as if she had discovered her passion, her voice rising. Not just repairs. If I can find more parts, or even discover functioning servers or remnants of base stations, I could establish a local network. I could attempt to restore power and signal to some of the surveillance cameras. I could revive the eyes and ears of the entire campus, at least partially. I can bring the whole campus back to life. This statement resonated like thunder in everyone's ears. To bring the campus back to life? Not in the sense of biological life, but in reviving the dormant surveillance systems and communication networks that represented a bygone order of civilization. What does this imply? It suggests they could potentially monitor the movements of the undead across the campus in real time. It means they might establish a communication network that encompasses the entire campus. It signifies that they would possess an unparalleled informational advantage during exploration and defense. This is a monumental enhancement of strategic capability. Even the typically composed Su Wanqing and the discerning Emily were visibly moved. Qin Yao looked sharply at the scraps in Sun Xiaoming's arms, as if gazing upon a legendary artifact. Wang Pengzi gaped, murmuring, "Oh my goodness, to bring the campus back to life? This is even more surreal than Van controlling the zombies." Lin Fan felt a surge of joy within. Initially, he had only hoped for Sun Xiaoming to repair the radio to enhance their external communications, never anticipating such an astonishing revelation. "What do you need? Tools? Parts? Just say the word. We will do our utmost to assist you." Lin Fan immediately expressed his unwavering support, seeing the astonished and hopeful gazes of those around her. Sun Xiaoming shyly lowered her head, adjusting her glasses, and softly stated, "First, we need electricity. Have we found fuel for the generator yet? Also, a multimeter, soldering iron, solder wire, capacitors and resistors of various specifications, and it would be ideal to have an oscilloscope. We might also need some disassembled computer motherboards and network cards." She listed a series of technical terms, leaving Wang Pengzi and the others bewildered. Yet Emily quickly produced her precious notebook, crafted from a found hardcover notebook and a reclaimed pen, and began to diligently take notes. "Regarding the electricity issue, we have yet to secure fuel, but it will be our top priority. As for tools and components, the campus's electronic laboratory, computer rooms, and even some offices and dormitories should still contain remnants. We can organize a team to gather them systematically." Su Wanqing analyzed swiftly. She ensured that the list of required items was marked as the highest priority for the search. Lin Fan communicated with Emily and Su Wanqing, while also arranging for Sun Xiaoming a relatively quiet and safe workspace, prioritizing her needs. Emily nodded, her gaze towards Sun Xiaoming shifting from skepticism to respect. She understood well that if Sun Xiaoming could truly accomplish what she claimed, her contribution to the development of their stronghold would be on par with Lin Fan's control abilities or Tang Xiaorou's healing powers. "Welcome aboard, classmate Sun Xiaoming." Su Wanqing bestowed a gentle smile upon Sun Xiaoming, saying, "From now on, I entrust you with the technology aspect." Feeling the warmth of acceptance and recognition from the team, a faint blush graced Sun Xiaoming's pale cheeks. She nodded vigorously, clutching the equipment in her arms, her eyes gleaming with determination. "I will do my utmost." Thus, the technically inclined Sun Xiaoming, with her remarkable declaration of expertise, swiftly ascended to the status of a national treasure within the stronghold. Her presence seemed to imbue Lin Fan's team with the wings of information. Tasks such as searching for fuel, gathering electronic components, and assisting Sun Xiaoming in repairing equipment swiftly came to the forefront. Sun Xiaoming did not disappoint. After acquiring some rudimentary tools, an improvised toolbox scavenged from a teacher's office, she immediately immersed herself in her work with fervor. She first attempted to repair the generator. Although it could not be tested without fuel, she meticulously examined the circuitry and confirmed the main body was intact. Then, she cautiously disassembled her cherished laptop and radio, murmuring incantations as if she had transcended into another realm. Observing Sun Xiaoming laboring under the flickering candlelight, occasionally letting out soft cheers upon discovering usable replacement parts, Lin Fan envisioned a future where the stronghold was illuminated, surveillance was omnipresent, and communication was seamless. "Revitalize the entire campus," Lin Fan quietly repeated, a smile widening on his lips. Perhaps the city of eternal night was no longer merely a dream? Yet, amidst the bustling optimism brought forth by Sun Xiaoming's contribution, no one noticed that while she was calibrating her antiquated radio, she intermittently captured faint, fragmented signals interspersed with fervent ramblings and chaotic noise. "Devote oneself to the mad god, purification, flesh sacrifices for immortality, all dissenters shall turn to dust." These dissonant echoes slithered into the soil of hope, like venomous serpents in the dark. The shadow of the mad god cult appeared to spread more swiftly and closely than anticipated. Chapter 35. Rebooting Surveillance. I am all-knowing. Sun Xiaoming's arrival ignited a technological tempest within the stronghold. Her makeshift workshop, improvised from a storage room, soon overflowed with an array of gathered electronic components, tools, and disassembled remnants of equipment. The air was thick with the distinctive scent of solder and burnt circuit boards. She barely ate or slept. Wholly absorbed in the fervor of device restoration, her once timid eyes now sparkled with an almost obsessive brilliance behind thick lenses. Lin Fan fulfilled his promise, prioritizing the tools and components Sun Xiaoming required as the highest search objective. Under Qin Yao's leadership, the exploration team no longer confined themselves to merely seeking food and medicine. They purposefully raided the computer lab, electronic laboratory, and even the telecommunications warehouse located on the campus commercial street, returning with multimeters, soldering irons, rolls of solder wire, various capacitors and resistors, and even an old oscilloscope that, though partially damaged, retained its core functionalities. However, the search for fuel encountered significant challenges. The laboratory's hazardous materials storage was confirmed to have leaked and been set ablaze, while the logistics warehouse was overrun by a multitude of zombies, making any forced breach exceedingly perilous. The generator remained inoperative for the time being. Yet, this did not deter Sun Xiaoming from her endeavor. She first fashioned a rudimentary temporary power supply system using a car battery salvage from an abandoned vehicle and several solar panels gathered from the dormitory balcony. Inefficient, but better than nothing, barely providing enough power for her tools and small devices. Subsequently, she concentrated her efforts on the radio and laptop. On a deep night several days later, when most had settled into slumber, with only the guards remaining vigilant, a sudden, subdued yet euphoric whisper erupted from Sun Xiaoming's workshop. It worked. It worked. Lin Fan, Su Wanqing, and Emily were startled and rushed over. To their astonishment, the old radio's indicator light flickered to life, emitting a faint green glow. Sun Xiaoming, donning headphones, deftly adjusted the knobs, while the screen, illuminated briefly by some unknown means connected to the car battery, displayed erratic waveforms and signal strength indicators. Could it be that the radio was repaired? Lin Fan found it hard to believe. The basic functions had been restored. Reception was flawless. The transmission power was low and the range limited. But it should cover most of the campus. Sun Xiaoming, brimming with excitement, spoke rapidly, her cheeks flushed with enthusiasm. I just received a very faint, intermittent external signal. Although I can't discern the content, it indicates that there are still people active outside. This news invigorated everyone. A connection to the outside world, even a mere thread of hope, was enough to stir the spirits. Wonderful. Xiaoming, you have achieved a great feat. Lin Fan praised genuinely. Su Wanqing and Emily also wore relieved smiles. However, Sun Xiaoming's excitement clearly lay elsewhere. She pointed to a pile of equipment connected with various cables. Appearing far more complex, a monster she had cobbled together from several discarded surveillance hosts, switch remnants, and an abundance of found network and power cables. The radio is merely the first step. Sun Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with intensity. The key lies here. I analyzed the topology of the campus surveillance system, found in the administration building, and many of the main lines are physical connections. As long as I can locate functioning cameras and power them, theoretically, we could restore partial surveillance. She seized a relatively intact surveillance camera dismantled from the guard booth and connected it to her monstrous apparatus, then hooked it up to the car battery. A small LCD monitor salvaged from the dormitory, which she had also modified, flickered a few times before miraculously illuminating. The screen displayed real-time black and white footage of the corridor outside her workshop. Though somewhat snowy, the image was clear. Look, look, Sun Xiaoming pointed at the screen, her voice trembling with excitement. As long as we can find more intact cameras, repair or bypass the damaged nodes, I can illuminate the eyes scattered throughout the campus one by one. We will restart surveillance. This meant they would no longer be blind and deaf. They could sit in a relatively secure stronghold, observing the movements at the various main intersections and entrances of the campus in real time. They could anticipate the migration of zombie hordes, monitor potential danger zones, and even scrutinize the activities of other survivor factions. This absolute informational advantage, in a world ravaged by the apocalypse, held a value that surpassed that of an additional armed squad. Lin Fan, with omniscient awareness, gazed at the clear footage of the corridor on the screen, and the term God's perspective involuntarily surfaced in his mind. With the establishment of a surveillance network, he would truly possess a divine vantage point on this battlefield of the campus. How many personnel do we need? Where do we procure cameras and repair the wiring? Lin Fan inquired, his tone brimming with uncontainable excitement. We primarily need two types. Intact cameras, mainly located at the entrances of various buildings and major intersections. And we need to locate the main access points of the campus surveillance network, typically found in underground conduits or low-voltage wells, which may require venturing into some perilous areas. Sun Xiaoming swiftly articulated, producing a hand-drawn map of the campus surveillance points based on her memory and schematics. Qin Yao. Lin Fan turned to the arriving Qin Yao. Organize an elite technical support team, led by you personally. Ensure the protection of Xiaoming and her designated technicians. According to this map, prioritize the restoration of surveillance in the critical areas surrounding the dormitories, dining hall, supermarket, and the path leading to the experimental building. Understood. Qin Yao responded decisively, her gaze towards Sun Xiaoming filled with gravity, fully aware of the task's significance. Emily, allocate the best protective gear and tools for the support team. Wanqing, coordinate the stronghold's defenses to ensure its safety while they are out. The entire stronghold efficiently resumed its operations. In the following days, the technical support team, under Qin Yao's protection, embarked on a silent mission to illuminate the eyes of the campus. The process was fraught with danger. They had to infiltrate building entrances teeming with zombies to dismantle cameras, pry open rusted, perilous low-voltage well covers, and navigate narrow, dark conduits to inspect and connect wiring. They encountered several minor zombie attacks and even discovered a nest of mutated cockroaches in one low-voltage well, yet with Qin Yao's formidable combat prowess and the team's seamless collaboration, they emerged unscathed. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoming remained stationed at the Stronghold studio, remotely guiding the connection and calibration of equipment through the few restored surveillance points and radio communications. The support team carried simple walkie-talkies and signal repeaters. Each day, new surveillance feeds were integrated into the core room of the Stronghold, formerly Dormitory 408, now transformed into the command center. Scenes from various corners of the campus, such as the zombie horde lingering at the dining hall entrance, the desolate alley beside the supermarket, and the unsettling silence surrounding the experimental building, unfolded like pieces of a puzzle before Lin Fan and the others. When the final crucial surveillance feed from the main intersection leading to the campus hospital was successfully integrated, a subdued cheer erupted within the command center. The screen, divided into dozens of small windows, displayed the real-time movements of the strategic locations across the campus. Although the coverage was far from encompassing the entire campus, the dynamics of the core areas were now firmly in their grasp. Lin Fan stood before the screen, observing the still or slowly moving silhouettes of zombies, a profound sense of control enveloping him. With these eyes, his mental acuity expanded, significantly enhancing the survival chances and operational efficiency of the team. "We have succeeded," Su Wanqing remarked softly, her tone laced with emotion. "Efficiency has improved by at least 300. Emily assessed calmly. Every aspect, from defensive alerts to resource collection strategies, was now grounded in data. Qin Yao, arms crossed, gazed intently at the wandering zombies at the entrance of the school hospital, her eyes sharp. "Is our next target over there?" Lin Fan nodded, his gaze fixated on the image of the school hospital. There, they could find the urgently needed medicines, more advanced medical equipment, and potentially more clues regarding this catastrophe. Indeed, the school hospital, Lin Fan affirmed gravely, but before proceeding there, his eyes scanned other surveillance feeds, ultimately resting on the relatively open area in the northwest corner of the campus, where strange figures occasionally darted by. "We must first ascertain what those cult of madness individuals are up to." The rebooting of the surveillance system brought clarity, illuminating the serpents lurking in the shadows. An information advantage had been firmly established. The forthcoming actions would be more precise and targeted. The city of Eternal Night was gradually extending its dominion from this modest dormitory building into the broader, darker campus. And Lin Fan, standing at the heart of this information network, truly resembled an omniscient being over this territory. Chapter 36. The gentle goddess of the infirmary, Lu Ruyan. The surveillance screens, akin to divine eyes surveying the mortal realm, vividly displayed the silence and peril permeating the campus to the command center. With this newfound informational supremacy, Lin Fan felt as though the power in his hands had surged exponentially. He was no longer passively confronting crises, but could actively strategize, select, and even set traps. The school hospital, a repository of abundant medicines and potentially advanced medical apparatus, naturally ascended to the top of the priority list. Ample supplies would mean a lower casualty rate, while more sophisticated equipment might enable Tang Xiaoro to better harness her healing abilities, or even uncover leads regarding the zombie virus, should it exist. However, the surveillance footage indicated that the situation at the school hospital was far from promising. The main entrance was tightly secured, yet a window on the side was shattered, with the occasional glimpse of a zombie moving within. More than 20 zombies roamed the open space in front of the building, and complicating matters further. An overturned ambulance lay in the hospital's rear yard, surrounded by an even greater throng of zombies, seemingly feasting on something. A direct assault would incur significant losses, Qin Yao remarked, analyzing the screen with a cool demeanor. The broken window on the side could serve as a breach point, but the internal conditions remain unknown, posing a high risk. "We require more detailed intelligence," Lin Fan mused, turning his gaze to Sun Xiaoming. "Xiaoming, can you access the cameras near the hospital to uncover further details, particularly around that ambulance?" Sun Xiaoming promptly seated herself at the control panel, her fingers deftly navigating the keyboard of another laptop she had repaired, connecting it to the surveillance system. She adjusted the angles of several cameras focused on the hospital area, magnifying the images. The number of zombies surrounding the ambulance was overwhelming, obscuring visibility. Suddenly, Sun Xiaoming pointed at one of the maximally enlarged images, directing attention to the ambulance's driver's seat. The glass was shattered, yet something appeared to be moving inside. Unlike the stiff movements of a zombie, it resembled a living person. A living person? Trapped within the ambulance? Everyone leaned closer to the screen. Indeed, amidst the blurred and snow-filled visuals, a curled figure seemed to be discernible in the driver's seat, occasionally exhibiting faint movements. Still alive, Wang Pengzi gasped, pondering how long they had been trapped. Given the horde of zombies gathered, the occupant should be temporarily safe, but surely not for long. Su Wanqing furrowed her brow, wrestling with the choice: save the individual or proceed with the original plan to collect supplies. This dilemma lay before Lin Fan. The plan was altered. Without hesitation, Lin Fan declared the primary objective: rescue the survivor within the ambulance, while simultaneously attempting to enter the hospital to gather supplies. He turned to Qin Yao. Organize a rescue team, keeping the personnel minimal. It will consist of you, me, Pengzi, and Dazhuang. The others will remain on standby. I want to go too. Tang Xiaoro suddenly stepped forward, her small face resolute, asserting, if someone is injured, I can provide immediate medical assistance. Lin Fan regarded Tang Xiaoro, contemplated briefly, and nodded. Having a healer present would indeed significantly enhance their margin for error. The rescue team was swiftly formed: Lin Fan, command and perception; Qin Yao, main combatant; Wang Pengzi, heavy-duty breacher; Tang Xiaoro, medical aid; and Dazhuang, tank to draw fire. Utilizing the surveillance system, they mapped out a relatively safe route, circumventing the dense horde at the hospital's main entrance, approaching the overturned ambulance from the side. The air was thick with a grotesque mixture of blood and disinfectant. At least 30 zombies congregated in the backyard, frantically pounding and clawing at the ambulance, emitting a vexing cacophony of roars and scraping sounds. Dazhuang, create a distraction to lure most of the zombies away. Lin Fan commanded. Dazhuang unleashed a thunderous roar, stomping heavily and intentionally, creating a massive commotion as he charged in the opposite direction of the ambulance. As anticipated, the majority of the zombies in the backyard were drawn to this sudden feast, shrieking as they chased after Dazhuang. Now is the time. Go. Qin Yao surged ahead like an arrow released from a bow, her spear deftly piercing the skulls of the zombies lingering near the ambulance. Wang Pengzi swung the fire axe, clearing away any stragglers like a whirlwind. Lin Fan shielded Tang Xiaoro as they hurried to the side of the ambulance. The driver's door was severely deformed and could not be opened. Wang Pengzi raised the fire axe and swiftly shattered the already broken window. Inside the driver's seat, a figure clad in a blood-stained white coat was curled beneath the seat. It was a woman, appearing to be in her late 20s, her long hair disheveled, complexion as pale as parchment, and her lips cracked. Yet, her eyes had not entirely lost their spark. They bore a weary numbness tinged with a hint of vigilance. She clutched an empty syringe tightly in her hand, as if it were her final weapon. Upon witnessing Lin Fan and his companions breaking in through the shattered window, she instinctively recoiled in fear. However, upon catching sight of Tang Xiaoyo's concerned and benevolent gaze, as well as realizing that Lin Fan and the others were human rather than zombies, her taut nerves began to relax slightly. Do not be afraid. We have come to rescue you. Lin Fan endeavored to soften his voice. The woman parted her lips, seemingly wanting to speak, but only managed to emit a dry, rasping sound. Tang Xiaoyu promptly offered a small bottle of water, an invaluable resource at their stronghold. The woman glanced at her with gratitude, accepted the bottle, and took a few hurried sips. I am Lu Luyun, a doctor at the school hospital, she stated, her voice hoarse yet imbued with a gentle quality characteristic of a mature woman. Even in such dire circumstances, her intellect and elegance remained apparent. Thank you. Thank you so much. Can you still move? Qin Yao asked, her vigilance scanning the surroundings as she urged them onward. The horde of zombies, drawn away by Dazhuang, seemed to be turning back. Lu Luyun attempted to shift but gasped in pain, cold sweat beading on her forehead. I think my foot might be fractured. Fatty. Lin Fan signaled. Wang Pengzi immediately stepped forward, carefully extricating Lu Luyun from the contorted confines of the driver's seat. Despite her agony, she gritted her teeth and remained silent, resting her head on Wang Pengzi's broad shoulder, her eyes closing as if she had finally found a temporary refuge. Retreat. Lin Fan commanded. The team safeguarded the injured as they hastily retreated along the same path. Dazhuang also fought while retreating, following closely behind. With a mixture of trepidation and relief, the rescue team successfully returned to the stronghold with Lu Luyun. Her arrival was met with warmth from the inhabitants of the stronghold, especially when she revealed her identity as a doctor. Tang Xiaoyu immediately set about examining her injuries. It was indeed a fracture of the left ankle, and it appeared somewhat misaligned. Though Lu Luyun was weak, she maintained her professional demeanor, guiding Tang Xiaoyu on how to perform a simple realignment and stabilization. Tang Xiaoyu then utilized her healing abilities, enveloping Lu Luyun's ankle in a soft, milky light. While complete healing of the fracture was not possible immediately, the pain and swelling were significantly alleviated, and the recovery of the soft tissues was hastened. The healing ability is truly remarkable, Lu Luyun mused. Feeling the warmth and relief emanating from her ankle, she gazed at Tang Xiaoyu, her eyes filled with awe and appreciation. And her glance towards Lin Fan and the others grew softer and more trusting. After consuming a bit of thin porridge and replenishing her fluids, Lu Luyun's spirits lifted somewhat. She recounted her harrowing experience to Lin Fan and the others. When the apocalypse struck, she had been on night duty at the school hospital. The black rain and eternal night plunged the hospital into chaos as patients, family members, and medical staff alike transformed into zombies. Drawing on her knowledge of the layout and her composure, she led a group of surviving medical personnel and patients in a desperate bid to defend the pharmacy, but ultimately, their defenses were breached. While attempting to divert a portion of the zombies with a vehicle to buy time for others to escape, her car lost control and overturned, leaving her trapped ever since. Are there any other survivors in the hospital? Su Wanqing inquired. Lu Luyun's expression dimmed, shaking her head with a heavy heart. I do not know. I managed to divert some at that time, but afterward, at the pharmacy, I fear the group fell silent. In this apocalyptic world, such tragedies were all too common. Dr. Lu, Lin Fan broke the silence, inquiring whether she was familiar with the inventory of pharmaceuticals and the distribution of medical equipment within the campus hospital. We still need to collect supplies. Lu Ruoyan nodded, her gaze regaining its resolve. I am quite familiar. I know the locations of the pharmacy, the surgical treatment room, and the emergency stock in the inpatient department. Moreover, I am aware of a seldom-known passage that leads to the storage room behind the pharmacy, which might allow us to circumvent the throngs of zombies at the main entrance. This information was of paramount importance. Excellent. Lin Fan's spirits lifted. Once your injuries have healed sufficiently for you to move, I would appreciate your guidance. Lu Ruoyan regarded Lin Fan, this young man who had already become the lifeline for dozens, and nodded gently. Yes, it is my duty. Her gaze swept across the bustling personnel in the command center, observing Su Wanqing's competence, Emily's astuteness, Qin Yao's valor, Tang Xiaorou's innocence, and finally, Sun Xiaoming's engrossed silhouette and technology. Ultimately, her eyes returned to Lin Fan. This team was more vibrant and hopeful than she had anticipated. She lowered her head slightly, a barely perceptible, tender smile gracing her lips. Perhaps here, she could not only survive but also utilize her knowledge and experience to safeguard more lives. The gentle and charismatic Dr. Lu Ruoyan officially joined Lin Fan's team, significantly bolstering their medical logistics capabilities. The secret passage to the campus hospital also implied that the next operation would be rife with suspense and potential. Chapter 37, Pharmaceuticals. A new strategic resource under the sustained influence of Tang Xiaorou's healing abilities, Lu Ruoyan's ankle healed more swiftly than expected. Although she could not yet engage in vigorous activity, she could walk slowly with assistance. She exhibited remarkable resilience and professionalism, refraining from dwelling on the relief of being rescued or the sorrow of lost companions, and instead quickly immersed herself in her new responsibilities. She commenced with a comprehensive assessment of the medical condition at the outpost. While Tang Xiaorou's healing abilities were miraculous, they were also taxing and currently appeared limited in treating fractures and severe internal injuries. Their primary benefits lay in accelerating healing, alleviating pain, and combating infection. Although the outpost had previously gathered a variety of medicines, their quantities were limited, primarily consisting of common medications, and they lacked essential emergency supplies, surgical instruments, and specific antibiotics. We require a substantial amount of saline solution, glucose, tourniquets, sutures, anesthetics, broad-spectrum antibiotics, and tetanus antitoxin, Lu Ruoyan stated, holding a list she had dictated, which Su Wanqing meticulously recorded, her tone grave. Particularly concerning were the antibiotics. Given the current sanitary conditions, the onset of a severe infection could prove fatal. She turned to Lin Fan. The pharmacy and reserve store at the campus hospital are the optimal locations to address these issues. I know the passage, while risks remain. It is far safer than a frontal assault. Lin Fan, glancing at the life and death essentials on the list, and then at Lu Ruoyan's pale yet resolute face, nodded. Very well. Once your foot has improved, we will take action. During the days of Lu Ruoyan's recuperation, the outpost did not remain idle. Sun Xiaoming meticulously observed the surroundings of the school hospital through the surveillance system, particularly the secret passageway mentioned by Lu Ruoyan, which was located near a dilapidated medical waste transfer station in the backyard of the hospital, partially concealed by vines, leading to an inspection hatch that connected to the underground pipeline network. Emily, in turn, reassessed the strategic value of the list of medications provided by Lu Ruyan, elevating it to the highest priority, on par with fuel and generator parts. She even began to contemplate that if they could successfully acquire a substantial quantity of medical supplies, perhaps they could establish a more formal medical point, not only serving their own base, but potentially engaging in trade with other survivor factions in the future. Qin Yao, meanwhile, led an exploration team, subjecting them to rigorous training in preparation for potential close-quarters combat and operations in confined spaces. Wang Pengzi was compelled to practice maintaining combat and mobility capabilities even while carrying an injured person, simulating Lu Ruyan. 3 days later, Lu Ruyan declared that they were ready to depart. The objective of this mission was crystal clear: to infiltrate the school hospital through the secret passage. Head directly to the pharmacy and storage room. Gather as many crucial medications and equipment from the list as possible, and then swiftly withdraw. The action team consisted of the same members who had rescued Lu Ruyan: Lin Fan, Qin Yao, Wang Pengzi, Tang Xiaorou, De Zhuang, along with Lu Ruyan, who was well acquainted with the internal routes. As night descended, or rather, as eternal darkness enveloped them, the team set forth silently. Utilizing the surveillance system to avoid patrolling hordes of the undead, they successfully reached the concealed inspection hatch. Upon prying open the rusted manhole cover, a noxious blend of mildew and lingering disinfectant fumes wafted out. Below lay a narrow, damp pipeline, barely wide enough for a single person to pass through while crouched. "I will lead the way, Lin Fan. Follow closely and stay alert," Qin Yao instructed, taking the rear, while Wang Pengzi tended to Xiao Rou and Dr. Lu. Lin Fan swiftly organized the formation. The pipeline was engulfed in darkness, with only the beam of their flashlights flickering against the moss-covered and stained walls. The ground was slick with stagnant water, and an unsettling silence pervaded the air, punctuated only by the heavy breaths and footsteps of the team echoing in the cramped space. Although Lu Ruyan's foot was still injured, she persevered with Wang Pengzi's support, occasionally whispering directions. "Turn left, there's a fork ahead. Take the right path, mind your head. There's a ledge." Lin Fan exerted his mental perception to its fullest. In such a confined environment, his range of awareness was significantly limited. Yet he could still sense any movement in the pipeline several dozen meters ahead. After proceeding cautiously for about 20 minutes, Lu Ruyan signaled to halt. She pointed to a similarly rusted grate above them. "We've arrived. Above is the storage room behind the pharmacy. This grate is normally locked from the inside, but I know there's a faulty latch that should be pried open." Wang Pengzi stepped forward, carefully manipulating the crowbar. With a soft click, the grate slowly creaked open. Wang Pengzi ascended first, confirming it was safe before helping the others up one by one. Inside the storage room, a few empty cardboard boxes and discarded medical instruments lay strewn about, coated in dust. A heavy iron door connected to the pharmacy outside. Lu Ruyan gestured for silence, pressing her ear against the iron door to listen intently for a moment before shaking her head. There was commotion outside, and not just from one source. Lin Fan also sensed it. At least 5 or 6 zombies were aimlessly wandering within the pharmacy. "We cannot force our way in. The noise would attract all the zombies in the hospital," Qin Yao whispered. Lu Ruyan pondered for a moment, then pointed to an inconspicuous small door at the far end of the storage room. "It leads to a small disinfection equipment room, which has a door that directly connects to a row of shelves on the side of the pharmacy. Perhaps we could quietly enter from there." The team promptly relocated. The door to the disinfection equipment room was unlocked, revealing a smaller space filled with some ultraviolet lamps and ozone generators, all evidently non-functional. Another door stood ajar, and through the gap, a stronger medicinal scent wafted in, accompanied by the dragging footsteps of zombies outside. Lin Fan peered through the crack, observing the expansive pharmacy, where shelves stood tall and medications along with shards of glass littered the floor. Several zombies wandered aimlessly between the shelves. Their objective, the inner pharmacy storage containing critical medications and injectables, was located approximately 10 meters away, the door firmly shut. Though not far, crossing the open area posed a significant risk. Lin Fan frowned. "I will draw them away," Qin Yao declared without hesitation. "It's too dangerous," Lu Ruyan protested, as the pharmacy was relatively enclosed. "If we were cornered, I have a plan." A glimmer ignited in Lin Fan's eyes. He focused his mind, honing in on the nearest zombie outside the door, then manipulated it to crash into a shelf, away from the inner pharmacy. Crash! The jarring sound echoed sharply in the silent pharmacy. The wandering zombies were immediately drawn to the noise, roaring as they converged towards that direction. "Now's our chance. Hurry," Lin Fan urged. The team bolted from the disinfection equipment room like cheetahs, with Qin Yao and Wang Pengzi flanking left and right, Tang Xiaorou supporting Lu Ruyan, while Lin Fan and De Zhuang held the rear, racing towards the inner pharmacy. Lu Ruyan swiftly input the password. Astonishingly, she still remembered it. And the electronic lock emitted a soft beep, the green light illuminating. The door swung open. The group entered in a rush, immediately closing the door behind them. We are safe. The inner pharmacy storage remained relatively intact, tall shelves categorically displaying various medications, injectables, and medical supplies. Although the low-temperature refrigeration unit had long since lost power, some medications requiring refrigeration, such as insulin and certain biological agents, had spoiled, emitting a strange odor. However, the majority of room-temperature medications and instruments were unscathed. Quickly, gather the items on the list. Lu Ruoyan, ignoring her foot pain, began directing operations. She precisely listed the names and locations of the medications. While Wang Pengzi and Tang Xiaoro handled the transport, Qin Yao and Lin Fan stood guard at the door, and De Zhuang blocked the entrance like a sentinel. Saline solution, glucose, various antibiotics, anesthetics, hemostatic gauze, suturing kits, surgical instruments. Precious supplies were swiftly packed into the large backpacks and canvas bags they had brought. That's enough. Any more would hinder our escape, Lin Fan decisively commanded as they observed the nearly filled bags. The group shouldered the heavy supplies, preparing to retreat. However, just as they reopened the door to the pharmacy, preparing to retrace their steps, Lin Fan's expression abruptly changed. In his perception, an alarming number of zombies had gathered outside the pharmacy, far exceeding their previous encounters. It seemed that the commotion they had caused, combined with the scent of living humans, had attracted even more zombies from the vicinity. They were now relentlessly battering against the small door of the disinfection room. This is dire. Their escape route was completely blocked. Chapter 38. The first large-scale zombie tide approaches the heavy iron door of the pharmacy, muffled much of the cacophony. Yet the dull and relentless thuds echoed like a death knell, resonating in the hearts of everyone present. The relatively frail door of the disinfection room clearly could not endure for much longer. Their escape route was sealed. Lin Fan's countenance darkened. His mental perception indicated that the number of zombies outside had surpassed 30 and was still increasing. Are there any other exits? Qin Yao immediately turned her gaze to Lu Ruyan, her voice remaining composed, though the grip on her spear betrayed her inner tension. Lu Ruyan's face was pale as she swiftly scanned the pharmacy, ultimately fixing her gaze on a vent near the ceiling at the innermost part of the room, which was covered by barbed wire and measured approximately half a meter in diameter. There, that is a branch of the central ventilation system connecting the entire hospital building. Perhaps it leads to other floors or the outside. Lu Ruyan pointed at the vent, her tone uncertain. But I have never been inside. I do not know what lies within or where it leads. A ventilation duct? Narrow, dark, and unknown. This sounded scarcely better than attempting a frontal breakout. There was no time for hesitation. Lin Fan decisively commanded, Fatty, dismantle it. Without a word, Wang Fatty raised his fire axe and struck the screws fastening the barbed wire over the vent with ferocity. After a few blows, the wire fell with a clatter. A cloud of ancient dust and a strange odor surged forth from the dark opening. I will go in first to scout, Qin Yao declared, preparing to step forward. Wait. Lin Fan grasped her arm, shaking his head. The situation inside is uncertain. You are the most skilled. Stay back to cover us. I will lead the way. My perception will help me detect dangers in advance. He turned to Wang Fatty. Fatty, you will follow me, responsible for protecting Xiao Rou and Dr. Lu. Qin Yao, you will bring up the rear. Da Zhuang cannot fit. He will remain in the pharmacy to delay them for as long as possible. This was the most rational arrangement. Although Da Zhuang could not accompany them, his massive form and formidable defense would suffice to create a temporary barrier at the pharmacy door. Da Zhuang, guard the entrance. At all costs. Lin Fan issued his final command to Da Zhuang. The creature emitted a deep growl, using its immense body to brace against the iron door of the pharmacy. Without further hesitation, Lin Fan took a deep breath and was the first to crawl into the narrow ventilation duct. The duct was filled with dust and cobwebs, the space cramped, forcing him to move on all fours. He fully extended his mental perception, struggling to discern the direction in the darkness. Wang Fatty followed closely behind. Then came Tang Xiaorou supporting Lu Ruyan, with Qin Yao entering last, cautiously attempting to reposition the removed barbed wire, hoping to slightly hinder their pursuers. Within the confines of the pipe, an unsettling silence prevailed, broken only by the heavy breaths of the group and the sound of their garments scraping against the walls. Direction was indiscernible. They could only advance based on instinct and the occasional guidance from Lu Ruyan, who assessed the pipe's orientation according to the architectural layout. They should be moving east. Time slipped away as they crawled through the dark, until at last, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead, accompanied by a whispering breeze. Hope surged within Lin Fan. However, at that moment, a deafening roar erupted from the distant pharmacy, followed by De Zhuang's furious and resolute final cry, before all fell silent. De Zhuang had sacrificed himself. The atmosphere within the pipe became instantly suffocating. Wang Pengzi clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously, while Tang Xiaorou covered her mouth, her eyes glistening with tears. Lu Ruyin closed her eyes, her face betraying sorrow. Qin Yao remained silent, but the chill in her gaze intensified. A pang of grief struck Lin Fan's heart, yet he knew this was not the time for sorrow. Hurry, they will soon follow us through the pipe. The group hastened their pace towards the light. The exit was barred by a layer of barbed wire, revealing what appeared to be the exterior wall of the hospital. Wang Pengzi swung the axe handle, breaking through the wire, and peered outside. They found themselves at the hospital's third-floor wall, looking down into the backyard. The horde of zombies that had previously gathered seemed to have been drawn away by the commotion from the pharmacy, but many still wandered aimlessly. Further afield, Wang Pengzi's voice quaked with unprecedented terror. Fan, look over there. Lin Fan squeezed to the exit and gazed outward. Before them, in the direction of the hospital's main entrance and the primary thoroughfare of the campus, an ominous tide of zombies surged forth, blackening the landscape as they converged from all directions. The sheer number was staggering, far exceeding any previous encounters, likely hundreds, if not thousands. They roared and pressed forward, forming a wave of death that advanced slowly toward the hospital and the dormitory stronghold beyond. The first true large-scale zombie tide had arrived. How could there be so many all of a sudden? Tang Xiaorou's voice trembled. The recent noise, along with the living scent emanating from us, has acted like a beacon, drawing all the zombies in the vicinity. Lu Ruyin analyzed, her complexion pale. Lin Fan's heart sank to the depths. He had initially believed this was merely a high-risk materials gathering mission. Never did he anticipate such a catastrophic outcome. We must return to the stronghold at once. The defenses there are our only hope. Down. Find a way back to the stronghold. Lin Fan shouted hoarsely. They were nearly 10 meters above ground. Wang Pengzi secured the rope to a sturdy pipe support, and one by one, they descended with urgency. Upon landing, several wandering zombies were immediately attracted to them. Qin Yao and Wang Pengzi swiftly dealt with them, but more zombies converged from all sides. Run. Do not linger. Lin Fan bellowed, seizing Tang Xiaorou's hand. Qin Yao shielded Lu Ruyin, while Wang Pengzi forged the path ahead, as they sprinted desperately towards the dormitory. The vanguard of the zombie tide was already encroaching upon the hospital's backyard. All around them, terrifying figures staggered closer, their roars deafening. They resembled a solitary boat amidst tumultuous waves, navigating through the gaps of a mass of corpses with great difficulty. Qin Yao wielded her spear, and Wang Pengzi brandished his fire axe with an impenetrable intensity, while Lin Fan heightened his mental perception to the utmost, guiding them along a relatively safe path. Tang Xiaorou's healing light intermittently flickered, mending the inevitable scrapes and scratches sustained by the group. Each step was a heart-stopping ordeal. Several times they were nearly encircled by the horde, but thanks to Lin Fan's early warnings and Qin Yao's decisive breakthroughs, they narrowly escaped peril. When they finally caught a glimpse of the dormitory building's outline, exhaustion nearly consumed them. Meanwhile, the main force of the undead had already besieged the base of the dormitory. A dark mass of zombies enveloped the entire structure, relentlessly assaulting the previously fortified barriers and doors. The stronghold was on the brink of collapse. Fanggu, over here. A team member stationed on the upper floor, responsible for vigilance, spotted them and tossed down a rope. Gripping the rope, they desperately climbed upward. Below, the zombies extended countless decaying arms, attempting to drag them down. At last, just before the horde completely encircled them, all team members safely reached the fourth floor. Inside the stronghold, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Everyone had taken up arms, guarding various defensive points. Su Wanqing and Emily, pale-faced, were still striving to maintain order and allocate tasks. What is the situation? Lin Fan gasped, inquiring. There are at least 400 to 500 zombies gathered below, and the numbers are increasing. The barriers won't hold for long. A trembling voice from a defense team member reported. Lin Fan approached the window and looked down. The scene was one of utter despair. A sea of zombies surrounded the dormitory, the sounds of their collisions and roars resembling a symphony of death. He caught glimpses of several familiar mutated figures within the horde, long-armed types, agile variants, and even a terrifying creature adorned with bone spikes that he had never encountered before. Initiate the emergency plan. Abandon the fourth floor. Everyone retreat to the fifth floor. Utilize the narrow stairwell for our final defense. Lin Fan commanded in a hoarse voice. Imbued with an undeniable resolve. Prepare everything flammable. If necessary, set fire to obstruct the enemy. This was the final resort, a desperate plunge into mutual destruction. Sun Xiaoming, can the surveillance still see the situation outside? Lin Fan turned to Sun Xiaoming, who was curled up before the control panel, her frightened face pale. Sun Xiaoming trembled as she fiddled with the controls, her voice thick with tears. Most of the camera signals have been interfered with or destroyed. We can only see a small area below, and it's all zombies. Just then, a panicked shout crackled through the intercom from Zhao Chong. Stationed at the stairwell of the fifth floor, Fanggu, we can't hold them off any longer. They're coming up. The first large-scale zombie tide, like an unstoppable natural disaster, had driven Lin Fan's team into a true deadlock. Survival or annihilation was at stake in that very moment. Chapter 39. The Art of Defense. The zombie wall tactics. We can't hold them off any longer. They're coming up. Zhao Chan's frantic cries over the intercom shattered the last vestige of hope within the stronghold. The crashing sounds and roars from the stairwell surged forth like a tsunami, enveloping everyone in the shadow of death. Abandon the 4th floor. Everyone, retreat to the 5th floor. Quickly. Lin Fan's voice, hoarse from exertion, resonated with undeniable strength. Panic spread like a plague, yet the long-established order and the composure of Qin Yao, Su Wanqing, and others provided some semblance of stability. Non-combatants assisted the wounded, desperately retreating up the stairs to the 5th floor under the protection of the fighters. Tables, chairs, cabinets, everything movable was frantically dragged toward the stairway, attempting to construct a rudimentary last line of defense. Lin Fan stood at the corner of the staircase leading from the 4th to the 5th floor, his position being the final bastion. His complexion was as pale as parchment. His mental fortitude, nearly depleted from previous escapes and constant vigilance, left him with an excruciating, needle-like pain in his head. Below, the vanguard of zombies surged like a black tide, thrashing against the staircase leading to the 5th floor. Qin Yao, wielding a spear, stood resolutely at the forefront, each thrust precisely eliminating a zombie, yet more continued to swarm forward, seemingly endless. Wang Fadi swung a fire axe, bellowing in fury as he cleaved through the undead, his body already splattered with dark, crimson blood. Other defenders fought valiantly, but the line was crumbling at a visible pace under the overwhelming numerical advantage. Brother Fan, what do we do? We can't hold them off. Wang Fadi shouted in despair while dispatching a zombie. Can't hold them off? Lin Fan gazed at the surging wave of corpses below, the weary and despondent faces of his comrades, and the unwavering spine of Qin Yao, even in dire straits. A fierce surge of unwillingness and anger erupted within him like a volcano. No, we cannot perish here. His power, his ability to control zombies, was it truly only meant to command a mere handful? In this life and death moment, could he not do anything more? His gaze locked onto the frenzied zombies battering against their line. Could he control them? There were too many, their wills too chaotic. He could not manage it. Yet, a wildly reckless thought, like a bolt of lightning in the dark, cleaved through his consciousness. If he could not control them to attack, could he not direct them to block their own? Qin Yao, Fadi, contract the line. Fall back to the stairwell corner. Lin Fan bellowed with all his might. Though confused, Qin Yao and Wang Fadi instinctively trusted Lin Fan's command, quickly retreating while maintaining their defense, narrowing their formation to the cramped stairwell corner, the pressure mounting. Yet they barely held their ground. Now was the moment. Lin Fan closed his eyes, squeezing out the last remnants of his mental energy like oil from a press. He ceased attempting to control the frenzied, aggressive zombies, instead focusing on the 7 or 8 ordinary ones closest to their line at the foot of the stairs. He did not issue commands to attack or halt. Rather, he infused an exceedingly simple yet profoundly strange thought. Block. Block the staircase. Use your bodies to obstruct the path behind. This was not control. It resembled a forceful mental suggestion or behavioral guidance. A hum resonated through him as Lin Fan felt his brain struck by a heavy hammer, darkness enveloping him, and warm liquid trickled from his nose. His mental energy was utterly depleted in an instant. However, just as he was on the brink of losing consciousness, the few zombies ensnared by his mental power suddenly halted in their advance. A fleeting glimmer of indescribable confusion flickered in their hollow eyes, and astonishingly, they turned around, using their rigid bodies to push back against the horde of their own kind surging from behind. They ceased their assault on the human line and, like unexpected rocks, became firmly lodged in the narrow staircase passage. The zombies pouring in from the rear were abruptly obstructed by these traitorous creatures, resulting in a severe crush and trampling. The cacophony of roars, collisions, and the sound of shattering bones intertwined. In an instant, the staircase passage was nearly blocked by these renegade zombies and the bodies of those trapped behind. The tide of the undead assault on the human defenses faltered. Wang Pengzi watched this astonishing scene unfold below, his eyes wide with disbelief, nearly forgetting to breathe. Qin Yao was also stunned. She observed the zombies, their backs turned to them, desperately resisting their kin, and then glanced at Lin Fan, whose complexion was ashen and on the verge of collapse. In that moment, she comprehended the situation, her gaze filled with unprecedented shock. The zombie wall tactic, utilizing the controlled zombies to create obstacles in the narrow terrain, thereby impeding the relentless tide of the undead. This was nothing short of genius, a frenzied notion. Yet, at this very moment, it bore remarkable fruit. Though the controlled zombies were swiftly torn apart by the greater horde behind them, the brief respite they secured, mere seconds, afforded the on the verge of collapse defenses a precious moment to breathe. It also allowed more personnel, who had not yet evacuated from the 4th floor, to seize the opportunity to ascend to the 5th floor. Quick, reinforce the barricades. Su Wanqing's voice echoed from the 5th floor, tinged with tremors of survival and a hint of exhilaration. The defending team, roused from their stupor, immediately began to pile more obstacles at the staircase entrance. Lin Fan, sliding down against the wall, felt utterly drained, his mind a blank slate, devoid of even the strength to lift a finger. Tang Xiaoro hurried over, a milky healing light enveloping his head, alleviating the excruciating pain brought on by mental exhaustion. Though to little effect. Fangu, how are you? Wang Pengzi inquired anxiously. Lin Fan waved his hand, too fatigued to speak, merely gesturing toward the stairs below. The impact of the zombie tide had descended into chaos due to the temporary blockade, but more zombies were swiftly reorganizing. Another wave of assault would soon follow. The zombie wall tactic could only be employed once, and it had drained his last reserves of mental energy. He needed rest. He needed to be moved to a safe location immediately. Lu Rian, aided by Tang Xiaoro, limped over to examine Lin Fan's condition, her tone serious. Several team members promptly stepped forward to carry the nearly unconscious Lin Fan to a more secure room on the inner side of the 5th floor. Qin Yao watched Lin Fan's retreating figure with a trembling grip on her spear. Taking a deep breath, she turned to face the reassembling horde below, her expression transforming back to one of cold determination. Everyone, follow my command. Hold this position. For Fangu. For everyone. She shouted. The defending team unleashed their final surge of blood and courage. The absence of Lin Fan's divine perspective and peculiar tactics rendered defense increasingly arduous and bloody. Each onslaught of the horde was accompanied by fierce battles and casualties. Tang Xiaoro's healing light flickered among the crowd, yet her abilities quickly waned, leaving her visage even paler than Lin Fan's. Su Wanqing and Emily rallied every able-bodied individual, pouring whatever they could find, bricks, glass, even boiling water, from the 5th floor windows in an attempt to slow the relentless tide of corpses below. Sun Xiaoming curled up in a corner, clutching her knees, trembling at the deafening roars and the chaos of battle outside, while her fingers unconsciously traced patterns on the ground, as if calculating something. The combat had entered its most brutal phase of attrition. Each minute and second felt interminable, just as the 5th floor defense appeared on the brink of collapse. And despair loomed over everyone. A sudden and unusual chaos erupted from behind the horde. Immediately, the incessant force of their assault seemed to wane. What was happening? Qin Yao sharply sensed the shift. She took a daring glance downward. To her astonishment, the densely packed horde below appeared to be dispersing. While some zombies continued their assault on the dormitory building, others seemed drawn by an unseen force, gradually shifting towards another direction, towards the campus hospital. Not only that, the overall formation of the horde showed signs of disarray and fragmentation. Were they retreating? Wang Pengzi rubbed his eyes in disbelief. It was not a retreat, but rather a loss of unified targeting. It was as if the guiding baton that commanded their frenzied assault on the dormitory had suddenly vanished or redirected, regardless of the cause. This was undoubtedly a welcome respite for the besieged stronghold. The pressure diminished dramatically. The 5th floor defense had managed to hold on, albeit barely. As the last zombie clawing its way up was impaled in the skull by Qin Yao and tumbled down the stairs, a brief silence enveloped the corridor, broken only by the ragged breaths of the survivors and their stifled sobs. Had they succeeded in their defense? Observing the horde below gradually dispersing, no longer fixated on attacking the dormitory, an overwhelming sense of unreality washed over everyone. They had held their ground. Against the onslaught of hundreds, even thousands of the undead, they had miraculously prevailed. The cheers did not erupt immediately. Instead, they were replaced by an overwhelming fatigue and bewilderment. Lin Fan's frenzied wall of corpses tactic, coupled with the inexplicable dispersal of the horde, remained shrouded in mystery. Yet, regardless of the enigmas, they were alive. Qin Yao leaned against the wall with her spear, gazing at the mountains of zombie remains piled at the stairway and the weary yet resolute faces of her companions. Slowly exhaling a breath, tainted with the coppery scent of blood. We have survived. The art of defense, showcased in desperation by Lin Fan in the most insane manner. Yet, the truth behind the retreat of the horde loomed like new shadows, casting a pall over everyone's hearts. What exactly was the entity that redirected the horde's attack? Chapter 40. Fierce Battle. In the aftermath of the tide of corpses receding, the remnants left behind were akin to the chaos that follows a retreating wave, suffused with the stench of death and the remnants of luck. The corridor on the 5th floor was thick with the metallic scent of blood, and the accumulation of obstacles and zombie remains nearly blocked the staircase. Survivors either slumped on the ground or bandaged each other's wounds, their faces a mosaic of fatigue, dread, and a hint of bewilderment at having survived. Qin Yao leaned against the wall, her spear propped up beside her, gasping for breath. Her tactical uniform was torn in several places, exposing bloodied abrasions beneath, and her arms trembled slightly from exertion, yet her gaze remained sharp, scanning her surroundings to ensure safety. Su Wanqing and Emily were diligently organizing personnel to account for casualties and comfort the terrified non-combatants. Tang Xiaoro, drained of her abilities, sat pale as a ghost. Supported by Lu Ruyan, yet she persevered, mustering her remaining strength to administer basic first aid to several severely injured teammates. Wang Pengzi plopped down beside Lin Fan, who had been placed in a relatively secure corner and remained unconscious. Panting heavily, he gazed at the dwindling horde below and muttered, "Did we really hold them off? I thought for sure this was the end for us." No one replied. All were still immersed in the echoes of the brutal battle they had just endured. This defensive struggle, apart from Lin Fan's last-ditch effort with his wall of corpses strategy, was also marked by the extraordinary performances of several core female members at their respective posts, creating a dazzling narrative of individual valor coupled with mutual support. Su Wanqing, the frigid beacon of order as the tide of corpses breached the fourth floor and panic spread like a contagion. It was Su Wanqing who stepped forward. Unlike Qin Yao, who charged into the fray, she positioned herself at the center of the chaotic crowd. Her voice, though not loud, possessed an extraordinary, icy resonance that cut through the cacophony of screams and cries. Non-combatants, follow your assigned groups and evacuate in an orderly fashion to the designated area on the 5th floor. Repeat, maintain order. Logistics team, check emergency supplies and ensure the distribution of drinking water and high-energy food is in place. Recorders, compile casualty statistics and prioritize the transfer of the severely injured. Her directives were clear and composed, akin to precise programming codes input into a system on the brink of collapse. Her serene visage and authoritative tone became the sole anchor amidst the turmoil. She even personally helped the girl paralyzed by fear, half forcing her towards the safe passage. Under her coordination, what could have devolved into a tragic stampede during the retreat maintained a semblance of order and efficiency, alleviating the concerns of those fighting ahead. Emily, the master of resource allocation as the defensive fortifications teetered on the brink and weapons and projectiles were swiftly depleting, Emily revealed her true value as the logistics queen. Rather than remain in a completely safe corner, she traversed between the relatively secure supply points on the 5th floor and the staircase besieged by fierce gunfire. Her notebook in hand. Defense point 3. The table legs are exhausted, replenished with 5 sharpened steel pipes, located on the left side of the B-zone debris. Direction of Qin Yao. We are running low on throwing bricks. Immediately transport the construction debris collected from Area C. Tang Xiaoro requires clean gauze. Activate the S-grade medical supplies reserve and distribute according to demand. Her mind operates like a sophisticated computer, rapidly calculating the consumption and inventory of resources from various locations to achieve optimal allocation. She even decisively orders the demolition of certain non-load-bearing walls when bricks run out, in order to acquire building materials. Under her command, every resource is utilized on the most critical front lines, with not a trace of waste. Her directives, articulated in a tone reminiscent of the common folk, have now become an indispensable supply line supporting the defense. Qin Yao, an unyielding steel barrier from the outset. She has stood resolutely at the most perilous and pressure-laden corner of the staircase. Her spear transforms into the scythe of death, each thrust and sweep precisely and efficiently reaping the lives of the zombies. Lacking flamboyant techniques, she relies solely on the most straightforward and direct methods of slaughter, becoming an insurmountable steel barrier. When the defense teeters on the brink of collapse and comrades retreat in fear, it is her cold reprimands and actions leading the charge that stabilize their resolve. On numerous occasions, she proactively strikes, accurately hurling spears, having prepared several, to eliminate the greatest threats to the defense, such as a long-armed mutant attempting to climb. Her very presence serves as a formidable pillar of strength, instilling confidence in all defenders that as long as she remains, the line will not falter. Tang Xiaoro, the warm candle of life, her battlefield lies in the rear, amidst the agonized groans of the wounded. The faint white light of her abilities flickers repeatedly, soothing wounds and dispelling infections, pulling many comrades back from the brink of death. As her powers deplete, her complexion grows increasingly pale, her body swaying precariously. Yet she never falters. When her abilities are completely exhausted, she resorts to trembling hands to perform basic wound cleaning and bandaging. Her radiance may not be blinding, but it is warm and resolute. Each rescued comrade gazes at her with eyes filled with gratitude and reliance. She resembles a flickering candle in the depths of despair, refusing to extinguish, safeguarding the last vestiges of dignity and hope for life. Lu Ruyan, the calm pillar of assurance despite her unhealed foot injury and limited mobility. Lu Ruyan, with her medical expertise and composed demeanor, has become Tang Xiaoro's most capable assistant and a source of reassurance in the rear. She swiftly assesses the priority of the wounded, guiding inexperienced personnel in emergency procedures, soothing panic with her gentle yet firm tone. This is just a superficial injury. Apply pressure to stop the bleeding. This one requires debridement. Xiaoro, prioritize it. Everyone, stay calm and conserve your strength. We will surely pull through. Her presence compensates for Tang Xiaoro's lack of experience, rendering the entire medical logistics process more orderly and efficient. These 5 women, each with distinct personalities and abilities, shine with their unique brilliance amidst the brutal defense. Though they do not gather together, they seem to form an invisible harmony and cooperation. The order established by Su Wanqing provided a stable foundation for Emily's resource allocation and Qin Yao's frontline combat. Emily's precise supplies sustained Qin Yao and the entire defense line in their relentless struggle. Qin Yao's ironclad defense enabled the organized retreat orchestrated by Su Wanqing, while Tang Xiaoro and Lu Ruyan's medical aid created a lifeline essential for everyone's perseverance. Each of them, in her own manner, exemplified the adage that women are no less capable than men. As the battle concluded, they all instinctively turned their gazes toward Lin Fan, the boy who had fallen into a deep coma and had wrought the final miracle. It was he who had unified them. It was also he who, in an astonishing manner, had drawn a bloodstained conclusion to this defensive struggle. Is he all right? Tang Xiaoro inquired weakly, her eyes brimming with concern. Su Wanqing approached, crouching down to gently wipe away the remnants of blood from Lin Fan's nose with a handkerchief, her movements tender. He has exhausted his mental energy. He will need time to recuperate, Lu Ruyan remarked after her examination, a hint of unnoticeable pain in her tone. Emily gazed at the unconscious Lin Fan, and then at the weary yet resolute faces surrounding her. In a hushed voice, she said to Su Wanqing, "It seems our commoner leader is more remarkable than I had imagined." Qin Yao said nothing, but silently moved to Lin Fan's side, picking up a clean cloth to wipe the blood from her spear while also gathering the weapons that had fallen near him, placing them within his reach. Her eyes were complex, filled with concern and admiration, perhaps even a trace of something she herself had yet to recognize. The harem faction? Perhaps. But in the face of life and death, they were first and foremost comrades, companions, and indispensable pillars supporting the survival of this stronghold. At this moment, they were collectively guarding not only their leader, but also the hope for their future. After a brief respite, more questions surged to the forefront of their minds. Why did the tide of corpses suddenly recede? What force had drawn them toward the infirmary? What changes would Lin Fan's abilities undergo upon awakening? A new crisis appeared to loom on the horizon. Chapter 41. The limit test and breakthrough of abilities. Lin Fan felt himself sinking into an abyss of boundless darkness and chaos. His consciousness was akin to a small boat caught in a tempest, rising and falling amidst the turbulent waves of mental exhaustion, shattering into fragments. The final resolute roar from De Zhuang, the deafening cries as the tide of corpses engulfed everything, the weary and despairing faces of his teammates, and the excruciating pain that nearly tore apart his brain while forcibly executing the corpse wall strategy. All these images and sounds clashed and echoed within the depths of his consciousness. He sensed his body was exceedingly weak, lacking even the strength to lift his eyelids. Yet, something deeper within him was undergoing subtle transformations amidst this extreme depletion and pressure. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, as if it were both a fleeting moment and an eternity. A faint glimmer of light pierced through the darkness of his awareness. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. Before him lay the familiar ceiling of the command center of the stronghold, originally room 408. The air was permeated with a complex blend of disinfectant, mingled with the metallic scent of blood and the acrid odor of sweat. Outside the window lay an eternal darkness. Yet within the stronghold, a few flickering candles provided a dim, warm glow. He attempted to move, but his body ached as though it were disassembled, particularly his mind, which still bore the sharp, lingering pain akin to the prick of needles. However, compared to the overwhelming sensation of impending collapse he had felt before losing consciousness, he was considerably better. "Fangu, you're awake." A voice of surprise broke through the gloom. It was Wang Pengzi, who had been vigilantly watching over him. Though fatigue etched his features, a look of profound relief blossomed on his face upon seeing Lin Fan regain consciousness. Hearing the commotion, Su Wanqing, Emily, Qin Yao, Tang Xiaoro, and Lu Ruyan quickly gathered around. Their faces bore the marks of exhaustion, yet concern and joy sparkled in their eyes. "How do you feel?" Su Wanqing inquired softly. Offering a cup of warm water, Lin Fan took a small sip from her hand. The parched dryness of his throat soothed momentarily. He attempted to sit up, leaning against the headboard with Tang Xiaoro's assistance. "At least I'm not dead." Lin Fan's voice was somewhat hoarse as he glanced around. "Did we hold our ground? What were the casualties?" At the mention of casualties, a somber shadow fell over the group. Su Wanqing took a deep breath and reported, "We held our position, but at a great cost. 7 team members sacrificed their lives, 11 were severely injured, and nearly everyone sustained minor wounds." Lin Fan closed his eyes, a heavy feeling settling in his chest. De Zhuang, the loyal member of the heavy armor unit, had ultimately perished while covering their retreat. Each number representing the fallen was a vibrant life extinguished. How did the tide of corpses recede? Lin Fan posed the most critical question. The group exchanged glances, and finally, Qin Yao spoke. We're not certain. Just when we were about to collapse, the intensity of the assault from the horde suddenly diminished. A portion of the zombies seemed to be drawn away by something, redirecting towards the campus hospital, causing the overall formation to scatter. That is how we barely held on. The campus hospital? Again, the hospital? Lin Fan furrowed his brow. Lu Rian had mentioned that there might be secrets hidden within the hospital, and the retreat of the horde seemed to be connected to it. What mysteries lay concealed there? He temporarily shelved this question, focusing instead on his own transformation. He could distinctly sense that although his body was weak, his mental acuity had undergone a subtle change. It felt as though a container once brimming with water, on the verge of overflowing, had expanded after undergoing thorough purging and near destruction. Although the reservoir of mental energy had not fully replenished, its capacity seemed to have increased. He concentrated, attempting to channel that partially restored mental energy. A humming sensation enveloped him. A more solid and deftly controllable feeling emerged. If his previous mental energy had flowed like loose water, now it resembled a thicker, more resilient force. Instinctively, he extended his perception outward. In an instant, an unprecedented clarity surged within him. No longer was it the vague perception characterized by a hazy, frosted glass view. Instead, it presented as a more three-dimensional and intricately detailed feedback. He observed the somewhat weary strides of the patrolling officers in the corridor outside the command center. He heard the muffled groans of the injured downstairs and the soft reassurances from Tang Xiao. He sensed the chaotic and deathly aura emanating from the scattered zombies lingering at the perimeter of the stronghold. The range seemed to have not expanded significantly, yet the precision and dimensional perception had ascended to a remarkable degree. He could even faintly discern a faint yet rhythmically perturbing mental wave emanating from the direction of the school hospital. Was it this very wave that disrupted and, to a certain extent, guided the behavior of the zombie tide? Was this the truth behind the retreat of the zombie horde? Lin Fan's heart surged with astonishment. He abruptly opened his eyes and gazed towards the direction of the school hospital, his expression sharp. Lin Fan, what's wrong with you? Qin Yao noticed his unusual demeanor and inquired. I believe I have discerned the reason for the retreat of the zombie tide, Lin Fan replied solemnly, recounting the peculiar mental waves he sensed from the direction of the school hospital. At his words, everyone was taken aback. Mental guidance? Controlling the zombie tide? How is that even possible? Wang Pengzi exclaimed in disbelief. If that is indeed the case, does it not imply that there exists a being more powerful than you? Brother Fan, orchestrating all of this? Su Wanqing's complexion turned pale. Emily swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. If it is a deliberate guidance, what could be the intent? Is it to save us, or is there a hidden agenda? What else lies within the school hospital, besides the medicines? Questions cascaded one after another, sending chills down their spines. It seems my abilities have broken through. Lin Fan chose to share his own feelings instead of continuing the discussion about the school hospital. Though the total amount of his mental strength had not significantly recovered, both its quality and control seemed to have improved immensely. He looked at everyone, his gaze resolute once more. In this defense, we have suffered devastating losses, yet it has allowed me to see the limits of my abilities and new possibilities. Passive defense is too detrimental. We must take the initiative to uncover the secrets of the school hospital, or else, when the next zombie tide comes, we may not be able to hold our ground. But your body. Tang Xiao expressed her concern. Recovery requires time, yet exploration and intelligence gathering must not cease. Lin Fan replied, turning to Sun Xiaoming. Xiaoming, how is the recovery of the surveillance system? Can it capture clearer signals from the direction of the school hospital? Sun Xiaoming, who had been huddled in the corner with her knees drawn up, promptly raised her head upon hearing this, adjusted her glasses, and spoke softly. I am attempting to restore it. The interference is quite severe, but if we can capture the frequency of that rhythmic mental wave, perhaps we can analyze and locate its source. Excellent. Lin Fan nodded. Qin Yao, select the team members who are in the best condition to form a reconnaissance unit. They need not delve deep. The primary task is to confirm the situation around the school hospital, especially the approximate location of that mental wave source. Understood, Qin Yao responded. Wanqing, Emily, accelerate the repair of the stronghold and the treatment of the injured. Pengzi, assist Qin Yao. After assigning the tasks, Lin Fan closed his eyes once more. Immersing himself in the familiarity and exploration of his newfound abilities, he attempted to perform more intricate operations. Previously, controlling the zombies felt more like a coarse wrapping and commanding of mental strength. Now, he felt his mental prowess could penetrate the chaotic consciousness of the zombies with the precision of an invisible scalpel. He focused on a solitary zombie wandering at the periphery of the stronghold. Threads of mental energy extended delicately, no longer issuing commands forcefully, but rather, akin to plucking a string, gently stimulating a primal instinct within its consciousness that represented hunger and aggression. The zombie abruptly halted, its grayish-white eyes turning towards the remains of a fellow creature that had long since lost its vitality, before lunging to begin feasting. Success. A more precise instinctive guidance. The mental energy expended was far less than that required for direct control. He then attempted to simultaneously guide two zombies. Though it was somewhat taxing, he succeeded once more. This implied that, in future battles, he might not need to expend immense energy to completely control a few zombies, but could instead exert tactical interference and guidance over a larger swath of them at a lesser cost. For instance, directing them to attack one another or steering them towards specific targets. This was undoubtedly a qualitative leap. The limits of his abilities, shattered by the peril of life and death, had now attained a new breakthrough. Lin Fan felt the more refined and tamed mental energy within his mind, a cold, fierce smile tugging at the corners of his lips. The threat of the zombie tide had yet to dissipate, the mysteries of the school hospital awaited unraveling, and the shadow of the Mad God cult loomed ominously. Yet at this moment, he possessed greater strength and a resolute determination. Come forth, whatever monstrous entities you may be. This territory, I, Lin Fan, shall claim. The breakthrough in his abilities was akin to a sword being sharpened. The Lord of the City of Eternal Night was steadily advancing toward true power amidst the ruins and bloodshed. Chapter 42. The celebration of victory and sorrow. The news of Lin Fan's awakening and breakthrough in abilities acted as a potent tonic, invigorating the stronghold that had just endured a baptism of blood and was still steeped in sorrow and exhaustion. Hope, that most precious yet fragile commodity in the apocalypse, quietly began to sprout anew in the hearts of the people. Despite the heavy losses and the uncertain path ahead shrouded in mist, the mere fact of survival warranted remembrance and expression in some form. Under the organization of Su Wanqing and Emily, a simple yet solemn ceremony for the survivors was held in the relatively spacious area on the 5th floor. There were no resounding gongs or brilliant lights, only flickering candle flames illuminating the weary yet resolute faces of the survivors. The air still bore the scent of disinfectant mingled with the metallic tang of blood, contrasting silently with the covered bodies of the fallen, draped in clean white cloth, piled in the corner. Standing before everyone, Su Wanqing's voice was clear and calm, imbued with a soothing strength. We have lost companions, we have lost comrades. Their sacrifices were made so that we could continue to live. We remember the pain, but we must not wallow in despair. Today, we stand here to prove that we have not been crushed. We have defended our home, we are alive. Her words were few, yet they brought tears to many eyes, fists clenched tightly in resolve. Emily, in her unique manner, conducted a special ration distribution of wartime supplies. She utilized the few precious boxes of chocolates, beef jerky, and even a small bottle of previously scavenged, uncontaminated spirits, primarily intended for disinfection. But a rare exception was made at this moment. Based on the contribution points and evaluations of wartime performance, the following individuals received additional incentive rations. Emily's voice retained the rigidity of a manager, yet her gaze lacked the usual scrutiny, replaced instead by a subtle hint of emotion. She read out the names, primarily of those who had excelled in defensive battles, as well as the core personnel from the medical logistics team. When Fat Wong, Qin Yao, Tang Xiaoro, Lu Ruyan, and even Sun Xiaoming, who provided remote technical support, received their share of these luxuries, a sense of recognition and appreciation flowed through the crowd. Lin Fan also received a portion. He did not decline, instead breaking the piece of chocolate and sharing it with several severely injured teammates nearby. As long as we're alive, he said simply, looking at them. After a brief ritual, the atmosphere lightened somewhat. People began to share the hard-earned food, speaking softly and checking each other's injuries. Tang Xiaoro's healing ability had regained some strength, the milky light illuminating once more. While it could not immediately heal severe wounds, it significantly alleviated pain and brought forth vitality. Fat Wong swallowed a few bites of beef jerky, followed by a small sip of spirits, which made him wince, yet he exhaled contentedly and leaned closer to Lin Fan. Lowering his voice, Brother Fan, you should have seen Officer Qin. She wielded that spear like a whirlwind. And Senior Sister Su, calm and composed, directing everything flawlessly. Miss Emily was calculating furiously, ensuring our supplies never ran dry. Little Ro was incredible, and Dr. Lu was remarkably steady. He rambled on, his tone filled with pride. Lin Fan listened quietly, his gaze drifting to Qin Yao, who was cleaning a spear nearby, and to Su Wanqing and Emily, who were engaged in a hushed discussion, as well as to Tang Xiaoro and Lu Ruyan, who were attending to a wounded comrade. A warm current surged through his heart. Indeed, he was not fighting alone. He had these trustworthy companions. Fat Wong, Lin Fan interrupted his incessant chatter, his voice low. Have they found Zhuang's body? Fat Wong's voice abruptly ceased, excitement fading to heaviness on his face. He shook his head. The pharmacy was later overrun by zombies. We couldn't get in. It's likely. Lin Fan fell silent for a moment, gently patting Fat Wang's shoulder. De Zhuang's sacrifice was a thorn in everyone's heart. Sadness and relief intertwined like light and shadow, forming the backdrop of this victorious night. At that moment, Sun Xiaoming, who had been engrossed at the monitoring station, suddenly exclaimed softly, "What is it, Xiaoming?" Lin Fan inquired. Sun Xiaoming looked up, her thick glasses framing a gaze filled with confusion and a hint of excitement. "Senior Lin Fan, I attempted to analyze the unusual psychic waves captured from the direction of the school hospital. Although the data is scarce and heavily interfered with, I discovered that the frequency range seems somewhat familiar." "What do you mean?" Lin Fan felt a stir within and approached her. Su Wanqing, Emily, and others also gathered around. Sun Xiaoming pointed at the disordered waveform displayed on the screen, connected to some repaired sensors via her laptop, and explained the underlying coding logic of these mental waves, or the pheromone-like characteristics they emit, if they indeed exist, bear an exceedingly faint resemblance to the frenzied signals I occasionally intercepted from the cult of the Mad God while I was in hiding. The term cult of the Mad God struck like ice water, extinguishing the flicker of warmth that had just emerged. The anomalous mental waves from the campus hospital might be linked to that mysterious and malevolent cult? Could it be that the force guiding the zombie tide, or the presence dwelling in the campus hospital, belongs to the cult of the Mad God? What could they desire? Salvation or a more sinister scheme? The fleeting ease following their victory vanished, and the atmosphere grew tense once more. Lin Fan gazed at the indistinguishable waveform on the screen, his eyes sharp as blades. The campus hospital, the cult of the Mad God, the mental power directing the zombie tide. All clues seemed to converge upon that very place. Lin Fan's voice shattered the silence. Laced with a chill, our entanglement with the campus hospital is far from over. The remnants of celebration had yet to dissipate. Yet a new crisis and enigma loomed like a shadow of eternal night. The path ahead promised to be even more bewildering and perilous. Chapter 43. Strange signals from the radio. Sun Xiaoming's discovery was akin to casting a massive stone into the placid, if temporarily, surface of a lake. The speculation regarding a possible connection between the cult of the Mad God and the campus hospital plunged the atmosphere in the command center to a freezing point. The joy of victory was supplanted by a deeper unease. Who exactly were the cult of the Mad God? How could they be associated with the campus hospital? Could they even influence the zombie tide? Wang Ponzi bombarded them with a series of questions, his face a canvas of confusion and tension. Su Wanqing furrowed her brow and turned to Sun Xiaoming. "Xiaoming, can you be certain? How high is the degree of similarity? Is there a possibility of other interference sources?" Sun Xiaoming adjusted her glasses, her small face slightly flushed with concentration as she pointed at the chaotic data on the screen. Striving to explain, "I cannot be entirely sure due to the limited data and strong interference. However, the sensation of that underlying logic, the wave patterns infused with a specific rhythm amidst the chaos, bear a striking resemblance to certain background noise I inadvertently captured within the signals of the cult of the Mad God. The similarity might be less than 30. But my intuition suggests they may share a common origin." Intuition, often overlooked in the absence of substantial data, can be a technician's most reliable guide. "If it truly is the cult of the Mad God," Emily remarked, arms crossed as she calmly analyzed the situation, "and they inhabit the campus hospital with the capacity to influence or even direct the zombies, then their intentions warrant our utmost vigilance. The retreat of the zombie tide may not have been an act of salvation for us, but rather a strategic recalibration. Or perhaps, in their eyes, we and the campus hospital are merely targets to be dealt with." This hypothesis sent shivers down everyone's spines. Qin Yao tightened her grip on the spear, her gaze icy. Regardless of their motives or abilities, the threat must be eradicated. We must return to the campus hospital and uncover the truth. Lin Fan nodded, finding himself in complete agreement with Qin Yao's thoughts. Passive waiting would only exacerbate the situation. However, his considerations extended beyond those of Qin Yao. They must certainly take action. But this time it would be markedly different from before. Lin Fan spoke solemnly. "What we face may no longer be mere zombies or mutants, but rather an organization of humans or something else, endowed with intelligence and possibly special abilities. A blind assault would equate to certain death." He turned to Sun Xiaoming. "Xiaoming, your task is of utmost importance. Devote all efforts to repairing and enhancing our surveillance and listening systems, particularly focusing on signal capture and analysis directed toward the direction of the school hospital. I need to ascertain the exact location of the source of those mental waves. Their patterns of activity, any detail could be life-saving. I will do my utmost." Sun Xiaoming nodded vigorously, swiftly returning to her workstation, as if she had found the motivation to conquer her fears. "Qin Yao, select the most elite personnel for targeted training, emphasizing stealth operations, intelligence reconnaissance, and responses to potential mental attacks or control." Lin Fan continued his directives. Fatty, assist Qin Yao while also overseeing the reinforcement of our stronghold's defenses, especially in preparation for any potential resurgence of a zombie tide. Understood. Leave it to me, Brother Fan. Wanqing, Emily. I entrust you with the internal management of the stronghold and the recovery of the injured. Dr. Liu, please expedite the recovery of the severely wounded so they can at least defend themselves. With the tasks assigned, the stronghold once again operated like a finely tuned machine. In the ensuing days, an air of tension and busyness enveloped both the interior and exterior of the stronghold. Sun Xiaoming nearly resided at her workstation, utilizing the additional components she had gathered to repair and enhance the radio receiver, adjusting the antenna's direction in an attempt to isolate specific signals from the school hospital amidst the cacophony of background noise. She even endeavored to draft simple algorithms on her battered notebook to perform pattern recognition on the fragmented data she captured. Qin Yao led the selected reconnaissance squad through rigorous training within the simulated environment of the stronghold. She focused on honing their adaptability to noise, visual distractions, and sudden emergencies, occasionally allowing Lin Fan to utilize his enhanced mental power to create slight disturbances among the trainees, helping them acclimate to potential mental assaults they might encounter. Wang Fatty and his team fortified the obstacles surrounding the dormitory building layer by layer, also setting up simple early warning traps. Meanwhile, Lin Fan dedicated time to restore his physical form and familiarize himself with his newfound abilities. He discovered that he could not only guide zombies with greater precision, but could also shape his mental power to a certain degree, allowing him to generate a faint mental shock, which could momentarily confuse ordinary zombies, or construct a thin mental barrier. Though its effect was minimal, it was better than nothing. Amidst this intense preparation, on the evening of the third day, a breakthrough finally emerged from Sun Xiaoming's end. It was not concerning the school hospital, but rather information from the outside world. Senior Lin Fan, Senior Su, come quickly. Sun Xiaoming's ecstatic voice, tinged with emotion, echoed through the intercom in the command center. Lin Fan and the others rushed to her workshop without delay. Only then did Sun Xiaoming point to the repaired radio, its screen displaying a stable signal waveform. And a voice emerged from the speaker. Though faint and interspersed with electrical noise, it was unmistakably clear and authoritative. The voice reiterated, "This is the 7th broadcasting station of the National Emergency Response Center. We are still operational. Survivors are urged to proceed to the following designated shelters: Longqing University Gymnasium, Jiangnan City Military District, 3rd Station." At this juncture, the voice was once again drowned out by noise due to signal fluctuations. Yet, in those brief utterances, an eerie silence engulfed the entire studio, only to be shattered by an uncontrollable wave of elation. The National Emergency Response Center, official shelters, military stronghold. Moreover, the Longqing University Gymnasium was explicitly mentioned, official, and the authorities were operational. Wang Pengzi, overwhelmed with excitement, embraced Li Fan, vigorously patting his back. Su Wanqing and Emily exchanged glances, each reflecting immense relief and hope. Even the usually stoic Qin Yao couldn't suppress a slight smile. Tang Xiaoro covered her mouth with both hands, tears of joy streaming down her face. This news was monumental. It proved that the state apparatus had not entirely collapsed. The embers of order still flickered. They were not alone in their struggle against the darkness. Quick, record the frequency. Attempt to establish contact. Lin Fan commanded, suppressing his own exhilaration. Sun Xiaoming, her hands trembling, endeavored to stabilize the signal and adjust the transmission mode, albeit at low power. She spoke into the microphone, striving for clarity and calmness. "This is the survivor base at dormitory building number 4 of Longqing University. We have received the broadcast. Repeat, this is the Longqing University survivors. We currently have over 40 survivors requesting instructions. Over." She repeated her call several times. On the other end of the radio, only the crackling of static responded. Minutes later, the official broadcast resumed its prior message, offering no acknowledgement of their calls. Hope surged like a tide, only to recede with a tinge of regret. Perhaps the distance was too great, or their transmission power insufficient. Or maybe they were solely responsible for broadcasting, not receiving signals. Sun Xiaoming pondered, feeling somewhat disheartened. "It's all right," Lin Fan reassured her with an affirming tone. "Receiving the signal is a significant achievement. It demonstrates that there is organization and hope beyond our current predicament." Moreover, they mentioned the gymnasium. He looked at the others, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "The authorities have designated the gymnasium as a shelter, confirming our previous assessments that it is indeed a vital stronghold. Although we are uncertain about the current status of the gymnasium, whether it remains under official control or has been overtaken by other factions such as the cult of the Mad God, this undoubtedly provides us with a clear objective and direction." This revelation greatly boosted morale. Even the concerns regarding the campus hospital and the cult of the Mad God seemed somewhat diminished in the light of this glimmer of hope from the outside world. We need to formulate a new plan, Su Wonking stated calmly. On one hand, we must continue scouting the campus hospital to neutralize the imminent threat. On the other, we should attempt to establish contact with the authorities or, when the time is ripe, consider relocating toward the gymnasium. Indeed, Lin Fan nodded, ready for any course of action. Sun Xiaoming continued her attempts to establish contact with the official signals while intensifying the monitoring of the signals from the school hospital. Qin Yao prepared the reconnaissance team for their first close-range investigation around the school hospital, scheduled for dawn the following day. Understood. Yes, a glimmer of hope had emerged. Yet the thorns beneath their feet remained dense. The enigma of the school hospital, the shadow of the Mad God cult, and the intertwining clues of the official signals hinted that Lin Fan and his team were on the verge of embarking on a journey that would be both grander and fraught with peril. The unfamiliar signals from the radio resonated like a clarion call from fate, heralding a new chapter. Chapter 44. The first fragment of information from the outside world. The emergence of the official broadcast signal was akin to opening a ventilated window in a sealed darkroom. Although a two-way communication could not yet be established, that faint glimmer from the outside, representing order and hope, was sufficient to dispel some of the gloom that had settled in the hearts of many survivors. The atmosphere within the stronghold noticeably brightened. Conversations grew louder, and glimmers of anticipation for the future rekindled in their eyes. Even the pace of the construction and routine patrols seemed to lighten somewhat. Nevertheless, the core team members dared not relax even for a moment. Hope was one thing, but reality was another. The threat from the school hospital loomed perilously close, and the shadow of the Mad God cult still lingered. The next day, as planned, the elite reconnaissance team, led by Qin Yao, set out. The team consisted of Qin Yao herself, Wang Fati, and two other agile members with strong psychological resilience. Their task was not to infiltrate the school hospital, but to conduct close reconnaissance around its periphery, particularly in areas where anomalous mental waves might originate. Utilizing Lin Fan's enhanced mental perception, which provided more accurate early warnings within a certain range, and Sun Xiaoming's remote monitoring support to gather intelligence as thoroughly as possible. Lin Fan remained stationed at the command center, eyes closed in concentration, extending his perception to follow the movements of the reconnaissance team. Su Wanqing and Emily managed the daily affairs of the stronghold while keeping a vigilant watch for any signal changes from Sun Xiaoming. Tang Xiaoro and Lu Ruyan continued to care for the injured. Time passed slowly. Through Lin Fan's intermittent perception sharing and the occasional brief radio reports from Qin Yao, using low-power walkie-talkies to avoid exposure, the command center maintained a general understanding of the reconnaissance team's situation. They cleverly avoided several waves of patrolling zombies, successfully infiltrating the rear area of the school hospital. Close to the ambulance where Lu Ruyan had previously been trapped, the number of zombies outside was fewer than expected, and their distribution was peculiar. As if parts had been deliberately cleared, a calm voice from Qin Yao came through the walkie-talkie, tinged with a hint of confusion. Can you sense those mental waves? From what direction? Lin Fan inquired. It feels very faint, but it does exist. The general direction points towards the east side annex of the hospital. The independent building previously used for medical research and isolation of special cases, Qin Yao reported. The east side annex? Isolation and research. Lin Fan's mind stirred. It indeed might conceal unknown secrets. Just then, an urgent call came from Sun Xiaoming. Senior Lin Fan. A signal. Another new signal. It's not the official one. It's an encrypted shortwave signal. In a state of frailty, yet the content seemed peculiar. Instantly, everyone's attention was captivated. Lin Fan swiftly approached Sun Xiaoming's workstation. There on the screen flickered an exceedingly faint, fragmented text message that, after Sun Xiaoming's preliminary decoding attempts, revealed itself as coordinates. Launching University East District. Request for assistance. Sample out of control. Genesis unauthorized experiment. Repeated sample out of control. Genesis project. The message abruptly ceased. The signal vanished entirely, as though it had never existed. A profound silence enveloped the command center. Despite the incompleteness of the message, the keywords it contained struck the minds of the gathered individuals like thunder. Launching University East District. The campus hospital is located in the East District. Request for assistance. Sample out of control. Genesis unauthorized experiment. The combination of these terms pointed to a chilling possibility. Sample out of control, unauthorized experiment, Genesis, Su Wanqing murmured, her complexion turning exceedingly pale. Could it be that this global catastrophe, this black rain and the zombie virus, were man-made? Such a horrifying conjecture sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Genesis, Genesis, Emily repeated, her gaze sharp, contemplating the implications of this potential organization. If this were indeed a name of a group, their ambitions were nothing short of insane. Lin Fan pieced together the fragments. Genesis Project, unauthorized experiment, sample out of control. A vague yet terrifying outline began to materialize. It was highly probable that this apocalyptic disaster was not a natural calamity, but rather a man-made catastrophe. An organization named Genesis had conducted some unauthorized and perilous experiments at Longqing University, likely in the annex building east of the campus hospital, resulting in the so-called sample out of control, ultimately causing this global tragedy. Moreover, the psychic force capable of directing the horde of corpses within the campus hospital, possibly linked to the cult of the Mad God, could be involved in this as well. Hence, could it be that those within the campus hospital were remnants of the Genesis organization? Or perhaps byproducts of their experiments? Wang Pengzi spoke in a dry voice. At that moment, an urgent communication from Qin Yao interrupted, her voice laced with urgency and gravity. Lin Fan. There's a situation. There's a reflection on the rooftop of the Eastern Annex building. It resembles the glint of a telescope lens. We may have been discovered. Indeed, there were people in the Eastern Annex building, equipped with observation devices and conscious awareness. Immediate retreat. Follow the predetermined route back. Exercise caution. Lin Fan commanded without delay. Now was not the time for a direct confrontation. The information they had garnered was too astonishing. They required time to process and formulate a strategy. The reconnaissance team swiftly and discreetly began their withdrawal. In the command center, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as though it could drip with anticipation. The first genuine fragment of information from the outside world unveiled such a terrifying truth behind the apocalypse. The man-made disaster orchestrated by Genesis. The mysterious entity within the campus hospital. All clues seemed to converge towards an even larger, darker conspiracy. Lin Fan gazed at the remnants of the signal that had vanished from the screen, his expression as cold as frost. If all of this is indeed true, then what they face is not merely the undead and mutated monstrosities, but the sinister puppeteer orchestrating this hell from behind the scenes. Sun Xiaoming, with a voice both grave and resolute, urged Lin Fan to exhaust every effort to search for this encrypted signal and trace its origin. I must uncover the identity of the one who emitted this distress or warning signal. Understood. Sun Xiaoming nodded vigorously, her fingers once again dancing across the keyboard. Behind the glimmer of hope lies a deeper darkness. Yet Lin Fan understood that there was no turning back. Only by unveiling the truth could they carve a path to survival in this artificially constructed apocalypse. The name Genesis loomed like a curse, yet also like a key. And it seemed this key was hidden within the nearby east wing of the campus hospital. Chapter 45. The name Genesis makes its first appearance. The encrypted shortwave signal from an unknown source stirred tumultuous waves within the hearts of the core members of the base, akin to a stone cast into a deep pool. Genesis, sample out of control, and unauthorized experimentation. These phrases combined pointed towards horrific possibilities. So much so that the command center fell into a prolonged silence after the safe return of Team Qin Yao. The oppressive atmosphere was nearly suffocating. Ultimately, it was Lin Fan who broke the silence first, his voice hoarse from the effort to suppress his emotions. This information is to be sealed for now, known only to us present. Nods of agreement echoed around the room. Should this news spread, it would be a catastrophic blow to the morale that had only just begun to coalesce. If the apocalypse were a natural disaster, people might attribute it to fate and huddle together for warmth. But if it were a calamity wrought by a deranged organization, the ensuing despair and fury would be immeasurable. At present, we possess several crucial leads. Lin Fan approached a rudimentary whiteboard, crafted from wood and lime, and picked up a piece of charcoal. East wing of the campus hospital. There exist unidentified living individuals, equipped with observation devices, likely connected to the Genesis experiment, capable of emitting mental waves that influence the zombie tide. The cult of frenzy. Its signal characteristics bear a slight resemblance to the mental waves emanating from the campus hospital, suggesting a possible connection. The encrypted signal, referenced the Genesis project, indicated a sample loss of control, requested assistance, and its source remains unclear, possibly a defector or informed party from within Genesis. Official broadcasts confirm that external national forces are still operational and have designated the gymnasium as a refuge. Our situation is delicate and perilous. Lin Fan encircled the campus hospital and the cult of frenzy with charcoal, drawing a question mark pointing towards the encrypted signal. We are caught between at least 3, possibly more, factions. The intent of the entities within the campus hospital is ambiguous. The cult of frenzy blurs the lines of friend and foe, and official forces remain distant and their circumstances unknown. He gazed at everyone. Blind action will only make us targets. We must strategically leverage our advantages, information, terrain, and, he hesitated, my abilities. Sun Xiaoming. Lin Fan's gaze shifted towards the tech-savvy girl. Your task is to be the core of our core. First, continuously monitor the official frequencies and attempt any possible means to amplify the signal or establish contact. Secondly, dedicate all efforts to analyze and trace that encrypted signal. I require knowledge of its origin and the identity of its sender. Thirdly, monitor the eastern annex of the campus hospital, diligently documenting any anomalous activities and the patterns of mental waves. Whatever you need, we shall provide unwavering support. I require a more stable power source. And if we could procure a signal amplifier or more specialized decoding equipment, it would be ideal, Sun Xiaoming murmured, her gaze resolute. Make a note of that. Lin Fan instructed Emily, who promptly added a new entry in her cherished notebook. Qin Yao, Lin Fan turned to the female officer. The reconnaissance team must remain active, though our strategy must shift. We will no longer focus on infiltration and close approach, but rather on distant surveillance and trace analysis. Utilizing my perception and Sun Xiaoming's monitoring, we shall observe the activities of personnel at the campus hospital, if they are indeed human, alongside the flow of supplies, seeking patterns and vulnerabilities. Simultaneously, we will expand our reconnaissance radius, remaining vigilant for any signs of other activities associated with the cult of the mad god within the campus. Understood. Stealth and intelligence take precedence, Qin Yao succinctly affirmed. Wan Xing, Emily, internal management and defense of the stronghold must not wane. We must remain alert to potential assaults from any direction. Dr. Liu, expedite the recovery of the injured. Fatty, take a team and procure fuel. The generator must be operational, as it may serve as one of our future trump cards. Tasks were assigned one by one, and each individual comprehended the weight of their responsibilities. The name Genesis hung over them like the sword of Damocles, symbolizing the source of impending catastrophe and the formidable adversaries they would face, likely far beyond the realm of mere zombies. In the ensuing days, the stronghold entered a state of external relaxation, yet internal vigilance. Superficially, the survivors continued their efforts to repair structures, distribute supplies, and strive for survival. However, the core members understood that a silent war regarding the mystery of Genesis had commenced. Sun Xiaoming worked tirelessly, almost without rest. Emily ingeniously procured an old car battery with limited charge and a few somewhat functional solar panels, managing to establish a marginally stable power system. She also discovered a damaged amateur radio repeater in an abandoned faculty apartment and, utilizing her exceptional skills, managed to restore some of its functions, enhancing the reception of specific signals. Like a tenacious spider, she meticulously wove an invisible web of electromagnetic waves, carefully ensnaring any trace related to Genesis and the cult of the mad god. Meanwhile, Qin Yao led the reconnaissance team, dispersing like phantoms in the vicinity of the campus hospital and other areas of the campus. They recorded faint flashes appearing at a particular window in the eastern annex at specific times, suspected communications, discovered evidence of a deliberately cleared narrow passage in the hospital's backyard, and even found on the wall of a nearby teaching building symbols smeared in dark red paint, grotesquely twisted and strikingly reminiscent of certain imagery interwoven within the signals described by Sun Xiaoming. Lin Fan, in the meantime, was fervently honing his newfound abilities, his mental guidance becoming increasingly refined and expansive. He even began to experiment with infusing his mental energy into objects, attempting short-range telekinesis. So far, he could only move light pieces of paper, or to generate a more tangible psychic impact that could render ordinary zombies immobilized for about half a second. He understood that when confronting unknown adversaries, an increase in strength translated to a greater hope for survival. The official broadcasts continued to air at regular intervals daily, their content unchanged, resembling a preordained program. The encrypted signal had not reappeared, akin to a fleeting glimpse. It was not until the evening of the 5th day that Sun Xiaoming finally transmitted a new and astonishing discovery. She had successfully captured and partially deciphered another fragment of an extremely brief, similarly encrypted signal. This signal did not originate from the outside world. Its source pointed directly within Longqing University, and the signal's intensity indicated it was not too far from their location. The deciphered content was even more fragmented, consisting of only a few words. Monitoring point cradle abnormal activity request for clearance. Cradle? Clearance? These two words instantly reminded Lin Fan of what Lu Ruoyan had mentioned when she was rescued, that there might still be survivors hiding in the pharmacy of the hospital. Could the cradle refer to those concealed survivors? And were the remnants of the Genesis organization within the campus hospital contemplating their elimination? Just as Lin Fan and the others were shaken by this revelation, Qin Yao's urgent communication reconnected, her voice laden with unprecedented gravity. Lin Fan. There's movement at the eastern annex of the campus hospital. 3 figures in protective suits have appeared on the rooftop platform. They are scanning towards our stronghold with their equipment. We may have been completely exposed. The shadow of Genesis was no longer mere conjecture or signal. Its tendrils had clearly reached out towards them. The crisis loomed ominously. Chapter 46, Midnight Discussions. The world-s landscape, the three figures in protective suits atop the eastern annex of the campus hospital, along with their scanning devices conspicuously aimed at the dormitory stronghold, served as an ultimatum, thrusting the threat of the Genesis organization from the shadows into the forefront. They had been exposed. This realization caused the air within the command center to freeze instantly. All prior speculations and anxieties crystallized into a chilling reality. They were no longer passive survivors caught in the apocalypse, but had become targets of one of the puppeteers behind the scenes. Immediately conceal yourselves. All personnel halt non-essential activities. Lower light sources and noise. Lin Fan urged into the intercom, his voice imbued with undeniable urgency. The stronghold sprang into action. Candles were quickly covered or extinguished. Conversations ceased abruptly, and everyone instinctively lowered their bodies, as if such an act could evade the unknown scanning. Qin Yao's reconnaissance team, under Lin Fan's command, effectively concealed themselves using available cover. Lin Fan stood by the window of the command center, carefully peering through the curtain-s slit towards the direction of the campus hospital. In his psychic perception, the three figures in protective suits emitted a signal distinctly different from that of the zombies, cold and orderly. The devices they wielded radiated a subtle energy fluctuation that made him feel slightly uncomfortable. The scanning persisted for approximately 1 minute. The three silhouettes seemed to exchange a few words. The distance was too great to discern the specific content before retracting their devices and vanishing into the rooftop entrance. The scanning had concluded. Yet, the weight of their presence bore heavily upon each heart. Did they see us? Wang Fatty's voice was hoarse. Most likely, Su Wanqing replied. Her expression grave. Such advanced scanning equipment could not possibly miss the life signs and activity traces of our group. They are assessing us, Emily calmly analyzed. Her fingers unconsciously tapping on her notebook, akin to observing a specimen. The absence of an immediate clearance order indicated that we still held some value. Or perhaps they were deliberating. Deliberating what? Tang Xiaoro timidly inquired. Assessing our threat level and research value, Lu Rian softly articulated. Her background as a physician allowing her to comprehend the mindset of observing subjects. The term research value sent chills down everyone's spine. Were they truly considering us as mere specimens? We could no longer passively await our fate. Lin Fan turned, his gaze sharp as a hawk. We must take the initiative and seize more control before they make their decision. He addressed the core members. Tonight, we shall convene for a midnight discussion. We need to reassess everything and formulate a new strategy. That night, the stronghold fell into an eerie silence, with only the relentless dark rain of eternal night tapping against the windows. Inside the command center, the candlelight was kept to a minimum, illuminating just a few faces gathered together. Lin Fan, Su Wanqing, Emily, Qin Yao, Wang Fatty, Tang Xiaoro, Lu Rian, and Sun Xiaoming, who had been specially permitted to participate in the core meeting. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly grave. First, let us confirm our current situation and the information we possess, Lin Fan, taking the lead, began. We can ascertain that the Genesis organization is one of the primary culprits behind the apocalypse, with one of their strongholds or laboratories located in the eastern annex of the school hospital. They possess unknown technology, scanning devices, potential mind control methods, and have already taken notice of us. The Mad God cult, Su Wanqing interjected, according to Xiaoming's analysis. Their signal characteristics bear a slight resemblance to the psychic waves from the school hospital, suggesting a possible connection, though the nature of this relationship remains unclear, friend or foe. It is hard to discern. The official forces, Emily brought forth her notebook, are still operational, but they are far away and only conducting one-way broadcasts. The gymnasium has been designated as a shelter, but its current status is unknown. Our own situation, Qin Yao succinctly stated, is that we have a stronghold of around 40 individuals, a preliminary defense system, Lin Fan's unique abilities, and the professional skills of everyone present. Our advantages lie in information, to some extent, and geographical positioning. Our disadvantages are our limited strength, scarce resources, and the fact that we have been exposed. Sun Xiaoming quietly added, I am still attempting to trace that internal encrypted signal and decipher the meaning of Cradle, but it requires time. Lu Rian offered a medical perspective. If Genesis is conducting biological experiments, the school hospital is undoubtedly an ideal location. The Eastern Annex has previously been involved in several highly classified medical research projects. The loss of control over samples could very well refer to the Black Rain virus or the phenomenon of zombification. Wang Pengzi scratched his head and pondered. So, we are now caught between a wolf in front of us, the Genesis organization, and a tiger behind us, the potentially existing cult of madness. With an official presence beside us that remains ambiguous, a potential lifeline, or a trap. Lin Fan nodded in agreement, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Thus, we must not confine our vision to this small campus any longer. We must begin to contemplate the broader landscape of this world. He picked up a charcoal pencil and sketched a simple diagram on the whiteboard. Unknown puppet masters and sources of disaster. Genesis organization, confirmed existence, highly dangerous. Technology unknown, regional threats, and unstable factors. Cult of madness, suspected link to Genesis, unclear motives. Possessing incitement and potential control, residual order and potential allies. National official forces, present but distant, situation unclear. Possibly aiming to restore order, survivors of wild factions, strongholds like ours, scattered across the land, each with varying conditions. Environmental threats, zombies, mutated entities. Mutated flora and fauna, deadly black rain. We are situated right here. Lin Fan indicated the area representing the wild factions. Then emphatically tapped the locations of the Genesis organization and the Cult of Madness with the tip of his pen. Our short-term objective is survival and growth. The long-term goal is to uncover the truth and establish our own order amidst these ruins. Lin Fan's voice was not loud, yet it resonated with an undeniable resolve. Therefore, we need to adjust our forthcoming course of action. Su Wanqing took over, outlining the plan. First, regarding the school hospital. We shall shift from active reconnaissance to stringent monitoring and defensive readiness. We must avoid direct conflict, but remain vigilant of their movements. Second, we will intensify our attempts to establish contact with official signals while simultaneously gathering intelligence on routes to the gymnasium, considering this as a strategic option for the future. Third, we need to accelerate internal integration and development to enhance overall strength, particularly focusing on Lin Fan's skill enhancement and weapon upgrades. I concur, Emily nodded. Resource allocation should prioritize technological development, Sun Xiaoming, medical advancements, Lu Rian, Tang Xiaoro, and combat training, Qin Yao. Fuel, weapon parts, and electronic devices should be our primary targets for procurement. Qin Yao crossed her arms, declaring, the reconnaissance team will transition to a covert observation mode. Concurrently, I will select promising individuals to commence more systematic combat skill training. I will swiftly analyze the locations of the cradle and signal sources. Sun Xiaoming said, gathering her courage. Xiaoro and I will do our utmost to rehabilitate the injured and explore existing resources to develop more effective treatment methods, Lu Rian stated gently yet firmly. Brother Fan, just tell us what to do. I, Wang Pengzi, will certainly charge to the front. He boasted, thumping his chest, observing the rekindled spirit and clarity among the group. Lin Fan felt a sense of relief. Taking a deep breath, he made the final decision. All right, then it's settled. Externally, we will keep a low profile and secretly build our strength. Internally, we shall accelerate integration and enhance our capabilities. Information is our greatest weapon, Xiaoming. We shall rely on you. Furthermore, Lin Fan's gaze deepened. We need to start contemplating external exploration. We cannot remain confined within this building indefinitely. The gymnasium might well be our first step toward the outside world. In the late hours of the night, clandestine discussions reshaped the team's trajectory. No longer mere drifting reeds in a tempest of survival, they embarked on a quest to carve out their own niche within this fractured world, striving to leverage the very gears of fate. Regardless of their origins, they had drawn attention. Thus, they should brace themselves for the impending reciprocation. Lin Fan gazed into the abyss of darkness beyond the window, his eyes devoid of confusion, now brimming with a chilling resolve. Perhaps it would be these individuals, struggling for survival amidst the ruins, who would rewrite the very fabric of the world's paradigm. Chapter 47. Unifying the Campus. The coronation of the zombie sovereign, the strategies established during their midnight confabulation recalibrated the course for this vessel, struggling through the storm of the apocalypse. The stronghold entered a new phase of focused and efficient operation. The approach towards the campus hospital transitioned to one of stringent surveillance and defensive preparedness. Qin Yao's reconnaissance team ceased attempts at close proximity, instead becoming eyes lurking in the shadows, employing Lin Fan's psychic perception and a few restored surveillance cameras. Thanks to Sun Xiaoming, to incessantly document every whisper of movement from the East Annex. They observed that the three figures clad in protective suits appeared at designated times on the rooftop for scanning and observation. Beyond that, the East Annex remained eerily quiet, with no other personnel entering or exiting. The enigmatic psychic waves maintained a low frequency, rhythmic oscillation, as if sustaining some peculiar state. This unsettling tranquility only heightened their unease. Sun Xiaoming made significant breakthroughs in her work. With the aid of the restored equipment and her relentless efforts, she successfully narrowed down the source of the internal encrypted signal to the northwestern sector of the campus, near a forsaken experimental field and greenhouse adjacent to the old campus. This desolate area was rarely frequented by students even before the collapse of civilization. The significance of the cradle remained a mystery, yet the signal's originator likely lay hidden there. Simultaneously, attempts to establish contact with official signals yielded no responses. However, Sun Xiaoming's enhanced receiving equipment occasionally intercepted faint, chaotic shortwave signals, indicating that other survivor groups were indeed active across a broader expanse, albeit the specifics remained indecipherable. Within the stronghold, the integration and development accelerated. Emily's management system grew increasingly refined, with a deeply ingrained contribution point system and precise, efficient resource allocation. She even began experimenting with found seeds, cultivating a small plot of soilless farming on the rooftop of the dormitory, utilizing salvaged plastic containers and filtered rainwater. Although progress was slow, it symbolized hope. The medical duo of Lu Ruyan and Tang Xiaoro yielded significant results. Under the dual influence of Tang Xiaoro's abilities and Lu Ruyan's expertise, the recovery speed of severely injured individuals exceeded expectations. Lu Ruyan also began compiling a manual titled Emergency Treatment for Common Injuries and Ailments in the Apocalypse, drawing from collected medical texts and limited supplies, aimed at enhancing the medical self-sufficiency of the entire stronghold. Qin Yao's combat training became increasingly systematic and rigorous. She divided the combatants into several teams for rotational vigilance, physical conditioning, and tactical drills. She even began to impart fundamental combat techniques and knowledge of weapon maintenance, with the aim of equipping everyone with a certain level of self-defense. Meanwhile, Lin Fan dedicated most of his energy to the profound development of his abilities and external expansion. The breakthroughs in his capabilities instilled a greater sense of confidence within him. He was no longer content to merely defend the confines of the dormitory building. The threat posed by the campus hospital loomed over him like a thorn in his side, while the signals from the authorities and the cradle acted as distant beacons, compelling him to seek broader strategic depth and additional resources. His objective was clear: to gradually clear and seize control of the entire core area of the campus, centered around the dormitory building. This was no easy task. The campus remained haunted by a multitude of zombies, including formidable mutations. However, Lin Fan's current abilities rendered the execution of this plan feasible. He no longer viewed zombies solely as adversaries to be eradicated. Instead, he began to explore the possibility of utilizing them as resources. He initially selected relatively open areas surrounding the dormitory, where the density of zombies was lower, as pilot zones. The process was cautious and fraught with challenges. Lin Fan no longer pursued complete control. Rather, he employed his increasingly precise mental guidance abilities. He would target a small group of ordinary zombies, typically no more than 10, skillfully manipulating their innate tendencies to seek light, sound, or engage in mutual aggression through his psychic influence, diverting them away from main thoroughfares or critical building entrances, or instigating infighting among them. At times, he would attempt more complex maneuvers, such as simultaneously guiding several zombies to crash against a door that was already loose or herding them into a narrow alleyway, where a combat team led by Qin Yao would swiftly and efficiently clear them out. This method of luring, gathering, and then eliminating zombies proved far more effective than the previous blind searches and encounters. The dangers faced by the combat team were significantly reduced, and the cleared areas were quickly incorporated into their controlled territory, with simple barricades and warning lines established. Wang Fadi became Lin Fan's most effective cleaner, his fire axe proving immensely useful in dispatching the gathered zombies. He even coined a name for this tactic: flying kites. Brother Fan, this move is incredible. Just like luring monsters in an online game, Wang Fadi exclaimed, wiping the blood from his axe. As time progressed, Lin Fan's mastery of mental guidance grew increasingly refined. With the number and precision of the zombies he could manipulate gradually improving. The safe zone around the dormitory expanded continuously. The dining hall and educational supermarket, two vital resource points, were thoroughly cleared and brought under control, while the main thoroughfare leading to the experimental building and campus hospital became relatively safe. Throughout this process, they encountered and successfully dealt with several troublesome mutations. One zombie that could spray corrosive slime, accurately dispatched with a spear throw by Qin Yao, and a remarkably swift, ambush-prone bone blade zombie, lured into a trap by Lin Fan and surrounded for extermination by Wang Fadi and his team. Each successful hunt bolstered the team's confidence and synergy. Sun Xiaoming's surveillance network also gradually expanded alongside the growing controlled territory. Although the number of cameras is limited, the surveillance at key intersections, combined with Lin Fan's mental perception, has established a relatively comprehensive early warning system. Gradually, the number of zombies in the core areas of the campus, namely the dormitory zone, dining area, and parts of the teaching zone, has significantly decreased, with their activities becoming more predictable. Most of them have been intentionally or inadvertently guided by Lin Fan to more remote areas. A subtle order has begun to emerge amidst the ruins. Survivors are astonished to discover that their encounters with zombies while moving around the perimeter of their stronghold have drastically diminished. Even when they do encounter these creatures, their behavior seems to have slowed down. They no longer rush at them with the same fervor and sometimes appear somewhat bewildered, with a noticeable decline in their desire to attack. Unbeknownst to the survivors, this is the result of Lin Fan's efforts to create a broader, low-intensity dispersal and soothing mental suggestion. Though the effects are far less pronounced than direct guidance, it has indeed altered the ecological environment of the zombies in this area. Finally, after 2 weeks of methodical cleaning and consolidation, Lin Fan stood atop the dormitory building, gazing down at the transformed landscape below. Once a domain overrun by zombies and fraught with peril, the core area of the campus, though still dilapidated, now exuded a rare tranquility. The main roads were no longer choked with dense hordes of corpses, and makeshift defensive structures had been erected at the entrances of key buildings. Within the range of his mental perception, the dimly lit points representing zombies had been compressed and isolated to specific areas. He had succeeded. He had preliminarily unified the core area of the campus. Though there were no grand ceremonies or crowning jewels in the hearts of all the survivors, Lin Fan's status had quietly shifted. He was no longer merely their leader in survival. He had become a king capable of controlling zombies, clearing territories, and providing relative safety. He was the master of zombies in this small domain. How does it feel, our lord? Su Wanqing had appeared at his side, her tone teasing yet her eyes filled with recognition and satisfaction. Emily approached as well, surveying the scene below. Though much work remains, we at least have a respectable base. Next, we could consider exploring the signal source in the northwest or the direction of the gymnasium. Qin Yao, arms crossed, said nothing, but her gaze towards Lin Fan reflected a deepened sense of approval. Lin Fan inhaled the air imbued with the scent of rain-soaked earth and a hint of blood. Feeling the expansive and clearer map of territory in his mind, a sense of control and responsibility washing over him. Unifying the campus was merely the first step. Being crowned as the master entailed a heavier burden. The mysteries of the campus hospital, the shadow of the Mad God sect, official signals, the enigmatic cradle, and the primordial organization that had orchestrated it all loomed ominously in the distance. His journey was far from over. Yet, at the very least, he had secured a starting point and a group of companions willing to follow him. Let us proceed. Lin Fan turned to his core team members, a confident smile gracing his lips. It is time to convene and discuss our upcoming expedition plans. The journey of the Lord of the Zombies has only just begun, and his ambitions have long since transcended the confines of this modest campus. Chapter 48. The dilemma of naming the zombies. The initial sense of control brought about by the unification of the core areas of the campus did not allow Lin Fan to linger in complacency for long. The mundane realities and new challenges seeped into the daily operations of the stronghold like an unrelenting dark rain. First, a seemingly trivial yet somewhat amusing dilemma arose, naming the zombie staff. As the controlled area expanded and security needs intensified, Lin Fan realized that distinguishing and directing those zombies he temporarily guided or controlled solely through the points of light in his mental perception was becoming increasingly impractical, particularly when executing tasks that required sustained guidance or specific positional vigilance. A simple and intuitive codename proved far more efficient than vague mental positioning. Thus, during a meeting focused on defense deployments, Lin Fan introduced this requirement. A peculiar silence enveloped the meeting room, formerly the command center. Wang Fadi was the first to break the silence, unable to contain his laughter. Huh? Naming zombies? Brother Fan, how is that any different from naming your pet pigs? Are we going to have an Ahua and an Achong as well? His words prompted a few young team members to stifle their giggles. Su Wanqing shook her head in exasperation, yet a hint of a smile graced her lips. Although it sounds a bit odd, Lin Fan's considerations are reasonable. Standardized management can enhance efficiency. Emily immediately shifted into administrative mode, producing a notebook and stating with utmost seriousness, indeed, a naming protocol is necessary. I suggest a numbering system. Simple and clear, such as Z001, Z002, Z for zombie, which would facilitate record keeping and dispatch. Isn't numbering a bit too cold? Tang Xiaoro quietly voiced her dissent, glancing out at a zombie awkwardly transporting stones under Lin Fan's guidance, her eyes reflecting a touch of pity for the creatures that were once human. Lu Rian gently patted Tang Xiaoro on the shoulder and said softly, Xiaoro makes a valid point. Perhaps we could incorporate their characteristics? For instance, the exceptionally tall one could be named Tall One, and the one with notably long arms could be Long Arm. Qin Yao crossed her arms, her expression unyielding as she poured cold water on the idea. Battlefield codenames must be concise, memorable, and unambiguous. Tall One and Long Arm could easily lead to misunderstandings in complex environments. I suggest using color or directional codenames, such as Red Dot or North Post. Sun Xiaoming, hiding in a corner, timidly raised her hand. Could we use binary or hexadecimal coding? For example, 0x0a, 0x0b. The group reacted with a mix of surprise and amusement. Ultimately, the authority to name was returned to Lin Fan. Rubbing his temples, he felt that naming the zombies was more exasperating than dealing with the mutated beings. The names needed to be convenient for command, yet not overly anthropomorphized to avoid discomfort among the team, while also preventing confusion. He glanced at the tall zombie diligently, or rather, reluctantly, hauling stones, and recalled the sacrifice of De Zhuang, a thought stirring within him. Never mind, let us keep it simple. Lin Fan waved his hand, deciding to use characteristic numbers for the time being. The one moving the stones would be called Laborer Number 1, while the two stationed at the intersection to attract attention would be named Bait A and Bait B. For the time being, this arrangement will suffice, with adjustments made as necessary in the future. This compromise has garnered the tacit approval of the majority. Consequently, the daily directives at the stronghold have begun to include rather fantastical commands, such as instructing Laborer 1 to reinforce the eastern wall and directing Decoy, but to create a commotion at the intersection. Behind the scenes, Wang Fatty has taken to whimsically bestowing nicknames upon them, affectionately dubbing Laborer 1 the Big Oaf and referring to a particularly sluggish individual as the Sloth, adding a touch of mirth to their grim circumstances. However, this naming episode is but a minor diversion. The true source of Lin Fan's consternation lies in the escalating management pressures and resource allocation challenges that accompany the expansion of their controlled territory. With the core area of the campus cleared, the secure zone has indeed expanded, but this also signifies a lengthened defensive front. Previously, a few dozen individuals could be accommodated within the dormitory, but now they must disperse to guard the cafeteria, supermarket, and several critical intersections, rendering their manpower alarmingly insufficient. With barely 20 personnel capable of combat, divided among 5 primary defensive points, each manned by only 3 or 4 individuals, any encounter with a small horde of corpses or mutated entities becomes exceedingly perilous. Qin Yao highlighted this grim reality during the military briefing. Although the number of non-combatants has increased, most lack self-defense capabilities, and concentrating them in the dormitory consumes precious food and water resources. Su Wanqing added that managing the basic needs of dozens of people is no simple task. Emily produced a troubling report regarding their supplies. Due to the rising population and consumption rates, their food reserves are projected to last merely another 20 days. Fuel remains elusive, rendering the generator inoperative. As for medical supplies, essential consumables such as bandages and anti-inflammatory medications are depleting rapidly. More critically, Lu Rian solemnly reminded them of their lack of means to address large-scale illnesses or unique infections. The consequences of an outbreak or unknown virus would be catastrophic. Problems arise one after another, seemingly without end. Lin Fan sat at the head of the table, listening to the reports, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the surface. He understood that this was the painful reality that accompanies territorial expansion. Transitioning from a mere survivor group to a micropower would inevitably confront them with challenges in organizational structure, resource management, and defensive strategy. When faced with insufficient manpower, one must either augment their ranks or enhance individual efficiency. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fan began to issue directives. Qin Yao, select individuals among the non-combatants who possess decent physical condition and unwavering resolve, and provide them with basic combat and self-defense training. While we do not expect them to engage in direct combat, they must at least be able to wield simple weapons and protect themselves while raising an alarm in the event of an attack. Understood. I will draft a foundational training outline. Qin Yao nodded. As for the resource issues, we must explore ways to increase our supply while curbing unnecessary expenditure. Lin Fan turned his gaze toward Emily and Su Wanqing. Emily, continue to refine your rationing system to eliminate any waste. Wanqing, organize a team to conduct secondary and even tertiary searches of all buildings within our controlled area, leaving no corner unchecked, with a focus on locating fuel, batteries, tools, cultivable seeds, and even undiscovered survivors. He paused momentarily before continuing, simultaneously, initiate the preliminary phase of the wall reinforcement project. Using all available materials such as bricks, abandoned vehicles, and furniture, our priority is to connect the 3 core areas, the dormitory, the dining hall, and the supermarket, thereby constructing a rudimentary defense line to minimize the perimeter. A wall project? The magnitude of this undertaking is not insignificant. Wang, taken aback, exclaimed. One step at a time. Lin Fan's gaze was resolute as he decided to start with the connection between the dormitory and the dining hall. We can employ the zombie worker now. 1 for some basic transportation tasks to reduce our manpower consumption. Utilizing zombies for construction? This audacious idea left everyone in astonishment once more, yet considering Lin Fan's current abilities, it seemed plausible. As for disease prevention, Lin Fan looked towards Lu Ruyin and Tang Xiaorou. Dr. Lu, you will be responsible for formulating detailed sanitation management regulations, enforcing compliance among all. Xiaorou, Your unique abilities are crucial. Continue to enhance them and see if you can develop preventive or purifying effects. I will do my utmost. Tang Xiaorou nodded vigorously. Sun Xiaoming, Lin Fan finally turned his attention to the technical core. Your mission remains unchanged. Monitoring, eavesdropping, and technological development. Additionally, see if you can repair some simple communication devices, such as walkie-talkies, to ensure smooth communication between defense points. Understood. With the meeting concluded, everyone departed to fulfill their tasks. Lin Fan walked to the window, watching as zombie worker number 1 clumsily transported materials, slowly shaping the foundation of the makeshift wall below. The burden of naming the zombies. The pressure of insufficient manpower and the dilemma of scarce resources were all trivial challenges he, as a leader, must confront. Yet, he understood that every effort was worthwhile. Only by solidifying this area into a cohesive unit could they confront the threats posed by the campus hospital, seek the truth of creation, engage with distant authorities, and even rescue the cradle that sent out the distress signal. Eternal Night City, Lin Fan whispered the name that had long been brewing in his heart. Although it was merely a rudimentary survivor outpost at present, he believed that one day, it would become an undeniable beacon amidst the dark wasteland. And all of this would commence with resolving the triviality of naming the zombies. Chapter 49, Achong, Dezhuang, and their brothers the straightforward and crude code names such as Zombie Worker Number 1, Beidei, and Barrier be quickly circulated within the daily operations of the outpost. Initially laced with mockery and absurdity, as time passed and the onlookers witnessed these animated corpses tirelessly transporting stones, blocking entrances, and even serving as living targets to attract enemy fire under Lin Fan's guidance, a subtle sense of acceptance began to take root. They were no longer mere terrifying monsters, but had transformed into some sort of twisted tool, or rather, a resource. Wang adapted the fastest. He soon assigned more catchy nicknames to several of the frequently utilized zombie workers. The one perpetually tasked with moving heavy obstacles. Due to its taciturn nature, as zombies are inherently silent, and its unwavering diligence, albeit forced, was humorously dubbed Achong, symbolizing strength and capability. Hey Achong, over here. Yes, move that concrete slab over. Fat Wang directed Achong with a familiarity that suggested a long-standing camaraderie. On one occasion, when Lin Fan endeavored to guide a newly discovered zombie of extraordinary size, even more imposing than the previously fallen Dezhuang, Fat Wang exclaimed, "Wow, what a size. From now on, you shall be called Dezhuang too." No, simply Dezhuang, in honor of our fallen comrade. This moniker garnered the tacit approval of many veteran team members. Thus, alongside Achong, the name Dezhuang re-emerged in the commands issued within the outpost. Although this Dezhuang was not the same as the former, it nonetheless carried a semblance of remembrance for past comrades and symbolized the normalization of employing zombies in their operations. Lin Fan remained indifferent to this designation. As long as it did not compromise command efficiency, he welcomed his subordinates' inclination to comprehend and operate in ways familiar to them. In addition to Achong and Dezhuang, other distinctly characterized zombies gradually acquired their own nicknames. A particularly agile, lanky zombie frequently assigned to rapid lure and reconnaissance tasks was dubbed Monkey. Another, with a perpetually crooked neck and an odd gait, was designated as Crooked Neck, serving as a living alarm at the perimeter. Furthermore, two ordinary zombies, always inseparable and habitually guided by Lin Fan to patrol fixed routes, were humorously referred to as the Two Generals. These darkly humorous appellations inadvertently alleviated the psychological pressure the team faced when confronting zombies, facilitating smoother collaboration. After all, calling out Monkey, Scout to the left is far more succinct than instructing Guide Unit Z007 to move left for reconnaissance. Nevertheless, Lin Fan was acutely aware that this employment had its limits and inherent risks. These zombies remained fundamentally dangerous and uncontrollable creatures. His mental guidance was not a permanent control. Should he exceed his range or cease his maintenance, they would instantly revert to their original state. Moreover, an over-reliance on zombie labor could foster a sense of complacency and underestimation among the team members. Therefore, while utilizing zombies for construction and defensive support, Lin Fan and Qin Yao maintained rigorous training and standards for their human team members. The wall project progressed smoothly under the tireless and forced efforts of Achong and Dezhuang. The main thoroughfare between the dormitory and cafeteria was initially connected by rudimentary low walls made of bricks and abandoned vehicles, forming the first line of defense. Though rudimentary, it at least provided basic cover and warning time. Emily's second scavenging operation yielded significant results. In a locked corner of a logistics warehouse, they discovered several barrels of unopened diesel. Although the quantity was modest, it was sufficient to awaken the long-dormant generator. When the deep, powerful roar of the generator first reverberated through the outpost, everyone paused in their tasks, their faces alight with incredulous joy. Electricity. Long-lost electricity. Sun Xiaoming's studio instantly transformed into the brightest spot. She eagerly connected more equipment to the power grid, enhancing the stability and clarity of the monitoring screens, while significantly boosting radio reception capabilities. She even attempted to recharge the old oscilloscope and several backup laptops. Tang Xiaoro and Lu Ruiyan's medical station has greatly benefited. A small ultraviolet sterilization cabinet has been put into use, ensuring the hygiene of medical instruments. The specific medications requiring low-temperature storage, which Lu Ruiyan had long been concerned about, finally have proper conditions for safekeeping. Limited electricity is prioritized for critical areas and technologies within the medical department, and the mere illumination of a few light bulbs is sufficient to elevate the morale of the entire outpost to unprecedented heights. Light dispels not only darkness, but also the despair within the hearts of the people. Shortly after the restoration of power, Sun Xiaoming brought exhilarating news. She had made a decisive breakthrough in tracking the encrypted signal from the northwestern region. The signal source has been pinpointed within the abandoned experimental field number 3 greenhouse, with an error margin of no more than 10 meters. Sun Xiaoming pointed excitedly at the coordinates displayed on the screen and remarked, "Furthermore, I have analyzed the signal characteristics from the past few days. Although it remains encrypted and the transmission frequency is exceedingly low, I sense that the sender's condition seems unstable, with fluctuations in signal strength. Perhaps they are injured or lacking energy. An unstable condition? This undoubtedly heightens the urgency and authenticity of the signal. The individual transmitting the distress or warning signal may be in grave danger. We can no longer delay." Lin Fan gazed at the flickering light on the screen and made a resolute decision to organize an elite rescue team targeting the Northwest region's greenhouse number 3. In a mission codenamed Cradle Operation. "I'm in," Qin Yao immediately declared. "Count me in." Wang Pengzi rubbed his hands in anticipation. "I'll go too." Tang Xiaoro stepped forward, her eyes resolute. "If anyone is injured, I can assist." Although Su Wanqing and Emily also wished to join, they understood the necessity of remaining to manage the outpost and willingly took on the task of rear support. Lu Ruiyan, still nursing an injury, had no choice but to stay behind. Ultimately, the Cradle Operation team was composed of Lin Fan, Command and Perception, Qin Yao, Main Combat, Wang Pengzi, Heavy Artillery and Obstacle Removal, and Tang Xiaoro, Medical Support, with Sun Xiaoming responsible for remote communication support. Given the uncertain conditions in the northwestern region and the potential for unknown dangers, Lin Fan refrained from deploying a Chong and a Zhuang, the zombie workers, as their controllable range is limited and they could become a liability in an unfamiliar environment. Before departure, Lin Fan looked at the assembled team and then at the faint lights glowing in the windows outside, powered by electricity, reflecting on their journey. From trembling in the dormitory to now possessing a relatively secure outpost, electricity, and even a team capable of executing external rescue missions, they had come a long way. All of this is intrinsically linked to his ability to control zombies. A Chong, De Zhuang, and their brethren, though mere twisted tools, have played a unique role in this arduous rise. "Let us move out," Lin Fan commanded, and the rescue team's figures melded into the darkness of perpetual night, quietly heading towards the northwest, to the unknown and hopeful land known as the Cradle. For the first time, the tendrils of the city of eternal night truly reached out beyond the campus into the mist. Chapter 50. The vision for establishing a survivor base. The silhouettes of the Cradle Operation Squad faded into the darkness of the northwestern campus. Yet tranquility did not descend upon the base. On the contrary, a deeper, more constructive energy began to surge under the hopeful glow of restored electricity. Su Wanqing and Emily stood in the command center, where the soft lights flickered back to life, gazing at the hand-drawn map on the wall, which now depicted an expanded area of control. The green regions representing the safe zones had interconnected the dormitories, dining hall, and supermarket, while a bold line symbolizing the first phase of the perimeter extended between the dormitory and the dining hall. In contrast, the red areas, denoting the unknown and danger, had been confined to isolated spots such as the campus hospital and the northwestern experimental fields. "We can no longer regard ourselves merely as a stronghold." Su Wanqing quietly broke the silence, her gaze sweeping over the verdant expanse of the map, her eyes glimmering with the spark of a planner. Emily nodded in agreement, her notebook brimming with new entries and calculations. "Indeed, the restoration of power marks a pivotal milestone. We have secured initial energy, gained control over core areas, established foundational order, and even commenced limited proactive measures." She paused, tapping the map with her pen. "It is time to assign a true designation to this place. Survivor base." The term arose naturally in both of their minds, encapsulating the inevitable trajectory of their stronghold's evolution. A stronghold signifies temporariness, defense, and survival, whereas a base connotes relative permanence, development, and even the embryonic stages of order reconstruction. "First, we need a name." Su Wanqing approached the whiteboard, picking up a piece of charcoal. We require a name that represents us, one that can unite our spirits. City of Eternal Night. Emily almost instinctively uttered the phrase, which had been inadvertently mentioned by Lin Fan and sharply retained in her memory. Although it might sound a touch juvenile, it resonated profoundly. We were born into eternal night and aspire to establish our own citadel within it. Su Wanqing pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. City of Eternal Night is fitting. It embodies the symbolic act of building hope amidst despair. With a name tentatively decided, they turned their attention to refining the organizational structure. Emily flipped to a new page. While we each have our roles, the boundaries of our responsibilities remain somewhat nebulous, leaving room for improvement and efficiency. I propose we formally establish several functional departments. She quickly inscribed in her notebook, Administration and Internal Affairs, responsible for human resources, daily operations, discipline maintenance, foundational education, and cultural development, primarily overseen by Su Wanqing. Logistics and Resources, tasked with resource procurement, storage management, allocation systems, energy assurance, and preliminary production, such as rooftop gardening, primarily managed by Emily herself. Defense and Security, charged with base defense, combat training, external reconnaissance, and operational actions. Under the leadership of Minister Qin Yao, currently overseen by Su Wanqing in her absence. The Medical Research Department is tasked with medical treatment, disease prevention, and the study of extraordinary abilities, led by Tang Xiaorou, as well as potential future technological analyses in collaboration with Sun Xiaoming. Minister Lu Ruyan heads this department, with Tang Xiaorou as a core member. The Information Technology Department, led by Minister Sun Xiaoming, is responsible for monitoring systems, communication links, signal interception, and the maintenance and development of equipment. The organizational structure is distinctly clear. Su Wanqing expressed her agreement, noting that once Lin Fan and the others return, they can formally announce the structure and clarify the responsibilities and collaborative processes of each department. Next, they discussed the long-term development plan for the base. Emily's pen hovered over the map as she outlined the short-term objectives. To complete the perimeter wall of the core area, eliminate threats in the northwest region if the cradle operation proceeds smoothly, and establish a strategic standoff with the influence of the school hospital. The midterm goal involves securing a safe passage to the gymnasium, attempting to build stable connections with official forces, and gradually restoring basic production within the base, such as expanding agriculture and exploring small-scale poultry and livestock farming, if feasible. For the long-term goal, Emily paused, her gaze deepening as she articulated the need to uncover the truth of creation, transforming the wasteland into a sanctuary that cannot be overlooked. Perhaps even a benchmark for the reconstruction of order. This ambitious blueprint, though formidable, emanated a powerful sense of inspiration when articulated. Achieving these goals hinges critically on population growth. Returning to practical concerns, Su Wanqing noted their current workforce comprised merely over 40 individuals, indicating a severe labor shortage. It was imperative to systematically search for and recruit new, reliable survivors. Simultaneously, while Lin Fan's abilities are a core advantage, they must not become overly reliant on him. Emily added that there is an urgent necessity to expedite the cultivation of human combat capabilities and the enhancement of weaponry. Zombies may serve as tools, but must not become the foundation of their efforts. The two engaged in a profound discussion regarding the optimization of the base's regulations, the contribution point system, and talent development plans. The provision of electricity not only illuminates, but also renders such future-oriented, systematic planning feasible. Just as they immersed themselves in envisioning the blueprint for the City of Eternal Night, a scheduled communication from Sun Xiaoming with the Cradle operation team came through. The communication signal was somewhat distorted due to distance and environmental factors, yet Qin Yao's calm voice remained discernible. We have reached the edge of the northwest region. The environment is complex, with dense vegetation and a sparse number of zombies, but movements must remain concealed. No obvious signs of human activity have been detected. We are approaching the coordinates of Greenhouse 3. Over. The brief message provided a modicum of reassurance to those waiting behind. At the very least, the team had safely arrived at their designated area. Maintain communication and exercise caution, Su Wanqing replied. Setting down the communication device, Su Wanqing and Emily exchanged a glance, each reflecting the other's anticipation and concern. The outcome of the Cradle operation would directly influence the strategic direction of the City of Eternal Night. If they successfully rescued the signal sender and obtained critical information, they might gain deeper insights into the creation organization and potentially uncover allies. Should failure or the very essence of it be a trap, they would encounter new losses and graver challenges. Nevertheless, the concept of the survivor base has taken root and flourished. No longer are they passive survivors awaiting the whims of fate. They have transformed into builders and explorers, pioneers determined to raise the banner of civilization anew upon this ravaged wasteland, once despoiled by the Creator's organization. Under the soft glow of lights, Su Wanqing and Emily tirelessly refine the plans for their base. Meanwhile, in the distant shadows, Lin Fan and his team inch closer to the enigma known as the Cradle. Hope and peril coexist, epitomizing the norm of establishing a realm in the apocalypse. Chapter 51. Internal Affairs Division. The capable Bear More work. In the beautiful Bear More 2, the Cradle operation team delves deep into the northwestern region, akin to a stone cast into a deep pool, momentarily losing all communication. The outpost, now referred to as the Eternal Night City base, is bustling with activity under the leadership of Su Wanqing and Emily, transforming from a survivor's refuge into an orderly base. The inaugural cabinet meeting is convened in the recently electrified command center. In attendance are Su Wanqing, Emily, the nearly recovered Lu Ruoyan, and the exceptionally invited Sun Xiaoming, representing the technical expertise. Qin Yao's position remains temporarily unfilled, with Su Wanqing attending in her stead. The illumination dispels the shadows in the corners, seemingly vanquishing some of the bewilderment that has lingered since the onset of the apocalypse. A solemnity envelopes the attendees, unprecedented in its gravity. To begin, we officially confirm our name as the Eternal Night City. Standing before the whiteboard, Su Wanqing's voice resonates clear and strong, declaring not only our dwelling but also our resolve to reconstruct order and hope amidst the darkness. There are no cheers, yet the glimmer of agreement shines in each pair of eyes. Next, the functions of various departments and their heads are delineated. Following the discussions with Emily, Su Wanqing commences the announcements. The Department of Administration and Internal Affairs will be led by me, Su Wanqing, primarily responsible for personnel registration and management, coordination of daily affairs, execution and optimization of the contribution point system, maintenance of internal discipline, and potential future endeavors in basic education and cultural development. She pauses, her gaze sweeping across the assembly. Our objective is to establish an efficient and equitable internal order, ensuring each individual feels a sense of belonging and motivation to advance. Nods of agreement ripple through the group. Su Wanqing's calm demeanor, fairness, and organizational prowess render her the unequivocal choice for this role. The Logistics and Resources Department, Emily interjects, having tidied her chestnut curls today. Presenting herself with newfound efficiency will be under my purview, Emily Chun. My responsibilities encompass the search, registration, storage, and distribution of all materials, management and allocation of energy, primarily electricity, accounting for resources within the contribution point system, and preliminary agricultural production planning. She raises her notebook, affirming, efficiency and fairness are the core tenets of the logistics department. I will ensure that every resource is utilized judiciously. No one questions Emily's capabilities. Her almost stringent meticulousness and keen intuition regarding resources have long since won the admiration of all. The Department of Defense and Security is to be headed by Qin Yao. Su Wanqing gestured towards the vacant position, indicating that during her mission, I would temporarily assume some responsibilities. This department is tasked with the construction and maintenance of all defensive structures within the base, the training, organization, and deployment of combat personnel, as well as external reconnaissance, vigilance, and combat operations. These responsibilities form the cornerstone of our survival. Reflecting on Qin Yao's formidable combat prowess and her ironclad demeanor, everyone brimmed with confidence regarding the future of the Defense Department. As the voice of the Medical and Research Department emerged, Lu Ruoyan's gentle tone resonated. She delicately adjusted her, found spare, glasses perched on her nose, exuding a calm and professional aura, stating, I, Lu Ruoyan, shall oversee this department. Tang Xiaoro is the unequivocal core of our team. Lu Ruoyan cast an encouraging glance at her companion, her eyes brimming with support. Our responsibilities encompass the medical care of all base members, treatment of injuries and illnesses, disease prevention, management and research of medical supplies, and systematically documenting and studying Xiaoro's healing abilities alongside other potential anomalies, hoping to unveil more possibilities for future survival. Tang Xiaoro nodded earnestly, her small face reflecting determination. Lastly, we turn to the Information and Technology Department. Su Wanqing's gaze settled on Sun Xiaoming, who appeared almost to shrink into her chair. Minister, Sun Xiaoming, she announced. Sun Xiaoming abruptly lifted her head, her thick lenses revealing a mix of panic and uncertainty. Me? Minister? I can't. I only know how to fix a few things. Xiaoming, Emily interjected with her characteristic, somewhat assertive tone, your abilities are beyond question. The monitoring systems, external communications, signal interception and decryption, equipment maintenance and development, these are the eyes, ears, and nerve center of the base. This position is undoubtedly yours. All you need to do is leverage your expertise. We will provide you with every possible support. Su Wanqing also directed an encouraging look towards her. Indeed, Xiaoming. This department is crucial. We need you. Lu Ruoyan and the representative of Tang Xiaoro nodded in agreement. Feeling the trust of her peers, a faint blush crept onto Sun Xiaoming's pale cheeks. She took a deep breath, as if steeling her resolve, and nodded vigorously. I will do my best. I will safeguard the base's eyes and ears. Thus, the departmental structure was clarified. Although we remained understaffed and many functions required dual roles and collaboration, a clear framework had been established. Those capable must bear more responsibilities, Su Wanqing summarized. At this stage, each of us may need to undertake additional tasks. However, this is also our advantage, a flat structure that enables efficient decision-making. Emily added, a rare genuine smile gracing her lips. Moreover, it appears that our core management team is quite aesthetically pleasing. Her gaze swept over Su Wanqing, Lu Ruoyan, and Tang Xiaoro, eventually self-deprecatingly, including Sun Xiaoming and herself. This remark lightened the previously serious atmosphere. Su Wanqing chuckled helplessly, Lu Ruoyan stifled a laugh behind her hand. Tang Xiaoro shyly lowered her head. And even Sun Xiaoming couldn't help but push up her glasses, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Indeed, the management core of the City of Eternal Night, aside from the yet-to-return Qin Yao, is predominantly composed of women, each possessing distinct qualities and remarkable abilities. All right, back to the matter at hand. Su Wanqing resumed her seriousness. Next, each department will formulate detailed plans for upcoming work. The administrative department will promptly refine the guidelines for contributions and the draft internal management regulations. The logistics department is required to present a prioritized plan for resource procurement and distribution for the next phase. The medical department is requested to submit a comprehensive health and epidemic prevention plan along with an assessment of the injured's recovery. The information department will continue attempts to contact the Cradle team while enhancing monitoring of the school hospital and official communications. Tasks were swiftly delegated. After the meeting, everyone departed with clear objectives and renewed vigor. Lu Ruoyan promptly took Tang Xiaoro to the medical point to begin planning a more systematic treatment area and record forms. Sun Xiaoming dove back into her studio, concentrating intently on calibrating equipment and listening for any potential signals. Emily returned to her office, a small space partitioned by cabinets, and began feverishly calculating and compiling lists. Su Wanqing remained in the command center, starting to draft the first formal internal management regulations for the City of Eternal Night. Observing the bustling and orderly figures, Su Wanqing felt a deep sense of reflection. The division of internal affairs meant that those capable bore more responsibility. This group of women, compelled to mature in the apocalypse, was sustaining a small piece of heaven with their wisdom, resilience, and expertise. Yet, she pondered whether Lin Fan and the others in the Northwest region were faring well. What surprises or calamities would the unknown entity known as the Cradle bring them? The internal mechanisms of the City of Eternal Night had begun to mesh tightly, yet the external storms never ceased. Chapter 52. Qin Yao's security team and iron-fisted regulations. The silence of the Cradle operation team, delving into the Northwest region, hung over the City of Eternal Night like the sword of Damocles, keeping those remaining in constant tension. However, the internal operations of the base could not afford to stagnate. Under the impetus of Su Wanqing and Emily, the functions of each department quickly became more defined and began to operate substantively. Among them, the most conspicuous and forceful change pertained to the Defense and Security Department, temporarily overseen by Su Wanqing, specifically the security patrol team personally selected and initially trained by Qin Yao before her departure. This team primarily comprised members from the original reconnaissance squad and some individuals who had demonstrated bravery and discipline during defensive battles, totaling around 10 members. With Zhao Chong serving as the acting deputy leader in Qin Yao's absence, their responsibilities shifted from proactive engagement or reconnaissance to conducting daily patrols, maintaining vigilance, and enforcing discipline within the base and the controlled areas. Although Qin Yao was not present, her iron-willed demeanor and stringent rules had indelibly imprinted themselves on the team's spirit. Her sole directive before leaving was clear and cold: maintain order and enforce the law with an iron fist. Any action endangering the safety of the base, regardless of severity, was to be immediately halted and met with severe punishment. Initially, some survivors, particularly those who joined later and had grown accustomed to a more relaxed lifestyle, did not take these rules seriously. After all, many believed that merely surviving was a stroke of luck. Why should they be bound by regulations? However, the security team soon demonstrated through their actions that Qin Yao's iron-fisted principles were far from mere rhetoric. The first conflict arose one afternoon. Two members, formerly under the command of Zhao Chong, attempted to cut the queue while food was being distributed in the cafeteria, leveraging their slight seniority. This led to a verbal altercation with the logistics personnel tasked with maintaining order, which even escalated to shoving. At that moment, The patrolling security team happened to pass by. What is going on? Deputy Commander Zhao Chong, having tempered his demeanor under Qin Yao's guidance, swiftly approached and rebuked them sternly. Initially, the two men dismissed Zhao Chong's presence, grinning and attempting to ingratiate themselves. Brother Chong, it's nothing serious, just a little joke. Who is joking with you? Zhao Chong's expression darkened, showing no inclination for leniency. The base regulations clearly stated that everyone must adhere to the distribution order. Publicly cutting in line and disrupting order would result in a deduction of contribution points for the day and mandatory labor. The two men were taken aback, not expecting Zhao Chong to be so unyielding. One of them, angered, retorted, "What are you acting like a big shot for, Zhao? It's just a cue. Is it that serious?" Before he could finish, two expressionless security team members advanced, swiftly restraining him, their movements precise and evidently honed by Qin Yao's rigorous training. Violation of regulations and resisting enforcement adds to your punishment, Zhao Chong stated coldly. 3 days of contribution points deducted and 24 hours of confinement. Take them away. There were no superfluous words or room for negotiation. The two were dragged away amid the astonished gazes of onlookers and confined in a makeshift holding cell, which was merely a storage room for miscellaneous items. This incident stirred a considerable uproar within the base, akin to a stone cast into still waters. Some deemed the punishment too harsh, arguing it was merely a line-cutting offense. However, others quietly applauded the decision, believing that without rules, there can be no order. More individuals felt a chilling sense of deterrence, realizing that the regulations here were enforced with seriousness. After understanding the situation, Su Wanqing and Emily chose to support the security team's decision. Su Wanqing even reiterated the importance of base regulations in that evening's routine announcement, emphasizing that order is the cornerstone of survival in this apocalyptic world. Emily promptly updated the contribution point records and made the penalties public, demonstrating through her actions that in the city of eternal night, there are no exceptions to the rules. From that moment on, the atmosphere within the base became markedly more austere. Incidents of queue cutting, disputes, and petty theft, though resources were scarce, nearly vanished. Everyone clearly understood that Qin Yao's ironclad principles loomed like a sword over their heads. The security team's patrols became more frequent and vigilant, not only monitoring the perimeter and defensive structures, but also observing internal dynamics, swiftly resolving minor conflicts, and quelling any potential upheaval. It appeared that Zhao Chong, through this process, found a renewed sense of purpose and value, executing his duties with meticulousness. This stringent atmosphere even influenced other departments. Lu Rian's medical department enacted more stringent hygiene management regulations, mandating personal cleanliness and designated waste disposal, with violators facing similar deductions in contribution points. Sun Xiaoming's information technology department enhanced the maintenance of the surveillance system, ensuring the base's vigilance remained sharp. Even Emily's logistics department places heightened emphasis on procedures and evidence during resource allocation, striving for absolute fairness. The entire city of Eternal Night operates efficiently under an order that, while slightly oppressive, instills an immense sense of security. Naturally, some individuals privately grumble that Qin Yao's regulations are overly harsh, referring to the security team as Qin Yao's gendarmerie. Yet, the vast majority comprehend that in this precarious world, this seemingly ruthless order is, in fact, the most potent safeguard for their survival. If only Officer Qin were here, Fat Wong, responsible for a portion of the defenses, occasionally mutters, her mere presence is more effective than any rule. Su Wanqing, however, perceives a broader significance. Qin Yao has left behind not just regulations, but an attitude. She conveys to everyone that the city of Eternal Night is not a place for reckless abandon. This lays the most crucial foundation for our future development. As this internal order gradually solidifies, the anxious anticipation for news from the Cradle Action Team pervades the atmosphere. At last, Sun Xiaoming's information technology department captures an exceedingly brief and indistinct radio signal from the northwest. It is not the frequency of the walkie-talkies carried by Lin Fan and his team, but rather an archaic, Morse code-like series of intermittent taps. Utilizing her technical intuition, Sun Xiaoming immediately records and deciphers the transmission. After a tense few minutes, she raises her head, her face pale as she gazes at Su Wanqing and Emily. The signal contains the repeated words, "Danger, run. Danger, run." This message strikes like thunder, shattering the brief tranquility within the base. The Cradle Action Team has indeed encountered trouble. Su Wanqing abruptly stands, forcing herself to remain composed. Can we determine the source of the signal? Was it sent by Lin Fan and his team? Sun Xiaoming frantically operates the equipment. The signal is too weak to pinpoint accurately, but the coding method is primitive, unlike our devices. It resembles some sort of emergency distress signal. Not from Lin Fan's team. Then who could it be? A warning from the Cradle itself? Regardless of the signal's origin, Its message points to one undeniable truth: a tremendous, unknown danger looms in the Northwest region. Lin Fan and his team may very well be ensnared within it. Immediately attempt to contact Lin Fan's team. Prioritize all monitoring and listening resources towards the Northwest. Su Wanqing issues her orders swiftly, her voice betraying a barely perceptible tremor. Notify the Defense Department to elevate the alert level. All combat personnel must prepare for emergencies. Emily adds, her expression equally grave. The nascent Order of the City of Eternal Night faces its first severe test. Will Qin Yao's security team maintain stability in the face of this sudden crisis? What perils await Lin Fan's team, far to the northwest? A storm is brewing. Chapter 53. Emily's Resource Allocation System Danger, Run. This intermittent, mysterious Morse code casts a heavy shadow over the freshly established Order of the City of Eternal Night. Within the command center, the atmosphere plummets to a chilling low. Su Wanqing forces herself to regain her composure, her mind racing with possibilities. The signal did not originate from Lin Fan's team, indicating that, aside from the Cradle and the target team, a third party exists in the Northwest region, and this third party is issuing the most severe warnings. The Information Department. Concentrate all resources and continuously monitor any signals across the frequency spectrum in the Northwest, striving to capture further intelligence. Su Wanqing's voice resonated with an undeniable resolution. The Defense Department. Immediately enter a state of heightened readiness. All defensive points shall maintain dual vigilance, and patrol frequencies shall be doubled. Notify Wang Fadi to be prepared for immediate assistance. Emily swiftly added, her expression grave yet her gaze remained sharp, akin to a finely tuned instrument addressing an unexpected malfunction. Orders were rapidly disseminated. The atmosphere within the base tightened instantaneously, the security team's patrols quickened, weapons never far from reach. Ordinary survivors sensed the unease stemming from this sudden tension, promptly adhering to emergency protocols, returning to designated areas, minimizing unnecessary activities. Yet, as this external crisis loomed closer, Emily exhibited another facet of her role as the logistics queen: extreme calmness and control. Unlike others who focused entirely on the unknown Northwest, she understood that internal stability and effective resource management were paramount in such times. She retreated to her modest office partitioned by cabinets within the logistics department. Candlelight. To conserve electricity, non-critical areas still utilized candles, illuminating her impassive face. She unfurled her cherished ledger, densely inscribed with details of the base's inventory, consumption rates, and contributions from each member. External crises often accompany internal panic. Panic can lead to resource depletion and disorder. Emily murmured to herself, as if reaffirming a certain principle. She grasped her pen and began to write swiftly. Minutes later, a document bearing the logistics department's seal, crafted from found rubber and ink, titled Temporary Regulations for Resource Allocation in the Crisis State of the City of Eternal Night, was posted on bulletin boards throughout the base. The regulations were remarkably detailed, even stringent. Food ration adjustment. Effective immediately, the basic food allocation for all personnel is reduced by 15. High-energy foods, such as chocolate and beef jerky, and luxury items, like candy and cigarettes, are suspended from exchange. The conserved resources will serve as strategic reserves for potential long-term crises or support missions. Drinking water regulation. Filtered water will be allocated in fixed quantities, and bottled water will be reserved for emergency medical supplies, restricted for use by non-critical injuries only. Electricity supply limitations. Non-essential departments, such as ordinary living quarters, will experience a 2-hour reduction in nighttime lighting. Use of recreational electrical devices is strictly prohibited. Contribution points freeze and incentives. All non-essential consumption of contribution points is suspended. Concurrently, crisis task contribution points will be established, rewarding individuals who voluntarily engage in enhancing defenses and nighttime patrols with additional points, redeemable upon resolution of the crisis. Resource collection verification. All resource collection must undergo dual verification, logistics personnel and security team members, to prevent misappropriation and overcollection. Upon the announcement of these regulations, a ripple of unrest stirred within the base. The reduction in allocations is always disheartening, especially in these times of societal unease. The prospect of hunger looms once more. And why must even the lights be dimmed? Is this not a torment? Whispers of discontent can be faintly heard. However, Emily had anticipated this reaction. She offered no explanations or reassurances, but instead took the most direct course of action. Accompanied by 2 logistics personnel and a security officer, she commenced an impromptu inventory inspection. She meticulously checked several supply storage points, comparing the figures in her ledger with the actual stock, leaving no detail overlooked. Upon discovering 2 unregistered bottles of water in a corner, the logistics personnel responsible for that area turned pale. Was it a recording error or an attempt at concealment? Emily's voice was cold, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. It was an error. Absolutely an error. The individual hastily explained. 3 days contribution points will be deducted as a warning. If it happens again, you will be expelled from the logistics department and subjected to a security investigation. Emily unflinchingly noted this in the ledger, then turned to the onlookers, stating that rules are the fundamental safeguard of the majority's interests. In the city of eternal night, no one may transgress this boundary, especially in times of crisis. Though her voice was not loud, it resonated with a metallic clarity that echoed throughout the area. Observing the ashen-faced logistics personnel and Emily's unwavering demeanor, all complaints vanished. People realized that this logistics queen was not to be trifled with. Her regulations, akin to Qin Yao's ironclad principles, were enforced with seriousness. More importantly, astute observers noted that while the basic allocations had been reduced, the distribution process was more open and transparent than ever before. Daily consumption and remaining stock were publicly displayed by Emily on the bulletin board in her unique, succinct data format. This transparency somewhat alleviated the dissatisfaction stemming from the reduced rations, as everyone understood the genuine scarcity of resources and the absolute stringency of management, with no one profiting illicitly. Concurrently, the establishment of contribution points for crisis tasks cleverly redirected internal anxieties towards a more positive outlet. Some physically robust individuals, eager for more resources, began volunteering for night patrols and fortification tasks, thereby strengthening the base's defenses in anticipation of the crisis. Through her almost ruthlessly precise resource management and unyielding enforcement of rules, Emily effectively stabilized the internal dynamics of the city of eternal night amidst the encroaching external crisis. Rather than attempting to soothe the panic, she provided a framework of absolute order and visible fairness, enabling everyone to act rationally even in times of fear. Su Wanqing observed all this with growing admiration for Emily. This proud heiress possessed value that transcended mere frugality. She exhibited a formidable psychological resilience and managerial prowess in establishing and maintaining order amidst chaos. Just as Emily was solidifying domestic affairs in her own way, Sun Xiaoming's information technology department finally captured signals from the northwest once more. This time, it was the frequency of the walkie-talkies carried by Lin Fan's team, though the signal was exceedingly faint and intermittent. The familiar voice of Qin Yao resonated like a celestial melody. Encountered an attack by mutated plants. Tang Xiao's abilities are abnormal. Temporary safe location, 200 meters southeast of greenhouse number 3, in the woods. Mutated plants. Tang Xiao's abilities are abnormal? Upon receiving this information, the personnel in the command center felt a tightening in their chests, yet the phrase temporarily safe allowed them to exhale with slight relief. At least they were still alive. Furthermore, they had identified a general location. Can we pinpoint their exact position? Su Wanqing inquired immediately. The signal is too weak for precise localization. But the direction aligns with greenhouse number 3, Sun Xiaoming reported anxiously. Wang Pengzi. Su Wanqing turned to the standby Wang Pengzi. Gather your team, form a rescue squad. Equip yourselves with weapons and medical supplies, and depart immediately. Search according to the direction provided by Qin Yao. Remember, your mission is to rescue and provide cover, not to launch an aggressive attack. If you encounter insurmountable danger, withdraw immediately. Understood. Wang Pengzi, already impatient, bellowed as he assembled 5 elite team members, armed and ready, bursting forth from the base like a tiger unleashed. In the city of eternal night, bolstered by the stable support constructed by Emily, a helping hand finally reached out to the endangered vanguard. The internal stability became the most solid foundation for external rescue. Emily's resource allocation system, tested for the first time amidst this emerging crisis, proved indispensable to the nascent base. Chapter 54. Sun Xiaoming's radio monitoring station. The rescue squad, led by Wang Pengzi, shot like arrows into the dark northwest. Yet the atmosphere within the city of eternal night remained tense, even more so than before. The unknown mutated plants and Tang Xiao's abnormal abilities weighed heavily on each person's heart. During this anxious wait, Sun Xiaoming and her cluttered workshop, filled with remnants of various electronic devices, became the busiest and most scrutinized core of the entire base. With the restoration of power, Sun Xiaoming's tech-savvy spirit was ignited. No longer content with merely repairing existing equipment, she began upgrading her small information technology department using the assortment of collected parts. The stable electricity provided by the aging generator served as the foundation. She first optimized the power supply lines, prioritizing the monitoring system's mainframe, radio receiving devices, and her beloved laptops. Though their performance was limited, with her modifications, they could barely run some basic programs and algorithms. The number of monitoring screens increased to 6. Although most displays still appeared sparse due to the limited number of cameras, real-time surveillance of critical intersections was now achievable. The unsettling window in the east annex of the infirmary was marked for special attention, with any slight changes meticulously recorded. The real highlight, however, was her construction of the radio monitoring station. Previously limited by power and equipment, she could only passively receive signals within a restricted range. Now, she intends to dismantle and reassemble several different models of radio receivers, some salvaged from abandoned vehicles, others left behind by ham enthusiasts, connecting them to a meticulously tuned antenna array crafted from found copper wire and metal tubing. This marks the nascent formation of a radio monitoring station, far surpassing its predecessors in function and frequency range. Her workbench resembles a tangle of vines, with multiple screens flickering different waveforms and data. Sun Xiaoming is almost enveloped by the equipment, the faint glow of the screens reflected in the thick lenses of her glasses. Donning monitoring headphones, her fingers dance swiftly between the keyboard and knobs, akin to a hunter searching for elusive traces in an invisible battleground. Her primary objective is, of course, to establish and strengthen contact with Lin Fan's team. She continuously fine-tunes the antenna's direction and receiving frequency, endeavoring to capture the faint signal of Lin Fan's walkie-talkie amidst the cacophony of electromagnetic background noise. Simultaneously, she maintains vigilance over other signals. The official broadcast frequency continues its monotonous repetition, unchanged, like a preordained program. Sun Xiaoming meticulously records the subtle fluctuations in its signal strength, attempting to analyze its approximate distance and stability. From the direction of the campus hospital, the rhythmic mental waves persist, resembling a continuously operating beacon. Sun Xiaoming attempts to capture any potential electromagnetic leaks accompanying it, but the yield is minimal, confirming only that its activity pattern remains unchanged. The signals from the cult of madness sporadically emerge on certain fringe frequencies, their content still a tumult of incoherent murmurs and fervent slogans. With the source of the signals elusive and difficult to trace, Sun Xiaoming catalogs their characteristics into the database, marking their patterns. The mysterious encrypted shortwave, it has not reappeared since that fleeting glimpse. She has set up an automatic scanning and recording program to ensure that no potential retransmission is overlooked. Time slips by in the tense atmosphere of monitoring. Suddenly, a faint yet distinctly different crackle emerges in Sun Xiaoming's headphones, a sound that stands apart from the background noise. Immediately, the spectrum representing Lin Fan's team's frequency on her laptop screen exhibits violent fluctuations. There is a signal. Sun Xiaoming's heart races. She steadies the knobs and adjusts the receiving sensitivity to its peak, simultaneously activating the recording and signal enhancement programs. Is that you, Fatty? A distorted voice crackles through. Unmistakably Wang Fatty's. Despite the heavy distortion and abundant noise, one can discern urgency tinged with fatigue. Fatty, it's me, Sun Xiaoming. How are you? What about Fan Ge and Officer Qin? She responds into the microphone, her voice trembling with excitement. Damn, we finally made contact. We found Fan Ge and the others. But the situation is a bit complicated. The signal is extremely unstable, intermittent. What about Tang Xiao? What is going on with her exceptional abilities? Su Wanqing, having arrived at the studio's entrance, inquires with urgency. Xiao is fine. It seems that she has benefited from adversity. Fan Ge instructed to inform the base that we might require support, not for combat, but for technical assistance. Technical assistance? Sun Xiaoming and Su Wanqing exchanged a glance, each reflecting the surprise mirrored in the other's eyes. The mutated plants seem to be influenced by a certain signal. Xiao's abilities could interfere. Yet we must analyze the source of this signal. Xiaoming, can you conduct a remote analysis? Mutated plants affected by signals? Can Tang Xiao's powers interfere? A need for remote signal analysis? The influx of information was immense and entirely beyond expectation. Relay the characteristics of the signals you have received. Maintain communication as much as possible, Sun Xiaoming shouted, her hands poised over the keyboard, ready for action. Attempting to transmit. The signal was faint. A piercing yet distinctly rhythmic noise emanated from the headphones, while the laptop screen began to display a chaotic but not entirely disordered array of waveform data. With unwavering focus, Sun Xiaoming's eyes fixated on the screen, her fingers danced over the keyboard as she activated her rudimentary signal analysis program, striving to extract meaningful information from the cacophony. The modulation of the signal was peculiar, unlike any familiar type, exhibiting strong bioelectric characteristics, yet intermingled with traces of artificial coding. This resembles a hybrid signal of biological and mechanical origins. Sun Xiaoming murmured to herself, her brow furrowed in concentration, a chill running down her spine. What kind of mutated plants could emit a signal infused with both bioelectricity and artificial coding? How is it, Xiaoming? Any results? Wang Pengzi's voice echoed again, laced with anticipation. I'm analyzing. The signal structure is overly complex. I need time, Sun Xiaoming exclaimed, beads of sweat forming at her temples. This was an entirely new and uncharted territory for her. At that moment, another screen monitoring the campus hospital emitted a faint alarm. The monitoring curve representing the rhythmic mental waves displayed a brief, anomalously intense peak. Although the peak quickly subsided, returning to its previous stable state. This sudden fluctuation was nonetheless sharply captured and recorded by Sun Xiaoming's program. Was there a reaction from the campus hospital as well? Was it mere coincidence? Or was there a connection between the signals from the mutated plants in the northwest region and the mental waves of the campus hospital? Sun Xiaoming felt as though her mind was on the verge of bursting from the deluge of information and conjectures. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain her composure, concentrating her efforts on analyzing the mutated plant signals transmitted by Wang Pengzi. The radio monitoring station of the Eternal Night City faced its most severe and bizarre challenges from the outset. At this moment, Sun Xiaoming, once a reclusive tech enthusiast hidden within the pipelines, stood at the forefront of unraveling yet another astonishing mystery of the apocalypse. Her fingertips danced across the keyboard, akin to plucking the strings of fate. The analysis results might determine the destiny of Lin Fan's team, perhaps even unveil deeper truths about the apocalypse. Chapter 55. Su Wanqing's Defense Patrol beneath the Eternal Night, in the core area of Longqing University's campus, amidst the silence and peril outside. A semblance of order and vitality had emerged from the chaos, centering around the cafeteria and the adjacent dormitory buildings. Lin Fan's group of survivors had begun to establish a foothold. The preliminary resolution of supplies has brought a fleeting tranquility. Yet Lin Fan is acutely aware that this is merely a respite amidst the storm. The zombies wandering the campus remain a formidable threat, not to mention the latent dangers posed by those lurking in the shadows, potentially more perilous than the undead. A passive defense equates to a passive demise. It is imperative to establish an active early warning and defense system. Thus, during a core member meeting, Lin Fan proposed the formation of a fixed defense patrol team. We require eyes and ears to ensure that any unwelcome intruders approaching our territory are detected at the earliest opportunity, Lin Fan emphasized, tapping on a rudely sketched campus map with a marker, his tone earnest. Relying solely on the instinctual wandering of our zombie brethren is insufficient. We need a more proactive and intelligent patrol. His gaze swept across the principal members present, ultimately resting on Su Wanqing. She maintained her characteristic cool demeanor, clad in simple athletic attire that could not obscure her remarkable poise. Sensing Lin Fan's scrutiny, she slightly lifted her gaze, her expression calm and unperturbed. Wanqing, Lin Fan began, his tone imbued with evident trust. Your ice-based abilities offer both offensive and defensive capabilities, and your perceptive skills surpass those of the average person. Most importantly, you possess a commendable level of composure and attention to detail. I wish to entrust you with the formation and leadership of the Defense Patrol team, primarily responsible for the daily surveillance of the base perimeter, the establishment of a warning line, and early alert systems. What do you think? In an instant, all eyes turned to Su Wanqing. Tang Xiao blinked her wide eyes, filled with admiration. Qin Yao crossed her arms, seemingly eager to observe how this campus belle would respond. Emily raised an eyebrow, as if assessing the prudence of this arrangement. Su Wanqing remained silent for a few seconds, not readily acquiescing, but instead countering with pointed inquiries. What about personnel? What weapons will we have? How will the scope and frequency of patrols be defined? In the event of varying levels of threats, what are the protocols and authority for handling them? The series of professional and incisive questions elicited not frustration from Lin Fan, but rather amusement. See, this is precisely why I sought you out, he replied. Personnel will be selected from the survivors, prioritizing those with good physical condition, courage, and familiarity with the campus terrain, be they male or female. He nearly slipped into a default assumption of male but promptly corrected himself, acknowledging the significant female presence in the team. For weapons, we will rely on fire axes and steel pipes for the time being, and Qin Yao can assist with basic combat training. You will determine the scope and frequency of patrols, present a plan for us to discuss together. As for authority, he paused, his voice steady. For small groups of zombies or individual suspicious humans, you may assess and act to drive them away or eliminate them. However, should you encounter a large horde or organized hostile survivors, immediately sound the alarm and hold your position until reinforcements arrive. I trust your judgment. This delegation of authority was indeed significant. Even Qin Yao cast Lin Fan a surprised glance, acknowledging his unexpected decisiveness in a critical moment. A flicker of subtle emotion crossed Su Wanqing's cool eyes, akin to a gentle breeze sweeping across an icy lake. She took a soft breath and nodded. Very well. I accept. With the task assigned, Su Wanqing swiftly set about her duties with remarkable efficiency. She began by selecting 10 relatively competent and willing members from the survivors, including 2 physically capable young women. Then, she conducted an intensive one-day combat training session with Qin Yao, emphasizing the strategic use of terrain, coordination, and the rapid and effective targeting of zombies' vulnerabilities. Subsequently, armed with maps, she commenced a thorough reconnaissance of the area. She delineated 3 primary patrol routes that encompassed the essential thoroughfares and vantage points to the east, south, and west of the base, establishing several concealed observation posts and rudimentary alarm systems, such as tripwires connected to empty cans that served as bells. Lin Fan, not idle himself, allocated 20 relatively agile zombies to assist Su Wanqing's patrol team. These zombies did not participate directly in the intricate patrolling, but were stationed at critical intersections along the periphery of the patrol routes, acting as living alarm systems and the first line of defense. Through a mental connection, Lin Fan was able to roughly gauge the condition of these zombies. Should they be significantly diminished or exhibit drastic disturbances, it would indicate a breach of the outer perimeter. Days later, Su Wanqing's defensive patrol team officially fell into a routine. At dusk, as determined by the clock, Lin Fan stood at the second-floor window of the cafeteria, observing the assembled team in the clearing below. Su Wanqing stood at the forefront, her posture straight and her beauty still striking, though her features now bore an added air of determination and resolve. Her voice rang clear as she succinctly assigned tasks and emphasized critical points of caution. The team members regarded her with a mix of reverence and conviction. This former Ice Queen of the Academy had, through her capabilities and demeanor, earned the respect of this small contingent. Set forth, Su Wanqing commanded, and the team split into 2 groups, silently and swiftly merging into the shadows of eternal night along their designated paths. Lin Fan watched her retreating figure leading one group away. In the dim light, she resembled a moving ice sculpture, steadfastly guarding this fragile paradise. He stroked his chin, pondering. Indeed, a woman dedicated to her work possesses the utmost allure. Given her exertions, perhaps I should seek an opportunity to reward her? Just as this thought surfaced, he sensed Emily, who was organizing supplies not far off, and Sun Xiaoming, who was polishing her bow and arrows, casting him a glance simultaneously. Lin Fan immediately adopted a composed demeanor, exuding an air of righteousness. All for survival. I, Lin Fan, am free of distractions. Yet, his mind involuntarily began to contemplate whether the next chocolate he found should be secretly given to Su Wanqing or fairly distributed. A serious dilemma indeed. As night fell, the patrol team led by Su Wanqing moved like ethereal spirits through the ruins, silently navigating the remnants of a shattered world. Her fingertips occasionally crystallized with fine ice, sensing the subtle shifts in the surrounding air currents and temperature. With her presence, the night in this area seemed significantly safer. Chapter 56. Tang Xiaoro's Healing Sanctuary. Su Wanqing's defensive patrol team enveloped the base in an invisible barrier, bringing an unprecedented sense of security. However, the traumas wrought by eternal night and the apocalypse extended far beyond external threats. Anxiety, fear, and the injuries sustained during their flight loomed like a dark cloud over the hearts and bodies of every survivor. On the second day of the patrol team's operations, a girl who had sprained her ankle while searching for supplies found her wound becoming inflamed, exhibiting redness and swelling due to a lack of medical resources and days of relentless exertion. She lay on her makeshift cot, softly moaning, as a wave of panic surged among the survivors, akin to water splashing into a hot pan. Would she turn into a zombie? It's just a sprain. Could we all be infected? The hushed whispers and fearful glances only deepened the girl's despair. In that moment, a petite figure squeezed through the crowd, approaching the afflicted girl. It was Tang Xiaoro, her hair tied back in a fresh ponytail, donned in a faded tracksuit, her face adorned with an enduring, innocent gentleness. Ignoring the murmurs surrounding her, she knelt beside the girl and examined the swollen ankle with care. It's nothing serious, just inflammation. There are no signs of mutation. Tang Xiaoro's voice was soft and mellifluous, imbued with an uncanny soothing power that quieted the surrounding noise. She extended her hands, gently covering the inflamed area. In the next moment, a gentle and pure white light emanated from her palms, resembling a warm stream that gradually seeped into the girl's skin. All present held their breath, including Lin Fan, who had hurried over upon hearing the news. Under the radiant glow, the ghastly swelling on the girl's ankle visibly diminished, returning to its natural hue. The frown on her face unfurled, replaced by a look of astonishment and relief, even the redness from her fever gradually subsiding. A few minutes later, Tang Xiaoro withdrew her hands, the halo dissipating. Beads of sweat appeared on her brow, her complexion slightly pale, yet her smile remained radiant. All right, the inflammation is gone, and the bones and ligaments have undergone some healing. However, you need to rest for another 2 days. Avoid any strenuous activities. The girl, incredulous, moved her ankle and discovered the excruciating pain had vanished, leaving only a mild soreness. She excitedly grasped Tang Xiaoro's hand, stammering, "Thank you, Xiaoro. I feel so much better." A chorus of gasps and cheers erupted from the crowd, their gazes toward Tang Xiaoro filled with gratitude, reverence, and hope. In this precarious world, the value of a healer transcended even that of formidable combat prowess. She symbolized a chance for survival, a promise that injury would not lead to death or transformation into a monster. Lin Fan watched Tang Xiaoro, slightly bashful as she laughed amidst the gathered crowd. A weight lifting from his heart, replaced by immense joy and an indescribable emotion. He stepped forward, and the crowd parted to grant him passage. Xiaoro. Lin Fan's voice bore an unprecedented seriousness. From this moment forth, I officially appoint you as the chief medical officer of the base. Me? Chief? Tang Xiaoro exclaimed in surprise, pointing at herself, her wide eyes blinking in disbelief at the imposing title. Yes, you, Lin Fan affirmed. Surveying the area as his voice resonated clearly throughout, we will clear out the small activity room next to the infirmary to serve as a temporary healing sanctuary. All individuals who are injured or unwell may seek assistance there. Xiaoro is responsible for management and treatment. He paused, glancing at Tang Xiaoro, his tone softening. Of course, treatment will deplete your energy and cannot be utilized without limits. You need to establish guidelines, prioritizing the care of those with severe injuries and urgent conditions, while also ensuring you take adequate rest. It would be wise to enlist a few diligent individuals to assist you with simpler tasks such as bandaging and nursing. As Tang Xiaoro absorbed Lin Fan's words, the look of bewilderment on her face gradually transformed into a sense of responsibility. She nodded firmly, clenching her small fist. I understand, Senior. I will strive to ensure everyone remains healthy. Soon, the sign for the healing sanctuary was hung up. Tang Xiaoro, accompanied by 2 willing volunteers with prior nursing experience, tidied the small activity room to pristine condition. Though medicinal supplies remained scarce, with Tang Xiaoro's healing abilities, this place quickly became the most comforting location within the entire base. Those with sprains, fevers, or even individuals merely anxious from fear were eager to visit. Tang Xiaoro not only healed physical injuries with her powers, but also alleviated the unrest within people's hearts with her pure smile and unique perspective. Oh dear, it's just a mild cold. Drink more warm water. Although warm water is also in short supply, perhaps think of something joyful? Like the sight of Senior Lin Fan being playfully chased by Sister Qin Yao yesterday. Wasn't he that amusing? A girl, suffering from nervous stomach discomfort, found her unease dissipating under Tang Xiaoro's whimsical comfort. Lin Fan stood at the entrance of the sanctuary, observing the busy yet warm scene within. He watched as Tang Xiaoro patiently cleaned a child's scraped knee, a gentle white light flickering softly as the child broke into a smile. Although the sun had not returned, in this eternal night, the small healing sanctuary seemed to illuminate a beacon of hope. He reached into his pocket, finding the last 2 pieces of fruit candy he had discovered yesterday. A smile tugged at Lin Fan's lips. He needed to find a way to procure more sweets for our healing angel. Chapter 57. Lu Rian's Medical Logistics Department. Tang Xiaoro's healing sanctuary was akin to a warm ray of light piercing through the shadows of illness and injury that loomed over the survivors' hearts. However, Lin Fan was acutely aware that while Xiaoro's healing abilities were remarkable, they could not cover every circumstance, and her energy was inherently limited. The base required a more stable and systematic medical support system. He thought of Lu Ruyan, the school doctor from Longqing University. Before the apocalypse, Lu Ruyan, with her gentle demeanor and professional medical skills, was the epitome of a mature, alluring figure in the minds of countless young men. Lin Fan recalled an instance when he had sprained his ankle while playing basketball, and it was Dr. Lu who had treated him. Her technique so proficient and her voice so soothing that it made one forget the pain. After the onset of the apocalypse, the area housing the infirmary had become infested with zombies and had not been effectively cleared. He wondered if she was still safe. It was imperative to visit the infirmary. Lin Fan proposed this decision at the core meeting, recognizing that medicinal supplies were strategic resources and Dr. Lu was an invaluable talent. With her presence, our medical system would finally be complete. Su Wanqing furrowed her brow slightly. The infirmary was situated in the central area of the campus, and the number of zombies along the way was considerable, posing a high risk. Qin Yao clenched her fists, the joints cracking audibly. What is there to fear? We shall charge forward and deal with it. That area should have been cleared long ago. Emily, however, took a more pragmatic stance. Securing a stable supply of medications and professional doctors would be of immense significance for the long-term survival of the base, making the risk worthwhile. In the end, the plan was set. Lin Fan would lead the team himself, comprising Qin Yao, Su Wanqing, and 10 survivors who had undergone preliminary training, armed with rudimentary weapons. Simultaneously, 30 zombies would be mobilized as vanguards and shields, their target set firmly on the infirmary. The operation commenced amidst the profound silence of eternal night. The horde of zombies forged ahead, drawing and absorbing the primary assaults, while the human contingent followed closely behind. eliminating stragglers and addressing unforeseen circumstances. Su Wanqing's ice spikes accurately eliminated distant threats, while Qin Yao fought with the ferocity of a humanoid tyrannosaurus. Her fire axe slicing through the air with feral grace. The battles along the way were fierce yet orderly, with Lin Fan's precise control over the zombies playing a pivotal role. They advanced like a sharp blade, slowly yet resolutely piercing into the heart of the campus. At last, the familiar white building came into view. Numerous zombies clad in hospital gowns or white coats roamed around the infirmary, the sight grim. Clear the perimeter. Be mindful of noise and avoid attracting a large horde, Lin Fan commanded softly. The zombie squad immediately surged forward, engaging in a savage clash with their counterparts lingering outside the infirmary. The human team seized the moment to rush in, swiftly dispatching the few zombies at the entrance. Bang! Qin Yao kicked open the tightly shut glass door of the infirmary, and the sight within caused a heavy silence to fall over the group. The lobby was in disarray. The medicine cabinet toppled, blood splattered everywhere. A few zombies in nurse uniforms turned at the sound, growling as they staggered toward them. Leave this to me. Su Wanqing raised her hand, and several ice shards shot forth, precisely piercing the skulls of the nurse zombies. The group quickly scoured the first floor. Aside from a few stray zombies, they found no survivors. Let us check the second floor. Lin Fan felt a weight in his heart. Had they arrived too late? The second floor housed the consultation rooms and pharmacy. The pharmacy door was firmly closed, with several zombies scratching futilely at it from the outside. After dispatching them, Lin Fan signaled for everyone to remain vigilant and approached, attempting to push the door. It was locked from the inside. Is anyone there? We are survivors. Lin Fan knocked on the door and called in a hushed tone. There was a brief silence within, then a cautious yet gentle female voice emerged. Is it safe outside? It was Lu Rian's voice. Lin Fan's spirits lifted. Dr. Lu? Is it you? We have cleared the zombies outside. After a few moments, the lock clicked softly, and the door slowly opened a crack. A slightly pale yet still charming face appeared behind the door. It was Lu Rian. She wore a somewhat wrinkled but relatively clean white coat, her eyes reflecting the exhaustion of having survived a catastrophe, along with a hint of scrutiny. Upon seeing Lin Fan standing outside, along with his fully armed yet unmistakably human team, a glimmer of relief flickered in her eyes. Lin Fan. It was she who thoroughly opened the door, her body swaying slightly, as if she were somewhat drained of strength. Lin Fan quickly stepped forward to offer her support. Dr. Lu, it is truly wonderful to see you safe. Are you alone here? Lu Rian nodded, her voice hoarse. At the onset of the apocalypse, a few students and nurses were here, but they have all changed since. I took refuge in the pharmacy, relying on the stored food and water to survive until now. Her gaze swept over Qin Yao and Su Wanqing, lingering momentarily on Su Wanqing's extraordinary ice-type abilities, her eyes flashing with surprise, though she quickly regained her composure. Dr. Lu, we have established a survivor base near the cafeteria with dozens of people. Little Ro, Tang Xiaoro, has awakened a healing ability. But we require a professional doctor and more medical supplies. Would you be willing to return with us? Lin Fan extended the invitation earnestly. Lu Rian hesitated little, glancing at the disarray surrounding her, and softly replied, This place is no longer a sanctuary for healing. I will go with you. Pausing, she added, There are still some essential medications and instruments in the pharmacy that should prove helpful. Under Lu Rian's guidance, the team carefully began to gather the remaining valuable supplies in the pharmacy: medicines, bandages, alcohol, antibiotics, and more. Lu Rian selected swiftly and expertly, advising the team on what was urgently needed and what could wait, demonstrating exceptional professionalism and a calm demeanor. On their return journey, with Lu Rian acting as a living map and medical advisor, the team successfully avoided unnecessary risks and made it back to the base without incident. When Tang Xiaoro saw Lu Rian, she joyfully rushed forward. Dr. Lu, you're alive, how wonderful. Lu Rian gently patted Xiaoro's back, looking at her former student with pride. Xiaoro, I have heard that you have become quite remarkable and can help many people now. Lin Fan promptly announced the establishment of the medical logistics department, appointing Lu Rian as the head and Tang Xiaoro as a special medical advisor. Lu Rian was responsible for coordinating all medical resources, managing routine injuries and illnesses, and providing guidance on health and epidemic prevention, while Tang Xiaoro focused on using her abilities to treat serious injuries and emergencies. Lu Rian's presence was akin to a vital lifeline for the medical system of the base. She quickly organized the medications brought back, established simple medical records, and began teaching survivors the basics of hygiene and first aid. Her gentle yet reliable demeanor quickly earned the trust and respect of all. Watching Lu Rian patiently cleanse and bandage a survivor's wound at the makeshift medical point, her movements tender and professional, Lin Fan felt as if the weight on his shoulders had lightened somewhat. With Dr. Lu as a steadfast anchor, he realized that in the future, They would no longer have to rely solely on sheer willpower or depend on Xiaorou's abilities for healing. Lin Fan mused, and indeed, the tender warmth of a mature woman was a true balm for the soul. He unconsciously touched the ankle he had previously sprained, which Lu Rian had treated. A faint smile curving at the corners of his lips. Chapter 58. The first census. The medical logistics department, led by Lu Ruoyan and Tang Xiaorou's healing sanctuary, collaborated seamlessly, swiftly establishing an initial medical defense line for the base. The health and hygiene awareness of the survivors saw a marked improvement. Concurrently, Su Wanqing's patrol team diligently cleared the threats surrounding the base day by day, gradually extending the secure perimeter. Within the base, under Emily's almost stringent management of supplies, daily rations, though simple, had finally taken on a semblance of order, and the panic of hunger began to recede. Sun Xiaoming successfully repaired several computers powered by batteries and a small server. Although they still could not connect to the external network, internal data management could at least commence. Everything seemed to be on the right track, yet Lin Fan, observing the increasingly stable dining hall and dormitory area that was beginning to attract a semblance of community, understood that the roots of chaos often lay within a lack of clarity. With dozens of individuals gathered, questions arose. Who were they? What were their specialties? What was their health status? How would tasks and resources be allocated in the future? A tangled web of uncertainty was bound to lead to problems. We must ascertain exactly how many individuals we have and what their capabilities are. Lin Fan proposed a seemingly simple yet crucial topic at the core meeting, conducting a census. This proposal received unanimous agreement, particularly from Emily, who had long been troubled by the absence of precise data for resource allocation. Names, ages, genders, original fields of study or professions, special skills, health conditions, and any awakened abilities or suspected powers. Emily swiftly compiled a clear list of these essentials that needed to be recorded. This information was vital for determining each individual's rationing and future work assignments, and thus required serious attention. Qin Yao added that, as the security officer, she was most aware of the potential hazards arising from personnel disarray. Xiaorou and I can assist with basic health screenings to update everyone's health status, Lu Ruoyan gently suggested. Sun Xiaoming adjusted her glasses and declared, I can establish a simple electronic file for convenient querying and management. The proactive team immediately sprang into action. The next day, a corner of the dining hall was temporarily transformed into a registration area. Several tables were joined together, with Emily stationed at the center. Equipped with a laptop that Sun Xiaoming had unearthed from somewhere, Lu Ruoyan and Tang Xiaorou set up basic health checkpoints nearby. Qin Yao, accompanied by 2 security personnel, maintained order, while Su Wanqing stood guard on the periphery to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Lin Fan took a chair at a distance, appearing relaxed, yet meticulously observing each individual who came to register. Survivors were notified in batches to come for registration. Initially, some displayed skepticism, fearing this might be a form of selection or control. However, with Lu Ruoyan's gentle guidance and Tang Xiaorou's soothing healing aura, coupled with Emily's fair yet businesslike demeanor, the line gradually became orderly. The registration process unfolded more smoothly than anticipated, revealing numerous previously overlooked details. My name is Li Chong, from the Sports Academy. I excel in parkour and climbing. My strength is decent, a robust young man stated. Lin Fan silently noted, a candidate for the mobile team. Wang Li from the School of Arts remarked, I can write, though it seems rather inconsequential. However, I possess sewing skills, having previously managed costumes for the drama club. A bespectacled girl whispered. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with interest. Logistics support and garment repair, valuable skills. Zhao Chong from the computer science department added shyly, I can code, yet I don't measure up to Sun, the expert. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. A reserve force for the technical team. I am Zhou Mei, a middle-aged woman and a master of dough making in the cafeteria. She stated somewhat timidly. Lin Fan nearly leapt to his feet, exclaiming, a treasure, a true asset that must be safeguarded. There were also disheartening situations. An elderly man, a retired professor of the institution, was erudite but frail, appearing out of place in the dire circumstances. Others bore evident psychological scars, remaining silent and unable to provide useful information. The most daunting dilemma for Lin Fan was the demographic structure. Preliminary statistics revealed that among the 87 survivors at the base, a staggering 72 were women, leaving only 15 men, which included Lin Fan himself and several young boys. This extreme gender imbalance could potentially spawn complex social and psychological issues in the future. Such a predominance of females over males, Lin Fan mused, rubbing his temples. Realizing the intricacies of maintaining harmony would escalate to another level. The population census took the better part of the day to conclude. Sun Xiaoming entered the data into the computer, generating a comprehensive table. Emily began recalibrating and adjusting the resource allocation plan based on this table. Lu Ruyan and Tang Xiaoro compiled a health status report, highlighting individuals requiring special attention. As Lin Fan gazed at the scrolling names and data on the screen, he gained a lucid understanding of the small group he managed. They were no longer a chaotic band of fugitives, but had evolved into a nascent society with preliminary structure and data. 87 individuals, 87 lives. Staring into the perpetual darkness outside, Lin Fan felt the weight of responsibility settle heavily upon him. Having assessed their resources, he realized that the next step was to consider how to truly establish this community. He understood that the moment to formulate rules was fast approaching. Chapter 59. The Formulation of Rules. The campus code of the apocalypse. The census data served as a clear mirror, reflecting the current state of the base and revealing underlying currents. 87 individuals, each with their own backgrounds and intentions, crammed into a confined space. Relying solely on survival instincts and Lin Fan's leadership, this was not a sustainable arrangement. Tensions began to surface the day after the census concluded. To optimize space and streamline management, Emily implemented a dormitory redistribution plan, reorganizing the previously chaotic occupancy into gender-specific and functional groups, such as combat and logistics teams. This directly provoked the territorial instincts of those who had claimed their spaces first. Why should I move? I found this dormitory first. Everything inside belongs to me. A tall young man blocked the doorway, glaring angrily at Qin Yao and a security team member who came to mediate, flanked by several equally disgruntled followers. They are among the first to occupy this well-positioned, spacious dormitory. This arrangement is a unified decision made for the sake of overall efficiency and safety management. Qin Yao patiently explains, her hand resting on the handle of the fire axe at her waist, asserting that all supplies theoretically belong to the collective and are to be distributed according to need. Collective? Who knows whether you are reserving the best resources for your own people? A male voice retorts sarcastically, casting a pointed glance toward Lin Fan and the core female members often surrounding him. Not far away, others are embroiled in heated disputes over minor discrepancies in rations, while some evade their daily patrol and cleaning responsibilities. A sentiment of discontent over inequity silently permeates the atmosphere. Lin Fan stands in the second-floor corridor, calmly observing the commotion below. He knows that the time has come. That afternoon, all survivors are summoned to the dining hall. The atmosphere is somewhat tense, as many sense that something significant is about to unfold. Lin Fan stands on a slightly elevated platform typically used for announcements, flanked by the solemn Qin Yao, the composed Su Wanqing, the ledger-holding Emily, the inquisitive Tang Xiaoro, the gentle yet resolute Lu Ruyan, and the swift-fingered Sun Xiaoming, who types on a virtual keyboard. The presence of this core team itself signifies an undeniable strength. Ladies and gentlemen, Lin Fan begins. His voice not loud but resonant enough to silence the whispers throughout the hall. Our survival thus far has relied on luck, mutual assistance, and a degree of chaos. However, we can no longer afford to remain in disarray. His gaze sweeps across the diverse expressions below, some filled with anticipation, others with unease, some indifferent, and a few, like that tall male, harboring veiled provocation. We have established preliminary defenses, secured medical provisions, ensured food distribution, and accounted for our numbers. What we now require are rules. Lin Fan's voice is steady and powerful, devoid of the bureaucratic formalities of the past civilization, yet embodying a baseline necessary for our survival in this eternal night, allowing us to maintain a semblance of humanity. He pauses before declaring, after discussions among us, we have drafted several preliminary rules, which I shall now announce. This marks the inaugural codex of our Eternal Night City base. At this moment, Sun Xiaoming aptly projects the rules onto a makeshift white cloth using her repaired projector and laptop. Eternal Night City Temporary Management Codex, Draft Version, Article 1, Principle of Absolute Obedience. In matters concerning the safety of the base, military actions, and significant crises, the Lord of the City, Lin Fan, and his designated leaders possess final decision-making authority, to which all members must unconditionally comply. Article 2, Public Ownership and Distribution of Resources. All resources acquired through searches are collectively owned, managed by the Supply Department, and distributed according to labor, balancing fairness with special needs, such as the elderly, weak, or disabled. The private hoarding of strategic resources, such as weapons, medications, or substantial food supplies, is strictly prohibited. Article 3, Equivalence of Duties and Rights. All able-bodied individuals must undertake the tasks assigned by the base, such as patrolling, construction, logistics, and production. Those refusing to fulfill their duties will face corresponding reductions in their resource allocations. Article 4, Prohibition of Internal Conflict. Any form of violent conflict, robbery, or bullying among members is strictly forbidden. Disputes are mediated and resolved by the security team. Article 5, Contribution Promotion Mechanism. Those who make significant contributions to the base, such as discovering crucial supplies, inventing practical technologies, or demonstrating valiant combat, will receive additional allocations, superior treatment, or promotions. Article 6. Responsibilities and privileges of the abilities users. Abilities users are a vital force within the base. They must assume responsibility during critical moments while enjoying commensurate respect and resource allocation. Article 7. Emergency Evacuation Clause. In the face of an insurmountable crisis, the preservation of the living force takes precedence. The rules are enumerated, encompassing all aspects of survival. Succinct yet imbued with a chilling sense of ironclad authority. Silence envelopes the assembly. Most find solace in the existence of rules, signifying order and safeguarding their fundamental rights. However, some wear troubled expressions, particularly those accustomed to petty advantages or harboring misplaced hopes. The tall young man who had previously caused a ruckus could not restrain himself and boldly questioned, "Why should you, Lin Fan, be the city lord? Why must we submit absolutely? How is this any different from tyranny?" All eyes swiftly converged upon him and Lin Fan. Lin Fan regarded him without anger, instead offering a faint smile, devoid of warmth. "A fair question. It is precisely because I stand here to articulate the rules, rather than allowing the zombies outside to dictate them to you. It is because I, alongside the capable individuals behind me, can lead the majority to survival." He stepped forward, fixing his sharp gaze upon the young man. "If you believe this is unjust, or if you possess a superior method to guide these 87 individuals through the apocalypse, now is your opportunity to challenge me." Lin Fan's voice, though soft, resonated with an undeniable sense of authority. Simultaneously, Qin Yao let out a cold huff, stepping forward. While Su Wanqing emanated an aura of chill from her fingertips, and even Tang Xiaorou clenched her small fists, glaring indignantly at the young man. His complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed as he surveyed Lin Fan's formidable core team and felt the collective gaze of the survivors, which overwhelmingly favored Lin Fan. Ultimately, he begrudgingly lowered his head, silenced. The rules are not mere requests, they are essential for survival. Lin Fan surveyed the crowd, finally fixing his gaze upon the projected rules, which are now enacted as a codex. The security team, led by Qin Yao, will oversee their enforcement. He paused, his tone softening slightly. "I understand that these rules may seem rudimentary, even somewhat harsh. But remember, their purpose is to ensure that we all can glimpse the darkness of tomorrow." After the assembly disbanded, the crowd departed, engaged in animated discussions. Emily began to refine the resource allocation plan according to the rules, while Qin Yao led the security team in their inaugural formal patrol and enforcement. Lin Fan observed the gradually re-establishing order within the hall and exhaled softly. At last, the framework is established. He rubbed his temples, uncertain of which unwary individual might ignite the first spark of trouble. He knew that the true test of the rules was only just commencing. Chapter 60. The Emergence of the First Traitor. The promulgation of the Temporary Management Codex of the City of Eternal Night was akin to a boulder cast into the seemingly tranquil surface of a lake, unleashing ripples that would resonate throughout. The majority of individuals opted for compliance and adaptation. After all, the imposition of clear regulations has ushered in an unprecedented sense of order. The cafeteria queues have become orderly, disputes during resource allocation have diminished, and the assigned tasks are being approached with diligence. Yet, there are always a few who habitually test the boundaries of these rules, or, more boldly, place their personal desires above the collective good. On a deep night a few days later, a security officer tasked with overseeing the night shift discovered an anomaly while counting supplies during a handover. He noticed a box containing premium items such as compressed biscuits and high-energy chocolate bars, which bore signs of having been carefully opened and resealed. Upon counting, it was confirmed that 3 packs of biscuits and 2 bars of chocolate were missing. This matter was promptly reported to Qin Yao. Furious, Qin Yao could not believe that someone would dare to violate the newly established code. Such an act was a direct affront to her authority as the security captain. Without hesitation, she mobilized her team to seal off the warehouse area and conduct an internal investigation. The warehouse guards were on a rotational duty, with 2 individuals assigned per shift. Naturally, the focus of the inquiry fell upon the 2 who had been on duty the previous night. One was Wang Lei, a timid freshman who, when questioned by Qin Yao, became so anxious that he could scarcely speak. The other was Zhao Hu, a tall athlete who had previously expressed skepticism toward the rules, and he displayed evident impatience when interrogated. "How do we know you didn't team miscount? Or that a rat didn't carry it off?" Zhao Hu retorted defiantly, his eyes darting. Qin Yao let out a cold laugh. She was not one to be easily swayed by reasoning. Instead of engaging further with them, she sought out Sun Xiaoming. "Xiaoming, are there any operational surveillance cameras nearby or within the warehouse?" Sun Xiaoming tilted her head in thought. The original cameras inside the warehouse are all inoperative. However, I had previously installed a miniature wireless camera at the corner of the corridor outside the warehouse for signal testing, powered by a small solar panel. I'm not sure if it still has battery life. She promptly opened her laptop and expertly accessed the storage records. Fortunately, the concealed camera was still intermittently functioning. Although the footage was sporadic and the angle limited, it captured a portion of the area outside the warehouse door. After fast-forwarding through several hours of last night's recordings, a crucial segment emerged. Around 2 in the morning, a shadowy figure resembling Zhao Hu appeared stealthily at the warehouse entrance. Engaging in hushed conversation with another individual, only the legs were visible. Subsequently, the inside person, identified by their pants and shoes as Wang Lei, seemed to open the door, allowing the tall figure to slip inside. Minutes later, he emerged again, seemingly concealing something in his arms, and swiftly vanished into the darkness. The footage was blurry and did not directly capture the act of theft, but when combined with the timing and behavior, the suspicion was unmistakably directed towards them. Armed with this video evidence, Qin Yao approached Lin Fan directly. Lin Fan, examining the footage, maintained a calm demeanor, revealing no trace of emotion. Bring Zhao Hu and Wang Lei to separate rooms, Lin Fan ordered. Additionally, notify all core members to prepare for the impending trial. When Zhao Hu was brought into the makeshift interrogation room, which served as a storeroom, and beheld Lin Fan, Qin Yao, and Su Wanqing among others, especially the blurred image frozen on the laptop screen before Lin Fan, his complexion instantly paled. Yet he endeavored to maintain his composure. What can this prove? I merely passed by the warehouse on my way to the restroom at night. On the other hand, the psychologically weaker Wang Lei, under the gentle yet pressuring inquiries of Lu Ruoyan, soon crumbled, confessing with tears. It turned out that Zhao Hu had threatened him, stating that if he did not cooperate, he would find an opportunity to push him to the zombies during patrols, while promising him a share of the stolen goods. Driven by fear and a hint of greed, Wang Lei chose to acquiesce and secretly unlock the warehouse door when Zhao Hu arrived. With both eyewitnesses and physical evidence present, Zhao Hu could no longer deny his guilt. He collapsed onto the ground, his face ashen, cold sweat pouring down his brow. According to Article 4 of the Code, internal conflicts are prohibited, including bullying and coercion, as well as Article 2, which forbids the secret hoarding of strategic materials. Lin Fan's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Zhao Hu, principal offender, has coerced others and stolen collective strategic resources. Wang Lei, accomplice, has been derelict in his duty and has aided in the theft. All eyes turned to Lin Fan, awaiting his verdict. This was the first case following the promulgation of the Code, and how it was handled would directly influence the authority of the Code and the ethos of the future base. Qin Yao gripped her axe tightly, her gaze sharp. Su Wanqing's face was as cold as frost. Emily rapidly calculated the destructive implications of such behavior. Tang Xiaoro felt a pang of compassion but remained silent. Lu Ruoyan let out a gentle sigh. Lin Fan remained silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping across Zhao Hu's desperate face before drifting towards the eternal darkness outside the window. Zhao Hu, your combat qualifications are hereby revoked, your rations halved, and you shall be assigned to the labor team responsible for the most arduous tasks, including cleaning zombie waste and constructing walls, for a duration of 1 month. To observe your future conduct. Should you transgress again, you will be expelled from the base. This judgment was more lenient than many had anticipated, yet it carried a weight of punishment. The revocation of combat qualifications meant a drastic fall in status, halved rations implied frequent hunger, and the labor of cleaning zombie waste and engaging in strenuous physical work would be a dual torment for both body and mind. Wang Lei, having knowledge yet failing to report, and having aided in the crime, but considering your coercion and confession, your rations will be deducted for 1 week, and you will be reassigned from the warehouse position, also joining the labor team for 2 weeks of labor reform. After announcing the verdict, Lin Fan approached the pallid Zhao Hu, crouched down, and locked eyes with him, articulating each word with precision. Remember, I have the capability to kill you. However, your life is currently of use to the base for wall construction and waste clearance. Use your strength wisely for atonement. This is your sole opportunity. Zhao Hu trembled, collapsing completely onto the ground. Lin Fan rose and instructed Qin Yao. Take him away. Execution begins tomorrow. Furthermore, publicize the verdict to all survivors. I want everyone to know. Lin Fan's voice echoed throughout the room, imbued with an undeniable resolve. Here, rules are not a jest. The emergence and resolution of the first traitor, albeit a petty thief, served as a dousing of cold water, awakening all who still harbored unrealistic fantasies of the apocalypse. The regulations of the City of Eternal Night, steeped in iron and blood, officially commenced their operation. Chapter 61. The Dark Side of Humanity and Thunderous Measures. The public trial and punishment of Zhao Hu and Wang Lei resonated like a thunderclap in the oppressive silence of the eternal night. The results were prominently displayed on the most conspicuous pillar in the cafeteria, each word radiating a chilling sense of ironclad law. An air of solemnity enveloped the base, and the previously faint murmurs of discontent and petty acts of deceit vanished almost overnight. Engaged in the most sordid and laborious tasks, clearing zombie excrement and transporting stones to reinforce the walls, Zhao Hu and Wang Lei, once regarded with a degree of respect, now donned the most tattered of garments, under the watchful gaze of the security team. They received meager rations barely sufficient to stave off hunger, and everyone grasped the stark reality that the rules were no trifling matter. Efficiency surged to unprecedented heights, fueled by fear and intimidation. Lin Fan stood atop the nascent watchtower, observing the bustling throng below, a mix of ordinary survivors and tireless zombie laborers under his meticulous control. The walls rose visibly, thickening with each passing moment. Indeed, at times, fear proves a more potent motivator than hope. Lin Fan chuckled to himself in self-mockery. Had he become the very embodiment of what he once despised? Yet, he swiftly dismissed this fleeting hesitation. In a world ravaged by chaos, indecisiveness and rampant empathy could only lead to more casualties. He had employed relatively gentle measures to address the initial internal conflict. The next encounter might not afford him such fortune. Just as the construction of the base appeared to accelerate, the darker facets of human nature emerged insidiously, in a more concealed and malevolent manner. That afternoon, Tang Xiaoro, as was her custom, provided comfort and treatment to several ailing survivors at the healing sanctuary. When it was the turn of a girl named Sun Qian, Tang Xiaoro keenly sensed that while the girl's physical condition was sound, her mental state was alarmingly tense. Her gaze flickered, and she instinctively trembled when Tang Xiaoro's hand approached. Sun Qian, are you all right? Is something bothering you? Tang Xiaoro inquired with genuine concern, her healing abilities affording her some perception of emotions. Sun Qian shook her head vehemently. Her lips moved as if to speak, yet ultimately, she said nothing and hurried away. Her head bowed. Tang Xiaoro found this behavior peculiar but did not dwell on it, attributing it to mere fright. However, in the subsequent days, she encountered several other girls exhibiting similar traits. All hailed from the same area, managed by a retired professor, and primarily housed the elderly, infirm, and women. Their shared characteristics were striking. No visible injuries, yet a palpable sense of dread and a pronounced aversion to men, particularly the security personnel who occasionally patrolled Area B. With a heart untainted, Tang Xiaoro could not fathom the underlying cause, so she confided in the more astute Lu Rian. Upon hearing this, Lu Rian furrowed her brow. Her professional instincts alerted her that the matter was far from simple. She refrained from raising an alarm and, under the pretense of conducting routine health checks, personally visited Area B several times, engaging in gentle and patient conversations with the girls. Under Lu Rian's professional yet empathetic guidance, a horrifying truth began to surface. The esteemed retired professor, Chen Mingyuan, who was tasked with overseeing the trivial matters of Zone B, has egregiously exploited his position and the trust afforded to him by virtue of his age to subject a number of vulnerable young women to varying degrees of lewdness and verbal coercion. He threatened them with false accusations of theft should they dare to speak out, or promise to make their lives unbearable within the confines of the base. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, where these girls had already lost family and the protection of order, their fear eclipsed their courage, leading them to choose silence. Lu Rian, armed with gathered evidence and the heart-wrenching testimonies of the young women, after pledging absolute protection for them, sought out Lin Fan. Upon hearing Lu Rian's account and gazing upon the faces of the young women, etched with humiliation and terror, an uncontrollable fury surged through Lin Fan. It was 100-fold more intense than his previous anger toward Zhao Hu's theft. Stealing supplies jeopardizes the collective survival resources. However, such despicable acts trample upon the most fundamental dignity and moral boundaries of humanity, shattering the fragile trust painstakingly established among survivors. This was an assault on the very foundation of the base. Scum. The usually composed Lin Fan slammed his fist on the table, causing the solid wood to splinter. The glint of cold fury in his eyes caught the attention of Qin Yao beside him. Where is he? Lin Fan's voice was so frigid it could freeze the air. In his room in Zone B, Lu Rian replied softly, her own eyes filled with disdain. Qin Yao, gather your team and follow me. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan turned and strode out. Qin Yao immediately seized an axe and summoned her 4 most capable security team members to accompany them. The group stormed into Zone B, forcefully kicking open Chen Mingyuan's door. The old man was leisurely seated by the window, feigning engrossment in a tattered book. Upon seeing Lin Fan and the others burst in, he was initially taken aback, then quickly assumed an authoritative demeanor. Lin, what is the meaning of this? Is there no decorum? Lin Fan interrupted, advancing step by step, his formidable presence rendering Chen Mingyuan's subsequent words lodged in his throat. I am here to discuss decorum. Lin Fan offered him no chance for defense, directly instructing Lu Rian to bring in the young women. When Chen Mingyuan beheld those he had tormented, now tearfully identifying him under Lu Ruyan's encouragement. His complexion turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. Slander. This is slander. They have conspired to defame me. He shrieked, desperately attempting a final struggle. Whether it is slander, you know in your heart, Lin Fan replied, his voice unwavering as he turned to Qin Yao. Bind him and take him to the central square. Before long, Chen Mingyuan was bound and dragged like a wretched dog to the open area in front of the cafeteria. All survivors were hastily summoned. Confused onlookers murmured amongst themselves as they witnessed the scene. Standing elevated, Lin Fan dispensed with superfluous words and directly announced Chen Mingyuan's crimes. His voice, amplified by a rudimentary speaker, resonated throughout the square. As the terms of abuse of power, lewdness, and coercion echoed through the crowd, an initial silence enveloped them, soon erupting into an overwhelming uproar of outrage. Particularly among the female survivors, their shared fear and anger ignited a fervent response. Scum! Kill him! Execute him! Chen Mingyuan lay prostrate on the ground, his face devoid of color, a damp patch spreading across his trousers, the stench of decay permeating the air. Lin Fan raised his hand, silencing the tumultuous uproar. With a gaze as cold as ice, he regarded Chen Mingyuan as though he were a lifeless corpse. According to Article 4 of the Code, any form of bullying is strictly prohibited. Your actions are far worse than violence, having severely undermined the foundation and trust of our community. Lin Fan's voice resonated like a judge's pronouncement, void of any emotion. I hereby declare the sentence for Chen Mingyuan, death. Immediate execution. There was no hesitation, no mercy. Qin Yao stepped forward, raising the fire axe in her hand. Under the watchful eyes of a crowd filled with fear, resentment, and complex emotions, the axe gleamed momentarily before it fell. It was decisive and ruthless. A gray-haired head rolled to the ground, the headless body convulsing a few times before falling silent. The square fell into a profound silence, the heavy scent of blood saturating the atmosphere. Some turned away in distress, yet many others, particularly the girls once shrouded in shadows, shed tears of liberation. Standing before the pool of blood, Lin Fan's figure loomed large in the dim light, exuding an air of chilling severity. Everyone take heed. He surveyed the crowd, his voice resolute and unwavering. Here, there are certain boundaries. Cross them, and you shall perish. In this moment, he employed the most direct and sanguinary means to etch the ironclad rules deep into the souls of every survivor. The darker facets of human nature were momentarily suppressed. Yet Lin Fan understood that as long as the eternal night persisted, such filth would never vanish entirely. All he could do was grip the knife in his hand, safeguarding the last vestiges of light and order within this darkness. Chapter 62. Public trial and the authority of the base. The blood from Chen Mingyuan's swift execution had yet to fully dry. The heavy scent of blood and the sight of the headless corpse serving as a silent, yet deafening proclamation, indelibly marked in the hearts of every survivor. Fear, trepidation, resentment, and shock mingled within the crowd, yet an unprecedented, almost palpable order began to establish itself. No one dared to question the authority of the code any longer, nor did anyone risk being disingenuous. During their patrols, Qin Yao's security team encountered gazes filled not with curiosity or scrutiny, but with profound reverence. Even the most trivial cleaning tasks saw no one daring to shirk responsibility. However, Lin Fan was acutely aware that order maintained solely through fear was fragile. Following the thunderous measures, what was required was the refinement of the system and the cohesion of the people's hearts. The incident involving Chen Mingyuan revealed not merely the moral degradation of an individual, but also the systemic flaws that left vulnerable groups under the management of a select few, lacking effective oversight and checks. In the core team meeting, the atmosphere was decidedly somber. It was my oversight. I did not anticipate the depths of human malevolence. Lin Fan spoke first, a hint of self-reproach in his tone. He had entrusted the management of Zone B to Chen Mingyuan, intending to leverage the elder's experience to care for the weak and elderly, yet nearly precipitated a calamity. Lu Ruyan gently shook her head, speaking softly. This is not entirely your fault. In this post-apocalyptic world, human hearts are inscrutable. We are all navigating through uncertainty. The crucial matter is how to prevent similar occurrences in the future. We must strengthen our oversight and reporting mechanisms. Emily analyzed the situation with composure, asserting that no region or department should operate as an independent kingdom. The flow of resources and personnel management must be traceable and supervised. Qin Yao clenched her fists, her murderous intent unabated. My security team will intensify patrols, particularly for the protection of vulnerable areas. Should such scum appear again, we shall eliminate them on sight. Su Wanqing conjured a frost flower with her fingertips, her tone icy. Fear may restrain actions, but it cannot eradicate malice. Clear rules and accessible channels for appeals are essential. Tang Xiaoro, her eyes slightly reddened, felt sorrow for the girls who had suffered and mustered her courage to speak. I can engage more with everyone. they may be more inclined to confide in another girl. Sun Xiaoming adjusted her glasses and proposed, I could attempt to establish a simple internal anonymous reporting system, submitting information through a local network, which would be directly encrypted and transmitted to our terminals. The suggestions from the group gradually clarified Lin Fan's thoughts. He synthesized their opinions and made several decisions. First, the abolition of the singular management system. A rotating management group would be implemented in Area B, the area for the elderly, women, and children, comprising Lu Rian, Tang Xiaoro, and 2 other meticulous and reliable female survivors, who would supervise one another. Second, the formal establishment of an arbitration court, with Lin Fan as the presiding judge. Qin Yao, representing law enforcement, Emily, representing resources and logistics, Lu Rian, representing medical care and humanitarian concerns, and Su Wanqing, representing defense and combat capability, as permanent arbitrators. In the future, significant disputes or disciplinary incidents would be adjudicated collectively by the court to avoid unilateral decisions. Third, the initial implementation of a contribution point system, designed by Emily and Sun Xiaoming, which would quantify each individual's labor, combat, and technical contributions. This system would not only allow for the exchange of superior resources, but could also grant certain privileges or status, establishing a fairer path for advancement. Fourth, the enhancement of information transparency. All important regulations, reward and punishment decisions, and resource allocation plans must be publicly disclosed for the scrutiny of all. These measures were gradually announced and implemented over the following days. Although somewhat complex, the survivors exhibited a remarkable level of acceptance after enduring harrowing lessons. They recognized that Lin Fan's team possessed not only a ruthless iron fist, but also a comprehensive system infused with a commitment to protect the vulnerable. Days later, a formal public trial was held in the cafeteria hall. The accused was not a new criminal, but rather the already executed Chen Mingyuan. Lin Fan aimed to clarify right from wrong in this manner, soothe the hearts of the people, and formally establish the supreme authority of the arbitration court and the legal code. All survivors were present, with the court members seated at the front. Lin Fan presided over the trial as the judge. Lu Rian, representing the prosecution, calmly and objectively reiterated the crimes of Chen Mingyuan and the evidence collected. Tang Xiaoro and several other victimized girls, whose names and specific details were omitted to protect their privacy, served as witnesses, sharing their experiences and feelings. There were no heated arguments, no room for evasion, only the presentation of facts and the revelation of evil. At last, Lin Fan rose and faced the assembly, his voice resonating with solemnity. Chen Mingyuan's actions have desecrated trust and trampled upon the very foundation of humanity, severely undermining the survival and unity of our base. According to Article 4 of the Provisional Management Code of the Eternal Night City, his transgressions warrant capital punishment. The verdict rendered the day before was substantiated by irrefutable evidence and followed due process. It shall stand. The purpose of revisiting this matter today is not to glorify bloodshed, but to unequivocally convey to all present, here, justice may be delayed, yet it shall never be absent. Anyone who dares to exploit chaos or wield power to harm others, regardless of their status, will face the most stringent consequences. Concurrently, we have instituted a more comprehensive system designed to safeguard every individual, particularly the vulnerable. I urge you all to trust in the rules, rely on them, and oversee their enforcement. His voice rang with conviction, echoing throughout the silent hall. In the eyes of the survivors below, fear lingered, yet more prominently, there was a sense of recognition and reassurance. They beheld a leader and a team capable, resolute, and adept at maintaining order and protecting them. As the public trial concluded and the crowd dispersed, the focus of their discussions shifted away from bloodshed and fear, gravitating instead towards the newly introduced contribution point system and the rotating management group. It appeared that, having briefly demonstrated the consequences of misconduct, it was now time to provide sustenance. Lin Fan observed the base slowly regaining its vitality, reflecting inwardly that a balance of benevolence and authority is the path to longevity. The esteem of the base, following the iron and bloodshed, was finally beginning to take root in the hearts of the people. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, through these continuous choices and trials, steadily advanced toward the true position of a lord. Chapter 63. The New Application of Ability. Scavengers of the Sea of Corpses. The establishment of the tribunal and the gravity of the code acted as a stabilizing lubricant to the coarse yet operational machinery of the Eternal Night City. Internal order had begun to solidify, with survivors performing their designated roles, while the defensive walls were continuously reinforced under the watchful eyes of both zombie laborers and human overseers. However, Lin Fan understood that complacency in a post-apocalyptic world is a grave folly. The base's stockpile of resources, particularly non-renewable industrial goods and special resources, was gradually yet inexorably depleting. While sustenance could be tenuously sustained through Emily's meticulous budgeting and Master Zhou Mei's deft hands, essential supplies such as pharmaceuticals, batteries, specific tools, metal materials, and fuel could not be supported for long by the previously scavenged inventories from the campus. It was imperative to venture outward in search of resources. Yet, the realities beyond the campus were far more intricate and perilous. The earlier rescue of the mother and daughter had merely offered a fleeting glimpse. Within the expansive urban ruins lay a greater multitude of zombies, mutated creatures, and unknown human factions. Dispatching human teams into the fray posed significant risks, with each expedition potentially resulting in irretrievable losses. As Lin Fan pondered over the crudely drawn map of the surrounding area, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the zombie A Chong, laboriously building a wall outside. A Chong's movements were stiff, yet relentless, executing Lin Fan's simple commands to transport bricks and construct walls through their mental link with precision. A thought struck Lin Fan like a flash of lightning. If they could carry bricks and build walls, why not harness their efforts to gather supplies? This notion quickened his heartbeat with excitement. Humanity ventures forth to scavenge for resources, burdened by concerns of safety, stamina, and psychological endurance. Yet the undead exhibit no such fears. They are impervious to death, fatigue, and infection, wholly immune to the repugnant environments that plague the living. They are, indeed, the quintessential scavengers. Lin Fan, contemplating this audacious idea, aptly dubbed it the Zombie Scavenger Initiative. He promptly convened his core team to unveil this concept. Shall we send zombies to procure resources for us? Emily was the first to grasp the implication, her eyes sparkling with excitement behind her glasses. She recognized the immense value it held. Cost would be negligible. An efficiency hinged on controlling their numbers and range, theoretically feasible. Qin Yao, crossing her arms, furrowed her brow and voiced her skepticism. But they are utterly oblivious. How would they discern what is needed from what is not? We may end up with a heap of rubbish. This requires guidance and filtration, Lin Fan responded, his tone laced with enthusiasm. I do not need them to possess intelligence. I merely require them to receive more precise instructions. For instance, enter that building. Collect all metal items, or search for boxes marked with a red cross. Through a mental link, I can vaguely sense their surroundings and the objects they touch. Though the clarity is lacking, it suffices for preliminary judgments. Suwon coldly interjected. We could also equip them with containers, like backpacks or trailers, instructing them to deposit found items within and return to designated locations. This is delightful. Tang Xiaoro clapped her hands, laughing. It's akin to playing a game, sending minions to mine. Sun Xiaoming adjusted her glasses and proposed. I can attempt to create a more accurate electronic map, marking potential locations of valuable resources, such as pharmacies, hardware stores, and gas stations, to facilitate scavenging routes. Lu Rian nodded in agreement. Safely acquiring medicines and medical supplies is critical for the base. The plan garnered unanimous approval, and action was swiftly taken. The first batch of zombie scavengers was soon selected, 5 relatively intact male zombies with minimal stiffness in their movements. Lin Fan equipped them with hiking backpacks found on campus and commenced pre-training. The process was rather comical. Lin Fan needed to concentrate, employing that arcane mental link to simultaneously impart complex instructions to the 5 zombies. Move forward, turn left, avoid that obstacle, enter the small shop with the broken entrance, and search for, all edible items, or medicines, or tools. Yes, those hard, shiny objects. Pack them into the bags on your backs, and return along the same route to me. As the zombies executed their commands, they often faltered due to misunderstandings. Some wandered aimlessly within shops, clutching plastic mannequins as they exited. Others stared blankly at heaps of discarded cardboard. One even attempted to lift the entire cash register, only to become wedged in the doorway. Lin Fan found himself adjusting commands as if playing a real-time strategy game, expending more mental energy than merely directing them in combat or labor. Beads of sweat soon appeared on his forehead. The core members watched in amusement. Qin Yao unabashedly remarked, what you're orchestrating here is not a zombie scavenger initiative, but rather a showcase of zombie bewilderment. After nearly half an hour of toil and repeated adjustments, the first group of 5 zombie scavengers finally embarked, albeit with some difficulty, towards a small convenience store designated by Lin Fan, which was the closest to their base. They formed a crooked line, laden with empty bags. As they vanished into the depths of the eternal night streets, Lin Fan let out a long sigh, feeling somewhat dizzy. It appeared that simultaneously executing such meticulous control placed a significant strain on his mind. This ability required further practice. The wait was agonizing. Approximately 2 hours later, just as Lin Fan began to suspect whether those 5 had lost their way or fallen victim to some mutated creature, a faint return signal resonated through the mental link. Soon, the figures of the 5 zombies reappeared at the street's end. They still maintained their crooked formation, but this time, their backpacks were noticeably bulging. Everyone gathered around eagerly. Upon opening the backpacks, the contents were a hodgepodge, several packets of damp but intact chips, a few bottles of mineral water, some scattered candies. A rusty yet functional pair of pliers, several boxes of expired cold medicine, and even a nearly new first aid kit. Though the items were eclectic and of limited value, their success was paramount. They had genuinely brought back supplies. Moreover, there were no casualties and no risks involved. It was a triumph. Emily promptly began to inventory the supplies, her face illuminating with a rare, genuine smile. Although efficiency could be improved, this was a splendid beginning. Tang Xiao picked up a bag of candy. Shaking it joyfully, "They're wonderful." Lin Fan gazed upon the small pile of spoils on the ground. Despite his fatigue, he was filled with immense pride and excitement. The scavenging operation was indeed viable. He envisioned a future where silent squads of zombies would traverse the ruins of the city like industrious ants, gradually transporting the abandoned resources back to his eternal night city. This was no longer mere survival. It was a quest for sustenance from the remnants of a world inhabited by the undead. Chapter 64. The first experiment beyond the campus. The preliminary success of the zombie scavenger plan was akin to a stone cast upon the still surface of a lake, with ripples swiftly spreading throughout the entirety of Eternal Night City. While the supplies brought back by the 5 zombies were meager, their symbolic significance far outweighed their actual value. They proved the feasibility of extracting resources from the external ruins without incurring great risks. Lin Fan was not hasty to expand the scale of operations. He understood well the adage that sharpening the axe does not hinder the cutting of wood. In the following days, he and his core team concentrated their efforts on optimizing the system. Sun Xiaoming utilized previously repaired equipment and the scattered information she had gathered to attempt the creation of a more detailed electronic map of the campus vicinity. She marked known convenience stores, small supermarkets, pharmacies, hardware stores, and even speculated potential resource locations based on old newspapers and advertisements, such as stationery shops, bookstores, which might contain useful knowledge or maps, and some small processing plants or warehouses. Meanwhile, Emily drafted a comprehensive priority list for the supplies. The list of pharmaceuticals, batteries, fuel, specific tools, such as hardware and agricultural implements, long-lasting food, clean water, and metallic materials is clear and concise, providing Lin Fan with explicit objectives for directing the zombies. Lin Fan, meanwhile, is engrossed in the profound practice of his abilities. He is no longer content with merely controlling 5 zombies for simple tasks. Instead, he begins to attempt guiding a greater number of zombies simultaneously, currently limited to around 10 to 12, to execute more intricate scavenging instructions. He resembles a clumsy remote programmer, incessantly debugging the glitches of these biological machines, striving to enhance their efficiency and reduce their absurdly perplexing behaviors. The exertion on his mental faculties is immense. After each practice session, he feels a throbbing in his head, yet the precision and range of his control are visibly improving at an accelerated pace. Concurrently, he has conducted a preliminary selection of the zombie cohort. Those with relatively intact bodies, minimal joint wear, and slightly more agile movements are prioritized for the scavenging team, while the more robust, sluggish zombies remain with the construction crew. Days later, a scavenging squad comprised of 10 carefully selected zombies sets forth once more. This time, their objective is more defined. A larger chain supermarket marked on Sun Xiaoming's map, approximately 800 meters from the base. The instructions have been refined. Proceed along the designated route, enter the supermarket. Prioritize the high-priority items on the list, the concepts of which Lin Fan conveys vaguely through a mental link, and return along the same path once their backpacks are filled. To enhance efficiency, he even equipped them with small carts procured from the school's convenience store. The core members convene at Sun Xiaoming's makeshift command center, composed of several computers and monitoring screens, anxiously observing this expedition through Lin Fan's real-time, albeit vague sensory descriptions and map annotations. The 10 zombies form a crooked line, silently traversing the desolate streets, ignoring their wandering counterparts, purposefully advancing towards the supermarket. Their movements are markedly more proficient than during their initial outing, although still stiff. They at least do not stray or become entangled by roadside debris for too long. Upon entering the target area, Lin Fan closes his eyes, concentrating to sense the surroundings. There is an obstruction at the entrance. Clear the way. The visuals are transmitted vaguely through the mental link. The zombies begin clumsily moving aside the shopping carts and debris blocking the supermarket's entrance. Inside, chaos reigns, with toppled shelves and numerous wandering counterparts. Lin Fan's brow furrows. The density of zombies within the supermarket is higher than outside. Should he intervene? Qin Yao tightens her grip on the axe. No, Lin Fan shakes his head. They show no interest in their kind unless provoked. Instructions: ignore the others and focus on the search. The ensuing process unfolds like a silent film accelerated by a swift current. The 10 zombies disperse within the chaotic supermarket, maintaining a rough formation under Lin Fan's mental guidance, commencing their search directives. They disregard the other zombies meandering and growling between the shelves, heading directly towards their target area. Zombie 1 discovers the canned goods section and begins to fill its pack, while Zombie 3, in the daily necessities area, seems to have found batteries. Zombie 7's cart gets stuck, prompting the command, "Abandon the cart, switch to the backpack." Lin Fan narrates the unfolding scene like a commentator, intermittently describing the situation at hand. Although the specific items remained obscured from view, he could vaguely discern the general shapes and textures of the objects the zombies had come into contact with, allowing him to make judgments based on the mission's objectives. This time, the wait for their return was prolonged. When the silhouettes of the 10 zombies reappeared at the edge of the surveillance feed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the onlookers. They had brought back a bounty far exceeding that of their initial venture. The bulging backpacks and the barely towed carts were filled with an array of canned goods, bottled water, compressed biscuits, batteries, flashlights, lighters, various essential tools, and even a few unopened bottles of liquor and some cigarettes. Marvelous. Emily nearly erupted in a cheer as she swiftly rushed forward to inventory the treasures, her eyes sparkling with the discovery of riches. These supplies would sustain them for an extended period. Tang Xiao picked up a can of fruit, her eyes gleaming. They truly are remarkable. Su Wanqing regarded the bottles of liquor thoughtfully. These might serve as valuable trade items or for disinfection in the future. Qin Yao patted Lin Fan on the shoulder, unusually complimenting him. "Well done, Lord Mayor." Lin Fan rubbed his slightly throbbing temples, a weary yet satisfied smile spreading across his face. This successful reconnaissance held profound significance. It signified that their survival radius had officially transcended the walls of the campus. He gazed at the mound of supplies, a burgeoning sense of ambition swelling within him, with the campus as their foundation and the zombies as their extensions. This desolate realm under eternal night would become an inexhaustible treasure trove. The initial foray beyond the campus had yielded resounding success. The lifeblood of the city of eternal night began to quietly extend into the broader ruins of the city. Chapter 65. Encounter with a mutated stray cat. The success of the scavenger plan infused the city of eternal night with a newfound vigor. An unceasing flow of supplies was transported back to the base by those tireless, fearless zombie laborers, significantly enriching the stockpile and subtly enhancing the quality of life for the survivors. At the very least, the occasional can of food alleviated the despair that had once shrouded their existence under eternal night. Lin Fan's abilities, honed through continued intensive application, became increasingly refined. He could now deftly control 15 zombies simultaneously in scavenging missions, with directives conveyed with greater precision, resulting in significantly improved execution efficiency and a marked reduction in their ludicrously confusing antics. He even began experimenting with assigning specialized tasks to different zombie squads, one team dedicated to searching for food, another focused on hardware tools, and yet another responsible for pharmaceuticals and medical supplies. Within the base, under a relatively ample supply of resources and increasingly stable regulations, the atmosphere had eased considerably. A points-based contribution system was piloted, igniting enthusiasm for work among the populace. The arbitration court resolved several minor disputes with fairness and efficiency, establishing its authority. The medical system established by Lu Ruyan and Tang Xiao functioned effectively, managing injuries and illnesses with success. Everything seemed to be progressing in a favorable direction. However, the apocalypse never allows for prolonged complacency. On this day, Lin Fan, as per usual, controlled a 10-member zombie scavenging team, venturing toward an unexplored commercial street situated approximately 1.5 kilometers west of the campus. According to the ancient map discovered by Sun Xiaoming, several specialty stores dedicated to outdoor equipment can be found in that area, signifying a potential treasure trove of resources for the base: tents, thermal clothing, water purification devices, and possibly even generators or fuel. The team successfully arrived at the commercial street, where the wandering common zombies posed no threat. Following their instructions, they began to visit the target stores one by one. Just as two of the zombies entered an outdoor equipment shop named Wilderness Home and started rummaging for useful items under Lin Fan's guidance, an unexpected twist occurred. Through the mental link, Lin Fan suddenly sensed an extraordinarily swift and feral presence surging from the depths of the shop. Its speed surpassed that of ordinary zombies, even exceeding Qin Yao's full-force burst. Caution! Lin Fan instinctively gasped within his mind, simultaneously issuing commands for defense and retreat to the two zombies. But it was too late. The imagery relayed through the mental link was both blurred and horrifying. A shadow darted like lightning, accompanied by a bone-chilling tearing sound. One of the zombies had its head crushed instantaneously, severing the mental link. The other was violently thrown to the ground, its chest torn open by sharp claws, with rotten flesh and dark liquid splattering everywhere. The entire event unfolded in the blink of an eye. What was that? Lin Fan's eyes flew open, cold sweat beating at his temples, his expression grave. He could sense that this creature was small yet exceedingly dangerous. It was not a zombie. What's wrong? Su Wanqing, who had been beside him, immediately sensed his distress, a chill enveloping her. The others in the command center turned their attention toward him. My team has encountered an attack. We've lost too. Lin Fan spoke rapidly, disbelief lacing his tone. Not zombies. It was too fast. Like an animal. An animal? Qin Yao abruptly stood up. A mutated animal. No sooner had she spoken than, as if to validate her suspicion, Sun Xiaoming, responsible for monitoring the surrounding area, suddenly pointed at one of the screens and exclaimed, "Something just dashed out from that street. It's so fast." The group quickly gathered around the screen. In the dimly lit footage of the street, a blurred shadow leaped among the ruins, swiftly scaling the roof of a low building across the street before vanishing from sight. Its size was modest, roughly that of a large dog, yet its agility surpassed any creature they had ever encountered. Pause. Magnify. Lin Fan commanded. Sun Xiaoming operated the computer, freezing the image and zooming in. Though the pixels were blurry, the silhouette of the creature could still be vaguely discerned. A streamlined body, agile limbs, a long tail, and a pair of eyes glowing with an eerie green luminescence against the backdrop of eternal night. "It's a cat," Tang Xiao exclaimed, "a large cat." Indeed, it was unmistakably of feline form. However, its size rivaled that of a leopard, muscles rippling, exuding the power and danger characteristic of a predator in every movement. "A mutated stray cat," Lu Rian murmured softly, her tone laced with concern, indicating that not only humans and zombies had undergone mutations, but animals as well. The scene fell into a hush. Everyone recognized the gravity of the situation. Ordinary zombies moved sluggishly, relying on their numbers and infectious nature to threaten humanity. However, these mutated creatures possess terrifying speed, strength, and primal instincts. They do not rely on viral propagation. Rather, they are inherently perilous predators. Furthermore, they seem equally aggressive towards zombies. Lin Fan recalled the moment of confrontation with trepidation. The attack of the mutated cat was swift and decisive, directly obliterating the control core of the zombie, the head, or inflicting severe damage. This signified that the army of zombies he depended upon was not invincible in the face of such agile mutated beings. He promptly ordered the recall of all scavenging teams outside the perimeter. Enhance the wall's vigilance. Lin Fan commanded firmly. Qin Yao, double the patrol teams and focus on guarding against these small, high-speed mutants. Understood. Qin Yao immediately turned to make arrangements. Lin Fan gazed at the indistinct feline silhouette on the screen, his brow furrowed. The momentary relaxation he had felt due to the successful procurement of supplies was once again taut with tension. It appeared that the world outside was far more fascinating and perilous than they had imagined. He murmured to himself. The first significant loss for the zombie scavengers did not stem from human forces or the tide of the undead, but rather from a single mutated stray cat. This undoubtedly served as a harsh wake-up call for all those who had been immersed in a false sense of security. Beneath the eternal night, dangers lurked, and the real trials may have only just begun. Chapter 66. Have animals also mutated? A new threat. The fleeting glimpse of the mutated stray cat was akin to a deep-sea bomb dropped beneath the seemingly calm surface of a lake. All scavenging teams dispatched were urgently recalled, and the sentries on the walls were doubled. Qin Yao personally led a team of elite security personnel to conduct a thorough patrol along the perimeter, meticulously searching for any potential animal dens or traces. The atmosphere in the command center was tense. The impact brought by the cat was not merely the loss of 2 zombie laborers. It was swift, aggressively lethal, and it appeared to have a clear target for its predation. Lin Fan recalled the malevolent aura he had sensed before the mental link was severed and said solemnly, "It targets the head of the zombies, delivering a fatal blow. This is not random predation. It resembles a calculated extermination, as if it knows precisely where the vital points are." Lu Ruyin perused some fragmented medical records and observational notes she had compiled, her tone laden with concern. If animals have also mutated and have retained, or even enhanced their predatory instincts, it would be revolutionary for us and the entire ecosystem of this apocalypse. They could pose a greater threat than the sluggish zombies. Not just cats, Suwon interjected coldly, her fingertips unconsciously crystallizing a wisp of icy mist. Dogs, rats, birds, even insects. If mutations are widespread, we will face an entirely unfamiliar and perilous world. Sun Xiaoming rapidly accessed data on animal behavior and urban ecology from before the apocalypse, attempting to discern some patterns. The number of stray cats and dogs in the city is vast. If a significant portion of them undergoes similar mutations, the consequences would be dire. Their agility could easily allow them to breach our walls, and many animals are nocturnal, rendering the eternal night nearly inconsequential to them. Emily raised a pragmatic concern from a resource perspective. If the external environment becomes excessively perilous due to the presence of mutated creatures, our scavenging plan amid the sea of corpses will face severe constraints. The supply of resources could be entirely severed. Tang Xiaoro, clutching her arms in trepidation, queried, "What shall we do? Those kittens and puppies were once so endearing." Qin Yao scoffed, patting the handle of her axe. "Now, they are lethal entities. We must hasten to uncover the intricacies of these mutants, their numbers, types, behaviors, and vulnerabilities. We cannot remain idle." Lin Fan nodded. Qin Yao articulated precisely what he was contemplating. Fear arises from the unknown. It is imperative to transform the unknown into the known as swiftly as possible. Sun Xiaoming, concentrate all your surveillance resources and computational power to analyze the previously captured vague footage. Estimate its speed, jumping capabilities, and methods of attack. Simultaneously, attempt to install additional concealed mobile detection devices at critical points around the base, focusing on monitoring small, high-speed moving targets. Understood. Sun Xiaoming immediately immersed herself in her work. Qin Yao, from this day forth, the patrol team shall be equipped with long-handled weapons and nets. Upon encountering small mutated entities, prioritize their capture or diversion, and avoid close-quarters combat where possible. Organize sharpshooters, if any are available, for targeted training. Leave it to me. Qin Yao's eyes gleamed with determination. Dr. Liu, Tang Xiaoro, remain vigilant. If any team members are injured by mutated animals, isolate and examine them at once to ascertain whether they exhibit infectious properties or other anomalies. This was Lin Fan's gravest concern. If animal mutations were accompanied by a novel virus or parasite. Lu Ruyan and Tang Xiaoro nodded solemnly. Su Wanqing, your ice abilities may effectively restrain high-speed targets. Be prepared for immediate support. Su Wanqing nodded slightly, her fingertips conjuring a slender ice needle. Emily, inventory our weapon supplies to see if we possess anything suitable for dealing with agile small targets, such as bows or air guns. Emily swiftly consulted the inventory on her tablet. There were a few sports recurve bows and a limited number of arrows, with negligible power. No air guns could be found. However, we could attempt to craft some simple traps, such as snares or pits. Excellent. Prepare those immediately. Lin Fan took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping across the group. Ladies and gentlemen, we may be on the brink of a second paradigm shift in survival since the apocalypse. Previously, our adversaries were primarily sluggish zombies and the complexities of human nature. Now, we must contend with these swift and elusive mutated beasts. After the meeting concluded, the entire base functioned like a finely tuned machine, operating at high speed once more. However, this time, the air was thick with vigilance toward unknown predators rather than anxiety over scarce resources. Lin Fan ascended the elevated wall, gazing into the distant city ruins shrouded in eternal night, fraught with peril. The cold wind brushed against his increasingly resolute face. Zombies, humans, and now mutated animals, he murmured, the corners of his mouth curving into a complex smile. This apocalypse truly offers relentless surprises. He recalled the earlier vague notion regarding the possibility of controlling animal zombies. In this present age, mutated animals have emerged, but what of the deceased creatures? Do they transform into zombies? If so, does one's ability to control male zombies extend to them? The answer to this question may hold the key to confronting this new crisis. Yet, before delving into such inquiries, they must first ensure their survival amidst the presence of these newly arisen, swift neighbors. Chapter 67, A Bitter Struggle. The debut of zombie hounds. The vigilance towards mutated animals has reached its zenith, yet true peril often strikes from unforeseen angles when one is most prepared. On the third night following the incident with the mutated cats, a piercing alarm shattered the tranquility of the Eternal Night City. The sound emanated from the watchtower at the southeast corner of the wall, accompanied by frantic shouts from the duty personnel and sporadic gunfire, utilizing the scant, confiscated police handguns. An enemy attack. Not zombies. It's dogs. A pack of rabid dogs. Lin Fan, Qin Yao, Su Wanqing, and other core members were roused at once, seizing their weapons and rushing towards the source of the alarm. Upon their arrival at the southeastern corner of the wall, the sight before them elicited a sharp intake of breath. Beneath the wall, approximately 7 or 8 large, grotesque canine creatures were violently assaulting the fortified wooden barricade. Their size rivaled that of calves, muscles bulging, their exposed skin marred by sores and festering wounds, with glimpses of white bone visible in certain areas. Their eyes glowed a crimson red, drooling foul-smelling saliva, and emitting deep, frenzied growls. These were not living mutated dogs, but rather zombie hounds. These creatures embodied the relentless ferocity of zombies, or perhaps the complete absence of the concept of death, combined with the natural agility and instinctive cooperation of canines. They moved with incredible speed and possessed tremendous strength, their claws and fangs tearing and battering against the weak points of the wall. The wooden barricade groaned under their assault, splintering into shards. On the wall, several members of the security team were retaliating with whatever weapons they had at hand. Spear thrusts often resulted in superficial wounds on the zombie hounds, failing to deliver fatal blows. The limited ammunition, unless aimed at the head, could not stem their frenzied onslaught. A momentous carelessness led to one team member being seized by a suddenly leaping zombie hound, the immense force nearly dragging him down from the wall. "Steady! Aim for the head," Qin Yao shouted, her voice resonating like that of a fierce leopard as she deftly maneuvered to the breach in the wall. In her hands was no longer a fire axe, but a long-handled machete more suited for cleaving. The blade flashed, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, aimed precisely at the head of a zombie hound attempting to scale the wall. With a sickening splatter, the foul black blood sprayed forth as half of the creature's skull was cleaved open, yet its remaining eye still glimmered with malice, its body continuing to climb due to inertia. Without a flicker of hesitation, Qin Yao delivered another decisive blow, ensuring its demise. Ordinary attacks proved ineffectual. The brain must be utterly destroyed. Qin Yao admonished the others sternly. Su Wanqing, meanwhile, had taken her position, standing atop the wall, her white attire billowing in the chilling winds of eternal night, resembling a goddess of ice and snow. She raised her hands, and the moisture in the air swiftly coalesced into dozens of sharp icicles, which shot downwards like bullets from a machine gun. Whoosh! The icicles struck fiercely into the horde of zombie dogs. Although most could not penetrate their tough skulls, the accompanying frigid aura significantly slowed their movements. Ice formed over their joints and wounds, emitting cracking sounds of freezing, rendering their actions stiff and sluggish. This created a precious opportunity for the defenders positioned on the wall. Lin Fan did not immediately join the fray. Instead, he stood slightly behind, his pupils constricting as he concentrated all his mental energy. Control. Attempt to control. He cast his mental perception like a fishing net over the frenzied zombie dogs. However, what returned was a chaotic maelstrom, filled with brutality, insatiable hunger, and a desire for destruction. This sensation was entirely different from the relatively calm, yet hollow feeling he experienced when controlling male zombies. The mental realm of these zombie dogs resembled a boiling cauldron, and when his mental energy penetrated it, it sank like a stone in the ocean. Not only could he not control them, but he couldn't even soothe or guide them. "No, I can't control them." Lin Fan's face paled as the backlash of his mental energy sent a sharp pain through his mind. These creatures emitted signals entirely distinct from those of male zombies. This outcome was both unexpected and yet entirely reasonable. His abilities seemed specifically targeted towards male human zombies, while proving utterly ineffective against these animal-turned zombies. Just then, a sudden change occurred. A particularly robust zombie dog seized the moment of Su Wanqing's icicle assault, abruptly rising on its hind legs and crashing its flesh-ridden shoulder against a wooden post that had previously been weakened by multiple impacts and now bore cracks. Crack! The nearly 3-meter-wide wooden barricade, along with 2 of the team members atop it, was forcefully toppled. "Not good. A breach!" the crowd exclaimed. The horde of zombie dogs let out excited howls, surging towards the gap like a tide of darkness. "Seal the breach." Qin Yao's eyes widened in fury as she leapt down from the nearly 4-meter-high wall, her mountain-cutting knife swirling into a dazzling silver light, positioning herself directly in front of the opening. In an instant, she felled the 2 zombie dogs that charged at the forefront. Yet, how could she alone withstand the madness of the pack? The firepower on the wall was reluctantly redirected inward, fearful of accidentally harming Qin Yao, rendering them ineffectual. As the defensive line threatened to be torn apart, more zombie dogs were about to flood into the base. Damn beasts! A fierce light flickered in Lin Fan's eyes as he abandoned attempts at control. He abruptly raised his hands, unleashing his mental energy like an invisible hammer, striking fiercely at the zombie dogs clustered at the breach. This was not control, but the purest form of mental impact. Buzz! An invisible wave radiated outward from Lin Fan's center. The few zombie dogs jammed at the breach suddenly froze. A fleeting glimpse of confusion flickering in their crimson eyes, perhaps an illusion, as their assault momentarily faltered. Although he could not control them, the powerful mental shock still managed to cause a brief disruption. "Now's the time." Su Wanqing seized the opportunity, her delicate hand sweeping through the air, conjuring a formidable ice wall that instantaneously solidified at the breach. Although it could not entirely seal the entrance, it significantly curtailed the influx of the zombie hounds, leaving only a narrow passage wide enough for 1 or 2 to squeeze through. "Qin Yao, retreat. Let them in. Shut the door on the dogs." Lin Fan shouted hoarsely. In an instant, Qin Yao understood Lin Fan's intent. She ceased to block the entrance forcefully and instead fought while retreating, luring the few zombie hounds that had surged through the gap into a relatively open area within the walls, surrounded by ample cover. "All combat personnel, encircle and annihilate." Lin Fan issued the final command. The security team members and other survivors capable of fighting, having been on standby, launched a coordinated assault on the few hounds that had fallen into the trap, shielded by Su Wanqing's ice powers and led by Qin Yao's sharp tactics. The battle was fierce and brutal. The zombie hounds exhibited an astonishing vitality, unless their brains were utterly destroyed. They would continue to thrash and bite even with severed limbs and gaping wounds. One team member was unfortunate enough to be bitten on the arm, fortunately. Thick clothing provided some protection, yet the horrifying force of the bite still resulted in a fractured bone, and he was dragged away screaming. Ultimately, after suffering 3 minor injuries and 1 serious one, all 5 of the zombie hounds that had breached the gap were eradicated. The remaining 2 outside the walls were also dispatched one by one under Su Wanqing's relentless ice shard fire and Lin Fan's mental disruption. As the battle concluded, the air was thick with the stench of blood and decay, and everyone was panting, hearts still racing. Lin Fan gazed at the grotesque corpses of the zombie hounds on the ground, his expression grave. Ineffective control, agility, formidable strength, coordinated attacks, and tenacity of life. He inhaled deeply. This was merely the canine variety. What if they encountered larger, or even airborne, mutated beings? The initial appearance of the zombie hounds, with their ferocity and tenacity, imparted a bloody lesson to all in the city of eternal night. The food chain of the apocalypse was far more intricate and perilous than they had ever imagined. Chapter 68. Can I control animal zombies? The carnage left by the zombie hound attack lingered in the southeastern corner of the city of eternal night. The injured were swiftly transported to the medical point run by Lu Ruyan and Tang Xiaoro, while the bodies of the fallen were carefully collected. The damaged walls were hastily repaired through the combined efforts of survivors and zombie laborers. Alongside the acrid smoke and stench of decay, a heavy sorrow permeated the air. The core team reconvened at the command center, each member's countenance marred by unease. Although the initial confrontation with the zombie hounds ended in victory, the arduous process and the heavy toll far exceeded any previous encounters with ordinary zombies or even humans. 7 hounds, merely 7, had cost them 1 serious injury, 3 minor injuries, and partial damage to the walls. Qin Yao's voice was tinged with suppressed fury, her arm wrapped in bandages. A testament to the claw marks left by a hound's dying retaliation. Had it not been for Su Wanqing's ice wall and Lin Fan's mental interference, the consequences would have been dire. Emily scrutinized the preliminary battle damage report, her brow furrowed. The depletion of weapons, the consumption of medical supplies, and the blow to morale. This cost was hardly justifiable. Most critically, Lin Fan's abilities had proven ineffective against them. Su Wanqing incisively pinpointed the crux of the issue. She turned her gaze towards Lin Fan, her cold eyes imbued with inquiry. Is there truly no impact? Lin Fan rubbed his still throbbing temples and slowly shook his head. It is not that there is no influence, but rather that it is beyond my control. My mental prowess can disrupt and jolt them, akin to casting stones into a boiling pot of oil, causing splashes yet failing to alter the essence of the pot itself. Their signal frequencies, or to phrase it differently, their mental structures, are fundamentally distinct from those of male human zombies, suffused with primal ferocity and a desire for destruction. Establishing a controlling link is utterly impossible. This conclusion plunged the hearts of the gathered into despair. Lin Fan's ability to control zombies was one of the base's greatest assets. And now, in the face of this novel threat, its efficacy had been severely compromised, undoubtedly a heavy blow. Would they henceforth have to confront these mutated beasts head-on? Tang Xiaoro's face turned pale, clearly haunted by the recent skirmish. Perhaps we could endeavor to comprehend this divergence, Lu Ruyan mused, as she often approached problems from a more fundamental perspective. Lin Fan's ability operates on principles we have yet to fathom, effective against male human zombies. Thus, where lies the boundary of this principle? Why male? Why human? If we could unravel these mysteries, we might discover methods to contend with animal zombies or even other unknown threats. Lu Ruoyan's words struck Lin Fan like lightning, piercing the fog in his mind. The boundary principle, he murmured, as the previously vague thought crystallized once more. He abruptly rose. I require an intact zombie dog carcass. Dispatch it immediately to the makeshift laboratory, which has been repurposed from a classroom. Though the others were perplexed, they promptly complied. A relatively well-preserved zombie dog carcass was soon delivered. In the laboratory, only Lin Fan and Lu Ruoyan remained. Lu Ruoyan donned gloves and a mask, preparing for a preliminary dissection to examine the physiological changes. Meanwhile, Lin Fan stood beside the carcass, closing his eyes. He refrained from attempting to control the deceased zombie dog. Instead, he transformed his mental energy into the most delicate of probes, meticulously scanning, inch by inch, to perceive this distorted shell. He beheld the desiccated, decaying muscles, the mutated skeletal structure, and the coagulated, black blood pulsating with violent energy. His mental power ascended, concentrating on the shattered cranium, which should be the pivotal area for controlling or animating such remains. Within the skull of a male human zombie, he typically sensed a faint, resonant mental imprint. akin to a static command platform, allowing him to effortlessly connect and issue directives. Yet within the skull of this zombie dog, he encountered a cacophony of chaos. A silence following tumult. There were no connectable interfaces, only the remnants of a frenzied, tumultuous aura, reminiscent of the ruins left in a typhoon's wake. Indeed, it was futile. Death had rendered it similarly unyielding, the foundational structure differing vastly. Lin Fan sighed inwardly. However, he did not relent. He recalled the sensations experienced while controlling zombies. The unique frequency that had resonated within him. He endeavored to adjust his mental fluctuations. Emulating the ferocity and chaotic frequency he had discerned from the remnants of the zombie dog. The process is exceedingly perilous and arduous, akin to attempting to replicate the thoughts of a madman. A momentary lapse in caution could lead to the contamination or injury of one's own psyche. Cold sweat beads once again formed on Lin Fan's forehead, his complexion turning pale. Lu Ruyin gazed at him with concern, yet refrained from interrupting. Time ticked away relentlessly. Just as Lin Fan felt his mental fortitude teetering on the brink of collapse, on the verge of being assimilated by the chaotic frequencies, he suddenly perceived an exceedingly faint resonance, one that was starkly distinct from that of human zombies. This resonance did not emanate from the corpse of the zombie dog before him, but rather from a distance, from some shadowy corner beyond the walls, within the boundless dark. It was a more tenuous, primal sound, undeniably existent, that belonged to the collective unconscious background noise of animal zombies. Eureka! Although I cannot exert control, it seems I can indeed hear them. Lin Fan abruptly opened his eyes, fatigue etched upon his features yet illuminated by a spark of excitement. What is it? Lu Ruyin inquired immediately. Control remains elusive. Their keyholes and my key are utterly mismatched. Lin Fan panted, a smile gracing his lips, yet I seem to vaguely sense their presence. It is akin to hearing the background noise that belongs to them from afar. This discovery is profoundly significant, though direct control is not yet achievable. The ability to preemptively sense the proximity of animal zombie hordes, including their approximate locations and numbers, is invaluable in providing the base with precious warning time. This may serve as a breakthrough. Lu Ruyin's eyes reflected a sense of relief. Perception is the initial step. Since we can detect this unique frequency, it is conceivable that methods to converse with or even override their commands could be found in the future. Lin Fan nodded emphatically, casting his gaze towards the inky black sky outside the window. Although the road ahead remains fraught with challenges, at the very least, he no longer confronts these new threats in utter blindness and deafness. Controlling animal zombies may not be entirely impossible. He clenched his fist. Yet I must discover the correct key. This planted foreshadowing has finally begun to reveal the faintest signs of budding potential after the trials of blood and fire. Chapter 69. The bitter victory and reflection. As the smoke of battle dissipated, it left behind not merely wounds and losses. The 7 corpses of the zombie dogs, along with Lin Fan's newly acquired albeit indistinct ability to perceive animal zombies, became the most unique spoils of this tragic victory. Within the makeshift laboratory, the atmosphere was tense and focused. Lu Ruyin, adorned with rubber gloves and a mask, wielded a scalpel as she meticulously dissected a relatively intact zombie dog carcass. Core members such as Lin Fan, Su Wanqing, and Qin Yao gathered silently nearby, observing intently. The air was thick with the acrid stench of formalin mingled with decay. The muscle fibers were extraordinarily large, twisted, and marked with signs of necrosis and regeneration, elucidating their strength far surpassing that of ordinary canines. Lu Ruyin's voice, calm and professional, filtered through her mask. The blade in her hand sliced through the resilient skin and muscle, revealing the internal structure. The density of the bones was markedly increased, particularly in the skull and claws, exhibiting astonishing hardness. Her blade pointed towards the chest cavity. The internal organs were extensively decayed. But observe the position of the heart. As the crowd drew closer, they beheld a decaying mass in which lay a crystal, roughly the size of a fingernail, irregularly faceted and exuding a dark crimson hue. Its surface appeared murky, while a viscous liquid seemed to flow languidly within, emanating faint yet disconcerting waves of energy. What is this? Tang Xiaoro inquired, her curiosity mingled with trepidation. Uncertain, replied Lu Ruoyan. I have never encountered such a structure in the dissection of human zombies. With delicate precision, she extracted the crystal using a pair of tweezers and placed it upon a tray. It appears to be connected to their frenzied energy. I require further analysis. Lin Fan's gaze fixated on the dark red crystal, his mental energy instinctively reaching out to make contact. A faint yet distinct wave of violent, chaotic thoughts surged back through his mental probe, causing him to furrow his brow. This object resembles an energy core, perhaps the very source of their madness? In addition to this mysterious crystal, the claws of the zombie dogs were also collected. Their sharpness and hardness far surpassed that of ordinary metals. Qin Yao picked up a broken canine tooth and gently scraped it along the edge of the table, sending wood shavings flying. What a treasure! with a bit of refinement. It could serve as a natural dagger or arrowhead. A spark of excitement flickered in her eyes, for she possessed an innate acumen for weaponry. Emily, on the other hand, focused on the pragmatic assessment of gains and losses. We faced 7 zombie dogs, sustaining 1 severe injury, an arm fracture with minor infection, currently healing under Lu Ruoyan and Tang Xiaorou's care, alongside 3 minor injuries, some damage to the walls, and a considerable expenditure of ammunition and stamina. Our haul includes 7 corpses for research, the potential energy crystal, a cache of natural weapon materials, she glanced at Lin Fan, and the newly acquired critical early warning capability for the city lord. Pausing, she concluded, from a purely material perspective, this was a loss. However, in terms of information and strategy, this encounter has allowed us to identify and understand a new threat, prompting a breakthrough in our abilities and helping us avert potentially more lethal ambushes in the future. The price of this lesson was worth it. Emily's calm, almost cold analysis momentarily lifted the group from the brutal emotional aftermath of the battle, prompting them to reconsider the incident with a more long-term perspective. Indeed, Su Wanqing interjected, her gaze sweeping over the grotesque corpses. We have learned that they are swift, highly cooperative, with their heads being a weak point yet difficult to strike. Common zombies offer negligible resistance against them. Next time, we can prepare more effectively. Next time? Tang Xiaorou recoiled slightly. Will there be a next time? There certainly will be, Lin Fan asserted, his eyes seemingly piercing through walls into the distance. And perhaps it will not be limited to dogs. My vague intuition suggests that there are far more entities of a similar nature in this city. His words cast a tense atmosphere once more. Therefore, we must leverage the experience and materials gained at such a cost, Lin Fan directed, gesturing towards the dark red crystal and the claws. Dr. Lu, I entrust this crystal to your study. Please exercise utmost caution. Qin Yao, you will handle these claws and explore the possibility of crafting targeted weapons from them. Emily, reassess our defensive systems and identify the vulnerabilities against swift, small targets. Sun Xiaoming endeavored to amalgamate my perceptual insights with your surveillance system, thereby constructing a more comprehensive early warning network. Clear directives were issued, and the attendees promptly complied. Following the conclusion of the meeting, Lin Fan ascended alone to the under-construction wall, observing the bustling crowd below and the encroaching zombies, as well as the endless darkness in the distance. He felt no elation of victory, only the weighty burden of responsibility and an acute sense of urgency regarding the future. Perception was merely the initial step. If the situation could not be effectively controlled, the city of Eternal Night would inevitably succumb to the relentless tide of emerging crises. He recalled the surging energy contained within that dark red crystal and his own unique yet limited abilities. Was there a connection between controlling male zombies and commanding animal zombies? Where, precisely, was that elusive key hidden? The grim spoils of victory encompassed not only resources and information, but also a compelling sense of crisis and a series of puzzles awaiting resolution. The path through the city of Eternal Night remained long and perilous. Chapter 70. The Zombie Pet Project. Feasibility study. The wounds inflicted by the zombie dogs had yet to fully heal, yet the gears of the city of Eternal Night could not afford to halt. Lu Rian's preliminary research on the dark red energy crystal was ongoing, while Qin Yao had begun to sharpen the lethal claws, striving to forge more devastating weapons. Meanwhile, Lin Fan devoted the majority of his energy to familiarizing himself with and applying his newfound perceptual abilities. He discovered that his vague perception of animal zombies resembled a passive radar. When he concentrated, he could faintly discern the unique background noise emanating from animal zombies within a certain radius, approximately 500 meters at present. The intensity and density of this noise allowed him to gauge the size and activity level of the nearby groups, though he could not pinpoint individual locations or types. Nonetheless, as a form of early warning, it proved to be more than sufficient. Over the course of several days, this perception enabled the patrol team to successfully evade 2 minor encounters with wandering zombie dogs, thereby alleviating some of the defensive pressure on the base. However, Lin Fan was not content with mere avoidance of losses. Passive warnings could only prevent damage and could not yield gains. His thoughts once again returned to that audacious concept, the Zombie Pet Project. If direct control over living, or rather, post-mortem mutated, animal zombies was unattainable, might it be possible to tame or guide them instead, much like training genuine pets? Or perhaps utilizing some form of medium? He presented this notion during the core meeting. Taming zombie dogs? Qin Yao was the first to express skepticism, gesturing to her arm where stitches still adorned her wound. Those creatures only possessed instincts for slaughter and consumption. How could they be tamed? With meat bones? I suspect they would prefer to gnaw on our bones. Direct taming was indeed implausible. Lin Fan conceded that their instincts had been distorted and solidified. However, perhaps we could consider an alternative approach. He turned to Lu Rian. Dr. Lu, Have there been any new discoveries regarding that crystal? Lu Rian nodded and produced her research notes. Preliminary tests indicated that this crystal harbors a highly condensed yet unstable energy, with a fluctuation frequency that aligns closely with the feral characteristics exhibited by the zombie dogs. It appears to function as both a biological battery and an instruction amplifier, sustaining their heightened vitality and aggression beyond that of ordinary zombies. After a brief pause, she added a crucial piece of information. Furthermore, I have discovered that the energy fluctuations of this crystal bear a striking resemblance to the background noise of the animal zombies you described, Lin Fan, albeit with vastly differing intensities. Lin Fan's eyes brightened. So, you mean to suggest that this crystal could potentially be the source of the animal zombie signals, or rather, a manifestation of their power? This is a plausible deduction, Lu Rian cautiously affirmed. Lin Fan then scanned the group, proposing a bolder hypothesis. What if we could disrupt, or even override the signals emitted by this crystal? Might it be possible to influence, or even indirectly control the animal zombies that carry it? This notion left everyone momentarily speechless. Override the signal? Indirect control? This seemed more fantastical than direct mental manipulation, yet it appeared to present a theoretically viable avenue. How do we override it? Su Wanqing inquired, hitting upon a critical point. Should we attempt to directly impact the crystal with our mental energy? Such an approach carries significant risk. Previous mental impacts only managed to momentarily disrupt living beings. Would it even be effective against this detached crystal? What if the energy rebounded? Or could we construct a signal generator? Sun Xiaoming adjusted her glasses, suggesting a technical approach, analyzing the fluctuation frequency of this energy and then creating a device that emits a stronger or opposing signal to suppress, disrupt, or even rewrite it. Emily immediately considered the resource implications. This would require extensive experimentation and specific electronic components. The energy demands of our current conditions are not conducive to an all-at-once solution. Lin Fan interjected, his thoughts crystallizing further. We can take a stepwise approach. The first step is to validate the feasibility of signal interference. He turned to Lu Rian. Dr. Lu, could you attempt to stimulate the crystal with a weak current or some other form of energy without compromising its stability? To observe whether its energy fluctuations change? We can attempt this, but we must exercise utmost caution. This substance is highly unstable, Lu Rian agreed. For the second step, Lin Fan shifted his gaze to Sun Xiaoming. Xiaoming, please use any equipment we can procure to meticulously record and analyze the energy fluctuation characteristics of this crystal, establishing a data model. Even if we cannot immediately fabricate a signal generator, understanding the enemy's communication protocol would be beneficial. No problem, leave it to me. Sun Xiaoming replied eagerly. The third step involves practical observation, Lin Fan concluded. I will leverage my perception abilities to actively seek out isolated or small groups of animal zombies. Without engaging in direct conflict, I will closely observe their behavioral patterns, particularly to ascertain whether their reactions display any discernible patterns when I release mental interference upon them. This is exceedingly dangerous. Tang Xiaoro expressed her concerns. I will bring Qin Yao and Su Wanqing along, maintaining a safe distance, with the primary aim of observation and retreat. Lin Fan consoled, we require first-hand observational data. Thus, the plan was set in motion. The Corpses and Pets initiative, once a nebulous fantasy, officially transitioned into the feasibility study phase. In the laboratory, Lu Ruyin commenced her meticulous energy stimulation experiments on the dark red crystal. Meanwhile, in the technical corner, Sun Xiaoming diligently recorded the intricate data streams emanating from the crystal connected to various detectors. Outside the enclosing walls, a team comprising Lin Fan, Qin Yao, and Su Wanqing began their spectral search for perilous potential pets amidst the desolation of perpetual night. If direct control proved ineffective, they would resort to hacking methods. As Lin Fan observed the fleeting crimson pupils in the distant darkness, he silently vowed that one day, he would transform these dangerous beasts into the watchful guardians of the city of eternal night. The arduousness of this path was evident, yet at the very least, they had taken the pivotal first step from nothing to something. Chapter 71. The Wall Project. Constructing a sturdy haven. The feasibility study for the Corpses and Pets initiative quietly commenced in Lu Ruyan's laboratory and Sun Xiaoming's technical corner, representing a long-term investment focused on the future. However, the immediate concern was to urgently address the vulnerabilities in the base's defenses. The wooden walls, easily breached by the zombie hounds, loomed like a massive warning sign in everyone's minds. We must erect a more robust and towering wall, Lin Fan declared decisively at the core meeting. The wooden structure sufficed against the slow-moving ordinary zombies, but it would crumble before mutated creatures and possibly organized human foes. This proposal garnered unanimous support. No one wished to worry about their walls being breached by monsters while they slept. The objective, to construct a formidable wall, no less than 5 meters high with a base thickness of 3 meters, encircling our existing core area, centered around the cafeteria and adjacent dormitory buildings. Incorporating some necessary open space, Lin Fan circled a larger area on the map, emphasizing the significance of materials. Emily promptly retrieved the inventory list. Her brow furrowed. The current supply of wood, metal strips scavenged from various sources, and bricks is woefully insufficient. We require substantial amounts of cement, sand, and steel reinforcement. The cement factory and sandpit were located off campus, not far, yet fraught with danger along the way. Su Wanqing highlighted the pragmatic challenges. Therefore, this time the Corpse Sea scavengers would be fully mobilized with a clear objective, to procure construction materials. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with determination as he envisioned a Grand Wall project. Simultaneously, a human engineering team would be responsible for the design and on-site command, while the zombie laborers would undertake the heaviest and most perilous transportation and foundational construction tasks. Thus, a monumental wall project was initiated. Sun Xiaoming marked several potential locations for acquiring building materials based on existing maps and prior reconnaissance, several construction sites within the campus with piles of materials, a nearby small building materials market, and even some abandoned vehicles that could serve as sources of metal. Lin Fan mobilized nearly all available zombie engineers, an astonishing total of 50. He assigned these zombies to various task groups: transportation, handling, and basic construction, the simplest stacking under human supervision. Simultaneously, he meticulously selected all survivors with architectural experience or those possessing robust physiques and keen learning abilities, forming the Human Engineering Command. This assembly was led by a survivor known as Old Chun, who had previously worked as a contractor before the apocalypse. The scene was both magnificent and eerie. Under Lin Fan's precise control, a legion of silent zombies moved like marching ants, ceaselessly transporting materials such as cement bags, bricks, steel bars, and gravel from designated locations both within and outside the campus to the perimeter of the base. Tirelessly, they exhibited immense strength and remarkable efficiency. Heavy prefabricated panels, which required 4 strong men to barely lift, could be effortlessly carried by 2 enhanced zombies. The human engineers, armed with rudimentary blueprints and tools, were responsible for measuring, marking, and directing the zombies in foundational excavation and the simplest bricklaying tasks. Old Chin's voice boomed with authority. Over here. Dig the foundation half a meter deeper. The ratio of cement to sand must be precise. You there? Yes, you zombies. Go to the river and fetch clean sand. Stagger the bricks. Do not stack them straight up and down. Forget it. Explaining is futile. Watch me do it once, then replicate it. The zombies executed the simplified commands relayed by Lin Fan through Old Chun with unwavering precision. Their movements were rigid yet unfailingly accurate, creating a peculiar, silent, yet efficient assembly line. To expedite the process, Lin Fan even employed some clever tricks. He controlled a few agile zombies, utilizing their fearlessness of falls to push bricks directly from higher piles, allowing those below to catch or be flattened, which mattered little, thus saving transport time. He also directed the strength-enhanced zombies to carry massive logs, resembling humanoid pile drivers, to compact the foundation. The entire perimeter of the base transformed into a bustling construction site, if the silent labor of zombies could be deemed bustling. The sounds of human calls, commands, and the clattering of materials intertwined with the silent toil of the zombies, composing a surreal tapestry of survival in the apocalypse. However, the process was not without its challenges. During one transport of steel bars from an external material market, a zombie transport team encountered a small pack of wandering zombie dogs. Even though Lin Fan had sensed the danger and promptly redirected another nearby zombie squad for interception, they still suffered the loss of 5 engineers before successfully escorting the transport team back with the steel bars. The cost was significant, yet the steel bars were crucial for the wall's fortification. As time passed, a gray, yet visibly rising and thickening wall began to encircle the base. It was rough, even somewhat unsightly, but its weight and solidity bestowed an unprecedented sense of security upon all the survivors. Occasionally, Tang Xiaoro would run to the edge of the construction site to deliver water to the busy human engineers and supervising security personnel. Watching the silent zombie laborers, she would softly remark to Lu Ruyan beside her, "Dr. Lu, although they appear terrifying, seeing them work now seems less frightening." Lu Ruyan smiled gently. "They are now one of the builders of our home." Lin Fan stood atop the nascent wall, gazing down at the orderly construction scene below. As he observed the gradually enclosing barrier, a profound sense of accomplishment surged within him. "This is my city, my home." He caressed the rough surface of the wall. "While it may not yet be perfect, one day, I shall transform this wall into the most formidable bastion amidst this eternal night." The wall project is not merely about erecting a physical barrier, but also about constructing the confidence and hope that dwell within the hearts of all survivors. Chapter 72. The 007 Career of Zombie Laborers. The Wall Project operated like a war machine, revved to full throttle. Astonishingly efficient in consuming vast quantities of building materials and converting them into an ever-growing, solid barrier. The core driving force behind this machine consisted of dozens of tireless, unrelenting zombie laborers. Under Lin Fan's mental command, they executed a true 007 work schedule from midnight to midnight, 7 days a week, without respite. There were no complaints, no lethargy, no workers' compensation claims, only silent, precise, repetitive labor. The scene often unfolded as follows, beneath the eternal night. The construction site was illuminated by a few spotlights powered by small generators and car batteries, casting a dim, flickering glow. Most human team members, after completing their technical guidance and complex procedures during the day, had retreated indoors for rest, leaving only a handful to stand guard and coordinate. Yet, the site remained a hive of activity. The robust zombie laborers, akin to tireless cranes, repeatedly transported heavy cement precast slabs or bundles of rebar to designated locations. Their muscles had long since stiffened, yet their bones and tendons, having undergone mutation, now seemed to possess extraordinary load-bearing capabilities. Their movements, though slow, exhibited a steadiness that was almost unsettling. The more agile zombies were tasked with higher or more intricate, relatively speaking, operations. They climbed the rudimentary scaffolding to deliver bricks and mortar to the wall builders above, also zombies. These zombie masons, under the repeated demonstrations of Old Chun and Lin Fan's precise replication, had mastered the fundamental technique of staggered bricklaying. Although their pace was not swift, the walls they constructed were remarkably straight and level, earning them the title of exemplary workers in the zombie realm. There was even a special mixing team, composed of several zombies, who encircled a massive iron bucket, rhythmically stirring cement and sand at fixed angles. Without the roar of electric mixers, the only sounds in the hushed night were the dull scraping of zombie arms against the gravel, resonating from afar. Sometimes, watching them, Lin Fan felt that even capitalists would weep. Occasionally, he would stand atop the wall, observing this bizarre scene of labor below, unable to suppress his musings. If this were in the past, how much labor cost would have been saved? Of course, this presupposes one could endure the working conditions and the appearance of the workers. The effects of such extreme exploitation were evident. The wall transformed almost daily. With what once required a dozen workers several days to complete now accomplished in mere days by the tireless efforts of the zombie laborers, who toiled day and night, digging and compacting without pause. The rapid ascent in the height of the walls has left human engineers astounded. Yet, challenges have arisen in tandem. Primarily, Lin Fan has been burdened by mental strain. The intricate task of meticulously coordinating dozens of zombies to perform various jobs simultaneously has placed an immense toll on his psyche. He must function like a humanoid distributed control system, managing a deluge of commands and feedback in unison. After several days, although he has noticed an increase in precision and the capacity for control, the fatigue of his mind has escalated, necessitating substantial sleep and soothing interventions from Tang Xiaoro's healing abilities to recuperate. Furthermore, there is the issue of attrition among the zombie laborers. The intensity of labor and unavoidable accidents have led to a decline in their numbers. Some have suffered severe injuries while transporting heavy objects, rendering them immobile. Others have fallen from heights while climbing, sustaining fractures that, though not fatal, significantly diminish their efficiency. On one occasion, an agile zombie working atop the wall was inadvertently blown off by a gust of wind, crashing its head against the stones below, resulting in a complete shutdown. These injured zombies must be replaced, reassigned to simpler tasks, or even retired, becoming part of the foundation of the wall, making full use of resources. This necessitates a continuous recruitment of ordinary zombies wandering the campus, along with pre-job training to maintain the workforce's size. At this rate of attrition, by the time the wall is completed, it is likely that the labor resources within the campus will be severely depleted. Emily glanced at the report on the depletion of zombie laborers, her brow furrowed with concern as she addressed Lin Fan. He rubbed his temples, acknowledging there's no alternative. This is a necessity. If we cannot construct the wall, we are all doomed. We shall devise a strategy to expand our recruitment beyond the campus once the wall is erected. At that moment, a commotion arose at the edge of the construction site. The human team responsible for night vigilance sounded the alarm. Lin Fan's senses sharpened as he instantly extended his perception. Soon, he discerned a familiar, unsettling background noise. It was the sound of zombie dogs. Not many, perhaps 3 or 4, were prowling the periphery of the site. Zombie dogs, 3 to 4 in number. All human team members, retreat inside the wall immediately. The zombie laborers will continue their work. Lin Fan swiftly issued commands. The human team members responded with tense, orderly withdrawal, while the zombie laborers, oblivious to the impending danger, continued to mechanically carry bricks and mix mortar under Lin Fan's direction. The zombie dogs emerged at the fringes of the searchlight S-beam, their crimson eyes greedily fixated on the laboring zombies within the site, emitting low growls. They seemed perplexed, questioning why their kind engaged in such peculiar activities. Yet, instinct compelled them to view any moving entity as a potential prey or threat. One of the zombie dogs, unable to restrain itself, surged forward, lunging at a zombie laborer transporting bricks. With a swift motion, its claws effortlessly tore through the laborer's back, sending putrid flesh flying. The zombie, merely staggering for a moment, continued to clutch the bricks, doggedly proceeding towards the wall construction point, utterly unresponsive to the attack from behind. The disregard seemingly incited the zombie dogs, which began to gnash and tear with renewed ferocity. Lin Fan's gaze turned icy. He refrained from mobilizing the zombie laborers to counterattack, as it would only result in greater, unnecessary losses. Instead, he focused his mental energy, striking like an invisible hammer once more against the rabid beasts. A resounding hum echoed as a powerful mental shock froze their movements, their eyes flickering with chaotic crimson light. "Begone!" Lin Fan silently roared, sustaining the output of his psychic force. The zombie dogs, sensing an overwhelming threat and discomfort, emitted a reluctant whimper before swiftly retreating into the shadows, tails tucked between their legs. The crisis was averted. The zombie laborers at the construction site had lost a companion, yet the work did not falter for a single moment. Lin Fan watched as the disfigured zombie laborer collapsed, ultimately ceasing its activity, his heart void of emotion, only calculating with cold precision. It seemed that future night operations would require stronger protective forces, or perhaps an acceleration of the zombie pet program was in order. The life of the zombie laborers was marked by efficiency, yet also filled with brutality. Such as the apocalypse, where resources, including labor, must be maximally exploited until utterly depleted. Chapter 73. Absurd zombie skill competition. The high-intensity wall construction and continuous mental strain had created an atmosphere within the base akin to a taut bowstring. Though Lin Fan did not voice it, the core members could discern the fatigue etched upon his brow. Even the usually vibrant Tang Xiaoro appeared somewhat wan from frequently employing her healing abilities to aid Lin Fan and the injured. Qin Yao, observing Lin Fan rubbing his temples once more during a meeting, could not help but frown. "Hey, I say, Lord City Master, if you keep this up, the walls may stand, but you might not. Can't we give those skeletal figures a break?" A break? Granting the zombies a reprieve? This suggestion left everyone momentarily stunned. Emily immediately opposed from an efficiency standpoint. A day off would delay progress, while resource consumption would continue unabated. It's not cost-effective. Su Wanqing then coolly remarked. They do not require rest, but Lin Fan does. Lin Fan managed a wry smile and waved his hand. "I'm fine, I can hold on." Yet before he could finish, another yawn escaped him. At that moment, Sun Xiaoming, fixated on her computer screen, suddenly proposed, "Since we cannot halt operations, how about we let them play while they work?" Play? Everyone turned to the tech-savvy girl, wondering if she had lost her mind from the late hours. Sun Xiaoming adjusted her glasses, the blue light from the screen reflecting off the lenses. "What I mean is, Lin Fan, you currently control them to perform repetitive tasks. And the mental burden primarily arises from intricate commands and multitasking. What if we approached it differently? Instead of precision, we could set a goal and have them complete it in a competitive manner? This might reduce your operational complexity, while also, well, adding an element of entertainment." This notion was so fantastical that it rendered the entire conference room silent for a few seconds. Tang Xiaoro was the first to react, her eyes sparkling. "A competition? That sounds rather interesting." Lu Ruyan also pondered. Perhaps a touch of gamification could alleviate the tension, benefiting Lin Fan and everyone else. Qin Yao crossed her arms and let out a snort. "Competing with a horde of zombies? I can't believe you thought of that. However, I am curious to see what will unfold." Lin Fan, equally intrigued, felt a yearning for change after the monotony of continuous work. This seemed somewhat interesting, a test of abilities and a release of stress. Without further ado, the next day, amidst ongoing wall construction, a uniquely engaging event, the first zombie skills competition of the Eternal Night City, commenced on a small cleared area within the base. There were no spectator stands. Yet nearly all survivors without urgent tasks gathered out of curiosity. The judging panel consisted of core team members. The competition events were straightforward. Thoughtfully considering the capabilities of the zombies. Event 1, Precision Toss. Participants, 10 agile zombies. Rules, from outside a marked line. Toss a standard brick into a circle drawn 20 meters away. Process, the zombies lined up and, under Lin Fan's unified command, awkwardly picked up the bricks, hurling them with various twisted, bizarre, and utterly unergonomic postures. The bricks traced strange arcs in the air, some landed directly at their feet. Others flew toward the judging panel, blocked by Su Wanqing's ice wall. and only a couple barely grazed the edges of the circle. The scene was chaotic and perilous. Champion, a fortunate zombie that accidentally tossed a brick vertically, which fortuitously landed precisely in the center of the circle. It was awarded the Best Parabola Accidental prize. Event 2, Powerlifting. Participants, 5 robust zombies. Rules, lift the heaviest object possible. Process, the zombies approached a pile of heavy items, cement bags, stones, and discarded car engines, one by one. They exhibited immense strength, effortlessly lifting various weights, but lacked finesse and grace, often using their heads or shoulders in the most peculiar manners. In a humorous turn, one zombie even attempted to lift another that was already engaged in weightlifting, causing a minor stir. Champion, a formidable zombie that successfully lifted a small generator along with its base. It was awarded the title of King of Eternal Night Power. Event 3, Obstacle Sprint. Participants, 10 ordinary zombies. Rules, navigate a course with simple obstacles, low walls, ditches, and items to be pushed aside. Process, this was the most chaotic and hilarious segment. The zombies had no understanding of circumventing or leaping over obstacles. Upon receiving the command, they charged straight towards the finish line. They collided with the low walls, resulting in either the wall collapsing or themselves toppling. Fell directly into the ditches, only to rise and continue, and forcefully pushed through miscellaneous items, resembling a violent demolition performance. Ultimately, none completed the course according to the rules, all advancing through various absurd means. Champion, none. All participants received the Indomitable Spirit, Lack of Wit award. Event 4, Cooperative Transport. Participants, 5 randomly selected pairs of zombies. Rules, together, transport a long piece of lumber to a designated location. Process, this event thoroughly exposed the zombies' lack of collaborative awareness. Some groups ventured off in their own directions, twisting the wood into spirals. Others advanced while pulling back, and some even bit down on their companions' arms, a behavior promptly halted by Lin Fan. However, one group, for reasons unknown, achieved an uncanny synchronization. Despite their crooked movements, they successfully transported the wood to its destination. The champions, that group of coordinated zombies, awarded the Best Unexpected Partnership prize. This competition, rife with unexpected twists, chaos, and dark humor, transformed the initial tension and curiosity of the onlooking survivors into uncontrollable laughter. The oppressive atmosphere that had lingered for days was significantly alleviated by this nonsensical farce. Lin Fan also felt a sense of relief. Although he still needed to control these zombies, the precision required for every minute action was no longer necessary. Instead, he could set broad directives for the start of the competition and its objectives, allowing them to express themselves freely, if chaotically. The mental burden had indeed lightened considerably. It seemed that occasionally allowing these creatures to roam freely had its own charm. Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle as he watched the zombie awarded the parabolic prize, continuously mimicking throwing motions at the same spot. After the competition concluded, Emily surveyed the disarray of the arena, exasperatedly rubbing her forehead. The entertainment value was achieved, but the cleanup would be daunting. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Fan declared, "Simple. All participating zombies, commence cleanup immediately. This is your post-competition obligation." Thus, the zombies, who had just been competing, promptly turned around and numbly began restoring order to the chaos they had created. Qin Yao observed this efficient and cost-effective method of tidying up and finally cracked a faint smile. At least you have some utility. This sudden zombie skills competition did not enhance any substantive work efficiency, but acted like a peculiar breeze, dispersing some of the gloom that hung over the city of eternal night. It prompted everyone, including Lin Fan himself, to reevaluate their relationship with these undead laborers from a different perspective, perhaps amidst survival. Retaining a sense of absurd humor is also a vital force in persevering through this apocalyptic world, Lin Fan mused. Chapter 74. Discovering traces of survivors outside the school. The lighthearted atmosphere brought about by the zombie skills competition did not linger long. Much like a fleeting meteor slicing through the eternal night, leaving behind a deeper darkness and reality, the construction of the walls continued to progress steadily. Thanks to the diligent efforts of the zombie laborers and Lin Fan's growing control over them, the gray walls had begun to take shape, providing a tangible sense of security. However, the rate of resource consumption was equally astonishing. Emily's inventory list bore glaring red warnings next to several critical items, particularly fuel, specific medications, and high-end electronic components. The reserves within the school, along with what the previous scavengers had retrieved from nearby shops, were no longer sufficient to meet the increasing demands of the base and the substantial expenses of wall construction. The urgency to explore outward for more stable and abundant resource points was palpable. This time, Lin Fan resolved not to rely solely on the zombies. He needed a more agile and intelligent reconnaissance approach. A reconnaissance team composed of humans has been assembled, led by the experienced and composed retired soldier, Captain Zhang. The team includes 2 agile security personnel and a student well-versed in the surrounding terrain. Their inaugural mission is to investigate a large storage-style supermarket located approximately 3 kilometers from their base. Theoretically, the supplies there should be abundant. However, the distance, coupled with the unknown environment, poses significant risks. The reconnaissance team is equipped with limited weaponry, sufficient food, and water. An improved walkie-talkie provided by Sun Xiaoming, which has an extended range but remains unstable, and a makeshift signaling device crafted by Lin Fan. This contraption, when activated, emits a unique psychic wave, allowing Lin Fan to perceive it from a considerable distance as an emergency distress signal. As the reconnaissance team embarks on their mission, they dissolve into the vastness like drops of water in an inky sea. Within the base, the hearts of all members hang in suspense. On the first day, intermittent reports from the walkie-talkie relay Captain Zhang as calm updates. They have reached the first waymark on their planned route, with no signs of large-scale corpses detected. They encountered a few scattered zombies, which they successfully evaded. Evidence of mutated rats was discovered, notably larger in size, yet no conflict ensued. Everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. On the afternoon of the second day, while Lin Fan stood atop a wall, supervising construction and quietly sensing the faint signals from the reconnaissance team members, who carried small items imbued with a trace of Lin Fan's psychic mark for long-distance vague localization. His peripheral awareness suddenly captured something unusual. It was no longer the hollow silence of the undead, nor the chaotic sounds of mutated animals, but rather a distinctly human presence, emanating a wave of fatigue, vigilance, and a faint, almost imperceptible desire for survival. And there was more than one. This wave was exceedingly faint and distant, far beyond his perception range for zombie hounds. It seemed to have been detected due to a significant fluctuation in their emotions. The direction was not toward the supermarket the team was heading to, but rather northwest, towards an area interspersed with old residential buildings and small factories. There are other survivors. Lin Fan's heart raced, and he opened his eyes wide. He promptly relayed this discovery to the core team. Can we ascertain their location and scale? Su Wonking inquired immediately. No, it's too vague. It was merely a chance perception, and now it has vanished, Lin Fan replied, shaking his head. It's roughly in the northwest direction, possibly over 5 kilometers away. The number is uncertain, but certainly more than 1 or 2. Are they foes or allies? Qin Yao gripped the axe handle tightly, her gaze sharp. It is impossible to determine. However, in these times, the sudden appearance of strangers likely signifies trouble, Emily analyzed calmly. Just then, the radio monitoring equipment at Sun Xiaoming's end unexpectedly captured a faint voice signal, heavily interspersed with noise. Help! Anyone receiving this signal? We are trapped in a factory, food and water. The voice was intermittent, laced with the crackling of electricity and a woman's weak, anxious tone. Location. Can we pinpoint the signal source? Lin Fan asked immediately. Sun Xiaoming's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, the spectrum graph on the screen pulsating violently. The signal was exceedingly weak, and interference was severe. The approximate location pointed to the northwest. This aligned closely with our previous intercepts and the direction sensed by Lin Fan. The fragments of information began to coalesce. In the northwest, there existed a survivor group, trapped in some factory, deprived of sustenance and water, desperately attempting to call for help. This revelation struck the core team like a colossal stone cast into water, creating tumultuous ripples. Help? Could it be a trap? Qin Yao was the first to voice her skepticism. In this apocalyptic world, it was not uncommon for distress signals to lure other survivors into ambush. But what if it were true? Tang Xiaoro felt a pang of compassion. They might genuinely require assistance. Lu Ruyan softly added, from a medical standpoint, prolonged hunger and dehydration can lead to rapid deterioration and death. If it is indeed the case, their situation is perilous. Su Wanqing turned to Lin Fan. Do you sense any palpable malice in your perception? Lin Fan pondered deeply and shook his head. No. Only a profound will to survive and an almost desperate anxiety. It does not seem feigned. Emily approached the matter from a pragmatic angle. Even if it is genuine, rescuing them would mean dispatching precious manpower through unknown perilous territory, depleting our already strained resources. To assist a group of strangers who may not provide us with any immediate return. From the perspective of the base's interests, this is not a prudent choice. Should we dare to rescue or coldly observe? Should we believe in the brilliance of humanity or adhere to the harsh laws of the apocalypse? All eyes ultimately converged on Lin Fan, awaiting his resolution. Lin Fan gazed into the profound darkness of the northwest, his brow furrowed. He recalled the scene of rescuing that mother and daughter, as well as the depths of human depravity revealed during the incidents involving Chun Mingyuan and Zhao Hu. Survivors could signify additional labor, potential new skills, but also greater consumption and possible instability. He was torn within. Finally, he spoke slowly, his voice low yet clear. The reconnaissance team will proceed as originally planned. Their mission is to secure supplies, and that cannot change. As for the distress signal from the northwest, he paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. I will personally investigate. Chapter 75. Rescue or Conquest. Lin Fan's decision to personally explore the situation sparked considerable controversy within the core team. It is far too dangerous. Qin Yao was the first to oppose, her arms crossed, brows furrowed. The circumstances of the other party were unknown, their numbers uncertain, and the likelihood of a trap was high. If something were to happen to you, what would become of the entire base? Although Su Wanqing did not explicitly object, her cold gaze was filled with disapproval. Your abilities are the cornerstone of the base and should not be risked lightly. I can go in your stead. My ice abilities are more suited for reconnaissance and evasion. Emily analyzed from a purely pragmatic perspective, even if it is not a trap. Rescuing a group of survivors lacking self-preservation skills, who would consume our precious resources, would be a liability for the base's current development. The City Lord personally embarking on an adventure to acquire negative assets is hardly a sagacious investment strategy. Even Tang Xiaoro, who has consistently supported Lin Fan, tugged at his sleeve, her delicate face etched with concern. Senior Lin Fan, the outside world is fraught with peril. Perhaps it would be prudent to delegate this task to others. Lu Ruoyan remained silent, her gentle and insightful gaze fixed upon Lin Fan, awaiting his explanation. In the face of the collective doubt and anxiety, Lin Fan inhaled deeply, his gaze resolutely sweeping across each companion. I comprehend your apprehensions, he began slowly. But as the City Lord, there are certain risks I must bear myself. Some decisions warrant my first-hand verification. He paused before further elucidating. First, my perceptive abilities represent our most direct means of grasping the true intentions of others. While Su Wanqing may discern the terrain and defenses, understanding human hearts is a far more intricate endeavor. Only by approaching them personally can I accurately sense their emotions and discern whether their cries for help are genuine or veiled traps. Second, Lin Fan continued, his voice growing solemn, this is not merely a rescue mission. It is also a diplomatic engagement. He gestured towards the northwest, where a sizable survivor community resided, signifying both strength and potential threat. Should we choose not to engage and comprehend them, if they were to grow in power or fall prey to more malevolent forces, they could become a dire threat to us in the future. Proactively reaching out to them, understanding their dynamics, and even incorporating them into our fold would be far more advantageous than passively waiting. Third, Lin Fan's tone deepened. We cannot allow ourselves to devolve into mere calculating machines, devoid of empathy. If that distress signal is authentic, it emanates from living souls, crying out in despair. I cannot feign ignorance when I possess the capability to respond. Of course, I will not act recklessly. Should I discover it to be a trap, I shall withdraw immediately. If it proves to be genuine, we must also assess the costs and benefits of the rescue. He turned his gaze to Emily. Emily, you contend that rescuing them is a negative asset. However, what if among them are skilled technicians, doctors, or awakened individuals with unique abilities that we desperately require? What if their factories house machinery or raw materials crucial to our needs? Risk and opportunity are often intertwined. He then addressed Qin Yao and Su Wanqing. You need not worry about my safety. I will not charge in recklessly. I shall observe from a distance, utilizing my perceptive abilities for preliminary reconnaissance. Additionally, I will be accompanied by bodyguards. A subtle smile graced his lips as he mentioned a rapid response team composed entirely of agile zombies, lurking in the shadows. Should the situation turn unfavorable, they will afford me ample time to retreat. Finally, he turned to Tang Xiaoro and Lu Ruoyan. The base is entrusted to you. Qin Yao will oversee defenses. Su Wanqing will manage central operations. Emily will handle internal affairs, and Xiaoro and Dr. Lu will ensure everyone's well-being. Old Zhang and his reconnaissance team will act according to plan and relay any information promptly via radio. Lin Fan's arrangements were meticulously structured, weighing risks while elucidating potential benefits, reflecting the responsibilities and burdens of a leader. He was not a reckless adventurer, but rather a strategist engaging in thoughtful deliberation. The group fell into a momentary silence, and ultimately, Qin Yao huffed, conceding, do as you wish. Nevertheless, remember to signal immediately if the situation turns dire. I will come to your aid. Su Wanqing nodded slightly, cautioning him to be careful. Emily sighed, expressing her hope that his investment acumen would remain as astute as ever. Tang Xiaoro nodded vigorously, urging her senior to return safely. Lu Ruoyan softly reassured him, saying, do not worry, we will be here for you. Having convinced the core team, Lin Fan hesitated no longer. He meticulously selected 10 of the swiftest zombies, devoid of any supplies, designated solely as shadow sentinels. He himself traveled light, carrying only essential weapons, a modest amount of food and water, and a specially crafted mental signal rod. Before departing, he stood within the burgeoning gates of the encampment, casting a final glance at the home that struggled to illuminate the eternal night. Rescue or conquest? He pondered this question in silence, his gaze sharpening with determination. The answer resided not within him, but in their hands. Should they prove worthy of salvation, he would not hesitate to extend a hand, integrating them as the new lifeblood of the city in perpetual twilight. Conversely, if they harbored malicious intent or were devoid of value, the harsh laws of the apocalypse would impart a brutal lesson of reality. Without a grand send-off, in the darkest hour before dawn, Lin Fan, accompanied by his zombie guardians, silently slipped through the walls like a specter, merging into the perilous unknown of the desolate wasteland. Upon his disappearance, Qin Yao immediately commanded, "Close the gates. Raise the alert level to 2. All patrols, double your vigilance." The city of eternal night, in the absence of its lord, curled into a defensive ball like a hedgehog, entering a state of heightened alertness. Lin Fan's solitary venture would not only dictate the fate of a handful of survivors, but could also irrevocably alter the trajectory of the city of eternal night's future. Chapter 76. The Expedition. The first external mission, the gates of the city of eternal night, slowly closed behind Lin Fan. The heavy sound severing the faint light and noise within, casting him into the boundless darkness and silence of the external world. The frigid wind, akin to icy blades, swept through the ruins, carrying with it a mournful wail. Lin Fan took a deep breath of the cold, earthy air, filled with the scent of decay and dust. Forcing himself to rapidly acclimatize, he did not proceed directly northwest. Instead, he cautiously utilized the shadows of the crumbling structures to clear the surrounding kilometer of wandering zombies. This served to eliminate potential tails and to allow his 10 agile zombies to warm up, reacquainting themselves with executing stealth and hunting commands in a complex environment. These meticulously chosen zombies, under Lin Fan's precise control, moved with far greater speed and silence than their counterparts. They scattered like hunting hounds in the darkness, occupying a fan-shaped area of 50 to 100 meters around him, seamlessly blending into the ruins. Upon spotting solitary ordinary zombies, they would pounce like phantoms, swiftly and silently dispatching their targets with Lin Fan's specially crafted, razor-sharp bone blades, derived from the claws of zombie dogs. Before dragging the corpses into the depths of shadows to avoid leaving traces or scents. This was my shadow guard. Lin Fan felt a stable and clear mental connection with the 10 zombies, a sense of control welling up within him. Although they could not match the adaptability of living warriors, they proved to be perfect tools for tasks such as stealth, vigilance, and eliminating minor threats. After ensuring the area was clear and had not attracted the attention of any large hordes or mutated creatures, Lin Fan began his journey northwest. His movements were exceedingly cautious, avoiding wide streets and always traversing the shadows of buildings, alleys, or underground tunnels when feasible. His mental perception functioned like an invisible radar, continuously scanning a radius of several hundred meters around him, alert to any unusual sounds, whether it be the eerie silence of zombies, the frenzied outbursts of mutated animals, or the emotional fluctuations of humans. Simultaneously, he was constantly adjusting the output of his mental energy, maintaining fine control over the 10 zombies while sustaining a broad range of passive perception consumed a considerable amount of his mental strength. He had to find that delicate balance, ensuring both safety and control without exhausting himself too quickly. This was undoubtedly a practical test of his ability to wield power. The journey was far from tranquil. He had heard the distant, frenzied howls of a pack of zombie dogs tearing into their prey and promptly chose to take a detour. He sensed a cacophony of unsettling rustling sounds emanating from an abandoned shopping mall, likely the presence of a mutated swarm, and decisively opted against crossing through. At one intersection, he caught sight of a human corpse, torn to shreds, lying amidst a scattering of makeshift weapons and backpacks. The body was still fresh, indicating a recent calamity. This silently warned Lin Fan of the external world's dangers. He did not touch the remnants, but quietly noted the location and potential threat types before proceeding. As he neared the northwest direction, the human emotional waves he sensed grew increasingly distinct. They were a complex amalgamation of despair, fear, hunger, and a faint glimmer of hope, flickering like a candle in the wind. This led him to largely dismiss the possibility of traps. No trap setter could sustain such genuine and enduring negative emotions for long. Based on the rough coordinates and remnants of the map provided by Sun Xiaoming, he pinpointed his target to an old industrial area. There, factories stood tall amidst a labyrinth of roads, a place easily defensible yet perilous for entrapment. After nearly 3 hours of careful trekking, the outline of a factory complex encircled by tall, crumbling brick walls emerged at the periphery of his perception. The intense human emotional fluctuations originated from within this very complex. Lin Fan refrained from approaching recklessly. Instead, he selected a relatively intact 5-story residential building approximately 300 meters from the factory as his observation point. Leaving 8 zombies concealed at various entrances and vantage points below, he ascended to the rooftop with 2 of the most agile zombies, moving silently like a raccoon. Crouched at the edge of the dusty and water-stained rooftop, Lin Fan raised a relatively intact telescope he had found in a school laboratory and gazed toward the factory complex. The main entrance of the complex was reinforced with heavy steel plates and rough timber, appearing quite formidable. Upon the walls, rudimentary observation posts and firing ports were discernible, with faint silhouettes moving about, suggesting a state of heightened alertness. Yet, the interior of the factory complex appeared lifeless, devoid of any signs of activity. Save for the faint glimmer of light emanating from the largest building at the center, possibly from a candle or an oil lamp. His mental perception sharpened, revealing the condition within the complex. The number of survivors ranged from 30 to 40, their psychological state generally poor, marked by despondency, anxiety, and despair. Within the central building, several relatively resilient mental fluctuations suggested the presence of their leaders or core personnel. While the defenses were somewhat robust, the morale within was dismal, and resources appeared to be perilously scarce. Lin Fan swiftly formed an initial assessment in his mind. At that moment, his perception abruptly detected a subtle commotion and muffled gasps near a damaged breach in the wall on the complex's side. Instantly, he adjusted his binoculars to gaze in that direction. There, at the breach, several emaciated figures armed with rudimentary clubs were fearfully confronting 3 ordinary zombies that had wandered close. Lured by the scent of the living, growling as they attempted to squeeze through the gap, the defenders, evidently weakened by hunger and fear, struggled to maintain their stance. Just as one zombie was about to breach the makeshift barrier and bite the arm of the foremost defender, Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with opportunity. Without the slightest hesitation, he willed forth 2 lurking shadow zombies from the periphery of the factory, like arrows released from a bow. Their speed left only fleeting black silhouettes in their wake. With 2 muffled thuds, the heads of the 2 zombies attempting to break through were swiftly penetrated by sharp bone blades, collapsing silently to the ground. The 3rd zombie was promptly dispatched by another arriving zombie. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the defenders comprehended the situation, they beheld 3 lifeless zombie bodies and shadowy figures that had appeared like phantoms, quickly retreating into the darkness. They stood in stunned silence, their hands trembling around their clubs, faces etched with disbelief and fear. From the rooftop, Lin Fan witnessed it all through the eyes of the zombies, a subtle smile gracing his lips. A small token of salvation upon their first encounter, may it be to their liking. He refrained from allowing the zombies to linger or revealing his presence. The rescue had been accomplished. Now, it was time to await their reaction. He was keenly curious as to how this beleaguered group of survivors would respond to the sudden, enigmatic assistance from an unknown force. Would it be fear, gratitude, or some other sentiment? The first genuine external action, marked by a precise and mysterious intervention, had commenced. Chapter 77. The convenience store at the street corner and the despairing mother and daughter. The response from the factory complex was swifter and more cautious than Lin Fan had anticipated. Through the lens of his telescope, the rescued defenders, after a fleeting moment of astonishment and chaos, refrained from vociferous cries or reckless pursuits of the enigmatic savior. Instead, they swiftly dragged the corpses of the zombies aside to conceal them, reinforcing the vigilance at the breach. One among them darted towards the central factory, evidently to relay the news. Before long, several individuals emerged from the central facility. Leading them was a tall, gaunt middle-aged man, whose sharp gaze belied his weary countenance. Clad in oil-stained work attire and wielding a machete at his waist, he appeared to be the leader of this group. He meticulously examined the breach and the zombie remains before casting a wary glance at the ruins beyond the factory. Pausing momentarily in the direction of the building where Lin Fan was concealed, Lin Fan could distinctly sense the shock, doubt, and a flicker of suppressed hope emanating from the middle-aged man's mental aura. It seemed he was weighing his options, making a judgment. A discerning individual. He exhibited no signs of losing his composure to panic or elation, Lin Fan mused. Such a person is amenable to dialogue, yet more challenging to deceive. Ultimately, the middle-aged man refrained from any rash actions or sending out search parties. Instead, he simply ordered an enhancement of the defenses around the walls and then returned with his companions to the central factory. The entire process was marked by silence and order, indicating that this survivor group maintained a degree of organization. They were observing and assessing. Lin Fan grasped their intentions. He had displayed strength, swiftly neutralizing 3 zombies, and goodwill, offering assistance, yet simultaneously introduced a vast unknown that instilled a sense of trepidation. They dared not trust easily, nor engage recklessly. This stalemate was acceptable to Lin Fan. His primary objective was reconnaissance, and that aim had been largely fulfilled. He was in no rush to establish contact, allowing their anxiety and anticipation to simmer further, perhaps yielding a more favorable outcome for subsequent negotiations. Thus, Lin Fan resolved to temporarily withdraw from his observation point. Seizing the opportunity to explore another potential site marked on Sun Xiaoming's map, a 24-hour convenience store situated along his return route. The basis supplies, particularly certain specific types of snacks and daily necessities, indeed required replenishment. Accompanied by his shadow guard, he silently departed from the residential building, merging into the shadows of the ruins like a droplet of water sinking into the ocean. The journey to the convenience store was relatively tranquil. They encountered only a few scattered ordinary zombies, all easily dispatched by the shadow guard. Soon, the dilapidated convenience store, its sign askew and glass door shattered, came into view at the street corner. Lin Fan did not enter directly. Instead, he sent 2 zombies in to scout. Through their perspective, he beheld the interior in disarray. Shelves toppled, goods strewn about, and a thick layer of dust covering everything, indicating it had been plundered multiple times. However, some overlooked items might still be found in the less conspicuous corners, beneath the shelves, or behind the overturned freezers. As he commanded the zombies to conduct a cursory search within the store, his mental perception suddenly detected an extraordinarily faint human psychic fluctuation, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. This tremor did not emanate from the factory area, but rather from the depths of the convenience store, from a small compartment typically used for staff breaks or storage. The wave was imbued with profound fear, despair, and an almost instinctual maternal protective instinct. Is someone alive? Lin Fan felt a shiver run down his spine. In such a place, surviving until now was nothing short of a miracle. He immediately ordered the zombies to cease their search and stand guard around the periphery of the convenience store. Cautiously, he stepped inside, carefully avoiding the scattered debris, and made his way toward the small compartment. The door to the compartment was slightly ajar, and he could hear an almost imperceptible, stifled sobbing from within. Lin Fan gently pushed the door open. The sight before him caused his heart to constrict slightly. The cramped space was permeated with an indescribable odor. A gaunt, ragged woman huddled in the corner, tightly cradling a small girl who appeared to be only 5 or 6 years old, equally emaciated. The woman's gaze was vacant, her lips cracked and bleeding. Upon seeing Lin Fan, she trembled like a frightened rabbit, instinctively pulling the child closer, her eyes filled with a primal vigilance and despair. The little girl, with large eyes devoid of the sparkle of childhood, stared numbly at Lin Fan, neither crying nor making a fuss, as if she had become accustomed to despair. Scattered at their feet were several empty food wrappers and water bottles, clearly the remnants of their sustenance, now utterly depleted. Please, don't harm my daughter. Take whatever you want. The woman's voice was hoarse and dry, like sandpaper scraping against stone, tinged with a weeping tone and profound fear. Lin Fan gazed at the dying mother and daughter, observing the woman's instinctual drive to protect her child even in the direst of circumstances. His earlier deliberations regarding rescue or conquest, the balance of self-interest and morality, suddenly felt incredibly pale and absurd in that moment. To hell with cost-benefit analysis. An ineffable emotion surged within Lin Fan. He took a deep breath, striving to make his voice sound calm and benign. I am not here to take anything. He softened his tone, retrieving half a bottle of water and a small piece of compressed biscuit from his bag, which contained only the essentials due to its limited space, and gently placed them on the ground a short distance from the woman. Please, have something to eat and drink. The woman fixed her gaze on Lin Fan, then glanced at the food and water on the ground, her eyes filled with skepticism, yet her body's thirst for survival compelled her throat to involuntarily swallow. She did not reach for the offerings immediately, still holding on to her child tightly. Lin Fan refrained from advancing closer, aware that excessive kindness in a post-apocalyptic world could also provoke suspicion. He took 2 steps back, leaning against the doorframe to demonstrate he posed no threat. How long have you been here? He attempted to initiate a conversation. The woman had been silent for a prolonged period, perhaps due to Lin Fan's lack of further action, or perhaps the overwhelming temptation of the food and water nearby. Eventually, she spoke in an exceedingly faint voice. I can't remember. After the black rain, we hid here. Outside, there are monsters. Her fragmented narrative painted a picture of despair. The black rain had descended, heralding the end of days. This mother and daughter had fortuitously survived in a convenience store's cubicle, subsisting on the meager remnants of food and water, too fearful to leave, helplessly watching their supplies dwindle. As hope faded away, Lin Fan listened quietly, sighing inwardly. This was the true portrait of most ordinary people in the apocalypse, lacking abilities or a powerful team. They could only await death in the shadows of despair. At that moment, a zombie on guard outside alerted him through a mental link that a small group of ordinary zombies, drawn by the scent of the living, was meandering toward the convenience store. The woman seemed to hear the faint roars from outside, her complexion turning even paler, her body trembling more violently. The little girl in her arms finally exhibited fear, shrinking closer to her mother. Lin Fan's gaze hardened. A thought stirred within him, and the Shadow Guard, which had been lurking in the shadows surrounding the convenience store, sprang into action. Like the scythe of death, the nearby ordinary zombies were silently dispatched within mere seconds. Their bodies swiftly removed as if they had never existed. The entire process was executed with a clean precision, making minimal sound. The woman in the cubicle seemed to sense the sudden cessation of commotion outside, looking at Lin Fan with uncertainty. He offered her a gentle smile, attempting to convey reassurance. The trouble outside has been dealt with. Now, may I suggest you eat something? This time, the vigilance in the woman's eyes appeared to dissipate somewhat. She glanced at Lin Fan, then at the food and water on the ground, and ultimately, the instinct for survival overcame all else. Cautiously, as if handling a treasure, she first picked up the water bottle, opened it, and fed her daughter. The little girl greedily sipped the water, her parched lips finding relief, a faint glimmer of light returning to her eyes. Watching her daughter drink, the woman could no longer contain her tears, which mingled with the dirt on her face, leaving clear tracks of sorrow. She took a piece of compressed biscuit but did not eat it. Instead, she carefully broke off a small piece and placed it in her daughter's hand, licking the crumbs that clung to the packaging. In this moment, the radiance of humanity clashed starkly against the brutality of the apocalypse within the confines of that small cubicle. Lin Fan stood there silently, offering no words. He understood that what he had brought back from this reconnaissance might not merely be essential supplies, but rather a heavy burden of responsibility that could not be measured by contribution points. Chapter 78. The Radiance of Humanity and Redemption. Watching the mother and daughter, as cautious as startled birds yet driven by the instinct to survive, Lin Fan felt the balance in his heart, teetering between self-interest and morality, tilt irrevocably. Some matters could be calculated, but others could not. He refrained from urging them, choosing instead to wait patiently. Until the little girl had quenched her thirst and nibbled on the crumbs of the cookies her mother had offered, a faint blush returned to her cheeks. Until the woman herself could no longer resist the overwhelming urge of her body, devouring the remaining substantial portion of the energy bar and gulping down several mouthfuls of water. Her mental state stabilized slightly. Thank you, the woman choked, still holding her daughter close, but the vigilance and despair in her eyes were replaced by profound gratitude. She sensed that this young man before her was unlike the monstrous beings outside, and unlike the potentially more terrifying survivors that existed only in her imagination. Can you still walk? Lin Fan inquired softly, gesturing towards the outside. This place is unsafe. We cannot linger. I have a base, relatively secure, with food and medical assistance. If you are willing, you may accompany me back. The woman's eyes instantly sparkled with the light of hope, akin to a parched land receiving much-needed rain, but then dimmed once more as she glanced at her frail child, and then at her own weakened body, revealing a bitter sense of inadequacy. We are of no use. We would only waste food. Survival itself holds value, Lin Fan interjected, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable strength. The child represents hope for the future. My base requires a diverse array of individuals. He did not expound on grand philosophies, but merely stated a fact. In the city of eternal night, Master Zhou Mei crafted pastries, Wang Li engaged in sewing, and Old Chun built shelters. Each person had their place. This mother and daughter duo could at least bring a measure of humanity's warmth, which remained precious amidst the cold desolation of the world. The woman gazed into Lin Fan's clear and resolute eyes, then looked down at her daughter, who had regained a semblance of vitality after consuming some food. Ultimately, the desire for survival and the hope for her child's future overshadowed all else. She nodded vigorously, struggling to rise but nearly collapsing due to her prolonged hunger and curled-up position, her legs trembling. Lin Fan stepped forward, extending a hand to support her. What he felt beneath his touch were the sharp bones and pitifully thin garments. No rush, take your time, he reassured her, retrieving more food and water from his pack. Let us replenish your strength. We are not pressed for time. He allowed the woman and girl to continue resting in place while he moved to the entrance of the convenience store. Using a mental link to direct the shadow guards outside, ensuring a thorough sweep of potential threats in the surrounding area, and confirming the relative safety of their escape route. At the same time, he kept a vigilant eye on the distant factory, where there was still no sign of movement. After approximately half an hour, the woman regained some strength, enough to manage a shaky walk. The little girl, seemingly buoyed by the prospect of hope, tightened her grip on her mother's hand, her eyes sparkling with newfound vitality. We are ready, the woman declared with a hint of determination in her voice. Departing from this meager refuge to an unknown base required immense courage. Stay close to me. No matter what you see, do not be afraid, and remain silent. Lin Fan earnestly instructed, especially to the little girl. The child nodded, though she seemed only partially comprehending. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan led the mother and daughter out of the convenience store. Two agile zombies led the way approximately 10 meters ahead, clearing away scattered obstacles, while another 8 zombies were dispersed to the sides and rear, forming a loose protective circle. When the mother and daughter beheld the zombies standing like loyal sentinels outside or silently gliding through the shadows, they trembled in fear, nearly crying out. The woman instinctively attempted to shield her child behind her. "Fear not. They are under my control," Lin Fan explained in as calm a tone as possible. "They are here to protect us." This explanation evidently exceeded the comprehension of the mother and daughter, their faces etched with horror and disbelief. However, witnessing the zombies genuinely ignoring them, merely executing their vigilant and clearing tasks, even dragging away a corpse of a recently dispatched zombie as they passed, their fear gradually transformed into a numbing, incomprehensible acquiescence. It seemed that mental preparation would be necessary for the integration of new members, Lin Fan mused. The journey back became slow and cautious due to the presence of the two weakened individuals. Lin Fan had to reduce his pace, opting for a relatively even path while constantly monitoring the condition of the mother and daughter. The value of the Shadow Guard was undeniably highlighted at that moment. They tirelessly scouted ahead, neutralizing threats and maximizing the safety of the group. Along the way, they encountered a minor assault from a pair of zombie dogs. Thanks to the Shadow Guard's desperate interception and Lin Fan's mental disruption, they managed to repel the attack without incident. Though one of the zombie guards suffered a severed arm, losing much of its combat capability, Lin Fan decisively abandoned it, continuing onward with the remaining guards and the mother and daughter. This encounter allowed the pair to more vividly grasp the dangers of the outside world, realizing that Lin Fan and these obedient creatures were their sole reliance for survival. When the gray yet formidable outline of the city walls of Evernight finally emerged in the darkness, the woman felt tears of joy welling in her eyes. The little girl pointed toward the silhouettes of patrolling figures atop the wall and softly exclaimed, "Mommy, they're S-light." Indeed, beams from searchlights atop the wall shone weakly. Yet in the eternal darkness, they served as a beacon of hope. Through a mental link, Lin Fan established contact with Su Wanqing atop the wall, within a certain distance. They could communicate through mental waves. As Lin Fan's group approached the grand entrance, a gap in the gate opened in anticipation, with Qin Yao standing guard behind it, vigilantly observing the outside situation. "Come in," Qin Yao commanded sharply. Lin Fan swiftly ushered the mother and daughter through the entrance, while the zombie guards silently dissolved into the shadows outside, as if they had never existed. The heavy gate closed once more, completely severing the dangers and darkness from the outside world. The warm, relatively speaking, air, the dim yet steady lighting, and the gazes of the gathered crowd rendered the newly arrived mother and daughter increasingly uneasy and apprehensive. "Dr. Lu Xiaoro," Lin Fan called out. "They need examination and care. They are very weak." Lu Ruyan and Tang Xiaoro immediately stepped forward. Lu Ruyan conducted a meticulous yet gentle examination of the mother and daughter's physical condition, while Tang Xiaoro emanated a soothing, healing white light that alleviated their mental fears and physical exhaustion. Emily observed the frail pair, whose delicate frames seemed as if they could be toppled by a mere gust of wind, and glanced at Lin Fan, who appeared weary yet slightly at ease after his arduous journey. With a soft sigh, she instructed the logistics personnel nearby, prepare 2 servings of light meals and clean clothing, and arrange for a tranquil place of rest. Lin Fan, witnessing Lu Ruyan and Tang Xiaoro attentively caring for the duo, watched as the little girl, under the influence of the healing abilities, finally relaxed and fell into a deep slumber against her mother's embrace. A profound sense of satisfaction welled up within him. Perhaps this was the very reason for establishing this base, for the pursuit of strength, not solely for his own survival, but to provide a safe haven for those, like them, engulfed in despair. This time, he refrained from calculating gains and losses or weighing pros and cons. He understood that rescuing this mother and daughter was one of the most righteous decisions he had ever made. The brilliance of humanity, though faint in the eternal night, had never been extinguished. Redemption often lies within these seemingly insignificant acts of kindness. Chapter 79. Return and expansion of the base. The heavy gates of the city of eternal night closed behind them, temporarily shielding them from external dangers and uncertainties. The dim yet stable light within, coupled with the inquisitive and scrutinizing gazes of numerous survivors, instilled a different kind of pressure upon the recently rescued mother, Li Xiujuan, and her 5-year-old daughter, Yaya. They huddled closely together, resembling startled fawns, feeling out of place in this nascent community. Lin Fan discerned their discomfort and briefly relayed to the approaching core team members, "We have a general understanding of the situation outside. There are indeed a group of survivors in the Northwest Factory, approximately 30 to 40 individuals, in dire circumstances but highly vigilant. I will provide further details later." He then focused his attention back on the mother and daughter. "Emily, please escort them to their accommodations, provide some food, and ensure they have clean clothes." Lin Fan instructed the logistics supervisor. Emily nodded, her expression remaining largely unchanged, yet her demeanor was not harsh. She gestured for a female logistics team member to step forward and, adopting the calmest tone possible, said to Li Xiujuan, "Please follow me, and let us get you settled." Li Xiujuan cast a grateful glance at Lin Fan and timidly regarded Emily before taking Yaya's hand and following the team member towards their assigned temporary quarters, a small, tidy room that had once served as the dormitory supervisor's abode. Although cramped, it was a stark contrast to the despair-laden convenience store cubicle they had previously inhabited. Lu Ruyan and Tang Xiaoro accompanied them, preparing for a more thorough medical examination and continued healing. Yaya seemed particularly drawn to the warm, white light radiating from Tang Xiaoro, her initial fears dissipating as she stole glances at her. Once matters concerning the mother and daughter were addressed, Lin Fan exhaled, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. The continuous exertion of mental energy and the tension of their journey had taken a toll on him. "How are you? Are you injured?" Su Wanqing stepped forward, her cool tone imbued with a hint of imperceptible concern. A wisp of chilling air brushed against Lin Fan's forehead, invigorating his spirit. "I'm fine, just a bit weary," Lin Fan replied with a smile. "Qin Yao, we must remain vigilant in our perimeter defense, particularly in the northwest direction. Rest assured, arrangements have long been in place," Qin Yao said, crossing her arms. "What about the mother and daughter you brought back?" Lin Fan briefly recounted their encounter at the convenience store. After listening, Qin Yao let out a soft hum, saying nothing further, though her gaze softened slightly. Su Wanqing nodded in agreement. At that moment, Sun Xiaoming rushed over, clutching a laptop. "City Lord, the reconnaissance team has transmitted some news. The signal is weak and intermittent." The group quickly gathered around the makeshift command center set up in a corner of the cafeteria. Sun Xiaoming operated the equipment, and through the speaker, Old Zhang's voice crackled with static. "The storage supermarket confirms an abundance of supplies, but it is fraught with danger, as a large number of zombies congregate. And there are suspected mutated entities of unknown types, requesting further instructions." The message was brief yet laden with significance. Abundant resources, but the peril was exceedingly high. Not only were there throngs of ordinary zombies, but also unidentified mutations. The expressions of everyone turned grave. A vast treasure trove, yet guarded by formidable sentinels. "We must retreat immediately," Lin Fan commanded decisively. "While the supplies are tempting, we cannot allow our brothers to perish needlessly. Return the way we came and prioritize safety." "Understood." Sun Xiaoming promptly dispatched the orders. A brief silence enveloped the meeting room. The atmosphere, which had lightened momentarily due to the rescue of the mother and daughter, was again overshadowed by the grim reality. Unknown mutated entities. Qin Yao licked her lips, her eyes glinting with combat resolve. "It seems that mere walls are insufficient. Our military strength must be further enhanced. Military might, intelligence, and logistics are indispensable," Su Wanqing calmly analyzed. "We require more detailed intelligence regarding that supermarket and its guards." Emily observed the increasing number of red alerts on the supply list, her brow furrowed. "If that supermarket cannot be conquered in the short term, we must seek alternative stable sources of supplies. We cannot afford to consume our resources idly, as the cost of fortifications is substantial." Listening to the discussions, Lin Fan's fatigued mind raced. He massaged his temples and spoke. "Firstly, the information brought back by the reconnaissance team is crucial. It confirms the existence of a significant resource point and clarifies its danger. This alone holds value. Secondly, enhancing our military capability is urgent. Qin Yao, starting tomorrow, increase the training intensity for combat personnel, especially encountering mutated entities. Su Wanqing, continue to develop your abilities. Both range control and single-target lethality are vital. Thirdly, our intelligence gathering must not cease. Sun Xiaoming, consider employing drones for long-range reconnaissance, or, once I recover, we might explore deeper reconnaissance utilizing zombies for suicide missions." Sun Xiaoming's eyes lit up. "Drones. I have a few from the Aeromodeling Club. I can attempt to retrofit them with cameras for ultra-low altitude, short-range reconnaissance." "Excellent. This task is entrusted to you." Lin Fan nodded, then turned his attention to Emily. "As for other supply sources, the factory in the northwest direction may present a breakthrough opportunity." The gaze of the crowd once again converged upon him. They were deprived of food and water, which presented us with a distinct advantage. A glimmer of insight flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. The factory in which they found themselves might possess the essential tools, equipment, and even skilled laborers that we required. Should they be inclined to collaborate or accept our integration, it could not only alleviate part of our material shortages, but also bolster our industrial capabilities. "Would you like to engage in trade with them?" Qin Yao inquired, raising an eyebrow. "Let us first establish contact and assess the situation," Lin Fan replied cautiously. They were currently in a precarious position, which served as leverage in our negotiations. However, whether it would lead to trade, an alliance, or some other arrangement could only be determined after initial discussions. "After I rest, I will formulate a detailed plan for tomorrow." Having organized these matters, Lin Fan finally felt he had reached his limits. He needed respite to restore his mental fortitude. As he made his way to his humble lord's office, which doubled as his sleeping quarters, he passed by the temporary shelter of Li Xiujuan and her daughter, Yiya. The door was ajar, and he observed Lu Rian softly inquiring about Li Xiujuan's health, while Tang Xiao entertained Yiya with a small piece of candy. A timid smile, characteristic of a child, finally graced Yiya's face. This scene infused Lin Fan's weary heart with warmth. This is what I strive to protect. He pushed open the door and returned to his room, collapsing onto the modest bed, where he swiftly succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, formidable walls, abundant resources, powerful forces, and the serene smiles upon people's faces intermingled. The city of eternal night, this small haven constructed upon the ruins, was gradually and resolutely absorbing new vitality, confronting fresh challenges, and steadily expanding its boundaries and influence. The return was not solely a personal homecoming. It also signified that the base was on the cusp of embarking upon a new, more intricate phase of expansion and development. Chapter 80. The integration and friction of new members as dawn broke. Determined by the clock and the rhythm of the human biological clock, the city of eternal night awakened from its slumber. The sentinels on the walls changed shifts, smoke began to rise from the kitchens, and a new day commenced amidst orderly hustle and bustle. Yet beneath the tranquil surface, undercurrents began to stir. The source of this unrest was none other than the newly arrived members, Li Xiujuan and her daughter, Yiya. After a night of meticulous care and healing by Lu Ruyan and Tang Xiao, the mother and daughter displayed marked improvement in their condition. Li Xiujuan's complexion regained a hint of color, and Yiya no longer bore the expression of numb despair, though still timid. Her large eyes began to reflect the curiosity inherent to childhood. During breakfast, when Emily distributed their allotted food, a bowl of thin porridge, half a whole grain bun, and a bit of pickled vegetable, to Li Xiujuan, the underlying issue began to surface. Some survivors who had queued early for their rations couldn't help but cast sidelong glances at the unfamiliar pair. Whispers started to circulate. New arrivals? They look unfamiliar. The Lord brought them back yesterday. I heard they were found at a convenience store. TSK, now there are 2 more mouths to feed. Just look at that child. She's as thin as a monkey. What work can she possibly do? We toil tirelessly, laying bricks and patrolling, while they simply stroll in and enjoy the fruits of our labor. The whispers, though soft, pierced through the air like needles, striking at Li Xiujuan's back. Her hands trembled slightly as she held the bowl, her head bowed low, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Yiya seemed to sense the unfriendly gazes surrounding them. Tightly clutching her mother's hem, her small sips of porridge momentarily halted. Lin Fan, Qin Yao, and Su Wanqing sat at a nearby table, their eyes capturing every detail of the scene. Qin Yao let out a cold snort and was about to rise when Lin Fan discreetly restrained her with a glance. Let them speak, he murmured calmly, recognizing this as a natural process. It is better to allow than to suppress. He understood the psychology of these survivors. The resources of the base were acquired through the collective efforts of all, including the labor of the undead. The arrival of each new member diluted the existing resources, particularly at a time when the construction of the walls demanded immense expenditure, breeding feelings of exclusion and dissatisfaction, which were simply human nature. At that moment, a discordant voice rang out clearly, belonging to a man named Lu Laosi, who had previously been punished by Qin Yao for his laziness. I say, this base is not a charity. Why should anyone and everyone come in to eat and drink for free? The Lord may be kind-hearted, but our food does not come from the wind. If they want to enter, they must work. The child may be too young, but surely the elders can manage? I suggest they clean the place and dispose of the zombie waste. His words dripped with evident malice and provocation. Li Xiujuan's face turned pale in an instant, her body swaying as if she could barely stand. You. Tang Xiao's face flushed with anger, ready to retort, but was gently restrained by Lu Ruyan. As the atmosphere grew tense, a figure rose. It was Zhou Mei, the cook from the cafeteria, a typically reticent middle-aged woman. She approached Li Xiujuan, first gently patting Yaya's head, then addressing the critics with a firm yet soft voice. What kind of mockery is this? Who among us has not endured the hardest of times? Were it not for the Lord's kindness, we might be languishing in some corner, awaiting death. This young woman has managed to survive with her child, which is no small feat. Yaya is still small and cannot do heavy labor, but her mother can learn. I see she has nimble hands and feet. She can assist me in the kitchen, learning to make pastries. This is work as well. Zhou Mei held considerable authority among the survivors, as she controlled their sustenance. Her words quelled some of the murmurs. Emily then stepped forward, adjusting her glasses, her tone cool and composed. According to the temporary management code of the City of Eternal Night and the contribution point system, trial, new members are entitled to a 3-day adaptation period, during which the base provides basic survival support. After this period, work will be allocated based on their abilities, allowing them to earn contribution points in exchange for supplies. Li Xiaojuan's role has been preliminarily arranged by the logistics department. She will assist in the kitchen. As for her daughter Yaya, under the age of 6, she is classified as a dependent and is not required to work. Emily invoked the regulations, swiftly restoring order to the proceedings. Those who were discontent could question the new members, but they dared not openly challenge the newly established code, which Qin Yao had firmly upheld. Lu Laosi muttered a few words in frustration, yet dared not raise his voice any further. It was at this moment that Lin Fan slowly rose to his feet, casting a calm gaze across the entire cafeteria. He did not express anger, nor did he preach lofty ideals. Instead, he spoke with clarity. The city of eternal night belongs not to any single individual, but to all of us. Its rules safeguard every person, including newcomers and you veterans alike. He paused, letting his gaze rest on Li Xiaojuan before addressing the crowd again. Today, we may exclude them for their perceived ineptitude. Tomorrow, we could find ourselves ostracized for being weaker, older, or injured. If we allow this, how do we differ from the beasts outside that only understand the law of the jungle? We erect walls and establish rules not merely to survive, but to live as human beings. His voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable strength, reverberating in the hearts of all present. Comrade Li Xiaojuan will enter the kitchen to work, exchanging labor for sustenance. Yaya may be young, but she embodies our future. I urge everyone to remember that our unity is to combat the eternal night and the monsters beyond, not to create hierarchies among ourselves. With that, Lin Fan sat down and resumed his breakfast, as if he had merely discussed a trivial matter. The cafeteria fell silent for a moment, and then the murmurs completely ceased. People ate their meals quietly, occasionally glancing at Li Xiaojuan and her daughter. Their gazes softened, less critical, more complex, perhaps reflective, perhaps acknowledging. Li Xiaojuan cast a grateful look at Zhou Mei, then turned toward Lin Fan, tears brimming in her eyes as she nodded vigorously, as though vowing to strive earnestly. Yaya seemed to sense the easing of the atmosphere and resumed nibbling on her steamed bun. Clearly, establishing rules alone was insufficient. As Lin Fan ate, he contemplated the need to guide public opinion and cultivate a shared set of values. The road ahead was daunting. He understood that this was merely the first of many frictions. As the base continued to expand, similar issues would inevitably arise. Balancing resources, fairness with efficiency, and guiding individuals from diverse backgrounds to integrate would be challenges he, as the city's leader, would face for the long haul. The integration of new members, though accompanied by minor conflicts, also prompted this nascent micro-society to ponder deeper questions. What kind of home were they truly striving to build? Chapter 81. The first debate on future directions. The minor upheaval during breakfast was akin to a stone cast into a pond, though the ripples gradually subsided. They left indelible marks on everyone's hearts. The issue of integrating new members was temporarily suppressed by rules and Lin Fan's firm stance. Yet the profound reflections sparked regarding the future direction of the base could not be easily quelled. In the morning, after inspecting the construction site of the walls, Lin Fan convened the core team for an informal, yet significant meeting at the command center. The topic was simple, yet it pertained to survival. Where do we go from here? Lin Fan first detailed the information gathered from yesterday's reconnaissance and the reports relayed by the scouting team. The situation is as follows. Lin Fan concluded that we are faced with two seemingly viable paths, both fraught with thorns. One leads to the factory survivors in the northwest, numbering 30 to 40 individuals. Their situation is dire, yet they maintain a semblance of organization and defensive fortifications, potentially possessing the industrial skills and equipment we require. The other path leads to a warehouse supermarket, abundant in supplies but overrun by a multitude of zombies and unknown mutations, presenting a perilously high risk for a direct assault. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. We have much to weigh: resources, population, technology, safety. Today, I wish to hear everyone's thoughts. After a brief silence, Qin Yao was the first to speak, her perspective direct and pragmatic. I believe our primary objective should be the warehouse supermarket. Qin Yao tapped her fingers on the table, her tone resolute. All else is ephemeral. Only resources are tangible. Our construction of walls is consuming vast amounts, and our various reserves are flashing red. Without sufficient supplies, all discussions are mere illusions. As for those at the factory, they are on the brink of starvation themselves. What can they offer us? Even if they possess some skills, they are useless without food. By seizing the supermarket, we would secure ample resources, allowing us to either absorb them or engage in trade, placing the initiative firmly in our hands. Her viewpoint echoed the sentiments of a faction within the base comprised of combatants and pragmatists who prioritize survival, emphasizing the immediate acquisition of resources. I disagree. Su Wan's cool voice interjected, her reasoning equally compelling. The risks of a direct assault on the supermarket are uncontrollable. The unknown mutations imply that we may incur unbearable costs. Even if we succeed, Heavy casualties would severely weaken our forces. Moreover, should our main force venture out, the base would be left vulnerable. What if the factory or other unknown entities take advantage of our absence? She turned to Lin Fan and continued, I believe we should first reach out to the factory survivors. They are in dire need of food. While we lack technical skills and stable manpower, we could engage in trade, offering our relatively abundant food in exchange for their expertise, labor, or even intelligence. This represents a relatively secure method of expansion, enhancing our overall strength rather than merely plundering resources. The risks are lower, and the potential returns are more sustainable in the long run. Her perspective embodied the cautious and strategic factions, advocating for stable development, avoidance of significant risks, and a focus on long-term planning. Emily adjusted her glasses and provided her analysis from an economic standpoint, from a purely profit-oriented perspective. Qin Yao's plan promises high short-term returns, yet the associated risk premium is exceedingly high. A failure could lead to the collapse of our base. Su Wan's proposal may yield lower immediate gains, but the risks are manageable and can bring in tangible assets such as technology and manpower, potentially offering higher long-term returns. However, engaging in trade with the factory also carries the risk of them turning against us once they receive food or inviting trouble into our midst. She paused, adding, moreover, we must consider the time cost. Construction of the walls cannot cease, and our daily consumption continues unabated. Whether we prepare for an assault or engage in diplomatic contact, both require time. How long can our resource reserves sustain our strategic decisions? Tang Xiao spoke softly, but the people at the factory seemed truly pitiable. Can we not offer them assistance? Her innate kindness inclined her toward rescue. Lu Ruyin offered a perspective from a different angle. Regardless of whether we choose aggression or engagement, the state of our health is paramount. Lin Fan must rejuvenate his spirit. The combat personnel require training and recuperation, while new members need to integrate and find stability before making significant decisions. Ensuring internal stability and the Corps' well-being is essential. Sun Xiaoming, fixated on her computer screen, interjected, my drone modifications will require a bit more time. Perhaps it can provide us with more intuitive intelligence regarding the supermarket. Additionally, I have attempted to intercept radio signals from the factory direction. The signals remain faint. Yet they seem to be trying to establish external communication. In the conference room, various viewpoints clashed, each holding merit, making it difficult to persuade one another easily. This marked the first substantial divergence in core strategic discussions since the establishment of Eternal Night City. Qin Yao advocated for the forceful acquisition of resources, asserting it as the only viable method for survival in the apocalypse. Su Wanqing championed diplomacy and integration, believing this to be the path to lasting peace. Emily calculated the risks and benefits with a calm demeanor, while Tang Xiaorou embraced the inherent goodness of humanity. Lu Ruyin focused on internal stability, and Sun Xiaoming provided technological possibilities. All eyes turned once again to Lin Fan, the city's leader and the ultimate decision-maker. Leaning back in his chair, Lin Fan's fingers unconsciously tapped the table, his brow slightly furrowed. He comprehended the rationale behind each viewpoint and recognized their respective advantages and disadvantages. The classic dilemma of survival versus development, short-term versus long-term, and force versus diplomacy weighed heavily upon him. After a prolonged silence, where only the sounds of breathing and distant construction could be heard, he finally raised his head, his gaze becoming clear and resolute. Our objective is to ensure the enduring existence of Eternal Night City amidst this wasteland, and to foster its improvement. Lin Fan spoke slowly, his voice steady, indicating that we must not only focus on immediate concerns, which would lead to self-destruction, nor should we aim too high, overlooking the pressing realities of survival. He made a decisive declaration. First, we must secure the supermarket. Its abundant resources are the foundation of our development. However, an aggressive takeover is not feasible at this moment. He turned to Sun Xiaoming, stating, Xiaoming, reconnaissance via drone is of utmost priority. I require as detailed an internal layout and guard distribution intelligence as possible. Qin Yao, during this period, enhance our special training, particularly against potential mutations, and devise multiple combat strategies. Simultaneously, continue to gather resources through the scavengers from other directions to alleviate our immediate needs. Second, we must establish contact with the factory survivors. He then addressed Su Wanqing and Emily. We cannot remain indifferent to a potential ally or a possible threat in our vicinity. Emily, prepare a list of trade items, detailing the food we are willing to offer and the goods, technology, or labor we seek in exchange. Su Wanqing, you and I will prepare for a formal engagement at the appropriate moment, ensuring the base's security and that we possess sufficient leverage. He concluded, thus, our next steps will be to develop both internally and externally, adopting a dual approach. Internally, we will expedite the construction of walls, enhance training, and stabilize our foundation. Outwardly, we shall actively scout the supermarket and prepare a forceful strategy. Concurrently, we will engage with factories to explore potential collaborations. This is not a matter of choosing one over the other, but rather adopting different strategies based on distinct objectives. The supermarket represents a formidable challenge we must conquer, necessitating the accumulation of strength and careful planning before action. The factories, on the other hand, are entities we need to win over and integrate, requiring the demonstration of both power and wisdom. This plan neither wholly dismisses Qin Yao's radical approach nor fully embraces Su Wanqing's conservative stance, instead striving to find a balance, a path that is more operational and poses relatively controllable risks. After a moment of contemplation, the audience nodded in agreement. Although this plan entails a greater workload and the pressure of multifaceted operations, it indeed considers various factors and mitigates the substantial risks associated with a singular choice. I have no objections, Qin Yao declared first, asserting that as long as we can ultimately secure the supermarket, that is what matters. Agreed. Su Wanqing replied with a slight nod. It is executable. Emily began calculating the allocation of trade supplies in her mind. Tang Xiaoro and Lu Ruyan also expressed their support. It appears that while making decisions is not easy, once a decision is reached, the direction becomes clear. Lin Fan observed the team, now united in consensus, feeling somewhat reassured. The first debate regarding the future direction had temporarily come to a close. Yet, the true challenge was just beginning. The dual-pronged strategy would test Lin Fan's leadership abilities, the team's collaboration, and the resilience of the entire base like never before. The newly launched vessel of Eternal Night City, under Lin Fan's command, would simultaneously navigate the storm of resources and the treacherous reefs of diplomacy. Chapter 82, Lin Fan's Resolution, grounded in campus. Eyes on the globe, the strategic meeting of the core team unified their thoughts, establishing a dual approach that harmonizes internal and external efforts. However, Lin Fan was acutely aware that a grand slogan must translate into specific and meticulous actions, supported by a clear long-term objective that can rally the hearts and minds of the members. Otherwise, the pressures of dual operations and potential internal disagreements would inevitably undermine this nascent base. That afternoon, as progress was made on the construction of the walls, a segment of the 100-meter-long structure successfully joined together and reached the designed height of 5 meters. Lin Fan gathered all members of the base for a general assembly in the dining hall. People congregated, their faces bearing the fatigue of labor, mingled with confusion and a glimmer of hope for the future. They were uncertain of the reason behind the Lord's sudden summons. Standing at his usual elevated position, Lin Fan's gaze slowly swept across the familiar and new faces below. He spotted the dusty construction workers, the sharp-eyed patrol members wielding weapons, the logistical staff, the newcomer Li Xiujuan who appeared somewhat awkward, and even little Yaya, curiously peeking from her mother's embrace. Taking a deep breath, he projected his voice through a rudimentary speaker, resonating throughout the hall, residents of Eternal Night City. His opening remarks commanded silence, drawing everyone's focus to him. Today, we have completed a segment of our wall. This signifies that we have, with our own hands, forged a formidable barrier amidst this eternal night and desolation. Lin Fan's voice resonated with affirmation and appreciation. This is a collective achievement. It is the sweat of the brethren who built the walls, the vigilance of the patrollers, the assurance provided by the logistics team, and the result of everyone's concerted efforts. Such straightforward acknowledgement caused many in the audience to unconsciously straighten their backs and wear expressions of pride. However, Lin Fan's tone shifted, growing grave. Yet, can a mere wall render us complacent? He gestured outward, indicating the vast expanse beyond the wall. Outside lurks an innumerable horde of zombies, ferocious mutated creatures, and potentially hostile survivor groups eyeing us with covetous intent. Our stockpiled resources are dwindling. We require a larger populace to thrive, and we need a more formidable force to safeguard our homeland. The crowd fell silent, the flicker of pride recently ignited now subdued by the harshness of reality. Therefore, we must contemplate what lies ahead for the city of Eternal Night. Lin Fan posed this weighty question, his gaze piercing, asking whether we are to remain forever coiled within this campus, clinging to finite resources until they are exhausted or until a more powerful adversary obliterates us. No one responded. Yet many silently shook their heads in dissent. Absolutely not. This is not the future we desire. Lin Fan emphatically refuted such a pessimistic prospect, his voice rising sharply. Imbued with undeniable resolve, I hereby declare that from this day forth, the long-term development strategy for the city of Eternal Night is officially established. Every breath was held in anticipation. Our strategy is to root ourselves in the campus while gazing upon the world. 8 words, resonant and profound. Rooted in the campus. Lin Fan reiterated, his tone steady, signifying our intention to transform this very land beneath our feet into the most robust fortress and the warmest home. The walls must rise higher and thicker. The defenses must be more stringent. Unity and order must prevail within. Here lies the foundation of all our endeavors. A sanctuary to which we can always return, no matter where we venture. He elaborated. This entails that the wall project must be completed expeditiously. The defense system must be continuously refined. The internal regulations must be adhered to and upheld by all. Agricultural experiments must be initiated. Lu Ruyen has already begun attempting soilless cultivation with the seeds she found. Handicrafts must be developed. We must strive for self-sufficiency, creating a virtuous internal cycle. This vision rekindled hope in the eyes of many. A secure, orderly, and self-sustaining haven is precisely what they yearn for. Yet, merely establishing a foundation is insufficient. Lin Fan's voice soared once more, imbued with an ambition that transcended the present. We must also cast our gaze upon the world. This notion left all in a state of shock and bewilderment. The world? In a time when danger lurks even beyond the campus gates. This term seems too distant and grand. I understand that this may appear remote to everyone, Lin Fan seemingly reading their thoughts. But to gaze upon the world does not mean we are to conquer it by tomorrow. Rather, it is to possess such vision and perspective. He cast a sweeping gaze over the crowd, his eyes ablaze with fervor. It signifies that we cannot merely fixate on our immediate surroundings. We must actively seek to comprehend the world beyond. We must understand the dynamics of other survivor factions, discern the varieties and distributions of mutated creatures, and uncover the truth behind the catastrophe that has engulfed the globe. It signifies that we should engage proactively with the outside world. The factory survivors to the northwest may become our future allies, a source of technology and talent. We must dare to venture forth, engage in trade, foster communication, and even consider integration. We shall unite all available forces within our framework. It further implies that we must harbor the ambition to transform this world. Lin Fan's voice resonated with an unprecedented power. Should this eternal night, this relentless black rain, and the legion of the undead signify the demise of human civilization? No. As long as we endure, the spark of civilization shall not be extinguished. Perhaps we are but a fragment, yet if we continually grow and explore, one day we shall discover a way to restore light to the world, or at the very least, carve out a new path for humanity's survival. His words struck like thunder, reverberating within the hearts of all present. They had never contemplated such far-reaching and grand ideas. Their sole desire was to survive. While their lord pondered the continuity of civilization and the future of the world, an indescribable excitement and sense of mission began to permeate the crowd. Even Li Xiujuan, cradling Yaya, exhibited a glimmer of unusual brilliance in her eyes. To live is not merely to breathe. It can also be for a grander purpose. Thus, the ensuing actions will revolve around this strategy. Lin Fan summarized. Internally, we shall solidify our foundation and construct our homeland. Externally, we shall engage in diligent reconnaissance, cautious interaction, and accumulate strength. We may face battles, or we may engage in diplomacy. The path shall undoubtedly be fraught with challenges, yet our direction is clear. He raised his hand, pointing towards the boundless night sky, his voice resolute as iron. One day, I shall ensure that the name of the city of eternal night resonates across this forsaken land. We will make it known to all that amidst this perpetual darkness, there exists a city that fights, that thrives, that forges a future. My friends, are you willing to embark on this journey with me? After a brief silence, the cafeteria erupted in an unprecedented, harmonious chorus. We are willing. We follow the Lord. City of eternal night. City of eternal night. The sound was deafening, as if to pierce through the eternal darkness. Observing the fervent crowd below, Lin Fan knew that his resolve had successfully implanted a grander vision in each heart. This struggle was not merely for survival. It was an expedition for the future. The first step of establishing ourselves on campus and gazing upon the world had finally been taken. Lin Fan inhaled deeply, feeling the weighty responsibility upon his shoulders and the surging ambition within his chest. The road ahead is long and perilous. Yet, at this moment, the ship of the City of Eternal Night has set its course and raised its sails. Chapter 83. The mysterious distress signal reemerges. The strategy of establishing ourselves on campus while looking to the world has injected a powerful lifeblood into the City of Eternal Night. Upon clarifying their grand objectives, the internal cohesion and work efficiency seemingly ascended to a new echelon. The pace of constructing fortifications accelerated further, and the combat training intensified significantly. Even the logistics department, under Emily's meticulous orchestration, began to experiment with more refined planning and recycling of their limited resources. Li Xiujuan, guided by Zhou Mei, had already commenced assisting in the kitchen. Though her movements were still somewhat clumsy, her demeanor was profoundly earnest. Yaya appeared to have adapted to the new environment, occasionally observing curiously as Tang Xiaoro tended to other injured individuals, her large eyes gradually rekindling the vivacity characteristic of childhood. Everything seemed to be progressing toward a positive trajectory. However, just as Lin Fan believed he could redirect his focus toward internal development and reconnaissance preparations for the storage supermarket, a distress signal emanating from the northwestern region, previously identified as a survivor's call from the factory, resurfaced. This time, the signal was markedly clearer, no longer a mere collection of fragmented phrases, but rather imbued with an almost desperate urgency and repetition. Help. Repeat. This is the Red Star Machinery Factory shelter. We are under attack by unidentified creatures. Our defenses are on the verge of collapse. Food and water have been depleted. The number of injured is rising. Any survivors who receive this signal, we request support. Repeat. We urgently request assistance. The signal reverberated clearly within the command center through the radio listening device established by Sun Xiaoming. It was the voice of a young woman, tinged with sobs and unmistakable terror. The core team was summoned once more with urgency. Unidentified creature attacks? Qin Yao furrowed her brow. Not zombies? Could it be a new mutation? The gravity of Su Wanqing's tone was palpable. If they faltered, dozens would either meet a grim fate or transform into new zombies. And either outcome posed a potential threat to them, as well as the loss of a possible ally and resource point. Emily swiftly calculated, if their defenses were breached, even if they rushed there now, they would likely confront nothing but ruins and a greater number of foes. The probability of a successful rescue was exceedingly low, and the risks were alarmingly high. Yet, they were calling for help, Tang Xiao murmured softly, her face etched with compassion. Lin Fan remained silent for a moment, closing his eyes and channeling all his mental energy to extend his perception toward the northwest. This time, perhaps due to the other party's intense emotional turmoil and crisis state generating a stronger psychic radiation, the images he perceived were several times clearer than before. He witnessed the chaotic scene within the so-called Red Star Machinery Factory. People were running in terror, and makeshift defenses constructed from machinery and debris were under siege. Yet, the assailants were not ordinary zombies, nor were they known zombie dogs, but rather something far more sinister. These were beings that slithered along the ground like shadows, moving with astonishing speed and shifting forms, seemingly capable of effortlessly slipping through narrow gaps. Their method of attack was bizarre, rather than biting. They coiled around their victims like liquid, those ensnared emitting piercing screams as they rapidly withered, as though all their life energy was being siphoned away. What in the world are these abominations? Lin Fan's heart was shaken profoundly. He had never encountered such a mutation, nor had he ever imagined it. Simultaneously, he distinctly sensed the mental turbulence of the tall, middle-aged leader among the survivors in the factory, imbued with resolution, fury, and a hint of despair teetering on the brink of collapse. He was orchestrating a final resistance, yet the signs of defeat were palpable. More crucially, Lin Fan perceived that behind the bizarre shadowy mutants, there seemed to exist a far more powerful and elusive mental force, akin to a pack leader commanding a wolf pack, coldly manipulating this massacre. A commander? These ghastly entities do not act purely on instinct. This revelation sent a chill down Lin Fan's spine. He abruptly opened his eyes, his expression more serious than ever. The situation had shifted. Lin Fan spoke rapidly. Their attackers were not ordinary zombies, nor were they zombie dogs, but an unprecedented, amorphous entity that could siphon life energy, a shadow-like mutant. Moreover, there seemed to be a commander behind these creatures. This news caused everyone to collectively gasp in horror. A new, unknown, and organized mutant? This was far more terrifying than mere hordes of the undead or packs of zombie dogs. Is the rescue still ongoing? Sun Xiaoming timidly posed the critical question. All eyes once again focused on Lin Fan. This decision was now more arduous than before, with risks escalating exponentially. Lin Fan's gaze flickered as his mind raced to weigh the options. To disregard the situation? The factory's annihilation would mean that the bizarre shadowy mutants and their commander, after obliterating the factory, would likely set their sights on the next target. The city of Eternal Night, not too distant from the factory, could very well be next. At that point, they would face this unknown and terrifying enemy alone. To attempt a rescue? Setting aside the dismal chances of success, even if they managed to save a few, it could lead that dreadful mutant and its commander right to their doorstep. With the current defensive capabilities of the city of Eternal Night, could they withstand such an onslaught? This was a dilemma fraught with peril. Just then, the distress signal sounded once more, but its content left everyone momentarily stunned. No, don't come here. They are too terrifying. Leave this place. Hurry and flee. The source of the signal was from an entity known as Genesis. The woman's voice had turned exceedingly panicked, as if she had witnessed something far more horrifying. And her final words were abruptly drowned out by a violent static, the signal cutting off into an eerie silence. In the command center, one could hear a pin drop. What did she say last? Qin Yao abruptly turned to Sun Xiaoming. Sun Xiaoming's face had drained of color as she attempted to restore the signal. But her efforts were futile. With a quivering voice, she repeated, She seemed to mention that the signal source was Genesis. Genesis. This term struck Lin Fan like a bolt of lightning. He suddenly recalled that during the prior search of the campus broadcasting station and the interception of external signals, Sun Xiaoming had intermittently captured this term, but had been unable to decipher its meaning, dismissing it as a codename for some survivor group or mere static. Now, in the final moments before the factory survivors' obliteration, accompanied by the emergence of those bizarre mutants, this term was invoked once more, and it seemed to point towards the source of the signal, or perhaps the origin of this attack. Could this apocalyptic scenario, these bizarre mutations, be connected to the act of creation? A terrifying thought surged uncontrollably from the depths of Lin Fan's heart. He gazed towards the northwest, where a thick miasma of blood, death, and an eerie, cold mental fluctuation enveloped his perception. The factory was finished. Yet, the term creation, along with the implications it might embody, loomed overhead like a vast, profound cloud, shrouding Lin Fan and the entirety of the city of eternal night. Relay the orders. Lin Fan's voice resonated with an unprecedented chill and resolve. The base is to enter a state of level 1 combat readiness. All external activities are to be suspended. Construction of the walls must proceed day and night. Prioritized for completion. He paused, articulating each word with gravitas. Additionally, initiate the highest priority mission, at all costs. Decode all information related to creation. I must understand what it truly is. A mysterious distress signal resurfaced, not heralding an opportunity for rescue, but rather presenting a chilling enigma and a terrifying truth that might far exceed their imaginations, hidden behind the apocalypse. The city of eternal night had yet to take its first step on the path to global outreach, yet it had already brushed against unfathomable darkness. Chapter 84. Signal Decoding. Disturbing content. The distress signal from the factory had fallen silent, akin to the last spark extinguished by darkness. Yet, the storm it incited within the city of eternal night was only just beginning. The term creation acted as a deep water bomb tossed into a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves in the hearts of all who were aware. It was no longer a vague noise or code, but was directly linked to a terrifying new type of mutation and the tragic obliteration of a survivor stronghold. Lin Fan's commands were executed with unwavering precision. The base immediately entered a state of heightened alert, ceasing all non-essential external activities. And even the scavengers of the Sea of Corpses were temporarily recalled. The construction of the walls accelerated in an almost tragic atmosphere, each brick seemingly bearing a weightier significance. The training intensity for combat personnel was once again elevated, with Qin Yao even commencing simulations against intangible, high-speed targets, despite their near-total ignorance of shadow mutations. The command center became the epicenter of this silent battle. Sun Xiaoming virtually resided at her station, her eyes bloodshot, fingers dancing across keyboards and various listening devices. She mobilized all available computational resources, striving to trace back, analyze, and decode all previously recorded fragments of signals related to creation. Lin Fan, Su Wanqing, Emily, and others stood vigil beside her, the atmosphere thick with tension. This interference is too strong, and the signal itself seems to have undergone some form of encryption or distortion. Sun Xiaoming lamented in frustration, raking her fingers through her hair. It was as though she were peering through a thick, greasy frosted glass, only able to discern vague shadows. Time passed relentlessly, and the pressure mounted. Each person understood that cracking the information even a second earlier could yield vital intelligence for confronting future crises. Lin Fan closed his eyes, focusing intently as he endeavored to explore an alternative approach. He did not directly delve into the chaotic electromagnetic signals. Instead, he concentrated his mental faculties to perceive the intentions or emotions that might linger within those fragmented signals. This was a bolder yet perilous endeavor. The electromagnetic signals served as carriers. If the Genesis truly belonged to a specific organization, then the individuals transmitting these signals might have imprinted their fervent intentions or emotions upon them, akin to a watermark. His mental prowess acted like the most delicate probe, cautiously penetrating the clearest signal fragments extracted by Sun Xiaoming. In the first segment of the signal, amidst the cacophony of background noise, a cold, emotionless male voice seemed to repetitively utter a phrase, its content indecipherable, yet conveying an undeniable sense of absolute control. The second segment presented a hurried, seemingly interrupted message, from which only fragmented syllables could be discerned. Experiment subject out of control, intermingled with a bizarre emotion tinged with anxiety and a hint of excitement. The third segment, a more recent and relatively clear background noise, appeared to be infused with a deep, rhythmic pulse, perhaps a form of locating beacon or a heartbeat. As Lin Fan's mental energy connected with this pulsing signal, an abrupt transformation ensued. A sharp pain pierced through his mind, as if an icy needle had been thrust into it. A series of exceedingly vague, distorted images, yet imbued with a potent malevolence, forcefully surged into his consciousness. It was an expanse of endless darkness, within which floated numerous massive, embryo-like vesicles, the twisted outlines of grotesque organisms barely visible inside. On the cold metallic walls, a ghostly green stream of data flickered. A figure clad in a sealed protective suit, obscured in visage, stood before a control panel, while the screen pulsated with two chilling words that, though contorted, Lin Fan could vaguely discern. Cleansing. With a muffled groan, Lin Fan abruptly opened his eyes. His face pale and cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. What's wrong? Su Wanqing immediately sensed the violent fluctuations in his mental energy and his physical distress. Stepping forward with a hint of chill in her demeanor, seemingly intent on stabilizing him. I glimpsed something, Lin Fan gasped, still haunted by the experience. He recounted the nebulous images and keywords he had perceived. Experiment subject, out of control, recovery, cleansing, alongside that overwhelming sense of control and malice. The amalgamation of these terms seemed to lower the temperature in the command center by several degrees. Are the experiment subjects referring to those shadow mutants? Tang Xiaorou's voice trembled. Recovery and cleansing. Emily pondered these two terms, her complexion growing increasingly ashen. This doesn't resemble the behavior of a survivor group. It aligns more with a highly organized research institution with some extreme objectives. Moreover, they evidently recognize the dangers posed by these experiment subjects. And it is likely that this apocalypse is connected to them. Su Wanqing's voice was as frigid as ice. At that moment, Sun Xiaoming suddenly exclaimed, "We've deciphered a segment. It's a short clip, intercepted about a month ago, from a time when the signal was relatively stable, a repeated broadcast." She projected the deciphered text onto the screen. Before the dawn of the new era, necessary purification must be conducted. Inferior genes and stagnant civilizations shall serve as the cornerstone of creation. Survivors, prove your worth, or return to dust. The coordinates hum in anticipation of selection. This passage, though brief, contained information that sent chills through everyone present. New era, purification, inferior genes, cornerstone, selection. Each word resonated with an extreme, inhumane coldness and an air of haughty arrogance, akin to that of deities. They do not perceive this calamity as a disaster. They refer to it as the dawn of a new era. They label the countless deaths and mutations as purification, and consider all this a mere selection. Qin Yao's voice quivered with rage as she slammed her fist on the table. These wretches. The coordinates were disrupted. Did they point to a specific location? What did waiting for selection mean? Lu Ruyin endeavored to maintain her composure while analyzing the situation. Lin Fan gazed at the text. The images he had previously sensed aligning with these words, a terrifying hypothesis gradually taking shape in his mind. This creation organization is likely the instigator of the Black Rain and Eternal Night, or at the very least, a knowledgeable party and a driving force. They regard this catastrophe as a grand experiment or selection aimed at their so-called new era. The shadowy mutants might very well be one of their experimental subjects. The factory's destruction could have been a practical test of an experimental subject or a cleansing. This conjecture is shocking, yet if it holds true, what they face will no longer merely be a natural disaster, but rather a meticulously orchestrated man-made catastrophe against all of humanity. And the enemy is a vast organization, hidden in the shadows, with a technological or supernatural prowess that views human life as insignificant. We must assume this hypothesis is true. Lin Fan's voice was hoarse and heavy. Thus, our enemies are not merely the zombies and mutants outside the city. There exists one, or perhaps a group of creators lurking in the shadows. The command center fell into a profound silence. The impact of this revelation was far more suffocating than the tide of corpses besieging the city. Standing within the campus, gazing at the world, Lin Fan murmured, a bitter and cold arc forming at the corners of his mouth. He had not anticipated encountering such astonishing revelation so swiftly. He lifted his head, his gaze sharpening like a blade. From this moment forth, the highest priority task is altered, at all costs. We must survive and uncover all information regarding the creation. We must ascertain their location, their intentions, and the nature of their experimental subjects. Furthermore, he turned to Emily and Qin Yao. The acceleration of resource reserves and military development is imperative. We may not have much time left. The deciphered signal did not yield answers, but instead deepened the unease and expanded the enigma. The walls of the city of Eternal Night, constructed in ignorance, are perhaps meant to guard against not only the walking dead, but also the frigid gaze of the creators. Chapter 85. The first mention of the cult of the mad god. The shadow of the creation organization loomed like a tangible leaden cloud, weighing heavily on the hearts of all who were aware. The fragments of deciphered information weave a grotesque tapestry, portraying a chilling reality where billions of lives are regarded as mere experimental fodder and incomprehensible cruelty. The city of Eternal Night operates at a relentless pace, its walls closing in with alarming swiftness, while the shouts of battle training echo with an unprecedented ferocity. Yet, As Lin Fan and his core team strive to confront the potential threats posed by Genesis and fortify their own defenses, an unexpected communication, emerging from an entirely different direction, disrupts the stillness like a stone cast into a still pond, creating new ripples. That afternoon, Sun Xiaoming, while conducting her routine radio frequency scan, suddenly intercepted a band that starkly contrasted with the cold, distorted signals of Genesis. This signal was more frenetic, brimming with the cacophony of pounding drums, distorted chants, and a hoarse male voice, bellowing in a frenzied manner. Listen to the roar of the mad god. The weak shall decay. Only strength is eternal. Join us. Offer your flesh and loyalty, and you shall attain rebirth, gaining the right to burn in the eternal night. Destruction is purification. Madness is truth. The mad god is with us. The content of the signal was disjointed, infused with extreme religious fervor and incitements to violence. However, several keywords caused Sun Xiaoming to furrow her brow. She promptly presented the recorded signal and her preliminary analysis to Lin Fan. The source of this signal is located to the southeast of the city, farther away than the factory, yet the signal strength is significant, indicating that they likely possess considerable transmitting power, she noted, pointing at the spectrum graph. The content is extremely radical and self-identifies as the Church of the Mad God. The Church of the Mad God? Lin Fan echoed this unfamiliar name. In a world teetering on the brink, the emergence of bizarre cults is not surprising. Desperate individuals often gravitate toward illusory beliefs. However, the Church's proclamation that destruction equates to purification resonates disturbingly with Genesis's theory of purification, necessitating caution on Lin Fan's part. Can we extract more information? For instance, their scale and precise location? Lin Fan inquired. Sun Xiaoming shook her head. The signal is encrypted and frequency hopping, making precise localization challenging. Yet, based on the signal strength and the chaotic background noise, suggesting numerous voices shouting simultaneously, the scale appears substantial, likely occupying a fixed, well-equipped stronghold. At that moment, a human squad returning from a final short-range supply mission, conducted within an absolute alert perimeter, brought back unexpected intelligence. The squad leader reported to Lin Fan, "Lord, while clearing a small pharmacy, we discovered something unusual." He handed over several torn pieces of fabric stained with dark red smudges. The fabric was coarse, resembling material torn from a uniform, adorned with a grotesque image of a skull, seemingly burning and roaring, rendered in what appeared to be blood-like pigment. Beneath the image, two crooked characters spelled out Mad God. This was found at the back door of the pharmacy, where we also encountered several severely mutilated zombie corpses, which did not resemble the work of ordinary zombies or zombie dogs. Instead, they appeared to have been shattered by some large weapon or a frenzied mob. The squad leader added, "Moreover, we have faintly heard noises akin to collective chanting in the vicinity, likely emanating from the southeast, though we dared not delve deeper. The patterns on the cloth strikingly correspond to the name of the Mad God cult we heard on the radio." Lin Fan gazed at the grotesque skull design, his fingers tracing the coarse texture of the fabric, his eyes deep and contemplative. A fervent, violent, and potentially well-armed cult organization. If the Genesis is the cold hand operating behind the scenes, controlling everything from the shadows, then this Mad God cult is the frenzied and perilous mob that thrives in the spotlight. The former brings an oppressive sense of despair from higher dimensions, while the latter poses a direct and bloody threat to survival. It seems our circle of neighbors is expanding, becoming increasingly intriguing. Lin Fan placed the cloth on the table, his tone inscrutable. Su Wanqing glanced at the pattern, a flicker of disdain crossing her cold eyes. Organizations steeped in destruction and madness are often among the most unstable and destructive forces in apocalyptic scenarios. Qin Yao was more direct, a bunch of delusional lunatics. If they dare to provoke us, they would be perfect for our brothers to practice against. Emily approached the matter from a more pragmatic angle. Their existence may obstruct our path to the southeast and could serve as a buffer zone or source of trouble between us and any potential other factions. If they still exist, this needs to be factored into our strategic assessment. Tang Xiaoro shivered at the sight of the blood-red skull. Will they be as terrifying as Genesis? Lu Ruyan gently patted her shoulder, softly replying, though their natures differ, the level of danger may not be any less. Madness can sometimes be more unpredictable than calculated evil. Lin Fan fell silent for a moment. The city of Eternal Night had not yet truly flourished, yet it had already caught a glimpse of the intricate power dynamics at play in this wasteland. The mysterious hand of Genesis, the frenzied brutality of the Mad God cult, and the factory survivors from the Northwest who had perished but left behind crucial information. This was merely the tip of the iceberg he had encountered thus far. Rooted in the campus, with a gaze cast upon the world, he realized the depths of the global waters were far more profound and murky than he had imagined. He raised his head and issued new orders. Sun Xiaoming, place the radio frequency of this Mad God cult on the priority monitoring list. gather as much of their broadcast content as possible, and analyze their doctrines, organizational structure, and potential movements. Qin Yao, enhance patrols and vigilance towards the southeast. Report immediately upon encountering any personnel or items bearing this symbol. He gestured towards the cloth on the table to avoid conflict, but maintain utmost alertness. Furthermore, Lin Fan turned his attention to everyone. Information regarding the Mad God cult and Genesis is to be confined within the core team for now to prevent unnecessary panic. Externally, we will only declare the discovery of a dangerous survivor group. The name of the Mad God cult flickered like a sudden blaze of madness in the eternal night, distant yet casting its shadow upon the walls of the city of eternal night. Lin Fan understood that before confronting the distant threat posed by Genesis, they would likely first have to face these neighbors, who were perilously close, ensnared in collective madness. The road ahead is destined to be fraught with thorns, and the roar of the Mad God may merely be the first jarring note of a grim symphony. Chapter 86. The Foreboding of Impending Storms. The name of the Mad God cult wafts through the core team of the city of eternal night like a noxious wind imbued with the scent of sulfur, permeating every corner. Unlike the aloof, chilling threat posed by the creator, the Mad God cult brings forth a more direct and sordid sense of oppression, almost palpable with the stench of blood. Standing atop the nearly completed 6-meter-high wall, Lin Fan's gaze was sharp as that of a hawk. Scanning the darkness in the southeast direction, the source of the Mad God cult's signals, and the frenzied land represented by the distorted skull emblem on the tattered banners. The cold wind stirred the dust at the wall's crest, carrying a heavy portent of an approaching storm. His mental acuity extended like invisible tendrils into the distance. Though unable to ascertain the precise circumstances of the Mad God cult's stronghold, the area emitted a cacophony of fervor, violence, suffering, and a twisted sense of devotion, a source of mental pollution that left him deeply unsettled. A group of individuals who had utterly forsaken humanity and reason filled Lin Fan's heart with trepidation. Such enemies are often more unpredictable and challenging to confront than calm adversaries. They fear not death and may even yearn for destruction, including the annihilation of others and themselves. The city lord, Old Chun, the chief engineer, approached along the wall's pathway, his face bearing the marks of fatigue, yet his eyes radiated a sense of accomplishment. The final section of the wall would be completed tonight. The primary defense towers and shooting apertures were also nearly finished. At last, the city of eternal night has a formidable shell. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze from the distance, directing it inward. The sturdy, gray wall coiled around the cafeteria, dormitories, some cleared spaces, a small sanatorium, and a laboratory like a great python. On the wall's summit, law enforcement officers patrolled with weapons in hand. Though the floodlights could not penetrate the profound darkness of the eternal night, they illuminated a 100-meter radius below, providing tangible security to all. This wall was a bastion of their home, built from sweat, blood, and even the lives of zombie laborers. Thank you, Old Chun, and to all the brothers. Lin Fan patted Old Chin's sturdy shoulder, yet he knew this was merely the beginning. The wall had risen. The ensuing storms might be even more ferocious. Old Chin nodded gravely. Rest assured, my lord, everyone is acutely aware. With this wall, we have our foundation. Whether they are gods or ghosts outside, anyone seeking to enter must first reckon with the weapons we bear. Old Chin's words echoed the sentiments of most within the base. The completion of the wall significantly boosted morale, instilling courage to endure. However, the pressure on the core team remained unabated. Inside the command center, the atmosphere was still tense. Sun Xiaoming continued to monitor the Mad God cult's radio transmissions, documenting their frenzied sermons and intermittent threats and curses directed at other unknown groups of survivors. The language of the adversary was chaotic, rife with violent imagery, yet occasionally evoked terms such as blood sacrifice and holy war, sending shivers down one's spine. Emily continually updates the strategic assessment report based on the available intelligence. The cult of madness, threat level, high. Characteristics, extremist fervor, aggressive tendencies, potential for armament, and significant manpower. Their behavioral patterns are unpredictable, inclined towards proactive expansion and violent conquest. The Genesis organization, threat level, unknown, extremely high. Characteristics, highly covert, technological, or supernatural. Capabilities remain unclear. Motives ambiguous, possibly the source of an apocalyptic scenario. The form of threat manifests as a dimensional reduction strike, impervious to current direct defensive measures. Conclusion, at this juncture, the city of eternal night should prioritize solidifying its defenses and avoiding direct confrontation with the cult of madness, while relentlessly gathering intelligence on the Genesis organization at any cost. Although Qin Yao is combative, she understands the gravity of the situation. She adjusts the primary training focus towards defensive operations relying on the walls and countertactics against high-speed, elusive targets, drawing on her limited understanding of shadow mutants. Concurrently, she dispatches the most elite reconnaissance team to conduct limited peripheral scouting towards the southeast, ensuring utmost concealment and safety in an effort to delineate the boundaries of the Cult of Madness's activities. Su Wanqing, on the other hand, concentrates on the profound development of her own powers. She senses that in the face of potential adversaries transcending conventional physical attacks, such as shadow mutants, her ice abilities might serve an unexpected purpose. She has established a small training ground at the edge of the base, where a chill pervades. Ice crystals form and shatter as she explores the limits of Absolute Zero and the extent of the frozen domain. Even Tang Xiaoro, under the guidance of Lu Ruyan, begins to experiment with applying her healing abilities to alleviate mental fatigue and fear, which may prove more vital for those long subjected to high-pressure conditions than merely treating physical injuries. Each individual remains taut, preparing for the impending storm. As night falls, Lin Fan convenes the core team once more. The walls are about to close in fully, and our initial phase objectives have been largely achieved. His voice resonates in the quiet conference room, yet everyone knows that the true trial is only just beginning. He turns to Sun Xiaoming. Any new developments from the Cult of Madness? Sun Xiaoming retrieves a segment of audio. In their recent broadcasts, they frequently mention a term, holy remains. It appears they are in search of something and assert that those who possess the holy remains will receive the true blessing of the Cult of Madness, leading their followers to purify the entire world. Holy remains? Lin Fan furrows his brow. What is that? It remains unclear. The signal is too faint to decipher further. However, it seems of paramount importance to them. Lin Fan ponders for a moment before inquiring. Have we received any updates from the reconnaissance team we dispatched? Qin Yao interjects. We have just received an encrypted signal. They have reached the designated reconnaissance boundary and observed a small group of individuals bearing the Cult of Madness insignia, exhibiting erratic behavior. They seem to be conducting some form of hunting. The target remains unspecified. The team did not dare to delve further and has retreated as planned. Currently en route back. Hunting? Lin Fan's foreboding sense of an impending storm intensifies. A frenzied, organized cult actively seeking the so-called holy remains is akin to a ticking bomb. None can predict when it might explode or where the fallout may extend. Convey the order to the reconnaissance team to report back with detailed information upon their return. Lin Fan commanded, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. We cannot afford to remain passive. The walls provide us with a defensive advantage, yet to truly establish ourselves, we must proactively understand our neighbors, particularly the nearby cult of the Mad God. He paused momentarily, arriving at a decision. I intend to personally investigate the southeastern direction once the reconnaissance team returns with comprehensive intelligence. That's far too perilous. Su Wanqing immediately objected. They are utterly insane, unlike the factory survivors with whom we can communicate, precisely because they are mad. I feel an even greater need to perceive the extent of their madness firsthand, Lin Fan replied resolutely. Only by witnessing it with my own eyes and hearing it with my own ears can I make the most accurate assessment. Rest assured, I will exercise even greater caution this time, and I will bring them along. By them, he referred, of course, to the Shadow Zombie Guard. Through numerous battles and skill competitions, Lin Fan had increasingly mastered his control over them. The meeting concluded in a heavy atmosphere, as everyone understood the implications of the Lord's decision. This was no longer a mere rescue or simple reconnaissance. It was an audacious venture deep into the lion's den, a probing of the boundaries of madness. Stepping out of the command center, Lin Fan ascended the wall once more. The wind of eternal night had grown colder, carrying the scent of rust and decay. He gazed into the profound darkness of the southeast, as if he could hear the chaotic and frenzied murmurs emanating from that direction. What tricks are you playing, cult of the Mad God? The foreboding sense of an impending storm clung to Lin Fan's heart, encircling the entire city of eternal night like a tightening noose. Chapter 87. Comprehensive Enhancement, Ready for War. Lin Fan's decision to personally investigate the cult of the Mad God stirred an intense wave of opposition within the core team, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Nevertheless, Lin Fan exhibited the undeniable decisiveness expected of a lord, rather than suppress dissent forcibly. He addressed their concerns with meticulous planning and thorough preparations. This operation was not a hasty assault. It was a reconnaissance mission of the highest caliber. In the operational meeting, Lin Fan pointed at the surrounding map continuously refined by Sun Xiaoming with a simple pointer. My objective is not engagement, but rather to acquire first-hand intelligence about the cult of the Mad God under absolute safety. Information regarding the scale of their stronghold, fortifications, personnel status, activity patterns, and the nature of the so-called holy remains. Surveying the furrowed brows of his companions, he continued to elucidate his plan. I will take all 10 members of the Shadow Zombie Guard with me. They will serve as my eyes, ears, and unwavering shields. Additionally, Qin Yao, I need you to select 2 of our finest scouts, equipped with crossbows and signal flares, to establish 2 remote support points along the reconnaissance route for assistance and early warning, without participating in the deeper investigation. Although Qin Yao remained unconvinced of Lin Fan's personal venture, she could not refute this arrangement. It was indeed the option that minimized risk. Su Wanqing, you shall oversee the perimeter. Upon receiving my highest danger signal, you are authorized to initiate the Icebound Emergency Protocol, sealing off the southeastern entrance without awaiting my command. Lin Fan cast a glance at Su Wanqing, bestowing upon her the authority to act decisively in emergencies. Su Wanqing fixed her gaze upon Lin Fan, and after a moment's contemplation, she slowly nodded, a flicker of determination passing through her icy eyes. Emily, the responsibility for logistical support falls to you. Ensure that during our expedition, the internal allocation of resources within the base remains untroubled. Sun Xiaoming, you must expedite the modification of your drones. If this reconnaissance can ascertain the approximate location of the enemy stronghold, the subsequent continuous monitoring will rely on them. Dr. Liu, Xiao Rou, prepare to address any potential casualties, whether physical or psychological. Each directive was articulated with clarity, ensuring every individual's responsibilities were firmly established. This endeavor is not solely Lin Fan's risk. It is a high-stakes investment for the survival of the entire city of Eternal Night. In the days leading up to Lin Fan's final preparations for reconnaissance, the entire base entered an unprecedented state of fervent readiness for battle. In terms of combat readiness, Qin Yao imparted her apocalyptic survival combat techniques without reservation. The training grounds reverberated day and night with the shouts of team members engaged in combat and the resounding clash of weapons. She even organized several small-scale drills simulating the frenzied tactics of the Mad God cult, eschewing conventionality in favor of maximum aggression and destruction. Although the scenes were chaotic, they significantly honed the team members' adaptability and resilience amidst turmoil. Su Wanqing's training area was suffused with an even greater chill, as she successfully expanded her ice mist coverage to a diameter of 15 meters, capable of instantly manifesting dozens of ice spikes potent enough to pierce steel. She was attempting to concentrate the cold energy at her fingertips, developing a more penetrating singular attack technique. On the technical front, Sun Xiaoming toiled tirelessly, ultimately transforming 2 model aircraft drones into Night Owl 1 and Night Owl 2, equipped with short-range, low-altitude reconnaissance capabilities. They were outfitted with miniature cameras and signal transmission modules. While their endurance and resistance to interference were questionable, they at least provided means surpassing human reconnaissance. Concurrently, she enhanced the radio monitoring equipment, conducting uninterrupted 24-hour recording and analysis of the Mad God cult's channels. In logistical and administrative matters, Emily exhibited a terrifying efficiency befitting her title as the logistics queen. She meticulously rechecked all inventory, formulating a wartime rationing plan to ensure that even in the event of unforeseen circumstances for the reconnaissance team, the base could maintain fundamental operations for at least a month without new supplies. She also organized personnel to establish several concealed emergency supply depots at critical locations within the perimeter. Lu Rian and Tang Xiaorou collaborated to establish a rudimentary psychological counseling mechanism. Utilizing her expertise and gentle disposition, Lu Rian, alongside the affability brought by Tang Xiaorou's healing abilities, proactively engaged with survivors exhibiting anxiety and fear, alleviating the mental strain induced by preparations for battle. After adapting to kitchen duties, Li Xiujuan also took the initiative to care for some of the younger children, allowing their parents to focus on work or training with greater peace of mind. On the matter of the zombie labor force, following the completion of the primary structure of the wall, the majority of the zombie laborers were reassigned by Lin Fan. Some continued to refine the details of the wall, installing barbed wire and constructing internal staircases, while others were integrated into the first construction core of Eternal Night City, where they began the delineation of functional areas within the base and the assembly of rudimentary shelters under the guidance of human engineers. A select few of the most elite were gathered by Lin Fan for more intricate military training, practicing simple formation changes and coordinated advances. Although their performance was modest, it was better than nothing. The entire Eternal Night City resembled a war machine fueled by high-energy resources, with each cog operating at high speed and precision. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere surged a resolute determination akin to burning ships. As Lin Fan surveyed the scene before him, his heart bore a heavy yet empowering weight. He understood the enormity of his responsibilities. Every decision he made was intertwined with the fate of hundreds. On the eve of departure, Lin Fan stood alone atop the highest point of the soon-to-be closed wall. The cold night breeze tousled his hair, and the silhouettes of distant ruins flickered in the eternal darkness. His mental acuity expanded, sensing within the walls the resilient and fragile life forces, all striving to endure. He also perceived the increasingly distinct and unsettling cacophony emanating from the southeast, alongside the desolate silence of the northwest, which lingered with the chilling touch of creation. A storm is imminent, he murmured to himself, tightening his grip on the bone blade at his waist. A weapon crafted from the claws of zombie hounds that had become emblematic of him. This time, he would not falter, nor could he afford to. For the flickering lights of hope behind him, for those who placed their faith in him, he must confront the unknown madness and unveil the dense fog shrouding the future. A comprehensive enhancement, preparations for battle. The arrow is already knocked. Chapter 88. The might of the logistics queen, Emily's spotlight, Lin Fan, accompanied by a shadow guard, vanished like a specter into the ruins of the southeast. The gates of Eternal Night City slowly closed behind him, the heavy latch falling into place, locking away all worries and hopes within the city. With the Lord's departure, Su Wanqing and Qin Yao, following orders, took their respective posts, one at the command center and the other patrolling the defenses, ensuring the core military strength of the base remained steadfast. However, it was the logistics supervisor, Emily, who, often unnoticed, now exhibited remarkable control, ensuring the war machine operated with flawless precision in a state of heightened alert. A corner of the command center had been transformed by Emily into her logistics hub. The walls were adorned with hand-drawn charts and lists, meticulously documenting the real-time inventory of every resource in the base, daily consumption, expected losses, and priority ratings. Several whiteboards displayed intricate supply chain flowcharts and personnel assignments. Sun Xiaoming had specifically connected multiple monitors for her, providing live feeds from critical warehouses and data from the simplified inventory management software she had devised. Emily sat at the center, her back straight, her gaze sharp as a scanner. Before her lay several ledgers and a tablet, alongside a cup of now-cold black coffee. Brewed from instant coffee powder, one of her few indulgences. Team leader Zhou Mei, Emily contacted the kitchen via an internal communication device. A simple wired telephone system repaired by Sun Xiaoming, to confirm the breakfast consumption statistics for today. Starting tomorrow, the proportion of whole grain steamed buns in the staple food ration will be increased by 5%, while the supply of thin gruel will be reduced by 3%. Additionally, how is Li Xiaozhuan's progress in her studies? Zhou Mei's voice came through the device. Understood, Supervisor AI. Xiaozhuan is quite adept. She has mastered the basics of kneading dough and is currently learning fermentation control. Excellent. Inform her that if she can independently complete a standard batch of fermented dough within 3 days, her contribution points will be elevated to the level of a junior technician. Emily's tone remained even, yet it dictated the fate of an individual. Upon ending the communication, she immediately turned her attention to the data displayed on another screen. The report on training wear and tear submitted by Captain Qin Yao of the weapon maintenance team indicated that 5 iron tips and 3 wooden shields had been damaged during today's training. According to the plan, corresponding materials should be extracted from the 3rd reserve warehouse for replenishment, with maintenance to be completed by tonight. The damage records were duly entered into the system. The engineering corps, comprised of zombie laborers, had planned to consume XX bags of cement and YY cubic meters of sand and gravel today, with actual consumption slightly exceeding expectations by 2%. The reason was identified as encountering hard soil during foundation work. Approval for the overspend was granted, but it was required that efficiency in transportation be improved to compensate during tomorrow's working hours. All was documented meticulously. Her directives flowed one after another, clear, calm, and beyond dispute. She was intimately familiar with every figure and maintained precise control over the flow of each resource. Like a masterful chess player maneuvering pieces across a limited board of resources, she ensured each item was positioned where it was most needed to achieve optimal utility. Soon, a particularly challenging issue presented itself. The patrol team leader responsible for guarding a section of the western wall rushed to the logistics center. His face etched with urgency. Supervisor AI, we discovered several minor leaks in our section of the wall last night, suspecting that the embedded waterproof layer was compromised during construction. Should it rain? Oh, but wait. In this eternal night, there is no rain. Yet prolonged moisture will undoubtedly impact the wall's integrity. We require waterproof coating and repair tools. I have brought the list. Emily took the list, glanced over it, and her brow slightly furrowed. The waterproof coating was classified as a crucial strategic resource, with limited stock primarily reserved for the potential construction of essential buildings and the protection of vital equipment. Using it to repair the existing wall constituted an unplanned expense. She refrained from responding immediately, instead retrieving the detailed construction records and material lists for the wall, along with recent humidity monitoring data. Her fingers swiftly navigated the tablet, her mind operating with the precision of a supercomputer. Moments later, she looked up at the team leader. I have received your request. The issue is indeed present and requires attention. However, Comprehensive use of standard waterproof coating cannot be supported by our current inventory. The team leader's expression fell. However, Emily swiftly changed her tone, picking up a pen to make quick modifications on the list. I can allocate these for you. Rubber strips made from discarded tires. Some remaining asphalt we previously collected, and the work hours of 2 teams of zombie laborers. You can use heated asphalt mixed with sand for filling. Then compact and seal it with the tire strips. Although this solution may not match the efficacy of professional coatings, it is sufficient to combat the current level of moisture erosion. I will arrange for someone from the engineering department to guide you through the specific procedures. She returned the amended list with an assertive tone that brooked no dissent. This is the optimal solution for now. Resources are limited and must be used judiciously. Go. Execute it immediately. The squad leader gazed at the list, which had been altered beyond recognition, opened his mouth to speak, but was ultimately subdued by Emily's calm yet commanding presence, offering a salute. Understood. We will ensure the task is completed. After resolving this minor incident, Emily promptly began reviewing the requisition form submitted by Sun Xiaoming for spare drone batteries and parts. She meticulously verified the anticipated usage frequency of the drones, battery life, and stock levels, ultimately approving only 70% of the requested quantity. Why not the full amount? Sun Xiaoming inquired through the communicator, perplexed. Because we cannot guarantee when we will receive resupplies next, Emily replied, her tone cold and almost ruthless. We must reserve 30% as a contingency for more urgent situations. Xiaoming, your task is to optimize the drone usage plan and extend the endurance of each reconnaissance mission, rather than relying on an infinite supply of resources. Sun Xiaoming fell silent for a moment before responding, understood. Throughout the morning, Emily operated like an unflagging precision instrument, addressing dozens of logistical requests, both large and small. She approved, rejected, and proposed alternative solutions, with each decision grounded in detailed data and clear logic. Though her demeanor sometimes appeared unfeeling, she maximized the stability of the base amid resource constraints. Even when Lu Ruiyan's medical department requested additional alcohol for disinfection, she carefully inquired about the specific uses and alternative options, ultimately approving only half of the requested amount and requiring Lu Ruiyan to submit a feasibility report on using plant distillation as a substitute disinfectant. During lunchtime, Emily was once again the last to enter the dining hall. Carrying her standard ration, she seated herself in a corner, leisurely eating while simultaneously reviewing the latest inventory summary on her tablet. Tang Xiaoro observed her and quietly remarked to Lu Ruiyan, Sister Emily is so impressive. It feels as though she has everything stored in her mind. Lu Ruiyan smiled gently in agreement. Indeed, she is the steward of this city. With her around, we need not worry about going hungry or running out of arrows in the midst of battle. Li Xiujuan offered Emily an extra spoonful of rather unappetizing boiled vegetables, softly saying, Director AI, you've worked hard. Emily lifted her gaze, glanced at Li Xiujuan, and merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement before returning her attention to the data once more. No one complained about her stern demeanor and unyielding nature, for all were acutely aware that in this unpredictable and precarious apocalypse, it was precisely this near-obsessive diligence and cold calculation that safeguarded the lifeline upon which their survival depended. As the last rays of sunlight were entirely consumed by the eternal night, Emily finally closed the final ledger. She rubbed her slightly throbbing temples and approached the window, gazing in the direction where Lin Fan had departed. Lord of the city, I shall guard the logistics line for you, she silently vowed, her gaze resolute behind the lenses of her glasses. The formidable prowess of the logistics queen was manifest on this very day. Although she lacked the supernatural ability to freeze vast expanses or the unparalleled courage of a warrior, she wielded her intellect and composure to raise an invisible yet crucial shield over the city of eternal night. Chapter 89. Breakthrough of the technological core. While Emily maintained the internal lifeblood of the city of eternal night with absolute rationality and efficiency, a silent battle simultaneously reached its zenith in another corner of the command center. This was the battlefield of the technological core, Sun Xiaoming. In stark contrast to Emily's orderly spreadsheets and lists, Sun Xiaoming's domain resembled a chaotic laboratory infused with elements of technology and wasteland aesthetics. Scattered across several makeshift tables were disassembled circuit boards, exposed wiring, various models of screwdrivers, and soldering guns, alongside a few computer towers and monitors powered by car batteries and small generators. The air was thick with the faint scent of pine resin and the acrid aroma of overheated electronic components. Sun Xiaoming was nearly buried beneath the equipment, her hair haphazardly tied into 2 loose ponytails, her glasses smudged with fingerprints. Her once slightly chubby cheeks had thinned over the past few days, yet the fire of near-obsessive determination burned fiercely in her eyes, visible through her lenses. Her adversaries were distance, interference, and the chaotic. Crude encryption methods of the cult of the Mad God. The Night Owl 1 and Night Owl 2 had already been launched. These diminutive shadows, guided by the automatic evasion program she had coded in her remote maneuvering via laptop, glided silently over the ruins like true night owls, heading towards the designated reconnaissance area in the southeast. On the control panel, two split screens displayed the real-time footage relayed from the drones, the shaky, grainy black and white images revealing a cascade of densely packed data flowing below, depicting parameters such as altitude, speed, signal strength, and battery life. The signal interference was stronger than anticipated. They had released some form of wideband interference near their stronghold. Sun Xiaoming bit her lower lip, fingers dancing across the keyboard, attempting to stabilize the signal. Night Owl 1. Ascend 50 meters, attempt to circumvent the core area of the interference. The image on the screen jolted violently for a moment before stabilizing somewhat, though it remained obscured by static. The return visuals began to reveal signs of human activity. Reinforced buildings, walls marked with chaotic graffiti, with a distorted skull pattern faintly discernible, and strange figures meandering through the streets. As the image recognition algorithm initiated, Sun Xiaoming murmured to herself, simultaneously distracted, with headphones adorning her ears, eavesdropping on the radio broadcasts of the cult of the Mad God. The broadcast continued its frenzied ramblings. Yet Sun Xiaoming astutely perceived that the adversary seemed to be conducting some form of pre-battle mobilization, frequently invoking phrases such as offering glory to the Mad God and baptized in the blood of enemies. They might be preparing for a large-scale operation. This realization sent a jolt of urgency through Sun Xiaoming. She promptly relayed this information through internal communications to Su Wanqing, who was stationed at command, and to Qin Yao, who was patrolling. Simultaneously, she refocused her attention on controlling the drone. The Night Owl 2 began its preordained flight path, circling around a dilapidated shopping mall transformed into a fortress-like stronghold, attempting to identify its vulnerabilities and entrances. Suddenly, the feed from Night Owl 2 abruptly went dark. The signal strength plummeted to an alarming low. Had they been detected? Or had it collided with something? Sun Xiaoming's heart raced as she swiftly maneuvered her controls, trying to re-establish the connection. Moments later, the signal intermittently returned, but the image became exceedingly blurred and distorted, as if subjected to a powerful electromagnetic pulse interference. Amidst the distorted visuals, Sun Xiaoming vaguely discerned several peculiar devices resembling horns or antennas rotating atop the shopping mall. Active jamming devices. They actually possessed such technology. Sun Xiaoming instantly comprehended. The adversary was not comprised of technologically inept savages. They possessed equipment capable of jamming or even downing unmanned devices. This far surpassed the technical capabilities one might expect from an ordinary cult. Night Owl 2, retreat immediately. Execute emergency evasion protocols. Sun Xiaoming commanded decisively. The data stream on the screen indicated that the drone was struggling to break free from the interference, yet its battery was rapidly depleting due to the countermeasures. Just as she was exerting all her energy to rescue Night Owl 2, Night Owl I transmitted another astonishing discovery. After circumventing the interference zone, it captured images of a relatively secluded area behind the shopping mall. Was that a place of execution? Several dismembered bodies were carelessly discarded, and from their attire, they were not followers of the Mad God. More chillingly, at the center of the execution ground stood a makeshift altar, crudely constructed from bones and scrap metal, approximately the height of a person. Upon the altar rested an object, an irregular polyhedral crystal, roughly the size of a fist, exhibiting a deep crimson hue, with what appeared to be a viscous liquid flowing slowly within, its surface intermittently flashing a disquieting spectral glow. Holy relic! Sun Xiaoming nearly gasped in astonishment. Although the image was blurred, the crystal's shape and color bore an uncanny resemblance to the energy crystal Lin Fan had previously described. Extracted from the corpse of a zombie dog, only larger in size, and emanating a more sinister luminescence. She immediately took a screenshot, enlarging and enhancing the image. Concurrently, she activated another sensor aboard Night Owl I, a rudimentary, self-modified breath detection apparatus designed to detect anomalies in the composition of airborne particles. The data reveals that an energy field, high in concentration and reminiscent of zombies and mutants, emanates from the altar, yet differs in its more frenzied and chaotic nature. Is this the sacred relic? A concentrated crystallization of energy? Is it the source of their power or a totem of worship? Sun Xiaoming's mind raced as she corroborated the images and energy readings with the intercepted broadcast content. At that moment, Night Owl 2 completely lost signal, the screen displaying a connection interruption. A wave of foreboding washed over Sun Xiaoming as she realized the dire situation. However, she had no time for sorrow. The battery of Night Owl I was also dwindling. She needed it to relay the most critical intelligence. Abandoning the circling route, she commanded a direct return. Package all data and prioritize transmission. Sun Xiaoming issued her final directive. Night Ally adjusted its course, straining towards the direction of the city of eternal night. Sun Xiaoming fixated on the transmission progress bar, her heart racing. 10%, 30%, 70%. Just as the progress reached 90%, the screen went black once more. The signal from Night Ally vanished. Sun Xiaoming felt her heart leap to her throat. She frantically attempted to reconnect, but to no avail. In the depths of despair, a soft beep resonated from the console. The final 10% of data had, in the fleeting moment before disconnection, successfully returned to the cache. It was a triumph. Sun Xiaoming nearly collapsed into her chair, drenched in sweat. Ignoring her fatigue, she immediately began decrypting and organizing the returned data. High definition, relatively speaking, images of the sacred relic, readings of the energy field, partial maps of defensive structures, and images of that enigmatic active interference device. These invaluable pieces of intelligence had been exchanged for the lives of Night Owl 2 and the great risks taken by Night Ally. She swiftly sent the compiled intelligence summary and key images to Su Wanqing, Qin Yao, and Emily. Confirmation of the Mad God Sect's electronic interference capabilities. Discovery of a suspected sacred relic, a concentrated energy crystal, originating from the same source as mutant energy, but exhibiting greater ferocity. Observations indicated potential signs of large-scale hostile actions in the near future. After sending the information, Sun Xiaoming finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. She gazed at the peculiar close-up of the sacred relic on the screen and adjusted her slipping glasses. Senior Lin Fan, all I can do is illuminate more of the darkness ahead for you. The next steps are up to you. The breakthroughs in the technological core came at a cost, yet yielded crucial intelligence. With her intellect and resilience, Sun Xiaoming had torn a corner of the Mad God Sect's mysterious veil for the city of eternal night and for Lin Fan, who was far ahead. Chapter 90. The special training of the combat maniac. The intelligence that Sun Xiaoming risked her safety to relay was like a searing branding iron, causing unrest among the core layers of the city of eternal night. The Mad God Sect possessed electronic interference capabilities, worshipped a bizarre sacred relic, and was likely planning significant actions in the near future. Each piece of information spelled potential grave threats. The pressure, palpable as if material, bore down on Qin Yao, who was responsible for the base's military might and defense. This was timely. Unlike Su Wanqing's gravity and Emily's calm calculations, a near-blazing battle intent ignited in Qin Yao's eyes upon receiving the intelligence. Fear and anxiety within her were directly transformed into a more ferocious drive for training. Inside the base, the already fervent training grounds suddenly became imbued with a more somber and brutal atmosphere. Haven't you eaten? Or have you squandered all your strength on the women? Qin Yao's furious roar reverberated across the expansive arena, drowning out the clanking of weapons and the heavy gasps of breath. Grasping an unsharpened training sword, she moved through the ranks like a lithe female leopard. One team member, fatigued, faltered in his block, and Qin Yao's sword struck his forearm like a venomous serpent, producing a sharp crack. Ah! The soldier cried out in pain, nearly losing his weapon. On the battlefield, a mere delay of 1/10 of a second could cost you your arm, and then your head. Qin Yao's gaze was icy, devoid of compassion. All of you, add 5 kilograms to your load. Sprint 20 laps around the field. The last 3 will undergo an additional 2 hours of night watch duty. No one dared to complain. All had witnessed the terrifying combat prowess of this Valkyrie against zombies and mutated hounds, and understood that her ruthless and inhumane training was aimed at enhancing their chances of survival in future life and death struggles. The training regimen underwent a radical transformation as well. Drawing on fragmented images relayed by Sun Xiaoming, those frenzied postures of the Mad God cultists, and Lin Fan's earlier vague descriptions of shadow mutations, she devised an entirely new and nearly perverse set of combat exercises. She divided the team into 2 groups. One group would assume the role of the Mad God cultists, instructed to abandon all restraint, pursuing the most reckless and self-destructive attacks and bites, even employing underhanded tactics such as lime powder and sand, of course, with controlled force. The other group would serve as the defenders, required to maintain formation while navigating chaos and impaired vision, accurately dispatching the enemy's vital points. At the onset of the drills, the defenders were caught off guard. Accustomed to battling zombies that followed a predictable pattern, the team members struggled against the illogical, frenzied onslaught, their formation repeatedly shattered. With many sustaining injuries, training wounds. Steady. Do not be swayed by their madness. Remember your coordination. Qin Yao shouted from the sidelines, urging them to seek out patterns. Even the wildest attacks have flaws. Aim for the joints. Target the lower body. Use your shields to strike. She even joined the fray herself, becoming the spearhead of the defensive group. Like a whirlwind, she plunged into the encirclement of cultists, her sword not merely hacking but precisely striking at the opponent's wrists, ankles, and knees, leveraging skill and speed to swiftly topple 3 or 4 enemies, creating precious opportunities for her teammates behind her. Do you see? It's not about who is crazier. It's about who is more ruthless and accurate. Qin Yao stood, blade sheathed, her breath slightly labored. Yet her gaze shone with an alarming intensity. In addition to the combat drills, Qin Yao significantly intensified training in ranged firepower and coordinated defensive tactics. Limited crossbows were distributed to the most skilled archers, who no longer pursued flamboyant techniques, but focused solely on the rapidity of knocking arrows, aiming, and shooting at moving targets, dragged by zombie laborers. Qin Yao's demands were straightforward and brutal. Within 3 arrows, they must hit a target the size of a head. It is unfeasible. Go to the kitchen brigade and assist Zhou Mei in kneading the dough. Leaning against the newly constructed wall, she orchestrated several large-scale defense drills. Watchtowers stood vigilant, logs and stones were hurled, archers unleashed successive volleys, and close combat teams sealed every breach, each segment meticulously honed to ensure that when true adversaries approached the city, they could operate like a finely tuned machine of death. Sweat and blood from training mingled with the earth, enveloping the training ground in a heavy scent of perspiration and an atmosphere of lethal intent. Each day, some collapsed in exhaustion, while others departed bearing bruises and scrapes. Yet, no one withdrew. Under this immense pressure, their gazes shed the initial panic and awkwardness, evolving into a sharp resilience. Qin Yao was no exception, not merely an instructor. She served as a paragon. Her training regimen was 1.5 times that of anyone else, and her long blade cut through the air with a piercing shriek. In the stillness of night, she often practiced her sword techniques alone atop the wall. In the imagined moonlight, her silhouette seemed to meld with the blade, embodying an unwavering resolve. Su Wanqing occasionally approached the edge of the training ground, observing quietly. She did not intrude, yet. The chill emanating from her fingertips appeared to simulate how to effectively coordinate with these ferocious physical assaults, freezing the enemy's movements and crafting opportunities for Qin Yao and her teammates to strike decisively. Meanwhile, Emily diligently managed logistical supplies, ensuring that the weapons, protective gear, and medical supplies consumed during training were replenished timely. She understood that every drop of sweat shed by Qin Yao and every blade dulled in practice could mean one less drop of blood spilled and one more life saved on the battlefield. On this particular day, amidst a break in training, Qin Yao beheld her team members, some seated, some sprawled, all gasping for breath, and for once, she refrained from shouting. She stepped to the center of the field, her voice hoarse yet resonant enough to reach every corner. I know many of you secretly call me the Mother Night Demon, the living king of hell. Her words elicited a low, suppressed laughter. I do not care. Qin Yao's tone suddenly sharpened. What concerns me is whether your blades can sever the heads of those madmen when they truly come charging at us. I care whether you can protect your families and this wall when those shadowy monstrosities leap upon us. Her gaze, like lightning, swept across every weary yet youthful face. The city of eternal night cannot be defended by a single individual. It relies on each and every one of us, on the blades in our hands and the courage in our veins. Remember this, sweat more in peace to bleed less in war. This is not a slogan. It is the ironclad law of survival. The response was a fierce roar from her team, drawing upon the last of their strength, embodying their ferocity. Qin Yao nodded in satisfaction and turned towards her weapons rack to commence the next round of personal training. Come on. Whether you are a mad god or a rabid dog, if you wish to encroach upon my territory, first ask if my blade consents. The specialized training of the battle fanatic, akin to the most intense forging, sharpened and toughened the might of the city of eternal night, awaiting the enemy's advance to reveal its deadly fangs. Chapter 91. The growth of the Ice Queen Lin Fan's departure took with him the sharpest spear and the sturdiest shield of the base, the Shadow Guard. Qin Yao's frenzied training forged sinew and bone, while Emily's meticulous calculations sustained their very lifeblood. Sun Xiaoming's technological insights peered through the mist. Meanwhile, the weighty responsibility of coordinating the entire operation and serving as the final, albeit cold, line of defense fell upon Su Wanqing's shoulders. In the command center, Su Wanqing occupied the seat that Lin Fan once held. Unlike Emily, who was engulfed by data and spreadsheets, or Sun Xiaoming, who was engrossed in instruments, she sat quietly, her posture regal, her beauty still radiant. Yet, the aloofness befitting a campus goddess had been supplanted by an aura of icy tranquility and authority. Before her lay the defense deployment map and personnel configuration chart of the base. Her fingertips occasionally traced the outlines of the gray walls and various defense nodes, inadvertently exuding a chilling aura that condensed into a fine layer of frost upon the paper's surface. She issued no complicated commands. Most of the time, she simply listened. Qin Yao would report her training progress and encountered challenges through the communicator, her distinctive loud voice echoing. Su sister, the defensive drill for the 3 eastern walls is complete, and the reaction speed meets the standard, but there is a delay of half a second in the archer's volley. I've ordered them to practice until midnight. Understood. Have you analyzed the cause of the delay? Is it an issue with the commands or fatigue distribution? Su Wanqing's voice was cold yet incisive. Damn. It seems to be a bit of both. I'll make some adjustments. Very well. Monitor the team's condition. Excessive fatigue will impair their performance in actual combat. Emily, with her unflappable tone, reported on resource allocation and potential risks. Su Wanqing, based on the current consumption rate, the fuel reserves are expected to sustain wall lighting and essential equipment for another 23 days. I recommend reducing night lighting by 30% unless absolutely necessary. Approved. However, illumination for critical watchtowers and patrol routes must be ensured. Additionally, how is the alcohol supply in the medical department? It is below the safety line. Dr. Liu is attempting to extract plant-based substitutes through distillation, but the efficiency is low. Temporarily allocate part of the laboratory's power quota to the medical department to prioritize the development of substitutes. Sun Xiaoming's intelligence updates were of utmost importance. Whenever new information regarding the cult of the frenzied god emerged, Su Wanqing would summon her directly to the command center for a report. Senior Su, the cult of the frenzied goddess broadcast mentioned a holy war again. It seems imminent. Moreover, their jamming signal strength appears to have increased. Can you roughly ascertain the direction of the enhanced signal source? It's challenging to pinpoint, but it seems to be moving, or perhaps there are multiple transmission sources. Each fragment of information added another brushstroke to the invisible strategic map within Su Wanqing's mind. The enemy's madness, the anomalies in technology, and the mysterious movements did not elicit even a hint of panic from her. Rather, her ice-blue eyes grew increasingly profound and cold. The pressure did not leave her at a loss. Instead, it became a catalyst for her abilities to transcend their limits. In the quiet of night, she would venture alone to her training ground at the edge of the base, a space that belonged solely to her. The temperature here is consistently 10 degrees lower than in other regions, with the ground cloaked in an everlasting layer of thin ice. Previously, her extraordinary abilities primarily focused on area control, slowing with ice fog, and precise strikes, ice spikes. However, in the face of the potentially bizarre shadow mutants and the unknown number of frenzied cultists, she felt this was insufficient. She required greater control, more extreme cold, and even the capability to alter her environment. Closing her eyes, she resonated her mental energy with the ubiquitous water molecules in the air. The chill emanated from her center, no longer diffusing as before, but extending like living tendrils towards specific directions, coalescing. In her first attempt, she sought to compress the cold into a straight line, instantly freezing a target 10 meters away. However, the cold lost control midway, exploding and turning a vast area into a mass of ice, nearly affecting a nearby supply point. Undeterred, she tried again, this time slowing her pace and carefully guiding the cold, as if maneuvering invisible threads. The chill advanced gently, touching the target and then permeating it. It did not merely freeze the surface. Rather, it began from within, instantaneously shattering the entire wooden target into a shower of crystalline ice powder. Internal freezing sparked a flicker of realization in Su Wanqing's eyes. This could prove remarkably effective against targets with potentially high physical defenses. She continued her endeavors, allowing the icy mist to coalesce into swirling blades of ice that violently cleaved within a designated area, attempting to create a slick layer of ice beneath her feet, hindering enemy movement, and even beginning to explore how to retain the cold in a specific area for a true, sustainable frozen domain. This process was immensely taxing on her mental energy, often leaving her paler than usual after a deep session, requiring her to sit in silence for an extended period to recuperate. Yet, she could sense her mastery over ice becoming increasingly refined and profoundly attuned to its essence. That afternoon, just as she concluded a high-intensity practice session and prepared to return to the command center, an unexpected turn of events erupted. In the ruins approximately 1 kilometer from the southeastern wall of the base, 3 red signal flares suddenly soared into the sky. These were the signals agreed upon by Lin Fan before his departure, indicating the utmost danger and an urgent evacuation. Almost simultaneously, Sun Xiaoming's scream pierced through the communicator. Sister Su. Large-scale life signs detected in the southeast. The number exceeds 100. They are moving rapidly towards us. The atmosphere in the command center instantly froze. Qin Yao's furious voice resounded over the patrol channel. All combat personnel. Level 1 alert. To the walls. Hurry. The enemy is coming. And Lin Fan has yet to return. Su Wanqing stood at the edge of the training ground, gazing toward the direction of the flares. Then glancing at the base, which was briefly in disarray but quickly mobilized under Qin Yao's command. Her face bore no expression, only the sudden drop in temperature surrounding her and the chilling aura in her eyes that seemed to freeze all. Instead of rushing towards the walls, she swiftly transformed, akin to an ice spirit, appearing at the highest point of the central watchtower with several graceful leaps. Here, she could survey the entire battlefield to the southeast. The biting cold wind rustled her white garments as she slowly raised her hands. The moisture in the air began to coalesce around her at an unprecedented speed, forming a visible, swirling vortex of ice crystals around her form. Activate the Absolute Zero Protocol. Her voice, though not loud, resonated clearly through the communication device to the ears of every defense node leader. There was no impassioned rallying cry, no frantic commands, only a chilling proclamation and a realm of ice and snow that was about to descend. Su Wanqing, once the icy school belle, was now truly transformed into the queen of ice and snow, safeguarding her homeland. Her evolution would soon face the most brutal of tests amid the impending blood and fire. Chapter 92. The Healer's Prayer. 3 scarlet flares pierced the eternal night like dying stars, searing ominous portents into the hearts of every survivor gazing skyward. Following closely was Sun Xiaoming's panic scream through the communicator, warning of a massive enemy advance. Panic spread like a plague within the base, engulfing the recently fatigued combatants who had just concluded their rigorous training. At the sound of Qin Yao's thunderous roar, they scrambled to their defensive positions. Non-combatants were urgently evacuated to a makeshift shelter fashioned from the dormitory, where the cries of children, the sobs of women, and the heavy breaths of men intertwined, rendering fear palpably real. Amidst this chaos and despair, a gentle yet resolute white light flickered to life within the small healing sanctuary at the rear of the base. Tang Xiao stood at the entrance, her face, usually marked by innocence and vitality, now bore a solemn expression. She observed the frantic crowd and listened to the distant clamor of clashing weapons and Qin Yao issuing commands. Her petite frame trembled slightly with fear, yet her gaze remained clear and steadfast. Dr. Lu, she turned to Lu Ruyan, who was hastily organizing the first aid kit. I am going to the wall. Lu Ruyan paused, lifting her head to regard the girl who typically hid at the sight of zombies. Xiao, it's dangerous up there. It is precisely because of the danger that I must go. Tang Xiao's voice, though soft, carried an undeniable resolve. My ability can heal wounds and soothe fears. They need me. Without waiting for Lu Ruyan's reply, she took a deep breath and surged forward towards the southeast wall, where the cacophony of battle was most intense. Her small figure swam against the tide of chaos, like a moth drawn to the flames. Lu Ruyan watched her retreating silhouette, a flicker of complexity crossing her eyes before solidifying into determination. She slung the first aid kit over her shoulder and instructed the 2 other girls assisting in the sanctuary. Hold this position and prepare to receive the wounded. She then hastened to follow suit. As Tang Xiao breathlessly ascended the wall, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Beyond the barrier, a frenzied tide of figures surged forward like a relentless wave. They donned disheveled garments, their bodies smeared with filthy pigments and distorted skull motifs, wielding an array of crude yet lethal weapons, emitting inhuman howls as they recklessly assaulted the walls, scaling makeshift ladders constructed from battered furniture and door panels. Qin Yao stood resolute like a rock at the forefront of the defense, her blade carving a tempest of death, cleaving down every emerging foe, blood and limbs splattering in every direction. From atop the walls, arrows whistled down, and logs and stones were hurled, producing a cacophony of bone-cracking thuds. The roars, screams, clashing of weapons, and frenzied mutterings together composed a gruesome symphony of war. The overwhelming stench of blood and the frenzied intent to kill nearly suffocated Tang Xiao. Her small face turned pale, her stomach churning violently as if to expel its contents. She had never been so close to the grotesque visage of death. At that moment, a young soldier nearby, thrusting a spear, felt a sudden strike from a hidden hook, tearing into his arm, exposing bone, blood instantly staining his sleeve. He cried out in agony, staggering back, his face etched with pain and the terror of mortality. Do not be afraid. A soft yet clear voice resonated in his ear. Tang Xiao had dashed to his side, disregarding the whistling arrows and the frenzied curses below. She extended her hands, covering the horrific wound. A gentle, pure white light illuminated anew, warmer and brighter than ever before. The light flowed like a living stream, swiftly penetrating the wound, the torn muscles and blood vessels visibly mending and reconnecting. The anguish on the young soldier's face faded rapidly, replaced by astonishment and disbelief. Moreover, that warm white light seemed to carry a peculiar soothing power, akin to a spring breeze caressing the frozen surface of a lake, quietly dispelling the fear and despair that threatened to engulf him. He felt his once numb hands and feet regain strength, his trembling heart steadying. Thank you, Sister Xiao. The young soldier's voice quavered as he tightened his grip on the spear, his gaze resolute once more. Tang Xiao offered him a somewhat strained yet still pure smile. Be careful. She did not linger, immediately turning to the next injured comrade. One had been struck on the shoulder by a flying stone, suspected of a fractured collarbone. Drenched in sweat from the pain, the white light enveloped him, realigning the bones and alleviating the agony. Another, whose fingers had been lacerated by the bowstring after prolonged use. Blood flowing incessantly, the white light brushed over him, healing the wound and lessening his fatigue. A third, having witnessed a companion dragged down and torn apart. On the brink of mental collapse, curled in a corner trembling, Tang Xiao approached, gently grasping his cold hand, the soft healing light akin to a mother's whisper, soothing the tremors of his soul. Her petite figure darted through the chaotic, bloody battleground. Wherever she passed, wounds healed, pain diminished, despair faded. Her pure healing light stood in stark contrast to the surrounding bloodshed and madness, as if it were the solitary sacred flame in a dark abyss. She lacked formidable combat prowess, unable to cleave through foes like Qin Yao or freeze the expanse like Su Wanqing. Yet, in her unique manner, she safeguarded the lives and spirits of these valiant fighters, becoming the warmest and most resilient bastion along this blood-soaked front line. The Healing Angel. Yes, the Healing Angel. It is unclear who first uttered this title, but it swiftly spread among the defenders atop the walls. Whenever that warm white light illuminated the scene, the weary bodies of the soldiers seemed to be infused with a renewed vigor, and their fearful hearts found a moment of solace. They understood that as long as that figure remained, as long as that radiance persisted, hope still lingered. Tang Xiao heard this appellation. She did not respond, but rather concentrated even more intently on channeling her extraordinary abilities. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and her complexion grew increasingly pallid. The continuous high-intensity healing exacted a tremendous toll on her own being. Nevertheless, she pressed on, gazing down at the frenzied, twisted faces that appeared devoid of humanity. Her heart brimmed with sorrow. She could not comprehend why humanity was compelled to inflict such mutual destruction. If only my powers could not only mend wounds, but also dispel madness and soothe hatred, how wonderful that would be. A nearly extravagant wish quietly took root within her pure heart. Just then, a new mutation emerged. From behind the enemy lines, a sharper, more frenzied roar erupted. Several towering, muscular cultists, their skin an unnatural dark red, thrust a rudimentary, sharpened vehicle forward, charging recklessly towards the gate amidst a throng of ordinary adherents. Stop them. Concentrate fire. Qin Yao bellowed fiercely. Arrows and stones rained down like a tempest, yet those dark red zealots seemed impervious to pain, continuing to roar as they propelled the battering ram forward. Boom! A thunderous, terrifying sound reverberated, causing the entire wall to tremble. The reinforced wooden gate emitted a grating groan, and clear cracks appeared upon its surface. This is bad. The gate cannot withstand much more. A wave of dread washed over everyone. Tang Xiao, too, beheld the terrifying battering ram and the imminent breach of the door, her face paling. Instinctively, she stepped forward, nearly rushing to the most perilous position at the entrance. No, they must not enter. Absolutely not. She closed her eyes, pouring all her mental strength and every fervent wish into her hands. This time, she was not merely healing an individual, she was protecting all. A radiantly brilliant white beam erupted from her palms, not directed at any wounded soul, but expanding like a vast, warm protective dome, instantly enveloping the precarious area of the gate. Within this luminous shield, the dark red zealots, who had been violently assaulting the door, suddenly halted, their crimson, frenzied eyes betraying a fleeting glimpse of confusion and anguish, as if the warm light seared their twisted souls. Meanwhile, the defenders behind the gate felt a wave of warmth sweep through their bodies, dispelling fatigue and fear, rejuvenating their spirits. This miraculous scene left everyone utterly astonished. Upon the release of the luminous barrier by Tang Xiao, her body swayed momentarily before gently collapsing backward, only to be caught in the timely embrace of Lu Rian. Her delicate visage turned as pale as parchment, her breath faint, utterly exhausted. Yet, her valiant effort had secured the most precious of seconds for Su Wanqing and Qin Yao. At the very moment when the impending collision threatened to breach the gates once more, Su Wanqing, who had remained motionless atop the watchtower, finally sprang into action. Ice Age. Her frigid voice resonated like a divine decree across the battlefield. The Healing Angel's ardent wish, though perhaps incapable of purifying all the madness in the world, nonetheless preserved the flickering ember of hope, paving the final path for the arrival of the Snow Queen. Chapter 93. The Scholar of Life's research. As Tang Xiao succumbed to exhaustion, the dark red fanatics, momentarily hindered by her protective barrier, were only delayed for less than 3 seconds before their confusion was eclipsed by deeper madness. They roared as they surged forward, relentlessly propelling their vehicle towards the already fractured door. In a critical moment, Ice Age. Su Wanqing's icy voice descended like the final judgment from the pinnacle of the watchtower. There was no cataclysmic roar, only an oppressive silence that froze the very soul. From her vantage point atop the tower, a visible torrent of extreme cold, as solid as liquid diamond, surged forth like a waking behemoth of ice, cascading down the inner surface of the walls. Where this frigid air swept through, moisture was instantly extracted from the atmosphere, crystallizing into a thick layer of impenetrable ice, half a meter deep, transparent yet unyielding. This glacial current deftly evaded all defenders. As if imbued with sentience, primarily rushing towards the precarious region of the crumbling gates and the assailants climbing and battering from outside. The sound of freezing echoed sharply. The heavy vehicle, along with the dark red fanatics propelling it, transformed into lifelike ice sculptures in the wake of the cold current. Their manic expressions and forward lunges were eternally frozen, reflecting an eerie and chilling luminescence under the watchtower's floodlights. Outside the walls, the tide of frenzied cultists surged forth, and the foremost ranks were not spared. As the extreme cold swept over them, they were transformed into grotesque ice figures, maintaining their clawing postures. The subsequent assailants collided with these ice sculptures, producing dull thuds, their assault momentarily halted, faces revealing not madness, but primal fear. The entire southeastern battlefield seemed to have been pressed into a state of suspension. The cacophony of frenzy was supplanted by a deathly stillness, broken only by the hissing of the cold air and the labored breaths of the surviving defenders atop the walls. Standing atop the watchtower, Su Wanqing appeared ethereal in her white attire, her raven hair dancing in the icy currents. Her countenance was nearly translucent, a clear indication of the immense toll that such a widespread ice age had taken on her. Yet, her stance remained resolute, her gaze as frigid as ever, resembling the true queen of snow and ice. Now is the time. Counterattack. Qin Yao's roar shattered the brief silence. She was the first to regain her composure from the shock brought by the extreme cold, her long blade aimed at the chaos and terror-stricken enemies below the walls. The morale of the defenders soared as arrows and stones rained down like a tempest, precisely harvesting those enemies who, though not encased in ice, were already gripped by fear. Yet, the crisis was far from averted. Su Wanqing's ice age primarily enveloped the gates and the frontal battlefield, while small factions of enemies continued to scale the low-lying walls from the flanks, engaging the defenders in a brutal melee. Meanwhile, beneath the battlements, on the edge of the frozen expanse, Lu Rian crouched on the ground, beside Tang Xiaorou, who had just been escorted to a safe corner and was being tended to by other logistical personnel. However, Lu Rian's focus was not on the exhausted Tang Xiaorou, but rather on the recently dispatched, not entirely frozen, dark red fanatic's corpse before her. As a physician and scholar of life, her battlefield existed in a different dimension. Unlike others, she did not revel in the triumph of repelling the enemy or succumb to dread. Su Wanqing's extraordinary ice-based powers, Tang Xiaorou's warm and potent healing light, and the fanatic's display of unparalleled madness and physical prowess all pointed to a central inquiry. What was the physiological basis of these aberrations? She donned her rubber gloves, disregarding the surrounding bloodshed and cries of battle, and carefully used a small surgical knife to incise the skin of the fanatic's arm. The sight that greeted her eyes made her pupils constrict. The muscle fibers were abnormally thick and twisted, exhibiting an unhealthy dark red hue, reminiscent of the necrotic regeneration observed during the dissection of zombie hounds, yet distinct in their own right. These muscles appeared to retain some semblance of life, even twitching involuntarily at the moment her blade made contact. To her astonishment, she discovered within the subcutaneous tissue and muscular interstices fine, black filament-like substances that writhed like living parasites, entwined around the blood vessels and nerves, pulsating faintly. What could these be? Lu Rian stifled her discomfort and carefully grasped a strand of this black matter with tweezers. It was remarkably resilient, possessing a chilling touch. She placed it into a clean glass vial she carried with her. Subsequently, she examined the corpse's eyeballs, oral cavity, and the area behind the ears. The sclera were suffused with blood vessels, the pupils dilated, yet retained a distorted state of exhilaration. The mouth exuded a foul odor mingled with the scent of some chemical substance. Behind the ears, she identified a minute, nearly imperceptible puncture mark, with surrounding skin exhibiting slight necrosis and pigmentation. Was this drug-induced control or some form of biological parasitism? Lu Rian's mind raced, connecting her findings with previous research. Did a relationship exist between the dark red crystals within the zombie hounds, the shadowy mutant described by Lin Fan, and the fanatics driven to madness by some substance? The notion of a creation-purification experiment began to take shape in her mind, vague yet chilling. She rose to her feet and gazed towards the area encased in ice by Su Wanqing. In the extreme cold, the frozen fanatics and their last moments of chaos were preserved in time. The instant of profound freezing may indeed preserve their original state during transformation or parasitism to the utmost degree. This constitutes an exceptionally valuable research specimen. Captain Qin. Lu Ruoyan immediately contacted Qin Yao, who was commanding the counterattack, via the communicator. I require the bodies of those enemies encased in ice beneath the wall. At least one complete specimen. This is crucial for our understanding of the enemy. Qin Yao, embroiled in the fray, paused momentarily upon hearing her words, then bellowed, Dr. Lu. It is far too dangerous at present. We shall discuss this after we repel these ruffians. No. Lu Ruoyan's tone was imbued with an unusual and unyielding decisiveness. Su Wanqing's freezing effect will not endure for long. Once thawed, the structural integrity will be compromised. This is the optimal research window. I require merely one specimen. Dispatch someone to drag it up with ropes. Qin Yao fell silent for a few seconds, discerning the urgency and significance in Lu Ruoyan's voice. Damn it. Second squad. Divide into pairs and use grappling hooks to bring a frozen body to Dr. Lu. Move swiftly. Maintain vigilance. Before long, a dark red fanatic, frozen in a forward lunge with a grotesque expression, was laboriously dragged over the wall with ropes and grappling hooks, placed in a relatively secure area designated by Lu Ruoyan. She immediately approached, commencing a preliminary external examination and sampling of this precious frozen specimen. With utmost care, she scraped the surface of the ice sculpture for any remaining skin flakes, collecting the air particles potentially encapsulated within the ice crystals. Her movements were professional and composed, as if the surrounding bloodshed were of no concern to her. In her eyes resided only the quest for unknown pathologies, the analysis of the enemy's weaknesses, and the yearning to save more lives. In this bloody conflict, Qin Yao was the sharp spear, Su Wanqing the steadfast shield, Tang Xiaoro the warm light, while Lu Ruoyan, concealed behind the scenes, endeavored to dissect the roots of death and madness as a scholar of life. Her research may not immediately alter the tide of battle, yet the truth she sought could, in the future, become pivotal in determining the fate of the city of eternal night and, indeed, all of humanity. Chapter 94. The profound development of Lin Fan's abilities as the bloody battle raged on at the walls of the city of eternal night. With Su Wanqing wielding her Ice Age power to turn the tide, and Lu Ruoyan racing against time to study enemy samples, the source of this crisis, Lin Fan, found himself in peril several kilometers away from the base. Time rewinds slightly. Lin Fan, accompanied by his 10 shadow zombie guards, stealthily advanced along the route initially scouted by Sun Xiaoming, quietly approaching the periphery of the Mad God sect stronghold. He did not recklessly approach the abandoned mall transformed into a fortress. Instead, he established a temporary observation point atop a relatively intact high-rise residential building. Through the dual scans of binoculars and mental perception, he confirmed the accuracy of Sun Xiaoming's intelligence. The mall's defenses were far more formidable than anticipated, featuring not only physical reinforcements and patrols, but also several rotating antenna-like devices atop the building, indicating electronic jamming capabilities. However, what truly unsettled Lin Fan was not these defenses. It was his mental perception that captured something deeper, something far more bizarre. Amidst the common, seemingly frenzied fanatics, there existed some peculiar entities. They were not all dark red muscle-bound monsters. A few among them donned relatively neat black robes adorned with a unified insignia, resembling priests or chieftains. Their mental fluctuations were not merely madness. Instead, they exuded a cold, calculating cruelty, as if they were relishing a bloody drama orchestrated by their own hands. More importantly, as Lin Fan attempted to penetrate the invisible interference surrounding the mall, he faintly brushed against an immensely vast and chaotic collective consciousness within, forcibly restrained by some unknown power. The sensation was akin to hundreds of entities ensnared in extreme agony, fear, and madness, forcibly amalgamated into a chaotic vortex that endlessly howled and struggled, yet could not escape. At the vortex's core lay the altar, which housed the sacred relics. Were they utilizing these relics to gather or perhaps manufacture some form of collective consciousness or mental energy? A chilling hypothesis surfaced in Lin Fan's mind, far more terrifying than mere cult worship. Just as he endeavored to further discern the details of that mental vortex, an unexpected turn of events occurred. 2 shadow zombies, stationed near the base for early warning and support, transmitted an extremely perilous signal through their mental link. They had been discovered. They were under attack from a shadowy creature that moved with blinding speed and indistinct form. Almost simultaneously, Lin Fan sensed the vast mental vortex within the mall surge violently. A cold, malevolent intent, akin to a precisely guided arrow, locked onto the residential building where he resided, following his mental perception. He had been detected. Alarm bells rang in Lin Fan's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately issued the highest command through the mental link to all shadow zombies. Cover our retreat. Engage the enemy. At all costs. Simultaneously, he drew a signal pistol and fired 3 red distress flares towards the direction of the city of eternal night, representing the utmost danger and the need for immediate evacuation. He had no certainty of returning, but he had to warn the base. In the next instant, fierce combat sounds and the distinctive howls of zombies erupted from below the residential building. His shadow guard had engaged with those bizarre shadow creatures. Within the mental link, the number of zombies dwindled rapidly. The feedback images were blurred and horrifying. Those shadow beings flowed like liquid, immune to most physical attacks, only retreating temporarily when struck at their core, a denser mass of darkness. Lin Fan knew the shadow guard could not hold out much longer. He had to break through immediately. Yet, the area below was surrounded by shadow creatures and zealots drawn by the commotion. The only escape route lay atop the rooftop. He dashed to the edge of the terrace. Below was a drop of several dozen meters. Jumping down would be certain death. In this dire predicament, Lin Fan's mind raced with unprecedented speed. His ability was to control zombies, but what was the essence of control? It was the projection of mental power, linking and issuing commands. If he could project externally, could he not also retract and apply it to himself? A bold, almost mad notion flashed through his mind like lightning. He had no time to hesitate. The staircase below resounded with the frantic pounding of enemies against the door and the hissing of shadowy creatures seeping through the gaps. Lin Fan shut his eyes, concentrating all his mental energy inward, retracting it fiercely as if forming an invisible armor that tightly enveloped his legs, waist, and entire body. This was not merely a fortification of the flesh. It was a manipulation of his heightened mental prowess to deceive, guide, and enhance his body's instinctive reactions and muscle memory, simulating the agile movements of zombies navigating complex terrains. Rise, he roared within his mind. The next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, an icy glint, unearthly in nature, flashing within them. He leapt not straight down but, like a monkey, lunged towards the outer wall of a slightly shorter building across from him. Empowered and directed by his mental field, his movements became unprecedentedly coordinated, precise, and oddly reminiscent of the efficiency of a zombie-esque rigidity. His fingers, akin to iron hooks, lashed onto the crevices and pipes of the wall, his feet rhythmically pushing off the surface, dissipating the force of his descent. In a manner defying logic, he executed 2 sharp directional changes on the nearly vertical wall, ultimately landing steadily atop the opposite building. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, fluid and astonishingly seamless. Upon landing, Lin Fan felt a sudden, intense pain in his brain, as if countless needles were piercing him, a sign of mental exhaustion. Yet, he had succeeded. Turning back, he beheld the rooftop of the building he had just vacated, now overrun by a throng of zealots and a swarm of distorted shadows. There was no time to catch his breath or mourn the loss of the shadow guards. Lin Fan understood that a greater crisis loomed over the city of eternal night. He had to return immediately. Gritting his teeth against the agonizing mental strain and fatigue, he once again channeled his concentrated mental field into his legs, resembling a panther in the darkness, as he commenced a desperate sprint through the ruins of the buildings. His speed exceeded the ordinary, his movements more agile, skillfully utilizing every available cover to evade potential pursuers and lurking monsters. This harrowing escape opened a new door to his understanding of his abilities. Control is not solely external. Inward focus may indeed be another pathway to power. However, as he exerted every ounce of strength towards the base, the edges of his mental perception caught sight of the vast psychic vortex emanating from within the mall. It appeared more animated and hungrier than before. Furthermore, a clearer, colder intent, akin to a malignant curse, subtly locked onto his escape route. They will not let me go easily. Lin Fan felt a chill within. He realized that this crisis was far from over. What he brought back was not merely a warning, but potentially a more terrifying consequence. The profound development of his abilities offered a glimmer of hope for survival, yet it could also beckon deeper darkness. The bloodshed in the city of eternal night might merely be the prologue to an even greater storm. Chapter 95. The concept of specialization in zombie troops. The bloodbath at the southeastern wall of Evernight City gradually subsided with Su Wanqing's decisive Ice Age and the fierce counterattack led by Qin Yao. The remaining fanatics of the Mad God cult, after abandoning dozens of corpses, including several precious dark red mutants and a few ice sculptures, vanished into the shadows of the ruins. Akin to receding tides, leaving behind a scene of devastation and an overwhelming stench of blood. The cost of victory was exorbitant. The walls bore numerous damages, with the most severe inflicted on the gate, which had been struck by a vehicle. The wooden structure was splintered, and the metal hinges were warped, barely holding together, as if on the brink of total collapse. On the side of the defenders, 7 had perished, 15 were severely wounded, and nearly everyone bore light injuries. Exhaustion and pain were etched on every blood-soaked and sweat-drenched face. Qin Yao leaned on her jagged long sword atop the wall, her chest rising and falling violently, gazing towards the retreating enemy. There was no trace of triumph in her eyes, only a chilling intent to kill and profound fatigue. She accounted for the casualties and organized personnel to reinforce the damaged walls, particularly the precarious gate. After unleashing Ice Age, Su Wanqing was utterly spent, supported by 2 team members as they escorted her back to her quarters to rest. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, and the chilling aura surrounding her lingered ominously, clearly indicating severe exhaustion. Tang Xiaoro, with the assistance of Lu Ruyan and other logistical personnel, was tirelessly tending to the injured. Her pure healing light flared repeatedly, soothing wounds and alleviating pain, yet her own countenance mirrored pallor, reflecting the significant toll on her abilities and spirit. Emily had commenced a cold, methodical post-battle assessment. calculating weapon losses, resource expenditures, and the requirements for compensation and subsequent defenses. The sound of her calculations echoed distinctly in the somewhat subdued base. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan had sequestered herself in the makeshift laboratory, diligently studying the painstakingly acquired frozen samples and a vial of blood containing black filamentous material extracted from another dark red fanatic's corpse, racing against time in her research. Throughout Evernight City, a somber atmosphere enveloped the aftermath of a bittersweet victory, mingled with the complex emotions of survival. Amidst this chaos and restoration, none noticed a spectral figure traversing the ruins with astonishing speed, silently approaching Evernight City. It was Lin Fan. He endured the excruciating headache and fatigue brought on by the depletion of his mental energy, employing his mastery of the mental energy containment technique to its utmost. Moving like a shadow in the night, evading unnecessary troubles, he finally arrived beneath the walls approximately half an hour after the battle had ceased. Upon witnessing the battle-scarred walls, particularly the gaping fissures at the gate, a heavy sensation settled in his heart. The battle had concluded, but the grim scene suggested that the ordeal had been anything but easy. He chose not to enter through the main gate, opting instead for a relatively concealed section of the wall. Utilizing the still awkward technique of mental energy containment, he agilely ascended the 6-meter-high wall like a gecko. His sudden appearance startled the nearby sentinels, nearly prompting a spear to be thrust in his direction. The Lord has returned. The exclamations swiftly drew attention. Qin Yao, Emily, and others swiftly gathered around. Upon seeing Lin Fan return, though weary and pale, yet unscathed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. However, their hearts soon sank again as they realized he was alone, with the formidable Shadow Guard nowhere to be found. Are you all right? Qin Yao scrutinized him, her brow furrowed. What of your skeletal companions? Lin Fan shook his head, refraining from elaborating on the loss of the Shadow Guard. It was not the time for such discussions. He rapidly scanned the battlefield and in a grave tone inquired, what is the situation? What are the casualties? What is the origin of the enemy? Qin Yao succinctly recounted the events of the battle, particularly highlighting Su Wanqing's valiant efforts and Tang Xiaoro's crucial protective barrier at a pivotal moment. Emily supplemented the report with data on casualties and resource depletion. As Lin Fan listened, his expression turned increasingly somber. He had not anticipated such a ferocious assault on the base during his absence, nor the frenzied onslaught of the Mad God cult, which had included those ominous, crimson-hued mutated devotees. We have captured a few survivors, but they have lost their sanity and are unable to provide any information. Dr. Lu is examining the corpses. Qin Yao pointed towards the laboratory's direction. Lin Fan nodded, his gaze drifting once more to the darkness beyond the walls. He could sense the chilling intent that had locked onto him. Upon nearing the base, it seemed to blur, as if disrupted or isolated by some unseen force. Yet, this did not afford him any comfort. Instead, it heightened his vigilance. The Mad God cult would not relent. Their next assault would surely be even more ferocious. He approached the nearly shattered door, caressing the cold fissures that marred its surface, and glanced at the weary yet resolute defenders atop the walls. A thought, akin to a seed, sprouted in his mind after experiencing the harrowing escapades of life and death and witnessing the enemy's peculiarities. The current defensive forces remained too passive. Human fighters required rest and growth, while the zombies, tireless and unafraid of death, represented the finest source of troops. However, the previous crude methods of control had proven inefficient. Against organized and uniquely capable foes, they appeared inadequate. He recalled the 10 Shadow Zombie Guards. They were agile, efficient, and utterly obedient. They had played a significant role in reconnaissance and special operations. Yet, their singular focus on agility and assassination had led to severe losses when confronted with the bizarre shadow creatures. What if I could create different types of zombie combat units in a more systematic and specialized manner, akin to the development of the Shadow Guard? A clear concept began to take shape in his mind: specialization of zombie combat units. The robust fat zombies, though slow in movement, possessed formidable defensive capabilities. If they were outfitted with heavy armor, even rudimentary metal plating, they could be transformed into slow yet exceptionally sturdy heavy-armored sentinels, perfect for holding vital positions or serving as a meat shield for advancement. The agile zombies, swift and nimble, could be further refined and enhanced. By equipping them with bone blades or other lightweight weaponry, they could be trained as shadow assassins, specializing in assassination, harassment, and reconnaissance. Could we even attempt to control those mutated animal zombies? If successful, forming a Hellhound squad would yield invaluable assets for reconnaissance and pursuit. Thanks to their speed and keen sense of smell, this concept is not merely a fantasy. His previous endeavors in commanding zombies to perform intricate tasks and engage in skill competitions have already demonstrated the feasibility of meticulous manipulation and skill guidance of the undead. What is now required is a more systematic approach, a stricter selection process, and potentially the assistance of external materials, such as armor and weaponry. Should this vision come to fruition, the defensive and offensive capabilities of Evernight City will undergo a transformative leap. He will possess a truly formidable undead legion, unyielding in the face of death, absolutely loyal, and functionally diverse. This may very well be the key to countering the frenzied tide of the cult of the Mad God, and even the more terrifying adversaries that may loom in the future. A remarkable light flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. He turned to Qin Yao, Emily, and the others. His tone resolute. Immediately convene a core meeting. We are facing a grave crisis. Yet, we also have a potential path to greater strength. The proposal for the specialization of zombie units was officially placed on the agenda amidst the silence that followed the bloodshed and chaos. This would signify a monumental transformation in the military structure of Evernight City and serve as a significant foreshadowing of future dynamics. Chapter 96. The concept of fat zombies and heavy armor units in emergency core meeting was convened in the command center, permeated by a faint scent of blood and gunpowder. Apart from the recuperating Su Wanqing and the engrossed Lu Ruyan in her laboratory, all core members were present. Each face bore signs of fatigue. Yet more prominently was a solemnity born from surviving calamity and confronting an uncertain future. Lin Fan wasted no time with pleasantries. He succinctly recounted his findings regarding the strongholds of the cult of the Mad God, the eerie collective consciousness, and his own harrowing experience of being targeted by an unknown entity, resulting in the loss of his entire Shadow Guard. The revelations were increasingly shocking, nearly solidifying the already oppressive atmosphere. Controlling collective consciousness? Is this even human? Qin Yao could not restrain her expletive, her fists creaking with tension. Emily's fingers danced rapidly across her tablet, documenting crucial information, her expression growing ever colder. Sun Xiaoming appeared visibly shaken, evidently recalling her 2 drones that had gone missing. Tang Xiaorou's face paled, instinctively drawing closer to the empty seat of Lu Ruyan. This is the situation, Lin Fan concluded, his voice hoarse yet imbued with undeniable resolve. The cult of the Mad God is more dangerous and insidious than we imagined. They will not relent. The next assault will be even fiercer, potentially employing methods beyond our comprehension. He surveyed the room, presenting the core plan he had envisioned on his return. Therefore, we must change. We must acquire the power to counter and even overwhelm them before they return. Relying solely on our existing manpower for defense is too passive and costly. He paused before articulating the earth-shattering proposal. I suggest we initiate the zombie unit specialization program. We shall no longer view the zombies we control as mere laborers or cannon fodder, but rather, we will transform and train them according to their traits, crafting them into combat units with distinct functionalities. The meeting room fell into a profound silence, everyone stunned by this audacious idea. Specialization? Zombies. Qin Yao was the first to react, her brow furrowed. Those skeletal figures, aside from their fearlessness and a modicum of strength, were utterly foolish. How could they be professionalized? It was precisely their stupidity that made them more amenable to specialization. A sharp glint flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. They possessed no thoughts, no fears, and would obey commands without question. We do not require them to have tactical acumen. We merely need them to execute specific tasks with precision, like tools. He approached a whiteboard, took up a pen, and sketched his initial concept. First, he envisioned a heavy armored guardian unit. He drew a bulky, towering humanoid silhouette on the board. The target recruits, powerfully built zombies. They were inherently strong, albeit slow in movement, yet remarkably resilient to damage. The direction for modification, defense, and siege. The detailed concept was as follows. 1. External protection, utilizing all available sturdy materials, abandoned steel plates, car doors, thick wooden boards, even cast concrete slabs, to craft rudimentary yet sufficiently robust armor, with a focus on protecting vital areas such as the head and torso. Transform them from being merely resistant to becoming immovable fortresses on the move. 2. Weaponry, discarding agile weapons in favor of heavy implements, equipping them with massive spiked clubs, gigantic hammers, or even affixing sharp iron spikes and bone blades directly onto their arms. Each swing must carry the force of destruction. 3. Tactical positioning, gate guardians, blocking breaches, pioneers for advancing positions. Imagine, when the enemy's vehicular assault comes crashing in, facing not a feeble gate, but formidable heavy armored guardians clad in metal and concrete, wielding colossal hammers. When the enemy's frenzied tide surges forth, they will serve as the most formidable barrier. Lin Fan's vivid descriptions conjured images in the minds of all present, as if they could already see those iron fortress-like figures standing resolutely atop the walls. Qin Yao's eyes sparkled with realization. As the battle commander, she understood all too well the significance of such a fearless, indestructible, and powerfully robust frontline unit in a defensive battle. It would greatly alleviate the pressure on human defenders and effectively counter the enemy's massive siege machinery. This seems promising. Qin Yao mused, stroking her chin. already simulating tactical maneuvers in her mind. Emily quickly entered the fray, adjusting her glasses and calmly posing a question. To realize this concept, we require a substantial amount of metal materials, processing tools, and labor time. Our metal reserves are primarily allocated for weapon manufacturing and tool repair. Do we have sufficient surplus? Can our processing capacity keep pace? This necessitates a detailed resource assessment and production plan. The resource issue can be addressed, Lin Fan assured. The scavengers from the Sea of Corpses can prioritize the search for metal materials and tools. Within the base, Old Chin's engineering team can oversee the design and guidance of the armor's production. We could even enlist the zombies to assist in some simple moving and securing tasks. Sun Xiaoming interjected. I can attempt to design some simple armor clasps and connection methods suitable for the zombie's body structure, facilitating donning and maintenance. Though somewhat fearful of violence, Tang Xiaoro timidly added, if they get injured, could I possibly try to, repair them? She referred to the attempt to restore the damaged joints or mend the fractured bones of the zombies using her healing abilities. This notion left everyone momentarily speechless. Yet they soon considered that it might not be entirely implausible. The specifics could be explored step by step. Lin Fan declared resolutely that what we need now is consensus and determination. The heavy armored guardians will serve as the foundational cornerstone of our specialized battalion. Their success or failure is of utmost importance. He turned to Qin Yao and Emily. Qin Yao, you are responsible for selecting the most suitable corpulent zombies from the existing labor force and establishing preliminary militarized training standards. Even if it is merely practicing standing post and wielding hammers. Emily, you will immediately begin assessing resources, compiling a materials list and production plan. Yes. The two responded in unison. Once the meeting concluded, the machine that was the City of Eternal Night, having just endured a bloody battle, roared anew with an unprecedented vigor. This time, it was not for defense, but to forge a formidable and fearsome sword belonging to the deceased. Lin Fan stood at the entrance of the command center. Observing the swiftly mobilizing individuals, his gaze once again directed towards the southeast. The heavy armored guardians were merely the beginning. He internally vowed that the shadow assassins and hellhounds would be meticulously crafted, step by step. As for the cult of the Mad God and the hidden architects of chaos, brace yourselves. The terror and despair you have wrought will ultimately be repaid in full by my undead army. The concept of the corpulent zombies and the heavy armored units officially transitioned from mere idea to practice. The military framework of the City of Eternal Night was on the brink of a revolutionary transformation, all commencing from that seemingly clumsy and bulky figure. Chapter 97. The concept of agile zombies and reconnaissance units. The idea of the heavy armored guardians struck the stagnant waters of the City of Eternal Night like a colossal stone, creating tremendous waves and an unprecedented fervor. Qin Yao immediately plunged into the ranks of zombie laborers, meticulously selecting those who were stout and exceptionally strong. Meanwhile, Emily immersed herself in the materials list and design schematics, calculating the quantity of every sheet of metal and each rivet. Amidst this fervor for constructing iron walls, Lin Fan's thoughts did not linger solely on this endeavor. While the heavy armored units were undeniably significant, serving as the bulwark of defense, in warfare, especially against a bizarre and fanatical adversary like the cult of the Mad God, relying solely on passive defense was untenable. He recalled his annihilated Shadow Guard, which had been agile and efficient, playing an irreplaceable role in reconnaissance and special operations. Their loss not only grieved Lin Fan, but also made him acutely aware of the critical importance of a specialized, highly mobile reconnaissance and assault force. Thus, on the second day following the initiation of the Heavy Armored Guardians plan, Lin Fan convened the core team once more. Su Wanqing, having rested, was in somewhat better condition and insisted on attending the meeting to propose his envisioned second specialized military unit. Ladies and gentlemen, the Heavy Armored Guardians are our steadfast shield. Lin Fan stood before the whiteboard, next to the previously drawn bulky silhouette, sketching a tall, lithe figure imbued with a sense of sharpness. Now, we must forge a keen dagger, a pair of eyes that perceive all in the darkness. I shall name this unit the Shadow Assassins. All eyes were fixed upon that succinct silhouette. Target troops, agile zombies. Lin Fan's tone was imbued with an undeniable certainty. They are inherently swift, relatively nimble, and exhibit minimal joint wear, making them exemplary vessels for executing high-speed maneuvers. Modification direction, infiltration, reconnaissance, assassination, and harassment. Specific concept. First, extreme lightweight and agility enhancement. In stark contrast to the heavily armored guardians, Shadow Assassins must shed all unnecessary burdens. Their core equipment hinges on two elements: speed and concealment. We need to design specialized, lightweight, form-fitting protective gear that does not impede movement, perhaps utilizing resilient leather or specialized fabrics, focusing on safeguarding joints and vital areas. Simultaneously, we shall fine-tune their physiques, guiding them through mental commands and specific training to maximize their agility and balance, enabling them to traverse complex terrains with the grace of true assassins. Second, specialized weaponry. Abandon cumbersome cleaving weapons. Equip them with the bone blades I have long utilized. Lin Fan remarked, patting the dagger at his waist crafted from the claws of zombie hounds, or perhaps even lighter, slimmer short swords more suited for assassination, along with poison blow darts, should conditions allow in the future. Their objective is not frontal assaults, but rather lethal strikes or silent long-range eliminations using crossbow bolts. Third, advanced tactical functions. Reconnaissance Vanguard. They will replace some human scouts, undertaking the riskiest frontline reconnaissance missions, leveraging speed and stealth to penetrate enemy lines and gather critical intelligence. Night Stalkers. In nocturnal or intricate environments, they will execute precise assassinations of enemy patrols, sentinels, and even low-ranking commanders, instilling panic and weakening enemy forces. Battlefield Phantoms. When direct combat ensues, they can maneuver to the enemy's flanks or rear, targeting ranged units, sabotaging equipment, or executing decapitation strikes. Lin Fan's portrayal painted a vivid picture of a cadre of deathly emissaries, gliding through shadows with the swiftness of the wind, lethal yet elegant, a stark contrast to the cumbersome heaviness of the armored guardians. A flicker of approval passed through Su Wan's cool, clear gaze. Her ice-based powers excel in crowd control, but with such high-speed units in tandem, her frozen domain would transform into the most perfect hunting ground for these shadow assassins. Qin Yao, brimming with excitement, slammed her hands on the table. Splendid. I've long been weary of merely cowering behind walls to endure blows. With these creatures, we can take the initiative and strike at their rear. Sun Xiaoming immediately raised her hand. I can attempt to equip them with ultra-miniature, passive signal markers, or environmental sensors, ensuring the information they gather is relayed with greater accuracy. Emily had already begun calculations. The material requirements for lightweight armor and specialized weaponry are relatively low, but they necessitate high precision in processing. We must concentrate exceptional artisans. Even Tang Xiao quietly interjected, with their movements so swift, might they be prone to injury? Could I provide preventative maintenance for their joints? Her thoughts had already shifted from treatment to proactive upkeep. The specific training and equipment standards will require collaboration between Qin Yao, Sun Xiaoming, and Emily to devise. Lin Fan gazed at Qin Yao, emphasizing the need for stringent selection criteria. Better to have none than to have the wrong ones. What we seek are true assassins, not mere expendable pawns. Understood? Qin Yao nodded earnestly, her eyes ablaze with determination. The prospect of forging a specialized unit of her own was significantly more challenging than merely training ordinary soldiers. Moreover, Lin Fan's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. The inaugural mission for the Shadow Assassins might soon be upon us. He directed his gaze towards the southeast, stating, upon my return. I sensed an ominous presence honing in on me. Although that feeling waned as I neared the base, I suspect the Cult of Madness will not relinquish their ambitions lightly. They are likely concocting a more elaborate scheme or are currently surveilling us. We require vigilance. We must anticipate their movements. His eyes swept over the assembly. Thus, the establishment of the Shadow Assassin unit must be expedited. We need to swiftly cultivate a force capable of infiltrating enemy lines and retrieving genuine intelligence. As the meeting concluded, within the city of Eternal Night, two distinctly divergent waves of construction surged forth. On one side, the clanging of heavy armor echoed from the Guardian workshop, while on the other, the silent yet meticulous selection and training grounds for the Shadow Assassins operated with precision. Lin Fan stood at the nascent training area for the Shadow Assassins, observing Qin Yao and several seasoned team members as they tested the limits of the agile zombies that had passed initial scrutiny. These creatures were assessed for their speed, reflexes, and balance. Some zombies, following commands, navigated the makeshift obstacle course with the agility of primates. Others practiced using specially designed bone blades for precise stabs and throws. Despite their inherent rigidity, under Lin Fan's increasingly refined mental guidance and Qin Yao's forceful corrections, they were gradually evolving towards the ideal form of a shadow assassin. Shield and dagger, Lin Fan murmured to himself. When these two elements are fully realized, it will mark the transition of the city of Eternal Night from a state of passive defense to one of proactive offense. The concept of agile zombies and reconnaissance units would grant the city of Eternal Night wings to pierce the darkness, poised to deliver lethal strikes at any moment. The future battlefield would extend far beyond the confines of its walls. Chapter 98. The New Year's Eve celebration under Eternal Night. The visions of the heavy armored guardians and the shadow assassins acted as potent stimulants, invigorating the somewhat weary body of the city of Eternal Night. Selection, measurement, foundational training, and resource allocation were all underway with remarkable efficiency under the leadership of Qin Yao and Emily, infusing this city, recently forged in the crucible of blood and fire, with a renewed sense of urgency and hope. However, the taut string cannot remain perpetually drawn. Days of vigilance, harrowing battles, and apprehensions about the future had cast a persistent pall over the atmosphere within the base. Particularly, those who had lost comrades and non-combat personnel who had witnessed the battlefield's brutality bore a weight of sorrow that was palpable in their expressions. At that moment, a date nearly forgotten by all was unearthed by the meticulous Lu Ruyin while sifting through an old calendar. Is today the eve of the Lunar New Year? Lu Ruyin pondered, gazing at the date circled in red on the calendar, her thoughts drifting into a momentary daze. As eternal night descends, the concept of time becomes obscured, the rising and setting of the sun transforms into a mere luxury, while traditional festivities have long been submerged beneath the instinct to survive. She conveyed this revelation to Su Wanqing, who had just begun to rise from her bed, her complexion still somewhat pallid. The two perceptive women exchanged a glance, each discerning the same thought reflected in the other's eyes. During the pivotal meeting that evening, Lu Ruoyan proposed a seemingly ill-timed suggestion. I propose we hold a modest New Year's Eve gathering tomorrow night. At this pronouncement, the attendees were momentarily taken aback. A gathering? Qin Yao was the first to voice her confusion, questioning the relevance of a celebration amidst their current predicament. With the time we have, we should be practicing with our blades. Emily furrowed her brow as well, expressing concern that such an event would squander precious resources and divert everyone's focus. Even Sun Xiaoming lifted her gaze from her computer screen, adjusting her glasses in disbelief. Lin Fan remained silent, observing Lu Ruoyan's gentle yet resolute gaze. Before glancing at Su Wanqing, who subtly nodded in support, leaving him contemplative, Lu Ruoyan continued to elucidate her reasoning. Precisely because we find ourselves in such dire circumstances. Our nerves are taut. We require an opportunity to release our emotions and unwind. Sorrow and fear must be vented, lest they crush us under their weight. This simple gathering is not for indulgence, but to remind us of the purpose for which we fight. She paused, her voice softening further, to safeguard this land that still allows us to gather in peace, to cherish the companions beside us with whom we can share laughter and tears, and to hold on to the warmth that, though perhaps faint, still exists for humanity. Her words resonated deeply with everyone present. Even the most pragmatic Emily fell silent, beginning to strategize how to achieve the best outcome with minimal expenditure. Ultimately, Lin Fan declared, "Let it be done. Not only shall we proceed, but we shall endeavor to make it splendid. This is our first new year in the city of eternal night. It is of profound significance." With the command issued, the entire base began to operate once more, but in a manner distinct from their usual state of readiness. Emily meticulously calculated, squeezing a modicum of additional supplies from their meager stock. A few jars of preserved fruit were diluted to create juice, while Master Zhou Mei led the kitchen in crafting an assortment of small pastries from the last of their fine flour and any dried fruits they could find. They even concocted a sweet syrup from edible roots that had a hint of sweetness. Although Qin Yao verbally dismissed the idea as a waste of time, she tacitly allowed her team to utilize their breaks to prepare performances. A few audacious team members even encouraged her to showcase a sword dance, which she promptly rebuffed with a kick, though a faint smile betrayed her amusement. Sun Xiaoming contributed a small portable speaker she had repaired, along with several usable USB drives containing music from the pre-apocalyptic era. Tang Xiao volunteered to sing a song. The most unexpected contribution came from Lin Fan. The gathering was held in the dining hall. Tables and chairs were rearranged to create an open space. Under the dim yellow lights, deliberately extended for the evening, everyone sat together, facing a modest feast consisting of a small cup of juice and 2 tiny pastries, a sight rarely seen in their daily lives. The atmosphere initially bore a sense of restraint and melancholy, especially during the moment of silence for the fallen. Yet, as the music began to play, and Master Zhou Mei entered with Li Xiujuan and several diligent female staff members, bearing a steaming pot of sweet soup symbolizing reunion and hope, warmth gradually dispelled the chill in the air. Tang Xiao serenaded the gathering with an ethereal and heartwarming melody, unaccompanied, her crystalline voice resonating as if it could cleanse the fatigue of souls. Several talented team members showcased their skills with rudimentary yet heartfelt performances on the harmonica, clappers, and even a percussive display using pots and pans, brimming with rhythm. Laughter began to emerge, initially soft, then crescendoing into a raucous and genuine mirth. Then came Lin Fan's special presentation. He neither sang nor performed any particular talent. He stepped into the center of the venue and closed his eyes. A hush fell over the crowd, all eyes curiously fixed upon him. The next moment, a faint yet orderly shuffling sound emanated from outside. To the astonished gaze of the onlookers, 10 meticulously chosen, relatively tidy zombie laborers shuffled in a crooked line, stiffly entering the dining hall. They bore no weapons and exhibited no aggression, merely moving under Lin Fan's precise control, akin to marionettes, beginning a most bizarre and comical group exercise. Their movements, raising hands, Kicking legs, turning, were awkward and rhythmically chaotic, with occasional zombies tripping over themselves due to conflicting commands or colliding with one another, producing dull thuds. This scene was so surreal and absurd, it clashed with the festive atmosphere of the New Year's celebration, yet was inexplicably infused with a dark humor. Silence persisted for a few seconds before someone could no longer contain a chuckle, igniting a chain reaction that erupted into thunderous laughter throughout the hall. Look at that one. Moving in sync. Oh dear, that hefty one just toppled over. What are they doing? Summoning spirits? Even the usually composed Su Wonking. Watching Lin Fan with utmost seriousness as he directed this uncouth display, couldn't he help but cover her mouth, her shoulders shaking with restrained laughter. Qin Yao laughed so hard she clutched her thighs, nearly breathless. Emily shook her head in exasperation, yet a smile crept onto her lips. Tang Xiaoro laughed until tears streamed down her face, leaning against Lu Ruoyan for support, as Lin Fan absorbed the sounds of laughter surrounding him. A subtle smile graced his lips. This was precisely the effect he sought, to shatter the icy barriers of sorrow and fear through such absurdity. When the final zombie, having spun too vigorously, collapsed to the ground after 3 dizzying turns, this unprecedented zombie group exercise came to a close. The laughter in the dining hall lingered. Many doubled over, tears flowing freely. In that moment, there were no city lords, no team members, no distinctions between old and new residents. There was only a collective of ordinary individuals, striving to survive in the apocalypse while still earnestly seeking joy and preserving humanity. At the end of the gathering, everyone raised their cups of insipid juice. Lin Fan surveyed the crowd, his voice gentle yet resonant. To the departed, to the living, to the city of eternal night. Our shared home. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Hundreds of voices converge, though faint, they resonate with an unprecedented hope and strength. The eternal night remains profound. Yet within this small realm, the warmth of humanity and the sound of laughter momentarily dispel the darkness, forming a bastion more formidable than any weapon. This unexpected New Year's gathering lacks opulent feasts and spectacular performances. It is characterized only by humble fare, off-key singing, and a troupe of zombies engaging in comical dances. Yet, it shines like a beacon, illuminating the softest recesses of each heart, reminding them of the reasons for their struggle to safeguard this land where laughter still echoes. Chapter 99. My people and my city. The clamor and warmth of the New Year's celebration resemble a stone cast into the abyss of eternal night, the ripples of which will gradually subside. The cafeteria still carries the lingering sweetness of syrup and the echoes of laughter, but as dawn arrives, the city of eternal night resumes its relentless pace. However, amidst the taut atmosphere, an undercurrent of something more resilient and cohesive seems to have quietly woven itself into the fabric of the environment. Lin Fan stands upon the newly established training ground for specialized zombie soldiers. To one side, 5 candidates for shadow assassins, having undergone preliminary selection, are engaged in foundational training of stealth and rapid directional changes under Lin Fan's meticulous guidance. Their movements retain the inherent rigidity of zombies, yet possess an inexplicable sense of coordination surpassing that of ordinary undead. Among them, the most exceptional seed has even managed to execute Lin Fan's zigzag evasion command, albeit with an awkward posture, yet effectively maneuvering between several obstacles. The other side is far more animated. 10 rotund zombies, akin to generals awaiting their turn on the battlefield, stand motionless. Qin Yao, accompanied by several members of the engineering team, wields crude measuring tapes and wooden sticks, taking measurements and recording data on them. Nearby, a pile of salvaged car doors, corroded metal sheets, and a few relatively flat wooden planks has already been assembled. Old Chun, with a homemade pipe clenched between his teeth, furrows his brow as he contemplates several sheets of hastily drawn diagrams, pondering how to transform this scrap into effective armor. Witnessing this scene, Lin Fan is overcome by a peculiar sensation. These silent, cold remains were once human, victims of the catastrophe. Yet now, under his guidance, they are being bestowed with a new purpose, becoming a bulwark and blade to protect the living. The irony and weight of this transformation are known only to him. He lifts his gaze, peering beyond the training ground to the inner walls. He sees Master Zhou Mei and Li Xiujuan pushing a cart laden with freshly baked multi-grain buns towards the cafeteria, while Yiya trails behind like a small tail, clutching half a bun, her face adorned with a satisfied smile. He notices that the technical corner belonging to Sun Xiaoming has illuminated once again. She is dismantling a damaged active jamming device found beside the corpse of a cultist, endeavoring to reverse engineer it to uncover its vulnerabilities. He observes that the light in Lu Rian's temporary laboratory is still aglow, suggesting she has made new discoveries regarding the black filamentous substance she has been studying. He observed a patrol team transitioning, their faces marked by fatigue, yet when their gazes met, they exchanged nods of acknowledgement and even shared light-hearted banter. They may have once been strangers, students, teachers, workers, but now they had become comrades, trustworthy allies in the struggle. This is my people, Lin Fan silently affirmed within himself. They had evolved beyond mere survivors reliant on his abilities. They were gradually transforming into a genuine collective, a microcosm of society, characterized by diverse roles, a shared objective, and even a burgeoning culture imbued with warmth. His gaze returned to the towering, somber walls, still bearing the scars of yesterday's fierce battle, charred impact points, patched fissures, and stains of blood that could not be entirely washed away. Yet, it stood resolute, like a silent giant, isolating the vitality and warmth within from the death and madness outside. This wall was not merely constructed of bricks and mortar. It embodied the dedication of Old Chun and the engineers, soaked with the sweat and blood of the fighters, and it carried the survivors' profound yearning for safety. This is my city. A heavy sense of responsibility intertwined with an indescribable fervor surged within Lin Fan. He was no longer the university student who merely sought to survive in the dormitory, nor the fortunate one who, after unexpectedly gaining power, felt a mix of confusion and pride. He was Lin Fan, the lord of this city of eternal night, the hope for the survival of these hundreds, the beacon guiding through the desolate darkness. He understood that the path ahead remained perilous. The cult of the mad god clung to him like a parasite, refusing to relent. The cold, calculating intent targeting him, although temporarily disrupted by some force within the base, perhaps the lingering chill from Su Wanqing, the progress of Lu Rian's research, or the collective strength of their shared belief, had not vanished. And lurking behind it all, the Genesis organization loomed like a sword suspended above, uncertain of when it might strike. Yet he no longer felt alone, nor did he passively confront crises as he once did. He had followers who trusted him, scholars willing to toil into the night for him, warriors ready to fight to the death at his side, and logistical officers dedicated to maintaining the city's operations. He also commanded an army of unwavering, tireless spirits, which he was forging into a formidable force, grounded in the campus and with a vision that extended globally. This was no longer an empty slogan. The campus beneath his feet was gradually being transformed into a fortified bastion, while his gaze had turned toward the perilous yet boundlessly promising expanse beyond the walls. He approached the most exceptional candidate among the shadow assassins, extending his hand and gently resting it upon its cold, rigid shoulder. There was no warmth, no response. Yet he sensed, through an intangible spiritual link, a faint yet certain connection. I will lead you, lead this city, forward, he silently vowed, addressing the lifeless form before him, as well as all those alive within the walls, pledging his commitment, until the eternal night is torn asunder, or until one merges with it, becoming the most chilling entity within the darkness. Lin Fan withdrew his hand, his gaze deepening, becoming as profound and resolute as the night itself. My people and my city shall, in this apocalyptic era, etch our own legend into existence. Chapter 100, Volume 1, Final Chapter, From Survivor to Lord. The foundation of the city of eternal night. The eternal night remains an endless expanse of ink, devouring the distant horizon, saturating the heavens and the earth in a perpetual silence. Yet beneath this inky darkness, a faint glimmer stubbornly burns and grows. Lin Fan walked alone atop the formidable walls of the city of eternal night, now fully enclosed. The walls beneath his feet were thick and solid, their rough concrete surface still bearing the marks of construction, cold, yet imparting an unparalleled sense of security. The broad walkway atop the walls could accommodate 3 individuals side by side, with fortified shooting embrasures and floodlight mounts spaced at intervals, resembling the spines of a colossal beast, menacingly pointing towards the darkness beyond. He walked slowly, his gaze sweeping across the land encircled by the city walls. From the chimney of the cafeteria wafted the faint, tantalizing aroma of cooking food. Through the windows of the dormitory, sporadic warm flickers of candlelight or oil lamps glimmered. On the training grounds, one could still hear the unmistakable, commanding voice of Qin Yao, along with the whoosh of weapons cutting through the air. Sun Xiaoming's technical corner was aglow with steady light, and Lu Rian's laboratory had yet to extinguish its flame. Even that small healing sanctuary seemed to retain the reassuring echoes of Tang Xiaorou's pure, extraordinary abilities. This campus, once filled with death and despair, now radiated a distinctly different vitality. A tenacious and tragic vigor, struggling to emerge from the brink of annihilation, rebuilding order from the ruins, igniting bonfires within the eternal night. His footsteps halted at the southeastern corner of the city wall, the site of yesterday's fiercest battle. The gaping scar on the main gate had been temporarily reinforced with thick iron bars and heavy wooden planks, resembling an unsightly yet steadfast wound, chronicling the first brutal trial endured by this newly born city. On the ground outside the walls lay scattered the uncollected remnants of dark red ice and shattered weapons belonging to the enemies. The cold wind tousled Lin Fan's hair, carrying with it the unique scent of decay and rust from the distant ruins, alongside the faint yet tangible sounds of life and vitality from within the walls. He closed his eyes, and in his mind, Memories from these brief months flashed by like a revolving lantern. From the moment the black rain descended, accompanied by the transformation of my roommates, plunging us into a desperate struggle for survival within the confines of our dormitory, to the unexpected awakening of my own abilities. Allowing me to control the undead, I experienced for the first time the exhilarating sensation of wielding power in this apocalyptic world. Then came the encounters with Su Wanqing, Qin Yao, Tang Xiaoro, Emily, Sun Xiaoming, and Lu Ruyan, each a distinctive yet equally resilient companion who joined our ranks. From initial suspicion and adjustment, we have cultivated a bond of trust and reliance. We established a base, crafted regulations, defended against external threats, and sheltered survivors. Evolving from a mere survival team of dozens to a burgeoning community of hundreds, a formidable force of survivors. What began as simple tasks for the zombies I could control has now progressed into the conceptualization and practical implementation of specialized undead units. As I set out to forge my own legion of the undead, this journey has been fraught with death, betrayal, bloodshed, and despair, yet equally brimming with courage, protection, hope, and creativity. I am no longer the quaking university student Lin Fan, who hid in the dormitory, numbing himself with sarcasm and inner turmoil. My hands have stained with the blood of my kin, yet I have also saved innocent lives. I have issued cold judgments and made warm decisions. I have fled for my life in dire straits and faced countless foes atop the city walls. I, Lin Fan, have ultimately survived in this forsaken land, shrouded in darkness. But is mere survival sufficient? I open my eyes, gazing towards the faint light struggling to emerge from within the walls, to those who have gathered here because of me, who now possess a home. No, it is not enough. Survival is merely the beginning. I extend my palm, a flicker of mental energy coursing through me. Nearby, the finest shadow assassin, as if responding to a silent call, stealthily emerges from the shadows, standing quietly behind me. On the other side, a heavy armored guardian, newly adorned in rudimentary iron plating, strides with a heavy gait, thundering into position like a loyal sentinel. The dead stand still, the living gather, surrounded by the city walls. This is my domain. An unprecedented sense of power and responsibility surges within me, like molten lava, roiling, until it solidifies into an unbreakable will. I am no longer merely the survivor Lin Fan. I am Lord Lin Fan, the ruler and protector of this land known as the City of Eternal Night, the master and guide of these hundreds of lives. I slowly raise my arm, pointing towards the boundless darkness beyond the walls, a realm teeming with dangers and unknowns. My voice, though low, resonates with the clarity of an oath, echoing above the city walls and within my heart. Behold, this is our world, enveloped in eternal night, beset by monsters and fraught with treachery. Yet we have survived. We have built these walls, ignited the flames, and found solace in each other. This is only the beginning. From this day forth, the City of Eternal Night is officially founded. We will use this ground as our foundation, honing our strengths and amplifying our power. Neither the frenzied deities, nor the cold creators, nor any of the vile entities of this world shall drag us back into that abyss of despair. One day, I shall let the name of the City of Eternal Night resonate throughout this forsaken land. We shall forge our own era amidst this perpetual darkness. As the words fell, silence enveloped the surroundings. Only the relentless winds of eternal night continued to blow ceaselessly. Yet beneath this stillness, a novel essence, brimming with strength and hope, had taken root deep within every brick of this city and in the hearts of its inhabitants. Lin Fan lowered his arms, casting one last gaze upon the homeland he had a hand in creating, then turned and descended from the city wall. His silhouette merged into the interplay of light and shadow within the walls, resolute and composed. Thus, the first volume of the tale draws to a close. It is a narrative of struggle, survival, unity, and growth, a story of how an ordinary individual transforms into a leader amidst the apocalypse. From this moment forth, a new chapter is poised to unfold. The foundation of the City of Eternal Night has been laid. The Lord's journey begins with each step. The storms of the future shall undoubtedly be more ferocious, yet they will also be more exhilarating. Chapter 101. The inaugural flag-raising ceremony of the new world beneath the eternal night, in the central square of what is now known as the City of Eternal Night, gathered all the survivors from the base. The number was modest, barely exceeding 100 individuals, with more than half rescued by Lin Fan from the cafeteria, library, and convenience stores. After enduring the initial panic, chaos, betrayal, and subsequent consolidation, the faces of these over 100 individuals now reflected less of the despair that accompanied the dawn of the apocalypse, but rather a blend of bewilderment from having survived and a flicker of hope for the future. The source of this anticipation stood at the forefront of the square on a makeshift podium crafted from desks. Lin Fan cleared his throat, feeling a slight dryness. The highest position he had ever held was that of a labor commissioner in the 5th grade, tasked with overseeing others while they swept the floor. Now, suddenly addressing over 100 individuals felt overwhelmingly daunting. Behind him, the harem led by Su Wanqing stood in a line. Su Wanqing retained her icy demeanor. Yet when she gazed upon the crowd below, a subtle sense of responsibility flickered in her eyes. Tang Xiaoro nervously clutched the hem of her clothing, her small face adorned with seriousness. Qin Yao stood upright with her arms crossed, resembling a sentinel scrutinizing the audience to ensure no incidents would occur. Emily Chen slightly elevated her chin, seemingly dissatisfied with the simplicity of the ceremony, yet a complex emotion would surface in her gaze as it swept over Lin Fan's silhouette. Sun Xiaoming hid behind Lu Ruyan, attempting to diminish her presence, while the gentle school nurse, Lu Ruyan, offered Lin Fan an encouraging smile. Ahem. Lin Fan picked up a makeshift amplifier crafted from rolled-up books, courtesy of Sun Xiaoming, with an effect akin to negligible. Good morning, everyone, he began, uncertain whether it was indeed morning or evening. A few soft chuckles arose from the crowd, slightly easing the atmosphere. I know that each of you standing here has faced tremendous challenges. Lin Fan endeavored to imbue his voice with steadiness. We have lost the sun, lost our loved ones and friends, and this world has become a chaotic mess. We have wept, feared, and even despaired. As the crowd fell into a hushed silence, many bowed their heads, reflecting on a past they would rather forget. However, Lin Fan raised his voice slightly, proclaiming, Yet we are alive. We have endured the dark rain, withstood the tide of the undead, and cleansed our campus. We have established a sanctuary where we can sleep in relative peace. With a sweeping gesture, he pointed to his surroundings. Despite being shrouded in the perpetual darkness of the eternal night, several lights powered by generators and the exertion of the zombies, primarily those pedaling bicycles to generate electricity, illuminated the central square, casting a rare glow of safety and reassurance. From this day forth, this place shall no longer be merely Longqing University. It shall be our collective new homeland, the City of Eternal Night. Lin Fan shouted the name that had been agreed upon in discussions with everyone. Here, absolute fairness may not exist, for the apocalypse does not permit such naivety. Yet I assure you, there will be order, there will be hope. As long as you labor and adhere to the rules, you shall receive sustenance and shelter, and you shall survive. Moreover, you shall live as human beings. As his words resonated, a moment of silence enveloped the crowd, followed by sporadic applause that gradually crescendoed into a fervent ovation. To truly live as a human in this apocalyptic world was an extravagant promise. Lin Fan took a deep breath, pressed his palm down to signal for quiet. Now, as we embark on the first day of the City of Eternal Night's official establishment, we must infuse this moment with a sense of ceremony. He turned to his side. Wanqing, please commence. Su Wanqing nodded slightly and stepped forward, her cool voice echoing. The flag-raising ceremony will now begin. There was no national anthem played. Instead, Qin Yao, stationed at the edge of the formation, summoned all her strength to deliver a crisp and commanding salute. Attention! All former special police officers and the young survivors trained by Qin Yao instinctively straightened their backs and executed a salute that, while not entirely standard, was earnest. The others, including Lin Fan and the girls behind him, solemnly directed their gazes toward the bare flagpole at the center of the square. The flagpole was a standard competition pole salvaged from the sports storage. The flag itself was being held by two carefully selected male zombies, whose faces were relatively clean and movements not overly stiff, as they awkwardly approached the flagpole, one on each side. The scene was both bizarre and comical. The flag was crafted from several red bed sheets sourced from the dormitories, stitched together and emblazoned with an abstract design in black marker, an image that, according to designer Sun Xiaoming, represented a flame that defiantly burned amidst the darkness of the eternal night. Yet, to Lin Fan, it resembled nothing more than a charred potato. More importantly, the flag bearers were zombies. The two undead mechanically approached the flagpole, and under Lin Fan's precise guidance, they began the clumsy task of hoisting the flag onto the halyard. Their movements were so slow, it felt as though time itself had been decelerated. And one of the zombies even inadvertently tore a corner of the sheet. The crowd fell into a profound silence, their expressions a tapestry of reactions, some stifling laughter, others bewildered, and a few feeling an inexplicable sense of tragic grandeur. Lin Fan inwardly lamented, "Oh no, what a blunder. Merely contemplating the utilization of zombies to conserve manpower. One forgets the utter lack of ceremony inherent in such a notion. This is hardly a flag raising. It resembles an elderly gentleman's performance with a Diabolo in the park. The dignity has been entirely stripped away." He could even sense the suppressed amusement radiating from several gazes behind him, particularly from Emily, whose unuttered remarks on the plebeian nature of the ritual were almost palpable. In that moment, teetering between awkwardness and solemnity, the two zombies finally secured the flag and commenced the laborious task of raising it. A red banner, reminiscent of a tattered bedsheet adorned with charred black potatoes, ascended slowly along the flagpole, punctuated by a rhythmic tugging and releasing. With no breeze to animate it, the flag drooped, more akin to a rag than a symbol. Yet, as it reached the pinnacle and unfurled under the spotlight, revealing its crude yet distinctive design to all, an inexplicable sense of levity began to dissipate. Its symbolism was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that it had been raised. In this world shrouded in darkness and death, devoid of sunlight, a flag, lifted by humanity, stood as a beacon of order and hope. Regardless of its simplicity or the absurdity of the flag-raising process, it was there. An ineffable emotion permeated the crowd. Silent yet potent, Lin Fan gazed at the flag, a surge of noble sentiment swelling within him, temporarily overshadowing his earlier embarrassment. Ceremony concluded. Qin Yao's voice rang out once more. All eyes, including those of the two zombies who had fulfilled their duty and stood motionless, were fixed upon the flag. Lin Fan turned to face his subjects, if only for a moment, and his girls, donning a smile that combined relief with a hint of pride. All right, the ritual is complete. Each team, according to the assignments from last night, should fortify the walls, organize supplies, and prepare meals. Let's get to work. He waved his hand, declaring, to celebrate. Tonight's meal standards will be elevated. Each person receives an extra sausage. A wave of small cheers erupted from the crowd. In the apocalypse, sausages were a delicacy of currency. The throng began to disperse in an orderly fashion, each absorbed in their tasks. Soon, only Lin Fan and his core team remained in the square. Su Wanqing approached him, gazing at the flag, and softly remarked, though the process was somewhat unconventional, the outcome is commendable. Lin Fan rubbed his nose, replying, next time. Let us choose someone else for the flag raising. It truly tests one's heart. Qin Yao scoffed. I think it was rather impressive. It left quite an impact. Tang Xiao nodded vigorously, yes. Watching the flag ascend filled me with warmth. Emily had already begun her calculations. A more formal, durable flag will require considerable fabric and dye. This is crucial to our city's external image. Sun Xiaoming timidly suggested, actually, I could attempt to create an automatic flag-raising device. Lu Rian chuckled as she observed the group. Well, our Lord has completed his inaugural public address. Now, it's time to tackle the backlog of administrative documents. Lin Fan's smile instantly froze. Surely not. More documents? He gazed at the girls, with the exception of Qin Yao, who was set to lead the patrol, as they wore identical expressions of curiosity. At that moment, he felt that being a lord was more exhausting than wielding unparalleled power amidst a horde of zombies. The inaugural day of the new world commenced with the raising of the flag, and was soon engulfed by an unending stream of trivial matters. Chapter 102. The farce of internal affairs in the harem group. Lin Fan sat in what was once the principal's office, now adorned with a wooden plaque indicating it was the Lord's office, staring blankly at the mountain of assorted documents piled before him. These documents were a cacophony of types, a resource list printed by Sun Xiaoming, complete with intricate graphical analyses, a 10-page optimization proposal for resource allocation penned in elegant script by Emily, a patrol schedule and draft of disciplinary regulations submitted by Qin Yao, brimming with intensity, a meticulously hand-drawn diagram of fortification suggestions for campus defenses by Su Wanqing, detailing the precise positioning of each zombie, and even an endearing illustration of the healing center's bed distribution by Tang Xiao, alongside a compiled inventory and demand list by Lu Rian. Lin Fan felt as though he had transformed from a lord into a university student on the verge of being overwhelmed by an avalanche of papers, spanning numerous disciplines. He rubbed his temples and glanced at the girls seated around him on sofas and chairs, suggesting they tackle the matters one by one. Of course, Emily was the first to speak, sliding a document across the table towards Lin Fan. First, we must reform the resource allocation system. Currently, we are implementing a rudimentary approach that combines labor distribution with basic survival guarantees, but this leads to inefficiencies and the potential for complacency. I propose we introduce a contribution point system. She spoke eloquently, detailing the avenues for acquiring contribution points through labor, combat, and special skills, along with the exchange rates for various items, and even proposed measures to prevent inflation, including the distant concept of issuing temporary vouchers for the city of Eternal Night. Lin Fan felt dizzy, as if Emily had morphed into a bespectacled Wall Street elite, despite the absence of glasses. Wait, Emily, he interjected, unable to contain himself. We have just over 100 people. Do we really need something so convoluted? It sounds more complex than advanced mathematics. The short-sightedness of the commoners. Emily instinctively remarked with disdain, but quickly recognized the inappropriateness of her comment. Clearing her throat, she continued, My lord, systems must precede scale. Delaying reform until population growth occurs will lead to significant chaos. This is a fundamental principle of management. All right, I agree in principle. You and Sun Xiaoming can work out the specifics and produce a simple, comprehensible version, Lin Fan conceded, promptly passing the responsibility to the tech-savvy individual. Sun Xiaoming, who had been engrossed in tinkering with a circuit board removed from the laboratory, looked up in surprise at the mention of contribution points. Could we implement a decentralized ledger using blockchain technology? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Lin Fan quickly replied, forget I mentioned it. Satisfied, Emily reclaimed the document, indicating she would delve deeper into the matter with the technical advisor, Sun Xiaoming. Next came Qin Yao. The security team currently consists of 15 members, divided into 3 shifts, responsible for perimeter surveillance and internal patrols. She was succinct. Issue number 1. A scarcity of weapons. Our melee arms are severely worn, and ammunition for our firearms is nearly depleted. Issue number 2. The quality of personnel varies greatly, necessitating enhanced combat training. In response to potential internal conflicts among humans, I propose the establishment of clear regulations for rewards and punishments, particularly for offenses such as theft, brawling, and violations against others, which must be met with severe consequences. As she spoke, her sharp gaze swept over those present, as if searching for potential wrongdoers. Lin Fan shivered, sensing that Qin Yao was not merely suggesting but issuing an ultimatum. Regarding the weaponry issue, I will instruct the scavenging team to remain vigilant. You are entirely responsible for the training matters. As for the regulations, Lin Fan glanced at the draft Qin Yao handed him, which contained terms such as flogging, confinement, and labor reform, and swallowed hard. Could we perhaps consider a slightly more lenient approach? After all, public sentiment is still in a delicate state. Lenient? Qin Yao raised an eyebrow. In this apocalypse, mercy equates to indulgence of crime. We must establish rules with an iron fist. Just as the atmosphere threatened to grow tense, Su Wanqing's cool voice broke through. I concur with Qin Yao's perspective. Without rules, order cannot be maintained. However, sentencing could be differentiated based on the severity of the offense, treating first-time offenders and repeat offenders distinctly. She then shifted the discussion to her area of expertise. Here is my proposal for reinforcing the defensive structures. Currently, we rely on zombies as an outer barrier but lack effective early warning systems and depth in our defenses. I suggest constructing watchtowers on the inner side of the walls and utilizing Lin Fan's abilities to position some hidden sentry zombies. Additionally, the eastern section of the wall is particularly weak and requires urgent fortification. Lin Fan gazed at Su Wanqing's meticulously annotated blueprints, marveling once more at the prowess of a top student. No problem, Wanqing, focus on the defense. If you require manpower or zombies, just let me know. Tang Xiaoro timidly raised her hand. The healing center currently has over 30 survivors with minor injuries, primarily colds, abrasions, and malnutrition. We can sustain our supply of medicines for a while longer, but we are running low on disinfectants and bandages. Moreover, the morale is somewhat low. I wonder if we could find something for everyone to do together, such as weaving some warm clothing? Seeing her hopeful eyes, Lin Fan felt his heart melt. Absolutely, Xiaoro. You take the lead on this. Request whatever you need from Emily. Weaving is an excellent idea. It will give everyone something to occupy their minds. Lu Ruyan gently added the needs of the medical department, specifically certain medications and medical equipment, hoping that the scavenging team would prioritize these on their next outing. After going around, Lin Fan felt his head spinning even more. Each girl's concerns were significant and required resolution, yet resources were limited and manpower was finite. Thus, Lin Fan concluded, Emily will manage supplies and contribution points. Qin Yao will oversee security and penalties. Wanqing will handle the fortifications and patrols. Xiaoro will oversee healing and some logistics. Ruyan will manage medical needs, and Xiaoming will take charge of technology and intelligence. The division of labor is clear and excellent. The girls exchanged glances, seemingly communicating some unspoken understanding. Then, Su Wanqing spoke up, her tone calm yet assertive. Lord Mayor, what will be your responsibilities? Me? Lin Fan was taken aback, pointing at himself. Of course, I am responsible for coordinating the overall situation and controlling the zombie horde to protect our home and nation. In other words, Emily gracefully crossed her legs, indicating that we had handled the specific tasks, while you were merely responsible for the most entertaining aspects, such as taking the zombies out for a brawl and observing us in our busyness. Lin Fan felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. One cannot express it that way. I am under considerable pressure too. Qin Yao let out a disdainful snort. It seems you wish to be a hands-off manager. Tang Xiaoro whispered. Senior Lin Fan appears to be quite burdened. Lu Ruoyan interjected to ease the tension. Indeed, Lin Fan has his significant responsibilities. However, some final decisions and resource allocations still require his approval. Sun Xiaoming suddenly chimed in. The city lord also needs to ensure the continuation of the lineage and maintain the people's morale. An instant silence enveloped the office. All eyes, including Lin Fan's, were astonished, directed toward the unflinchingly candid tech-savvy girl. Upon realizing her slip of the tongue, Sun Xiaoming's face flushed crimson, wishing she could bury her head in the circuit board she held. Ahem, ahem. Lin Fan coughed violently, his face turning red. Xiaoming, we shall discuss such matters another time. Now let us disperse. Everyone should proceed according to their assignments. The expressions of the girls varied. Some struggled to suppress laughter, Lu Ruoyan. Others displayed disdain, Emily. Some remained indifferent, Su Wanqing. Others were embarrassed, Qin Yao. Some were utterly perplexed, Tang Xiaoro. And one wished to vanish, Sun Xiaoming. They gradually left the office, leaving Lin Fan alone to grapple with the mountain of paperwork. He slumped in his chair, gazing at the light fixture above, which barely flickered with brightness thanks to the zombies pedaling bicycles, and let out a long sigh. Managing a harem was far more challenging than overseeing zombies. At that moment, a knock sounded at the office door. Come in. A girl responsible for internal communications peeked in, her face tinged with anxiety. City Lord. Captain Qin Yao sent me to inform you that there's a slight situation by the wall. It seems someone is attempting to approach, and they are not a zombie. Lin Fan abruptly straightened, the distress on his face replaced by sharp focus. Understood, I will head over immediately. The troubles of domestic governance could wait. External threats were the eternal theme of this apocalyptic world. Chapter 103. The initiation of the Evernight City construction project. Lin Fan followed the girls swiftly to the eastern wall. Qin Yao was already there, peering through a specially crafted observation hole in the wall, vigilantly watching the outside. Several security team members, armed with rudimentary weapons, were scattered behind the wall, their expressions tense. What is the situation? Lin Fan asked in a hushed tone. Without turning her head, Qin Yao gestured for him to look for himself. One individual appears to be a survivor, peeking around the street corners several times, moving stealthily. Lin Fan leaned closer to the observation hole. Beneath the eternal night, visibility was poor, with only the distant flickering of burning abandoned vehicles providing a semblance of light. He squinted, straining to discern, and indeed caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure flitting behind a damaged bus stop sign 100 meters away. Just one. Currently, only one has been spotted. However, it is uncertain if this is a decoy or a scout. Qin Yao's tone was grave. Should I take a few people out? No need. Lin Fan shook his head, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. We possess a more environmentally friendly method of reconnaissance. He closed his eyes, and his mental perception spread out like mercury flowing across a surface. Soon, he discerned several ordinary zombies wandering outside the walls, his consciousness entwined with them like invisible threads. Effortlessly seizing control. Go, see what that fellow intends to do, Lin Fan commanded inwardly. The zombies immediately altered their course, staggering yet purposefully making their way towards the bus stop sign. Through the shared perception of the zombies, Lin Fan observed that the individual hiding behind the sign appeared startled, clearly unprepared for the sudden, organized approach of the undead. The figure hastily drew a steel pipe from behind, wildly flailing it in an attempt to ward off the zombies, while retreating unsteadily, soon disappearing into the deeper shadows. After pursuing for a short distance and losing their target, the zombies halted at Lin Fan's command, returning to a state of aimless wandering. He fled. Lin Fan opened his eyes and said to Qin Yao, it seems he was merely a solitary survivor, drawn in by our light, yet too fearful to approach. Qin Yao sighed in relief, though her brow remained furrowed. This time it was one, but next time it could be a group. We cannot conceal our presence for long. The walls must be reinforced swiftly, and our defenses upgraded. Indeed, Lin Fan remarked, gazing at the makeshift barrier comprised of the school's original wall, car wreckage, and a haphazard assortment of tables and chairs. He sighed, realizing that while this might deter scattered zombies, it would likely prove inadequate against organized human forces or a massive horde. Unbeknownst to him, Su Wanqing had also arrived at the base of the wall, looking up at its structure. Her cool voice broke the silence. The eastern section is the weakest. Its foundation is unstable and insufficient in height. It requires a substantial amount of building materials for reinforcement and elevation. Building materials? In this apocalyptic world, cement, bricks, and steel were harder to come by than food. Yet Lin Fan smiled, patting the cold surface of the wall beside him. We may not have them, but the city does. Moreover, we possess the finest builders. With a single thought, his mental power rippled outward. Soon, a dark mass of over 50 male zombies gathered in an area that had once been designated for bicycle parking. They stood silently, their hollow eyes fixed on Lin Fan, awaiting his command. This was the maximum number of zombies he could currently control, and they represented his greatest asset in the city of Eternal Night. First, bring over everything usable from the school. Tables, chairs, bed frames, metal supports from the lab tables. Whatever is sturdy, dismantle it all. Lin Fan issued his first command. The horde of zombies sprang into action. They moved with a silent, rigid efficiency towards the teaching and dormitory buildings. The destructive task posed no psychological burden for them, their strength far exceeding that of ordinary humans. A striking scene unfolded as the throngs of zombies either hoisted heavy solid wood desks, dragged iron-framed beds, or carried neatly bundled books, temporarily utilized to fill gaps, flowing like dark streams, continuously transporting building materials to the base of the wall. The spectacle was both magnificent and somewhat eerie. A number of survivors engaged in nearby cleaning tasks instinctively recoiled at the sight, their faces reflecting a mixture of awe and trepidation. Although they were aware that these zombies were under the control of the city lord, witnessing them work in such close proximity was still a disconcerting experience. Then, Lin Fan turned his gaze towards the outer materials beyond the walls, his eyes seemingly piercing through the darkness. We need rebar, cement boards, and gravel, anything that can fortify our city walls. He summoned a portion of his mental energy once more, commanding over 20 additional zombies to form a scavenging team for the outside. Open a small gap and let them out, Lin Fan instructed. Under the guidance of Qin Yao and Su Wanqing, a small section of the gap, previously obstructed by vehicles, was cautiously cleared. The 20-plus zombies silently passed through the opening, merging into the surrounding darkness. They were to follow Lin Fan's general directions towards the construction sites or building material markets near the school, in search of anything useful. Is this really going to work? A young member of the security team asked, watching the zombie procession disappear into the shadows. What if they run away or go out of control? Lin Fan smiled confidently. As long as they remain within my sensory range, they are the most obedient tools. He gestured towards the tireless zombies below, diligently transporting and stacking materials. Do you see? They require no wages, need no rest, fear no danger, and exhibit 100% execution. This is the core competitive advantage of our construction project in the City of Eternal Night. Su Wanqing had already begun directing several relatively agile zombies to organize and assemble the materials according to her blueprints. The heavier zombies were tasked with carrying the heaviest precast panels, while the swifter ones were responsible for passing bricks salvaged from the old walls scheduled for demolition at the school. It was a bustling scene, albeit with the central figures being a group of expressionless corpses. As Lin Fan observed this spectacle, a surge of ambition welled within him. The materials and manpower, or should we say, zombie power, were in place. The construction of the City of Eternal Night had officially commenced. He aimed to forge a truly solid sanctuary for survivors amidst this desolate darkness. Chapter 104, The Zombie Builders. An astonishing efficiency mystery. The construction project of the City of Eternal Night was underway with fervor. At the site centered around the eastern wall of the school, an extraordinarily bizarre scene of bustling activity unfolded against the backdrop of the apocalypse. Dozens of zombies, under Lin Fan's precise control, operated like emotionless machines, silent yet remarkably efficient. They worked tirelessly, displaying immense strength. A concrete precast panel, which would require 4 people to lift, could be hoisted by a specially selected, robust zombie with ease, steadily making its way to the wall. Dismantled steel bed frames and heavy laboratory tables were transported like mere toys in their hands, continuously delivered to designated spots. Su Wanqing stood before a makeshift design plan, her brow furrowed as she occasionally pointed at the blueprints, issuing commands to several foreman zombies nearby. Remarkably, these zombies seemed capable of comprehending relatively complex instructions, such as positioning a panel here or filling a gap with those bricks. Though their movements were rigid, they executed their tasks with remarkable precision and minimal error. This was nothing short of astonishing. A male survivor, originally a civil engineering student, watched as a zombie, with its gnarled fingers, deftly inserted a rebar into the designated position, unable to suppress a mutter of disbelief. He had previously attempted to guide them using his expertise and tools, only to discover that these zombies were, in certain respects, more efficient than the living. They neither complained nor slacked off. Qin Yao, leading the security team, maintained vigilance around the perimeter, her gaze primarily focused beyond the walls. Yet, occasionally, she would glance back at this surreal scene, and a flicker of complexity crossed her austere visage. These creatures, once harbingers of death and dread, were now constructing a barrier for survival. Emily had also come to inspect the operation, clutching a small notebook as she swiftly calculated the zombies' work efficiency, comparing it to her envisioned human labor force. The results astounded her, a former heiress who revered efficiency and data, ignoring their appearance and essence. When assessed purely from a productivity standpoint, their output per unit time exceeded that of ordinary human labor by over threefold, with no wages to pay. And without concerns for injuries or fatigue, Emily jotted down a series of figures in her notebook, her eyes gleaming as if she envisioned an endless supply of inexpensive, indeed free, labor. Lin Fan stood on a slightly elevated platform, orchestrating the entire operation. He did not need to physically move bricks. However, his focus had to be intensely concentrated. Akin to a puppeteer managing dozens of intricate marionettes simultaneously, he needed to perceive the state of each zombie, issuing precise commands. coordinating their movements to prevent mutual interference or even accidents, such as two zombies colliding while carrying materials. This meticulous control drained his mental energy significantly, and it wasn't long before fine beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Lin Fan, have some water? Tang Xiaoro approached him at some point, offering a water bottle with a look of concern. Her healing center was temporarily unoccupied, so she came to see if she could be of assistance. Lin Fan took the water and sipped, the cool liquid slightly alleviating his mental fatigue. He gazed down at the orderly, albeit zombie-led, construction site and chuckled wryly. I never imagined that controlling zombies to move bricks would be more exhausting than directing them to fight. Fighting primarily involves straightforward commands for charging and biting, whereas this construction work demands meticulous coordination. But they are indeed impressive, Tang Xiaoro remarked, observing below as one zombie steadily held up a slab while another applied found cement, unearthed from the school's small storage, for adhesion, exclaiming, "This is much quicker than what we managed ourselves." At that moment, Su Wanqing approached, pointing at a curved section on the blueprint. Lin Fan, we need to bend the rebar here to reinforce the structural curvature. Humans require specialized tools and skills, she noted, glancing at the stiffly moving zombies, indicating that such intricate tasks were beyond their capabilities. Lin Fan stroked his chin, eyeing a few idle zombies with relatively intact fingers. Struck by a sudden idea, shall we give it a try? Perhaps they possess potential we have yet to discover. He concentrated his mind and issued a command to one of the zombies to bend a steel rod, transmitting the desired curvature requested by Su Wanqing through mental induction. The zombie, seemingly perplexed, picked up a straight steel rod and, under the watchful eyes of all, both human and undead, without the aid of any tools, effortlessly grasped the ends of the rod with both hands and slowly, as if it required no effort at all, bent the slender steel rod into a perfect arc. A gasp escaped the lips of several survivors who witnessed this scene, including the civil engineering student. What immense grip and arm strength this required. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned, then elated. Wow, it possesses such a function? A human bending machine. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Wanqing's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure and nodded, saying, excellent. This ability is quite useful. Now, we can expedite the reinforcement of this curved defensive barrier. She immediately began assigning tasks to the bending zombies. The enigma of efficiency seemed to be partially unveiled. These zombies not only possess strength far exceeding that of ordinary humans, but their bodily structure appeared to have undergone some unknown transformations, enabling them to accomplish tasks that would typically require specific tools for humans. More importantly, under Lin Fan's unified control, they formed a flawless, non-conflicting cooperative system. There was no noise of communication, no moments of idleness, and no mistakes born of fear. Only absolute obedience and efficient execution prevailed. Watching the walls rise steadily and visibly higher and stronger, Lin Fan felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Although the process was somewhat exhausting and peculiar, the outcome was undeniably gratifying. At this rate, the first phase of the reinforcement project might be completed ahead of schedule. Observing the busy zombies, Lin Fan found their ghastly faces, at this moment, far more agreeable. Indeed, the zombie construction workers were a boon for humanity, or rather, a blessing for the infrastructure of the post-apocalyptic world. Chapter 105. The first strike of the off-campus reconnaissance team. The reinforcement of the eastern wall was progressing rapidly. And under the tireless efforts of the zombie laborers, the originally low and weak section had taken shape, having risen nearly a meter in height and becoming significantly more stable. At this rate, Su Wanqing estimated that the primary reinforcement phase could be completed in 2 to 3 days at most. Yet, Lin Fan felt no sense of relaxation. The survivor who had been lurking outside the wall yesterday was like a thorn in his heart. Was he an enemy or a friend? Had he merely passed by? Or was he a scout from some faction? The existence of the Eternal Night City loomed like a lighthouse in the darkness, attracting not only moths but potentially sharks as well. Passive defense was never the best choice. Lin Fan understood deeply that he must take the initiative to comprehend the world beyond the walls, to grasp the surrounding environment, potential dangers, and possible resources. The formation of a reconnaissance team was proposed by Lin Fan during the routine meeting the following morning. We need to ascertain the situation surrounding the school, particularly in the adjacent blocks. Are there other survivor outposts? How are resources distributed? Is there a large-scale horde of zombies or other threats? This proposal received unanimous approval from everyone. I will lead the team. Qin Yao was the first to step forward, her gaze sharp. The security team could certainly spare a few capable hands. Lin Fan shook his head, saying, no, you must remain here to maintain order. The defense of the walls and the internal structure rely on your presence. Moreover, this reconnaissance mission focuses on stealth and intelligence gathering, not combat. His eyes swept over the group, finally resting on Su Wanqing. Wanqing, you shall accompany me. Your ice-based abilities can be pivotal in controlling the situation when it matters most. And your composure is commendable. Su Wanqing nodded slightly, voicing no objections. I want to go too. Tang Xiaoro raised her hand, her small face earnest. My healing abilities can be of assistance. Lin Fan ruffled her hair gently. Not this time, Xiaoro. The outside world is uncertain and perilous. You are needed here at the healing center. Tang Xiaoro let out a disappointed "oh," but did not press the matter further. Sun Xiaoming. Lin Fan turned to the tech-savvy girl. We require portable communication devices capable of maintaining contact over a certain distance. Sun Xiaoming looked up from her laptop, which was powered by a bicycle rig to run on a few car batteries. Adjusting her non-existent glasses, she replied, no problem. I've modified a few walkie-talkies. They should have an effective range of about 3 to 5 kilometers, which should suffice. She gestured towards several makeshift devices on the adjacent table, resembling toys pieced together. Excellent. Lin Fan nodded, then glanced at Emily and Lu Ruyan. You and Qin Yao will manage the home front. Should anything arise, contact us via the walkie-talkies. Emily nodded gracefully, while Lu Ruyan assured him she would oversee the medical logistics. With the personnel confirmed and equipment prepared, Lin Fan and Su Wanqing set off without any human companions. Lin Fan's reasoning was sound. They had superior scouts. At 9 o'clock in the morning, as indicated by Sun Xiaoming's makeshift timer, the temporary exit on the eastern wall of the City of Eternal Night reopened. Lin Fan and Su Wanqing emerged, both clad in more agile attire. Lin Fan wielded a sharpened steel spear, while Su Wanqing carried a lightweight backpack filled with minimal provisions, water, and the modified walkie-talkie. Trailing behind them were 10 meticulously selected zombies. These 10 zombies had been chosen from Lin Fan's controlled horde. Distinguished by their relative cleanliness, less tattered clothing and lower levels of decay, and slightly more coordinated movements compared to their counterparts. They lined up silently in 2 rows, resembling the most loyal of sentinels. Let us proceed. Lin Fan inhaled the cold air outside, tinged with a faint stench of decay. His mental perception radiating forward like a radar. He allowed the zombies to disperse within a 50-meter radius, forming a loose protective reconnaissance formation. This way, they could detect danger in advance and regroup swiftly in case of unexpected events. As they left the confines of the school and stepped onto familiar streets, the atmosphere felt entirely altered. An eerie silence enveloped them, a chilling stillness. Once bustling thoroughfares were now littered with abandoned vehicles, resembling a graveyard of steel. Shattered windows, scattered debris, and dried bloodstains whispered the harrowing tales of the calamity that had unfolded. The air was thick with dust, mold, and a faint scent of decay. Occasionally, one could glimpse solitary zombies staggering through the ruins, yet they were swiftly detected by Lin Fan, whose controlled zombie companions silently diverted or neutralized them. Su Wanqing closely followed Lin Fan, her vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings, a chill emanating from her hand. Her composure provided Lin Fan with a sense of reassurance. They opted for their initial route along Shuefu Road, south of the school's east gate. This thoroughfare connected several residential districts and a large supermarket, theoretically offering resources and potential survivors. After traversing approximately 1 kilometer, they encountered nothing extraordinary aside from more debris and scattered zombies. It seemed this area had been preliminarily cleared, or perhaps there were simply no survivors, Su Wanqing murmured. Lin Fan nodded, about to respond, when suddenly he furrowed his brow, sensing an anomaly through the perception of a nearby zombie. At the upcoming intersection to the right, the convenience store presented a situation, Lin Fan whispered. The two hastened their steps, stealthily approaching the corner under the cover of the undead. As they turned, the sight before them drew their attention sharply. The sizable supermarket's rolling shutter had been violently breached, leaving a gaping hole. Scattered across the entrance lay several packaging bags and empty bottles. Most strikingly, 7 or 8 zombie corpses were sprawled across the doorway. The manner of their demise was consistent. All had suffered severe head trauma, as if struck by a blunt instrument. This was not our doing. Su Wanqing crouched down, examining the wounds closely. The edges were jagged, indicating immense force but lacking finesse. Furthermore, these bodies had perished within the last 24 hours. Lin Fan's heart sank. Other survivors were indeed active in the vicinity. They had cleared the supermarket of supplies and possessed considerable combat capability. Were they friend or foe? At that moment, through the perception of a nearby zombie, Lin Fan detected a faint sound of an engine rumbling from a distance. The noise emanated from further south, rapidly receding. That way, Lin Fan exclaimed, pointing southward. There's a vehicle. The reconnaissance team's inaugural foray had finally uncovered a valuable clue. This region was not solely inhabited by them. Another faction of survivors, equipped with vehicles and armaments, was already operational here. An unforeseen encounter loomed on the horizon. Chapter 106. The initial shock of the urban ruins. The roar of the engine echoed like a wounded beast, swiftly fading into the desolate city ruins. ultimately vanishing into the deeper darkness of the south, leaving behind a disquieting resonance. Lin Fan and Su Wanqing stood at the entrance of the ransacked convenience store, their expressions growing grave. They have a vehicle, Su Wanqing stated, articulating this evident yet significant fact. In the apocalypse, functioning vehicles represented mobility far exceeding that of mere foot travel, along with transportation capacity and a degree of defensive capability. Moreover, their numbers must be considerable, at least possessing the ability to rapidly clear out the zombies and transport supplies. Lin Fan added, as he kicked the corpse of a zombie at his feet. The method was crude yet effective, revealing a formidable adversary. Initially, they believed the world beyond the campus was a chaotic realm teeming with zombies. But it now appeared that some had begun to consolidate power, delineate territories, and actively gather resources. The city of Eternal Night was not the only isolated island. Shall we pursue them? Su Wanqing inquired, glancing at Lin Fan. Shaking his head, Lin Fan replied, we cannot catch up, and the situation remains unclear. Pursuing recklessly would be perilous. We shall adhere to our original plan, continuing our reconnaissance of the surrounding area, but with heightened caution. With their zombie sentinels in tow, the two resumed their journey, yet the atmosphere had palpably tightened. Lin Fan expanded his psychic awareness to its fullest extent, akin to an invisible perimeter of vigilance. Where the slightest disturbance would not escape his perception, they departed from Academic Road, infiltrating the nearby districts. The deeper they ventured, the more the city's scars became excruciatingly evident. Once thriving commercial streets now lay desolate, reduced to shattered signs and charred frameworks of shops. The glass facades of towering buildings had largely peeled away, resembling scales shed from a colossal beast, revealing darkened windows beneath, as if countless eyes were vigilantly observing this wasteland. Abandoned vehicles had accumulated in heaps along the streets, some even stacked upon one another, forming grotesque sculptures of steel, adorned with dried bloodstains and suspicious claw marks. The air was saturated not merely with decay, but with a more complex stench, a noxious amalgamation of burnt remnants, chemical leaks, and an indescribably sickly sweet odor that induced nausea. Look over there, Su Wanqing suddenly pointed to the mid-level of an office building. Following her gesture, Lin Fan beheld thick, dark red vines pulsating like veins, cascading down the edges of the windows, entwined around the building's steel structure, writhing ominously. Have the plants also mutated? A chill crept up Lin Fan's spine. If even the flora had begun to display aggression, the peril of this world would surpass all imagination. They refrained from approaching the office building, opting instead for a detour. At a crossroads, they discovered the remnants of a large-scale battle. Dozens of military and civilian vehicles lay in ruins, forming a makeshift circular fortification. The ground was littered with spent shell casings and more zombies, highly decomposed, reduced to little more than skeletal remains. The scene suggested a fierce ambush had unfolded here, where human forces had seemingly established a defensive line, only to be ultimately overwhelmed by the tide of the undead. Several skeletal figures clad in tattered military uniforms maintained their shooting stances, leaning against an armored vehicle, their hollow eye sockets staring vacantly ahead, silently narrating their final valor and despair. Lin Fan and Su Wanqing gazed at this somber tableau in silence, their hearts weighed down. This was but a microcosm of the tragic reality unfolding across the globe in the early days of the apocalypse. Compared to this, their ability to establish a foothold and create a semblance of order within the campus was a stroke of remarkable fortune. Taking a deep breath to quell his rising trepidation, Lin Fan redirected his focus to the present, gesturing towards the wreckage of the military vehicles. Perhaps within those remnants lay weapons, ammunition, or useful components. Su Wanqing nodded, marking it down. Once we ascertain the surrounding situation, we can organize a salvage team to gather the corpses. They continued onward, traversing a desolate residential area. The silence here was more profound, as if the very air had solidified. Many households had their doors ajar, revealing a scene of chaos within. Evidently the aftermath of a panicked flight or looting during the calamity. As they passed a small community garden, Lin Fan suddenly halted, his pupils constricting. Something was moving at an alarming speed. Through the perception of a nearby zombie, he detected several rapidly moving heat sources. They were not human. The movements lacked the swiftness and primal ferocity characteristic of humanity. Almost simultaneously with his warning, 5 or 6 dark figures sprang forth from the garden's thicket in the remnants of a children's slide. They varied in size, their filthy, matted fur glistening with a feral hunger and a savage red gleam in their eyes, drool dripping from their jaws. They were dogs. Or rather, they had once been dogs. Now, their muscles were taut, their claws unnaturally sharp, their bodies marred by rotting wounds and grotesque growths, rendering them fearsome and grotesque. Mutated dogs. They growled lowly, fanning out in a semicircle, encircling Lin Fan, Su Wanqing, and the few zombies nearby, their movements agile and imbued with the menace of predators. Be careful. Su Wanqing reacted swiftly, a chill coalescing in her palms, and the ground beneath them instantly froze into a thin layer of ice, attempting to impede their speed. Lin Fan immediately commanded the surrounding zombies to tighten their formation, creating a barrier in front of them. However, one of the largest mutated mastiffs seemed to possess a degree of intelligence. Instead of lunging directly at the zombie barricade, it executed a sudden flanking maneuver. Leaping high from the side, its massive jaws agape, charging towards Su Wanqing, who stood slightly behind. Its speed was astonishing. Wanqing, a tightness gripped Lin Fan's heart, and instinctively, he prepared to summon all the zombies for a counter-defensive. Yet, Su Wanqing remained composed, her gaze icy. She did not retreat, but instead raised her hands towards the oncoming mastiff. Freeze! An icy blast erupted forth. The moisture in the air instantly crystallizing into countless tiny ice shards, followed swiftly by the emergence of a formidable ice wall that appeared out of thin air, positioned just in front of the mastiff. With a resounding thud, the mutated mastiff collided violently with the ice wall, producing a muffled sound. The wall trembled violently, cracking with spiderweb-like fissures, yet it did not shatter. The immense recoil sent the mastiff tumbling to the ground. Shaking its head, it unleashed an even more furious roar. The other mutated dogs began to stir restlessly, their aggression mounting. Lin Fan's expression sharpened. He no longer held back. Eliminate them. He commanded the zombies under his control to attack. Simultaneously, he extended his mental power towards the frenzied mutated dogs. A distinctly different response surged back. Unlike the sensation of connecting with the zombies, which felt like tethering to stagnant waters, attempting to link with these mutated beasts encountered a chaotic, violent will brimming with a thirst for blood. Their mental resistance was far more potent than that of the zombies. He realized it was either impossible to control them or exceedingly difficult. Lin Fan made a swift judgment. At this moment, the zombies that had received their orders charged recklessly towards the pack of mutated dogs. A chaotic melee, straddling the line between a cataclysm of the undead and mutated beasts, erupted suddenly in the desolate community garden. The zombies, impervious to pain and endowed with great strength, moved sluggishly. In contrast, the mutated dogs were swift and ferocious in their attacks, yet their defenses were relatively fragile. One zombie seized an opportunity. Clamping down on a mutated dog with a vice-like grip, its jaws opening wide to bite at the creature's neck. Meanwhile, another mutated dog deftly evaded the zombie's assault, sinking its teeth into the zombie's calf and tearing away a substantial chunk of decaying flesh. Su Wanqing continuously unleashed ice spikes, disrupting and assaulting the approaching mutated dogs, thereby slowing their advance and creating opportunities for the zombies. Lin Fan concentrated intently, focusing on the strongest of the mutated mastiffs, maneuvering two zombies to engage it in a flanking attack while persistently attempting to disrupt its chaotic consciousness with his psychic energy. Although he could not command the zombies with the same precision, he was able to hinder its movements to a certain extent. The battle was brief yet fierce. Within a few minutes, the ground bore the remains of 3 mutated dogs, 2 torn apart by zombies and 1 impaled through the skull by Su Wanqing's ice spike, along with 2 completely dismembered zombies. The remaining 2 mutated dogs, including the mastiff, bore wounds and were baring their teeth in reluctant growls as they slowly retreated, ultimately vanishing into the depths of the ruins. Silence returned to the garden, permeated only by the pungent stench of blood and decay. Lin Fan breathed heavily, feeling the considerable drain on his psychic energy. Su Wanqing's complexion had also paled, as the continuous use of her abilities weighed heavily upon her. These creatures were far more troublesome than the zombies. Lin Fan gazed at the corpses of the mutated dogs, a lingering sense of dread washing over him. Their speed, strength, and a certain degree of cooperative ability posed a lethal threat to ordinary survivors. Su Wanqing approached one of the mutated dog corpses. Scrutinizing it closely, their mutations seemed more inclined towards physicality and primal instincts, unlike the reanimation associated with zombies. Furthermore, they appeared to retain certain biological instincts and rudimentary intelligence. Lin Fan also approached, crouching down to probe deeper into the brain of a deceased mutated dog with his psychic energy. This time, the resistance was considerably diminished. He could sense the chaotic will rapidly dissipating, yet the structure of the brain appeared distinct from that of ordinary dogs, with some unusually active regions present. The world of animal mutations was becoming increasingly fascinating. Lin Fan let out a bitter smile, rising to his feet. It was time to leave. Lingering here would only attract more dangers due to the lingering scent of blood. Their first foray into external reconnaissance yielded not the promise of resources, but a series of shocks and warnings. The urban ruins were far more perilous than they had anticipated. The competition for mutated flora and fauna would render the path ahead in the city of eternal night fraught with thorns. Just as they prepared to depart, Lin Fan, through a zombie stationed at the periphery, detected a peculiar sound once more. It was neither the growl of an engine nor the howl of a mutated dog, but a deeper, more resonant sound, akin to countless feet dragging across the ground, slowly emanating from several blocks away. Lin Fan's expression suddenly darkened significantly. The tide of corpses was indeed heading in their direction. Chapter 107. Encounter with Mutant Dogs and the Battle of Zombie Dogs. The low, dense sound of dragging echoed like the ominous beat of a death knell, resonating in the hearts of Lin Fan and Su Wanqing. The sound originated from the northwest, precisely along the flank of their previous route, and it appeared to be of considerable scale. Immediate confirmation of the situation was imperative. Lin Fan, acting decisively, felt a surge of alertness replace his previous fatigue. He swiftly controlled several zombies scattered in the northwest, guiding them toward the source of the sound while sharing their perceptions. Through the zombies' hazy and distorted vision, Lin Fan gasped in shock. What lay before him was not a mere scattering of wandering zombies, but a true tide of corpses. A dark mass so vast that its numbers were nearly impossible to estimate, undoubtedly exceeding hundreds, perhaps even thousands. They congested the streets like a slowly advancing tide of black, pushing aside abandoned vehicles with a relentless determination. Although their direction was slightly skewed, it was generally towards the location of the Eternal Night City. The scale was immense. At least over 500, and they were heading in our direction. Lin Fan's voice was dry as he quickly relayed the information to Su Wanqing. Her face paled as well. A horde of hundreds. If they were to charge against the still incomplete fortifications, the consequences would be unimaginable. We must return immediately. Organize the defenses, she said without hesitation. No longer concerned with reconnaissance, the two turned swiftly and raced back along their original path. Lin Fan commanded the remaining zombies to guard their surroundings while clearing or diverting the scattered zombies along their route to ensure a safe return. However, calamity seldom arrives alone. Just as they crossed the community garden where a battle had previously erupted and were about to enter the relatively open Academy Road, another wave of chilling barks and growls echoed ahead, interspersed with a deeper, more guttural roar reminiscent of a beast yet imbued with a sense of death. More? Lin Fan's heart tightened as he signaled Su Wanqing to slow down, using the ruins for cover to look ahead. Not far off at the intersection, another pack of mutant dogs, about 7 or 8 in number, was viciously attacking a small group of zombies. The zombies being attacked seemed to differ slightly from ordinary ones. Their movements were more frenzied, lacking any semblance of order, and they would even bite back at the mutant dogs, displaying greater strength, though they too moved awkwardly, bearing clear signs of decay. Zombie dogs, Su Wanqing gasped, recognizing the source of the guttural growls. These were creatures mutated after being infected by the Black Rain. Resurrected from death, they possessed the undead traits of zombies combined with the agility and ferocity of dogs, making them even more formidable than standard mutant dogs. At that moment, the pack of mutant dogs and the pack of zombie dogs were locked in a brutal struggle, either for territory or driven purely by primal rage. The mutant dogs utilized their speed and sharp fangs, inflicting deep wounds on the zombie dogs and tearing away at their decayed flesh. The zombie dogs, impervious to pain, retaliated in a frenzy, utilizing their razor-sharp teeth and claws, and even charging their bodies directly to bring down the mutated dogs. The scene was chaotic and drenched in blood. One agile mutated dog deftly evaded the lunges of a zombie dog, sinking its teeth into the latter's hind leg and viciously tearing it off. Yet, the zombie dog merely staggered, relying on its remaining 3 legs to support itself while still roaring in an attempt to retaliate. Another zombie dog clung tenaciously to the neck of a mutated dog, refusing to release its grip despite the latter's desperate struggles and bites, until it ultimately severed the mutated dog's throat. As they engaged in this brutal internecine conflict, Lin Fan observed the grotesque war between the monsters with a complex mix of emotions. Perhaps this is a facet of the post-apocalyptic ecosystem, where competition and predation exist even among different mutated entities. This presented an opportunity. Su Wanqing quickly composed herself, analyzing the situation. They are preoccupied with each other, allowing us to slip past. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. This was indeed the optimal choice. He maneuvered the zombies beside him, attempting to stealthily navigate along the periphery of the battlefield. However, things did not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. Both the mutated and zombie dogs possess senses far sharper than those of ordinary zombies. The approach of these unexpected intruders immediately drew the attention of both combatants. A mutated dog, having just slain its opponent, lifted its head, its crimson eyes locking onto Lin Fan, Su Wanqing, and their accompanying zombie guardians with intense focus. It emitted a low, threatening growl. Almost simultaneously, a decaying zombie dog, its eyes sunken, ceased its gnawing, its hollow eye sockets turning towards them, producing an eerie hissing sound. In the next moment, as if reaching a mutual understanding, the previously warring mutated and zombie dogs redirected their focus, baring their teeth and charging toward Lin Fan and his companion. Damn it, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Lin Fan cursed, his mind instantly sharpening. With monstrous obstacles ahead and a horde of zombies closing in from behind, they had to break through swiftly. Charge forward. Avoid entanglement. Lin Fan shouted, directing the zombies around him to confront the oncoming horde, akin to a suicide squad crashing into the throng of monsters, carving a path for himself and Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing also exerted her full strength, unleashing a frigid gust that created a vast slick of ice before them, impeding the monsters' advance, while sharp ice spikes shot forth like arrows toward the foremost attackers. Bang! Crack! The collision of zombies and monsters ignited an even more ferocious melee. Flesh flew, and the cacophony of barking and roaring filled the air. Lin Fan grasped Su Wanqing's hand, sprinting along the edge of the street under the cover of the zombies and the hindrance of frost. A mutated dog attempted a flank attack, but Lin Fan, quick-witted and agile, thrust a steel spear forcefully through its neck, sending it flying. Another zombie dog was accurately pierced through the skull by Su Wanqing's precise ice spike, stumbling to the ground. They did not linger in battle, racing through the chaotic intersection at maximum speed, leaving the sounds of the monstrous clash behind. Yet, due to this delay, Lin Fan perceived through the senses of the zombies behind them that the horde was drawing closer. Hurry! Move even faster, Lin Fan urged, and the two of them nearly exhausted all their strength in their frantic run. At last, the familiar outline of Longqing University emerged in their sight. The beams of several searchlights atop the eastern wall illuminating the eternal night like a lighthouse guiding them home. Open the door. Quickly, open the door. A massive horde of zombies is approaching. Lin Fan shouted hoarsely at the top of the wall. The security team on watch recognized them and, upon seeing their disheveled appearance and hearing the distant ominous sounds, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Open a breach. Hurry. The hastily barricaded exit was swiftly cleared, and Lin Fan, along with Su Wanqing and their remaining 5 or 6 zombie guards, stumbled inside. Seal the exit immediately. Highest alert. The horde is coming. Without pausing to catch his breath, Lin Fan issued commands as soon as he crossed the wall. The piercing alarm, generated by banging pots and iron rods, instantly reverberated throughout the city of Eternal Night. The first true crisis, accompanied by the brutal reality of the city's ruins, had finally arrived. Chapter 108. New discovery of abilities. Control over animal zombies? The shrill alarm sliced through the brief tranquility of the city of Eternal Night like a blade. Survivors, who had been diligently occupied at their posts, abruptly halted their tasks. Panic and confusion etched across their faces. All non-combat personnel, return indoors immediately. Repeat, all non-combat personnel, return indoors. Combat personnel, take your positions as per the plan. Qin Yao's voice resonated through the makeshift amplification system hastily set up by Sun Xiaoming, carrying an undeniable tone of iron resolve. Armed to the teeth, she stood like a warrior goddess at the command position on the eastern wall, wielding a sharpened fire axe. Although the members of the security team appeared pale, they swiftly moved to their designated defense points under her commanding presence, following the rehearsed protocols. Su Wanqing, with scarcely a moment to rest, immediately began mobilizing the zombie laborers beneath the wall, ordering them to abandon their construction materials and gather outside the wall, forming the first line of flesh and blood defense. Simultaneously, she directed several relatively agile zombies to rapidly stack previously collected obstacles, such as tables, chairs, and cabinets, at the wall's vulnerable spots. Emily, leading her logistics team, anxiously began to tally and distribute the limited weapons, primarily steel pipes, fire axes, baseball bats, and a scant few crossbow bolts and nearly depleted firearms. Her expression was grave, yet her movements were methodical, ensuring that every ounce of combat capability was effectively utilized. Tang Xiaoro placed the lightly injured from the healing center into relatively safe buildings while she stood anxiously near the wall with a first aid kit, prepared to tend to the wounded at any moment. Lu Ruyan had also prepared disinfectants and bandages at the medical point. Sun Xiaoming sat at her technical center, composed of several computers and a chaotic array of wires, her fingers flying over the keyboard as she accessed the remaining operational surveillance feeds around the school, attempting to ascertain the size, speed, and main direction of the horde with greater precision. The entire city of Eternal Night resembled a war machine suddenly set into motion, operating in a state of chaotic yet poignant order amid the rising panic. Lin Fan stood atop the wall, his expression grave as he gazed towards the northwest. Through the scattered perception of the zombies, he could distinctly see that black tide slowly and resolutely approaching. The ground trembled slightly, a result of countless feet dragging across it. The numbers were even greater than he had previously sensed, likely nearing 800. Lin Fan's voice was somewhat hoarse, and within that throng, he seemed to detect the presence of something distinctly different. He vaguely sensed that amidst the chaotic and lifeless psychic waves of the zombies, there mingled a few more violent and tumultuous wills. They were neither human nor ordinary zombies. Were they mutants? Or perhaps zombie hounds? Su Wanqing approached his side, her tone serious. Uncertain, but undoubtedly not good news. Lin Fan shook his head, casting aside distractions, channeling his mental energy to its fullest extent, like an invisible commander. He began to adjust the makeshift line of cannon fodder composed of nearly 100 zombies outside the wall. He positioned the slowest and most mutilated zombies at the forefront, treating them as expendable resources. The relatively stronger and more intact zombies were assigned to the second tier, prepared for close combat. He even attempted to have a few zombies pick up stones from the ground. Although their throwing accuracy was nearly non-existent, it could at least provide some minor remote disruption. This was the best strategy he could conceive at present, to utilize controllable zombies to wear down the uncontrollable ones. The forefront of the zombie tide finally entered the range of visible sight. A dark mass surged forward, akin to malevolent spirits emerging from the depths of hell, howling and staggering towards this solitary beacon of light in the darkness. The stench of decay assaulted the senses, nauseating. Prepare. Qin Yao raised her fire axe high. The survivors atop the wall gripped their weapons tightly, their breaths rapid. Some even began to tremble uncontrollably. Fire. At Qin Yao's command, several zombies controlled by Lin Fan threw the relatively light stones with all their might. The stones traced an unsightly parabolic arc, landing amongst the horde and toppling a couple of unfortunate zombies, but such losses were negligible compared to the vast tide. The horde showed no sign of hesitation, crashing against the zombie defense line Lin Fan had established like relentless waves. Instantly, the most brutal and primal melee erupted. The sounds of howls, shattering bones, and tearing flesh filled the air. The zombies under Lin Fan's control charged fearlessly, engaging in a frenzied battle with their uncontrollable kin. They clawed and gnawed at one another, the scene resembling a hellish tableau. Lin Fan shut his eyes tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, exerting all his effort to maintain control over his zombies. Precisely issuing simple commands: attack, block, engage in self-destructive entanglements. His mental energy was depleting rapidly. Simultaneously controlling nearly 100 zombies in such an intense battle was an unprecedented burden for him. The survivors atop the wall watched the unimaginable internecine conflict below, feeling both fear and a glimmer of hope. The Lordess ability was more potent than they had imagined. However, the overwhelming numerical advantage of the horde was insurmountable. The zombie defense line controlled by Lin Fan was being consumed and shattered at a visibly alarming rate. The first line of defense was on the verge of collapse. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, his complexion paling. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted at the rear of the zombie horde. Several zombies, significantly larger than the average, adorned with tattered rags and possessing an abnormal dark bluish hue to their skin, with exceptionally developed muscles, bulldozed through the ordinary zombies like tanks, charging fiercely towards the walls. They were strength-type mutants. Su Wanqing's gaze sharpened, and she swiftly unleashed a barrage of ice spikes. Thud, thud, thud. The ice spikes accurately struck the formidable zombies, but they penetrated less than an inch before being ensnared by their sinewy muscles. The creature's momentum hardly diminished. Such formidable defenses. Su Wanqing's expression shifted slightly. Simultaneously, several shadows darted forth from the throng of corpses, moving with the swiftness of the wind, leveraging the shoulders and heads of ordinary zombies to leap effortlessly over the chaotic melee, heading straight for the walls. Agile types. Qin Yao's pupils constricted, and she immediately released a crossbow bolt. Whoosh. A bolt grazed the cheek of one agile zombie, tearing away a small patch of decaying flesh. Their speed was astonishing. One agile zombie had already reached the base of the wall, its sharp claws gripping the crevices of the bricks, beginning to scale upwards. Stop it! Qin Yao shouted urgently, as several security team members hastily thrust their spears downward, only to have the zombie nimbly evade their attacks. Just as the agile zombie was about to vault over the wall, a sudden chill enveloped the area. Crack, 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 centered around the agile zombie. A thick layer of frost instantaneously coated the wall within several meters. The creature's movements visibly slowed, its fingers and toes freezing against the surface. A perfect opportunity. One security team member, summoning his courage, thrust his spear downward with great force, finally piercing the skull of this perilous mutant. It was Su Wanqing's timely intervention. Yet, her breathing had grown noticeably labored. The extensive use of her ice abilities had taken a significant toll on her. The situation took a dire turn. The strength-type mutants pressed forward, absorbing the incoming attacks as they crashed against the walls, producing dull thuds that reverberated through the survivors above. Meanwhile, more agile zombies weaved through the horde, seeking vulnerabilities in the defenses. Lin Fan's controlled zombie line had completely collapsed, with the remaining few being overwhelmed by the tide. Damn it! Lin Fan surveyed the precarious situation below, anxiety gnawing at him. His mental energy was severely depleted, making it increasingly difficult to effectively reorganize a new defense. Was it all about to fall apart? In this critical moment, through the perception of a zombie on the brink of being torn apart, Lin Fan suddenly detected a familiar frenzied roar and howl emanating from the side rear of the horde. It was the pack of mutated dogs and zombie dogs. Drawn by the commotion of the tide, they had followed suit. Now, they were launching an assault from the flank against the horde. The mutated dogs frantically tore at the rear legs and ankles of the zombies, attempting to bring them down, while the zombie dogs were even more direct, lunging in to bite, engaging in fierce combat with the zombies. The rear of the horde was instantly thrown into chaos. This sudden onslaught greatly alleviated the pressure on the front of the walls. Several powerful mutated beings, currently colliding with the walls, were momentarily distracted by the commotion from the side, causing their movements to slow. An opportunity, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in Lin Fan's mind. A bold, even audacious thought emerged. Previously, he had attempted to exert control over the mutated dogs, but faced intense mental resistance, rendering it nearly impossible. But what about the zombie dogs? They were, at their core, lifeless entities, animated solely by the virus, merely taking on a canine form. Did their essence still adhere to the control logic of zombies? There was no time for hesitation. Lin Fan abruptly channeled his dwindling mental energy, piercing like a sharpened cone, no longer attempting to influence the chaotic and violent wills of the mutated dogs, but instead directing his full force toward one of the zombie dogs that was gnawing at the hind leg of a regular zombie. The moment his mental energy made contact, a familiar, sluggish sensation characteristic of lifeless entities washed over him. Although it was somewhat more challenging than controlling humanoid zombies and required greater mental expenditure, there was no sign of that furious will resistance. Success. A wave of elation surged within Lin Fan. He forcibly established a mental connection and issued his first command to the zombie dog. Attack the leg of the powerful zombie to your left. The zombie dog, previously engaged in its feast, suddenly froze, and to Lin Fan's astonishment, it actually released its grip, its blood red, or perhaps decayed, eyes fixated on the powerful mutated being that was crashing into the wall nearby. With a low growl, it gathered its strength and lunged forward, sinking its teeth fiercely into the muscular calf of the powerful mutated entity. Roar. The powerful mutated being, in pain, abandoned its assault on the wall and turned to swat at the zombie dog. However, the zombie dog nimbly evaded, continuing to harass it with agile bites. Effective. Truly effective. Lin Fan fought through the dizziness brought on by the excessive mental strain and repeated the process, extending his mental energy toward two other zombie dogs. One connection was successful. The other failed, perhaps due to its core being more akin to the mutated dogs or interference from other factors. But two were sufficient. Lin Fan commanded the two zombie dogs he had turned to his side, redirecting their efforts from indiscriminate attacks to specifically harassing the most significant threats to the wall, the powerful and agile mutated beings. They moved swiftly and with great agility. Although they could not inflict fatal harm, they effectively restrained the enemies, granting precious moments of respite to those atop the wall. It was the Lord. The Lord had taken control of those monstrous dogs. Observant survivors gasped in astonishment at this strange yet uplifting sight. Qin Yao and Su Wanqing also noticed the shift in the battle, their eyes drawn to Lin Fan, whose face was pale, yet whose gaze shone brightly, leaving them profoundly shocked. He could even control the zombie animals. The potential of this ability was simply unfathomable. Seizing the opportunity presented by the zombie dog's distraction of the mutated beings, Su Wanqing once again summoned her ice powers, coordinating with Qin Yao's crossbow bolts and the spears of the security team, ultimately eliminating the foremost powerful and agile mutated entities one by one. Meanwhile, the tide of zombies behind, thrown into chaos by the mutated dogs and the remaining zombie dogs, experienced a significant halt in their advance. The momentum of the zombie horde had slowed. The voice of Sun Xiaoming emanated from the intercom, imbued with a hint of excitement. The chaotic rear ranks had lost their guiding mutated entities, significantly diminishing their momentum. The crisis appeared to have temporarily abated. Lin Fan exhaled deeply, feeling a sharp throb in his head that nearly caused him to falter. Su Wanqing hurriedly supported him. Are you all right? I'm fine, just a bit overexerted. Lin Fan replied with a faint smile, his gaze drifting toward the ominous tide of corpses surging beneath the walls, as well as the mutated and zombie dogs still entangled with the horde on the flanks, including the two he had under his control. His expression grew contemplative. The door to this new world of animal zombies seemed to have been cracked open by him, revealing perhaps a broader and more perilous expanse beyond. Team Hellhounds. He murmured to himself, a nebulous idea beginning to take shape in his mind. Chapter 109. Forming the first Hellhound squad, the onslaught of the corpse tide was finally quelled through the unexpected disruption caused by the mutated and zombie dogs, along with Lin Fan's precise manipulation of the two zombie dogs at a critical moment. Deprived of their mutated leaders and facing persistent harassment from the rear and flanks, the once mighty horde became disordered and inefficient. Driven by instinct, they continued to surge toward the walls, yet their force had greatly diminished. resulting in aimless wandering and roaring beneath the walls, where the surviving humans easily dispatched them with spears and falling debris. When the last of the powerful mutated entities, attempting to climb, was pierced through the eye by Su Wanqing's ice spear and fell heavily to the ground, the intense offensive and defensive struggle that had lasted nearly an hour gradually subsided. Outside the walls, a gruesome sight unfolded, with a thick layer of primarily zombie corpses piled high, exuding an unbearable stench. The two zombie dogs under Lin Fan's control continued to patrol the edges of the horde, occasionally pouncing on and tearing apart lone ordinary zombies, executing Lin Fan's orders to eradicate the remaining foes. Within the walls, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. A wave of gratitude for surviving washing over them, mingled with profound exhaustion. Many collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, their arms trembling from the prolonged grip on their weapons. Qin Yao directed the security team to tally the casualties. Fortunately, due to Lin Fan's defensive measures against the zombies and subsequent distractions posed by the mutated entities, only a few human fighters sustained minor injuries, with no fatalities, a veritable miracle. Tang Xiaoro and Lu Rian promptly busied themselves attending to the wounded, disinfecting and bandaging their injuries. Meanwhile, Emily began to assess the depletion of weapons and supplies, her brow furrowed with evident concern regarding the grim situation. Sun Xiaoming continued to monitor the periphery, confirming that the main force of the corpse tide had lost its organization and began to disperse slowly, though numerous scattered zombies still roamed nearby. Lin Fan, supported by Su Wanqing, settled behind a parapet, his complexion still pale, his mind throbbing with the aftereffects of severe mental fatigue. Yet, as he observed the two still active zombie dogs outside the walls, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. "How are you feeling?" Su Wanqing inquired, offering him a bottle of water, her tone laced with concern. "I'm managing, won't die on you," Lin Fan replied, taking a deep swig from the bottle and massaging his temples. "It feels as if my mind has been hollowed out, but it was worth it." He pointed at the two zombie dogs. "Do you see them, Wanqing? I can control them. Although it requires more effort than controlling ordinary zombies, it is indeed achievable." Su Wanqing gazed at the two agile and ferocious zombie dogs, a flicker of intrigue appearing in her cool eyes. This is indeed significant. They possess speed and agility that ordinary zombies lack, making them invaluable for reconnaissance, pursuit, and the containment of specific targets. "Exactly," Lin Fan exclaimed, nodding with excitement. "I call them Hellhounds. From now on, they will form the first special operations team of our Eternal Night City, the Hellhound Squad." Su Wanqing pondered the name, nodding in agreement. It was quite fitting. At that moment, Qin Yao, having finished her tasks, approached them. She looked at the two clearly controlled creatures, corralling scattered zombies with disbelief etched on her face. "You can really control such beings?" "As you can see, Captain Qin," Lin Fan replied with a proud smile. Despite his pallor, "What do you think? Are you interested in equipping your security team with a few police dogs?" Qin Yao's mouth twitched as she envisioned the scene of patrolling with a decaying, glowing-eyed zombie dog. It was a sight too horrific to behold. Yet, she had to admit that these creatures could potentially be more effective against certain foes than human team members. "Are they reliable?" Qin Yao posed the most crucial question. "As long as my mental energy can encompass them, they are absolutely reliable," Lin Fan asserted confidently. "Far more dependable than humans, at least they won't betray us." This statement rendered both Qin Yao and Su Wanqing momentarily silent. In the apocalypse, the human heart was indeed difficult to fathom. "What do you plan to do next?" Su Wanqing inquired. "First, I need to consolidate my gains." Lin Fan struggled to stand, fighting off dizziness as he refocused his mind. He needed to deepen his mental imprint on the two zombie dogs to ensure a stable connection. Simultaneously, he attempted to command them to drag back several relatively intact corpses of other deceased zombie dogs from the battlefield. The process proved more arduous than he had anticipated. Controlling active zombie dogs was already challenging, and executing the more complex task of transporting required an even higher level of mental precision. After toiling for an extended period and breaking out in a sweat, he finally managed to bring 3 relatively intact zombie dog corpses to the foot of the wall, along with the 2 he was already controlling. That made a total of 5. "For now, I can only control this many," Lin Fan panted, feeling his vision darken. The mental toll of controlling these 5 hellhounds was nearly equivalent to managing 30 ordinary zombies. "That's quite impressive," Su Wanqing reassured him, supporting him. "This marks a new beginning. Your abilities seem to reach new heights under extreme pressure." Lin Fan considered this and realized it was indeed true. From initially controlling just 1, to later managing 10, dozens, and now sharing perception, he had now unlocked the ability to control animal zombies. His powers resembled a treasure that required continuous exploration. "We need to name them for ease of distinction and command," Lin Fan mused, observing the 5 hellhounds quietly awaiting orders at the wall's base. When he ceased issuing commands, they entered a standby-like state, stroking his chin in contemplation. The two initially controlled creatures included one of considerable size, with a robust skeletal structure reminiscent of some breed of mastiff, now half decayed, exposing its stark white bones. Henceforth it shall be referred to as skeleton. The other exhibited remarkable agility, and even in its transformation into a zombie dog, it was evident that it had once been a swift canine, aptly named Windchaser. Additionally, 3 newly acquired specimens were introduced, one missing an ear, dubbed One Ear, another with a severed tail, called Stubtail, and the smallest of the lot, with exceptionally long fangs, known as Sharp Fang. Thus, the Hellhound Squad was preliminarily established, comprising Skeleton, Windchaser, One Ear, Stubtail, and Sharp Fang. Lin Fan proclaimed. Though his audience consisted solely of Su Wanqing and Qin Yao, the latter wearing an expression that conveyed her indifference to his enthusiasm. The next phase would involve adaptive training and tactical development. Lin Fan gazed upon his newfound companions with anticipation, with their assistance, reconnaissance missions, hunting of mutated entities, and even future confrontations with formidable foes like the Mad God sect would gain a strategic advantage. The first special unit composed of animal zombies quietly emerged on the bloody battlefield, following the retreat of the zombie tide. Its appearance heralded a new era in the martial composition of the City of Eternal Night, solidifying Lin Fan's title as the Lord of Zombies. Chapter 110. The Survivors Gang in the Supermarket Warehouse in the City of Eternal Night. Following the retreat of the zombie tide, the air was thick with gunpowder, a pungent amalgamation of blood and decay, yet there lingered a sense of gratitude and exhaustion from surviving the ordeal. Piles of zombie corpses amassed beneath the walls necessitated urgent clearance to avert potential epidemics. This task naturally fell upon the zombie laborers. Under Lin Fan's control, they tirelessly transported the remains of their kind to designated areas far from the base for processing, primarily entailing burial in pits, given the limited conditions. The newly formed Hellhound Squad was assigned its inaugural official task, to assist in the battlefield cleanup and maintain vigilance around the base's perimeter to deter stray zombies or mutated creatures. The 5 distinct zombie dogs, exuding an aura of death and ferocity, glided like phantoms among the ruins beyond the walls. Their speed surpassed that of ordinary zombies, and their senses were heightened, particularly regarding the scent of the living. Any wandering zombie attempting to draw near would be swiftly detected, driven away, or even torn apart. Initially, the survivors were filled with dread at the sight of these fearsome creatures. However, witnessing their unwavering obedience to the Lord's commands and their effective protection of the base gradually transformed their fear into curiosity and even a semblance of safety. Look, it's the Lord's Hellhounds. With them around, we can rest easier during the night watch. A young man assisting in the transportation of supplies remarked quietly to his companion as he spotted Windchaser darting in the distance. At that moment, Lin Fan sat in his office, massaging his still throbbing temples while listening to various reports. The casualties were minimal, but the depletion of supplies was significant, primarily due to weapon wear and arrow consumption. And while some defensive structures sustained damage, the main body remained intact. Overall, despite the peril, the base had successfully withstood its first large-scale test. We are fortunate, Qin Yao concluded, her tone remaining cold yet her gaze softened considerably. Had it not been for the unexpected interference of those mutated and zombie dogs, along with your eventual control over the 2 hellhounds, the consequences would have been dire. Luck, indeed, is a facet of strength. Lin Fan smiled lightly before adopting a serious demeanor. However, this incident has also unveiled numerous issues we must address. Our defenses require further fortification, our weaponry is severely lacking, and our grasp of external intelligence is alarmingly scant. He turned to Sun Xiaoming. Xiaoming, can we expand the surveillance range? Particularly towards the northwest. I need to ascertain the subsequent movements of that horde and their origin. Sun Xiaoming focused intently on the screen, her fingers deftly maneuvering over the controls. I am attempting to connect to more distant municipal surveillance nodes, but many lines are down and it will take some time. Suddenly, she gasped softly as a blurry image appeared on the screen, seemingly captured by a corner surveillance camera. What is it? Lin Fan and the others turned their attention to her. Look at this. Sun Xiaoming enlarged and enhanced the image. On the ravaged street left in the wake of the horde, several figures emerged. Clad in a mix of clothing, they wielded clubs and machetes, nimbly maneuvering through the debris and abandoned vehicles, seemingly in search of something. They deftly avoided scattered zombies, heading with clear intent towards the looted convenience store that Lin Fan and Su Wanqing had previously scouted. It's them. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. The group we saw yesterday. They returned. In the footage, the figures cautiously surveyed the area outside the store before swiftly slipping through the violently breached roll-up door. What are they doing in that empty store? Su Wanqing wondered aloud. Hasn't everything inside already been taken? Lin Fan pondered for a moment, a spark of realization igniting in his mind. Unless there are items within the store that we have yet to discover, or perhaps it is not merely a store. He immediately focused his thoughts and, through a mental link, issued commands to the Hellhound squad patrolling near the store. Skeleton, Windchaser, approach the convenience store, maintain concealment, and investigate the interior. Through Skeleton's shared perception, which was lurking behind an abandoned bus, Lin Fan observed that upon entering the store, the figures did not linger in the vacant shelving area but headed directly toward the store's innermost depths. They skillfully moved aside several toppled empty shelves, revealing a heavy iron door that resembled a warehouse entrance. One individual rhythmically knocked on the iron door. Moments later, a crack opened from within, and upon confirming the identity of those outside, the door swung fully open. The figures quickly slipped inside, and the iron door closed once more, restoring the exterior to its previous state as if nothing had transpired. There is a hidden door at the back of the store. Another space lies beyond. That must be their true stronghold or storage. Lin Fan's eyes widened as he conveyed his revelation. Everyone was taken aback. So, the looted store we previously saw was merely a facade? Their actual lair and resources are concealed behind that iron door? Emily immediately grasped the significance, her gaze sharpening. Can you ascertain how many individuals are inside? Lin Fan shook his head, remarking that the Hellhound's perception could not penetrate the sturdy iron door. However, observing their cautious movements, it was evident that many individuals resided within, and their organization was perhaps more formidable than initially anticipated. A survivor group, possessing a concealed stronghold and a certain level of combat capability, along with potentially abundant supplies, was situated less than 2 kilometers from the city of Eternal Night. This represents both a latent danger and a possible opportunity. Are they foes or allies? Qin Yao succinctly posed the pivotal question. Uncertain, Lin Fan rose and approached the window, gazing at the base gradually restoring order. His expression was profound, yet one thing was clear. One cannot rest easy when enemies linger nearby. We must ascertain their true nature. He turned to face the group. Having just survived the tide of the undead, they must also be shaken. Now is the optimal moment for contact or reconnaissance. What do you intend to do? Su Wanqing inquired. A subtle smile graced Lin Fan's lips as his gaze fell upon the vigilant hellhound outside the window. First, diplomacy. Send a messenger to gauge their reaction. He resolved to dispatch the swiftest and most agile, Chasing Wind, bearing a handwritten note of simple content to rap upon that mysterious iron door. The note read, "Greetings, neighbor. We are the survivors from Launching University. The tide of the undead has receded. May we converse? Should we choose dialogue or confrontation?" The initiative, it seems, has shifted into their hands for the first time. Yet Lin Fan understood that regardless of their choice, the city of Eternal Night must prepare for all eventualities. This suddenly emerged neighbor was destined to become a significant factor influencing the future development of the base. Chapter 111, Negotiation or Pillage. Chasing Wind darted through the ruins like a streak of gray lightning, silently navigating the debris. Clutching the rolled-up note in its mouth, its crimson eyes vigilantly scanned the surroundings, relying on the instincts of a zombie dog and Lin Fan's remote guidance to deftly avoid scattered zombies, heading straight for the convenience store. Lin Fan sat in his office, eyes shut tight, wholly immersed in sharing Chasing Wind's perception. It was a remarkable experience. The view was low and unsteady, the air filled with an amplified stench of decay and blood, yet the awareness of living beings was extraordinarily acute. He sensed the warmth of human activity and faint sounds emanating from the direction of the store. Su Wanqing, Qin Yao, and Emily gathered nearby, anxiously awaiting the outcome. This encounter would determine the future dynamics with this neighbor and could potentially incite conflict. As Chasing Wind approached the store, it did not enter through the gaping front entrance, but, following Lin Fan's instructions, circled to the side, discovering a broken vent through which it adeptly slipped, hiding within the shadows of piled-up discarded boxes. Through Chasing Wind's perception, Lin Fan could hear the commotion beyond the iron door deep within the store with greater clarity. Voices echoed inside, more than one individual. Damn it, that tide of the undead was truly ominous. It feels like something is nipping at my heels. Enough chatter. Check the stock and see if anything was damaged. Boss, it seems quiet outside now. Those rabid dogs have vanished. Stay alert. Amidst the recent uproar, one must be wary of attracting unsavory entities. The voice, coarse and imbued with the distinct vigilance and hostility characteristic of post-apocalyptic survivors, echoed through the air. Lin Fan deftly maneuvered the spectral form of Chasing Wind, gliding silently from the shadows towards the iron door. Stopping a mere 5 or 6 meters away, it delicately placed the letter it had clutched in its mouth onto the ground, then emitted a low, rumbling growl laden with warning. The sudden bark resonated sharply within the vast emptiness of the supermarket, causing conversations behind the iron door to abruptly cease. After a brief, oppressive silence, a small peephole above the door was yanked open, revealing a pair of vigilant and fierce eyes that swiftly scanned the surroundings. "Damn it! It's that monstrous dog!" Came a low curse from behind the peephole. "Just one. It seems to be carrying something." "What is it?" inquired a gruff voice, likely that of a leader. "It's hard to tell. It looks like a piece of paper it laid on the ground." A momentary silence and debate ensued behind the door. "What is this all about? Could it be a trap? What kind of trap could a dog set? Go check it out. But be cautious." Moments later, the iron door was cautiously opened a crack, and a gaunt man, gripping a machete tightly, slipped out sideways, his gaze fixed intently on Chasing Wind, fraught with tension. Following Lin Fan's instructions, Chasing Wind refrained from attacking, merely baring its teeth and issuing a menacing growl, its crimson eyes unblinking as they locked onto the man. The gaunt figure was visibly intimidated by Chasing Wind's presence, moving with heightened caution. He hastened to the letter, gingerly prodding it with the tip of his knife, daring not to glance at Chasing Wind, before retreating hastily back behind the iron door. With a resounding clang, the door was shut once more. Through Chasing Wind's senses, Lin Fan could faintly hear the commotion and hushed discussions beyond the door. The survivor base of Dragon City University? How did they know we were here? Did they repel the tide of corpses? That's implausible. This writing is atrocious. What are they discussing? What is there to talk about? Boss, what should we do? After a moment of silence, the rugged voice of the leader appeared to weigh the pros and cons before arriving at a decision. A few minutes later, the iron door creaked open again. This time, 5 individuals emerged. At the forefront was a towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, sporting a buzz cut and a menacing scar across his face. Clad in a tattered leather jacket, he wielded a blood-stained fire axe, his eyes sharp and cunning. Clearly the leader of this group. Behind him followed 4 men, each armed and bearing unfriendly expressions, including the gaunt man who had earlier retrieved the letter. The towering man's gaze swept over the still-baring teeth and growling Chasing Wind, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, quickly masked. He raised the letter in his hand and called towards the open expanse of the supermarket. "Friends from Dragon City University? Since you have arrived, reveal yourselves." Sending a dog to deliver a message hardly constitutes valor. His voice boomed, reverberating throughout the supermarket. Meanwhile, in the office, Lin Fan opened his eyes, surveying the gathering crowd. The opposing leader emerged, accompanied by 4 individuals who exuded an air of menace, yet expressed a willingness to communicate. "I shall go," Qin Yao declared, her grip tightening around the fire axe in her hand. "I will bring a few people along." "No," Lin Fan interjected, shaking his head, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "They believe we are concealed nearby, but we shall defy their expectations." He closed his eyes once more, concentrating his energy to emit a low, continuous growl through his companion. Chasing Wind, rhythmically resonant. This was not a signal of aggression, but a form of response. Simultaneously, he commanded Chasing Wind to raise a front paw, scratching the ground a few times before picking up an empty tin can nearby and hurling it toward the burly man. Inside the supermarket, the muscular figure and his subordinates were momentarily taken aback by Chasing Wind's anthropomorphic gesture. "Boss, this dog seems to be stuttering like a frail man, with a face that suggests he's seen a ghost." The burly man furrowed his brow, fixating on Chasing Wind's eyes, which gleamed with an unsettling intelligence. An absurd yet chilling thought surged forth in his mind. He raised the letter once more, tentatively inquiring, "Can you understand my words? Are you the one communicating with us?" Chasing Wind ceased its low growl, sitting silently, its crimson eyes fixed on them with a calm, or perhaps hollow gaze. This was a silent acquiescence. The expressions of the burly man and his subordinates shifted dramatically. A creature capable of comprehending human speech, delivering messages, and evidently under control. What did this signify? Was it an ability possessed by an individual capable of taming monsters? Or was it something far more terrifying, an existence beyond their comprehension? The unknown often instills greater fear than a known adversary. The ferocity on the burly man's face softened slightly, replaced by a profound sense of trepidation. He inhaled deeply and addressed Chasing Wind, or rather, its unseen master, saying, "Very well. Since our friend prefers to remain hidden, let us converse in this manner. I am Wang Tai, formerly the ruler of this territory. The area behind the supermarket was earned with the lives of my brothers. I am curious what the friends from Longqing University wish to discuss." Through Chasing Wind, Lin Fan sensed the shift in Wang Tai's tone, from initial belligerence to cautious inquiry. He recognized that their preliminary intimidation had been effective. He directed Chasing Wind to emit another brief growl, then pointed toward the northwest, the direction from which the zombie tide approached, gestured toward the corpses of the undead amassed outside the supermarket, and finally indicated the letter in Wang Tai's hand. The meaning was unmistakable. "We repelled the zombie tide. We possess powers beyond your imagination. Now, we choose dialogue over force." Wang Tai watched the series of movements from Chasing Wind, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He fully comprehended the message being conveyed. They were demonstrating their strength while presenting a choice: accept negotiation and seek possible collaboration or coexistence, or refuse and brace for the wrath of a mysterious force capable of controlling monsters and repelling the zombie tide. This was far from an equitable negotiation. It resembled more of an ultimatum. The expression on Wang Tai's face fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve, as his subordinates exchanged glances, their palms sweaty around their weapons. They had initially perceived their opponents as mere beggars or provocateurs, only to find themselves confronting a fierce tiger cloaked in sheep's clothing. The gaunt man's voice trembled as he spoke. Wang Tai gritted his teeth, ultimately allowing reason, or perhaps fear, to overshadow his aggression. He managed to force a strained smile at the wind chaser, acknowledging, "So it was you who repelled the tide of corpses. Impressive. I must commend you. Might I inquire how you wish to negotiate?" The survivors from the supermarket warehouse, under the intimidation of the Hellhound emissary, found their stance thoroughly diminished. From the outset, the scales of negotiation tilted in favor of the City of Eternal Night. Yet, Lin Fan understood that the true contest was just beginning. The other party would not easily relinquish their resources and territory. The time ahead would test their wits and strategies. Chapter 112. The Art of Persuasion Without Bloodshed. Inside the supermarket, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as though it could precipitate. Wang Tai and his four subordinates faced the quietly crouched wind chaser, whose crimson gaze made them feel as though they were conversing with some supernatural entity, sending chills down their spines. The letter, scrawled in a crooked hand, felt as heavy as lead in Wang Tai's grip. Under Lin Fan's command, the wind chaser stirred once more. It ceased its low growl and slowly rose, scratching the ground to form a series of crooked, yet vaguely recognizable numbers and symbols. Food? People? Trade? Wang Tai's pupils constricted as he fixated on the marks on the ground. Was the other party inquiring about their stockpiles, their number of personnel, and the possibility of a trade? He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. The other side had demonstrated their strength by repelling the corpse tide and controlling the hellhounds, expressed a willingness to communicate by sending the hound to deliver messages, and now presented a specific topic for discussion. Though their methods were unervingly peculiar, the logic was unmistakable. Wang Tai deliberated over his words, unwilling to show any sign of complacency. "We still have some food, sufficient to sustain my brothers and me for a while. As for our numbers, including myself, we total 13, each a man willing to fight." He deliberately emphasized their numbers and fighting capability, not only to display their assets, but also to convey an implicit warning that they were not to be trifled with. As for trade, Wang Tai paused, cautiously probing. "Might I ask what you wish to trade? And what can you offer?" This was a pivotal question. What did the other party require, and what could they provide? The answer would determine the essence of their relationship, whether it would be one of complementary cooperation or one party's predation upon the other. The wind chaser remained silent, or perhaps Lin Fan was contemplating. After a moment, it scratched the ground again. Weapons? Intelligence? Security? Then, it pointed to itself and subsequently gestured towards the outside of the supermarket. The implication was clear. They could offer protection, such as helping to eliminate nearby threats, akin to controlling the corpse tide and these hellhounds, or share intelligence. They required weapons or information regarding the surrounding environment and other factions. Simultaneously, they hinted at the possibility of providing a relatively secure environment, indicating outside, perhaps alluding to the City of Eternal Night. Wang Tai's heart raced. Protection? Intelligence sharing? These conditions sounded almost too good to be true. In the apocalypse, safety and information were invaluable. However, the weapons they sought were equally vital to their survival. They, too, had limited supplies of armament. Wang Tai cautiously replied that it was the truth. They primarily relied on cold weapons and a few rudimentary shotguns. As for intelligence, they were relatively familiar with the area. However, he was uncertain about the specific nature of the safety referred to by the other party. Chasing Wind tilted its head, an action rendered particularly eerie by the presence of the zombie dogs, then drew a crude circle in the dirt with its claws, adding several wavy lines above it, symbolizing walls and defenses. Subsequently, it connected the circle with a square that represented the supermarket, drawing an arrow between them. Unity. Mutual assistance. Wang Tai comprehended the implication. Was the other party proposing some form of alliance, or suggesting their integration into the opposing base? This proposal sent a shudder through him. Merging with a formidable force would undoubtedly ensure greater safety, yet it also meant relinquishing autonomy and submitting to another's command. Having ruled this territory as a local sovereign for so long, he found it difficult to accept. His expression fluctuated between uncertainty and contemplation, as his subordinates whispered among themselves, clearly divided in opinion. Some wore expressions of joy, perceiving a potential ally. Others appeared reluctant, unwilling to be subservient. Chasing Wind seemed to sense their hesitation. It ceased drawing in the dirt and suddenly threw back its head, emitting a long, penetrating howl. The sound, distinct from its previous low growls, was imbued with an unmistakable call. Wang Tai and the others inside the supermarket were startled by the sudden howl, gripping their weapons tightly in response. Yet, what followed was even more chilling. Outside, on the street where only scattered zombies had previously roamed, figures began to emerge silently from every corner and shadow of the ruins. Not zombies. Dogs. Those horrifying, monstrous dogs. 1, 2, 3, 4 distinct zombie hounds, as if summoned by a rallying cry, converged from various directions. Their eyes gleaming with the same crimson light, quietly sitting at the supermarket's entrance, echoing Chasing Wind's presence inside. 5 hellhounds. All assembled. They did not howl or writhe restlessly. They simply sat silently, akin to 5 statues from the depths of hell, the oppressive silence more suffocating than any roar. But that was not the end. Soon after, heavy, synchronized footsteps resounded from the end of the street. Thud, thud, thud. In the dim light of eternal night, a regiment of silent zombies, as if on parade, appeared outside the supermarket, marching with stiff movements. Though their numbers were few, only about 20, their presence shattered the last remnants of psychological resistance within Wang Tai and his companions. The ability to control monstrous dogs was already terrifying enough, but to command a zombie army with such precision, this was beyond human capability. What exactly was the nature of the opposing force? Wang Tai's complexion turned ashen, his hand gripping the fire axe trembling slightly. Any thoughts of leveraging their geographical advantage and numbers evaporated in an instant. Before absolute power, any form of resistance was futile. This was no negotiation. It was an overt act of intimidation. A final ultimatum. Chasing Wind remained quietly observant, his crimson eyes devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet, Wang Tai seemed to decipher a silent inquiry within their depths, to choose cooperation and attain safety alongside potential resources, or to embrace confrontation and face annihilation. With a parched throat, Wang Tai glanced at his equally pallid subordinates behind him, then at the despairing legion of the undead outside the supermarket. Ultimately, all his struggles and reluctance coalesced into a feeble sigh. He swallowed hard and addressed Chasing Wind, or rather, the force that governed him, with an almost subservient tone, stating, "We agree to the transaction. We are willing to accept your proposal. As for the specifics of our collaboration, we shall defer to your arrangements. With no bloodshed, no violence." Merely relying on extraordinary displays of power and precise psychological intimidation, Lin Fan successfully compelled a survivor group, consisting of 13 combatants entrenched in their concealed stronghold, to lower their once defiant heads. Chasing Wind received the final response and, without lingering, turned away, retreating with the 4 hellhounds and the zombie squad like a tide, swiftly vanishing into the shadows of the ruins as if they had never existed. Only Wang Tai and his companions remained, standing in the desolate, silent supermarket. Drenched in cold sweat, their hearts filled with trepidation and a flicker of uncertainty mingled with fragile hope for the future. In the office, Lin Fan opened his eyes. Exhaling deeply, a weary yet satisfied smile gracing his face. It was settled, they had acquiesced. Su Wanqing, Qin Yao, and the others regarded him, their gazes imbued with an indescribable shock. Though they were aware of Lin Fan's plan, witnessing him subdue an armed group without the loss of a single soldier, solely through the manipulation of zombies and hellhounds, was a feat worthy of admiration. Next, Lin Fan rose, his gaze sharpening. It was time to claim the spoils and meet our new neighbor. The true engagement was just beginning, yet the tone had already been set. Chapter 113. A bounty of resources and new troubles? The temporary exit on the eastern wall of the City of Eternal Night opened once more, but this time, the atmosphere was markedly different from any previous occasion. Lin Fan walked at the forefront, his demeanor calm and steps steady. Behind him followed Su Wanqing and Qin Yao. One as icy as frost, the other as sharp as a blade. Trailing them were 20 fully armed security personnel, their expressions solemn. This contingent represented nearly all the elite forces that the base could muster, serving both as a show of strength and a precautionary measure. They did not bring the horde of zombies, nor the Hellhound squad. An excessive display of force, once the purpose of deterrence was achieved, needed to be moderated to avoid provoking unnecessary backlash. What was required now was the exhibition of order, strength, and sincerity. Crossing the short expanse of rubble, the convenience supermarket came into view. The gaping hole in the roll-up gate remained, yet at this moment, Wang Tai and his 12 subordinates stood together in the open space before the supermarket. They bore no weapons, which were neatly stacked at their feet, a gesture signifying submission and goodwill. Wang Tai stood at the forefront, observing Lin Fan and his companions approaching. His gaze lingered momentarily on Lin Fan's youthful yet undeniably authoritative visage, causing the last vestige of hope within him to evaporate entirely. He stepped forward, slightly bowing, his tone imbued with a deliberately demonstrated respect. "You must be the City Lord Lin Fan. I am Wang Tai, and along with my brothers, we wish to join the City of Eternal Night and obey your commands. His subordinates followed suit, bowing as well, though some bore expressions of reluctance and trepidation. Yet, the tide of circumstance left no room for dissent. Lin Fan halted, his eyes sweeping over Wang Tai and the others, taking in their expressions, some fearful, some defiant, and others numb. He nodded, his tone calm yet weighted. Welcome to the wise choice. I am Lin Fan, the city lord of eternal night. From this day forth, you shall be one of us. Here, as long as you abide by the rules and contribute labor, you shall receive food, safety, and dignity. His words, devoid of fervent rhetoric, struck at the very essence of the survivors' paramount needs, lending them an air of credibility. Yes, City Lord. Wang Tai responded promptly. Show us your stronghold. Lin Fan gestured towards the heavy iron door deep within the supermarket. Indeed, please follow me. Wang Tai stepped aside to lead the way, personally moving aside the obstructing empty shelves to reveal the iron door behind. He produced a key, evidence that they had indeed established this place as a stronghold, and unlocked the door. As the heavy iron door swung open, a melange of scents, food, tobacco, sweat, and a hint of mildew wafted towards them. The space beyond was larger than anticipated. It appeared to be the supermarket's expansive cold storage facility. Although the refrigeration had long ceased functioning due to a power outage, the thick insulation maintained a relatively stable internal temperature, and the structure remained robust. Inside, it had been transformed into a rudimentary living area, partitioned with shelves and wooden planks to create zones for resting and storing supplies. Most striking were the provisions stacked in the corner, boxes of canned goods, compressed biscuits, bottled water, and various vacuum-sealed foods, all in considerable quantities, enough for Wang Tai and his companions to indulge for an extended period. Additionally, there were numerous tools, hardware components, several sealed barrels of gasoline, and a small cache of weapons, primarily machetes, steel pipes, baseball bats, 3 antiquated shotguns, and a limited supply of ammunition. These are all that my brothers have painstakingly scavenged from the outside, Wang Tai explained, a subtle hint of sorrow and reluctance seeping into his voice. These are the foundation of our survival, yet now we must relinquish them. Emily, who had accompanied them to oversee the inventory, immediately approached with 2 logistics team members to begin a swift and professional tally. Her eyes brightened as they scanned the supplies. These resources were undoubtedly a boon for the increasingly strained city of Eternal Night. Qin Yao focused intently on the pile of weapons. Though their quality varied, they would at least alleviate the base's dire shortage of arms. She signaled to the security team to approach and carefully gather the weapons together. Lin Fan surveyed the humble, yet fully functional stronghold and nodded in approval. This place is quite satisfactory, and the supplies exceed my expectations. It is indeed commendable that you have managed to survive here. Although this remark was not intended as flattery, it brought a slight improvement to the expressions of Wang Tai and his companions. The city lord overestimates us. We have been driven to this point, Wang Tai sighed. The outside world is chaotic, filled with zombies, monsters, and other ill-intentioned individuals. We are merely clinging to this meager existence. Things will improve, Lin Fan reassured him. Patting his shoulder, he decided to transport the supplies back to the base. As for the stronghold, he contemplated momentarily before deeming it suitable for temporary preservation as a forward operating base or an emergency refuge. Just as Emily led a team to inventory the supplies and the security personnel began their transport, a voice suddenly crackled through the walkie-talkie attached to Lin Fan's waist, carrying a sense of urgency. Lin Fan, we have a situation. While I was organizing the old radio monitoring records previously used by Wang Tai and his team, I discovered an overlooked, encrypted short signal. The source is very close, in the vicinity between our base and Wang Tai's stronghold. Moreover, the initial decryption of the signal reveals only 2 words. Sun Xiaoming paused, her tone heavy with incredulity. Eliminate. The voice from the walkie-talkie was not loud, but within the relatively quiet confines of the warehouse, it resonated clearly for all to hear. Eliminate? Lin Fan's brow furrowed immediately. Wang Tai and the others exchanged bewildered glances, evidently unaware of this matter. Su Wanqing and Qin Yao shared a look, both recognizing the caution reflected in each other's eyes. When was the signal sent? Lin Fan pressed the walkie-talkie for answers. It was roughly around the time we dealt with the zombie wave, and you sent Chasing Wind with the message. Sun Xiaoming responded. Lin Fan's heart sank. The timing was too coincidental. At the very moment, they were fully engaged with the zombie horde and had contact with Wang Tai's group. A third party had been operating nearby, issuing a directive to eliminate. Who was the target? Was it Wang Tai and his companions? Or was it the city of Eternal Night, which had just revealed its strength after repelling the zombie wave? This mysterious signal loomed like a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, casting a thick pall over the joy of recently acquiring a substantial amount of supplies and effortlessly recruiting new allies. With new troubles arising alongside the harvest, it became evident that true tranquility was a mere illusion in this apocalyptic world. Immediately trace the signal source. Expand the surveillance and listening range. Lin Fan commanded decisively. His gaze sharp as an eagle, scanning both the interior and exterior of the warehouse, as if he could unearth the hidden observer lurking in the darkness. He then turned to Wang Tai, his tone grave. Think carefully. Have you noticed anything unusual lately? Or have you offended anyone? Wang Tai felt a chill under Lin Fan's intense scrutiny and strained to recall anything out of the ordinary. Ultimately, he shook his head in confusion. And no, City Lord. We have been very cautious and have tried to avoid trouble. The lead seemed to falter. Yet, the signal labeled eliminate hung ominously in the air like a foreboding omen, heralding the brewing of a greater storm. Was it the cult of the mad god, or some other unknown enemy? Lin Fan was uncertain of the answer. But he understood that the days of ease in the city of eternal night were likely coming to an end. Chapter 114. The Maverick among survivors. The emergence of the signal clearance stirred profound ripples in the hearts of those high above in the eternal night city, akin to a colossal stone cast into the placid waters of a lake. Yet, before the ordinary survivors and the newly joined Wang Tai gang, this news was momentarily suppressed to avert unnecessary panic. The reception of supplies and personnel continued in an orderly manner. The 12 men under Wang Tai's command watched as their hard-earned possessions were loaded onto hastily acquired handcarts and carts, powered by zombie labor, destined for the university base known as the Eternal Night City. Their emotions were complex and difficult to articulate. There was reluctance and heartache, but also a sense of lightness akin to shedding a heavy burden, accompanied by a glimmer of hope for the future. At the very least, they no longer had to live in constant trepidation, guarding this small warehouse, unaware of which day they might be engulfed by a tide of corpses or something far more terrifying. Most accepted the reality in silence, even proactively assisting with the transportation, attempting to leave a favorable impression on their new leader. Yet, exceptions always existed. Brother Tai, are we really going to just accept this? A scarred man with a fierce gaze approached Wang Tai, lowering his voice and brimming with discontent. He was Zhao Hu, the top enforcer under Wang Tai, known for his volatile temperament and refusal to be subdued. As Wang Tai observed the last box of canned goods being taken away, he furrowed his brow and admonished. Zhao Hu, be quiet. Haven't you seen the Lord's methods? If you wish to perish, don't drag the brothers down with you. Zhao Hu scoffed, casting a dark glance at Lin Fan, who stood not far off, engaged in quiet conversation with Su Wanqing and Qin Yao. What's so impressive about controlling a few dead men and monstrous dogs? When it comes to a real fight, who is afraid of whom? I could take him down with one hand. He prided himself on his strength, having never bowed to anyone but Wang Tai and their former small gang. Now, the thought of yielding to a seemingly youthful university student left him feeling suffocated. Are you out of your mind? Wang Tai exclaimed, startled, swiftly pulling him to a more secluded corner, his voice stern. Do you wish to die? Those zombies and monstrous dogs are no mere tricks. Go find a less sinister way to deal with them, if you dare. Let me tell you, Zhao Hu, times have changed. In this world, whoever can control those abominations is the master. If you wish to throw your life away, I still want to lead my brothers to safety. Zhao Hu stubbornly held his ground, clearly not fully absorbing Wang Tai's words, muttering, regardless, I'm not satisfied. So much food, so many weapons, just given away for nothing? That is not giving. It is a price for survival. It is an oath of loyalty. Wang Tai, infuriated, nearly smacked him. If you lose your life, what use are those things? Keep your head down. When on their turf, rein in that attitude. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you. After warning Zhao Hu, Wang Tai felt a twinge of unease. He understood Zhao Hu's temperament. He was a volatile powder keg, and Wang Tai feared that in the new environment, Zhao Hu might stir up trouble, jeopardizing everyone. Once all supplies were accounted for and transported, Wang Tai and his group, under the escort of the security team, officially stepped into the Eternal Night City for the first time. The towering walls, constantly reinforced, enclosed an orderly layout within, bustling survivors appearing far more spirited than those in the outside world, along with the silent, laboring zombies transporting building materials or patrolling the base. This scene left Wang Tai and his companions both intrigued and astonished. Their lingering doubts faded significantly, especially upon witnessing a few survivors directing the zombies to assist in lifting objects, and the zombies complied without hesitation. Indeed, this place felt like a world apart from the perilous ruins outside. Emily took charge of arranging their accommodations, dispersing them across different dormitories to prevent clustering. She also announced the fundamental rules of the base and the contribution point system. Labor could earn contribution points, which were redeemable for food, daily necessities, or even better living conditions. Violations of the rules would result in deductions of contribution points, labor service, or in severe cases, expulsion or execution. Emily's calm demeanor belied the icy gravity of her words, sending a chill through the newcomers. Qin Yao was more direct. She stood before the new members, her gaze cutting through each individual, lingering momentarily on Zhao Hu's flickering eyes. I am Qin Yao, responsible for the security of this base. Here, my word is law. Fighting, stealing supplies, slacking off, and inciting disorderly conduct will be met with severe punishment. Do not presume that your previous experiences will serve you here. Should anyone wish to test that, I assure you, they will regret ever stepping into this world. Her aura, marked by the weight of past tribulations, combined with the gleaming axe at her waist, exuded an undeniable pressure. Even the rebellious Zhao Hu found himself instinctively averting his gaze under her penetrating stare. Once the initial settling and intimidation were complete, Wang Tai and his group were assigned their first task, assisting in the cleanup of debris and filth left behind by the zombie horde. Most started working diligently, albeit somewhat clumsily, but with the right attitude. Only Zhao Hu performed half-heartedly, muttering complaints under his breath. Damn it, do they really think of me as a laborer? Can't the dead do the work? Why must they use the living? What kind of place is this, with more rules than my old job? His grumbling was not loud, but it drew attention in the relatively quiet worksite. Some veteran survivors frowned, and the security team took note of this troublemaker. Hey, newcomer, put some effort into your work. A security officer barked. Zhao Hu shot a sidelong glance at him, scoffing, and instead of speeding up, he tossed his shovel to the ground and crossed his arms defiantly. I'm tired. Can I take a break? The officer's expression darkened, ready to confront him, but was halted by a glance from Qin Yao, who approached Zhao Hu with a chilling demeanor. Tired? Zhao Hu felt uneasy under her gaze, but stubbornly replied, What? Is it not allowed? Can I take a break from work? Very well, Qin Yao nodded, her tone bland. According to the regulations, unexcused idleness during work hours results in a deduction of half your contribution points for that day. Your food ration will be reduced accordingly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hu exploded in outrage. What? Reducing my food? On what grounds? As the local sheriff, I must uphold the rules, declared Qin Yao, her gaze sharp as a blade. Unyielding? Zhao Hu's face reddened, his fists clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound. He had never endured such humiliation, especially not in front of so many onlookers. A surge of rage coursed through him, and he stepped forward aggressively, nearly closing the distance between them, growling, I refuse to comply. You woman! Before he could finish his sentence, the crowd witnessed a flash of movement. Bang! A dull thud echoed, coupled with a cry of pain. Zhao Hu's robust form flew backward as if severed from its tether, crashing heavily several meters away, clutching his abdomen and curling up like a shrimp, gasping for breath. Qin Yao slowly retracted her swift, unembellished sidekick, standing poised as if she had never moved. She gazed down at the groaning Zhao Hu with an unfaltering coldness. Do you yield now? The construction site fell into an eerie silence. All the newcomers, including Wang Tai, stared in disbelief at the scene, chills running down their spines. They were aware of Qin Yao's prowess as the sheriff, but they had not anticipated her to be this formidable. Zhao Hu, the most formidable among them, had been felled with a single encounter. The veteran survivors wore expressions of indifference, some even sporting faint smirks of schadenfreude. Who dared to challenge Captain Qin? Truly, it was as if the old sage had tasted poison and sought death. Wang Tai, regaining his senses, hurried to help Zhao Hu, repeatedly apologizing to Qin Yao. Captain Qin, my sincerest apologies. Zhao Hu was not in his right mind. I beg your forgiveness on his behalf. Please, show him mercy and do not hold this against him. At that moment, Zhao Hu had also caught his breath. As he met Qin Yao's icy stare and felt the searing pain in his abdomen, all his previous bravado dissipated, leaving only fear and regret. He struggled to lower his head, his voice barely above a whisper. I yield, I yield. Qin Yao scoffed. All contribution points for today are forfeited and food rations are cancelled. Should this happen again, you will face confinement. Now get to work. Yes, yes. Wang Tai quickly assisted Zhao Hu, picking up a shovel, their spirits dampened as they returned to their duties, fully aware of the gravity of their situation. A stern warning was issued. Zhao Hu, the troublemaker, had been easily subdued under Qin Yao's overwhelming force. All newcomers fell silent, fully comprehending the rules of the establishment and the consequences of defying them. The minor turmoil within the base had temporarily subsided. However, Lin Fan stood by the office window, observing the unfolding events on the site, his brow furrowed in concern. While internal dissenters were easily managed with a swift kick, the enemy lurking in the shadows, signaling for eradication, posed a far greater challenge. What means could be employed to unearth such a foe? Chapter 115. A stark warning. Establishing authority. The scene of Zhao Hu being sent flying by Qin Yao's kick became an indelible imprint in the minds of all newcomers. Those who had previously harbored lingering doubts or a sense of luck now found themselves thoroughly subdued. They dared not slacken in their labor, averted their gazes, and instinctively lowered their voices when speaking. Wang Tai was consumed by trepidation, laboring diligently while privately rejoicing in his prior prudent decisions. Simultaneously, he unleashed a torrent of invectives upon the troublesome Zhao Hu, vowing to educate him thoroughly upon their return, ensuring he would not incite further calamity. The effect of establishing authority was instantaneous. The integration of new members, due to this minor incident, proceeded with remarkable smoothness. No one dared to challenge the rules of the Eternal Night City, particularly after witnessing Qin Yao's iron-fisted approach and Lin Fan's unfathomable mastery over corpse manipulation. However, Lin Fan's thoughts were far removed from this internal disturbance. The mysterious signal of eradication pierced his heart like a venomous thorn. Inside the office, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Lin Fan, Su Wanqing, Qin Yao, Emily, Sun Xiaoming, and Lu Ruyan, the core members, gathered once more. Has the signal source been located? Lin Fan inquired, turning to Sun Xiaoming. She shook her head, her youthful visage marked by disappointment and confusion. It's impossible. The signal is an encrypted shortwave burst of extremely brief duration, and it appears to employ some form of frequency hopping technology, making precise localization exceedingly difficult. We can only approximate that the source lies within the area between our base and Wang Tai's original stronghold, spanning roughly 1 square kilometer. 1 square kilometer may seem insignificant in peacetime, but in a post-apocalyptic landscape riddled with ruins, obstacles, and latent dangers, searching inch by inch would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack, fraught with peril. Could it be an automated device? Or a one-time launcher? Su Wanqing suggested a possibility. That cannot be ruled out. Sun Xiaoming adjusted her glasses. However, given the signal's content and timing, the targeting is too precise. I am inclined to believe it is human-controlled, and the adversary is likely monitoring us from nearby. This conjecture weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. A hidden foe, technologically adept, harboring animosity towards the Eternal Night City. The term eradication carried malicious connotations. Have Wang Tai and his group uncovered anything? Lin Fan asked, directing his gaze at Qin Yao. She shook her head. I meticulously interrogated Wang Tai and all his subordinates. They are utterly oblivious. Their previous activities revolved mainly around the supermarket stronghold, with minimal long-distance exploration. And they have not heard of any other organized survivor factions in proximity. The only conflicts arose from skirmishes with scattered survivors over resources. But none escalated to the use of encrypted signals. The trail of clues seemed to have come to an abrupt halt. The adversary's target was likely not Wang Tai and his crew. Emily calmly analyzed. The timing of the signal's emission coincided precisely with our repulsion of the horde and the dispatching of Chasing Wind to contact Wang Tai. I am more inclined to believe that the target is our Eternal Night City. Wang Tai's gang may merely be situated at an observation point or obstacle between us and the adversary. This analysis was reasonable. The commotion caused by the horde was too great. The existence and certain capabilities of the Eternal Night City had undoubtedly been exposed. That hidden force may have been observing from the shadows, and the eradication signal was their response after assessing the threat. Is it the cult of the Mad God? Tang Xiao whispered, her face etched with concern. They had previously heard of this fanatical religious organization from Commander Zhao Weigua of the military district. Uncertain, yet the likelihood is substantial. Lin Fan pondered. It is also possible that other, unknown forces are at play, regardless of who it may be. The sensation of being watched by a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows is utterly dreadful. We must unearth the serpent. Xiaoming, intensify the surveillance. Particularly in that frequency band, report any anomalies immediately. Wanqing, bolster the perimeter security and outer patrols, especially in the general direction of the signal source, and deploy additional zombie sentinels. Qin Yao, maintain the internal alert level to prevent any infiltration by the opposing side. Emily, expedite the inventory and consolidation of supplies. We need to ascertain our resources promptly to address any potential conflicts. Lin Fan swiftly issued a series of commands, and everyone promptly acknowledged. Moreover, a glint of cold light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. We cannot remain passive and endure relentless strikes. Since they prefer to hide in the shadows, we shall draw them out in our own way. He turned to Su Wanqing and Qin Yao. Prepare yourselves. Tomorrow, we shall personally investigate that area. Bring the Hellhound Squad. As they are more attuned to the scent of living beings, we shall take the initiative. Although the risks are considerable, inaction is far from Lin Fan's character. Understood. Su Wanqing and Qin Yao nodded simultaneously, their gazes sharp. At that moment, a knock echoed at the office door. Come in. A member of the security team entered. His expression somewhat peculiar. Lord of the city, Zhao Hu claims he has important information to report concerning some rumors he encountered earlier. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow and exchanged glances with Su Wanqing. Bring him in. Soon, Zhao Hu entered, his face bearing bruises and his gait somewhat awkward. He appeared considerably subdued, his eyes reflecting anxiety and trepidation. Lord of the city, Zhao Hu dared not meet Qin Yao's gaze, lowering his head as his voice trembled. While searching for food outside, I seemed to overhear a few refugees mentioning something. What did they mention? Lin Fan inquired calmly. Zhao Hu swallowed hard. Attempting to recall, they spoke of heading south, across the river, to a place called the Land of Divine Favor. They said the people there are very peculiar, claiming that believing in their deity grants them power, making them unafraid of zombies, and they even capture those who do not believe in their god. Land of Divine Favor? Power through faith? A spark ignited within Lin Fan. This description bore a striking resemblance to the cult of the Mad God. What about the specific location? Did they mention anything else? Lin Fan pressed further. They did not clarify the location, only stating it was on the southern bank. In an area that seemed to have once been a factory, Zhao Hu shook his head. I thought it was nonsense at the time and did not take it to heart. The factory district on the southern bank. This aligned eerily with their previous assessment of the signal source's direction. Could it be that the signal truly emanates from the cult of the Mad God? Their tendrils have extended this close. Excellent. This information is invaluable. Lin Fan regarded Zhao Hu, his tone softening somewhat. This time, you have earned merit. I shall restore half of the contribution points previously deducted. If you work diligently and adhere to the rules, the base will not neglect you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hu's face illuminated with surprise and gratitude, bowing repeatedly. Thank you. Lord of the city. Thank you. I will certainly work hard. I will abide by the rules. To establish authority through a demonstration of power, a significant clue has emerged, offering a glimmer of hope. This combination of favor and discipline has completely won Zhao Hu's allegiance and instilled a sense of hope and order among the new members. Gratefully, Zhao Hu exited, leaving the office once again enveloped in contemplation. Lin Fan, of the cult of the Mad God, lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, pondering the unsettling realization that our neighbors are far more numerous and restless than we had anticipated. If they are indeed the ones behind this, the eradication of our signal suggests that we have likely been marked as targets to be eliminated. Su Wanqing spoke gravely, then let them come. Qin Yao snorted coldly. Her fists clenched, eager to test her strength against their god. Lin Fan rose and approached the window, gazing at the distant area shrouded in eternal night. Fraught with unknown dangers, his gaze sharp as a blade. Whoever seeks to obliterate us must be prepared to face the consequences of being uprooted entirely. Tomorrow's reconnaissance will require even greater caution and purpose. The air was thick with the impending storm. Chapter 116. The return and the burden of population surged. The clues provided by Zhao Hu regarding the divine sanctuary and the cult of the Mad God were like a stone cast into a foggy abyss. While they did not entirely dispel the mist, they at least indicated a direction that warranted vigilant attention. The following day, Lin Fan, Su Wanqing, and Qin Yao, accompanied by the restructured Hellhound Squad, comprising 5 zombie dogs and a small elite team of zombies, conducted a careful and swift reconnaissance of the general area from which the signal originated. They refrained from venturing into the factory district on the southern bank, deeming it too perilous. Instead, on the northern bank, they employed the Hellhound's keen senses and the tireless nature of the zombies to conduct a thorough search of the neighborhoods adjacent to the riverbank. The findings were limited, yet not entirely devoid of significance. They uncovered traces of recent human activity, including footprints left by the Wang Tai gang, remnants of carefully concealed campfires, and several abandoned, crudely constructed shells of listening devices. All of this corroborated Sun Xiaoming's assessment that another force was indeed lurking nearby, monitoring them for an extended period. The opposing party was exceedingly cautious, leaving almost no direct evidence to ascertain their identity. Su Wanqing examined an empty can, noting that even the fingerprints had been meticulously wiped away. Yet their presence was undeniably confirmed. Qin Yao's gaze turned cold as she stared across the murky river at the factory complex shrouded in shadows. The likelihood that it was indeed the cult of the Mad God, as Zhao Hu had mentioned, weighing heavily on her mind. Lin Fan nodded, attuned to the unsettling, chaotic mental vibrations emanating from across the river through the shared perception of one of the Hellhound members. This sensation was distinctly different from the lifelessness of ordinary zombies and diverged even from the wildness of mutated creatures. It seemed we had a rather unfriendly neighbor just across the river. Lin Fan withdrew his perception, his tone grave as he suggested a retreat for further deliberation. The reconnaissance team returned safely to the city of Eternal Night, bearing the scattered evidence and confirmed intelligence. However, upon their arrival at the base, an unexpected message arrived. Lord of the city. Lord of the city. A security officer stationed at the watchtower rushed over, breathless, to report, a large crowd is approaching from the west. It appears to be a group of refugees, perhaps fleeing for their lives. There are at least 70 or 80 of them. 70 or 80. Lin Fan and Su Wanqing exchanged alarmed glances. This number represented more than half of the current population of Evernight City. They immediately made their way to the western wall. Upon ascending the battlements, they beheld a dense throng of people gathered at the edge of the searchlight's glow. Their tattered clothing and gaunt faces spoke of hardship. Many bore the weariness of long travel and deep-seated fear. Among them were the elderly, women, and children. They stood at a safe distance from the wall, gazing longingly at the lights and silhouettes above, their eyes filled with a blend of despair and a flicker of hope. What is going on? Where did all these people come from? Lin Fan inquired solemnly. A girl responsible for external communications quickly replied. They claim to have escaped from the Xingshi district to the west. It is said that terrifying mutated creatures have appeared there, giant spiders, and a being capable of controlling zombies. Their original refuge was overrun, and many perished in the chaos. They fought desperately to escape. Xingshi district? Giant spiders? A creature that controls zombies? The sheer volume of information caused Lin Fan's brow to furrow in concern. The variety of mutated beings was indeed increasing, and the emergence of a creature capable of manipulating zombies immediately brought the cult of madness to his mind. Could their influence have extended to the west? Please. We have heard that there is a safe base here, with high walls and lights. We implore you, take us in. We have not eaten in 2 days. We are willing to work. We only seek a secure place. The cries of the survivors beneath the wall were heart-wrenching. Within the base, the sudden influx of refugees stirred everyone into a flurry of activity. Longtime residents clustered together, engaged in heated discussions, their faces a mix of sympathy and concern. Newcomers like Wang Tai wore expressions of complexity. They had barely settled in before encountering this larger wave of seekers. Emily surveyed the dark mass of humanity below. Her brow furrowed in thought. 70 or 80 people. Our food reserves, at the bare minimum ration, can only sustain us for less than half a month. Housing, sanitation, and management will pose significant challenges. Qin Yao focused on safety concerns. So many individuals with unknown identities. What if spies infiltrate our ranks? Moreover, how do we manage such a crowd? The consequences of a riot could be catastrophic. Su Wanqing's gaze fell upon the trembling children and the elderly in the cold wind. A flicker of compassion crossed her usually composed features, yet she remained pragmatic. Taking them in would mean a tremendous burden and risk. But if we do not, what is the purpose of our establishment of Evernight City? All eyes turned to Lin Fan, awaiting his decision. Gazing down at the faces filled with desperation and hope, he found himself torn. To accept them would mean an immediate strain on resources, heightened management challenges, and increased unknown risks. Yet to refuse them would be to stand idly by as they perished from cold, hunger, or fell victim to the zombies and mutated creatures lurking outside. This stands in stark contrast to his original intentions. He established the City of Eternal Night to offer a glimmer of hope amidst despair, did he not? Yet, the harshness of reality compelled him to weigh the pros and cons. At that moment, a young mother cradling an infant collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by exhaustion and hopelessness. The faint cries of her baby piercing the air. Those nearby attempted to assist her, yet their efforts were futile. The sound of the infant's wails was like a needle, shattering Lin Fan's final hesitation. Taking a deep breath, his gaze hardened with resolve. Open the west gate. Let them in. Lin Fan's voice resonated clearly through a makeshift amplifier, reaching both the walls and the ground below. Emily immediately organized personnel to erect temporary tents and distribute emergency food and water. Qin Yao, maintain order with the security team and conduct preliminary inspections and registrations for all entrants. Su Wanqing, mobilize the zombie laborers to assist with the arrangements. Lu Rian, Tang Xiaoro, prepare to tend to the injured. A flurry of commands was swiftly issued. But, my lord, our food supplies, Emily began to caution. I will handle the issue of food. Lin Fan interrupted her, his tone brooking no argument. First, we must save lives. The city gates slowly opened amid the incredulous and euphoric gazes of the survivors. The doors of the City of Eternal Night swung wide to welcome these desperate refugees. The crowd began to flow in an orderly manner, guided and deterred by the security team. Witnessing the faces of those who had finally found safety, tears of joy streaming down their cheeks. The longtime residents of the base spontaneously began to assist, erecting tents, boiling water, and distributing the already scarce food supplies. The base was instantaneously transformed into a bustling, crowded hub, its population nearly doubling to close to 200. Hope and warmth spread through the air. Yet the weighty pressures loomed over Lin Fan and every core member like the darkness of eternal night. Food, housing, sanitation, order, potential spies. And the ever-watchful cult of the mad god along with unknown mutated creatures, troubles perpetually followed. As Lin Fan surveyed the scene before him, he rubbed his temples and let out a bitter smile. This truly is an overwhelming burden. Chapter 117. Su Wanqing's jealousy and the ice wall with nearly 200 individuals crammed into a campus base originally designed for just over 100. The City of Eternal Night had become a cacophony of voices and chaos. Makeshift tents occupied the playground and vast open spaces, the air thick with the sense of sweat, dust, and disinfectant. Despite the hustle and disorder, an unprecedented vitality surged through the base. Children cautiously chased one another between the tents. Women aided in distributing food and organizing supplies, while men, under the direction of the security team, participated in reinforcing the walls and clearing the environment. Hope flickered like a fragile yet tenacious flame in each person's eyes. Lin Fan stood before the office window, gazing down at the bustling scene teeming with life. Filled with a sense of accomplishment, yet weighed down by heavy pressure, Emily entered, holding a rough report, her brow furrowed into a deep frown. My lord, preliminary statistics indicate that 73 new individuals have joined us, including 28 young men, 31 women, 8 elderly, and 6 children. Our food reserves, even with the immediate implementation of a minimum rationing system, can sustain us for no more than 10 days. There is a severe shortage of medicine, clothing, and especially fuel. Lin Fan rubbed his temples. This meant he had to find a new, stable food source within 10 days, or he would have to resort to drastic population reductions, which was absolutely unacceptable to him. The contribution point system was swiftly and comprehensively enacted. Lin Fan decisively ordered that all tasks, including those assigned to newcomers, be incorporated into the contribution point framework, encouraging them to exchange labor for sustenance. Simultaneously, he organized a larger scavenging team, set to depart early tomorrow morning, with a primary focus on searching for food, medicine, and fuel. Understood. Emily recorded the information and continued her report. Additionally, among the newcomers, several claimed to be doctors and nurses, and Dr. Liu has already begun to engage with and assess them. If true, this could significantly alleviate the medical pressure. This is good news. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the office door swung open, and Su Wanqing entered. She appeared to have just completed a patrol of the defensive fortifications, with a few beads of sweat adorning her forehead. Her cool demeanor seemed somewhat fatigued under the harsh office lights. She glanced at Emily, who was conversing with Lin Fan, but rather than reporting as usual, she stepped aside and quietly took a sip from her water bottle. Lin Fan noticed her unusual behavior. Typically, Su Wanqing would promptly and succinctly report on the situation upon her return. He turned to her and inquired, Wanqing, how is the situation outside? Su Wanqing set down her water bottle and replied in a flat, emotionless tone. The foundation for the new watchtower has been completed, and the zombie laborers are currently pouring concrete. The outer zombie sentinels have been redeployed, and no abnormalities have been detected. With that, she fell silent, her gaze drifting to the base's scenery outside the window, her profile appearing somewhat stern. Emily seemed to sense something amiss. She closed her notebook and addressed Lin Fan. Lord, if there are no further matters, I will proceed to arrange the contribution point system and the scavenging team for tomorrow. Very well, thank you for your hard work. Lin Fan acknowledged with a nod. Emily elegantly turned to leave, her footsteps momentarily pausing beside Su Wanqing, her lips curling into a barely perceptible, faint smile. The office was left with only Lin Fan and Su Wanqing, the atmosphere hanging with a subtle tension. Lin Fan approached Su Wanqing and followed her gaze out the window. Below, Tang Xiaoro was distributing cooked porridge to several newly arrived women and children, her gentle smile and patient demeanor soothing the frightened children. That healing light seemed capable of dispelling the gloom of the apocalypse, drawing the attention of several new young men. Further away, Qin Yao was commanding a mixed patrol team of both new and old members with impressive poise. Her decisive style and agile movements also captured many admiring, perhaps even infatuated glances. Even Emily, who had just departed, exuded an elegance and competence that felt incongruous in this world, creating a scene all her own as she mingled with the crowd to organize tasks. Lin Fan rubbed his nose, beginning to understand the source of Su Wanqing's inexplicable low spirits. With the sudden surge in the base's population, exceptional women naturally drew more attention. Su Wanqing, with her cool demeanor, was not inclined to display the warmth of character that Tang Xiaoro effortlessly embodied. Nor did she possess the unique aura that characterized Qin Yao or Emily. Instead, she quietly undertook the burdensome yet often overlooked task of fortifying their defenses. That Wanqing, Lin Fan ventured cautiously, we owe you a debt of gratitude for the defensive works here. Without your efforts, the sudden influx of so many people could have posed a significant risk to our safety. Su Wanqing did not turn to him, merely responding with a soft, detached HM. Lin Fan felt a twinge of awkwardness, pondering how to appease this icy goddess, when suddenly, through the perception of a zombie sentry stationed at the periphery of the base, he detected an unusual energy fluctuation. The disturbance was faint yet bore an unsettling chill, seemingly emanating from within the confines of the base. Near the newly erected watchtower along the eastern wall. What is happening? Lin Fan's expression hardened. Almost simultaneously, a slight commotion and gasps arose from outside. Lin Fan and Su Wanqing exchanged glances and immediately rushed out of the office. Upon reaching the eastern wall, they found a group of people gathered around the freshly laid foundation of the watchtower, where zombie laborers were busy pouring concrete. The onlookers pointed and whispered, their faces adorned with surprise and a hint of amusement. Lin Fan squeezed through the crowd and was taken aback. Before him, the concrete foundation of the watchtower, along with the lower legs of several zombie workers, was encased in a thick layer of ice that emanated a biting cold. The zombies remained frozen in their pouring stance, utterly immobile. This ice was undeniably the result of Su Wanqing's powers. Instinctively, Lin Fan glanced at the enigmatic woman beside him. At that moment, Su Wanqing also regarded the unexpected icy tableau, and a rare flush tinted her usually pale visage, her eyes flickering with a mix of annoyance and embarrassment. Earlier, while gazing out the window, she had felt an inexplicable irritation and had unconsciously summoned a fragment of ice energy, inadvertently causing this unforeseen incident. Cough. Lin Fan stifled a chuckle, adopting a serious expression as he addressed the onlookers. What are you staring at? Have you never seen flash-frozen concrete? Captain Su is experimenting with a new rapid solidification technique. Now disperse and return to your duties. The crowd, albeit skeptical, dispersed at the command of their leader, though their curious glances lingered on the frozen area and Su Wanqing herself. Once the throng had cleared, Lin Fan approached Su Wanqing, lowering his voice as he teased. Captain Su, your rapid solidification technique is quite impressive, isn't it? The blush on Su Wanqing's cheeks deepened, and she shot Lin Fan a frosty glare, infused with a hint of vexation that carried an unexpected allure. In a hushed tone, she retorted, "Be quiet." Then, hastily, she stepped toward the icy expanse, extending her hand as she retracted the chilling energy. Soon, the solid ice began to melt away, revealing the intact concrete foundation and several bewildered zombie laborers. After dissolving the ice, Su Wanqing did not look back, but strode purposefully toward the hanging blueprints of the defensive works, her silhouette remaining cool and composed, yet her pace noticeably brisker than usual. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Fan glanced back at the liberated zombies, who resumed their stiff pouring tasks, and finally succumbed to a quiet laugh. It appears that the surge in population has brought forth not merely the tribulations of resource management, but has also rendered the intricate dynamics within this core team more delicate and intriguing. Su Wanqing, the Ice Queen, occasionally reveals a surprisingly charming side when the edges of her icy demeanor thaw. However, one cannot help but wonder what will be frozen again the next time her mood darkens. Chapter 118. Tang Xiaoyou's Sanctuary. The small lapse in Su Wanqing's composure, akin to a pebble cast into a lake, quickly dissipated amidst the escalating burdens of daily affairs within the base. No one mentioned the unexpectedly frozen foundation of the watchtower again, dismissing it as a minor exercise in Captain Su's display of control. Yet, Lin Fan was acutely aware that the undercurrents beneath that glacier might be more tumultuous than he had imagined. At present, however, he found himself lacking the energy to dwell on the subtle jealousy that lingered in the air. A more pressing and tangible concern loomed before him. Tang Xiaoyou's healing sanctuary was on the brink of being overwhelmed. The recent influx of over 70 survivors, having endured a harrowing escape, the biting cold, and fierce confrontations with mutated creatures and zombies, had arrived, many bearing wounds. Some suffered merely from abrasions, sprains, and malnutrition, while others faced fractures, deep lacerations, and various ailments induced by fear and exhaustion. Initially established as a modest room adjacent to the medical office, the sanctuary was now overflowing, with the corridor filled with those awaiting treatment. The air was thick with the sounds of anguished groans, muffled cries, and the whimpers of children in pain. Tang Xiaoyu flitted between the injured like a tireless butterfly. Sweat dampened her bangs, clinging to her smooth forehead, and her once rosy cheeks now appeared somewhat pallid, a testament to the dual drain of her abilities and mental fortitude. Though her healing powers were indeed remarkable, they were not omnipotent, and she could not instantly cure everyone. Addressing severe injuries demanded a significant expenditure of energy. Thus, she prioritized those in life-threatening conditions, while lighter injuries and common ailments were largely managed by Lu Ruoyan and several newly recruited doctors and nurses, utilizing their limited medical supplies for routine care. Xiaoyu, elder sister. My grandmother has been running a fever. A frail little girl tugged at Tang Xiaoyou's clothing, her eyes brimming with tears. Dr. Xiaoyu, I think I have lost feeling in my leg. A middle-aged man lay pale on a makeshift bed. Doctor, please, look at my child first. He is coughing up blood. A young mother cradling an infant nearly sank to her knees. Voices surged from all directions, enveloping Tang Xiaoyu in a cocoon of desperate pleas. She struggled to maintain a gentle smile, repeatedly assuring them not to fear, that everything would be all right, urging them to hold on a little longer. The healing light in her hands flickered repeatedly, soothing festering wounds, alleviating excruciating pain, and dispelling high fevers. Yet, her steps began to falter, her gaze slightly unfocused. Xiaoyu, stop. Lu Ruoyan, having finished attending to a patient, gently grasped her arm, concern etched across her face. You need to rest. If you continue like this, you will collapse. Lu, sister, I'm fine. Tang Xiaoyu stubbornly shook her head, gazing into the myriad of eyes filled with suffering and hope surrounding her. They are still waiting for me, waiting for you to heal them, only for you to break down yourself? Lu Ruyan's tone turned stern. Look at your hands. Tang Xiaorou instinctively glanced at her own hands, which trembled slightly from the constant release of her abilities. The tips even showing signs of becoming somewhat translucent, a clear indication of severe overexertion. It was at this moment that Lin Fan entered the healing center. The oppressive atmosphere and the strong scent of medicine caused him to furrow his brows. His gaze immediately fell upon the pale-faced Tang Xiaorou, who was being held by Lu Ruyan, causing his heart to tighten. Xiaorou. He hurriedly approached her. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Tang Xiaorou felt a surge of relief, her sense of vulnerability and exhaustion rushing forth, her eyes slightly reddening. Yet she still mustered the strength to say, I'm fine. I can still what? Lin Fan rarely adopted a serious demeanor with her, but he interrupted firmly. Look at your current state. Immediately, right now, go rest. This is an order. The undeniable authority in his voice momentarily stunned Tang Xiaorou, prompting her to obediently close her mouth. Lin Fan then turned to Lu Ruyan. Sister Ruyan, this task is entrusted to you. Prioritize the severely injured. Let the lightly injured wait if they can. Inform everyone that the healers require rest. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be handed over to Qin Yao. His voice, though not loud, carried an air of command that instinctively halted those around him who sought assistance. Lu Ruyan nodded, I understand. Lin Fan then took hold of Tang Xiaorou, almost forcibly leading her away from the bustling healing center and back to her small yet tranquil and cozy dorm room. Lie down and sleep, he insisted. Pressing her onto the bed, his tone softened slightly, yet still commanding. But those people, no buts. Lin Fan interjected, looking at her earnestly. Xiaorou, I know you wish to assist everyone, but you are not a deity. If you exhaust yourself, what will happen to those who truly need your help? Have you considered that? Tang Xiaorou bit her lip, lowering her head, her delicate fingers twisting the hem of her clothing. Lin Fan sighed, sitting at the edge of the bed, his tone becoming gentler. I know you are kind-hearted and cannot bear to see others suffer. However, to help others, you must first ensure that you do not collapse. The base needs you now, and we need you too, understand? Tang Xiaorou responded softly, lifting her head, her large eyes glistening with unshed tears. Senior Lin Fan, I just feel so useless, unable to heal everyone at once. Who says you are useless? Lin Fan ruffled her hair, smiling. You are our base's healing angel. Countless lives have been saved thanks to you. You are incredibly important. So you must take good care of yourself, do you understand? His gentle reassurance and affirmation allowed the pent-up frustration and pressure within Tang Xiaorou to release in an instant, and tears finally spilled down her cheeks. She did not feel wronged. Rather, she believed she had not done enough. Lin Fan watched her silently weeping, feeling somewhat at a loss, and awkwardly patted her back. All right, no more crying. Get some sleep, and you'll feel better when you wake up. Under his soothing words, Tang Xiaorou ultimately succumbed to her overwhelming fatigue, drifting into a deep slumber with tears still lingering at the corners of her eyes. Lin Fan gently wiped away her tears, tucking the blanket around her with care. As he gazed upon her serene face, which bore a hint of worry even in slumber, his heart swelled with compassion, alongside a profound sense of responsibility. He knew he must swiftly resolve the pressing issue of resources, particularly in terms of medicine and food. Otherwise, situations like today would persist, not only exhausting Xiaorou but also undermining the morale of the entire base. Furthermore, the lurking threat of the Mad God sect, beset by internal strife and external challenges, weighed heavily upon his shoulders like an everlasting night. He softly closed the door behind him and stepped outside, his gaze once again resolute and sharp. Tomorrow, the scavenger team must mobilize, and they must aim for a significant haul. He required more resources to safeguard this hard-won sanctuary, a place brimming with both tears and hope. Chapter 119. Qin Yao's security team and iron-fisted measures. Tang Xiaorou was compelled by Lin Fan to take a rest, temporarily shifting the burden of the healing center's pressure onto Lu Ruyan and several newly joined medical personnel. Although the pace of treatment slowed, the order within the facility improved significantly. Lu Ruyan, with her mature and composed demeanor coupled with her professional medical expertise, quickly stabilized the situation, prioritizing patients based on the severity of their conditions and ensuring a more rational allocation of limited resources. Meanwhile, the security team, led by another pillar of the base, Qin Yao, was facing an unprecedented challenge. Nearly 200 individuals were crammed into a confined space, a mix of old and new members, and the distribution of supplies was strained. Anxiety and panic surged like an undercurrent among the crowd, making friction and conflict nearly unavoidable. Why is the porridge the old residents receive thicker than ours? A hot-tempered burly man, who had only recently joined, shouted at the temporary food distribution point, pointing at an old resident's bowl, which clearly contained more grains of rice. The logistics team member responsible for food distribution recoiled in fear, but held her ground. This is allocated based on contribution points. They previously participated in reinforcing the walls. Hence their higher points. Contribution points, my foot. I just arrived. Where am I supposed to get contribution points? You just want to starve us newcomers. The burly man persisted, reaching for the ladle of porridge. The surrounding newcomers were stirred up, murmuring among themselves, and the situation was on the verge of spiraling out of control. Bang! A dull thud echoed, followed by a cry of pain. The burly man's wrist was seized in a grip as unyielding as iron, and with a tremendous force. He was swung around and slammed to the ground, landing in a disoriented heap. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Yao had appeared on the scene. Releasing her grip, her icy gaze swept over the agitated crowd, inducing an immediate silence, as if a chilling breeze had passed through. Disturbance? Qin Yao's voice was not loud, yet it carried a chilling intensity. The first rule of the base: no stealing of supplies, no inciting riots. Violators will have all contribution points for the day revoked, face a day of confinement, and their food rations will be cancelled. She directed her attention to the groaning, burly man on the ground and commanded her security team members. Take him away, confine him. 2 security personnel promptly approached, unceremoniously lifting the burly man. What gives you the right? The burly man attempted to struggle and shout. Qin Yao stepped forward, towering over him with a gaze as sharp as a blade. Just as I have the power to allow you entry, I possess the ability to ensure you leave on a stretcher. Do you dare to contest that? The burly man, intimidated by the lethal glint in her eyes and her unwavering confidence, swallowed back his retort, cold sweat soaking his back. He had no doubt that should he utter another word, this female harbinger of doom would indeed incapacitate him on the spot. The security personnel dragged the ashen-faced giant away, and the previously agitated crowd fell silent, each person rendered mute by fear. Qin Yao's gaze swept over the assembly, her voice resonating clearly in every ear. Let me reiterate. The rules of Eternal Night City apply equally to all. If you desire superior sustenance and abundant resources, you must exchange them for your labor and loyalty. The contribution point system is your opportunity. Yet, should anyone seek to reap rewards without toil or disrupt the order here? She paused, her foot crushing a discarded brick, which shattered with a resounding crack. This shall be your fate. Her demonstration of absolute might, coupled with an unyielding iron fist, swiftly extinguished the nascent unrest. No one dared to question her authority again. The newcomers gazed at Qin Yao's formidable yet commanding presence, filled with awe, and comprehended the survival rules of this realm. This was merely a minor episode. With the population surge, an array of petty conflicts and frictions arose incessantly. In a fierce dispute over access to a relatively dry tent, 2 families nearly came to blows, only to be forcibly separated by patrolling security. Both parties were subsequently assigned to clean the most repugnant and laborious zombie disposal zone. Some attempted to secretly hoard their allocated tools, intending to barter for personal gain. Upon being reported, their tools were confiscated, contribution points deducted, and they were publicly marked as thieves for a day. A few restless individuals even dared to lurk near the women's quarters at night, only to be caught by the hellhounds on enhanced patrol, their frantic barking summoning the security team. Those miscreants received a personal lesson from Qin Yao, enduring broken ribs and confinement for reflection. Qin Yao and her security team stood as the most resolute bastion and sharpest blade of Eternal Night City, maintaining the fundamental order of the base with near-cold efficiency. While her iron-handed methods elicited some private grievances, no one dared to challenge her openly, for all understood that in this perilous apocalypse, without such unwavering order, the entire base could crumble overnight, leaving everyone without a grave. Lin Fan stood at the office window, observing Qin Yao adeptly managing a plethora of emergencies. Her agile figure wove through the crowd. Where she went, unrest quelled, order restored. He felt a swell of gratitude and admiration. How fortunate it was to have Qin Yao among them. Su Wanqing excelled in planning and defense. Tang Xiaoro offered healing and hope. Emily was proficient in management and operations. Sun Xiaoming provided technology and intelligence, and Lu Ruoyan ensured medical support. Yet Qin Yao was the cornerstone and sword that kept all of this functioning. In her unique way, she safeguarded this fragile paradise. It seemed prudent to consider a raise for Captain Qin, Lin Fan mused, stroking his chin. Otherwise, if she ever grew weary and chose to abandon her post, I would find myself utterly lost. His so-called salary is, of course, not monetary. Rather, it consists of certain special considerations beyond the contribution points, or perhaps opportunities to spar with her, allowing her to vent her surplus energy. Considering Qin Yao's explosive fighting style, Lin Fan instinctively rubbed his arms, sensing that this form of reward might be somewhat taxing for the city lord. Just then, Sun Xiaoming's voice crackled through the intercom. Laced with excitement, Lin Fan, we've tracked down a faint remnant of that encrypted signal. While we cannot pinpoint its exact location, we can confirm that the signal transmitter is on the move. It's heading towards the southern bank. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. The adversary was indeed still active and seemingly retreating to their old lair. This presented an opportunity. Perhaps a means could be devised to deliver them a fitting countergift? Chapter 120. The reform of Emily's resource allocation system. The news brought by Sun Xiaoming invigorated Lin Fan. The signal source was mobile, and its trajectory pointed decisively towards the southern bank, thereby almost confirming the existence of the Mad God sect and their operational patterns. This was invaluable intelligence. Yet it was merely that, intelligence. In a time of scarce resources, launching a proactive assault on an unknown foe would be tantamount to suicide. Thus, he opted to continue monitoring, documenting all signal characteristics and movement patterns. Lin Fan suppressed the urge to act immediately and issued instructions to Sun Xiaoming. They needed more information to identify their weaknesses. The urgent priority was to resolve the internal survival crisis. Emily's implementation of the contribution point system proved remarkably efficient. Under Qin Yao's ironclad order, the process encountered virtually no resistance. A rudimentary yet relatively equitable contribution point framework was established within a single day and commenced trial operations. All adults, regardless of their tenure, received an initial, extremely modest base of contribution points, sufficient only to exchange for the most basic necessities of food and water. To acquire more, one must work. Tasks were categorized and assigned corresponding contribution points. Laborious or hazardous tasks such as fortifying walls, clearing debris, and scavenging outdoors garnered the highest points, assisting with logistics. Caring for the elderly and infirm, and participating in patrols earned somewhat fewer points. Even proposing reasonable suggestions that were adopted could yield additional reward points. Contribution points could be exchanged for food, ranging from thin gruel to compressed biscuits, and occasionally even ham, clean drinking water, better accommodations, warm clothing, and even priority for medical treatment provided by Lu Ruyan and Tang Xiaoro once they had recuperated. Emily even established a small exchange center, personally overseeing it, where non-essential items collected from various sources were displayed, such as a few well-preserved books, a reasonably complete set of toiletries, and even a small bottle of perfume from Emily's own private stash, all priced steeply, serving more as a symbol and incentive than mere commodities. Upon the launch of this system, it immediately sparked tremendous enthusiasm among the survivors. The long-term residents, having previously contributed to construction, had accumulated some contribution points, and their eagerness to work surged as they beheld the enticing items on the exchange list. Meanwhile, the newly arrived survivors, after initially grappling with confusion and a hint of dissatisfaction, swiftly came to terms with the stark reality. Without labor, one truly could not eat. In pursuit of a bowl of porridge enriched with a few more grains of rice, for the sake of children who might savor an additional sip of formula, and for the mere desire to acquire a pair of shoes that do not expose the toes, an extraordinary fervor for labor erupted among nearly everyone. The previously sluggish wall reinforcement project experienced a remarkable acceleration due to the influx of manpower. Those engaged in clearing debris and organizing supplies toiled diligently, fearful of lagging behind in their contributions. Even some of the formerly lethargic old residents, inspired by the relentless energy of the newcomers, found it difficult to remain idle. The entire base resembled a meticulously wound machine, operating with an unprecedented efficiency. The results surpassed expectations. Emily reported the initial outcomes to Lin Fan, her face bearing the marks of fatigue, yet her eyes sparkled with a sense of accomplishment. Although the rate of resource consumption would slightly increase due to the heightened labor, the overall efficiency and order had improved significantly. Furthermore, the contribution point system had inadvertently facilitated an initial screening and motivation of the populace. Lin Fan gazed out at the bustling scene of labor, nodding in agreement. Emily's approach, rooted in modern business management principles, had remarkably yielded results in this apocalyptic context. Following her astute adjustments, however, challenges persisted. Emily shifted her focus, pointing to the inventory list, with food emerging as the central concern. At the current rate of consumption, their reserves would last no more than 7 days. There was a severe shortage of medicines, particularly antibiotics and analgesics. Fuel was also running low, which would directly impact lighting and the operation of certain equipment. The timeline had shrunk from the previously estimated 10 days to just 7. The pressure tightened like a noose. Tomorrow, the scavenging team would need to expand in scale. Lin Fan resolved to lead the expedition personally, targeting the large supermarkets and pharmacies in the city center. Previously, to mitigate risks, their operational range had been confined to the vicinity of schools. Now, however, it was imperative to venture deeper into the fray, seeking those substantial resource points that had yet to be thoroughly looted. It's too dangerous, Su Wanqing immediately objected, noting that the density of zombies in the city center would surely be higher, and there could be more formidable mutants or even rival human factions lurking. I am aware of the dangers, Lin Fan replied, his gaze unwavering. But without risk, there is no reward. We cannot afford to wait. He paused, then added, this time. We have new allies. He glanced out the window at the 5 hellhounds quietly resting in the corner, their eyes glowing red in the night. They possessed a keen sensitivity to living beings and threats, making them the finest scouts and early warning system. With them, many risks could be circumvented. Su Wanqing wished to voice further concerns, but upon meeting Lin Fan's resolute gaze, she ultimately swallowed her words. She understood that this was the only viable option. I will join as well, Qin Yao interjected. You require someone who can face danger head-on. Lin Fan regarded her and nodded. There was no doubt about Qin Yao's combat prowess. Her presence would indeed provide greater reassurance. Very well, it will be Yumi. Along with 10 of the most elite security personnel, 20 carefully selected strong zombies, and the entire Hellhound squad. Lin Fan swiftly determined the composition of the team. Wanqing, you will remain at the base. We cannot relax our defenses. Emily, the logistical support is entrusted to you. Xiaoming, ensure communication remains seamless and stay in contact at all times. With clear delineation of roles, everyone took their commands. At that moment, Tang Xiaoro, having rested, entered the office. Her complexion had regained some color, yet her gaze still bore a hint of weakness from fatigue. Senior Lin Fan, please allow me to join the operation tomorrow, she said softly yet resolutely. My healing ability can save lives in crucial moments. Lin Fan regarded her with a trace of hesitation. While Tang Xiaoro's powers were indeed invaluable, the outside world bristled with peril. Let her go, came the gentle voice of Lu Ruyan from the doorway as she stepped inside. Xiaoro's abilities require practical training. Remaining in a sheltered environment will hinder her true growth. Moreover, her presence significantly elevates your survival odds. Here at the base, I, along with the other medical personnel, can maintain stability for now. With Lu Ruyan's endorsement, Lin Fan pondered for a moment before finally nodding. Very well, Xiaoro, you may accompany the team. But promise me, prioritize your safety above all else. Do not act recklessly. Yes, I promise. Tang Xiaoro nodded vigorously, a relieved smile gracing her face. With personnel confirmed and the action plan broadly outlined, the night deepened. In the city of eternal night, lights flickered brightly, and most people succumbed to sleep, burdened with anticipation and fatigue for the morrow. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and his core team members diligently prepared for the impending adventure. Resources loomed overhead like the sword of Damocles. The journey to the city center the next day allowed for no failure, only success. Emily's reform of the resource allocation system had temporarily stabilized internal affairs, while the acquisition of external resources would determine whether this newly expanded survivor base could truly establish a foothold in the desolate lands of Eternal Night. Chapter 121. Sun Xiaoming's breakthrough in radio monitoring. The following morning, the Eternal Night persisted, yet within the city of Eternal Night, bustling activity unfolded. Led personally by Lin Fan, the strongest scavenging team of the base assembled at the eastern gate of the walls. Lin Fan, Qin Yao, and Tang Xiaoro formed the core trio. 10 members, carefully selected from the security team and seasoned residents, each wielded sharpened steel spears or fire axes, their lightweight packs secured on their backs. 20 relatively intact and robust zombies, meticulously chosen by Lin Fan, stood silently in line behind them, resembling a gray backdrop. Most striking were the 5 hellhounds crouched at the forefront of the team, their eyes glowing ominously. The atmosphere was tense and somber. Everyone understood that this mission differed from the usual skirmishes in the vicinity. The target lay within the perilous city center, where each step could lead to a fatal trap. Check your gear, remain vigilant, and follow commands. Qin Yao conducted the final pre-battle briefing with a sharp tone. Our objective is resources, not combat. We must avoid unnecessary conflicts. However, should danger arise, strike hard and fast. Yes, the team members responded in hushed tones, gripping their weapons firmly. Tang Xiaoro gently cast a faint healing aura over herself and her teammates. Although it could not withstand fatal attacks, it would alleviate fatigue slightly and uplift their spirits. Lin Fan cast a final glance at Su Wanqing, Emily, and Lu Ruyan, who stood atop the wall to bid farewell. He nodded to them, took a deep breath, and allowed his mental energy to unfurl like an invisible web, tightly binding the entire team, including the zombies and hellhounds. Together, let us depart. As the makeshift exit opened, the team surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, swiftly vanishing into the shadows of the ruins beyond the wall. This time, Lin Fan eschewed the relatively safe peripheral route, opting instead for a more direct path to the largest chain supermarket in the city center, based on the fragmented map information previously compiled by Sun Xiaoming. Time was of the essence. They had to take the risk. The Hellhound squad dispersed, fanning out in a semicircle around the team to scout within a radius of several hundred meters. Their acute sense of smell and hearing, coupled with an extraordinary sensitivity to living beings, rendered them the most reliable radar for the group. Through the shared perceptions of the skeletal scouts and the swift hounds, Lin Fan could foresee the wandering horde of zombies in the upcoming blocks, allowing him to adjust their course accordingly. When they occasionally encountered small clusters of zombies that could not be avoided, the Hellhounds collaborated with the elite zombie squad to execute swift and silent eliminations, making every effort to avoid attracting further trouble with loud noises. The team's pace exceeded their expectations. To the left, a high-rise office building had mutated vines clinging to its third-floor windows, necessitating a detour. In a narrow alley to the right, approximately 20 zombies congregated, impossible to clear quickly. Thus, they chose the left street. Cautiously, they navigated around an abandoned underground pipeline entrance, vigilant not to fall in. Lin Fan constantly relayed real-time intelligence gathered by the Hellhounds to Qin Yao and the other team members through their mental link. This almost clairvoyant ability allowed them to evade countless potential dangers, deepening the respect and trust the team members held for Lin Fan. Qin Yao stood guard by his side, while Tang Xiaoro remained protected in the middle of the group, nervously scanning their surroundings, her hands poised to summon healing light at a moment's notice. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the city, the buildings grew taller and more severely damaged. Abandoned vehicles piled up like mountains along the streets, and the air was thick with the stench of decay and chemical agents. They were approximately 1.5 kilometers from their target supermarket as Lin Fan assessed their position in his mind. Just then, a wave of unusual mental signals from Li Qi, one of the Hellhounds responsible for outer reconnaissance, alerted him with a sense of confusion. Lin Fan immediately focused his attention on Li Qi's perception. He observed Li Qi lying in ambush amidst the ruins of a partially collapsed residential building, peering through a crevice at a nearby intersection. In the center of the intersection, several charred vehicle remains lay abandoned, a common sight. However, what was uncommon was the presence of several bodies scattered beside the wreckage. These were not the corpses of zombies, but rather those of humans. Moreover, their deaths were gruesome. As if they had been torn apart by some immense force, their limbs mangled and incomplete. Most alarmingly, these bodies were clad in uniforms resembling camouflage attire, albeit tattered and torn, indicating a standardized issue. This was a cause for concern. Lin Fan immediately raised the alarm, prompting the team to halt their advance and seek cover. Human corpses, dressed in matching garments, met an unsettling fate. Lin Fan swiftly disseminated intelligence, noting the presence of sharp fangs, but failing to detect any obvious enemies. Qin Yao furrowed her brow. Uniforms? Could they be military personnel? This speculation tightened the hearts of all present. The military? Were they not stationed at the military district in the eastern part of the city? How could they possibly be here? Moreover, they were dead? Let us investigate cautiously. Lin Fan commanded. The team approached the intersection with utmost care. The closer they drew, the more pungent the scent of blood became. There lay approximately 5 or 6 corpses on the ground, aside from the signs of tearing. Lin Fan also observed that 2 of the bodies had their skulls seemingly penetrated by some form of high-temperature energy, creating a hole. This was damage not inflicted by zombies or ordinary mutants. Qin Yao examined the wounds, her expression grave. Could it be an energy weapon? An energy weapon? Such a thing exists only in science fiction and laboratories, doesn't it? As uncertainty hung in the air, Sun Xiaoming's voice suddenly crackled through the intercom at Lin Fan's waist. Brimming with barely contained excitement and urgency, Lin Fan, are you there? Major discovery. I intercepted a signal. It's not the previous encrypted one. It's the military's public emergency broadcast frequency. Though it's faint and intermittent, I managed to discern the content. A military broadcast. Everyone perked up, eager to hear more. What did the broadcast say? Lin Fan pressed immediately. The broadcast stated that this is the 3rd emergency communication station of the Longqing military district. Survivors can converge towards the Dawn base in the eastern district. Repeat, this is the transmission was then disrupted, rendering the rest unintelligible. Sun Xiaoming's voice trembled with excitement. Longqing military district. Dawn base. Indeed, the military still possessed structured forces and had established a survivor base named Dawn. This news shone like a beacon in the darkness, invigorating everyone. If they could establish contact with the military, perhaps the numerous predicaments facing the city of Eternal Night could be resolved with their support. Can we pinpoint the signal source? Or attempt to respond? Lin Fan inquired, suppressing his excitement. The signal is too weak, and the interference is severe, making precise localization impossible. However, the general direction is undoubtedly eastward, Sun Xiaoming replied. I'll try to respond, but our equipment lacks sufficient power, and they may not receive it. Hope emerged, albeit still tenuous. Lin Fan gazed at the bodies clad in what appeared to be military uniforms, their fates grim, and then at the message from Sun Xiaoming. His mind swirling with questions. Why had these soldiers perished here? What had they encountered? Who was the enemy wielding energy weapons? What was the current situation at the Dawn base? Why was their broadcast signal so weak and riddled with interference? A flurry of inquiries surged forth. What began as a simple mission to scavenge supplies seemed to have spiraled into a far more intricate maelstrom. First, let us document the situation here. Lin Fan instructed Sun Xiaoming, urging her to continue attempting to monitor and contact the military signal. We will adhere to our original plan and head to the target supermarket first. Resources remain the foundation for survival. However, following that, establishing contact with the military to uncover more truths about this world may become the City of Eternal Nights' next most critical strategic objective. The breakthrough in radio surveillance by Sun Xiaoming has brought a glimmer of hope to the base, yet it has also illuminated numerous enigmas concealed in the shadows. Chapter 122. The ambiguous signal from the military. The harrowing scene at the crossroads, coupled with the military broadcast relayed by Sun Xiaoming, intertwines like ice and fire, stirring the hearts of every team member. The coexistence of hope and the unknown dangers has rendered the atmosphere increasingly tense. Search the area for anything that may confirm their identities, Lin Fan commanded, suppressing the turmoil within. Resources must be gathered, and intelligence is equally vital. Despite the acrid stench of blood and their own discomfort, the team swiftly examined the corpses. In addition to tattered standard camouflage uniforms, they discovered several crushed individual ration packages, a few empty magazines, and a blood-stained metal plaque, faintly revealing a dragon emblem and the letters LXA. LXA Dragon City Military District? Qin Yao mused, wiping the plaque. Her brow furrowed. Given the equipment and the plaque, there is no doubt they are regular soldiers. But how did they end up so far from the military district? Were they on a mission, or did they escape? The gaping wound on one head, melted by intense heat, loomed over the group like a dark cloud. What kind of enemy could so effortlessly slay fully armed soldiers, employing what appeared to be energy weaponry? Secure the plaque, Lin Fan stated gravely, and let us proceed to our target, the supermarket. Maintain utmost vigilance. As the team set forth once more, each member's nerves were tauter than before. The reconnaissance range of the Hellhound squad was intentionally expanded by Lin Fan, their mental awareness spreading like a web, alert to any anomalies in energy fluctuations or signs of danger. Further updates arrived from Sun Xiaoming. She had intercepted several intermittent military signals, all of a similar nature, directing survivors to the Dawn base in the Eastern District. However, the signal remained weak, laden with interference and noise. She attempted to respond using the base's radio equipment, but it was as if her words had vanished into the abyss, receiving no reply. The source of the signal should lie to the east of the city, yet it appears to be severely disrupted, or perhaps their transmission power is simply insufficient, Sun Xiaoming analyzed. I suspect that the situation at the Dawn base may not be optimistic. Otherwise, the broadcast signals would not be so faint and sporadic. This assessment weighed heavily on Lin Fan's heart. If even the military-established base found itself in dire straits, how long could their fledgling Eternal Night City endure? In silence, the team journeyed onward, finally arriving at their destination, a large chain supermarket, Wangjiafu, situated in the heart of the commercial district. From afar, the vast silhouette of the supermarket loomed in the eternal night like a slumbering behemoth. Most of the exterior glass was shattered, and the entrance plaza was strewn with debris and dried blood, with several shopping carts toppled to the side. Somewhat reassuringly, there was no throng of zombies gathered at the entrance, only a few strayed within. Hellhound squad, disperse and scout the perimeter and entrance of the supermarket, Lin Fan ordered. The 5 hellhounds dispersed like specters, silently infiltrating the shadows surrounding the supermarket. Through their shared perceptions, Lin Fan quickly sketched the situation outside the supermarket. At the main entrance, 7 ordinary zombies lingered, while the side cargo entrance had been barricaded from within. The ventilation ducts bore signs of damage, yet the entrance remained narrow. Lin Fan swiftly compiled the intelligence, discovering no indications of a large horde or any obvious mutated entities. This was indeed a piece of good news. Qin Yao, take 5 team members and 10 controlled zombies to clear the main entrance and establish a defensive line. Xiao Rou, stay close to me. The rest, remain vigilant and prepare for supplies, Lin Fan commanded decisively. Understood. Qin Yao surged forward like a leopard, charging towards the supermarket's main entrance. The 7 wandering zombies, sensing the presence of living beings, immediately shrieked and lunged. However, they were met with the swift arcs of Qin Yao's axe and the coordinated thrusts of the security team's spears. With swift precision, within 30 seconds, all 7 zombies lay lifeless on the ground. The 10 controlled zombies promptly advanced to drag the corpses aside, clearing the passage. The entrance is secure, Qin Yao proclaimed. Lin Fan, accompanied by Tang Xiao Rou and the remaining team members, hastily entered the supermarket. A pungent amalgamation of dust, mold, and a faint stench of decay assaulted their senses. The interior of the supermarket was vast, with shelves toppled and an array of discarded packaging and debris scattered across the floor, evidence of a frenzied pillaging during the early days of the apocalypse. The lighting was abysmally dim, illuminated only by the faint beams filtering through the broken ceiling and the flickering flashlights of the team. Form a search pattern and maintain silence. Focus on locating the food section, drinking water area, and pharmaceutical supplies, Lin Fan whispered, simultaneously extending his mental perception, scanning the immense dark space like sonar. The team members paired up, using the shelves for cover as they cautiously advanced. The Hellhound squad, under Lin Fan's command, dispersed deeper into the supermarket for a more thorough reconnaissance. We've located the food section, one team member reported in a hushed tone, excitement lacing their voice. Following the direction indicated, they found a chaotic array of shelves, revealing a surprising amount of food that had not been completely taken. Mainly heavy, hard-to-carry items like rice, flour, barrels of oil, as well as canned goods, vacuum-sealed meats, and snacks that had fallen into corners. Quick, take everything you can carry. Prioritize high-energy, easily storable items. Lin Fan ordered, elated. The team immediately sprang into action, filling their backpacks and carts with supplies. Here are bottled waters. Though many are spilled, there are still plenty intact. Over here, I found some seasonings and sugar. Look, there are several boxes of compressed biscuits. Good news continued to pour in, and smiles, long absent, illuminated the faces of the team members. These supplies would be sufficient to sustain the base for some time. Tang Xiaorou also breathed a sigh of relief, using her gentle healing light to soothe some team members suffering from muscle soreness due to tension and the heavy lifting. However, just as everyone reveled in their bounty, the scouts, chasing wind in one ear, simultaneously alerted Lin Fan with an overwhelming sense of danger. It was a bizarre aura, a blend of rage, hunger, and a cold, clammy sensation emanating from the supermarket's deepest fresh produce section and storage area. Be cautious. Something is approaching. Lin Fan's expression shifted dramatically as he sternly warned, everyone, fall back towards the entrance. Prepare for battle. Almost simultaneously with his words, a cacophony of unsettling rustling erupted from the depths of the supermarket's unfathomable darkness. It sounded as though countless feet were scraping the floor, rapidly approaching. The beam of a flashlight swept towards the source of the sound, revealing, in the flickering light, an overwhelming swarm of mutated cockroaches, each the size of a fist, their bodies a sinister black, adorned with numerous limbs and crimson compound eyes. They surged forth like a black tide, emerging from beneath the shelves, through ventilation ducts, and even from gaping holes in the ceiling, charging wildly towards them. Behind the swarm, a far more colossal and grotesque shadow gradually unveiled itself from the ruins of the cold storage in the fresh produce section, revealing its terrifying form. It was a grotesquely enlarged mother cockroach, its shell glinting with a metallic sheen, its mandibles resembling a massive guillotine. A distant hope flickered from the vague signals of the military, yet the imminent threat of the crawling horde and the monstrous matriarch posed a grave peril to their lives. Resources lay tantalizingly close, but first, they had to carve a bloody path through the endless sea of insects and the horror of the mother creature. Chapter 123. Hope and Doubt. Should we respond? Retreat. Quickly, retreat. Lin Fan's voice reverberated through the vast supermarket. The black tide of insects surged like a breached dam, instantly inundating large sections of the shelving, the disconcerting rustling coalescing into a macabre symphony of death. Ignite. Burn them. Qin Yao remained composed amidst the chaos, wielding a fire axe to cleave several approaching mutated cockroaches in half, their viscous green bodily fluid splattering, while issuing her commands with urgency. One team member promptly retrieved a grease-soaked rag from his belongings, igniting it with a lighter and hurling it towards the forefront of the insect swarm. Flames erupted, momentarily stalling the advance of the horde, filling the air with the acrid stench of scorched protein. However, this reprieve was fleeting as more mutated cockroaches circumvented the flames. Surging from all directions, they moved with astonishing speed, leaping with incredible agility, even climbing vertically along the shelves. A team member faltered, his calf seized by a cockroach, its sharp mandibles tearing through his pant leg and taking a small chunk of flesh. He cried out in pain, nearly losing his balance. Hold on. Tang Xiaorou immediately cast a healing glow over him, staunching the bleeding and alleviating his pain, but his movements were severely hampered. Zombies, charge. Hellhounds, attack the matriarch, distract it. Lin Fan's eyes burned with intensity as he unleashed a torrent of mental energy. The controlled zombies surged fearlessly into the swarm, forming a sluggish barrier with their bodies. Unaware of pain, they allowed the cockroaches to swarm and bite, mechanically swinging their arms to swat and trample. This provided the human team members with a precious moment to breathe. Meanwhile, 5 hellhounds, under Lin Fan's precise command, transformed into streaks of crimson lightning, deftly avoiding the ordinary cockroaches as they lunged towards the colossal matriarch concealed within the horde. The skeletal figures and sharp teeth feigned an assault, drawing the matriarch's attention. While chasing wind and tail Snap utilized their speed to flank, viciously biting at the more vulnerable joints and limb connections of the mother creature. The one-eared creature was particularly fierce, leaping onto the expansive back of the maternal body, fiercely gnawing at its hard shell with its elongated tusks. A piercing shriek erupted from the mutated cockroach matriarch as its colossal form writhed violently, attempting to dislodge the one-eared beast from its back. Its scissor-like mandibles snapped wildly, severing several ordinary zombies that dared to approach. The hellhounds had successfully diverted its attention, noticeably alleviating the relentless tide of insects surging towards Lin Fan and his companions. Now was the moment. Retreat. Gather the injured and the supplies. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yao commanded her team to cover one another, dragging the salvaged provisions as they hastily retreated toward the supermarket entrance. Lin Fan maintained control over the zombies and hellhounds while providing cover. Tang Xiaoro continuously emitted gentle waves of healing energy, soothing the accelerated heartbeats of her comrades, which were fueled by fear and frantic flight. Bang, bang, bang. The team members stationed at the entrance, witnessing the swarm of insects and their beleaguered allies retreating, turned pale with fright. Yet, summoning their courage, they crafted makeshift Molotov cocktails from several bottles of high-proof liquor they had found, hurling them into the pursuing swarm, igniting a fiery inferno once more. At last, the entire team escaped the supermarket. Qin Yao immediately directed both the zombies and human members to barricade the entrance with found shelves and debris. The air was filled with the furious shrieks of the matriarch and the manic howls of the hellhounds, accompanied by the incessant rustling of the insect horde battering against the makeshift barriers, creating an unsettling cacophony. Hellhound squad, disengage and retreat, Lin Fan commanded through their mental link. Minutes later, 5 hellhounds emerged from the side vents of the supermarket, each bearing wounds. One of the one-eared's forepaws unnaturally bent, with its shell marred by deep bite marks and signs of corrosion, yet their fierce demeanor remained undiminished. Hurry, we cannot linger here, Lin Fan urged, swiftly leading his team away with their limited spoils, distancing themselves from this dreadful nest of insects. They hurried until the sounds from the supermarket faded completely, finally pausing to rest in the relative safety of an abandoned office building's lobby. Counting their numbers, they were fortunate to find that no one had died, though several bore minor injuries, primarily from bites and scratches inflicted by the mutated cockroaches, as Tang Xiaoro busily tended to their wounds. In terms of supplies, they had salvaged only about a third of what they had hoped for, mainly cans and compressed biscuits, while the urgently needed medications and abundant food remained in the supermarket. The atmosphere was somewhat somber. Hope had led them, but they had nearly faced total annihilation. Those mutated cockroaches were terrifying, a team member remarked. Shaken, their numbers were overwhelming, and they seemed unafraid of death. The matriarch was even more troublesome, with its shell being so tough that the hellhound struggled to inflict any meaningful damage. Qin Yao examined the wounds of the one-eared creature, her brow furrowed in concern. Lin Fan remained silent, although the mission couldn't be deemed an outright failure. The resources acquired fell far short of expectations. The supermarket held vast quantities of supplies, yet they were overrun by the swarm, akin to guarding a mountain of gold that remained unmined. At that moment, Sun Xiaoming's voice crackled through the intercom, tinged with uncertainty. Lin Fan, how are things on your end? Are you safe? For now, we are safe, but the haul is meager. We encountered some difficulties. Lin Fan briefly responded and then inquired. Is there still a military signal? Yes. In fact, just 10 minutes ago, I believe I received a faint, non-broadcast mode response signal. Sun Xiaoming's voice was laced with excitement and uncertainty. The signal was extremely weak, the content fragmented. I could only decipher a few words: identity, verification, coordinates. And then the signal vanished, leaving us unable to establish further contact. A response signal. The group perked up, but soon a wave of additional doubt washed over them. Did they receive our reply? Are they inquiring about our identity and coordinates? Lin Fan pondered. This makes sense. But why is the signal so weak? And why did it only occur once? I'm not sure, Sun Xiaoming replied. I sense that the other party seems cautious, even somewhat confused. The quality of the signal was inferior to their broadcasts. The hope of another appearance was shrouded in a veil of uncertainty. The military indeed still existed and may have received their signal. Yet, why did they not directly disclose their identity and location? Was it a limitation of communication conditions? Or was there something more sinister at play? Recalling the sight of those fallen soldiers in the city center and the wounds that appeared to be caused by energy weapons, a troubling thought began to take root in Lin Fan's mind. Had something transpired within this Dawn base, this remnant of military power? Were they still the trustworthy, orderly protectors they once were? Should we respond? Should we reveal our coordinates and identity to them? Tang Xiaoro asked softly, her face displaying both anticipation and unease. To disclose the existence and coordinates of Eternal Night City to an enigmatic military force with a peculiar signal was akin to gambling. Winning could yield powerful allies and support, While losing might attract foes more terrifying than the Swarm and the Cult of Madness. All eyes turned to Lin Fan. Should they seize this thread of hope and take the risk, or should they exercise caution and wait? Lin Fan gazed at the weary yet hopeful faces of his team, reflecting on the precarious state of the base's supplies, caught in a conflict of thoughts. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. Respond. But we must not directly expose our core coordinates. Chapter 124, Decision. Forming an elite diplomatic team within the abandoned office building, dim and silent. Only the heavy breathing of the team members and the faint glow emanating from Tang Xiaoro's healing efforts broke the stillness. Lin Fan's words caused everyone to hold their breath. Respond, but we must not directly reveal our core coordinates, Qin Yao echoed, a glimmer of contemplation passing through her eyes. What do you mean? Sun Xiaoming. Lin Fan pressed the intercom, his pace quickening as he attempted to reply to the other party in a coded manner. The message was as follows. We are a survivor group from the Longqing University area, possessing a certain degree of self-defense capability. We received your broadcast and are interested in establishing contact. We request that you inform us of a safer communication method or coordinates for an external rendezvous point. To demonstrate our sincerity, we can initially provide information we have regarding the new mutated organisms, specifically the supermarket nest and the activities of the Cult of Madness within the urban area. He paused for a moment before adding, embed within the signal our agreed-upon recognition code that signifies caution and limited trust. This was a clever method devised by Sun Xiaoming for concise and secure communication among core members, exceedingly difficult for outsiders to decipher or replicate. Understood. I shall attempt to send it immediately. Sun Xiaoming instantly grasped Lin Fan's intention. This was a tentative outreach, expressing a desire for contact while showcasing their value, intelligence, yet maintaining sufficient vigilance to conceal their stronghold. Moreover, the embedded recognition code served as a subtle form of identity verification. Once the message was dispatched, a prolonged wait ensued, filled with anxiety and anticipation. Time ticked by, with only the static hum of the intercom breaking the silence. Just as everyone feared another failed attempt at communication, Sun Xiaoming's voice erupted with incredulous excitement. We have received a response. They replied. The signal is slightly more stable than before. They provided a coordinate. It is not the location of the Dawn base itself, but rather an abandoned freight station on the eastern edge of the city, near the former logistics park. They indicated they would establish a temporary contact point there, valid for 24 hours. Furthermore, they confirmed our recognition code. Success. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group, quickly followed by a surge of exhilaration. The response from the other side, cautious yet affirming, only enhanced its credibility. I am familiar with the freight station. Qin Yao recalled the map from before the apocalypse. Its position was relatively isolated, offering a broad field of vision, making ambushes difficult, and indeed it lay along the main route to the military district. It was an appropriate location for an initial encounter. It seems that the military is not entirely monolithic, or perhaps their situation is genuinely delicate, Su Wanqing calmly analyzed. For they would not resort to such clandestine methods otherwise. Lin Fan nodded, their caution corroborating some of his suspicions. Nevertheless, this represented an opportunity, a chance to alter the fate of Evernight City. We must go. Lin Fan made the final decision, but not everyone could accompany him. A larger group would attract unnecessary misunderstandings. His gaze swept across the core members present. I will lead the team myself. Lin Fan established the tone first. As the city's lord and its strongest combatant, he had to participate. Qin Yao, you will accompany me, responsible for security and the display of force during negotiations. Sun Xiaoming, you are needed to provide remote technical support, monitor signals, ensure communication remains seamless, and continue efforts to decipher any potentially hidden information within their signals. This meant Sun Xiaoming would remain at the base. Su Wanqing, the defense of the base must not falter, especially remaining vigilant against the cult of the Mad God and any other potential threats. I entrust this crucial task to you and Emily. Tang Xiaoro. Lin Fan glanced at the healer, whose complexion still appeared somewhat pale, hesitating for a moment. Her abilities could be invaluable during the interaction. Yet the outside world was perilously dangerous. Lin Fan, let me go. Tang Xiaoro summoned her courage, her gaze resolute. My abilities may help foster trust, and I wish to contribute more to the base. Observing her determined expression, Lin Fan ultimately nodded. Very well, but you must remain close to either Qin Yao or myself. You cannot act alone under any circumstances. Dr. Liu, I entrust the medical and logistical responsibilities of the base to you. The division of labor was clear, with each member assigned their respective duties. This operation was codenamed Dawn. Lin Fan designated the name for this newly formed elite diplomatic team, with the objective of establishing initial contact with the military, gathering intelligence, and assessing the potential for collaboration. The guiding principles for their mission were cautious engagement, maintaining deterrence, and securing benefits. Understood. Qin Yao and Tang Xiao responded in unison. After a brief respite of half an hour to tend to their wounds and replenish their strength, they were to promptly return to the base. Following essential preparations, they would set out towards the rendezvous point. Lin Fan issued his final directive. The spark of hope had been ignited. Despite the dense fog ahead, the City of Eternal Night had finally taken the first step towards actively connecting with the outside world. The outcome of this encounter would directly influence the future trajectory of the base, determining its survival or destruction. Half an hour later, the team embarked on their journey back to the base, burdened with limited gains yet bearing the more significant Dawn plan. Each member's heart was heavy, filled with a mix of anticipation and unease regarding the unknown. Shortly after their departure, within the supermarket they had temporarily sealed, the agitation of the insect swarm gradually subsided. The colossal roach matriarch crawled slowly back into the depths of the cold storage ruins, its compound eyes swiveling towards a direction as if it could penetrate the walls. Sensing the retreating presence of the team, which carried the scent of its fallen kin, it emitted a deep, hate-filled hiss. In the shadows of the city, danger was never far away. Meanwhile, on the southern bank, in the dim hall of a repurposed abandoned factory, a man clad in tattered black robes, his face smeared with bizarre paint, knelt in prayer before a twisted, inhuman idol. Suddenly, as though sensing something, he abruptly lifted his head and gazed northward, a frenzied smile spreading across his lips. The oracle revealed that the false city on the northern bank had dispatched its emissaries. This was an opportunity to seize them and offer sacrifices to the mad god for divine favor. Rising to his feet, he commanded the shadows in a low tone, "Notify the Dark Claws. The target has appeared. Proceed as planned, alive." In the darkness, responses reminiscent of metal grinding echoed back. A storm was quietly brewing, and the Dawn Squad was steadily approaching the edge of this tempest. Chapter 125, The Expedition. Objective, Eastern Freight Station. The return journey to the City of Eternal Night was considerably smoother than the outward trip. Perhaps it was the eagerness to return home or the prior clearing of the path by the Hellhound Squad that spared them from significant obstacles. However, when they arrived beneath the walls bearing supplies far below expectations and several injured members, a sense of heaviness fell upon the remaining guards, including Su Wanqing and Emily. After Lin Fan briefly recounted the horrors of the supermarket's insect nest and the status of their contact with the military, the group's emotions became even more complex. Mingling trepidation for the unknown dangers with a flicker of hope, there was no time to waste. Lin Fan immediately summoned the core members for final pre-battle deployment and preparations. This operation prioritized quality over quantity. Gazing at the soon-to-be companions, Qin Yao and Tang Xiao, Lin Fan spoke with gravity. "Our goal is engagement and negotiation, not warfare. Yet, we must be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances." Qin Yao inspected her gear, a sharpened fire axe, several throwing knives, a crossbow with the last 10 arrows, and some emergency bandaging supplies. She nodded, her gaze sharp. "Understood. I shall ensure the safety of both you and Tang Xiao." Although Tang Xiao appeared somewhat anxious, her resolve was far more pronounced. She bore the meticulously prepared first aid kit that Lu Ruyan had designated as the finest in the base, containing not only conventional medications, but also several precious vials of adrenaline and cardiotonics. "I will strive not to be a hindrance," she murmured, her fists clenched tightly. Sun Xiaoming handed them a few modified, compact walkie-talkies with extended standby times, fine-tuning the communication channels. "I will monitor the base throughout the mission, ensuring open lines of communication. Should the signal falter or if you receive my emergency evacuation code, do not hesitate, retreat immediately." Su Wanqing presented Lin Fan with a hand-drawn map, marking the optimal route to the cargo station as well as potential danger zones. "Proceed with caution. I am here at the base," she stated, her voice remaining cool, yet her gaze conveyed an unspoken trust and support. Emily prepared light, yet high-energy rations along with ample water for the team. "Return alive," she stated succinctly, her tone laced with a subtle hint of concern. Lu Ruyan conducted a final check on Tang Xiao's physical condition, confirming that she was merely fatigued and that her abilities had not taken a severe toll. "Go with peace of mind. I shall tend to the injured at the base." With all preparations complete, the expedition team was notably small, consisting solely of Lin Fan, Qin Yao, and Tang Xiao. They carried no zombie laborers, only the most elite and loyal Hellhound Squad. 5 zombie dogs, having recuperated under Tang Xiao's abilities, were set to be their most reliable companions and weapons for this journey. In the darkest moments before dawn, as determined by the timer, the Dawn Squad quietly departed from the City of Eternal Night, melding into the vast expanse of night and ruins. This time, their objective was clear, the abandoned cargo station on the eastern edge of the city. Lin Fan concentrated his mental perception within a 100-meter radius around the team, creating a mobile alert zone. The Hellhound Squad dispersed into the outer perimeter, utilizing their keen senses to preemptively evade zombie hordes and any potential mutated creatures. Qin Yao, armed with a crossbow, led the way, her figure flickering among the shattered remnants of walls, akin to the most vigilant of leopards. Tang Xiao trailed closely beside Lin Fan, her hands aglow with healing light, both to soothe her own anxiety and to be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. The journey proved quieter than anticipated. As they approached the eastern city limits, the number of zombies seemed to diminish, yet an intangible sense of oppression grew heavier. Scattered across the streets were remnants of battles, spent shells, charred vehicle wrecks, and even peculiar, destroyed defensive structures, suggesting that this area had witnessed more than one fierce conflict. It seems the military and that cult of frenzy have had frequent altercations in this vicinity, Qin Yao observed, scanning the environment. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. Through the perception of the wind chaser, he could faintly sense traces of chaotic and frenzied mental imprints lingering in the air, reminiscent of those he had detected on the northern bank, heightening his vigilance. Guided by the map, they traversed a desolate industrial area, circumventing several factories seemingly overtaken by mutated flora. At last, as the faintest light began to break through the eternal darkness, they arrived near their destination. It was a moderately sized freight station, with towering warehouses sprawled across the ground like silent behemoths, and rusted tracks meandering between them. The square was littered with numerous abandoned freight trucks and containers, forming a complex environment of cover. Lin Fan signaled for the team to halt behind a dilapidated wall. They were to scout the interior of the freight station for bones and sharp teeth, focusing on identifying suitable open areas for rendezvous and potential ambush points. Chasing Wind and Broken Tail were to maintain vigilance around the perimeter, monitoring the main roads leading here. One Ear was to follow closely. The Hellhounds dispersed silently, executing their orders. Through their shared perception, Lin Fan quickly discerned the situation within the freight station. The main warehouse door stood ajar, revealing a spacious yet chaotic interior cluttered with discarded cargo boxes and mechanical parts. In the center, a relatively clean area seemed to be designated as the rendezvous point. The second floor featured a corridor with excellent visibility, an ideal position for sniping or surveillance. No obvious signs of human activity or zombies were detected. Had the others not yet arrived, or were they already lying in wait? Qin Yao squinted, scrutinizing the silent warehouse. Uncertain, Lin Fan shook his head. According to their agreed time, they had arrived half an hour early. Caution was paramount. He maneuvered One Ear to enter the warehouse first, swiftly traversing every corner and the second-floor corridor to confirm there was no immediate danger. Preliminary safety established, they would occupy advantageous positions and wait for them, Lin Fan decided. The trio and their canine companion cautiously entered the expansive warehouse. Qin Yao chose a hiding spot behind a stack of cargo near the entrance, with her back against a sturdy wall, allowing her to oversee the central area. Tang Xiao was shielded behind her. Lin Fan positioned himself slightly forward, fully extending his mental perception to envelop the entire warehouse and its surroundings. Moments turned into minutes, and the warehouse was enveloped in silence, broken only by their faint breaths. The oppressive weight tested the nerves of each individual. Suddenly, the periphery of Lin Fan's perception caught a warning from chasing wind, the sound of an approaching vehicle engine. It was headed down the main road towards the freight station. They were here, Lin Fan whispered. Qin Yao tightened her grip on the crossbow, while Tang Xiao held her breath. The engine noise grew closer, ultimately halting just outside the freight station's entrance. Following that came the sound of a door opening and several measured footsteps. They had arrived. The pivotal contact that would determine the future fate of the City of Eternal Night was about to commence. Lin Fan took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm, his gaze sharp as it focused intently on the entrance of the warehouse. The footsteps echoed across the desolate yard, drawing ever nearer. Chapter 126. The eerie silence along the journey outside the freight station. The engine fell silent, and the footsteps sounded particularly pronounced on the vacant platform, approaching the warehouse door at a steady pace. Lin Fan held his breath, his mental perception extending like invisible tendrils, firmly locking onto the direction of the entrance. Qin Yao raised her crossbow, the sight poised at the threshold where light and shadow intertwined. Tang Xiao crouched behind Qin Yao, her palms slightly damp with perspiration, the healing light flickering at her fingertips. The one-eared creature hunched low, emitting a menacing growl from its throat. Footsteps halted at the entrance. A figure emerged against the backlight. Tall and imposing, seemingly clad in some form of uniform, though the details remained obscured. He lingered at the door, cautiously surveying the warehouse interior. Friends from Launching University? A steady, slightly hoarse male voice resonated through the vast space of the warehouse. I am Zhao Taizhu, sent on orders from my superiors to make contact. Zhao Taizhu. The name was surprisingly unadorned. Lin Fan did not respond immediately, but confirmed through a mental link that the perimeter guards, Chasing Wind and Broken Tail, had detected no signs of ambush. The skeletal remains and sharp teeth on the second floor returned no anomalies. It is us, Lin Fan finally spoke, his voice calm. Please, come in, Comrade Zhao. Just you alone? Zhao Taizhu appeared to smile slightly as he stepped inside, his form becoming clearer. He seemed to be in his 30s. With dark skin and a resolute face, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, exuding an unmistakable military aura. Clad in a faded, old-fashioned military uniform devoid of insignia. He stood tall. A handgun was holstered at his waist, yet it remained sheathed. Better to be cautious upon our first meeting, Zhao Taizhu remarked, halting in the central space of the warehouse. His gaze traversed Lin Fan, Qin Yao, and briefly lingered on Tang Xiaorou, shrouded in the shadows of the cargo stacks behind them, before settling on the snarling one-eared creature. A flicker of barely perceptible astonishment crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by composure. It seems the rumors are true. Launching University indeed harbors an extraordinary necromancer. Zhao Tieju's tone revealed no discernible judgment. Even mutated beasts can be tamed. A mere means of self-preservation, hardly comparable to your regular military, Comrade Zhao, Lin Fan replied with measured dignity, though inwardly he was alarmed. The other party evidently possessed knowledge about them. Was it the result of prior reconnaissance or intelligence provided by the signal eliminator? Self-preservation? To repel such a scale of zombie tide requires more than mere self-defense, Zhao Taizhu implied, shifting the conversation's focus. Time is of the essence. Let us be succinct. The intelligence you provided regarding the mutated insect swarms and the cult of the Mad God has garnered significant attention from above. On behalf of the Dawn Base, I thank you for your cooperation. He paused, continuing, based on the abilities and sincerity you have demonstrated. The higher-ups have agreed to establish preliminary contact with you and are willing to engage in limited intelligence exchange and material trade. Success. They had acknowledged the Dawn Base and expressed a willingness to engage. Lin Fan felt a surge of certainty within, though his expression remained neutral. We are equally pleased to establish contact with your esteemed organization. May I inquire what this limited cooperation entails? Zhao Taizhu produced a waterproof envelope from his jacket, placing it at his feet. Within this, you will find our compiled information regarding the known types and characteristics of surrounding mutated creatures, as well as some insights into the current activities and strongholds of the cult of the Mad God. Consider it our good faith. Lin Fan gestured slightly, and the one-eared creature cautiously approached, seized the envelope, and scampered back. In exchange, Zhao Taizhu regarded Lin Fan and expressed their desire for more detailed information regarding the location and scale of the supermarket nest, as well as any intelligence concerning the organization known as Genesis, even if it were merely whispers. Genesis. The name resurfaced once more, and the military appeared to be exceedingly concerned about it. Lin Fan felt a tremor within, yet maintained a composed demeanor, only furrowing his brow slightly. Genesis? We possess scant knowledge about it. We've merely encountered the name and fragmented information, suggesting an air of mystery. We shall endeavor to recollect and gather more. As for the details concerning the nest, we can provide that. As he spoke, his mind raced. The military's profound interest in Genesis, even willing to exchange precious intelligence for it, indicated that Genesis was far from trivial, perhaps even a greater threat than the cult of the Mad God. Very well. Zhao Taizhu nodded, stating that the specifics of the transaction and location would be confirmed in future communications. He then produced a black communicator, appearing more refined than the one modified by Sun Xiaoming, placing it on the ground. The frequency was already set. They could attempt to make contact at this time each week. However, if they failed to connect 3 times in succession or received a specific warning signal, it would imply that the contact point had been compromised or that misfortune had befallen them, at which point they would need to make their own decisions. His words carried a subtle weight of gravity and resignation. Lin Fan instructed the one-eared creature to retrieve the communicator once more. Furthermore, Zhao Tieju's expression turned serious. The cult of the Mad God is more deranged and troublesome than you can imagine. They seem to possess methods of disrupting or even controlling low-level mutated creatures, and they operate without any moral constraints. If you harm their members, they will not rest until vengeance is exacted. Be wary of their hidden claws. Hidden claws? That seemed to be a new term. Thank you for the warning. Lin Fan replied earnestly. Well, the mission is complete. Zhao Taizhu appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, turning to leave, but paused, casting a complex glance back at Lin Fan. Young man, possessing ability is commendable, but in this world, survival is no easy feat. Take care of yourself. With that, he departed without lingering, striding away from the warehouse, his footsteps quickly fading outside the station. Soon after, the sound of an engine roared to life, vanishing into the distance. Silence enveloped the warehouse once more, as if the preceding events had never transpired. Lin Fan picked up the envelope and communicator, his brow furrowed deeply. The contact had been successful, gaining the military's acknowledgement and preliminary cooperation, along with valuable intelligence and communication channels. Yet, the shadow of Genesis. The looming threat of the cult of the mad god, and Zhao Tieju's final, poignant admonition weighed heavily upon him. This encounter had not merely brought hope, but also deeper obscurity and greater burdens. The Dawn operation seemed only to have unveiled the tip of the iceberg regarding the truth of the apocalypse. "Let us depart from here," Lin Fan declared, stowing away the items. The three, accompanied by the Hellhound, swiftly exited the freight station and embarked on their journey home. They had arrived with trepidation, yet returned with an even greater weight upon their shoulders. Unbeknownst to them, atop a distant abandoned water tower at the freight station, a figure clad in a camouflage suit seamlessly blending with the surroundings, silently observed their retreating figures through binoculars until they vanished entirely into the shadows of the ruins. Through the earpiece, a deep voice resonated from Zhao Taiju. "Target has been engaged. Preliminary assessment indicates exceptionally high potential value, but with uncontrollable risks. Recommend maintaining observation and limited engagement." Received, the figure atop the water tower softly replied, retracting the binoculars and gliding down the tower like a specter, disappearing from sight. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface, a tumultuous undercurrent surged. Chapter 127. The first assault of the mutant plants. The encounter with the military representative, Zhao Taiju, was brief yet efficient, delivering information that stirred ripples in Lin Fan's heart, akin to a boulder cast into a deep pool. The shadows of creation, the dark claws of the cult of the mad god, and Zhao Tieju's weighty admonition to tread carefully rendered the atmosphere on their journey home even more somber than before. The trio, accompanied by the Hellhound squad, swiftly retraced their steps. They needed to return to base promptly to process the intelligence and adjust their strategy. However, as they traversed the desolate industrial area, on the verge of entering a relatively familiar zone, Lin Fan, through his mental perception, detected an exceedingly dissonant anomaly. It was too quiet. Not merely the absence of the undead's usual stirrings, but a petrifying silence that felt as though the very air had solidified. The faint whispers of wind and distant echoes they had previously heard had now vanished, as if this area had been severed from the world by some invisible force. Something was amiss. Lin Fan abruptly halted, raising his hand to signal for caution. His mental perception collided with a viscous, invisible barrier, hindering its reach. Qin Yao immediately raised her crossbow, while Tang Xiaoro anxiously drew closer, the healing light instinctively illuminating. The Hellhound squad grew restless, with skull and chasing wind emitting deep, threatening growls towards a seemingly ordinary abandoned factory overrun with desiccated vines. There was something there. Lin Fan focused intently, his pupils constricting sharply. Those vines, which had appeared desiccated and lifeless, were now moving with an imperceptible yet deliberate slowness, as if they were alive. Their color was not entirely dead yellow. At the junction of the vine's roots with the wall, a sinister dark red hue emerged, reminiscent of congealed blood. "Mutant plants. Retreat. Leave this area," Lin Fan commanded sternly. He recalled Su Wanqing's earlier mention of the emergence of aggressive, mutated plants within the city. He hadn't anticipated encountering them here. Yet, their response was a moment too late. Just as they had taken a few steps back, the vines on the factory wall surged violently. Not just one or two, but dozens, even hundreds of dark red tendrils sprang forth with astonishing speed, resembling venomous serpents poised to strike. Their aim was not to directly attack the body, but rather, as if imbued with intelligence, they ensnared the ankles, wrists, and limbs of the group and the Hellhounds. "Be careful." Qin Yao reacted swiftly, wielding the fire axe with precision. The cold gleam flashed as several tendrils attempting to ensnare her were severed, and a viscous, pungently sour dark red fluid sprayed from the freshly cut ends. Lin Fan, too, commanded the Hellhounds to viciously tear at the encroaching vines, but the sheer number of tendrils was overwhelming, and their tenacity rendered even the dog's sharp teeth laborious to penetrate. "Ah!" Tang Xiaoro exclaimed as a tendril lashed out like a whip, ensnaring her ankle with tremendous force, threatening to topple her. "Xiaoro!" Lin Fan's eyes widened with fury. His mental energy coalesced into sharp spikes, piercing directly at the core of the tendril. Simultaneously, chasing wind transformed into a shadow, lunging forward to bite the middle of the vine. The tendril writhed violently, seemingly in pain, and its constricting grip momentarily slackened. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yao's axe flashed once more, severing it completely. Yet, more tendrils surged from every direction. They were not only powerful, but also alarmingly swift. Exhibiting a semblance of coordinated combat awareness, some ensnared and restrained, while others lunged like spears at their vital points, and still others sought to snatch their backpacks and weapons. "Back to back. Do not let us be separated," Qin Yao shouted, her fire axe slicing through the oncoming vines with relentless ferocity. However, she quickly discovered that the severed tendrils writhed on the ground like worms, visibly regenerating new shoots at an alarming rate. This regenerative ability was nothing short of monstrous. Lin Fan's mental assault had limited effect on the vines. These plants seemed to lack a distinct, centralized consciousness, rendering his strikes akin to stones sinking into the ocean. He could only exert all his energy to command the Hellhound squad in defense, while persistently attempting to sense the source of these tendrils with his mental prowess. Their core lies within the factory. Lin Fan finally detected a faint, pulsating energy source akin to a heartbeat emanating from the depths of the vine-infested factory. They must destroy the core or escape its attacking range. How to destroy it? Charge in. Too perilous, Qin Yao urged, fending off the relentless onslaught. The attacks from the tendrils became increasingly dense, compressing their movement space. A thick layer of severed yet writhing vines accumulated on the ground, sending chills down their spines. Tang Xiaoro gritted her teeth, enveloping Qin Yao and Lin Fan in a healing glow, alleviating the muscular fatigue and mental strain wrought by their rapid combat. Simultaneously, she attempted to reverse infuse a tendril attempting to ensnare her with a surge of vibrant energy. Upon contact with this life-filled energy, the tendril quivered violently, recoiling as if encountering a natural enemy, its color dimming slightly. Effective. My ability seems to counteract them, Tang Xiaoro exclaimed with delight. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with determination. Xiaoro, try to disperse them widely with your power. Qin Yao, cover her. Hellhounds, clear the path. We charge forward. Taking a deep breath, Tang Xiaoro summoned the last remnants of her extraordinary abilities. A gentle yet vibrant green aura radiated from her, spreading outward like ripples, sweeping across the frantically thrashing tendrils surrounding them. The vines illuminated by the green light suddenly exhibited sluggish movements, their dark red sheens swiftly fading into a pallid hue, as if their very vitality had been siphoned away. Some of the slender tendrils even withered and snapped. Let us go? Qin Yao seized the moment, wielding the fire axe with fervor, cleaving a passage through the weakened vines ahead. Lin Fan directed the Hellhound squad to engage in ferocious bites and collisions, while the three of them hastened to break free in the direction from whence they came. The vines seemed incensed by Tang Xiaoro's abilities, and more tendrils surged forth from the depths of the factory, resembling a crimson tide in pursuit. Yet, upon entering the realm of the green light, their speed diminished drastically, and their potency waned. The trio fought and retreated, relying on Tang Xiaoro's brief suppression of the vines and the formidable strength of Qin Yao and the Hellhounds, ultimately managing to escape the area dominated by the mutated vines in a state of disarray. After running until the eerie silence and the relentless pursuit of the vines faded into oblivion, they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Their bodies drenched in cold sweat and the acidic sap splattered by the vines, stinging painfully. Glancing back, the industrial zone remained shrouded in an ominous stillness, as if nothing had occurred. These abominable creatures are far more troublesome than zombies. Qin Yao wiped the sweat and grime from her face, a lingering dread in her heart. Fresh welts marred her arms and legs, the marks of the vine's lashings. Tang Xiaoro's complexion was as pale as a sheet, her powers nearly exhausted. Weakly leaning against Qin Yao, while still striving to mend the scratches and burns on her and Lin Fan. Lin Fan surveyed the silent expanse, his expression grim. The emergence of mutated flora indicated a further escalation in the city's danger level. They were more insidious and difficult to confront. Was there any information about these mutated plants in the data provided by the military? He retrieved the waterproof envelope, eager to uncover the truth. The eerie quiet of their return journey, coupled with the sudden attack, served as a stark reminder that this eternal nightmarish wasteland was fraught with peril. Whether the fragile connection they had established with the military would illuminate their path ahead or summon an even fiercer storm remained uncertain. Chapter 128. The cannibalistic office building. After a brief respite, the trio dared not linger at the periphery of the mutated plant's domain. Forcing their weary bodies onward, they resumed their journey homeward. Although Tang Xiaoro's healing abilities alleviated superficial wounds and fatigue, the mental strain and depletion of her powers rendered her still quite feeble, necessitating occasional support from Qin Yao. While remaining vigilant of their surroundings, Lin Fan eagerly tore open the waterproof envelope. Inside were several pages of printed paper, the text somewhat blurred, likely the result of repeated photocopying, yet the contents remained legible. The first page detailed the classification and preliminary study of mutated organisms. Classification of mutants, preliminary compilation by Dawn Base. Type, corpse type, the most common zombies, directly transformed by black rain infection. Characteristics, slightly increased strength and speed, devoid of intelligence. Reliant on hearing and smell, with the head as a weak point. Certain individuals may exhibit basic mutations such as strength, A, and agility, B. Type, deformed type organisms that underwent physical distortions due to the influence of black rain, including but not limited to mutant canines, C, enhanced speed and aggression, mutant cockroaches, I. Swarm behavior, maternal command, mutant vines, suspected P. Preliminary assessment indicates perception and predation abilities, weakness, fear of strong life energy. Note, the variety of aberrant species is vast, with a significant disparity in threat levels under continuous observation. Type: Psychic. A select few humans or animals have awakened special abilities under the influence of the Black Rain. Confirmed human psychics exhibit elemental manipulation, physical enhancement, telepathy, and healing, among other types. Cases involving animals are rare yet pose a high threat. Attached: the abilities of the Corpse Controller from Dragon City University are tentatively categorized here, pending further observation. Type: Fusion. Unknown. Insufficient intelligence. Refers to anomalous entities that cannot be classified within the aforementioned categories, possibly involving a fusion of various mutant traits or more peculiar forms. Extremely dangerous. Upon reading this, Lin Fan felt a tremor within. The military had indeed conducted systematic research on the post-apocalyptic ecosystem. They classified zombies as the most basic type, while his ability to control them was temporarily categorized as type psychic. This provided him with a clearer understanding of his own positioning. Simultaneously, the data confirmed the existence of mutant vines, P, and mentioned that Tang Xiaoro's healing energy, strong life energy, might have a restraining effect on them, validating their earlier discovery. He swiftly turned to the second page, which detailed the Mad God Cult. Mad God Cult, tentative name. Nature: an extremist religious fanatic organization, worshipping the so-called Mad God. Claiming that the Black Rain is divine punishment, and only through faith in the Mad God can one attain redemption and power. Activity range: predominantly entrenched in the former industrial zone of the Southern Bank, actively infiltrating outward. Confirmed conflicts with multiple survivor strongholds. Characteristics: followers are fanatical, unafraid of death, often employing suicide attacks. They possess a technique or ability to exert mental interference or control over low-tier mutant creatures, primarily type and some type. Capable of directing zombies and certain mutant canines to fight on their behalf. Equipped with modified cold weapons and a limited number of homemade firearms. A special operations team known as the Dark Claw exists, with members suspected to be selected or modified psychic aberrations, adept in infiltration, assassination, and sabotage. Core objective: eliminate all non-believers and expand the domain of the divine. Note: this organization exhibits unusual hostility and curiosity towards information related to the Genesis. Threat level: high. It is advised to avoid direct confrontation and remain vigilant of their mental control capabilities and the Dark Claw team. The information corroborated Zhao Tieju's warning. The Mad God Cult indeed possesses the ability to control low-tier mutant creatures and has a dedicated Dark Claw team. Their animosity towards Genesis is also intriguing. Lin Fan took a deep breath and turned to the final page, which was the one he was most concerned about regarding Genesis. However, the content on this page was lamentably scant and riddled with ambiguous terminology. Genesis organization, highly classified with severe information deficiencies. Nature: unknown. Extremely mysterious. Activity traces, suspected to be behind numerous significant global events, potentially linked to the origins of the Black Rain, unverified. Objective: unknown. Speculation suggests connections to evolution, selection, and a new world order. Fragmented information, mastery of technology far surpassing current capabilities, possibly including energy weapons and genetic engineering techniques. The identities of its members remain enigmatic, potentially infiltrating various survivor factions. There is a profound interest in high-potential psychic individuals and special mutated entities, possibly leading to their capture and research. Warning: the peril posed by the creation is significantly greater than that of the Mad God Cult. Encounters with its associated personnel or creations are advised to be evaded or destroyed with utmost priority. Contact is strictly prohibited unless absolutely necessary. Threat level: extremely high, catastrophic. In just a few terse phrases, Lin Fan felt a chilling sensation surge from his feet to the crown of his head. Energy weapons. This elucidated the molten wounds he had previously observed on those soldiers. The hidden hand behind global events? Related to the origins of the Black Rain? An interest in high-potential psychics? Capture and research? Each morsel of information was spine-chilling. Compared to the overt madness of the Mad God Cult, the creation resembled a venomous serpent concealed beneath the abyss, silent yet potentially possessing the power to overturn everything. Contact is strictly prohibited unless absolutely necessary. The military issued this warning in the most severe of terms. Lin Fan carefully secured the documents, his heart heavy. The intelligence gathered from this encounter held immense value. Yet it also brought with it greater pressure and broader uncertainties. They now had to confront not only zombies, mutated creatures, and the Mad God Cult, but also remain vigilant against a mysterious and terrifying organization known as the Creation. What do you think? Qin Yao inquired as he finished reading. Lin Fan succinctly recounted the main points of the material. Upon hearing that the Creation might possess energy weapons and was related to the origins of the Black Rain, Qin Yao's expression grew exceedingly grave, while Tang Xiaoro's face turned pale with fright. It seems our enemies are increasingly troublesome, Qin Yao summarized. Her tone tinged with a hint of helplessness, yet predominantly fueled by a rekindled fighting spirit. At that moment, Lin Fan abruptly halted, his gaze sharpening as it fell upon a particularly towering office building nearby. From the outside, the building appeared no different from the other ruins, its glass facade shattered and its walls mottled. However, when Lin Fan's mental perception swept over it, he sensed a bizarre allure. As if the structure were a living entity, quietly devouring the surrounding light, sound, and even life force. What disturbed him further was that, through the perception granted by chasing wind, he observed several zombies that had been wandering nearby suddenly stiffen upon approaching the building within a certain range. Then, as if drawn by an invisible thread, they staggered forward, involuntarily moving toward the shadowy entrance, ultimately vanishing inside without a trace. There was no struggle, no howling, only a chilling sense of obedience. After the building had consumed those zombies, Lin Fan faintly perceived that the strange allure it emitted seemed to imperceptibly intensify. There's something wrong with that building. Lin Fan's voice was dry. It's feeding on zombies? Qin Yao and Tang Xiao followed his gaze. Observing the office building standing silently under the murky daylight, tall and dilapidated, yet seemingly unremarkable. However, Lin Fan's grave expression and the Hellhound Squad's posture, as if facing a formidable foe, made them acutely aware that immense danger lurked ahead. Was it a type fusion or an unknown entity, as indicated in the data? Qin Yao recalled the classifications she had just reviewed. It was highly probable. Lin Fan nodded, alarm bells ringing in his mind. The newly acquired intelligence had instantly encountered a tangible example. This incomprehensible existence was far more terrifying than known monsters. Avoid it. Steer clear at all costs. Lin Fan issued the command without hesitation. They cautiously altered their route, preferring to take a longer detour rather than daring to approach that ghastly, man-eating office building even by a step. Looking back, the building stood silently, like a colossal tombstone awaiting its prey. The veil of the city was being gradually lifted, revealing not hope, but an increasingly profound and terrifying darkness. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the communicator. Perhaps this fragile link established with the military was more significant than he had imagined. In this perilous wasteland, struggling alone could lead to an oblivion where one might not even know how they perished. They must return to the base swiftly, consolidate intelligence, and strengthen their capabilities. The journey home seemed to become even longer and more arduous. Chapter 129. Lu Rian's research on mutated plants after circumventing the spine-chilling, man-eating office building. The remainder of their journey was surprisingly uneventful. When the familiar silhouette of the Eternal Night City's walls and the beams of the searchlights came into view, Lin Fan and his companions could not help but exhale in relief, their taut nerves finally easing somewhat. The sentinels, Su Wanqing and Emily, anxiously awaited them atop the walls. Seeing them return, battered yet intact, eased their anxious hearts. They quickly opened the entrance, ushering the trio inside. Upon returning to the relatively safe office, Lin Fan, disregarding the need for rest, immediately recounted the entire process of the Dawn operation to all core members, including his interaction with Zhao Taizhu, the military intelligence he had obtained, the perilous encounter with the mutated vines, and the eerie observations regarding the office building. Listening to Lin Fan's account, the expressions of those present shifted constantly. From anticipation regarding the military's response to astonishment at the mysteries and dangers posed by the Genesis organization, and finally to apprehension about the mutated plants and unknown entities. Their emotions were akin to a roller coaster ride. The situation is more complex than we had imagined. Su Wanqing broke the silence first, her cold voice tinged with gravity. The cult of madness, Genesis, mutated organisms, and unknown entities. It's as if we find ourselves caught in a massive whirlpool. Yet, we have not returned empty-handed, Emily interjected, pointing to the military intelligence Lin Fan had brought back. This information is invaluable, providing us with a clearer understanding of our adversaries in this world, particularly the classifications and characteristics of mutated organisms, which will enable us to respond more appropriately in future encounters. Sun Xiaoming, enamored with the military-grade communicator, immediately began to scrutinize it. This device far surpasses my modifications in sophistication. Its signal stability and encryption level are superior. This will be our lifeline to maintain contact with the military. Qin Yao stretched her somewhat sore arms and concluded, overall, this encounter has yielded more benefits than drawbacks. At least we are aware that the military still exists and is willing to cooperate to a limited extent. Knowing who the enemy is certainly preferable to groping in the dark. Everyone nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan stepped forward, her gaze resting on another item brought back by Lin Fan, the mutated vine sample, which had been carefully collected after being severed by Qin Yao, though somewhat withered. It still retained a dark crimson hue. Lin Fan, may I have these vine samples? Lu Ruoyan inquired gently, her eyes sparkling with the fervor of a dedicated medical researcher. I wish to attempt a study on them. Military documents indicate they are averse to strong life energy, and Xiaorou's abilities have aptly confirmed this. Perhaps we can discover more effective methods to combat them, or even ways to utilize them. Lin Fan, recalling the samples, hastily handed them over. Of course, Sister Ruoyan. You are the expert in this area. Do you require any assistance from us? Lu Ruoyan carefully accepted the vine samples, which were sealed in bags, and shook her head. Not for now. The makeshift laboratory at the base is adequately equipped. I will begin with some fundamental observations and analyses. Xiaorou, I may occasionally need your energy support for testing purposes. Absolutely, Sister Lu. Tang Xiaorou promptly agreed. Lu Ruoyan's proactive approach stirred something within Lin Fan. In terms of combat and survival, they had Qin Yao, Su Wanqing, and himself. For logistics and management, there was Emily. In the realm of technical intelligence, there was Sun Xiaoming. Yet, in the critically important field of biological and medical research, Lu Ruoyan was undoubtedly the most qualified individual. Her research might indeed yield unexpected breakthroughs. All right, Sister Ruoyan, I entrust this matter entirely to you, Lin Fan stated solemnly. Should you require any resources, communicate directly with Emily for priority support. Lu Ruoyan smiled and nodded, clutching the samples as she turned to proceed towards the makeshift laboratory, which had been converted from the school infirmary. Her gentle yet resolute silhouette imparted an inexplicable sense of reassurance. After Lu Ruoyan departed, Lin Fan turned to the others and began to outline the tasks ahead. Our immediate priority remains resources and safety. First, we need to consolidate military intelligence, with Sun Xiaoming responsible for entering it into the system and distributing it to each team leader for familiarization, particularly regarding the characteristics of mutated organisms and strategies for dealing with them. Second, Emily, continue to refine the contribution point system while recalculating the reserve consumption based on the limited supplies we retrieved and establish a stricter rationing plan. Additionally, attempt to compile a list of urgently needed supplies that we might acquire through trade based on military documentation. Third, Qin Yao, enhance the training of the security team, especially in tactics for confronting mutated organisms and potential human adversaries, particularly the cult of the Mad God and the Dark Claws. Newly joined members should be dispersed and integrated into existing teams to expedite cohesion. Fourth, Wanqing, the construction of defensive fortifications must not cease, particularly in preparation for potential psychic control and attacks from mutated plants. I require your utmost diligence in this regard. Toward the direction of that predatory office building. Double the number of dark sentries and prohibit anyone from approaching. Fifth, at a fixed time each week, either I or a designated individual will attempt to establish communication with the military through military communication devices to maintain this line of contact. At last, Lin Fan cast a solemn gaze over all present, his tone grave. The information regarding the Genesis organization was classified as the highest state secret, known solely to a select few. It was imperative that such matters remain undiscussed and untouched unless absolutely necessary, while maintaining utmost vigilance internally. Each directive was articulated with clarity, and the assembly promptly set forth into action. Left alone in the office, Lin Fan approached the window, observing the base gradually regaining order, yet tumultuous beneath the surface due to new intelligence. He exhaled a long, deep breath. Surviving in this apocalyptic world was akin to traversing the edge of a dark precipice. Every step taken with trepidation. Having just glimpsed a sliver of the path below, he discovered that ahead lay even deeper fog and a steeper cliff. Yet, retreat was not an option. The city of eternal night was his creation, a sanctuary for those who trusted in him and relied on his leadership. He must guide them onward through this desolate wasteland. Lu Ruoyan's research might represent a new avenue of hope. He turned his gaze towards the infirmary, where a faint yet steady light flickered, resembling a persistent spark of exploration in the darkness. Perhaps, beyond combat and survival, science and knowledge would equally illuminate the path to the future. His current task was to safeguard this flicker and nurture it until it could one day ignite a vast conflagration. Chapter 130, Tactics and Desperation. The Burning Vines. Lu Ruoyan immersed herself in her makeshift laboratory, diligently studying samples of the mutated vines. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and the others rapidly mobilized around the newly acquired intelligence and the ongoing pressure of resource scarcity. General Sun Xiaoming digitized military documents, distilling key points into a concise booklet, which she distributed to the team leaders to facilitate organized learning. As survivors learned that zombies were merely the most rudimentary threat, while various bizarre aberrations and terrifying fanatic organizations lurked beyond, panic was inevitable. However, under the ironclad order maintained by Qin Yao and the incentive of a contribution point system, this panic swiftly transformed into a drive for self-improvement and diligent labor. At the very least, they now understood who their enemies were and recognized the dangers to avoid. Emily recalibrated the resource inventory, slightly adjusting the allocation standards, while compiling an extensive list of materials hoped to be traded with the military. This list ranged from weapons and ammunition to medical supplies, fuel, high-energy compressed food, special steel, and even seeds for crops, encompassing all facets of survival and development. Qin Yao intensified the training regimen for the security team, introducing drills for countering mental disturbances, currently reliant solely on willpower, and responding to rapid assaults, simulating the Dark Claw Squad. New and seasoned members quickly adapted under the pressure, enduring hardship while steadily enhancing their combat capabilities. Su Wanqing reassessed the defensive fortifications, particularly reinforcing vigilance towards the eastern front, the direction of the cult of the Mad God, and the northwest area where the peculiar office building was located. She installed watchtowers and traps, and even attempted to design a rudimentary device utilizing sound and light to disrupt potential mental control signals. Although the effectiveness remained uncertain, it represented a proactive approach. Meanwhile, Lin Fan contemplated solutions to the imminent resource crisis. The resources of the supermarket's insect nest lay tantalizingly close, yet remained out of reach, leaving him with an acute sense of frustration. Days later, Lu Rian arrived at Lin Fan's side, bearing the preliminary results of her research. Her complexion was somewhat fatigued, yet her eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness. "Have you made any discoveries?" Lin Fan inquired eagerly. "Indeed," Lu Rian affirmed, spreading several sheets adorned with intricate charts and annotations before him. "These mutated vines, which I have dubbed blood tendrils, possess an extraordinarily unique cellular structure, exhibiting traits of photosynthesis akin to plants, alongside a neural conduction pattern reminiscent of certain animals. They indeed possess a rudimentary awareness of perception and predation, driven primarily by a powerful instinct for life absorption." She gestured towards a petri dish, within which a small segment of vine quivered faintly. "I have attempted to test their responses to various stimuli. Ordinary physical damage proves ineffective due to their remarkable regenerative capabilities. Strong acids and bases yield some results, but require substantial and sustained application. However, the effects of fire are striking." Lu Rian spoke with a hint of excitement. "They contain a special flammable oil, likely serving as an energy reserve for rapid growth and regeneration. Once ignited, the combustion is intense, and the flames swiftly propagate through the internal conduits of the vines, inflicting far greater damage than physical severance. More importantly, the flames appear to significantly disrupt, even obliterate, their faint cooperative consciousness." Fire assault. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. This was undoubtedly promising news, one of humanity's oldest and most effective tactics. Yet, Lu Rian shifted her focus, pointing to another set of data on the chart. However, their core, akin to a heart, exhibits a high resistance to flames. Solely relying on external fire may not suffice to obliterate the core. Moreover, should the core sense a lethal threat, it may command all vines to retaliate fiercely or even self-destruct. She paused before continuing. Additionally, Xiaorou's healing energy, or rather, her concentrated life energy, indeed possesses a strong restraining and purifying effect on them, causing them to wither rapidly. However, Xiaorou's capabilities are limited in range and entail considerable consumption, rendering them unsuitable as a primary elimination method, better reserved for critical moments of survival or protection of specific targets. Lin Fan pondered deeply. While fire assault was a viable method, the crux lay in how to approach and entirely annihilate the core. Xiaorou's abilities served as a final safeguard. What we require is a skilled team, equipped with sufficient fuel and ignition materials to breach the layers of vines and reach the core, then unleash a conflagration to incinerate it from within. Lin Fan concluded. "Theoretically feasible, yet exceedingly perilous," Lu Rian cautioned. "You have witnessed the strength and speed of those vines, and their capacity for learning and adaptation appears formidable. The initial use of fire may yield the best results. Failure could lead them to develop resistance or alter their tactics. Even so, we must attempt it," Lin Fan resolved. "The resources in the supermarket are of utmost importance to us." He promptly summoned Qin Yao, Su Wanqing, and several elite members of the security team who had just completed their training and were still glistening with sweat, including Zhao Hu, who had become an active participant in the security team, and Tang Xiaorou, who had nearly recovered. Lin Fan elucidated the research results and the incendiary strategy proposed by Lu Rian to the group. "Fire? This method appears quite plausible." Zhao Hu wiped the sweat from his brow and spoke in a booming voice, recalling how, back in his hometown, when a fire ignited, nothing could stand in its way. Qin Yao, however, was more concerned with tactical intricacies, how to breach the defenses of the vines. They would undoubtedly prioritize safeguarding the core. Moreover, in a confined space, how could they ensure their own safety while deploying such extensive flames? Su Wanqing added, "We must devise an efficient arson scheme. perhaps utilizing incendiary bottles filled with a mixture of oils and flammable chemicals, or locating a pile of combustibles within the supermarket. Tang Xiaorou quietly remarked, I can conserve my abilities as much as possible and provide protection for everyone during the final push towards the core or during our retreat. The group exchanged ideas and swiftly refined their plan. The final strategy was established. Team composition included Lin Fan, overall control, perception; Qin Yao, primary assault, breach; Su Wanqing, field control, creating icy pathways or barriers; Tang Xiaorou, healing, life energy protection, along with 5 of the most elite and fearless team members, responsible for carrying fuel, throwing incendiary bottles, and providing cover. Equipment would consist of numerous homemade incendiary bottles, prepared by Emily, spare fuel canisters, long-handled weapons, to push aside or briefly block the vines, and full body protection, utilizing thick leather and multiple layers of fabric to minimize direct grabs by the vines and damage from acidic sap. The tactic involved using the Hellhound Squad and some controlled zombies as a vanguard to attract and exhaust the vines. The main team would rapidly advance along the icy path created by Su Wanqing. The ice would somewhat hinder the vines' movement and rooting, using incendiary bottles to forge a path straight to the perceived core area. Upon nearing the core, they would throw all remaining incendiary bottles and fuel to ignite a conflagration, after which Tang Xiaorou would utilize life energy to carve out a safe passage for rapid evacuation. Timing: they would choose the break of dawn, in the concept of time under eternal night, as per Lu Ruyan's observations. The activity of the Bloodbeard vines seemed to slightly diminish during this period. With the plan set, they immediately commenced intense preparations. This time, it was not a blind exploration, but a targeted tactical operation based on research findings. Everyone understood that this would be a formidable battle, more perilous than confronting a horde of corpses, for their adversary possessed a certain intelligence and terrifying regenerative abilities as mutated plants. Yet, for the sake of survival, and the resources tantalizingly close, they had no alternative. In the depths of despair, the ancient element of fire would once again serve as their blade to pierce through the darkness and seize life. The incendiary operation was codenamed Burn the Vines. Lin Fan gazed at the fully equipped team and solemnly declared, Success is the only outcome allowed. Failure is not an option. Chapter 131. Harvesting rare plant samples. The Burn the Vine squad arrived once more at the periphery of the abandoned factory, now overtaken by Bloodbeard vines. During the most tranquil moment before dawn, unlike their previous unexpected encounter, this time, they were fully armed, their objectives clear, and their eyes ablaze with resolute determination. Lin Fan closed his eyes, focusing intently, his mental perception extending like invisible tendrils, meticulously probing the interior of the factory. The bloodvine appears to be even more subdued than before, with most of the writhing tendrils retracting deep into the walls, leaving only a few near the entrance swaying languidly like venomous serpents, as if on a lethargic patrol. They seem to sense something, or perhaps they are gathering strength. Lin Fan opened his eyes and murmured that the core's energy fluctuations were more concentrated than during his previous perception, located at the innermost part of the factory, where a large equipment room was supposed to be. Proceed as planned. Qin Yao tightened her grip on the fire axe, its blade coated with a layer of accelerant. Behind her, 5 carefully selected team members were equally equipped, burdened with heavy fuel tanks and incendiary bottles, their expressions resolute, tinged with a hint of fatal determination. Su Wanqing was enveloped in an aura of cold, while Tang Xiaorou took deep breaths, striving to calm her racing heart. Hellhound Squad, Zombie Vanguard, advance. Lin Fan issued the first command. 5 hellhounds and 20 controlled zombies surged toward the factory entrance like a tidal wave. They possessed no intelligence and knew no fear, serving as the perfect bait and expendables. Sure enough, provoked by the scent of living beings, the once lethargic tendrils erupted with ferocity. Dozens of dark red vines shot forth like javelins, entangling and tearing. In an instant, several zombies were shredded, and the hellhounds found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle. Their roars intertwined with the sounds of the snapping vines. Now is the moment. Ice Path, activate. Su Wanqing commanded sharply, her palms pressed against the ground. A bone-chilling cold surged forth, and a path of ice, 2 meters wide and half a foot thick, spread rapidly from beneath their feet into the depths of the factory like a blue ribbon. The ice surface was incredibly smooth, significantly impeding the movement and rooting of the vines. Charge! Qin Yao led the way, racing across the ice. She swung her fire axe, severing several tendrils that attempted to ensnare her from the side. The team followed closely, working in pairs to cover each other, continuously hurling lit incendiary bottles towards the flanking and advancing mass of vines. Boom! Whoosh! Flames surged instantly. The tendrils, soaked in oil and flammable materials, ignited readily, and the fire spread wildly along the network of vines, crackling with explosive sounds and the acrid scent of charred flesh. The burning vines writhed violently, emitting a silent wail as their assault faltered. The squad advanced rapidly along the icy path, the intertwining flames and frost creating a fleeting corridor of safety. Lin Fan remained centrally positioned, his mental perception firmly locked onto the core deep within, while he manipulated the outer zombies and hellhounds to continue drawing fire. The deeper they ventured, the more frenzied the counterattack of the vines became. They no longer merely attacked from the walls and ground, but also descended from the ceiling like a cascading red waterfall. Though the flames were effective, the sheer number of vines was overwhelming, and their regeneration rate was astonishing. A newly cleared area would soon be replenished by emerging tendrils from the shadows. "Watch out above," one team member cried out, as several tendrils shot down like spears from above. Su Wanqing raised her hand, condensing the cold, and several thin yet resilient ice shields formed instantly above everyone's heads. Thud, thud, thud. The tendrils collided with the ice shields, producing a dull sound as ice shards scattered. "Hurry, the core is just behind that door." Lin Fan pointed towards a heavy iron door, thickly enveloped in twisting vines, and shouted. He could sense a powerful and concentrated wave of life energy emanating from behind the door, akin to a beating heart. "Cover me," Qin Yao bellowed, her body surging forward with sudden speed, flames igniting on her fire axe, fueled by a combustible agent, as she charged at the iron door like a deity of fire. She aimed to cleave through this final barrier. Several team members exerted themselves to hurl the remaining Molotov cocktails at the vines surrounding the door, creating a sea of flames that temporarily obstructed attacks from other directions. Just as the fiery blade of Qin Yao's axe was about to strike the iron door, an unexpected event occurred. The vine-covered iron door suddenly opened slightly inward. Immediately, a thick, nauseating, dark red mist, imbued with a sweet metallic odor, surged forth from the crevice. "Hold your breath. Retreat." Lin Fan's expression changed dramatically as he barked, simultaneously manifesting a barrier of mental energy in an attempt to block the eerie red mist. But they were too close. The first to be affected, Qin Yao and the two team members at the front, though they quickly held their breath and fell back. Inhaled a wisp of the red mist. Instantly, they felt dizzy, their limbs weakened, and the scene before their eyes began to warp and blur. "It's a neurotoxin." Lu Ruyan's warning echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Her earlier research had speculated that the blood vine might possess the ability to secrete toxins. "Xiaoro," Lin Fan called urgently. Tang Xiaoro had been prepared for this moment, bravely suppressing her fear of the red mist, and released all her accumulated healing energy. A gentle green light swept over the three poisoned individuals like a spring breeze, dispelling the toxins within them and stabilizing their spirits. However, within those brief seconds of being hindered by the red mist, the situation behind the iron door underwent a dramatic transformation. Through mental perception, Lin Fan observed that the core energy source, which had been concentrated behind the door, was rapidly moving and dispersing. It was no longer a singular point, but had transformed into dozens of smaller, constantly shifting energy clusters, spreading into the vast depths of the factory. "What is happening? The core has split?" Lin Fan found it hard to believe. "No, we may have been deceived." Su Wanqing gazed at the energy clusters that flickered in and out of visibility within the red mist, her ice blue eyes flashing with realization. The most prominent energy source might be a decoy. The true core had been hidden elsewhere or could move at will. As if to confirm her words, the attacking patterns of the surrounding vines suddenly changed. They no longer blindly lunged at the flames, but became more organized, like a well-trained army, beginning to weave through from various angles, entangling, piercing, and targeting their fuel canisters and the healing core, Tang Xiaoro. The situation had reversed in an instant. The fire attack strategy diminished in effectiveness due to the disappearance of the core and the alteration of the vine tactics. While their supplies of fuel and Molotov cocktails had already been depleted by more than half. "Retreat. Reassess the plan," Lin Fan decisively commanded. They could no longer rely on brute force. Thinking of fleeing? Too late. A sharp, piercing thought, as if the voices of countless entities overlapped, suddenly stabbed into Lin Fan's mind. It was the collective consciousness of the blood vine. It could engage in such clear mental communication. More vines surged in from all directions, completely sealing off their escape route. The crimson mist thickened, relentlessly eroding Tang Xiaoro's healing aura and Su Wanqing's ice shield. Just as the team was on the brink of being ensnared in this hellish tangle of vines, Lin Fan's gaze suddenly fixed upon a corner of the factory, where a pile of seemingly abandoned chemical barrels lay cloaked in vines. Through his perception, he discerned that unstable, flammable, and explosive chemical substances lingered there. "Everyone, gather around me. Xiaoro, maintain the aura with all your might. Wanqing, create a reinforced ice dome beneath our feet. Qin Yao, prepare to throw." Lin Fan shouted hoarsely, as a perilous plan took shape in his mind. Although the team was bewildered, they had developed a conditioned reflex to obey Lin Fan's commands and promptly tighten their formation. Tang Xiao gritted her teeth, pouring her dwindling abilities into the healing aura, barely holding back the crimson mist and psychic onslaught. Su Wanqing pressed her palms to the ground, rapidly enveloping everyone in a robust hemispherical ice dome. Simultaneously, Lin Fan directed two hellhounds, Tailless and Fang-Toothed, closest to the pile of chemical barrels, to charge recklessly towards them. Their bodies colliding violently with the battered barrels. They clawed at the rusted barrel walls. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. A powerful shockwave of explosion, mingled with a kaleidoscope of strange flames, rapidly spread from the center of the barrels. The raging flames and shockwave instantly shattered and ignited the surrounding vines, dispersing even the dense crimson mist. The ice dome enveloping the group trembled violently, cracking but ultimately remaining intact. As the aftershock of the explosion lingered, Lin Fan, enduring the excruciating backlash of his mind, commanded, "Now, charge out." Seizing the moment while the vines were severely damaged and momentarily disoriented by the explosion, the team broke through the nearly shattered ice dome and sprinted for their lives along the path they had come. Behind them loomed the roaring flames and the frenzied howls of the vines on a psychic level. When they stumbled out of the factory and regrouped with the support team, everyone was nearly exhausted. As they accounted for their numbers, they were fortunate to find that no one had died, though nearly everyone bore injuries. Qin Yao and the two team members who had inhaled the crimson mist were stabilized by Tang Xiao, but remained weak and needed assistance. The Hellhound squad had also suffered losses, with Tailless gone and the remaining 4 injured. Gazing back at the still-burning inferno, which seemed to be gradually calming, and the vines that began to writhe again, seemingly endless, a heavy gloom settled over everyone. The burning vine operation had failed. They had paid a price, but had not destroyed the core. Lin Fan wearily closed his eyes, sensing deep within the factory the core energy fluctuation that had scattered and was now slowly coalescing again, imbued with a mocking essence. This time, they had lost. Yet, it was not without gain. Lin Fan opened his palm, revealing several fragments of peculiar, dark purple vines that he had forcibly extracted during the explosion, preserved in ice. Sourced from the core region of the Bloodbeard vines, these fragments still pulsed faintly within the ice, as if possessing a life of their own. The research on Lu Ruoyan perhaps necessitates a more sophisticated sample. We shall return again. Lin Fan gazed at the enigmatic factory, murmuring to himself, "Next time, they must be better prepared." The peculiar samples in their possession may hold the key to unraveling the mysteries of the blood tendril and ultimately conquering it. The retreating team, bearing the weight of failure yet infused with new hope, the samples, vanished into the shadows of the ruins. Deep within the factory, the consciousness of the blood tendril emitted a wave of mixed anger and greed, gradually retracting and sinking back into the darkness. The hunt is far from over. Chapter 132. The shock of arriving at the periphery of the military district. The failure of the burnt vine operation loomed like a heavy cloud over the city of eternal night. Despite returning with precious core samples, the costs incurred, and the strange, formidable nature of the blood tendril made it clear to all that their adversary was not merely mindless zombies. Lu Ruoyan immediately immersed herself in the study of the few black-purple core samples, nearly working day and night. Lin Fan suppressed the urge for immediate vengeance, understanding that impulsiveness would not resolve issues, but rather lead to greater losses. The urgent task was to assimilate the lessons from this operation, enhance their capabilities, and maintain communication with the military. A week passed in an atmosphere of tension and industriousness. The base continued its operations, the contribution points system deeply ingrained in the minds of the populace. Under Su Wanqing's supervision, the walls were continually fortified, and the security team became increasingly elite through Qin Yao's rigorous training. Yet, everyone sensed an accumulating, intangible pressure. On this day, it was once again time for the scheduled communication with the military. Lin Fan, Su Wanqing, Qin Yao, and Sun Xiaoming gathered in the communications room. Sun Xiaoming skillfully operated the military communication device, attempting to establish a connection. This time, the signal was clearer and more stable than before. "This is the survivor base of Longqing University, calling Dawn Base. Please respond," Lin Fan declared in a solemn tone. After a brief silence, Zhao Tieju's slightly hoarse voice came through, sounding even more urgent than before. "Longqing University, received. To be brief, the intelligence you provided regarding the insect nest and the Mad God cult has been verified and is highly valuable. The higher-ups have decided to elevate the level of cooperation with you." "An elevation of cooperation level? This is excellent news. What do we need to provide?" Lin Fan inquired directly, aware that there are no free lunches in this world. "2 tasks," Zhao Taiju replied swiftly. "First, continuously monitor and report any signs of activity from the Genesis organization, even if they are merely rumors. Second, to the best of your abilities. Restrain the expansion of the Mad God cult on the southern shore, slowing their infiltration into the northern shore. Monitoring the Genesis organization and restraining the Mad God cult. Both tasks are daunting yet anticipated. The military clearly intends to utilize them as a wedge to balance these two perilous neighbors. In return, Zhao Taizhu continued, we can provide you with access to certain non-core technological materials, including schematics for simple energy weapons and basic alloy smelting techniques, and offer a one-time, small batch of weaponry, ammunition, and medical support. Simultaneously, you are permitted to dispatch a team of no more than 5 individuals to the Dawn base for a 3-day visit and exchange. To further discuss the intricacies of collaboration, technological data, weaponry and ammunition, pharmaceuticals, and even the opportunity for an exchange visit. This far exceeds Lin Fan's expectations. Particularly, the exchange visit signifies that they may witness firsthand the operational modalities of the military base, glean advanced experiences, and potentially forge deeper connections. We accept. Lin Fan hesitated not for a moment. Risk and opportunity coexist, and they are in dire need of the latter. Excellent. Zhao Taizhu seemed to exhale in relief. The support supplies and visitation permissions require your personnel to come to the Dawn base for collection and processing. The coordinates will be transmitted to you via an encrypted signal. Remember, only a team of 5 is permitted, without the presence of heavy armaments. The route and extraction methods will be sent shortly. Upon receipt of the coordinates, they will be valid for 72 hours. Time is of the essence. As the communication concluded, Sun Xiaoming swiftly received and decrypted the encrypted signal, revealing precise coordinates and a detailed route map, along with the extraction code displayed on the screen. The coordinates were situated deep within the Eastern Military District. Indeed, within the core area of military operations. The selection of the visiting team required little deliberation. Lin Fan, the city lord, core combatant, decision maker, Qin Yao, security assurance. Combat assessment, Su Wanqing, technical observation, defense system study, Sun Xiaoming, technical exchange, information acquisition, and Emily, resource negotiation, management system examination. Tang Xiaoro and Lu Ruyan were required to remain at the base, responsible for medical care and internal stability. Time was pressing, and the 5-person team quickly prepared themselves. Traveling light with only essential weaponry, a modest supply of rations, and a military communicator. They carried no zombies or hellhounds, as this was a military requirement, also signifying a gesture of goodwill. Bidding farewell to their stationed companions, bearing the hopes and expectations of the entire base, the Dawn visiting team set forth once more. Their target aimed squarely at the Eastern Military District's Dawn base. This time, the route was provided by the military, circumventing known danger zones. Although they still had to traverse parts of the city's ruins, it was considerably safer than their previous blind explorations. Along the way, they even spotted extremely concealed markers and sentry posts set by the military, unmanned, yet evidently previously utilized. The closer they approached the military district, the more pronounced the environmental changes became. The number of zombies drastically diminished, and the streets frequently bore the remnants of large-scale battles, scorched zombie carcasses, shell craters, and the wreckage of bizarrely styled defensive structures, presumably the work of the Mad God sect. The air began to carry a faint scent reminiscent of a mix of ozone and gunpowder. Finally, after traversing a cleared buffer zone adorned with barbed wire and anti-tank obstacles, they reached the perimeter of the military district. The sight before them, even for Lin Fan and his team, who were accustomed to ruins and death, evoked profound shock. Towering walls, constructed from reinforced concrete and heavy steel plates, loomed majestically, their height far surpassing the rudimentary defenses of Eternal Night City. The walls were riddled with firing ports, searchlights, and automated weapon platforms, though some appeared to be damaged. Atop the formidable wall, soldiers clad in full military regalia, armed and vigilant, patrol with sharp gazes and unwavering discipline. Beyond the barrier lies an expanse of meticulously cleared ground, the surface even reinforced, devoid of any cover. In the distance, the vague outlines of radar antennas and missile launchers can be discerned. An atmosphere of solemnity, authority, and order prevails, presenting a stark contrast to the chaotic and desolate world outside. This is the might of a regular army. This is the Dawn base. Even the periphery exudes a reassuring strength and order. Halt! Who goes there? The sentry atop the wall, having spotted them, called out loudly, as several dark muzzles swiftly aimed in their direction. Lin Fan took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment, and stepped forward, responding with the prearranged code. Visitors from Dragon City University, at the invitation of Comrade Zhao Tizhus, here to engage with Dawn base. The soldiers on the wall, evidently alerted, meticulously verified their appearance and number. There were precisely 5, and scanned them with some device. confirming they bore no large-scale explosives or conspicuous mutations. Verification complete. Open the side door 3, commanded the sentry. The heavy steel side door, powered by hydraulics, began to open slowly, emitting a deep, resonant sound. Beyond the door lay a brightly lit, heavily guarded corridor. Lin Fan and his companions exchanged glances, each reflecting a mix of gravity and anticipation. They stepped forward, entering this passage that led to the unknown and to hope. The true dawn awaited them just beyond the threshold. Chapter 133. High walls, electric fences. And the guns aimed at us. The heavy steel side door closed slowly behind them with a resounding clang, completely isolating them from the silence and chaos of the desolate world outside. Before Lin Fan and his group unfolded a broad, brilliantly lit, and heavily fortified corridor. The walls were reinforced concrete, and overhead, a grid-like structure of reinforced glass allowed glimpses of automated weaponry stationed beyond. The LED light strips overhead emitted a cold, sterile brilliance, illuminating every inch of space with stark clarity. The air was imbued with the sense of disinfectant, machine oil, and a subtle aroma peculiar to large gatherings of people. Soldiers dressed in black combat uniforms, wielding standard-issue assault rifles, stood guard along both sides of the corridor. Their tactical helmets and goggles obscured their expressions. Yet the palpable aura of their rigorous training and battlefield refinement pressed upon them like a tangible weight. Though their rifles were not directly aimed at Lin Fan and the others, fingers rested steadily on the triggers, poised for immediate action. This mere entry corridor showcased an order and deterrence starkly different from that of the City of Eternal Night, emblematic of regular military strength. Please follow the guide, remain silent, and refrain from unnecessary movements, intoned a soldier, presumably the squad leader, his voice resonating through his mask with a metallic timbre. He gestured, and 2 soldiers stepped forward, one in front and one behind, indicating for Lin Fan and his companions to walk in between them. The 5 individuals proceeded silently along the narrow and oppressive corridor, their footsteps echoing in the vast emptiness, heightening the tension. Qin Yao's keen gaze swept over the soldiers stationed on either side, assessing their weaponry and potential sniper points overhead, swiftly evaluating the strength of the defenses and the difficulty of breaching them. The outcome caused her brows to furrow in concern over the formidable challenge ahead. Su Wanqing, on the other hand, focused more on the structure and materials of the corridor, quietly comparing them to the fortifications of Eternal Night City, her eyes revealing a hint of contemplation. Sun Xiaoming curiously examined the seemingly advanced lighting and surveillance equipment, her fingers twitching instinctively as if pondering the possibility of hacking in for a closer look. Emily maintained her graceful demeanor, yet her eyes betrayed a sense of shock. The level of organization and resource control displayed here exceeded her wildest expectations. Leading the group, Lin Fan subconsciously expanded his mental perception, only to be immediately met with an invisible barrier and oppression. It seemed that this corridor, or perhaps the entire base, was imbued with some form of interference that hampered psychic abilities, drastically compressing his perception range as if he were mired in quicksand. A chill ran down his spine. The military indeed possessed means to counteract those with extraordinary powers. At the end of the corridor stood another security gate, more complex than the entrance, equipped with various scanning functions including radiation, biological contamination, and metal detection. After a cumbersome yet efficient inspection confirmed their lack of contraband and dangerous pathogens, they were granted passage. Upon crossing the security gate, their vision expanded dramatically. They seemed to have stepped into a small world, isolated from the perpetual night outside. Above them, the once gray sky was replaced by a bright canopy simulated by numerous large LED panels, mimicking natural light. Although lacking the warmth of true sunlight, it was sufficient to dispel the gloom within their hearts. Beneath their feet lay smooth concrete, and in the distance, they could see neatly arranged barracks, warehouses, and some fortifications. Even further, a small patch of meticulously tended greenhouses, cultivating shade-tolerant crops, came into view. On the paths, soldiers in uniform marched in formation, while survivors in ordinary clothing, their expressions relatively calm, engaged in various tasks such as repairing equipment, transporting supplies, and cleaning the environment. Though the scarcity of resources and the hardships of life were still evident, the atmosphere here lacked the overwhelming panic and despair found outside. Instead, it exuded a sense of hope amidst a strict order of industriousness. Is this the Dawn base? Lin Fan mused, imagining how Tang Xiaoro, oh, she was not here. A comparison in his mind, would surely be astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief. Compared to the atmosphere of struggling for survival amidst the ruins of Eternal Night City, this place resembled a fully functional refuge for the apocalyptic era. However, before they could fully appreciate this dawn, the soldier squad guiding them suddenly halted. They now found themselves at the edge of a relatively open square, facing a three-story building that appeared to serve as a command center. Standing before the entrance of the building was a squad of soldiers, better equipped and with more steely gazes, blocking their path. At the forefront, an officer adorned with a star on his epaulets, Lin Fan vaguely recalled it to be that of a major, stood resolutely, with a tall and imposing figure. His face austere, his gaze swept across Lin Fan and his companions like a hawk surveying its territory, ultimately resting upon Lin Fan. A visitor from Dragon City University? The voice of Major Gao was not loud, yet it bore an undeniable authority. I am Gao Zhangwo, the head of security for this base. Hello, Major Gao, Lin Fan replied, maintaining a respectful demeanor. We have come at the invitation of Comrade Zhao Taizhu. Comrade Zhao Taizhu is currently engaged in another task, Gao Zhangwo stated flatly. Devoid of emotion. I will be responsible for hosting you all. Firstly, in accordance with the base's security regulations, a more in-depth risk assessment is required. As soon as he finished speaking, the squad of soldiers behind him raised their weapons. These were not ordinary assault rifles. They were peculiar firearms with thicker barrels and more complex structures, their muzzles flickering with faint blue arcs of electricity. Those gun barrels were unmistakably aimed at Lin Fan and his companions. A sudden and intense sense of crisis gripped everyone. Qin Yao instinctively began to assume a defensive posture, only to be forcibly halted by Lin Fan's glance. The chill enveloping Su Wanqing solidified, while Sun Xiaoming shrank back in fear behind Emily, who, though pale, managed to maintain her composure. Lin Fan's heart plummeted. He recognized that type of weapon. Or rather, he sensed the heart-stopping energy fluctuations emanating from the muzzles. This was the same energy residue he had observed on the wounds of the deceased soldiers. Energy weapons. The military indeed possessed them, and at this moment, they were pointed directly at them. Major Gao, what does this mean? Lin Fan forced himself to remain calm, his voice steady. We come with sincerity. Is this the hospitality of the Dawn base? Gao Zhangwo's expression was impassive. Sincerity must be backed by strength and verified. We have received intelligence indicating that there are highly unstable individuals among your team. For the safety of the tens of thousands of military personnel and civilians at this base, a risk assessment is imperative. Please cooperate. His gaze fell upon Lin Fan like a sharpened blade. The implication clear. The so-called highly unstable individual referred to him, the necromancer. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Their visit had just begun, and instead of a warm reception, they were met with cold gun barrels and a thorough examination filled with suspicion. Lin Fan gazed at the flickering energy weapons, then at Gao Zhangwo's unwaveringly stern countenance, his mind racing. Within the military, it seemed there was a lack of unity. Zhao Taizhu likely represented a faction inclined towards cooperation, while Major Gao Zhangwo appeared to embody a more conservative stance, harboring a strong distrust of individuals with abilities. This visit was bound to be more complex and perilous than anticipated. Should he submit to this so-called risk assessment, or resist forcefully, jeopardizing the fragile connection that had just been established? Lin Fan took a deep breath, meeting Gao Zhangwo's piercing gaze. How shall we be assessed? Chapter 134. The difficult camp review. How shall we be assessed? Lin Fan's voice echoed across the vast square. Beneath the calm lay suppressed anger and vigilance. The oppressive sensation emanating from those muzzles, shimmering with blue arcs, weighed heavily upon the hearts of all present. Major Gao Zhangwo appeared somewhat taken aback by Lin Fan's composure. Yet his expression remained impassive. He raised a hand, signaling the soldiers to remain calm, though their weapons remained poised. It is quite simple, he stated in a detached tone. We need to ascertain whether your abilities are manageable and whether there exists a risk of contamination or inducement. He deliberately emphasized the terms contamination and inducement, casting a pointed glance at Lin Fan, while seemingly casually surveying Sun Xiaoming and Emily. Contamination? Inducement? Qin Yao could not suppress a derisive laugh. Major Gao, we are here to seek collaboration, not to be judged as criminals. Major Gao's gaze shifted to Qin Yao, scrutinizing her with a hint of appraisal. Ms. Qin Yao, former SWAT team member and combat expert. We possess your dossier. However, in this apocalyptic world, past identities do not necessarily guarantee present loyalties or safety. He then turned his attention to Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing, Ice Elemental Ability User, Ability Assessment, B Grade, Potential Unknown. Finally, his gaze landed on Sun Xiaoming and Emily. Identified as technical talent and managers, yet still requiring scrutiny for potential risks. He appeared to possess knowledge of each individual's situation and capabilities. Although it may have only been rudimentary information, the extent of his intelligence was indeed alarming. Clearly, the military had conducted a thorough investigation prior to their arrival. Lin Fan's thoughts raced. Given the stance the other party had adopted, This so-called risk assessment was unlikely to be straightforward. It felt more like a show of force, a means to establish dominance and test their boundaries. Retreating or responding with aggression at this moment would be equally disadvantageous. Major Gao, Lin Fan spoke again, maintaining a steady tone, yet his eyes sharpened. Our abilities are awakened and honed through combat against zombies and mutated beings, aimed at protecting our companions and ensuring survival. As for contamination and inducement, I am unclear about your implications. If you refer to the kind of mind control employed by the Cult of Madness, I believe our actions in repelling the Horde and opposing them sufficiently demonstrate our stance. He paused, meeting Major Gao's scrutinizing gaze before continuing. We are amenable to necessary security checks, as it is a responsibility we owe to each other. However, an assessment conducted while being threatened by energy weapons is unacceptable. Such an approach lacks the sincerity expected in a collaboration. If the Dawn Base perceives our very existence as a threat, we can depart now, treating this encounter as if it had never occurred. A strategic retreat. Lin Fan was acutely aware that since the military had agreed to their visit and proposed terms for cooperation, it indicated they possessed intrinsic value. Ripping the facade away would be detrimental to both parties, yet he had to articulate his boundaries and stance. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Fan's final words, a barely perceptible furrow appeared on Gao Zhengwo's brow. He fell silent for a few moments, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. The atmosphere in the square had reached a palpable tension. At that moment, a somewhat urgent voice broke through from the side. Major Gao, wait. Everyone turned towards the sound to see Zhao Taizhu hastening from a small door at the side of the command center. Beads of sweat and a look of resignation on his face. He approached Major Gao, leaning in to whisper a few hurried words. Gao Zhengwo's expression shifted through various emotions before he finally raised his hand and waved it dismissively. As the soldiers wielding energy weapons observed, they gradually lowered their firearms, yet remained in a state of heightened vigilance. Comrade Zhao, your arrival is most timely, Gao Zhengwo remarked, his tone softening slightly, though still retaining an air of official formality. Since you are our esteemed guest at the invitation of your department, the subsequent reception and preliminary assessment shall be under your full jurisdiction. However, we must not relax our security protocols. All necessary procedures must be duly followed. With that, he cast a penetrating glance at Lin Fan, refrained from further words, and turned to lead the elite squad away. The oppressive atmosphere lightened somewhat with Gao Zhengwo's departure, yet the doubts in the hearts of the gathered grew even deeper. Clearly, there existed significant divisions within the military. Zhao Taizhu wiped the sweat from his brow and approached Lin Fan, an expression of apology and fatigue upon his face. Lord Lin, esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize. Major Gao oversees the base's security and is understandably cautious. I hope you can comprehend this. Caution is indeed commendable. Lin Fan acknowledged with a nod, though he hoped such prudence would not hinder their forthcoming discussions. Of course, Zhao Taizhu hastily assured them. I shall take charge of your reception from this point forward. Please accompany me to obtain your temporary passes and undergo basic health checks and information registration. This is standard procedure, and your cooperation is greatly appreciated. The so-called assessment now sounded considerably more routine. Lin Fan glanced at his companions, observing their slight nods. Before responding to Zhao Taizhu, very well, we shall cooperate. Under Zhao Taizhu's guidance, they arrived at a building marked as the Reception and Quarantine Center. Although the process remained cumbersome, collecting blood samples, scanning physical data, registering personal information and limited ability summaries, and signing a temporary code of conduct agreement. At least they were no longer under the threat of energy weapons, and the staff maintained a relatively professional and courteous demeanor. During this time, Lin Fan sought to extract some insights from Zhao Taizhu. Comrade Zhao, it seems Major Gao holds certain views regarding the superpowered individuals? With a sigh, Zhao Taizhu replied in a hushed tone, Major Gao is an old-school soldier, one who places greater faith in steel and discipline. It is entirely normal for him to harbor doubts about powers that transcend conventional understanding. Moreover, there have indeed been some unfortunate incidents at the base involving out-of-control superpowered individuals or confirmed infiltrators from other factions. He vaguely alluded to the unpleasant occurrences and external influences. Yet Lin Fan astutely seized upon the critical information. Within the military, not only were there divergences regarding superpowered individuals, but it was highly probable that they had already been infiltrated. Was it the cult of the Mad God, or that enigmatic Genesis faction? This revelation afforded him a clearer understanding of the internal dynamics at the Dawn Base. It was not a bastion of purity, but rather a realm rife with undercurrents and peril. After nearly 2 hours of bureaucracy, all formalities were finally completed. Each individual received a temporary identity wristband embedded with a chip, their access confined to limited public areas and designated accommodation zones. Well then, esteemed guests, I extend a warm welcome to you at Dawn Base. Zhao Taiju offered a semblance of a relaxed smile. I will now escort you to your temporary lodgings to settle in and rest. In the afternoon, we will arrange for you to engage in preliminary discussions with our heads of the technical and logistics departments. The arduous process of entry examination had finally reached a conclusion. Lin Fan and his companions followed Zhao Taiju through the relatively spacious areas of the base, observing the orderly facilities and the comparatively stable survivors. Their hearts filled with myriad emotions. This place possessed an order, technology, and resources beyond their reach, yet it also harbored complexities and dangers they had yet to fully comprehend. This visit was destined to be anything but tranquil. They had to tread carefully, striving to secure the cooperation and support they desired while safeguarding both themselves and the secrets of Eternal Night City. The true contest, perhaps, was only just beginning. Chapter 135. Meeting Commander Zhao Weiguo. Their temporary residence was a row of simple prefabricated houses located in the living area of the base. Although modestly furnished, it was clean and tidy, equipped with independent beds and basic lighting and heating facilities. For Lin Fan and his companions, who were accustomed to ruins and cramped quarters, this was nothing short of luxurious. After a brief respite, Zhao Taiju arrived punctually, leading them to the command center for the pivotal meeting with the highest commander of the Dawn Base. Navigating through layers of sentries and identity verifications, they finally reached a conference room on the top floor of the command center. The room was modest in size, simply arranged with a rectangular table and several chairs. On the walls hung a large map of Long City, marked with various symbols and regions, alongside a structural diagram of the base itself. An elderly man with graying hair and a vigorous demeanor, adorned with 2 stars on his epaulets, stood before the map, intently studying it. Though not particularly tall, his posture exuded an aura of quiet authority. Upon hearing their footsteps, he slowly turned, his gaze calm yet profound, as if capable of seeing into one's soul. Zhao Taiju immediately stood at attention and saluted. Report, Commander. The Long City University visiting team has arrived. The elder, Commander Zhao Weiguo of the Dawn Base, nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Lin Fan and his companions, revealing a faint smile tinged with scrutiny. Welcome, everyone, to the Dawn Base. I am Zhao Weiguo. His voice was steady and powerful, imbued with the calmness of one accustomed to high office. You must be weary from your journey. Please, take a seat. Everyone complied, seating themselves on one side of the long table, while Zhao Weiguo took the principal position, with Zhao Taiju standing by. First and foremost, on behalf of the Dawn Base, I extend my gratitude for the intelligence you provided regarding the mutated insect swarm and the movements of the Mad God cult. It is of great value to us. Zhao Weiguo stated straightforwardly, his tone sincere. Commander Zhao is being too modest. It is merely mutual assistance. Lin Fan responded with measured humility. Zhao Weiguo nodded, his gaze settling on Lin Fan. Mayor Lin, you are indeed a remarkable young man. Establishing a foothold in the area surrounding Long City University and developing it to its current scale is no small feat, especially considering your unique ability to control zombies, which is unprecedented. The topic had swiftly veered into the most sensitive territory. Lin Fan felt a shiver of apprehension, aware that the true test was at hand. Maintaining his composure, he replied calmly, the fortunate awakening of my abilities is solely for survival in dire circumstances. Compared to your regular army's disciplined steel torrent, we are but trifling skirmishers. Do not be overly modest, Zhao Weiguo interjected, waving his hand. In this apocalyptic world, any power that enhances the chances of survival is worthy of attention. Our military is not merely bound by tradition. We are willing to open our doors to reliable friends and valuable abilities. He shifted the tone of his voice, adopting a slightly serious demeanor. However, I believe that Major Gao's previous actions may have raised some doubts among you. I would like to take this opportunity to apologize on his behalf. As the base is in its nascent stages, beset by both internal and external challenges, safety concerns take precedence, which may have led to some excessive reactions. I ask for your understanding. This statement was impeccably articulated, conveying both an apology and an explanation, while subtly hinting at the predicaments faced by the base. Commander Zhao, you are being overly cautious, and rightly so, Lin Fan responded, echoing his sentiments. Understanding is all that is required. Zhao Weiguo's smile deepened, becoming more genuine. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. We can provide a portion of the weapons, medicines, and technical documents you require. In exchange, aside from the previously agreed-upon monitoring of Genesis and restraining the Mad God cult, I hope we can establish a more profound intelligence-sharing mechanism. Your location in the city center likely grants you access to information that is more immediate and relevant than ours. That is indeed the case, Lin Fan nodded in agreement. recognizing the mutual benefits of intelligence sharing. Furthermore, Zhao Weiguo leaned slightly forward, his gaze intense as he regarded Lin Fan. Regarding your abilities, our research department is quite interested. Of course, we respect personal agency and would never impose any coercive studies. However, should Lord Lin be willing to cooperate in some non-invasive testing and data collection? To help us better understand the principles and potential of these extraordinary powers, we could offer additional compensation, such as advanced individual equipment or insights into the development and control of such abilities. As anticipated, the military demonstrated considerable interest in Lin Fan's capabilities. He weighed his options quickly. A complete refusal might incite dissatisfaction or suspicion, yet total compliance could expose his strengths and vulnerabilities. He needed to strike a balance. I am open to the testing, Lin Fan deliberated carefully, but it must be restricted to basic data collection and non-harmful stimulus tests. The specific testing items and procedures must receive my approval, and I must retain the right to access all testing data and results, ensuring they are not disclosed to third parties. That is entirely reasonable, Zhao Weiguo readily agreed. The specifics can be arranged with Taizhu, who will connect you with our research department. Subsequently, both parties engaged in thorough discussions regarding the inventory exchange list, quantities, the frequency and methodology of intelligence sharing, as well as strategies to counter the Mad God cult. Emily showcased remarkable aptitude during the negotiations, advocating vigorously to secure as many benefits as possible for the city of Eternal Night. Su Wanqing and Sun Xiaoming displayed keen interest in the technical details and management models disclosed by the military, frequently posing questions. Qin Yao remained mostly silent. Yet her sharp gaze continuously assessed Zhao Weiguo and Zhao Taizhu, evaluating their trustworthiness. The entire meeting lasted nearly 3 hours, and the atmosphere remained generally cordial. Zhao Weiguo demonstrated the qualities of a competent leader, both assertive and pragmatic, expressing a genuine willingness to cooperate while firmly maintaining the initiative. As the meeting concluded, Zhao Weiguo stood and personally escorted Lin Fan and the others to the door of the conference room. May this collaboration mark a promising beginning. Zhao Weiguo grasped Lin Fan's hand, his tone solemn. In these trying times, humanity must unite. The Dawn Base is willing to serve as your steadfast support, but we hope you will also demonstrate corresponding value and loyalty. He slightly emphasized the last 2 words. We will, Lin Fan replied calmly. As they departed the command center, accompanied by Zhao Taizhu on their way to the cafeteria, the 5 individuals were each lost in their thoughts. This Commander Zhao is no ordinary man, Qin Yao whispered. Though he appeared amiable, every word he spoke carried profound significance. He places great importance on Lin Fan's capabilities, analyzed Su Wanqing. This so-called test is likely driven by more than mere curiosity. Yet, we genuinely require their resources and technology, rationally stated Emily. The outcome of this meeting leans more in our favor than against. Sun Xiaoming, brimming with excitement, contemplated the imminent acquisition of technical data. Lin Fan remained silent, reflecting on Zhao Weiguo's final remark. Loyalty? To whom is he loyal? To the Dawn Base? To humanity as a whole? Or is this merely a test in itself? He gazed up at the orderly yet subtly fierce scene beneath the simulated sky of the base, fully aware that the path to collaboration with the military would not be smooth sailing. They had obtained the necessary stepping stone. Yet to truly integrate or engage in equitable dialogue, they must demonstrate an undeniable strength that compels respect. The first step would be to successfully complete the so-called capability test, satisfying their curiosity while concealing their true cards. This demanded exceptional skill and a keen sense of measure. The first day of their visit concluded amidst this superficially harmonious, yet internally turbulent dialogue. The true challenges would likely commence the following day. Chapter 136, Intelligence Exchange. We know too little. The cafeteria at the Dawn Base was spacious and bright. Although the food remained rationed, a serving of synthetic protein, compressed vegetables, and a small portion of rice porridge, accompanied by a small energy bar, it was a considerable improvement compared to the frequent scarcity experienced in the city of Eternal Night. More importantly, the atmosphere here was relatively serene, devoid of the constant tension of fearing zombie or mutant attacks. During the meal, Zhao Taizhu sat beside them, his demeanor noticeably warmer than before, clearly influenced by the highest commander's attitude. Mayor Lin, everyone, what are your initial impressions of the base? Zhao Taizhu inquired with a smile, attempting to enliven the mood. Well-ordered and impressive, Lin Fan remarked candidly, scooping a spoonful of the synthetic food. The taste was far from delightful, but it provided sufficient energy and nutrition. Indeed, this has all been earned through the blood and sweat of Commander Zhao and countless soldiers, Zhao Taizhu reflected, his tone imbued with genuine admiration. When the apocalypse first erupted, the chaos and devastation were 100-fold worse than now. It was Commander Zhao who resolutely gathered the remnants and established a defensive line, step by step transforming this area into the Dawn base we see today. He paused, lowering his voice. Thus, those old-school military men, including Major Gao, are particularly sensitive to any factors that may disrupt this hard-won order. I hope you all can understand. This statement served both as an explanation and a caution. Lin Fan nodded in understanding and casually inquired, Comrade Zhao. I previously heard both Commander Zhao and Major Gao mention some unpleasant occurrences at the base, seemingly related to psychics. Would it be convenient for you to disclose a few details? It would help us learn from past mistakes. The question was somewhat sensitive. Zhao Taizhu hesitated for a moment, glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention, then sighed and spoke in a low voice. It isn't much of a secret, really. In the early days of the base, we sheltered numerous survivors, including several psychics. Initially, the cooperation was excellent, but later, one of the telepaths was confirmed to be an infiltrator sent by the cult of the Mad God, nearly inciting a large-scale riot and destruction within the base. Another, possessing enhanced strength, lost control, resulting in significant casualties. His voice carried a hint of lingering fear and gravity. Since then, the base has implemented extremely stringent scrutiny and control over psychics, especially for someone with your unique and formidable abilities, like Lord Lin. Major Gao will naturally exercise even greater caution. Indeed, Lin Fan understood the implications. With prior incidents of infiltration and loss of control, the military's distrust of psychics was deeply rooted. What about the Genesis organization? Su Wanqing interjected at an opportune moment, posing another pivotal question, as Commander Zhao appeared to harbor considerable trepidation towards them. Upon mentioning Genesis, Zhao Tieju's expression grew even more somber. He instinctively glanced around once more, as if the name itself bore a certain curse. What we know about Genesis is quite limited, but every fragment of information is unsettling. His voice dropped even lower. We suspect that the outbreak of the Black Rain may be linked to them. The technology they possess surpasses our comprehension. We have had reconnaissance teams that went missing during remote missions. The last sporadic signals they transmitted mentioned incomprehensible creations, energy weapons, and terms like selection and evolution. A flicker of fear flashed in his eyes. We are even uncertain whether Genesis is an organization or some form of a higher existence. Commander Zhao has classified them as a paramount threat, ordering all units to prioritize avoidance of any related signs and to refrain from contact unless absolutely necessary. Lin Fan exchanged glances with the others, each reflecting shock in their eyes. The military's limited and fearful understanding of Genesis indeed underscored the organization's perilous nature. It seems we are contending with increasingly troublesome adversaries, Qin Yao summarized, her tone steely. Indeed, Zhao Taizhu nodded in agreement. Which is why Commander Zhao hopes to collaborate with you. Your activities in the city center provide more direct information sources, possibly uncovering details we might overlook. Furthermore, your ability to restrain the cult of the Mad God would significantly alleviate our pressure. At this moment, an invisible exchange of intelligence occurred. Zhao Tieju's revelations regarding the military's stance on psychics and their fear of Genesis were invaluable pieces of information. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and his team demonstrated their awareness and analytical capabilities through their inquiries. Just then, Sun Xiaoming seemed to recall something. Retrieving her portable tablet, which had been approved by the military, and pulling up some data. Comrade Zhao, during our journey, we encountered some peculiar sources of signal interference, primarily concentrated in the direction of the Hunan River Industrial Zone and near the Xini district to the west of the city. This is the signal characteristic spectrum. I wonder if your technical department has any relevant records? She pushed the tablet forward. This was secretly recorded by Sun Xiaoming during our transit, pertaining to potential activities of the Mad God cult and the residual characteristics of the previously eliminated signals. Zhao Taizhu took the tablet, scrutinizing the spectrum, his brow gradually furrowing. The signal pattern from the Hunan River closely resembles the interference features we've detected in the primary area of the Mad God cult. It appears their reach is indeed extending towards the northern bank. As for the signals from the western city, he pointed to a faint signal residue on the spectrum, marked by specific frequency fluctuations, his expression changing slightly. This signal characteristic is unfamiliar, yet it evokes an indescribable sense of eeriness. I need to take this information back for analysis by the technical department. Where exactly did you capture this? Sun Xiaoming provided the approximate coordinates. Zhao Taizhu noted it down, his demeanor serious. Thank you for providing this information. The situation in the western city is quite complex. Our previously dispatched reconnaissance team suffered significant losses, and it is said that new, extremely dangerous mutations have emerged, possibly indicating signs of creation activities. Should you need to venture there in the future, exercise utmost caution. New dangerous mutations? Signs of creation activities? The situation in the western city appears to be even more chaotic and perilous than anticipated. This seemingly simple lunch inadvertently facilitated a profound exchange of intelligence. Lin Fan and his companions gained a clearer understanding of the military's internal dilemmas and external threats, while the military acquired new and potentially significant signal intelligence through them. Both parties recognized that the other possessed information unknown to themselves. The sentiment of knowing too little may be a common lament among all survivor factions in this apocalyptic world. Cooperation is essential to bridge this informational gap and collectively confront the unfathomable darkness. After lunch, Zhao Taizhu arranged for them to engage in preliminary discussions with the logistics and technical departments in the afternoon. Lin Fan understood that the true test of his abilities was imminent. He must utilize the information obtained earlier to better navigate the nuances of the forthcoming assessment. In this game concerning survival and the future, every piece of intelligence could become a pivotal bargaining chip. Chapter 137. The first hearing of the creation organization. The discussions with the logistics and technical departments took place in another building within the base. The atmosphere considerably more relaxed and pragmatic compared to the prior meeting with the senior officials. The logistics minister, a competent middle-aged woman named Wang, meticulously reviewed and negotiated the supply list proposed by Emily. The final confirmed batch of support supplies included 50 standard assault rifles, with a limited amount of ammunition, a batch of military rations and first aid medicines, some fuel, and several types of crop seeds that Emily had longed for. While the quantities were not vast, they were sufficient to alleviate the immediate needs of Eternal Night City. In exchange, Eternal Night City was required to provide more detailed information regarding resource points within the urban area, particularly those not occupied by large mutations, and to commit to regular reports on the movements of the Mad God cult. The head of the technical department is an old researcher named Chun, who wears thick glasses and appears rather disheveled. He displayed immense interest in the gadgets crafted by Sun Xiaoming, and the two engaged in a fervent discussion about radio encryption, signal tracking, and methods of harnessing basic energy. Researcher Chun readily provided Sun Xiaoming with a copy of the previously promised technical documentation concerning the principles of rudimentary energy weapons and the fundamentals of enhanced alloys. And he extended an invitation for her to tour the base's non-core laboratories. Su Wanqing, on the other hand, focused on the design of the base's defense systems and energy supply, engaging in fruitful conversations with the officers responsible for those projects. The entire afternoon was spent in enriching and efficient exchanges. When the discussions concluded, Zhao Taizhu reappeared, prepared to escort them to dinner, though his expression appeared somewhat grave. Mayor Lin, there is a situation that requires your attention, Zhao Taizhu said, pulling Lin Fan aside and speaking in a low voice. The technical department has analyzed the anomalous signal remnants you provided from the west of the city. Their preliminary assessment suggests that the encryption method and energy fluctuation characteristics bear slight similarities to several recorded signal events that were suspected to be related to the Genesis organization. Genesis. Lin Fan felt a chill run down his spine. Are there indeed signs of Genesis activity in the west of the city? It's not entirely certain yet. The similarity is not high, and it could merely be a coincidence or some unknown interference, Zhao Taizhu replied cautiously. However, considering the heavy losses our reconnaissance team suffered from an unidentified attack in the west, it is evident that there is a substantial risk. Commander Zhao has ordered an enhancement of surveillance in the western direction and has cautioned all outgoing teams to steer clear of that area. He looked at Lin Fan, solemnly reminding him, though Launching University is situated slightly to the east, it is not too far from the west of the city. Please remain vigilant. If you encounter any incomprehensible anomalies or face insurmountable foes, do not hesitate to retreat immediately and alert us via the communicator. Lin Fan nodded gravely. The situation in the west of the city was far more treacherous than he had anticipated. The shadow of the enigmatic organization, Genesis, seemed to be quietly encroaching in various ways. After dinner, Zhao Taizhu arranged for them to return to their temporary quarters and informed them that Lin Fan's ability test would take place the following morning at the base's Special Abilities Research and Evaluation Center. As night fell, with the simulated sky adjusting to a nocturnal mode, the base remained brightly lit, and the silhouettes of patrols passed by outside the windows. Inside the temporary housing, the five gathered once again. It seems our previous assessment was correct, Su Wanqing spoke first, her tone cool. The existence of Genesis is indeed real, and its level of threat is so considerable that even the military feels challenged and fearful. In the west of the city, Qin Yao crossed her arms, her brow furrowed. Zhao Hu and the others escaped from there, mentioning giant spiders and strange individuals capable of controlling zombies. What has that area transformed into now? Especially with the suspected Genesis signal? Regardless of its current state, we must not provoke it in the short term, Emily rationally analyzed. Our immediate priority is to leverage military support to resolve our own survival and development issues. We must strengthen ourselves before we are qualified to explore those unknown dangers. Sun Xiaoming fiddled with the newly acquired technical data storage device, her delicate features betraying a blend of excitement and apprehension. The military's technological prowess was indeed formidable. Yet these materials merely scratched the surface. The advancements possessed by the Genesis organization were likely light years ahead. Lin Fan listened silently to his companion's discussions, his fingers unconsciously drumming on the table. The sheer volume of information acquired today was immense, necessitating thorough digestion. The military's wariness towards the superpowered individuals, coupled with the unknown terror of Genesis and the latent risks in the western part of the city, loomed over them like a tightening net. Tomorrow's ability assessment represented a significant internal test. He needed to showcase a measure of value while safeguarding his core secrets. I am well aware of the testing. Lin Fan finally spoke, shattering the silence. There's no need for concern regarding Genesis and the Western District. We shall classify them as the highest taboo for now, avoiding any engagement. Our primary focus should be to capitalize on this visit, extracting as many resources, technologies, and experiences from the military as possible. He turned to Emily. Please double-check the inventory list and hand over details to ensure everything is flawless. Then, he addressed Su Wanqing and Sun Xiaoming. The insights regarding defense systems and technologies must be swiftly assimilated and applied upon our return. Finally, he looked at Qin Yao. The base's security and training cannot be relaxed, especially concerning potential mental control and infiltration. We must maintain the utmost vigilance. The group nodded in unison, each clarifying their respective tasks. A glimmer of insight flashed in Lin Fan's eyes when he thought of the high-ranking major. He represented the conservative faction within the military. We need not seek their favor, but neither should we provoke unnecessary conflict. Let our actions and values demonstrate our worthiness for collaboration rather than as a threat. Once arrangements were made, everyone took their leave to rest, preparing for the trials of the morrow. Lin Fan lay in bed, yet sleep eluded him. He gazed at the ceiling, which simulated a sparse starlit sky, his mind racing with thoughts. The very name of the Genesis organization carried an unsettling arrogance. What were their true intentions? Was the Black Rain genuinely linked to them? What hidden truths lay behind the vague records in the military database? He understood that with their current strength, probing into Genesis was akin to striking a stone with an egg. However, as the shadows of this organization began to encroach upon their surroundings, mere evasion would not suffice as a long-term strategy. He required greater power, not solely personal capability, but the collective strength of the entire Eternal Night City. Tomorrow's test might present an opportunity to showcase their prowess and secure additional resources. He closed his eyes, delving within himself, feeling the tide of energy surging, yet firmly constrained by his will. Controlling zombies and even hellhounds was merely the tip of the iceberg of his capabilities. Through countless life and death struggles and mental exhaustion, he sensed that deep within this power lay even more unknown potential. However, for now, these possibilities must remain concealed. On this seemingly bright, yet tumultuous land of Dawn Base, he must tread carefully with each step. The name Genesis lingered in his mind like a brand, indelibly etched into his very soul. Upon first hearing, it did not bring answers, but rather an abundance of deeper inquiries, accompanied by a weighty pressure that compelled him to continuously grow stronger. The night was still long, and true dawn appeared to be as elusive as ever. Chapter 138. The faction struggles within the military district the following morning, accompanied by Zhao Taizhu. Lin Fan arrived at the heart of the base, where the Special Abilities Research and Assessment Center was ensconced in heightened security. This was an independent, square edifice, entirely cloaked in a silvery gray hue, requiring both iris and DNA verification at its entrance. They were greeted by the head of the research center, Dr. Chun, who appeared to be in his 50s, his hair meticulously groomed and adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles. His expression was grave, his eyes alight with the distinctive curiosity of a scientific investigator, yet it bore a purer inquisitiveness towards the unknown rather than the cold scrutiny of Gao Zhengguo. Mayor Lin. Welcome to the research center, Dr. Chen said, shaking Lin Fan's hand with a measured grip. Rest assured, all our tests adhere to principles of voluntariness and non-harm, aimed solely at data collection and deepening understanding, with no malice intended. His demeanor provided Lin Fan with a modicum of ease, at least on the surface. The research department exhibited a willingness to collaborate. The testing took place in a spacious observation room brimming with various sensors and cameras. Su Wanqing, Qin Yao, and others were permitted to observe from an adjacent room through one-way glass, while Zhao Taizhu and Dr. Chun accompanied Lin Fan in the testing chamber. The initial tests were relatively straightforward. Dr. Chun had prepared several targets in different states. Phase 1. Basic Control Ability Test. The first target consisted of 3 ordinary zombies, confined within specially reinforced glass cages, howling and incessantly battering the walls. Mayor Lin, please attempt to control them and execute simple commands, such as stay still, turn, and move, Dr. Chun instructed calmly while holding a clipboard. This task proved effortless for Lin Fan. With a subtle mental gesture, his psychic energy entwined around the 3 zombies. Instantly, they ceased their howling and thrashing, as if a pause button had been pressed, and under his command, they rigidly turned and shuffled a few steps along the edge of the cage. In the observation room, various sensor data flickered rapidly. A glimmer of astonishment crossed Dr. Chun's eyes as he whispered to his assistant, "The control speed is remarkably swift, with almost no delay. The psychic fluctuations are stable, and the energy expenditure is lower than anticipated." Phase 2. Control Precision and Complexity Test. The second target involved 2 separately confined, frenzied mutated dogs, which were significantly more challenging to control than ordinary zombies, exhibiting stronger mental resistance. Lin Fan concentrated slightly, amplifying his output. Gradually, the dog's frenzy subsided. Though they continued to snarl, they ultimately complied with Lin Fan's commands to sit and lie down. The target's mental resistance was rated at level B, while control stability was at level A. The assistant recorded the data swiftly. Dr. Chun's gaze towards Lin Fan grew more fervent. "Excellent. Now, Mayor Lin, could you attempt to command one to attack the other?" This instruction caused Lin Fan to furrow his brow slightly, yet he complied. Under his manipulation, a mutated dog reluctantly lunged at another, and the 2 engaged in a struggle that was markedly rigid, lacking the fluid ferocity of their autonomous attacks. The execution of the coordinated attack commands displayed clear signs of control, with their autonomy significantly suppressed. Dr. Chun recorded and analyzed the situation, concluding that this form of control leaned more towards oversight and command dominance rather than true taming. In the third phase, testing the limits of capability and load, the subjects were replaced with 10 ordinary zombies, each confined in adjacent cages. Dr. Chun instructed Lin Fan to control them simultaneously and execute various complex commands, such as having 5 of them spin in place while the other 5 slapped the cage walls. Lin Fan took a deep breath, his mental energy expanding like ripples, connecting with all 10 targets. He felt a slight pressure in his brain, yet it remained within manageable limits. The 10 zombies began to perform their respective, somewhat comical actions, simultaneously controlling 10 units while executing differentiated commands significantly increased his mental load, yet it still stayed within a stable threshold. Dr. Chun, with a hint of excitement in his voice, asked, "Lin, what is the upper limit of your abilities? Or rather, how much precision can you maintain while controlling such a number of units?" This question touched upon Lin Fan's core secret. He pondered for a moment, deciding to reveal a portion while retaining some ambiguity. In his current state, the precise control of around 20 ordinary units was his limit. If merely issuing simple movement commands, the number could double, albeit at a considerable loss of precision. Furthermore, the energy expenditure for controlling mutated entities far exceeded that of ordinary zombies. Lin Fan provided a figure that was close to the truth, but slightly below his actual capabilities. Dr. Chun quickly computed the implications of controlling 20 units with precise commands and doubling the simpler ones. This was an astonishing quantity and quality, far surpassing any previously recorded psychic controllers. His gaze towards Lin Fan was akin to that of a connoisseur beholding a rare treasure. However, just as the test appeared to be proceeding smoothly, the door to the observation room swung open, and Major Gao Jiangwo entered with 2 aides, his expression devoid of emotion. The atmosphere in the testing room instantly tensed. "Major Gao, what brings you here?" Dr. Chin's tone held a note of displeasure, clearly unhappy to be interrupted. "Routine inspection," Gao Jiangwo replied, his eyes scanning the room filled with zombies and mutated dogs executing commands, finally resting on Lin Fan. "What are the results of the test?" Despite his dissatisfaction, Dr. Chin briefly reported the preliminary data. Upon hearing this, Gao Jiangwo offered no comment but instead made a request, "Dr. Chun, to comprehensively assess the risks, I suggest we include an interference resistance test." "An interference resistance test?" Dr. Chin frowned, noting that this was not part of the original plan. "Plans are static, but people are dynamic," Gao Jiangwo asserted firmly. "We need to know how stable the control link remains when Lin is managing these units if they encounter external psychic interference or a strong attack. This is crucial for the safety of the base." His reasoning was compelling, making it difficult to refuse outright. Lin Fan, inwardly scoffing, recognized this as yet another test, or rather, a provocation from Gao Jiangwo. Dr. Chin cast a glance at Lin Fan, silently inquiring for his opinion. Lin Fan, Maintaining his composure, nodded in agreement. Very well. He was intrigued to witness the military's interference methods firsthand. The testing venue was relocated to a more spacious room, its walls adorned with sound-absorbing materials. Lin Fan was tasked with simultaneously controlling 5 zombies and 2 mutated dogs. In each corner of the room, several uniquely designed metal devices rose, their tips emanating a faint white glow. These were low-intensity wide-area mental disruptors. Dr. Chen elucidated, "We will gradually increase the intensity of the interference. I ask that Lord Lin exert his utmost effort to maintain control." "Commence," ordered Gao Zhangwo decisively. With the activation of the disruptors, a subtle yet persistent mental static began to infiltrate Lin Fan's perception. Initially, the effect on him was minimal, and his control remained stable. However, as the interference intensity gradually escalated, Lin Fan sensed that sustaining the control link demanded an increasing amount of mental energy, akin to rowing upstream against a relentless current. The movements of the 5 zombies began to exhibit slight delays and uncontrollable tremors, while the 2 mutated dogs once again displayed signs of frenzied agitation. "Interference intensity has reached level 3, reported an assistant. Lin Fan felt as though countless fine needles were piercing his brain, and the control link teetered precariously. He was compelled to concentrate all his mental faculties, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. In the observation room, Qin Yao and the others clenched their fists, their faces etched with concern. Su Wanqing regarded Gao Zhangwo with a frigid glare. Gao Zhangwo's expression remained impassive, yet a glimmer of anticipated understanding flickered in his gaze. Just as the interference intensity was on the verge of escalating to level 4, Lin Fan felt himself nearing his limit, even contemplating whether to feign a loss of control when an unexpected phenomenon transpired. The latent power within him seemed to be provoked by the external mental pressure, surging forth autonomously. An even more refined and formidable invisible force field radiated from him, not to combat the interference, but rather to assertively stabilize and reinforce the fraying control links like a sovereign. The previously trembling and delayed zombies and mutated dogs instantaneously regained their stability, even exhibiting greater docility than before the interference. "What?" Dr. Chen suddenly turned to the data screen, incredulity etching his features. "The control stability index has risen despite interference intensity reaching level 35. How is this possible?" Gao Zhangwo's pupils constricted, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Fan, who stood unwavering as a mountain. Lin Fan himself was taken aback, yet he quickly recognized this as an instinctive response from that latent power. He promptly reined in his focus, suppressing that force, allowing a hint of fatigue and strain to grace his countenance. "I apologize, I'm nearing my limit," he gasped. Dr. Chen immediately halted the test and deactivated the disruptors. An enveloping silence fell over the room. All eyes turned to Lin Fan, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. Dr. Chen wore an expression of pure astonishment and inquisitiveness, while Gao Zhangwo's demeanor was steeped in deep apprehension, tinged with a hint of malevolence. Zhao Taizhu hastily interjected to ease the tension. "Lord Lin, you have worked hard. The test data is invaluable. Let us take a moment to rest." Thus, the preliminary capability assessment concluded amidst this unforeseen twist and the deeper mysteries that loomed ahead. Lin Fan demonstrated his remarkable and unique abilities, yet simultaneously revealed, or rather, was compelled to showcase, a deeper potential. Gao Zhangwo's deliberate obstructions not only failed to achieve their intended purpose, but seemingly validated the unfathomable depths of Lin Fan's capabilities. Within the confines of the military district, the internal faction strife became sharply evident in this modest testing room. Lin Fan understood that every step he took within the Dawn base necessitated heightened caution. Furthermore, the instinctive urge to protect his own had ignited a stronger desire within him to explore his secrets. Chapter 139. The deal concluded. Resources for technology. The assessment of capabilities concluded amidst a subtle yet tense atmosphere. Dr. Chen gazed at Lin Fan with a fervor akin to that of a discoverer unveiling a new continent, repeatedly uttering phrases of incredulity, emphasizing the need for further research. In stark contrast, Gao Zhangwo departed with a darkened expression, leaving in silence alongside his aide, yet not before casting a lingering glance that conveyed his unresolved wariness and hostility towards Lin Fan. Zhao Taizhu swiftly intervened to ease the tension, escorting Lin Fan back to his temporary quarters for rest, while indicating that the analysis of the test data would require time and that subsequent arrangements would be communicated later. Upon returning to the barracks, Su Wanqing and others immediately surrounded him. "Are you all right?" Qin Yao scrutinized Lin Fan with a tone laced with concern. "I'm fine. Just a bit mentally drained," Lin Fan replied, shaking his head as he sank into a chair, massaging his still throbbing temples. The last surge of power, while it had helped him stabilize the situation, had also taken a significant toll, instilling a hint of doubt regarding his control over his own state. Gao Zhangwo is clearly trying to make things difficult, Sun Xiaoming exclaimed, her cheeks puffed with indignation. If it weren't for your prowess, we might have fallen into his trap. The divisions within the military are even more severe than we imagined, Su Wanqing calmly assessed. The research department, represented by Dr. Chun, places greater emphasis on the value and research significance of abilities, whereas the security department, led by Gao Zhangwo, perceives any unstable element as a threat. Commander Zhao seems to strive for a balance, but leans towards pragmatism. Emily nodded in agreement. Thus, our collaboration with the military must be founded on the principles of value and controllability. We must consistently prove our worth while appearing manageable, at least in their eyes. After resting for a brief moment and feeling somewhat rejuvenated, Lin Fan turned to Emily. Have we finalized the resource list with the logistics department? Essentially confirmed, Emily replied. Retrieving her tablet to display the final version of the list, 50 Type 95 automatic rifles, accompanied by 5 standard ammunition sets, one set approximately containing 300 rounds. 3 months' worth of standard military rations for 100 individuals, a batch of antibiotics, painkillers, and battlefield first aid kits, 500 liters of diesel, and several varieties of shade-tolerant crop seeds that we desperately need, potatoes, mushrooms, and certain fast-growing vegetables. This is the largest share we could negotiate. And the cost? Lin Fan inquired. We must provide detailed locations and information for at least 5 medium to small resource points, such as community convenience stores, small pharmacies, and hardware stores, unoccupied by large mutant entities or hostile forces within 3 months. Additionally, we are required to supply valid intelligence on the movements of the cult of the Mad God or changes in their peripheral strongholds at least twice a month. Furthermore, when called upon by the military, we should cooperate with their containment actions against the cult, within our means, and without endangering our fundamental safety. Emily recited the conditions. Lin Fan pondered for a moment before nodding. Though these conditions carried some risk, they remained within an acceptable range. The information regarding resource points could be gradually gathered through zombie reconnaissance, as intelligence work was inherently part of their responsibilities. As for cooperation and containment, it could be assessed based on the circumstances, allowing them to retain a degree of control. What about the technical data? Lin Fan inquired, looking towards Sun Xiaoming. I've acquired it, Sun Xiaoming exclaimed excitedly, shaking the storage drive in her hand. It contains schematic diagrams and some manufacturing processes for basic energy weapons, such as stun guns and low-frequency sonic dispersers, along with foundational information on smelting several high-strength lightweight alloys. Although merely entry-level, it was an invaluable boon for us. Additionally, I obtained network structure diagrams and communication protocols for non-core areas of the base, which Dr. Chin indicated would facilitate our future communications. She recounted her findings with evident enthusiasm, clearly having achieved significant results. Su Wanqing added, regarding defense systems, I've secured some valuable materials on composite armor, the arrangement of early warning sensors, and energy redundancy designs. Excellent. Lin Fan finally broke into a faint smile. The core objectives of this visit had largely been achieved. With the intelligence they possessed and the promise of future collaboration, they had procured urgently needed supplies and invaluable technology. This transaction was far from a loss. When can we receive the supplies in return? Qin Yao posed the most critical question, her instincts telling her that the internal dynamics of the base were fraught with tension, making it unwise to linger. Just as Lin Fan was about to respond, Zhao Taizhu knocked and entered, wearing a smile. Lord Lin, everyone, good news. Commander Zhao has approved the supply requisition. The materials you require are currently being loaded. If all goes well, the handover can be completed by tomorrow morning. I will arrange for vehicles to escort you out of the base to a relatively safe area. The efficiency was surprisingly swift. Furthermore, Zhao Taizhu turned to Lin Fan, his tone taking on a slightly negotiable quality. Dr. Chun is very interested in your capabilities, Lord Lin, and hopes you could stay for an additional day to facilitate some deeper exchanges. Of course, this is entirely voluntary, and we could provide an extra batch of, shall we say, consulting fees, including some specially made combat rations and high-energy supplements from our base. More research. Lin Fan understood immediately. Dr. Chun, or rather, the faction he represented, clearly did not wish to miss the opportunity to study this rare specimen. Before Lin Fan could respond, Qin Yao coldly interjected, there's no need. The base is busy, and we must return promptly. Su Wanqing also spoke in a calm tone. The capability assessment has been completed, and you have collected the data. Further study is unnecessary. A hint of embarrassment crossed Zhao Tieju's face as he looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan quickly weighed his options in his mind. Although a prolonged stay of just one more day could yield certain additional benefits, it also introduces a myriad of uncertainties, particularly with the unpredictable Hai Jianguo. Moreover, having been away from the base for an extended period, he harbors concerns regarding the Eternal Night City. Comrade Zhao, I appreciate Dr. Chen's kind offer, Lin Fan graciously declined, explaining that pressing matters at home necessitate his prompt departure. This shipment of supplies is crucial to us, and we must escort it back without delay. As for future communications, there will be ample time for correspondence. Recognizing Lin Fan's resolute stance, Zhao Taizhu ceased his insistence, especially since Commander Zhao had already sanctioned their departure. Very well. I shall make arrangements to ensure we set off on time tomorrow morning. After Zhao Taizhu departed, a collective sigh of relief echoed among the group. At last, they would be leaving this wretched place. Sun Xiaoming patted her chest, feeling suffocated despite the relatively comfortable conditions here. Indeed, it is far more soothing to remain on one's own territory, agreed Emily. Lin Fan approached the window, gazing out at the meticulously organized, yet subtly formidable landscape of the base beneath the simulated sky. This visit to the Dawn base proved to be immensely fruitful. Yet it also starkly illuminated the intricate and tumultuous dynamics within human factions in this apocalyptic world. A preliminary collaboration with the military had been established, but the longevity and stability of this alliance, as well as the future direction it might take, remained shrouded in uncertainty. Clenching his fist, he felt the restless power surging within him. Strength is paramount. It is imperative to return swiftly, assimilate the gains from this journey, and enhance the overall strength of Eternal Night City. A deal has been struck, exchanging intelligence and future assurances for resources vital for survival and growth. The true challenge, however, is only just beginning upon their return. They must confront not only the zombies and mutated creatures, but also the predatory cult of the Mad God, the enigmatic Genesis, and the complex and unpredictable hearts of humanity in this desolate world. The journey home tomorrow is unlikely to be tranquil. Chapter 140. The deadly ambush on the return journey. The following morning, all preparations were complete. The Dawn base duly loaded the exchanged supplies onto a fortified military truck. Lin Fan and his companions boarded the all-terrain vehicle they had arrived in, which had undergone inspection and refueling. Zhao Taizhu personally led a small escort comprised of 3 military vehicles, tasked with ensuring their safe departure from the confines of the base. After bidding farewell to Dr. Chen, who persistently hoped for Lin Fan's future visits for further exchanges, and noticing the absence of Major Gao Jianguo, Lin Fan and the others departed with mixed emotions from the orderly yet tumultuous steel fortress. The convoy retraced its route, passing through the buffer zone and re-entering the familiar yet treacherous ruins of the city. Unlike the hopeful anticipation of their arrival, a palpable tension hung in the air on their return journey. Each individual understood the significance of the supplies they carried for Eternal Night City and recognized that in this lawless territory, a convoy laden with resources would serve as a beacon in the darkness, inevitably attracting a host of predators. Lin Fan occupied the front passenger seat, his spiritual perception fully extended. Although constrained by distance and interference, it was sufficient to provide advance warning of most conventional threats. Qin Yao piloted the off-road vehicle, her sharp gaze scanning the front and flanks. In the back seat, Su Wanqing, Sun Xiaoming, and Emily remained vigilant. The escort team led by Zhao Taizhu was seasoned. 3 military vehicles formed a protective triangle around the off-road vehicle and the truck, with soldiers attentively observing their surroundings. The initial stretch of the journey was relatively calm, requiring only the occasional dispatch of a few scattered zombies. However, as they delved deeper into the city's core, Lin Fan's brow began to furrow. It was too quiet. This silence was not the lifeless stillness they had encountered earlier. It resembled the eerie calm before a tempest, as if something lurked in the shadows, biding its time for the opportune moment. Comrade Zhao, something feels amiss, Lin Fan communicated through the vehicle's radio to Zhao Taizhu ahead. Acknowledged, I sense it too. Zhao Taizhu's voice responded, tinged with gravity. All units, increase vigilance and prepare for unexpected situations. The convoy's speed decreased slightly, and soldiers rested their fingers on the triggers of their weapons. As the convoy approached an intersection, preparing to enter a relatively open area that had once been a commercial plaza, an unexpected event transpired. Whoosh! A sharp sound pierced the silence. A crimson beam, resembling the scythe of death, shot from a high-rise building's window, hurtling toward the truck laden with supplies at an astonishing speed. Enemy attack. Evasive maneuvers. Zhao Taizhu's commanding shout reverberated through the radio. The soldier driving the truck reacted swiftly, yanking the steering wheel and narrowly executing a side maneuver. Boom! The crimson beam grazed the truck's rear, striking a nearby escort vehicle that failed to evade in time. The military vehicle's front half vaporized in an instant, triggering a violent explosion. Flames soared, and debris scattered. Energy weapon. Lin Fan's pupils constricted. This method of attack bore a striking resemblance to the wounds he had seen on soldiers and the weaponry wielded by Gao Zhengwo's subordinates. Yet, its power seemed even greater. The attackers were neither zombies nor ordinary marauders. They possessed energy weapons. Everyone disembark. Take cover. Zhao Taizhu remained composed, immediately issuing orders. The surviving 2 escort vehicles and Lin Fan's off-road vehicle swiftly maneuvered behind the abandoned vehicles and concrete barriers in the plaza, with soldiers nimbly leaping from their vehicles to seek firing positions. Under Qin Yao's leadership, the 5 of them quickly took refuge behind an overturned bus. What is happening? Who is attacking us? Emily's complexion paled as she clutched her backpack filled with technical documents tightly. Are these energy weapons from the Genesis Corporation? Or are they military insiders? Su Wanqing glanced at Lin Fan, her eyes sharp. Lin Fan's expression darkened as his spiritual perception swept toward the high-rise from which the beam originated, akin to a radar. He detected several swiftly moving heat sources and a chilling, murderous psychic wave. Not zombies. Humans. And well-trained. They are not military personnel. Lin Fan asserted with conviction that the mental fluctuations were unfamiliar, brimming with a desire for slaughter, a sensation far removed from that of a soldier. At that moment, a barrage of attacks surged from all directions. No longer were they mere energy beams. Instead, there were a relentless hail of bullets, rockets trailing fiery tails, and an ominous weapon emitting high-speed, spinning saw blades. Bang, 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 whoosh, zzz. Bullets struck abandoned vehicles, sending countless sparks flying, while the shockwaves and shrapnel from exploding rockets wreaked havoc. The saw blades sliced through steel as though it were mere tofu. The attackers were not confined to a single location. They were encircled. Zhao Taizhu and the soldiers took cover, valiantly returning fire, the sound of automatic rifles echoing incessantly, occasionally punctuated by the explosions of grenade launchers. Yet the attackers' firepower was markedly superior, and they held the advantageous position, firmly suppressing the military and Lin Fan within the central cover of the square, rendering them immobile. The opposing force was overwhelmingly powerful and evidently well prepared. Zhao Tieju's voice crackled through the radio, tinged with urgency and anger. Their target is the supply vehicle. Lord Lin, find a way to retreat first. We will hold them off. How could Lin Fan abandon the supplies and the soldiers shielding them? With a steely gaze, he turned to Qin Yao and Su Wanqing. We cannot sit idly by. Qin Yao, protect Xiao Rou and Emily. Wanqing, create ice walls to obstruct their line of sight and movement. Sun Xiaoming, attempt to disrupt their communications or electronic devices. Understood. Good. Su Wanqing pressed her hands to the ground, an icy aura surging forth, and thick walls of ice rose abruptly around the convoy, temporarily blocking some direct fire while also disrupting the attacker's aim. Sun Xiaoming swiftly produced her equipment, initiating electronic interference. Lin Fan closed his eyes, his mental power expanding like a tide, seeking to uncover the precise locations and numbers of the attackers. Through his perception, he discerned at least 20 assailants, scattered across 4 nearby buildings, well-equipped and operating with seamless coordination. Their mental fluctuations were chaotic and frenzied, reminiscent of cultists of the Mad God, yet imbued with an even colder efficiency. Were they the Dark Claw squad of the Mad God cult? But how could they possess energy weapons? Just then, a wave of intense apprehension washed over him. Lin Fan abruptly raised his head, spotting a figure atop a building across the square, clad in a black, form-fitting combat suit, their face obscured by a bizarre metallic mask, brandishing an exaggerated firearm with a muzzle gathering suffocating energy, aimed directly at their bus shelter. The energy coalescing at the muzzle far exceeded that of the previous assault on the truck. This strike would surely obliterate the bus. Dodge! Lin Fan shouted hoarsely, simultaneously unleashing his mental force not to control, but as a powerful thrust, forcefully pushing Qin Yao, Su Wanqing, and the others aside. Almost simultaneously, the masked figure's weapon erupted, unleashing a dark red energy torrent, half a meter in diameter, warping the surrounding light. The essence of death instantly enveloped everyone. The path home had transformed into a deadly trap. Chapter 141. The enemy is not zombies, but humanity. The dark crimson torrent of energy surged forth like a breath from the depths of hell, carrying with it the scent of annihilation, swiftly traversing the square and hurtling towards them. Where it passed, the air warped, and the debris on the ground vaporized instantaneously, leaving behind a charred gash. Death loomed perilously close. Qin Yao, Su Wanqing, and others, forcefully pushed aside by Lin Fan's mental prowess, could only manage a desperate roll to evade, their eyes brimming with horror and despair. In that critical moment, a fierce glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes as he unleashed the latent power that had been suppressed within him during prior tests, no longer holding back. It erupted with tremendous force. Rather than confronting the torrent directly, a futile endeavor akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, he coalesced all his mental energy into a single, taut cable, not aimed at the energy wave itself, but rather striking violently against the massive firearm wielded by the masked figure atop the building. A profound, invisible mental shockwave surged forth, arriving ahead of the visible attack, striking the gun with pinpoint accuracy. The masked figure, evidently taken aback by such an intangible assault, felt his arm tremble violently, causing the gun's muzzle to subtly veer. Just this minuscule deviation, the cataclysmic dark red torrent grazed the edge of the bus barricade, whistling past and cleaving a nearby derelict shop building in two. The upper half gradually slid down, producing a deafening cacophony of collapse. The fortunate survivors, having narrowly escaped disaster, could even feel the searing heat of the residual energy waves, burning their very souls. Coughing, Lin Fan knelt on the ground, his complexion turning as pale as parchment. With blood seeping from his nostrils and the corners of his mouth, the forceful eruption of mental energy for such precise and potent long-range interference had exacted a tremendous backlash on him. Lin Fan, the city lord, Qin Yao, and Su Wanqing rushed to his side, shielding him. If Tang Xiaoro were present, her healing light would surely have enveloped them by now. I am fine. Lin Fan waved his hand, enduring the agonizing sensation as if his brain were being torn apart, his vision fixed intently on the masked figure across the way. The masked figure, evidently incensed by the disruption to his attack, discarded the massive firearm, now seemingly inoperable due to overload, and let out a roar that bore no semblance of humanity, leaping directly from the towering building. Simultaneously, the sounds of gunfire and explosions intensified around them. The ambushing assailants, witnessing their leader's aggression, launched an even more frenzied onslaught. Provide cover. Crossfire. Push them back. Zhao Taizhu bellowed, commanding the remaining soldiers to resist with their lives. A military vehicle, disregarding its own safety, roared to life, unleashing its mounted machine gun in a sweeping barrage against the windows where the attackers sheltered. They are not zombies. They are well-trained human combatants. Qin Yao shouted, retaliating with her weapon, her voice resolute. Their equipment is far superior to ours. They possess energy weapons. It's the cult of the mad god. It must be them. Emily quivered behind cover, her voice trembling. Only those lunatics would act so recklessly. Just then, the masked figure who had leaped from the rooftop landed gracefully in the center of the square, less than 50 meters from the bus where Lin Fan and the others sought refuge. He landed soundlessly, his movements fluid yet eerie. The eyes peering through the mask's holes glimmered with a cold and fervent red light. He slowly drew forth two uniquely designed short blades, their edges shimmering with an ethereal blue energy, fixing his gaze upon Lin Fan, who was shielded by Qin Yao and Su Wanqing. The enemy of the necromancer, the god of corpses, must be eradicated. A hoarse, distorted voice, reminiscent of an electronic synthesis, emanated from beneath the mask, imbued with a chilling intent to kill. Indeed, it was the cult of the mad god, and their target was unmistakably him, Lin Fan. Protect the city lord. Zhao Taizhu discerned the assailant's intentions and promptly redirected his firearm, unleashing a barrage of gunfire toward the masked figure. The bullets rained down like a tempest. However, the figure danced like a specter, moving with such swiftness that it left behind mere afterimages, causing most of the bullets to miss their mark. A few struck his form, yet they merely produced a metallic clink, as if they had struck a formidable alloy. The layer of tight combat attire he wore seemingly possessed extraordinary defensive capabilities. Damn it! Is he a cyborg or clad in advanced body armor? A soldier exclaimed in fury. The masked figure disregarded the majority of the assault, his form flickering as if teleporting, appearing before a soldier who was reloading his weapon, the ethereal blue blade striking forth like a venomous serpent. Be careful. Qin Yao's eyes widened in horror, yearning to intervene, but it was too late. With a swift thrust, the short blade effortlessly pierced the soldier's throat, the blue energy erupting instantaneously, searing his neck to a charred black. He scarcely had time to scream before his eyes bulged, and he collapsed. Bastard! Zhao Taizhu and the other soldiers felt their eyes redden with rage, their firepower intensifying, yet they still struggled to land a hit on that elusive figure. The masked man moved through the military ranks like a tiger among sheep, unleashing a bloody tempest. His speed, strength, and that uncanny blade were a nightmare for the ordinary soldiers. He could not be allowed to continue his slaughter. Lin Fan, summoning his strength to stand, knew he had to intercept this leader, otherwise, everyone would perish here. Qin Yao, Wanqing, help me restrain him. Sun Xiaoming, Emily, look for an opportunity to approach the truck and see if you can start it or set up obstacles. Lin Fan commanded swiftly, while gathering the last remnants of his mental energy. Instead of attempting to control this modified or enhanced foe with high mental resistance, he transformed his psychic energy into invisible shackles, trying to slow his speed and disrupt his balance. Received. Understood. Qin Yao shouted, no longer engaging in long-range shooting. Instead, drawing her fire axe and leaping towards the masked man like a female leopard. Su Wanqing, meanwhile, conjured layers of frost around her, constraining the masked man's movement, while gathering ice spikes, poised to strike. Ants. The masked figure scoffed, facing Qin Yao's powerful axe swing without flinching, parrying with his left-hand blade. Clang. Sparks flew. Qin Yao felt a tremendous recoil, her palms numbing, nearly losing grip on her axe. Such strength. The masked man's right-hand blade then swept towards Qin Yao's waist with astonishing speed. Ice wall. Su Wanqing acted just in time. A thick ice wall forming instantaneously before Qin Yao. Crack. The short blade struck against the ice wall, sending shards flying, yet it only penetrated halfway. Seizing this fleeting moment of reprieve, Qin Yao withdrew, standing shoulder to shoulder with Su Wanqing, their expressions grave. This adversary proved to be far more formidable than any mutant they had previously encountered. Lin Fan's mental restraints began to take effect, as the movements of the masked man displayed a noticeable sluggishness, no longer as erratic as before. The vexing creature. The masked man seemed incensed, abandoning his slaughter of ordinary soldiers to fixate entirely on Lin Fan and the two women. A more chaotic and frenzied wave of mental energy began to emanate from him, as if he were preparing to unleash a powerful attack. In this dire moment, Sun Xiaoming's voice suddenly crackled through the radio, tinged with urgency and excitement. Lin Fan. The truck. The rear door lock is electronically controlled. I just attempted to hack it and discovered that, in addition to our supplies, there are several crates labeled as experimental. One of them is marked as a single-soldier EMP generator. EMP. Electromagnetic pulse. Lin Fan's eyes brightened with intensity. Can it be activated or detonated? He inquired urgently. I'll try to forcibly overload its power supply, but it will take time, and I cannot guarantee the effect or the range. Sun Xiaoming responded quickly. Everyone, move away from the truck. Find cover and lie low. Lin Fan bellowed through the radio to Zhao Taizhu and all the soldiers, simultaneously urging Qin Yao and Su Wanqing, cover Sun Xiaoming. Buy her some time. Although Zhao Taizhu did not fully comprehend the nature of the EMP, his trust in Lin Fan prompted him to immediately order the remaining soldiers to withdraw in search of sturdy cover. Qin Yao and Su Wanqing grasped Lin Fan's intent, intensifying their assault, recklessly entangling the masked man to create an opportunity for Sun Xiaoming. The masked man seemed to sense something amiss, his attacks growing increasingly frenzied as he sought to break through their defenses and thwart Sun Xiaoming. The square transformed into a battleground of unparalleled ferocity and critical importance. On one side stood fervent zealots driven by faith and bloodlust, while on the other were the desperate survivors fighting for existence and hope. The outcome hinged upon a tech-savvy girl and a weapon of uncertain efficacy. Sun Xiaoming crouched beneath the truck, her hands flying over the portable computer, sweat beading on her forehead as she muttered, "Faster, faster." Emily stood anxiously beside her, vigilantly brandishing her pistol against any stray bullets or encroaching enemies. Time ticked away, second by second. With each moment, another soul succumbed to the blood-soaked ground. With each passing second, life and death hung in the balance. The enemy was not a horde of zombies, but rather humans. Yet, at times, humanity can be more terrifying than any monster. Chapter 142. The madness of the cult of the frenzied god. The masked man's assaults resembled a tempest, with the ethereal short blade carving deadly arcs that forced Qin Yao and Su Wanqing to retreat repeatedly, perilously. Qin Yao's fire axe was now riddled with fine nicks, and Su Wanqing's ability to conjure ice shields began to lag behind the frequency of the blade's strikes. Both women bore numerous wounds, their garments soaked in blood. Lin Fan endured the excruciating pain of mental backlash, continuously unleashing psychic disruptions akin to invisible tripwires, endeavoring to hinder the movements of the masked man. Yet, the masked man possessed an extraordinarily high mental resistance, rendering Lin Fan's interference ineffective, instead causing his brain to feel as though it were being repeatedly pierced by countless steel needles, his vision beginning to blur. The majesty of the divine cannot be desecrated. Die! The masked man emitted a distorted roar, suddenly accelerating to evade the ice spike shot by Su Wanqing, parrying Qin Yao's axe strike with his left-hand dagger, while his right-hand blade, like a venomous serpent emerging from its lair, lunged directly at Qin Yao's heart. This strike was both swift and ruthless, executed from an unorthodox angle. Qin Yao, having expended her strength, found herself unable to evade. Qin Yao. Lin Fan's eyes widened in desperation, nearly disregarding everything to rush forward. At that moment, a piercing, high-frequency noise erupted from the direction of the truck, sharp enough to rend eardrums. Following that, an invisible, yet devastating electromagnetic pulse surged forth, radiating from the truck's epicenter and swiftly engulfing the entire square like ripples on water. The immediate victims were the attackers, whose energy-laden weapons flickered ominously. With a series of muffled pops, akin to extinguished light bulbs, the energy rifles, along with the eerie blue blades in the masked man's grasp, instantly dimmed and extinguished. Some attackers' energy weapons even emitted wisps of black smoke, clearly having suffered internal circuit damage. The masked man's decisive strike faltered momentarily due to this unexpected turn of events. Although his blade remained sharp, the indomitable aura that had once accompanied it had vanished. In that fleeting moment, Qin Yao's battle instincts surged forth. Her body twisted at an astonishing angle as she discarded her axe and clasped the masked man's wrist with hands like iron pincers. The masked man was taken aback, attempting to break free, only to discover the astonishing strength of Qin Yao. Simultaneously, Su Wanqing seized the opportunity, channeling her powers with all her might. Absolute zero confinement. Rather than a wide-scale freezing, she concentrated all the cold energy into an exquisitely thin white ice line, shooting towards the masked man's arm, temporarily restrained by Qin Yao, like a bolt of lightning. Crack! The ice line struck precisely at the joint of the masked man's wrist. An intense chill exploded forth, freezing his entire forearm along with the dagger into a solid block of ice. The masked man let out a pained shriek, his other hand striking towards Qin Yao. Utilizing the force, Qin Yao propelled herself backward, delivering a powerful kick to the masked man's frozen arm. Bang! Ice shards flew as the frozen limb shattered like fragile glass, breaking apart along with the dagger that clattered to the ground, splintered. The masked man staggered back. Where his arm was severed, no blood flowed, revealing instead a bizarre structure glimmering with metallic sheen and intricate circuitry beneath. He was indeed a cybernetic being. The EMP attack not only incapacitated the energy weapons, but also seemed to disrupt certain implants within him, rendering his movements no longer as fluid and eerie as before. It worked. Sun Xiaoming crawled out from beneath the truck, her face pale, yet brimming with exhilaration. Well done, Xiaoming. Emily assisted her to the shelter. The sudden turn of events dramatically altered the dynamics of the battlefield. With the advantage of energy weapons lost, the ambushing assailants found their firepower significantly diminished. Meanwhile, Zhao Taizhu and the remaining soldiers were invigorated, roaring as they surged from behind the cover, launching a fierce counterattack with automatic rifles and grenades. Suppress them. Avenge our fallen brothers. The sounds of gunfire, explosions, and battle cries reverberated once more through the square, but this time, it was the assailants who were at a disadvantage. The masked figure gazed at his fractured arm, revealing its mechanical structure, then glanced at his beleaguered subordinates. The red glow in the electronic eyes beneath the mask flickered wildly, brimming with incredulous rage and a frenzied madness. Divine retribution, this is a test of our faith. He suddenly lifted his head, pointing with his remaining hand at Lin Fan. His voice distorted and high-pitched, for the mad god. Purge all heretics. The time for martyrdom has come. Ignoring the pain of his severed arm and his physical anomalies, he resembled a completely deranged martyr, pulling out several black objects resembling grenades from his waist, biting off the pull rings, and recklessly charging towards Lin Fan and the densely packed crowd. Not only he was advancing, the remaining assailants, upon hearing the word martyrdom, appeared as if injected with a stimulant, their faces contorting into frenzied, twisted smiles as they brandished similar black spheres, howling as they initiated their suicidal charge. Stop them. They're bombs. Zhao Tieju's face paled, his voice rising in urgency. The soldiers fired wildly, attempting to eliminate the charging figures before they could close the gap. Bang, bang, bang. Several assailants were gunned down mid-charge, their black spheres tumbling to the ground. Boom. Thunderous explosions erupted in succession. The power of the black spheres far exceeded that of ordinary grenades, generating not only a massive shockwave, but also a vast spread of a viscous, green-flamed liquid. Abandoned vehicles and the ground splattered with it were instantaneously corroded, emitting a hissing sound. These suicidal attacks. The fervent followers of the mad god showed no regard for their own lives. The masked figure, bolstered by his modified body and eerie speed, charged through the hail of bullets, closing in to within 20 meters of Lin Fan. He raised the last and largest black sphere high, the electronic eyes gleaming with the fervent light of impending martyrdom. Join me in returning to the embrace of the divine. He hurled the black sphere towards Lin Fan, his body following like a cannonball, clearly intent on ensuring that the explosion would completely consume Lin Fan. Lord of the city. Lin Fan, Qin Yao and Su Wanqing attempted to rush to his aid, but were fiercely obstructed by other suicidal assailants. As the massive black sphere hurtled towards him, tracing a path of death, the frenzied figure drew ever closer. Lin Fan could even discern the twisted corners of his mouth beneath the mask. There was no escaping. Lin Fan's pupils constricted. His mental energy surged wildly under the stimulus of impending death, yet the backlash from his previous overexertion rendered him incapable of effectively gathering power. Was he truly to perish here? In this moment of despair, a roar, filled with an aura of violence and destruction, erupted from behind Lin Fan like a thunderclap. A colossal, remarkably swift shadow, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, surged past Lin Fan like a bolt of black lightning, colliding fiercely with the enormous black orb and the masked figure that followed closely behind. It was the Hellhound. The bone. It had been lurking nearby, only to spring forth at the last moment. Boom! The earth-shattering sound resonated. A shockwave, far more ferocious than any previous explosion, surged outward, with green malevolent flames soaring into the sky, instantly engulfing the figures of the bone and the masked man. The searing blast of heat hurled Lin Fan, Qin Yao, Su Wanqing, and the others away. In the core of the explosion, only a charred pit remained, surrounded by the scattered remnants of mingled metal shards, charred flesh, and green flames. The bone had sacrificed itself, shielding its master from this fatal blow. Lin Fan crashed heavily to the ground, his mind blank as he gazed at the still-burning center of the explosion. The masked figure was dead. Yet, the bone was also dead. It had perished to save him. The remaining suicide attackers were annihilated in a desperate struggle against the military soldiers and Lin Fan's companions. The square was left with only the burning flames, billowing smoke, the acrid scent of blood, and an overwhelming silence. The survivors, having narrowly escaped death, looked upon the chaos and bodies strewn about, their faces devoid of joy, replaced instead by heaviness and dread. The madness of the cult of the mad god surpassed all expectations. Lin Fan struggled to rise, approaching the edge of the charred pit, staring at the unrecognizable remnants within. His fists clenched tightly. The enemy was not the undead. Yet at times, humans driven by frenzied beliefs can be more terrifying and pitiable than zombies. He had lost a loyal companion. This sudden ambush had forged a true, unending blood feud between him and the cult of the mad god. Clear the battlefield. Tend to the wounded. Prepare for evacuation. Zhao Taiju's hoarse voice shattered the silence, laden with the fatigue and fury of survival. The journey home was stained with blood, and the path ahead seemed even darker. Chapter 143. Bitter struggle and first setback in abilities. The aftermath of the explosion had yet to fully subside. With the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, charred flesh, and the bizarre acidic odor produced by the burning green flames, the square lay in disarray. With charred pits, twisted remnants, and bodies sprawled in every direction, silently narrating the brutality of the earlier battle. Zhao Taiju, along with the remaining soldiers, was swiftly clearing the battlefield, confirming the demise of the attackers and gathering any potential intelligence. Each face bore the relief of survival. Yet a deeper weight of sorrow and anger prevailed. This escort squad had lost nearly half of its personnel. Qin Yao and Su Wanqing supported each other as they approached Lin Fan. He remained half kneeling at the edge of the charred pit, staring blankly at the place where the bone had detonated, his fists tightly clenched, the knuckles turning pale from the strain. His complexion was alarmingly pale, with dried blood at the corners of his mouth and nostrils, yet the emotional scars he bore were far more profound than his physical exhaustion. Lin Fan heard Qin Yao's voice, laced with a hint of hoarseness and concern. She had never witnessed Lin Fan in such a state of utter despair. Su Wanqing quietly placed her hand on Lin Fan's shoulder, a faint, soothing chill passing through, attempting to alleviate his intense mental turmoil. Lin Fan's body shuddered slightly as he slowly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot and filled with profound anguish and confusion. The skeletal creature had perished. It was not human, nor did it possess true intelligence. It was merely a zombie dog under his command. However, through countless battles fought side by side, it had become one of Lin Fan's sharpest and most loyal fangs, an extension of his own strength. More importantly, in a moment of dire necessity, it had sacrificed itself to ensure Lin Fan's survival. The pain of such a loss felt akin to that of losing a brother, compounded by the weakness and chaos stemming from an overexerted mental state. rendering Lin Fan momentarily overwhelmed. "It saved me." Lin Fan's voice was dry, trembling just slightly. It fulfilled its duty. Qin Yao's tone was resolute, though she too felt the weight of sorrow. "Now, we need you to pull yourself together. This place is still not safe. We must leave at once." "Indeed, it is not safe." Lin Fan suddenly snapped back to reality. Although the ambushers had been entirely wiped out, no one could guarantee that there were no subsequent enemies lurking. The supplies they carried remained a significant temptation. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the tumultuous emotions and the sharp pains in his mind, struggling to stand. His form swayed, supported by Qin Yao and Su Wanqing on either side. "I am fine." Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively, his voice still weak. Yet his gaze regained focus as he assessed the situation, preparing for evacuation. Zhao Taizhu approached, his expression grave as he reported, "Lord Lin, there were 23 assailants, all deceased. We found some insignia confirming they were from the Mad God Sect's Dark Claw team. Their equipment was varied, including standard weapons, modified arms, energy weapons, and suicide bombs of unknown origin." He paused, looking at Lin Fan with a hint of trepidation and gratitude. "Thanks to you, especially you, Lord Lin, and your companions. We have avoided total annihilation here." Lin Fan shook his head, lacking the spirit to accept gratitude. His primary concern lay with the losses and what lay ahead. "What of our people?" 7 fallen, 3 severely injured, and nearly everyone sustained minor injuries. Zhao Tieju's tone was somber. "The supply truck suffered minimal damage, just a glancing hit from an energy beam, so it remains operational. However, one of our escort vehicles is totaled, and the other is severely damaged. The situation is dire. The personnel losses were substantial, and their protective forces had diminished significantly. We must leave here immediately," Lin Fan declared decisively. "Get the severely injured onto the truck, and the lightly injured and combat-ready can squeeze in. We cannot afford any further delays." "Understood." Zhao Taizhu promptly set about making arrangements. As the soldiers busied themselves transporting the injured and organizing the vehicles, Lin Fan endeavored to concentrate his mental energy, seeking to sense the situation beyond their immediate surroundings to ensure the safety of their evacuation route. However, the moment he summoned a flicker of mental strength, a searing pain tore through his mind, plunging him into darkness, nearly causing him to collapse once more. He let out a muffled groan, clutching his forehead as cold sweat drenched his back. Lin Fan, the city lord, Qin Yao, and Su Wanqing hurriedly supported him. "Your mental energy is severely depleted." Su Wanqing, sensing the chaotic and fragile mental waves within Lin Fan, gazed at him with deep concern. "Do not force yourself any further." Lin Fan gasped for breath, an overwhelming sense of helplessness surging within him. For the first time, his abilities had suffered such a grave setback. In the past, no matter how intense the battle, given time, his mental strength would invariably recover. Yet this time, the forced interference with the energy weapon, the explosive confrontation with the masked man, and the subsequent mental shock from witnessing the self-detonation of the skeleton had compounded the strain on his mental core, leaving it seemingly cracked and rendering his abilities ineffective for the foreseeable future. This meant that on the remaining journey back to the City of Eternal Night, he would forfeit his most formidable reconnaissance and early warning capabilities, unable to command the zombies for cover or scouting. They would have to rely solely on traditional observation and the experience of soldiers like Zhao Taizhu. For Lin Fan, who was accustomed to controlling the situation, this was an unprecedented feeling of vulnerability and unease. "I am temporarily unable to use my abilities," Lin Fan said bitterly, conveying the situation to Qin Yao and Su Wanqing. Both women's expressions shifted upon hearing this. They understood the significance of Lin Fan's powers. The loss of such abilities not only escalated the risks of their return journey, but also meant that the City of Eternal Night would lose its greatest support in the short term. "It's all right." Qin Yao quickly regained her composure, gripping her fire axe tightly. "We are here. You rest well. We will handle the rest of the journey." Su Wanqing nodded, her gaze resolute. "We will protect you and the supplies, ensuring a safe return." Observing the unwavering trust and support of his companions, a warm current surged within Lin Fan, dissipating some of his feelings of helplessness. He nodded, relinquishing his need to appear strong. Soon, the team was organized. The severely injured and some supplies were placed in the truck, while Lin Fan, Sun Xiaoming, Emily, and the healthier soldiers occupied the off-road vehicle. Qin Yao, Su Wanqing, and Zhao Taizhu took charge of driving and vigilance. The damaged military vehicle was abandoned, with the remaining soldiers crammed into the operational vehicles. The convoy set off once more, bearing scars and sacrifices, leaving behind the blood-soaked square as it continued towards the City of Eternal Night. Yet this time, the atmosphere within the convoy was more oppressive and vigilant. Everyone was acutely aware that, lacking the protection of Lin Fan's extraordinary abilities. Every subsequent step would necessitate their flesh and courage to forge ahead. Lin Fan leaned back against the rear seat of the off-road vehicle, closing his eyes, striving to regulate his breathing and calm the tumultuous pain and chaos still raging in his mind. This was the first significant setback he had faced since acquiring his powers. It was not merely a physical wound. It was a profound jolt to his understanding of his own strength. The path through the apocalypse had never been smooth. While formidable abilities could offer convenience, excessive reliance on them could also become a fatal weakness at critical moments. He requires time to recuperate, and even more so, he must extract lessons from this harrowing experience and contemplate the future application of power. At present, their foremost priority is to survive and return to the ruins of the city, which awaits their homecoming. The convoy jostles through the debris, with the outside world shrouded in perpetual gloom and silence. After a bitter struggle, the road ahead remains long and arduous. Chapter 144, Lin Fan's Fury, the Zombie Tide. The convoy navigates the desolate ruins with great difficulty, moving at a significantly slower pace than before. Deprived of Lin Fan's spiritual perception warnings, they must rely more heavily on visual observation and the experience of Zhao Taiju and others. Each intersection and suspicious building necessitates cautious navigation. As if they were treading on thin ice, Lin Fan leans back in his seat, his complexion still pallid, as a piercing pain in his mind surges like a tide, rendering concentration elusive and even keeping awake a challenge. He can only tenuously maintain a basic spiritual link with the remaining 4 hellhounds, Chasing Wind, Sharp Tooth, One Ear, and one that had previously remained on the periphery and is unable to execute fine control or share perceptions. He can vaguely sense their survival and instinctively feel them trailing near the convoy. This sense of powerlessness breeds anxiety within him, yet he feels utterly helpless. Qin Yao drives the off-road vehicle, her gaze sharp as an eagle, every subtle sound causing her muscles to tense. Su Wanqing sits in the passenger seat, an icy tension clinging to her fingertips, poised to respond to any sudden developments. Sun Xiaoming and Emily huddle closely together, gripping the handguns distributed by the soldiers, their knuckles whitening from the strain. Zhao Taiju maintains constant communication via the intercom with the trucks and another military vehicle, directing the convoy along a relatively safe route. However, the inevitable has arrived. As the convoy traverses the ruins of what was once a large residential area, preparing to enter the relatively open thoroughfare of the city, the soldier responsible for scouting ahead suddenly issues a frantic warning. At the intersection ahead, a vast horde of zombies is gathering. The numbers are overwhelming, and they are approaching us. Anxiety grips everyone. Lin Fan forces himself to sit upright, peering through the window ahead. In the dim light of the overcast sky, he sees a throng of zombies at the intersection and the adjoining streets. A dark mass surging toward their convoy like a flood breaching its banks. The sheer number far exceeds any previous encounters with hordes, likely numbering no less than 500 or 600. They roar and stagger, the stench of decay palpable even through the glass. How can there be so many zombies congregated together? Zhao Tieju's voice is filled with disbelief. During prior reconnaissance of this area, no large-scale horde was detected. It must be the cult of the Mad God. Qin Yao grits her teeth. Those lunatics must have lured them here. They know Lin Fan is in a weakened state and wish to drown us in a sea of corpses. This hypothesis holds a high probability. Since the cult can control low-tier mutated creatures, guiding the zombies to gather is not beyond the realm of possibility. Turn back. Seek alternate routes. Zhao Taiju decisively commands. Yet, just as the convoy attempts to change direction, ominous news emerges from the rear. Zombies are at the back. We are surrounded. As the crowd turned around, they beheld the road from which they had come, now teeming with countless figures of the undead, blocking their escape. On either side loomed the dense ruins of residential buildings, rendering vehicular passage nearly impossible. They found themselves utterly trapped on a street scarcely 200 meters long, with the relentless tide of corpses surging towards them from both ends. Cursed be this fate. Zhao Taiju struck the steering wheel with a fist, bracing for defense. Utilizing their vehicle, they established a circular stronghold, deploying all available heavy firepower. The soldiers sprang into action, using a truck and 2 military vehicles as their nucleus, and employing abandoned cars and crumbling walls to construct a rudimentary defense line. Light and heavy machine guns were set up, grenades and rifle grenades distributed appropriately. Each individual understood that this would be a battle for survival. Qin Yao and Su Wanqing leaped from the vehicle, joining the soldiers in combat. Sun Xiaoming and Emily were instructed to remain within the relatively safe confines of the off-road vehicle. Lin Fan gazed out at the encroaching horde, a black wave drawing ever closer. hearing the deafening roars and feeling the persistent, excruciating pain in his mind, which hindered his ability to focus his mental strength. An unprecedented surge of anger and helplessness arose within him. Was he truly destined to perish here? To be devoured by a horde devoid of intellect, mere instinct-driven flesh? To fall victim to the machinations of those lurking in the shadows, puppeteering this madness? No, absolutely not. He forcefully flung open the car door and staggered out. Lin Fan, what are you doing? Get back! Qin Yao shouted urgently upon seeing him. Lin Fan paid her no heed, his gaze fixed on the boundless tide of corpses ahead. An overwhelming mix of grief for the lost and fury at the ambush, coupled with the ferocity of his current predicament, erupted within him like a volcano. His mind throbbed with pain, his mental power eluding his grasp. Yet, deep within, the force that had once instinctively protected him, even capable of forcibly disrupting energy weapons, seemed stirred by this extreme emotion, boiling over uncontrollably. This was not a matter of precise control or calm command. It was a more primal, more tyrannical, instinctual roar of the spirit. Lin Fan let out a guttural scream that transcended human comprehension, his eyes instantly bloodshot, faintly emanating a crimson glow reminiscent of the undead. An invisible yet potent storm of despair and dominion swirled around him, radiating outward like a boulder dropped into a still pond, sweeping in all directions. This time, the aim was not to control or connect, but to command. The most primal and direct assertion of power. Get away! The mental roar, infused with Lin Fan's rage, defiance, and wild determination, surged forth like an invisible tsunami, crashing into the collective consciousness of the advancing undead, if such a thing could be termed consciousness. There was no meticulous manipulation, no distinction among individuals, only the most domineering, sovereign-like expulsion. A miracle unfolded. The horde, which had surged like a tidal wave, faltered abruptly upon encountering this terrifying spiritual tempest. The chaotic light in their eyes was supplanted by a primal, instinctual fear. Subsequently, to the incredulous gazes of all, the dense horde of corpses ahead seemed to collide with an invisible wall, as if encountering a formidable adversary, unleashing even more disordered and terrified howls before abruptly changing direction. No longer did they surge toward the convoy. Instead, like a panicked flock of sheep, they jostled and trampled each other as they frantically retreated toward their origin, fleeing wildly to the sides of the street. It was not just the horde ahead that succumbed to this overwhelming terror. Even the zombies that had blocked their escape behind them fell into utter chaos and fear, trampling each other and scattering in all directions. Within mere seconds, the hundreds of zombies that had once encircled the convoy, capable of completely engulfing it, fled in a panic like the receding tide, leaving nothing but a chaotic mess of footprints and a few grotesquely trampled corpses. The street instantly transformed into an expanse of emptiness, now only populated by the charred remnants of burning vehicles, swirling smoke, and a deathly silence. The soldiers on the defensive line, including Zhao Taizhu, stood dumbfounded at the spectacle, their weapons forgotten, their minds blank. Qin Yao and Su Wanqing gazed in astonishment at Lin Fan, who stood in the center of the street, emanating a disquieting aura, as if they were truly seeing him for the first time. Sun Xiaoming and Emily, witnessing this from the car window, gaped in disbelief. Lin Fan maintained his pose of furious defiance, his chest heaving violently as the tempest of his spirit gradually subsided. The crimson hue in his eyes slowly faded, replaced by profound exhaustion and a hint of bewilderment. He had succeeded, dispersing the horde in a manner he could scarcely comprehend. Yet, this power was uncontrollable, born of extreme emotion, and had nearly drained him of his last vestiges of strength. His body swayed, and he began to topple backward. Lin Fan, Qin Yao and Su Wanqing cried out in unison, rushing forward to support him before he hit the ground. Leaning against Qin Yao, his consciousness began to blur, and he barely managed to whisper, "Hurry," before succumbing completely to unconsciousness. He had repelled the zombie tide in the most brutal manner possible, but the price was the total exhaustion of his spirit and a deepening unease and uncertainty about his own power. Zhao Taizhu was the first to regain his composure, suppressing the shock within him as he shouted hoarsely, "What are you waiting for? Drive. Full speed ahead. Get out of here." The convoy resumed its course, crushing through the debris-laden ground, hastily escaping the death-strewn street that had just weathered an invisible storm. All that remained behind was the horde, now driven by fear, still lingering in the distance, howling as if they were silently recounting the extraordinary miracle, or perhaps the divine event, that had just transpired in that fleeting moment. Chapter 145. A crushing counterattack and captivity. Lin Fan's unconsciousness was like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the fleeting exhilaration that had surged with the retreat of the horde. The atmosphere within the convoy plummeted to freezing point, leaving only the roar of the engine and the jarring sound of tires rolling over the ruins. What has become of him? Qin Yao gently supported Lin Fan, laying him down on the back seat of the off-road vehicle, her anxious gaze fixed upon Su Wanqing. Lacking medical knowledge, and even less understanding of mental fortitude, she could only deduce the dire circumstances from Lin Fan's pallid complexion and feeble breathing. Su Wanqing placed her fingers delicately upon Lin Fan's wrist, suppressing her icy aura as she meticulously sensed his internal condition. Her brow furrowed tighter, and a rare flicker of horror emerged in her usually frosty gaze. The core of his spirit was nearly depleted, riddled with cracks. Su Wanqing's voice quivered with incredulity, akin to a crystal forced to its breaking point. The power he had unleashed in his final act had far exceeded his current limits. Qin Yao's heart sank. The shattering of the spiritual core? What would that entail? Would he become a mere shell of a person, or perhaps suffer immediate brain death? Is there any hope? She asked, her voice parched. I do not know. Su Wanqing shook her head, her face etched with despair. My abilities primarily lie within ice, offering limited assistance for mental trauma. He must rely on his own recovery, or we can only hope for Xiao Rou's healing powers to work wonders. We must return to the base swiftly. Their conversation, spilling through the ajar car door, reached Zhao Taizhu in the front seat. His grip on the steering wheel tightened, and his resolve solidified. No matter the cost, Lin City Lord must be returned safely. This was not merely a promise, but a matter that could determine the future collaboration between Eternal Night City and Dawn Base. Possibly even humanity's slender hope in the face of the apocalypse. Accelerate. At all costs, return to Launching University area. Zhao Taizhu commanded through the intercom, issuing an unwavering order to the entire convoy. The convoy surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, weaving frantically through the ruins, heedless of the noise and chaos they might provoke. At that moment, speed equated to life. Perhaps the lingering echoes of Lin Fan's last roar, infused with a dreadful will, still resonated within them, or perhaps fortune had finally favored their endeavors. As the journey ahead unfolded unexpectedly smoothly, they encountered no more swarms of the undead, and even the scattered zombies seemed to deliberately avoid the ominous convoy. Only the 4 hellhounds remained, faithfully and silently trailing nearby, their crimson eyes reflecting a diminished ferocity, replaced by a profound sorrow and vigilance that resonated with their master. As the familiar contours of the ever-strengthening walls of Eternal Night City finally came into view, the occupants of the vehicle could not suppress their exclamations of relief, only to quickly temper their enthusiasm, for Lin Fan remained unconscious. The sentinels atop the walls had already spotted the beleaguered convoy, adorned with military trucks, and promptly signaled them in. The gates swung open swiftly, as Su Wanqing, Qin Yao, and others had relayed the general situation back to the base via intercom. At this moment, the core members led by Emily, Lu Ruoyan, and Tang Xiaorou, along with numerous anxious survivors, had gathered at the entrance. Before the vehicle had fully halted, Tang Xiaorou was the first to rush forward. Upon seeing Lin Fan, carefully lifted down by Qin Yao and Su Wanqing, his complexion ashen and unconscious, tears streamed down her cheeks instantly. Senior Lin Fan, with a voice thick with tears, she rushed to Lin Fan's side, her hands glowing with an unprecedented, vibrant emerald light of healing, enveloping him like a gentle spring. Lu Ruoyan quickly approached to conduct an initial medical examination, her expression grave. Quick, take him to the infirmary. She commanded a few sturdy survivors. On the truck, Zhao Taizhu jumped down and addressed the approaching Emily, his voice heavy with fatigue. Emily surveyed the battered convoy, the fallen soldiers, and the unconscious Lin Fan, instantly grasping the gravity of the situation. Suppressing her shock and concern, she maintained her composure and nodded at Zhao Taizhu, saying, "Thank you for your efforts, Comrade Zhao. We'll handle the supplies and the injured. You all should rest." She swiftly organized the logistics team to take over the supply truck and arrange for the surviving soldiers to rest and receive treatment. The entire process was executed with remarkable efficiency, showcasing her exceptional management skills. Lin Fan was quickly transported into a makeshift medical center converted from the school infirmary, with Tang Xiaorou's healing light never leaving his side. Lu Ruoyan employed every available medical means and equipment for monitoring and supportive treatment. Outside, Su Wanqing and Qin Yao stood vigil, their faces shadowed with dread. After swiftly addressing external matters, Sun Xiaoming and Emily hurried over. What exactly happened? Emily asked in a low voice, needing to understand the details to assess the subsequent impact. Qin Yao took a deep breath, succinctly recounting the ambush by the cult of the Mad God, Lin Fan's incapacitation, and his ultimate struggle to repel the tide of corpses. Despite her restraint, the brutal details of the battle and Lin Fan's inhuman state left Emily and Sun Xiaoming, trembling with fear. The audacity of the cult of the Mad God to launch a preemptive strike with energy weapons sparked a cold glimmer in Emily's eyes. This debt must be repaid. Will Senior Lin Fan be all right? Sun Xiaoming asked, her voice quavering with emotion. Xiaoro is doing everything she can to save him, Su Wanqing replied, her tone still icy, though her clenched fists betrayed her inner turmoil. All we can do now is wait. At that moment, the door of the medical center swung open, and Lu Ruyan emerged, bearing a slight expression of relief, though her gravity remained. The situation has stabilized for now, she announced, easing the tension in the hearts of those present. Xiaoro's healing abilities seemed to be effectively addressing his mental trauma, slowly mending the fractures. However, his mental core was severely depleted, akin to a dry well. Xiaoro's powers were akin to pouring water into the well and repairing its walls. Yet the replenishment of the well's water, mental strength, would require time and his own effort. When will he wake up? Qin Yao asked eagerly. It's uncertain. Lu Ruyan shook her head. It could be soon, or it may take a long time. It depends on his recovery capacity and willpower. A heavy silence fell upon the group once more. Although his life was no longer in jeopardy, Lin Fan's unconsciousness was undoubtedly a significant blow to the city of Eternal Night. He was the cornerstone of the base, the strongest combatant, and his fall instilled an inexplicable unease in everyone. Before he awoke, Su Wanqing surveyed the gathered individuals, her voice imbued with an undeniable resolve. The base is to be maintained by our collective efforts. Emily, you will oversee internal management and resource allocation. Qin Yao, vigilance in defense and security must not wane. Sun Xiaoming, you are responsible for communication and intelligence monitoring with the military. Dr. Lu, I entrust you with medical care and logistical support. I shall coordinate the overall strategy and expedite the construction of our defensive fortifications. Her directives were clear and unequivocal, prompting nods of agreement from all present. At this crucial juncture, the core team must stand united to uphold the integrity of their domain. Moreover, Su Wanqing turned her icy gaze towards Qin Yao, commanding, heightened surveillance on the southern bank. The cult of the Mad God must pay for their actions. A palpable atmosphere of foreboding enveloped the medical center. The retaliatory strike had yet to commence, yet the seeds of hatred had already been deeply sown. Meanwhile, in the depths of his unconsciousness, Lin Fan was ensnared in an abyss of boundless darkness and chaos. Fragmented memories, tumultuous mental currents, and images of the final self-detonation of Bones relentlessly assailed his fragile consciousness. He struggled in the shadows, seeking a path back to reality. The future of the city of Eternal Night, too, teetered on the brink of uncertainty with his prolonged slumber. Awaiting his awakening were not only his concerned companions, but also vigilant adversaries and a dormant, enigmatic power within him, the mere tip of which had just begun to surface.